to test if my voice still sounds beautiful. You took advantage of the empty broadcasting room to show off your singing skills. Little did they expect that their childhood friend hiding nearby would turn on the sound system. And so, your clear and stunning voice spread to every corner of the campus. Love and hate are but a moment apart, raising a glass to the moon, emotions as vast as the sky. Didn't the radio stories already end? Why is someone singing now? I don't know, but this girl sings really well. And I don't think I've heard this song before. After singing a few lines, you're quite satisfied with your current voice. Yet, in the next moment, you're dumbfounded. Why is the sound system turned on? You clearly remember turning it off. Turning back to look at her childhood friend who was covering her mouth trying not to laugh. You figured it out. Since things have come to this point, we might as well indulge ourselves to our heart's content. You reach out and pick up the guitar beside you, cradling it in your arms. A sense of familiarity washes over me. At this moment, you suddenly realize in astonishment. I could actually remember all the songs I had heard in my past life with perfect clarity. And every string of notes. It seems this is the cheat that came with my transmigration. It's quite funny when you think about it. In your past life, you were just because you posted 3 flowers in the comments section, and then just crossed over into this world. Amidst the flurry of thoughts, the hands never ceased moving. The beautiful and melodious prelude begins to play softly. You also chimed in at the right moment. Admitting I'm not brave, can you please not leave? Many loves cannot be revisited, I should let go. Wandering the streets, holding an umbrella for you in the rain. My love for you becomes an obstacle, wishing you happiness. Just a few words in, and someone exclaimed in surprise, here we go again. But it sounds so good. Does anyone know the name of this song? I don't know, but I recognize Shirhao's voice. Meanwhile, in the school library, Gu Yunxi lightly tapped to the rhythm of the music. Suddenly, Gu Yunxi raised her head, softly asking her best friend beside her, Xiaoman, this song is really nice. Do you know what it's called? Li Xiaoman, sitting beside him, was biting the end of her pen while staring at Gu Yunxi. After frowning in thought for a moment, she spoke softly. Haven't heard of it, might be an original song. Original? Gu Yunxi murmured softly. Once again, I started tapping to the rhythm of the music. She might even hum a line or two along with the song. Li Xiaoman smiled faintly at the sight of Gu Yunxi's rapt expression. Then she went back to doing her homework. Gu Yunxi was the aloof campus belle mentioned by her classmates. But only she knew that Gu Yunxi wasn't actually aloof. She simply focused all her attention on the thing she loved. Gu Yunxi was born into a musical family. He has an almost fanatical love for music. Mastered various musical instruments at a young age. The genius girl praised by the professors at the academy. So when she heard such a high-quality original song, would show such an expression. Meanwhile, your singing continues on unabated. You are my little star, hanging in the sky, shining bright. I've made up my mind to love you, and I won't give up easily. A drifting wish bottle at sea. Every wish is for you. Even if we can't be together, I still worry about you. Oh, turn the sorrow into a concerto. Playing the piano for you in the corner. Even if you might not hear it clearly, it still represents my heart's intent. Love doesn't always have to be sweet. Speak words of mountain and sea oaths. As long as happiness remains in my heart, even if I'm the only one acting in this play. As the last lyric is sung, the music on the radio abruptly stops exactly at this point. Gu Yunxi in the library seems still immersed in it. A moment later, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Turning around, he looked at Li Xiaoman and asked softly, Xiaoman, who's on duty in the studio today? Let me think. I remember it was Shirhao, a sunny and handsome young man. Li Xiaoman answered without hesitation. She is the equipment manager in the studio. Very familiar with the people in the studio. So I knew you were on duty today. Gu Yunxi gently closed the book in front of her. Xiaoman, I want to go see it. She became interested in the song you just sang. She wants to ask you what the name of that song is. Hey, wait for me. Li Xiaoman hurriedly put away her homework and followed Gu Yunxi. It was the first time she had seen Gu Yunxi take an interest in a boy, although she knew the interest stemmed from this song. But just in case, as best friends, she naturally had to be at the forefront of the juicy gossip. In the recording studio at that moment, Lu Fan smirked mischievously. Sure, how? You're really hiding your talents. This is an original song, isn't it? You retorted angrily, and you have the nerve to say that? Is that better now? He. Lu Fan gave you a slap on the shoulder. Winking and grinning, he said, since you can write songs, you've got to toss a couple my way for me to sing later. Lu Fan majored in music performance, which basically means he's a singer. He knew full well that in this era of 100 flowers blooming, there are plenty of people who can sing, yet those who can compose both lyrics and music are pitifully few. Regarding Lu Fan's request, you agreed without a second thought. The two of them had been childhood friends from the start. 20+ years of affection are held there. As an elder brother, it's only natural to show more care for the younger one. Secondly, the earth is brimming with outstanding songs. You can't finish singing alone. to prevent those exceptional songs from fading into obscurity. There's nothing wrong with hiring some help, but you don't want to let him off so easily. Who told him to play tricks on me just now? You nodded and then changed your tone. It's doable, but, however, it'll cost extra. Hearing you promised yourself. Lu Fan, with a beaming smile, escorted you out of the studio. No problem at all. I'll cover your shift for you, and leave the rest to me from now on. You shook your head helplessly. When I usually want Lu Fan to cover my shift for me. He certainly wasn't acting like this before, tsk. But since he's being so proactive now, you might as well take it easy. He picked up his guitar and walked away without looking back. The landscaping at Shanghai International Art College is excellent. Even in early autumn, the streets are adorned with vibrant blooms of various flowers. As the autumn breeze blows, they gently sway in the wind. In the distance, a few art students can be seen carefully sketching the scene before them with their paintbrushes. As he passed by, he suddenly heard the faint sound of piano music in the distance. He couldn't help but lift his legs and walk toward the piano room. As a common musical instrument, the Shanghai International Academy of Arts naturally has pianos. There are even pianos of different types, brands, and price ranges. Not only popular instruments like pianos, but even niche instruments like the cowhorn can be found here. Everything is designed to cultivate musical talent to the highest standard, providing students with an almost perfect environment for growth. As a result, Shanghai International Art Academy has produced numerous award-winning composers, lyricists, and singers. It is ranked among the top 10 art academies in the country. The only regret of the professors at Shanghai International Academy of Arts is that they haven't produced a lyricist genius or a composer genius. If the academy had one such talent, it could take another step forward and aim for the top 5 in the country. The academy has been consistently striving toward this goal. At this time, most students are not in class, so there are many students in the practice rooms, leaving E with limited options. Gui looked around and saw only a few pianos left in the southern corner. Upon closer inspection, they were all inexpensive, entry-level pianos intended for general hobbyists, which explained why no students were using them. Most of the students who come here to practice are those preparing for professional music careers. At the very least, they would use professional practice pianos, so it was understandable that they looked down on these beginner pianos. However, Gui had no such concerns. In his previous life, after being sidelined, he had no company resources to rely on and could only use such beginner pianos. Didn't he still manage to develop master-level piano skills? Classmate, that's an entry-level piano. Its expressiveness isn't very good, and its responsiveness is a bit lacking, a student kindly reminded Gui. Why don't you wait a few minutes? I'll be leaving soon, and you can use my piano afterward. Thank you, Gui replied with a smile, then shook his head and said, but it's okay. I was just trying it out. Gui wasn't planning to perform on stage, he just wanted to test how rusty his skills had become. He wasn't being picky. The student, seeing Gui's response, glanced at the guitar behind him. He suspected that Gui might not have come specifically to practice the piano. Perhaps he was just a beginner who was curious about the piano and came to take a look. In that case, he didn't have any particular requirements for the piano's quality. Realizing this, he smiled broadly and said, my name is Li Ming. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Li Ming was quite outgoing and eager to help others. Plus, his piano skills were among the best in the entire school. Giving some guidance to a beginner like Gui wasn't a problem. Of course, the prerequisite was that Gui was truly a beginner. Although Gui knew he had master-level piano skills, he didn't want to reject someone's kindness. My name is Gui. Thank you. I'll definitely ask you for guidance someday. After saying that, Gui put down his guitar and sat on the piano bench. Just by sitting down, Li Ming knew that Gui was definitely not a beginner. His posture was simply too perfect. He sat there as if he had become one with the piano, completely natural. Elegant. Elegance personified. Gui sat at the piano, tested the keys a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. Although it's a beginner's piano, the quality is still quite good. The tone wasn't too off. Gui's mind was filled with countless masterpieces from his past life. Finally, a familiar piece came to his mind. Sonata No. 14 in C minor, also known as the Moonlight Sonata. It is said that Beethoven composed this piano piece during a period of heartbreak. However, Gui was unsure of the exact circumstances. At that moment, Gui couldn't tell whether it was the original owner's thoughts at work or his own. Why had he chosen a piano piece with such a creative background? Gui set aside his thoughts and placed his slender fingers on the piano keys. As his fingers pressed down, the piano notes flew out. Li Ming, who was watching from the side, paled and his pupils contracted. 2 words involuntarily came to mind. Impressive. Chapter 3, all very fitting. Xu Mengning arrived at the door of the music room. She had just come from the studio and was feeling a bit down. Gui had just left, and she and Li Chanxian had just arrived at the studio. Naturally, they found no one there. Li Chanxian had some matters to attend to and bid farewell to Xu Mengning. Xu Mengning went to the music room alone. She wanted to try playing the song she had just heard on the piano. As for the title of Gu Yi's song, she would have to ask next time. Standing outside the piano room, Xu Mengning felt a bit odd. At this time of day, the piano room was usually filled with the sound of piano music, even from a distance. Today, however, it was unusually quiet. She could only faintly hear a single note. Xu Mengning walked into the piano room with a puzzled expression, heading toward the interior. The further she went, the clearer the piano music became. She saw a group of people gathered in the southern corner. Though there were many people, everyone was unusually quiet, not daring to breathe. They feared that any noise they made might interrupt Gu Yi's performance. The clear sound of the piano reached Xu Mengning's ears. Xu Mengning nodded slightly, responding to the melody in her mind. C minor. In an instant, Xu Mengning felt as though she had entered the sorrowful world created by the musician's music. Like a full moon rising slowly, though filled with hope, it seemed shrouded in dark clouds, evoking a sense of sorrow. The music then became calm and light, dissipating the previous contemplative and melancholic emotions, as if reminiscing about past beauty. The finale unfolded like a tidal wave, with continuous waves of arpeggios and powerful accents at the end of each phrase. The emotions were intense and decisive. As if love has long since vanished. Xu Mengning has completely immersed herself in the world the performer seeks to convey. As someone who has studied piano from childhood and has reached a professional level of skill, Xu Mengning dares to assert that, given the quality of this piano piece, it would not be an overstatement to call it a classic. If it had been released earlier, she would have definitely heard it. In other words, this is a new original piano piece. Moreover, she knew that the performer's skill was undoubtedly far superior to her own. After all, there are very few people who can play so beautifully and flawlessly on an entry-level piano. She knows she doesn't have that ability. She is a professional-level pianist. So the performer before her must be at least close to master level. It was even more likely that they were a master pianist. Which piano master has come to the school? The academy occasionally invites piano masters to come to the school to mentor the students. It's possible that this pianist is the one the academy invited. Xu Mengning's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was deeply curious about the performer. Piano masters are so rare, and the opportunity to see one up close is even rarer. Although Xu Mengning's mother is also a piano master, this did not dampen her excitement. Today was truly a lucky day. Not only did she get to hear a high-quality original song, but she also heard a classic original piano piece. As the song came to an end, Gu Yi stopped playing. As the Moonlight Sonata came to an end, he felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart, and he exhaled deeply. Gu Yi slowly moved his hands, but playing the piano with his other hand still felt awkward. Suddenly, continuous applause erupted from behind Gu Yi, nearly sending him away. Beautiful. Who are you, handsome? That's amazing. Can you really play such music on a beginner's piano? You're so talented. Are you a professional? How come I've never heard of you before? Master, can you give me some lessons? It's so beautiful, I'm bowing down to you. These were all students practicing here, and when Gu Yi started playing, they were all drawn over. They witnessed Gu Yi's performance of the Moonlight Sonata from start to finish. Although the students' skill levels varied, they all had a good appreciation of music and recognized that Gu Yi was very talented. Li Ming, who was always eager to help, was completely speechless. This is a beginner? If they're beginners, he must be a complete waste of time. Li Ming recalled the words he had spoken to Gu Yi earlier and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. How could he have taught Gu Yi? Gu Yi teaching him would make more sense. Li Ming watched Gu Yi's back and fell into deep thought. Should he go up and ask him to be his master? Just then, the crowd erupted into chaos again. Someone noticed Xu Mengning standing behind the crowd and shouted, "Oh, Xu Mengning is here." Everyone turned around and saw Xu Mengning standing behind them. For a moment, admiring and envious glances filled the air. Xu Mengning often came to the music room to practice the piano. Although Xu Mengning was not very talkative, those who frequently practiced in the piano room were all familiar with her. It was known that Xu Mengning's piano skills were exceptional, having reached a professional level. Wow! Xu Mengning has been drawn in by the music. Xu, the school beauty, give us your thoughts on how she played. I feel like this guy is the real deal. He's better than Xu Mengning. What are you talking about? Xu Mengning is the school piano competition champion. There's no way someone better than her could be at our school. Xu Mengning is very popular at school, but she knows her own limitations. Hearing what her classmates were saying, Xu Mengning shook her head gently and said confidently, "He is better than me." What? How is that possible? Better than Xu Mengning? That's impossible. Is that guy also a professional? That's ridiculous. Even Xu, the school flower, admitted it. How amazing must that guy be? The crowd grew increasingly excited, and Xu Mengning became even more curious about the performer. If the performer were a famous pianist, the students wouldn't react this way. She picked up two pieces of information from the chaotic chatter, a guitar and a young person. Xu Mengning spoke calmly, could you let me in for a moment? At the same time, Gu Yi, who was carrying a guitar, stood up and looked at the excited crowd around him. He sighed helplessly, guys, can I go out for a moment? Sure, Su Xiaohua, you go in. Hey, guys, the big shot is leaving. Make way for the big shot. In an instant, the crowd parted to form a wide path. Gui peered through the gap and saw her willow-shaped eyebrows, shoulder-length hair, snow-white dress, exquisitely carved face, and an aura that made others keep their distance. Xu Mengning? Gui? A thin mist obscured the sun, and a gentle breeze blew by. In the college park, Gui and Xu Mengning walked side by side. Xu Mengning often came to the broadcast studio to find Li Chanxian, so Gui and Xu Mengning had met a few times before, knew each other's names, but weren't very familiar with one another. So you composed both the song and the piano piece? Yes. Xu Mengning tilted her head and asked softly, what are they called? Gui smiled and said, the song is called Why Not, and the piano piece is called Moonlight Sonata. This was the first time he had seen Xu Mengning so talkative. She didn't seem as aloof as the rumors suggested. Xu Mengning carefully recalled the lyrics and melody, they're both very fitting. Chapter 4, Listening to the Strings for Entertainment? Xu Mengning recalled the lyrics from Gui's song and hummed, if you're ever feeling down, I'd be happy to lend you glom. What is gloomy? Gloomy? Gui laughed upon hearing this, it's my cat. Gromi was originally the dog of Su Song, the original composer of the song What's the Point, from a previous life. In this life, Gui didn't have a dog, but she did have a cat, which her younger sister, Gu Sihan, had brought home from the streets. Coincidentally, the cat was also named Glomi. Oh, really? It must be so cute. Yeah, I'll bring it over to show you someday. Sure. And so, the sun set in the west. The two spent the entire afternoon chatting happily, discussing everything from musical instruments to music theory, from lyric writing to composition, and from singing to playing. Finally, after exchanging contact information, they each returned to their dorm rooms. Hey, Gui is back. As Gui walked into the dormitory, Chen Chen noticed him immediately. He immediately went over to Gui. Although Chen Chen and Gui weren't in the same major, they were in the same dorm. What did you do this afternoon, Gui? Spill the beans. Chen Chen not only knew that Xu Mengning had come to the studio to find Gui, but he also saw Gui and Xu Mengning walking side by side in the park. Gui felt there was nothing to hide, so he told Chen Chen directly. Chen Chen looked at Gui in disbelief and exclaimed, What? You spent the whole afternoon walking in the garden with Xu Mengning and just talked about music? Really, just music? Yeah, what's wrong with that? You're such a blockhead. No wonder Zhao Xian broke up with you. As soon as he said that, Chen Chen realized he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said, Gui, I didn't mean to bring her up. Zhao Xian was Gui's ex-girlfriend, and Chen Chen was afraid Gui would recall painful memories. Gui smiled and shook his head, saying, it's okay, it's been so long, I don't feel anything anymore. He wasn't the same Gui from before. It's better that they broke up, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to handle the emotional issues of his original self. Seeing that Gui had let go of the past, Chen Chen smiled knowingly. That's the right attitude. I was worried you might be thinking about it too much. There are so many young girls chasing after you, which one isn't better than Zhao Xian? Indeed, this life's Gui was even more handsome than his previous one, and many girls were pursuing him. If Gui were to use examples from his previous life, it would have to be Peng Yuyan, Gu, Guo Fucheng, and Wu Yanzu. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. Someone rushed in, pushing the door open. You're so awesome, someone's confessing their feelings for you on the confession wall. The person who came was Gu Fan, another roommate of Gui. Gu Fan was from the north, and unlike southerners who were reserved and delicate in their actions, he was relatively straightforward. Gui and Chen Chen exchanged glances, both feeling utterly confused. Chen Chen spoke up, Gui has been posted on the confession wall more than once. Why are you so excited? The key is that the one who found Gui wasn't a student, but listening to Strings Entertainment. Gu Fan said breathlessly. Ting Xian Entertainment? Gui looked at Gu Fan in confusion and said, Take your time, don't rush. Chen Chen chimed in, exactly, the emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. So that's how it is. Gui already had some fans at the academy, who enjoyed recording the short stories he told on the radio and posting them on Douyin. Over time, he also gained some followers on Douyin. Today, Gui sang What's the Harm in the studio, and they recorded it and posted it on Douyin. Who would have thought it would go viral? It went viral, with over 1 million likes and 10,000 comments. Gu Fan even pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and found the video. Clicking on the comments, most were praising the song or asking for its title. This song is so good. What's the name of it? I've searched all the music platforms and can't find it. It's so romantic, I feel like falling in love. So youthful. This song is amazing, better than most top-tier singers. By the way, what's the song title? What's gloomy? I'm so curious. Same here, same question. It was precisely because of this high level of attention that Ting Xian Entertainment took notice of Gui and tracked him down. Aha! This is Listening to Strings Entertainment, one of the top entertainment companies in the country. It's the company I've always dreamed of working for. Gu Fan grabbed Gu Yi's shoulders and shook him violently, almost making him vomit. In fact, Gu Yi never expected that singing a song by chance would catch the attention of a top-tier entertainment company. It wasn't just Gu Fan who wanted to join Ting Xian Entertainment. Even the original owner of Gu Yi's body had always dreamed of joining the company. However, Gu Yi didn't feel much about it at the moment. He believed that with the songs he had written in his previous life, he would eventually reach the top. If they wanted to sign him, they'd have to show some real commitment. Most companies interfere with their artists, and Gu Yi doesn't like anyone dictating his creative process. Ding ding ding. Gu Yi's phone rang. Gu Yi answered it casually. It was his advisor, old Zhang, calling him to come to the office immediately. Since the counselor had called, Gu Yi had no choice but to go. After all, Gu Yi still needed to ask his advisor for a leave of absence later, so he couldn't afford to disrespect him. Gu Yi, with his knowledge from his previous life, felt that the teachers at university couldn't teach him anything new. He was thinking of taking a day off to release his own music. After leaving the dormitory, he arrived outside the office, knocked on the door, and walked in. What does old Zhang want with me? Gu Yi's counselor, old Zhang, wasn't very old, only 27 years old, and still looked quite young. He often mingled with the students, so Gu Yi felt fairly relaxed around him. Old Zhang looked at Gu Yi, picked up a cup of red date and goji berry tea, took a sip, and cleared his throat before saying, "Come, Gu Yi, sit over here." Gu Yi nodded and walked toward the sofa. At that moment, he noticed there was another person sitting on the sofa. It was a middle-aged woman with a graceful demeanor, dressed in formal attire. Upon seeing Gu Yi, she smiled and nodded in greeting. Gu Yi returned the smile. The middle-aged woman was very pleased. The moment Gu Yi walked in, she felt a spark of excitement. His appearance and demeanor were both top-notch, and to top it all off, this young man could even compose lyrics in music. So young, yet so talented. Moreover, she had come specifically for Gu Yi's talent, and his appearance was a pleasant surprise. Old Zhang saw that Gu Yi had sat down, and then smiled at the middle-aged woman and said, "This is Gu Yi." He then turned to Gu Yi and said, "Gu Yi, this is Ms. Zhang Qiong, the top agent at Ting Xian Entertainment." Old Zhang feared that Gu Yi might not be aware of Ting Xian Entertainment and Zhang Qiong's influence, so he added, "Ting Xian Entertainment is one of the top entertainment companies in the country, with strong resources. Ms. Zhang Qiong is a top agent who has managed a singing king and 2 super first-tier singers, with abundant connections." After saying this, old Zhang gave Gu Yi a meaningful wink. The meaning was clear: seize this opportunity. Chapter 5, Let's play a big game. "Hello, Gu Yi," Zhang Qiong extended her hand with a smile. Gu Yi also extended his hand and smiled indifferently, "Hello." Seeing Gu Yi's calm and composed demeanor, Zhang Qiong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Over the years, since her fame had risen, few young people aspiring to enter the entertainment industry had remained unfazed upon seeing her. Let alone someone who had come to her on their own initiative. Young people are so confident. Zhang Qiong got straight to the point, took out her briefcase, and pulled out the contract inside. "I assume you already know my identity, so let's get straight to the point. The reason I've come to seek you out is simple: I want to sign you. This is the utmost sincerity from both myself and the company I represent." Zhang Qiong acted decisively, placing the contract documents in front of Gu Yi and gesturing for him to review them at his leisure. Gu Yi didn't hesitate and picked up the contract. It was a comprehensive 3-in-1 contract covering songwriting, composition, and artist representation. Listening string entertainment companies' contracts are divided into 5 tiers: D, C, B, A, and S. The D-level contract is the lowest, and the S-level contract is the highest. The corresponding levels for composers are Junior Composer, Intermediate Composer, Senior Composer, Gold Medal Composer, and Composer God. Lyricists follow the same hierarchy, with Lyric God replacing Composer God. The corresponding singer levels are 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, Super 1st tier, and Singer of the Year. Therefore, it is relatively easy to obtain a C-level contract, which is a 3-in-1 contract. In other words, Listen to Strings Entertainment directly granted him the of an intermediate composer, intermediate lyricist, and 2nd-tier singer. This is absolutely generous for a newly debuted artist. However, for Gu Yi, it was not enough. He wanted autonomy. With autonomy, Gu Yi can operate independently of the company, establish his own music studio, and even recruit artists on his own. Many top-tier stars and singing legends enjoy such privileges. They even have their own lyricists and composers. And contracts that grant autonomy are at least A-level contracts. Gu Yi returned the contract to Zhang Qiong with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Ms. Zhang, I refuse to join Ting Xian Entertainment." Zhang Qiong furrowed her brows and picked up the contract to examine it carefully. The contract was the right one. By all accounts, this contract should be enough to sway any newcomer. At this point, she couldn't tell whether the young man in front of her was confident or arrogant. At that moment, old Zhang noticed the tense atmosphere and spoke up. "Ms. Zhang Qiong, given that your company, Listen to the Strings Entertainment, is such a large organization, couldn't you offer better terms? Gu Yi is one of our top students." As Gu Yi's mentor, old Zhang naturally had to advocate for his student's future at this moment. Ms. Zhang Qiong glanced at old Zhang but didn't say a word. Instead, she silently handed the contract to old Zhang. Old Zhang picked it up and nearly spit out his red date and goji berry tea. He glanced at Gui, then at the contract, and suddenly felt that Gui was being ungrateful. He had never seen a student who hadn't even graduated yet sign a C-level contract. Gui actually refused to sign. However, at such times, old Zhang always stood by his student. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Cough cough, Ms. Zhang, I think the terms could be a bit more favorable." Old Zhang's voice grew softer, and he began to sound unsure of himself. In theory, he should have tried to persuade Gui. After all, Listen String Entertainment was truly showing their sincerity. Unfortunately, old Zhang knew Gui's personality well. Gui usually seems pretty laid back, but once he has made up his mind, not even a herd of oxen could drag him back. Zhang Qiong looked at Gui, then at old Zhang, and finally shook her head and sighed, saying, "Gui, young people shouldn't be too arrogant." She felt that Gui was being overly ambitious. Gui smiled and said, "If you're not ambitious, what's the point of being young?" Gui's masterful piano skills alone were more than enough for this contract. However, Gui didn't bother to explain. He knew that once he released his song, others would come knocking on his door. Even if the song doesn't go viral. As long as he showcases his masterful piano skills, people will come knocking on his door. He wasn't in a hurry. Zhang Qiong shook her head and smiled, "Alright, I'll go first. If Gui changes his mind, he can come to Listen to the Strings Entertainment to find me, under the same terms." After saying that, Zhang Qiong put away the contract and left with her briefcase. As Zhang Qiong walked away, old Zhang couldn't help but scold him, "You kid, what can I say to you? You didn't even sign such a good deal. I'm really fed up with you." Gui was about to speak, but old Zhang didn't give him a chance, continuing his rant. "A guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, Gui. That's more than what I earn. Damn it. That's not the most important part. The important thing is that if you sign, I can go brag to the other teachers. My student hasn't even graduated yet and already signed a C-level contract with Tingxian Entertainment. Just thinking about it makes me happy. What a waste." After saying the last sentence, old Zhang seemed to deflate, slumping dejectedly in his chair. Gui looked at old Zhang in complete confusion. He had never seen old Zhang look like this before. What should I do? The tutor is so funny. Waiting online. Hurry. Old Zhang waved his hand and said, "You go back." But Gui didn't move at all. Old Zhang looked up, puzzled, and stared at Gui. "What's the matter? You still have something to do?" Gui scratched his head awkwardly and said, Old Zhang, I'd like to take a day off and borrow the school's recording studio to record a song." Old Zhang glared at Gui, then signed a note and handed it to him. "You better make me proud, you know." Gui smiled and took it, said thank you, and left the office. He glanced back at the dejected old Zhang. Gui sighed helplessly. "Old Zhang, a C-level contract is too weak. Wait until I get you in a class 1, then we'll play for keeps." Back in the dormitory, Gui couldn't escape Chin Chen and Gu Fan's questioning. However, Gui didn't tell the truth, he just brushed them off with some vague answers. It wasn't that he couldn't say it, he just feared that the two of them would get too excited and disturb his sleep. Unfortunately, the next morning, the two of them found out anyway. At school, nothing stays under wraps for long. What had happened earlier was already common knowledge within a few hours. Gu Fan loved checking the confession wall. The first thing he did every morning was check the confession wall. The first post on the confession wall today read, "Shocking. Gui from Composition Class 2 has rejected a C-level contract from Tingxian Entertainment." What? Is that true? Rejected Listening String Entertainment and it's a C-level contract? The person above me, it's true. I saw Listening String Entertainment's top agent, Zhang Qiong, come out of the office of the advisor of Class 2 of the Composition Department. If I remember correctly, there hasn't been anyone in our school who signed a C-level contract before graduating yet. Who is this genius? They actually refused. Is this person crazy? They're actually turning it down? Envy. Jealousy. Hate. Please, Tingxian Entertainment, come find me. I'll take the worst contract. Reading these comments, Gu Fan was speechless. The entire composition department had only one person named Gui, who was his roommate. Damn it. Damn it all. Gui. You actually rejected that. Gu Fan's voice was so loud it sounded like Gui had rejected some breathtakingly beautiful woman. Gui hadn't woken up yet and opened his eyes in confusion. What did I refuse? Chen Chen was also woken up by Gu Fan's excitement and shouted back. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chapter 6, Can I take a look? After Gu Fan embellished Gui's actions and told Chen Chen everything, Chen Chen joined Gu Fan in wailing like a ghost. Gui! Ah! You actually refused the C-class contract. Gui's face turned dark. Alright, another one's gone mad. Gui, carrying his guitar, arrived outside the school cafeteria and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had to exert a great deal of effort to escape the nearly mad Gu Chen brothers. It was already 9 in the morning. At this time, most students were either sleeping or in class. The cafeteria was quite empty, with only a few scattered students. Gui bought 2 buns and a cup of soy milk, then found a quiet spot to sit down. What was awkward was that the cafeteria was too empty. Even from a distance, Gui could hear people discussing him. Hey, is there really someone who can refuse a C-level contract from Listen to the Strings Entertainment? Exactly. I wonder if that person is just stupid. Gui bit into the bun with a grim expression. Suddenly, a shadow fell over Gui. A faint floral scent followed. Gui looked up, confused. What a big piece of clothing. Cough, cough. It was Xu Mengning. Yesterday, Gui was so engrossed in talking about music with Xu Mengning that he completely overlooked her beauty. Today, upon seeing her, he realized just how stunning Xu Mengning truly was. Even Gui Guan, who has lived 2 lifetimes, was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Unlike yesterday's snow-white long dress, today, Xu Mengning is wearing a casual outfit, but even that can't hide her stunning figure. Her hair was damp, as if she had just washed it. In her right hand, she holds a steamed bun and a cup of soy milk. As soon as Xu Mengning entered the cafeteria, she spotted Gui. There was no way to miss him. The cafeteria was empty, and Gui was carrying a guitar, making him stand out like a sore thumb. Xu Mengning noticed that Gui was staring at the steamed buns in her hands, so she handed them to him with a smile and said, "Want some? I'll treat you." Gui shook his head, waved the steamed bun in his hand, and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Xu Mengning, but I'll pass. I'm already full from what I've eaten." Xu Mengning sat down across from Gui, glanced at the few students in the cafeteria, and whispered, "Didn't you have class this morning? I took a day off from my tutor. I'm going to record a song later." Gui said casually. "Recording a song?" Xu Mengning's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she blurted out, "Is it that song? Why not?" Gui nodded. "Yeah, I'm planning to upload it to a music platform and give it a try." Xu Mengning stood up, leaning on the table, her voice filled with excitement. "Can I come and watch?" Gui looked at Xu Mengning in surprise. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. This didn't seem like the aloof school beauty at all. Caught off guard by Gui's gaze, Xu Mengning realized she had overreacted and her cheeks flushed slightly. The school beauty with her cheeks slightly red was unexpectedly cute. So he smiled and answered Xu Mengning with the name of a song. "Why not?" Xu Mengning couldn't help but smile, her joy evident on her face. "That's right. Why not?" She could finally witness the birth of a high-quality song in its entirety. In the distance, a few people watched Gui and Xu Mengning whispering to each other. "Isn't that Xu Mengning, the school beauty? Why is she with a guy? Could he be Xu Mengning's boyfriend? They seem to be having a lot of fun. Xu Mengning is supposed to be so aloof. Why is she talking so much? Could she really be his girlfriend? Impossible. My goddess, couldn't he possibly have a boyfriend? That guy is so damn handsome. It's over, Fu Long, you don't stand a chance. He is way better looking than you. Damn it." At that moment, someone recognized Gui. "That guy is Gui, isn't? Gui? Who is that?" "The Gui who has been all over the confession wall lately. The one who turned down Ting Xian Entertainment." "Oh, it's him. It's over for you, Fu Long. You have no chance now. Let's not even talk about the rest. You don't have the guts to reject Ting Xian Entertainment. You're just not as good as him in every way. You're stabbing me in the heart. Are we even brothers anymore? Hey, look, they're walking side by side." "Shut up." Gui and Xu Mengning walked side by side to the recording studio. Along the way, Gui received countless envious glances. However, Gui didn't feel anything special about it. In his eyes, even if Xu Mengning was as beautiful as she was still just an ordinary person. What is so special about walking with an ordinary person? Opening the door to the recording studio, the two of them walked inside together. With Xu Mengning's help, Gui also spent some time adjusting the equipment. Gui then remembered that the school's recording studio required 2 people to operate properly. He would be singing in the recording studio, and someone else was needed in the control room to assist with the controls. "Xu, the school beauty, could you do me a favor? The control room needs someone to operate it." Xu Mengning lifted her head, her eyes sparkling, and smiled knowingly. "Sure." She seemed to have guessed that Gui would ask for her help and had been waiting for him to speak. Chapter 7, just a gesture of friendship between friends. There was a soundproof glass partition between the recording studio and the control room. Gui was already ready and looked toward the control room with a questioning expression. Xu Mengning saw Gui looking at her, immediately nodded, turned on the recording equipment, and signaled to Gui that he could begin. The recording studio was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Gui took a deep breath, moved his fingers slightly, and began to play. The intro to What's the Point began to play. In that moment, Gui's guitar skills from both lifetimes merged seamlessly, flowing effortlessly. In the control room, Xu Mengning was completely engrossed. Her left hand held the headphones, while her right index finger tapped lightly on the table in time with the music. Gui's voice, as smooth as jade, filled the air. "The sky seems to be raining, and I really want to live next door to you. Standing dumbly outside your house, looking up and counting the clouds. If there were a piano in this scene, I'd sing for you, even if it meant getting soaked by a bucket of water. Listening to the song, Xu Mengning thought a lot. She had only officially interacted with Gui for 2 days. But she really enjoyed the feeling of being with Gui. Perhaps it was because they shared common interests. Perhaps it was because of Gui's talent, as she could learn a lot from him during their conversations. Or perhaps it was because Gui spoke to her with a calm and genuine demeanor, unlike others. Other boys, when speaking to her, had looks in their eyes that were more or less tinged with admiration or other intentions. Only Gui spoke to her with eyes as clear as water, free of any impurities. The music continued to play through the headphones. I'm singing this song for you. It has no particular style. It simply means I hope you're happy. Tossing and turning for you, giving up the world for you. What is so wrong with that? A touch of warmth and the coolness of late summer and early autumn. The colors of the changing seasons. In the recording studio, Gui finished singing the last lyrics and the music came to an end. At that moment, Xu Mengning snapped out of her thoughts. She quickly shut off the recording equipment and saved the song. Soon, Gui also entered the control room. How was it, Xu Xiaohua? Any issues? Xu Mengning didn't respond to Gui but instead played Why Not again. After listening, Xu Mengning said seriously, there's absolutely no problem. No need for any adjustments, just send it out as is. The reason Xu Mengning said no editing was needed was because many singers with insufficient skills would have sound engineers make adjustments before releasing their songs, only publishing them once they were satisfied. Gui had seen some singers in his previous life who did the same, especially some online celebrity tailors who sang. Don't be fooled by how they sing in videos once they're on stage without the support of $1 million sound engineer. Going off key and breaking their voices were common occurrences. It's like a car crash. However, Yi Qian doesn't have these concerns. His vocal skills have always been top-notch. In his previous life. And in this life as well. He naturally doesn't need a $1 million sound engineer. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, Gui directly used the computer in the recording studio's control room to upload the song to 3 of the top music platforms in the country. They were Tencent Music, NetEase Music, and Mango Music. After uploading the songs, Gui and Xu Mengning gathered around the computer, staring intently at the screen. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 20 minutes. None of the 3 platforms had a single click. Xu Mengning furrowed her brows and said reluctantly, Gui, don't worry. A good song will definitely be discovered. She turned to look at Gui, only to find him acting as if nothing had happened, completely at ease. Gui looked at Xu Mengning, shook his head, and smiled. It's okay. After all, we just posted it directly without any promotion. Who would see it? As it turned out, without a company promoting it, releasing a song directly just took too long to show results. Gui had originally posted it with a trial mindset. His original plan was to see if he could go viral with one song, attracting the attention of various entertainment companies. Then, he would choose the company that gave him creative freedom. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. However, this didn't deter Gui from wanting creative freedom. At worst, he could always showcase his masterful piano skills. A piano master deserves an A-level or higher contract from any entertainment company. The two waited another 10 minutes, but no one clicked on the video, so they left the recording studio. The time Gui had booked for the recording studio was almost up, and it was time for the next person to use it. To thank Xu Mengning, Gui invited her to lunch. The cafeteria was crowded at lunchtime, and they didn't know how many people had noticed them. Some even posted photos of the two of them eating together on the confession wall. The headline reads as follows. Shocking. Xu, the school beauty, was seen eating with a man in the cafeteria, and the man turned out to be. Typical clickbait headline. Clicking on it reveals photos of Gui and Xu Mengning eating in the cafeteria. Though the photos are blurry, one can still faintly see the smiles on their lips. In an instant, the hearts of countless young men and women were shattered. I don't approve of this marriage. Is this real? Could it be photoshopped? The person above me, it's true. I saw Gui and Xu Mengning, the school beauty, strolling in the garden yesterday, and this morning I saw them eating together in the cafeteria. Who knew they'd be together again at lunchtime? Wah! That's definitive proof, isn't it? I'm heartbroken. I like Gui. But Xu Xiaohua is too beautiful, I don't even have the heart to compete anymore. I'm heartbroken, sniff sniff sniff. The girl upstairs, let us team up. I'll be Fu Long. You actually believe that? However, Gui and Xu Mengning, the people involved, had no idea and didn't care. In their eyes, it was just a friendly exchange between friends. Xu Mengning did Gui a favor. Gui treated Xu Mengning to a meal. That was all there was to it. After a day, the video of Why Not, recorded by Gui's fans and uploaded to Douyin, was still gaining traction. The video had already surpassed 1.8 million likes and 200,000 comments. Many people who came across the song they liked on Douyin would search for it on music platforms and play it on repeat. Yang Lixuan, a first-year civil engineering student who just graduated from high school this year, is one such person. Since starting university, his only regret has been not confessing his feelings to the girl he likes. Now they are separated by distance, making it difficult to even meet, let alone confess his feelings. Since discovering Guyi's song Why Not on Douyin, he has become deeply fond of it. Seeing comments saying the song hadn't been released and no one knew its title, he made a bet with himself. If he could find the song on a music platform or discover its title, he would muster the courage to confess his feelings to the person he loved. By this point, Yang Lishuan had been searching for a whole day. He had scoured every music platform, even obscure ones, but still couldn't find it. Just as he was about to give up in despair, he opened NetCloud Music, intending to listen to a sad song before going to sleep. In a small corner of the app's homepage labeled New Songs, a song title flashed briefly but it disappeared just as quickly. Yang Lishuan noticed it immediately. The song was called Why Not? He immediately recalled a line from the song on Douyin. What's the harm in giving up the world for you? Thinking of this, Yang Lishuan quickly opened the search function and found Why Not? He clicked on it, and the intro began to play so familiar. Looking at the lyrics again, it was indeed the song. This was the song. Chapter 8, Idol Boy Band Audition Show, Create the Future. After quietly listening to What's the Point, Yang Lishuan immediately opened WeChat and called the girl he liked. The music seemed to echo in his mind. I sing this song for you, with no particular style. It simply represents my wish for your happiness. Tossing and turning for you, giving up the world for you, what's the harm? Right. What's wrong with giving up the world for her? Ding. The phone rings. A voice came from the other end. Oh, it's Lishuan. What's up? Suyu, I like you. I've liked you for 3 years. Little cutie. I've been waiting for you for 3 years too. I'll recommend a song to you. It's called Why Not? I'm not good with words, but it represents my feelings for you. Alright, I'll definitely listen to it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lishuan was still immersed in excitement, throwing a series of incomprehensible punches into the air. He then opened his music app and listened to What's the Point again. It was Why Not that gave him the courage to confess his feelings. Yang Lishuan looked at the song's description. Singer, Guyi. Lyrics, Guyi. Composer, Guyi. Thank you, Guyi, I'll be your fan forever. He opened Douyin and replied to each person asking for the song title in the comments section of that video, enjoying it immensely. The song is called Why Not? You can find it on NetCloud Music. Really? I'll go check it out. It's true. It's really called Why Not? It's so good. I'll recommend it to everyone. I searched for it and it's not only on NetCloud Music but also on Mango Music and Penguin Music. The lyrics, composition, and performance are all by someone named Guyi. Now, the entire video comments section was buzzing. They followed the trail and found What's the Point? Those who came looking for it all added it to their favorites, and many started playing it on repeat. For a time, the song What's the Problem saw a massive surge in data across the 3 platforms. Likes, comments, bookmarks, and donations kept pouring in non-stop. Within a single night, What's the Big Deal swept through the new song charts on all 3 platforms with lightning speed. This left a group of 2nd and 3rd tier, and even some 1st tier celebrities who had just released new songs feeling anxious and uneasy. Who could tell them where this divine being had come from? Numerous entertainment companies also took notice of the song, as well as the songwriter, composer, and singer Guyi. This is a rising star about to shine brightly. The next morning, Guyi wasn't woken up naturally. He was awakened by the sound of a phone ringing. Guyi rubbed his sleepy eyes and picked up the phone. It was his advisor, old Zhang. What was he calling so early in the morning? As soon as he answered, it was old Zhang's excited voice, sounding like a dragon roaring. It immediately snapped the drowsy Guyi wide awake. Guyi, there's good news, big news. Hurry to the principal's office. Guyi was a bit confused, but he still got up, quickly washed up, and headed to the principal's office. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Guyi knocked on the door. This time, he didn't just walk in. After all, the principal wasn't old Zhang. They weren't that familiar with each other. Come in. Guyi walked in and saw an elderly man, a middle-aged man, and a young man holding a cup of red date and goji berry tea. The older man with white hair was Liu Changqing, the principal of Zhanghai International Art Academy. Liu Changqing always had a warm smile on his face, making him seem very approachable. The one holding the red date and goji berry tea was naturally Guyi's advisor, old Zhang. As for the other middle-aged man, Guyi didn't recognize him. It was likely that the good news old Zhang had mentioned was related to that middle-aged man. Guyi, come here quickly. Old Zhang called Guyi over to him as if he were up to something. Then, as if he had gained confidence, he straightened his back and said, Guyi, this is our beloved Principal Liu. There was no need for an introduction. Guyi recognized him. Guyi nodded politely and greeted him. Hello, Principal Liu. Liu Changqing smiled and nodded. What a good boy. At that moment, old Zhang looked at the portly middle-aged man and introduced him to Guyi. Guyi, this is Director He Qiming. Director, he specifically requested to meet you. Old Zhang also whispered in Guyi's ear, Guyi, this man is even more powerful than Jiang Qiong from Tingxian Entertainment. Gui had some recollection of director He Chiming. He Chiming was a renowned director of talent shows in Blue Star, often referred to as the godfather of talent shows. The talent shows he had directed previously had all achieved remarkable success. Many of the contestants who emerged victorious have gone on to become top-tier singers, and some have even become singing legends. As a result, He Chiming is highly favored by major entertainment companies. Whenever he directs a show, entertainment companies go to great lengths to get their artists on the program. He is considered a big shot in the eyes of many entertainment companies. As Gui had anticipated, the good news mentioned by old Zheng came from this He Chiming, the director. At this moment, He Chiming stood up, walked over to Gui, extended his chubby hand to shake Gui's hand, and smiled as he said, "Gui, to save time, I'll get straight to the point. I'd like to invite you to participate as a contestant in the idol boy group audition show I'm directing." An idol boy band audition show? Gui was extremely familiar with idol boy band audition shows. He had no aversion to talent shows and was even eager to compete with others. However, his past experiences had made him cautious. In his previous life, Gui had been shelved after refusing to join a certain idol boy band that took an eccentric route. Now, asking him to participate in an idol group audition again, it would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. The process is as follows. He Chiming, noticing Gui's hesitation, gave him a brief overview. The show he was directing was called Create the Journey. The show gathers 99 contestants who undergo tasks, training, and evaluations under the guidance of celebrity mentors. Ultimately, 9 contestants are selected to form an idol group and debut. To enhance the show's impact, He Chiming abandoned the previous model where all contestants were provided by entertainment companies. Instead, he opened up 19 contestant spots. 10 of these spots are provided by the top 10 art universities nationwide. The remaining 9 contestants were selected through an open recruitment process. The selection process has already concluded, with only the candidates from the art academies yet to be finalized. Originally, He Chiming only needed to wait for the universities to provide their lists. However, he had invested heavily in directing Create the Future this time, determined to break his own records from previous years. Therefore, he would not let any opportunity to boost ratings slip away. Last night, he noticed Gui's Why Not and conducted a brief investigation into Gui. He discovered that Gui is actually a student at the Shanghai International Academy of Arts. He believed that adding Gui, an amateur who could write lyrics and compose music, would significantly enhance the program's appeal. Plus, he has some connection with Liu Changqing, and since Gui is currently in Shanghai, he directly approached him and specifically requested Gui. Otherwise, as a big-name director, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to invite Gui. Gui nodded silently upon hearing this, much like his experience in a previous life's male idol group audition show. After confirming with He Chiming multiple times that the boy band wouldn't take any bizarre or unconventional routes, Gui agreed to join Create the Journey. Chapter 9, Why Not? Goes viral. After exchanging contact information with He Chiming, he hurriedly left. Principal Liu Changqing, knowing that Gui was about to participate in the audition show and might be away for several months, generously approved a leave of absence for an entire semester. There was nothing to be done. He was the principal, and he could be as capricious as he pleased. In an apartment outside the school, Xu Mengning lay sideways on the bed in a sheer nightgown, her alluring figure on full display. She had no classes today, so she slept in until late. As soon as she got up, Xu Mengning opened the online music platform to check the performance of the song What's the Point? After all, this was her first time participating in the recording of an original song, and she was still quite concerned about how What's the Point would perform. To her surprise, the results were better than she had expected. She immediately sent a message to Gui. Gui stepped out of the principal's office, pulled out his phone, and saw several messages from Xu Mengning. Xu Mengning, Gui, your song What's the Big Deal is a hit. Xu Mengning, it's currently ranked 2nd on the NetCloud Music New Songs chart, 3rd on the Tencent Music New Songs chart, and 3rd on the Mango Music New Songs chart. Xu Mengning, Omega, congratulations. She then sent Gui 3 screenshots of the new song charts from the 3 websites. Gui clicked on them and saw that it was true. Moreover, the data for What's the Problem was not significantly different from the previous 1 or 2 songs, and overtaking them might just be a matter of time. The new song charts are updated once a month and are considered one of the more prestigious charts in Blue Star. Gui wasn't surprised by the achievement of Why Not. After all, the song had already achieved significant success in his previous life. The only thing he didn't expect was how quickly it happened. After seeing the screenshot, Gui replied to Xu Mengning. Gui, it seems my luck is holding up. Gui, Xu Mengning also deserves some credit for this. Thanks for helping me record it. Gui, doghead.jpg. Xu Mengning, you're too humble. This is all thanks to your own abilities. Xu Mengning, it was just a small favor. It's nothing to mention. Gui, then I still have to thank you. Xu Mengning, if you really want to thank me, then treat me to another meal. Gui, alright. After finishing his casual chat with Xu Mengning, Gui returned to his dormitory and opened NetCloud Music. As soon as he opened the app, countless messages popped up. Most of them were from the comments section of What's the Big Deal? There were also private messages from entertainment companies wanting to sign him. Gui clicked into the comments section and found that there were already over 10,000 comments in just one day. From Douyin. Finally found you. It wasn't easy. It's so good. I'll play it on repeat 1,000 times. This song expresses what so many boys are thinking. Girls who've heard it, pay more attention to the boys around you. Don't let them slip away, you'll regret it later. Sisters, I'm going to confess my feelings. Wait for my good news. Sisters, go for it. If you like it, tap 1. If you don't, just give up your ears. 11,111. I feel like this song is going to be legendary. After browsing through the comments section, Gui came across an interesting comment. She knew I Su, so what is Glomy? A bunch of netizens below were also asking the same question. Gui smiled and replied, it's my cat. She is very cute. In an unnamed university dormitory, a cute girl was lying on her bed, playing What's the Point on repeat. Her name was Suyu, and her online name was Xinyue Su Nian and I. This song was recommended to her by her boyfriend. She fell in love with What's the Point the first time she heard it and started playing it on repeat. She could understand the meaning of the song for the most part and also understood her boyfriend's feelings for her. The only thing that puzzled her was the meaning of gloomy in the lyrics. To find out, she posted the question in the comments section. However, after half a day, only a few people with the same question commented, and no one provided an answer. It seemed that no one knew the answer besides the songwriter, Gui. Just as Suyu was lost in thought while listening to the song, she heard her phone buzz. Someone must have commented again. Suyu picked up her phone to check. Singer Gui replied to your comment, it's my cat, very cute. Suyu immediately covered her mouth, her whole body trembling with excitement. Aha! Gui replied to me. At the same time, others also noticed Gui's reply. Wow, a real singer. The OP actually got a reply from Gui. I'm so jealous. Gui, hurry up and reply to me. I've always loved your song, why not? So Glomy is Gui's cat. He must be so cute. I really want to see how cute Glomy is. Chapter 10, Companies Competing for Talent. When Gui first released the song What's the Big Deal, no one noticed it. By the time industry insiders took notice, What's the Big Deal had already surged onto the new song charts at lightning speed. It continued to climb the charts, defeating several second-tier singers' new songs along the way. Now, the song is just a stone's throw away from the top spot on the new song chart. The entire industry was abuzz with excitement. I just have to ask, where did this song What's the Big Deal come from? I'm blown away, this momentum is too intense. Performed by Gui, lyrics by Gui, music by Gui. Who is this Gui? He's directly knocked our company's 2 songs off the charts. To be honest, we don't care. The 3 people at MO High Entertainment are the real ones suffering. After all, they put so much effort into trying to get the top spot on the new song chart. Ha ha ha. They're 3 big losers. Is Gui the alias of some big name artist? Let us expose them so the brothers don't get nervous. Our company has already investigated. Gui is just a college student. A company insider revealed. What? A college student? Are college students that bold these days? A college student hasn't signed with an entertainment company yet, right? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Everyone had their own agendas and began scheming about how to get Gui to sign with their company. At the same time, Wang Yi, the singer of the current #1 song on the new song chart, Can Love, was standing on the rooftop. 2 people stood beside him. These 2 were senior composer Mo Lan and senior lyricist Chi Hai. It was the 2 of them who co-wrote the song Can Love and handed it over to the top-tier singer Wang Yi to perform. They are the 3 unlucky souls of MO High Entertainment Company, as referred to by their peers in the industry. To release the song, the 3 conducted extensive research and discovered that no super-tier singers or song kings had released new tracks this month, prompting them to release Can Love. All 3 of them hope to use Can Love to advance their careers and aim for the titles of top-tier lyricist, composer, and super-tier singer. Little did they know that Why Not would suddenly emerge. The problem is that both songs share the same theme. They knew that with the momentum of Why Not, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed Can Love. It's like being ruthlessly crushed. Wang Yi sighed and said, guys, let's just enjoy being #1 for a little while longer. Mo Lan and Chi Hai nodded in unison. Less than a minute later, they received the news that Can Love had been surpassed by Why Not. The cold wind on the rooftop blew harshly across their faces. Suddenly, they felt that the view below the rooftop was quite nice and wanted to go take a look. Mo Lan sighed helplessly, we'll fight again next time. Chi Hai said softly, let's choose a time when that person isn't around. Wang Yi nodded like a chick pecking at rice, Back at the Zhanghai International Art Academy. Old Zhang, sitting in his office, was already swamped with work. Ever since Guyi's Why Not went viral on music platforms, entertainment companies had been flocking to the academy. Several representatives from entertainment companies were already seated in the office, and old Zhang's phone kept ringing non-stop. There was no doubt that these people were all there to find Gui. The area around old Zhang's office was crowded with teachers and students who had come to see what was happening. Therefore, other teachers would occasionally ask old Zhang if he could introduce them. The students, meanwhile, are all holding onto a sliver of hope. What if these entertainment company representatives take a liking to them? That would be a ticket to stardom. Old Zhang felt the envious and admiring glances from the teachers and students, experiencing both pain and pleasure. There are 4 top-tier entertainment companies in the country. They are Mo Hai Entertainment, Huawan Entertainment, Truikan Xinghe, and Ting Xian Entertainment. And today, 3 of the 4 top entertainment companies have come. Mr. Zhang, look at the conditions K6ing River Entertainment is offering. It's a C-level contract. Gui is just a newcomer, and I think you can see our sincerity. Hold on, Mr. Zhang. Look at our conditions from Mo Hai Entertainment. It's also a C-level contract, and we guarantee that if Gui joins us, we'll provide him with the best promotional resources. You're all no good. Such big companies, yet so stingy. We at Huawan Entertainment are offering a C+ contract, as long as Gui can still write songs of the same quality as why not? The people from Mo Hai Entertainment, upon hearing this, immediately retorted with sarcasm. Huawan Entertainment is still as fond of playing word games as ever. As long as he can write it, but what if he can't? The people from Huawan Entertainment snorted coldly and didn't respond. All the major entertainment companies had made their offers, with smaller companies occasionally chiming in. Old Zhang looked at the arguing crowd and said helplessly, "Everyone, please don't rush. I'm just a teacher, I can't make decisions for my student. You should wait for my student to come and see what he thinks." Just then, a firm voice echoed from outside the office. "You don't need to argue anymore. I'm offering Gui a grade B contract from Xian Entertainment. No conditions, just that he joins us." Zhang Qiong walked in confidently, carrying a briefcase. Representatives from various entertainment companies were stunned by Zhang Qiong's words. Someone directly accused, "You're playing by your own rules, completely disrupting the industry." Exactly. This is disrupting the market. Zhang Qiong. Are you sure these are the terms offered by Ting Xian Entertainment and not your own decision? No newly debuted artist deserves a B-class contract. We can't set this precedent. The students gathered outside the office were also speechless. Wait, did I hear that right? B-class? What the hell is that? Our school actually has someone this amazing. Gui is way too impressive. Is he a god descended from heaven? Earlier, Gui had already shocked everyone by refusing Xian Entertainment's C-level contract. Now, Xian Entertainment had gone a step further and offered a B-level contract, a condition unprecedented in the industry. In the entire history of Blue Star, no rookie who had just debuted had ever signed a B-class contract. That's the standard for top-tier singers. Zhang Qiong glanced at the crowd and smiled lightly, saying, "Then Listening String Entertainment will set this precedent. To prove he's worth it." The artists she had managed in recent years hadn't achieved the same success as before. Even those with decent achievements were merely singers without the ability to write lyrics or compose music. To break through her own achievements, she needed an artist who could write lyrics, compose music, and sing, a true triple threat. Gui perfectly fit this criteria and already had a track record. Therefore, she leveraged her years of credibility to make a bold commitment to the company's higher-ups, betting everything on Gui. She was betting on Gui's potential being worth it for Listen to the Strings Entertainment to offer him a B-level contract from the start. She believes her judgment is sound. Since Listening to Strings Entertainment had already offered a B-level contract, other entertainment companies knew they couldn't compete and left quietly. When Gui arrived at the office, only old Zhang and Zhang Qiong were there. Of course, the onlookers outside the office were excluded. Chapter 11, The Bet Agreement. "Gui, we meet again," Zhang Qiong greeted him warmly the moment she saw him. Gui nodded slightly and smiled, yes. Gui knew the purpose of Zhang Qiong's visit. She was here to sign him up. And he also knew that Zhang Qiong must have offered even better terms this time, otherwise she wouldn't be the only one in the entire office. Having spent 2 lifetimes in the entertainment industry, he knows this place inside out. When major entertainment companies spot a rising newcomer, they act like cats that have caught a whiff of something enticing. If the conditions offered by Zhang Qiong and Ting Xian Entertainment weren't high enough to crush other entertainment companies, they wouldn't budge. This is the utmost sincerity from me and the entertainment company behind me, a B-level contract. Zhang Qiong maintained her usual decisive style, handing over the contract immediately after speaking. The song, What's the Problem, is currently dominating the top spot on 3 music charts, achieving the top spot on 3 new song charts without any company promotion. While it cannot be called unprecedented, but it is still the first of its kind in recent years. Zhang Qiong had to admit that Gui truly had reason to be proud. Offering a B-level contract to a newcomer is also unprecedented in Blue Star's history. Zhang Qiong thought to herself, under these conditions, Gui shouldn't refuse, right? But to everyone's surprise, Gui shook his head. "Ms. Zhang Qiong, I'll be straightforward. I want autonomy." Gui could see the sincerity of Ting Xian Entertainment, but he preferred a permanent solution. Zhang Qiong furrowed her brows. "Autonomy? That's a feature reserved for Grade A and Grade S contracts. Mr. Gui, you must understand that any A-level contract requires the singer to have extremely high popularity. As a newcomer, listening string entertainment simply can't offer you an A-class contract. Gui thought for a moment, then a spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes, and he immediately smiled and said, Ms. Zhang Qiong, how about we make a bet with listening to the strings entertainment? A bet? Yes, a bet. I'll participate in the idol boy group audition show Create the Journey as an unknown. If I make it into the group, listening string entertainment will give me an A-class contract, how about that? As the top agent at listening to the strings entertainment, Zhang Qiong was familiar with Create the Journey, and she knew more details than Gui did. Besides the things Gui knew that were openly stated. Zhang Qiong also knew that the 9 spots for debut had already been divided among the major entertainment companies. The 9 spots were divided among the 4 top entertainment companies, with each securing 4 spots, while the remaining 5 spots were up for grabs among the other companies. As for the contestants from art universities or those selected from social auditions, they were merely used to enhance the entertainment value. To form a group, they had to join one of the entertainment companies. This is something all entertainment companies are well aware of. It was also known as the unwritten rule. Even director He Qiming, when faced with such situations, can only turn a blind eye as long as the entertainment companies don't go too far. Therefore, Zhang Qiong was confident that no matter how talented Gui was, he would never make it into a group. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiong smiled and said, Gui, are you sure? Gui nodded confidently, I'm certain. Zhang Qiong asked, what if you don't make it into the group? Gui replied, then we'll sign the original contract, the C-level one. Alright, but I need to consult with my superiors first. Alright. Zhang Qiong then called He Jiangwo, the chairman of Tingxian Entertainment. Upon hearing this, He Jiangwo nearly burst out laughing in his office. He immediately agreed to the bet with Gui. He Jiangwo took a sip of tea and said with a broad smile, tell Guida that if he can form a group, I'll give him an A-level contract. If he can debut as the center position, I'll give him an S-level contract. In his eyes, Gui was like a lamb being led to slaughter, delivered right to his doorstep. After all, he was one of the masterminds behind Create Xing. The final outcome of Create the Way was entirely up to these masterminds. Zhang Qiong relayed He Jiangwo's words to Gui, who laughed and asked, will you keep your word? He Jiangwo heard Zhang Qiong and Gui's conversation and asked Zhang Qiong to put the call on speakerphone. He Jiangwo's booming voice came through the phone. You mean it? And so, the bet agreement between Gui and Tingxian Entertainment was finalized. A few days later, Gui stood alone at the school gate, carrying a guitar and a suitcase. He was waiting for the production team of Create the Journey to pick him up and take him to the training base for the show. Gui! Just then, Gui heard someone calling his name. He turned around and saw Xu Mengning pulling her luggage case slowly toward him. Gui smiled and asked, Xu Mengning, where are you heading? Xu Mengning came over to Gui and smiled, the school sent me to participate in the National College Students Piano Competition. What about you? In truth, Xu Mengning believed that the school had made the best choice by sending Gui to the competition. She knew Gui's piano skills were far superior to hers. If Gui were to compete, Shanghai International Academy of Arts would definitely win the championship. Xu Mengning had previously suggested to the piano teacher at the academy that Gui should be sent to compete. Unfortunately, the registration for the competition had already been submitted, and making changes would be quite complicated. Moreover, the piano teacher at the academy didn't know Gui and wasn't familiar with his abilities, so they rejected Xu Mengning's suggestion. Gui smiled and said, I'm going to participate in the talent show, Create the Future. As soon as Gui finished speaking, the school bus sent to pick up Xu Mengning arrived. Xu Mengning walked while smiling and waving her hand, saying, Gui, let's work hard together. Gui couldn't help but smile and waved back, alright, let's give it our best. Soon after, the program's vehicle also arrived. Gui boarded the vehicle with his luggage, which had the words Create the Future written on it. The students around them watched the departing vehicle and discussed excitedly. That's the vehicle for the Create the Journey program, right? I'm so jealous. Who is that guy? He's so lucky to have gotten the only spot from our school. It's Gui. He's the guy who's been dominating the top spot on 3 music platforms' new song charts. Gui's song, What's the Problem, dominating the charts had already spread throughout the school. Some people might not recognize Gui personally, but everyone definitely knows there's someone named Gui at our school. Just mentioning his name brings him to mind. So he's Gui. To be honest, he's actually pretty handsome. A bit handsome? Yes, absolutely stunning. Yes, my husband. A singer-songwriter like Gui joining an idol boy group audition? That's just asking for trouble. Let us just wait for Gui to become a sensation, shall we? Chapter 12, The Socially Anxious Guy. When Gui arrived at the training base, most of the participants of Create the Journey had already arrived. Gui walked in and casually glanced around, feeling completely unfazed. Sure enough, it was just like the talent shows of his previous life. Even before training had begun, small groups had already formed. Most of these trainees belonged to the same agency, so they naturally knew each other. Some of the more experienced trainees even recognized trainees from other entertainment companies. Forming cliques was understandable. Of course, besides these group-forming trainees, there were also lonely figures standing alone in the corners. These lonely figures are likely the sole trainees of some small entertainment company, their only hope. Not fitting into the group is also normal. Gui silently made his way toward an empty corner. Even before Gui arrived at the training base, staff members had informed him that once he boarded the vehicle, the program recording had already begun. The recording had already started. Gui didn't want to chat with those trainees who were preparing to establish their personas. Who knows, he might end up being someone else's prop for their persona. Gui had experience from his previous life. He knew that creating a persona could bring immense benefits to an artist. Major entertainment companies are also eager to create personas for their artists. Companies cultivate artists and set clear personas for them. Characters like the top student, the innocent young man, the pure-hearted girl, the foodie, and the down-to-earth person are all archetypes that entertainment companies love to create for their artists. Once the persona is established, the attention follows. Unfortunately, most celebrities are made by their personas and undone by their personas. When there's a disconnect between their public image and their true self, the persona eventually crumbles, and their once thriving career may come to an abrupt end. I have no opinion on others creating personas for themselves. Just don't let them create a persona for you, or use you as a tool for their persona. Speaking of which, in a past life, Gui was shelved because he refused the sweet-as-candy persona. Gui, standing in the corner lost in thought, suddenly recalled a statement made by a certain artist in his previous life. In this industry, it's enough to let people like us for our own talent. He really liked that statement. That was indeed the case. He only needed to rely on his own talent to make others like him. There was no need to pander to others or change himself for anyone. It was like that in his past life, and it was the same in this one. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt as though someone had walked up beside him. Gui turned his head and saw a boy who wasn't particularly handsome, with a few chubby cheeks on his face. His face had a certain charm that made one want to pinch it. Gui was a bit surprised. The primary audience for a boy band audition show like Create the Next Generation must be young girls. And which young girl doesn't like to watch handsome guys? This guy, whose looks were definitely among the bottom 99, why would he even join a show where looks matter so much? Even if he is talented, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. A chubby-faced boy with a guitar approached Gui, looked at him with clear eyes, touched his head, and smiled awkwardly. Hi, can I stay here for a bit? It's a bit crowded over there. I feel a bit nervous. Wow, he's definitely shy, Gui thought to himself. Gui looked around and realized that this was indeed the least crowded spot, with only him there. Of course, including the chubby-faced boy in front of him, there were two people. Gui smiled and said, sure. Gui had seen all kinds of people in his previous life and was pretty good at reading people. He could tell that the young man in front of him was genuinely socially anxious, not just putting on an act. The chubby-faced boy blushed and gathered his courage to say, my name is Yang Lei. What's yours? Gui truly found the young boy in front of him interesting and smiled, saying, hello, Yang Lei. My name is Gui. After saying that, Gui didn't reach out his hand to shake hands. He could tell that asking for his name was already pushing Yang Lei to his social limits. He decided that as someone with intermittent social anxiety, he shouldn't push others. After standing in the corner for a while, neither of them spoke. Yang Lei, did you come here through the selection process, or were you recommended by the school? Finally, Gui couldn't help but ask. Yang Lei was daydreaming and heard Gui's words. Startled, he said, I was recommended by the school. I didn't want to come originally, there are so many people. I was also recommended by the school, Gui said. Really? Yang Lei asked. Yeah, I'm from Jianghai International Art Academy. What about you? Gui asked. I'm from Suzhou Cloud Art Academy, Yang Lei answered. Gui had also heard of Suzhou Cloud Art Academy like Jianghai International Art Academy. It was one of the top 10 art universities in the country. It was just one rank lower than Jianghai International Art Academy. In reality, there was no significant difference in the quality of education between the two institutions. Yang Lei being admitted to Suzhou Cloud Art Academy must mean he's no slouch, and he might even have exceptional talent in certain areas. Just as the two were chatting, the last student arrived. At that moment, the room was filled with the sound of an announcement. All 99 students have arrived. Please follow the staff to the training square and wait for the instructors to arrive. After the announcement, the staff immediately led the 99 students toward the training square. Gui and Yang Lei followed slowly behind. Yang Lei whispered to Gui like a thief, Brothery, it feels like we're going to the principal's office. That's scary. Clearly, Yang Lei had had some unpleasant experiences in the past. After chatting for so long, Yang Lei had already started calling Gui Brothery. Yang Lei was usually shy around strangers and found it hard to say even a single word, but once he got comfortable, he had plenty to say. Gui smiled, patted Yang Lei on the shoulder, and said, don't be afraid. Even if you're scared, it won't help. I'm not scared anyway, ha ha ha. Yang Lei gave Gui a resentful look and silently walked forward. Upon arriving at the training square, there were 99 chairs arranged in a row. The loudspeaker announced again, instructing the trainees to sit down in order according to the names on the chairs. Yang Lei happened to sit next to Gui. "Brother, I'm a little nervous," Yang Lei said cautiously, sitting next to Gui. Before Gui could respond, a person sitting in front of them turned around. With a sunny smile, he said, "Hello, my name is Xu Mengning. Let me teach you a method. Take a few deep breaths to calm down." After finishing, Xu Mengning demonstrated deep breathing. "Look at me, I'm not nervous anymore." Gui looked at Xu Mengning's calm face and glanced at his slightly trembling calves. "That's what you call not nervous? Good acting, but your body control needs work." Xu Mengning noticed Gui's gaze, cleared his throat awkwardly, and turned away as if nothing had happened. His usual deep breathing technique, which had always worked before, wasn't working today. Strange. Yang Lei gently patted Gui on the shoulder and said mysteriously, "Bro, his method doesn't work. I've got a secret move." Gui asked curiously, "What secret move?" "Bro, look." Saying this, Yang Lei opened his suitcase, revealing a small gap. Gui peered through the crack. Glass? Reflection? Wow. Baizhou. Chapter 13, The Queen of the Sky, Lin Baiqing. "Are you planning to drink to build up your courage?" Gui asked, looking completely baffled. "Yeah." Yang Lei nodded sheepishly. "Bro, why don't you have some too?" No. Gui hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head. Yang Lei sneakily picked up the baijiu. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared. Startled, Yang Lei's hand holding the white wine trembled, and the bottle slipped back into his luggage. "Attention everyone! Please welcome the founder of Create the Future, Lin Baiqing." Just hearing the name Lin Baiqing, all the trainees at the training ground became excited. "Oh, Lin Baiqing? The initiator is Lin Baiqing? She's my idol. Wow." With a swish, the curtain opened before the trainees. Lin Baiqing, exuding the aura of a successful woman, appeared before everyone. Loud applause and cheers erupted simultaneously. "This is my first time seeing her in person. Finally, I get to meet teacher Baiqing. Ms. Baiqing is truly my idol." Lin Baiqing is one of the most popular female entertainers in all of China in recent years. She graduated from the Shanghai Theatre Academy. Her first appearance in the public eye was on the reality show Happy Girls, directed by He Qiming. Thanks to her dance training from a young age and her solid vocal skills, she achieved an outstanding second-place finish and successfully joined MO High Entertainment. Industry insiders initially believed she would continue her career in the entertainment industry as a singer. However, she unexpectedly abandoned her burgeoning music career and instead decided to fully commit to the acting industry. In her first role in a period drama, she played the female lead, a character known for her beauty, kindness, gentle exterior, and strong inner resolve, as well as her boldness in love and her longing for freedom, leaving a lasting impression on audiences. In the same year, Lin Baiqing starred in the modern comedy film Prejudice, which made her an overnight sensation and earned her the Best Newcomer award that year. Following that, Lin Baiqing's career took off and continued to rise, reaching the peak of her fame. Especially after she starred in the film Mulan, her bold and heroic demeanor left a lasting impression on audiences. Her ability to embody any role she played became her trademark. Moreover, Lin Baiqing refused to hire online trolls, avoided scandals, and focused solely on her career, which earned her a large following. Once, a young heartthrob spread rumors about having a special relationship with Lin Baiqing, but she immediately filed a lawsuit and sent him to prison. Since then, no one has dared to take advantage of her. Therefore, no one expected that Lin Baiqing would be the initiator of Create the Future. After all, Lin Baiqing has been busy with her film career and rarely participates in such variety shows. It seems that director He Qiming really went all out this time. Lin Baiqing held the microphone, looked down at the 99 trainees, and smiled, saying, "The 99 trainees of Create the Future, hello everyone, I am Lin Baiqing. First, there are 99 of you here, but only 9 will remain standing at the end. Those 9 are the true winners." After the speech concluded, Gui and the others changed into uniform trainee attire and followed the staff to the dormitory. It was a massive room with 50 bunk beds. Almost all the trainees were completely dumbfounded at the sight. Yang Lei followed Gui inside and immediately gaped in astonishment. Wow, a dormitory for 100 people. Gui also felt a mix of emotions. Having been reborn, he found himself back in such a room. "Come on, I'll take you to find a good spot," Gui said to Yang Lei. "All right." Yang Lei followed Gui. Gui found a well-ventilated spot and sat down comfortably. Yang Lei sat beside him, with Gui on the lower bunk and Yang Lei on the upper bunk. This was the best spot Gui could find. There were exactly 99 boys. Setting aside the sweat and foot odor from training, the snoring of 99 people at night was enough to make your heart race. It was a symphony of snoring. In the days leading up to this, there was always at least one person snoring loudly enough to keep everyone else awake. However, Gui had already gotten used to it from his previous life, but for someone like Yang Lei, who was staying in a dormitory with 100 people for the first time, it was a nightmare. Gui smiled and told Yang Lei, remember to plug your ears when you go to sleep at night. I'll definitely remember. Yang Lei could also imagine the scene of someone snoring in a 100-person dormitory. The Create the Future program adopts a fully closed-off management system, with training lasting 3 months. All participants had to hand over their phones, meaning they would be offline for the entire 3 months. If someone were to disappear for 3 months without a word, it would drive their family crazy. So before handing them in, each participant had 10 minutes to tell their family and friends. Gui walked to a corner and called his mother. The phone rang, and a lively voice came through. Gui knew immediately that it wasn't his mother's voice. Hello, big brother, guess who it is? Gui. It's my silly sister, Gu Sihan. You've already given yourself away, yet you're making me guess who you are. Gui pretended not to recognize her and said, I can't guess. Who are you? Oomph. You don't even recognize your own sister. You don't even recognize your own sister. You don't even recognize your own sister. Bad review, bad review, bad review. The voice on the phone sounded furious. Gui laughed and said, I was just joking with you. Where's mom? I have something important to tell her. In a room in Chuishan community, Zhanghai City, a young girl with 2 ponytails, around 13 or 14 years old, rolled around on the bed, refusing to accept it. What important matter can't you tell your beloved younger sister? Gui thought for a moment. Telling his sister and his mom was pretty much the same, so he said, I'm going to participate in the Create the Future talent show. I have to hand over my phone for 3 months, so you might not be able to contact me during that time. Wow! A talent show? That means my brother is going to become a celebrity. You could say that. Yay! Gu Sihan, lying on the bed, jumped up excitedly, from now on, I'm the idol's little sister. Ha ha ha. Big brother, good luck in the competition. I'll miss you. Bye. Then Gui heard the phone busy tone. Beep beep beep. Hang up? Just hung up like that? 3 months such a long time and you don't even worry about your older brother at all? You're really my little sister. Gui had no idea that Gu Sihan was busy sharing the news with her sisters about her brother becoming an idol, so she didn't have time to pay attention to Gui. After hanging up, Gui saw the message Xu Mengning sent. She said she had already arrived at the competition venue and the competition would begin in a few days. Gui also told Xu Mengning about his current situation and mentioned that he had to hand over his phone. After sending the message, Gui thought for a moment and posted a status update on his social media, informing his friends that he would be disappearing for 3 months. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The trainees finished their training, and the real competition was about to begin. Chapter 14, Too High, Too Lazy to Walk. This season of Create the Future program, including host Lin Baiqing, had a total of 5 mentors. The other 4 were gold medal composer, gold medal lyricist, and top-tier singer Qin Feng. Highly popular rock band lead singer Yu Wenchuan. Veteran Chinese music legend Zhang Xingrong. And renowned piano master Li Manyu. Director He Qiming has truly spared no expense this time, bringing together these 5 legendary figures. Each of these individuals is a household name in the industry, and any one of them could stand alone as a pillar of the music scene, a seasoned veteran with unmatched talent. This also highlights He Qiming's immense ambition. This time, he not only aims to break the records of domestic talent shows but also to raise the bar so high that no one can surpass it. He aims to become the true godfather of talent shows. Today is the mentor evaluation day. In the waiting room, 99 contestants gathered, waiting for staff to lead them onto the stage. For Gui, the past 3 months had been routine, just regular singing and dancing training. The only thing that surprised Gui was that Xu Mengning was working as staff here. The first time Gui saw Xu Mengning here, he was completely taken aback. After some inquiries, he finally found out. After Xu Mengning showcased her talent at the National College Piano Competition, she won the championship. After the competition ended, since Xu Mengning was in her senior year of university, the school arranged an internship for this talented young woman. Through the connections of Principal Lu Changqing and He Qiming, Xu Mengning was assigned to the production team of the show Create the Future. She became the assistant to piano master Li Manyu and the piano consultant for all the participants. Soon, the staff led the participants onto the stage one by one. The participants had just stepped onto the stage. Breathtaking lights suddenly illuminated the stage. In an instant, the entire stage became dazzling. The sound of the broadcast echoed through the venue as the lights came on. The trainees could now clearly see the entire stage. On the opposite side of the stage, aside from the seats for the 5 mentors, there were over 100 seats for the students. These were divided into 5 tiers: S-Class, A-Class, B-Class, C-Class, and D-Class. The S-Class had 9 seats, representing the top tier and located at the very top of all the seats. Any trainee who ended up sitting in that seat would successfully debut. Below them were A-Class, B-Class, C-Class, and D-Class. This was the self-evaluation phase, where all trainees could choose their class based on their self-assessment. Additionally, there is no limit on the number of students in the S-Class during the self-evaluation phase. As long as students are confident in their abilities, they may directly enroll in the S-Class. Of course, there are also drawbacks to selecting the S-class. Once a participant self-evaluates as S-class, if the mentor's evaluation does not meet the S-class criteria, they will be directly demoted to the lowest D-class. This world's talent show is really just like the one in my previous life, Gui thought to himself. The talent show and creation journey was identical to the one Gui had participated in his previous life. The only difference might be that they were in different worlds. Xu Mengning stood by the entrance, saw Gui approaching, and smiled as she extended her hand in a high-five gesture. Gui recognized Xu Mengning and smiled, reaching out to high-five her. Gui, good luck. Alright. Their interaction drew frequent glances from the other trainees. Some even gave her a knowing smile. Gui spent 3 months with the other 98 trainees, and Xu Mengning, as the piano assistant, often came to the training room, so everyone basically knew each other. Xu Mengning's beauty and poise were on par with Lin Baiqing's. However, the two were beautiful in their own unique ways. Xu Mengning embodies the beauty of youth and vitality. Lin Baiqing, on the other hand, exudes a mature and intellectual beauty. When Xu Mengning first entered the practice room, she immediately caught the admiring glances of many. Later, the other trainees noticed that Xu Mengning and Gui seemed very familiar with each other. After chasing Gui for some questions, they found out that Gui and Xu Mengning were students from the same school. This instantly made the other trainees envious. Over the past 3 months, the two have frequently interacted, discussing piano and composition. Some gossip-loving trainees had already secretly paired them up as a couple. Never nervous Shen Ziming was the leader of the gossip squad. Seeing the two interact, he approached Gui and said, Gui, you still say you two aren't that kind of relationship? Gui shot Shen Ziming a disdainful glance and walked away without acknowledging him. Every time Shen Ziming saw Gui talking to Xu Mengning, he would come over and ask again. This drove Gui to the brink of frustration. After explaining himself so many times, Gui grew tired of it. To the point where he just gave up. Seeing that Gui didn't respond, Shen Ziming assumed he had agreed. Bro, which class are you in? Yang Lei asked. Class D, Gui said casually. What? Yang Lei was confused. You're so strong, and you're going to Class D? Over the past 3 months, the two had often practiced singing together, and Yang Lei had already noticed how strong Gui was. He was incredibly talented. He felt that Gui could easily outshine everyone else in the group. So he assumed Gui would choose Class S right away, as only Class S was worthy of him. But to his surprise, Gui chose Class D instead. Standing next to Class D, Gui glanced at Class S and said seriously, it's too high. I'm too lazy to go. After saying that, Gui plopped down into a seat in Class D. What? Yang Lei was stunned. Too lazy to walk? Yang Lei remained silent for 2 seconds before quietly sitting down next to Gui. Yeah, too lazy to walk. This time, Gui was the one who was surprised. Why are you sitting here too? In terms of singing ability, Gui thought Yang Lei could easily sit in Class S, but the only flaw was that he was lazy and lacked energy. Yang Lei looked around, leaned close to Gui's ear, and whispered, Bro, I'm just here to earn credits and scholarships. Our principal said that as long as I participate in Create the Future, he'll give me credits and scholarships, so it doesn't matter where I sit. Gui didn't want to go up because he understood the rules of this talent show. After the mentors evaluated the participants, he would still end up sitting in the top spot. The reason he was currently in Class D was truly because he was too lazy to move, not because he had given up. Going up and down like that is so tiring. Who knew there was a real slacker here? By the way, bro, don't tell anyone else. Yang Lei whispered. Gui glanced at the faint red glow on Yang Lei's collar. Forget it, the production team has already recorded it. Everyone already knows, Gui sighed, patting Yang Lei on the shoulder. Maybe the whole world will find out. What? In the director's room, He Qiming, who had been overseeing the entire scene, noticed Gui. Among all the contestants, he knew Gui best, as he had personally invited him to participate. Given Gui's song What's the Point, he shouldn't have ended up in Class D. He Qiming was a meticulous person who always did things thoroughly. He immediately instructed the staff to replay the entire process of Gui being assigned to Class D. Upon hearing the words, too high, I'm too lazy to walk, He Qiming, who had directed numerous talent shows and weathered many storms, froze for a few seconds. The rest of the staff in the director's room were also stunned. They were all veteran staff members of He Qiming. This was the first time they had encountered such an outrageous contestant. The video was still playing, and everyone heard Yang Lei and Gui's whispered conversation. We're the biggest talent show in the country. What do you mean, sitting there doesn't matter? Can you say that on a TV show? Can't you say that privately? Don't you know every contestant has a miniature recording device on them? How did we end up with two such oddballs all at once? An employee swallowed hard and turned to Director He Qiming, saying, Director He, should we cut this part? He Qiming, though usually smiling, was extremely meticulous in his work and terrifying when he lost his temper. All the staff were terrified of He Qiming losing his temper. Create the Journey was a show he had invested heavily in, and being treated this way by the contestants made them dare not imagine how furious he must be. No! Don't cut it! In fact, He Qiming wasn't angry at all. He burst into laughter and said, "Keep it all. Cut the entire segment into the video." After hearing the conversation between Gu Yi and Yang Lei, Xu Mengning suddenly had a brilliant idea. With decades of experience as a program director, Xu Meng's keen eye immediately recognized that the program's impact was about to unfold. Chapter 15, Confession Balloon. With a loud bang, the stage lights suddenly went out. The announcer's voice echoed. "Please welcome Lin Baiqing, the initiator of Create the Future, and the 4 mentors to the stage." The lights came back on, and the 5 mentors entered the stage. The first to enter was Lin Baiqing. Unlike her first meeting with the trainees 3 months ago, the diva Lin Baiqing now exuded all her charm. Her long, straight legs, slender waist, and the confident, sophisticated aura she exuded left a lasting impression on all the young men present. These were all young men in the prime of their lives. How could they resist such beauty? Even a contestant sitting next to Gui couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Those legs, that waist, that figure. Oh my god." Gui was slightly speechless. Lin Baiqing was indeed stunning, but it wasn't that extreme, was it? These young people nowadays just can't keep their composure. The other trainees were all marveling, but Gui didn't hear Yang Lei's voice. "Huh? Is Yang Lei that calm?" Gui thought to himself, turning his head. Yang Lei was staring blankly ahead, clapping mechanically with both hands. Is he zoning out? Wow, this guy is a real heavyweight. The 5 mentors sat down together on the mentor's bench. Lin Baiqing was in the center, with the other 4 mentors on either side. From the moment he entered the stage to when he sat down, he maintained a smile. Despite being in his 30s, he looked like a handsome young man in his 20s. He was the renowned composer, lyricist, and top-tier singer, Qin Feng. The middle-aged man with a bit of a high haircut, dressed in a rock-and-roll style outfit and sporting a bit of stubble, was the lead singer of an ultra-popular rock band, Yu Wenchuan. The elderly man with wrinkles but still handsome was the veteran singer, Zhang Shengrong. A middle-aged woman with a serious expression, dressed in formal attire, who looks like a high school teacher, is the piano master Li Manyu. After the 5 mentors delivered their speeches one after another, the mentor evaluation phase for today began. The first to take the stage were the 9 individual trainees selected through a public screening process. One of them, a trainee named Zhao Tianqing, received an S-class evaluation. Next were the recommended trainees from the 10 great academies, such as Gui, as well as trainees from some small entertainment companies. The trainees from top-tier entertainment companies were the last to take the stage. The trainees took the stage one by one, and finally it was Gui's turn. Please welcome the next contestant. Gui. When it was his turn, Gui quickly stood up, took the microphone from staff member Xu Mengning, and walked onto the stage with a calm demeanor. As Gui took the stage, the large screen behind him displayed his information. Gui, 21 years old, currently a student in the composition department of Jianghai International Academy of Arts. Affiliated company, none. Practice duration, 3 months. Works, what's the harm? Upon seeing the words "what's the point," several trainees immediately exclaimed in surprise. Wow, it's Why Not? That song completely overshadowed our company's senior artist songs back then. I remember it too. The song shot to the top of the new songs chart in just one day. I never expected there to be such a hidden talent among the 99 of us. Gui stood on stage, confidently looking at the 5 mentors. It seemed as though he was born to be on stage. Mentor Qin Feng had already been impressed when he heard Gui's name. He had reviewed Gui's resume and knew that the song "What's the Big Deal," which had been popular for the past 3 months, was written by this young man. He had heard the song before, and it was of very high quality. He had written the lyrics, composed the music, and performed it himself, so he had a special fondness for Gui. Now, seeing Gui's natural charm on stage, his admiration for him grew even more. This caused his tone of voice to change. "Mr. Gu, what kind of performance will you be bringing us today?" He hadn't spoken to other students in such a relaxed manner before. Even the mentor sitting beside him, Yu Wenchuan, joked, "You're really two-faced." Qin Feng shot Yu Wenchuan a disapproving glance before turning his attention back to Gui with anticipation. Gui replied, "An original song, Confession Balloon." The legendary singer Lin Baiqing looked curiously at the lyrics of Confession Balloon in her hands and immediately found them delightful. This is true creativity. After listening to a bunch of trainees haphazardly rearranged classic songs and nonsensical original compositions, she was about to throw up. Lin Baiqing herself had also come from a talent show. Back then, the contestants she had competed against were all incredibly talented. She hadn't paid much attention to the Chinese music scene lately. Now she couldn't help but wonder if the Chinese music scene had really deteriorated to this extent. But looking at it now, there's still hope, right? Lin Baiqing picked up the microphone and smiled. "You can start your performance now." Gui nodded. This time, he didn't choose to sing and play the guitar. Because Confession Balloon requires a lot of instruments, he couldn't handle it all by himself. He had already recorded the background music beforehand and handed it over to the production team. Confession Balloon was originally written by Fong Wenshan and composed by Jay Cho, a song of exceptional quality. The song won the Billboard Radio China 2016 Top 10 Gold Songs Award in his previous life, and in the same year, it was nominated for the Best Song of the Year award at the 28th Golden Melody Awards. To be honest, Gui came out swinging with this heavy hitter right off the bat. It was indeed a bit unfair to these unseasoned trainees. The music's intro just started playing. Mentor Qin Fong thought to himself, not bad. It has a fresh, delicate vibe. The diva Lin Baiqing's eyebrows relaxed, and her red lips curved slightly. This is what music should be. The 5 mentors present all had extensive musical backgrounds. Just by listening to the prelude, they could tell that the overall tone of the song had already been set. It was a sweet and romantic ballad. Gui was completely immersed in the musical rhythm. As the prelude ended, Gui's distinctive voice finally reached the ears of everyone present. Along the Seine, on the left bank, a cup of coffee. I hold a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. The lips that left a kiss. The roses from the flower shop whose name was written wrong? Confession balloons, blown by the wind to the other side of the street. A smile flying in the sky. If Professor Qin Fong were to evaluate this now, his evaluation would undoubtedly be haunting and unforgettable. Even the seasoned veteran singer Zhang Shengron, known for his composure, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise, uttering the simple yet sincere words, beautiful. This even caught the attention of mentor Yu Wenchuan. Zhang Shengron, the veteran singer, is known for his steady demeanor and discerning taste. Among the dozens of trainees before him, none had ever received such praise. The highest praise they had ever received was simply passable. Lin Baiqing nodded slightly, relaxed her body, and began to enjoy the music. Only mentor Li Manyu continued to stare at Gui with an inexplicable, scrutinizing gaze. In the director's room, Director He Qiming nodded satisfactorily. It seems I've found a gem. He now felt that his decision to invite Gui earlier had been absolutely brilliant. Though he couldn't write lyrics or compose music, he could tell from the expressions of 4 out of the 5 mentors that this was a good song. Chapter 16, A Challenge? On stage, Gui's performance continued. You said you're a bit hard to chase. You want me to give up. No need to pick the most expensive gift. Just the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, create a romantic date. I'm not afraid to mess everything up. Having you is having the whole world. Fong Wenshan uses balloons to describe the playful charm of a girl who is hard to pursue, adding a touch of romance to the song's storyline. Wow, that is great. Mentor Qin Fong felt the youthful excitement of falling in love in Gui's voice. Even the legendary singer Lin Baiqing couldn't help but close her eyes, completely immersed in the music. The camera successfully captured all the mentors' expressions. The mentors' expressions toward the contestants are one of the highlights of Create the Journey. Such scenes of mentors being captivated are definitely something the director wouldn't miss. The chorus began. Unlike the R&B-infused vibe of the earlier sections, the chorus transitioned into a romantic handshaking song. As you listen, you can't help but follow the melody and rhythm, raising your hands and swaying along. It's like being at a concert with glow sticks, with everyone sharing in the romance. Even the singer, Gui, raises his left hand and gently sways when he reaches this part. Dear, I fell in love with you from that day on, and sweetness came so easily. Dear, don't be stubborn, your eyes are saying I'm willing. Dear, I fell in love with you, love diary, memories fragrant with perfume. An entire bottle of dreams, all mixed together with you. Dear, don't be stubborn, your eyes are saying I'm willing. Mentor Qin Fong, as someone with ADHD, listened to the song and watched Gui wave his hands. He suddenly stood up with a smile and started waving along with Gui. As he did this, the other trainees, who had already been unable to resist, also stood up and waved their hands in time with the music. As the lead singer of a rock band, Yu Wenchuan naturally loved this highly energetic atmosphere. Carried away by the vibe, he couldn't help but stand up and wave his hands. The veteran singer Zhang Xingrong, being of a certain age, wasn't easily swayed by the atmosphere, but he was clearly enjoying himself nonetheless. The diva Lin Baiqing had already closed her eyes and hadn't noticed the scene at all. If she had noticed, she would have been happy to join in. Piano master Li Manyu also smiled at Gui, as for some reason, she had much higher expectations of him than the other mentors. Below the stage, Xu Mengning, who was serving as a mentor's assistant, also smiled and waved along with the crowd. She had watched the entire production process of this song. At that time, she had already been amazed by Gui. Now, as the dazzling Gui stood on stage singing, she was even more amazed. Xu Mengning thought to herself, he seems like he was born for the stage. She felt the gap between herself and Gui growing wider and wider. She had to work even harder. Even as a prodigious young talent, Xu Mengning felt immense pressure when facing Gui. In the control room, the staff were all stunned. The entire venue was waving along with Gui? Is this still a talent show? This is completely Gui's personal concert. What a surprise! Gui gave director He Qiming a huge surprise. Originally, He Qiming was still debating how to edit the promotional video, but now there's no need to think about it, this is the promotional video. All the contestants are waving their hands together, and even the mentors have stood up to wave. What better promotional gimmick could there be than this? During editing, simply hide Gui's identity. Viewers who want to know who Gui is will naturally watch the full video. Gui finished singing the lyrics and the background music also came to an end. Gui bows in gratitude. After a brief 2-second silence, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Wow! Impressive! I'm impressed, bro! That was amazing! I'm packing my stuff and heading home, this battle's not for me. This guy seems like an amateur. Amateurs these days are so strong. How are we supposed to play now? Good thing he didn't T-dance, we still have an advantage. After hearing Gui's original song, most of the trainees realized they couldn't compete with him in this area. Apart from a few top trainees, the others felt that the only area where they could potentially outperform Gui was in dancing. The top trainees acknowledged Gui's strength but weren't intimidated, as they were backed by the country's most prestigious entertainment company. With the company's resources backing them, they could also be considered original singers, and facing off against Gui in a showdown was still within their capabilities. The advantage is on our side. The cheers from the trainees continued for a while until the pop diva Lin Baiqing picked up the microphone. This song is beautiful, it makes me want to fall in love, Lin Baiqing said with a smile. Approval from the older sister. Thank you, Gui replied. Mr. Gu, the lyrics and melody are both exquisite, and your vocal technique is excellent. Your breath control is steady. No need for further praise, I'll definitely give you an S. Xin Fang couldn't find a single flaw in Gui's performance, he was almost as impressed as Gui himself. As Mr. Qin said, your performance was excellent, Yu Wenchuan added with a smile. Gui, you're the first person to sing a love song that made me this excited. As the lead singer of a rock band, it was hard to get him excited, let alone with a love song. The fact that he could get so into a love song was truly surprising, even to himself. I think there's no need for an additional audition, said Zhang Xingrong, the singing king. Generally, after a contestant performs, the mentors can decide whether to have them take an additional test. It's like giving the contestants another chance to shine. If they can't sing, they can dance. If they can't dance, they can try rapping. As long as they excel in one area, the mentors won't hesitate to give them a fair evaluation. Clearly, in the eyes of the mentors, Gui was already outstanding enough and didn't need an extra performance to prove himself. At this point, the piano master Li Manyu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Gui, can you play the piano? Upon hearing this, the other four mentors were all taken aback. Li Manyu is a renowned piano master with a high standing in the piano world. She had come to create the future primarily to help the director elevate the show's prestige and rarely commented on the contestants. This was the first time Li Manyu had ever taken the initiative to ask a contestant a question. The other mentors thought to themselves, it seems like Li Manyu really has high hopes for Gui. Yes. Gui replied without hesitation. Will you be using the piano in your future performances? Li Manyu asked. Of course, Gui replied. Will we have the opportunity to see you play the piano in the future? Definitely. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you won't let me down. Sure. Gui nodded in agreement. He had already understood the meaning behind Li Manyu's words. It was simple. It was. You can play the piano, but you don't play it. So I don't really recognize you. Gui thought to himself, no wonder Li Manyu always looked at me with a scrutinizing gaze. The five of us mentors have unanimously decided, Gui, you're in Class S. Congratulations, Gui. Lin Baiqing lazily stretched her body, showcasing her stunning curves. Gui thanked them and walked off the stage. During this time, he noticed Xu Mengning, and the two exchanged a smile. Li Manyu also noticed their interaction. This kid is a genius. If he can play the piano well too, I won't object. Next to take the stage was Yang Lei. After a brief self-introduction, he began his performance, a folk song. The song wasn't very popular and was largely unknown, but Yang Lei's deep voice easily drew the audience into his singing, prompting them to listen closely to the story within the music. Xin Fang commented, your vocal tone is very distinctive, I really like it. Yang Lei's score should have been decent, possibly even an A, but after the singing king Zhang Shengrong requested an additional dance performance. Yang Lei was speechless. As mentor Xin Fang put it, from a distance, I might have thought you were just standing still. In the end, Yang Lei was placed in Class B. One after another, the contestants took the stage, and the ratings for the 99 trainees were quickly concluded. It's worth noting that the trainees from the four top entertainment companies are indeed much stronger than those from other companies. Their singing and dancing were both excellent. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Gui was Xin Ziming, the gossip leader, with his freestyle rap performance. It was surprising that Xin Ziming, who usually seemed pretty goofy, could perform so excellently on the spot. His diction was clear, his lyrics were smooth and rhyming, and his meaning was conveyed very clearly. Most importantly, he didn't use any profanity. Many rap artists today not only have unclear diction but also frequently use profanity and diss others, which is truly disappointing. Xin Ziming's freestyle, which expresses his own will, easily caught the attention of Gui and the other mentors. Therefore, Xin Ziming's final rating was S-class. At that moment, Lin Baiqing walked out under the spotlight, strutting her long legs. After the first round of debut performances, the S-class students are Gui, Xin Liangjun, Xin Ziming, Ren Tianchen, Han Su, Xia Yanrui, Shui Xian, Lin Yi, and Lu Jiaxing. Congratulations to all members on completing their initial rating. These are the 9 strongest candidates as deemed by the mentors at this stage. Except for Gui, who is an unknown, and Xin Liangjun, who is an independent trainee, all other trainees are backed by entertainment companies. Xin Ziming and Ren Tianchen are from Mo Hai Entertainment. Han Su and Xiao Yanxian are from Huawan Entertainment. Shui Xian and Lin Yi are from Shui Xian Entertainment. Lu Jiaxing is from Tingxian Entertainment. 9 members of the S-class group are signed to the 4 top entertainment companies, with 7 of them under their respective labels. However, what's peculiar is that Tingxian Entertainment only sent 4 trainees this time. The other 3 entertainment companies each have at least 7 trainees. Just as all the trainees thought the rating had concluded, Lin Baiqing gave a seductive smile and spoke. When all 99 of you have completed the rating, I will tell you that this rating has not yet ended. What? It's not over yet? Some trainees murmured immediately. All the trainees fell silent, staring nervously at Lin Baiqing. A group of members is about to arrive to challenge us. Now, please welcome them to the stage. Chapter 17, Crossing the Emotional Barrier. Who dares to challenge? Challenge? Who? Are you trying to make life impossible for us? Quick, see who it is. Under the eager gazes of the other trainees, 4 handsome trainees walked out from backstage. Gui wasn't particularly interested at first, until he saw the last person. Ha! Gui couldn't help but laugh. It was his childhood friend Chen Chen. After 3 months, he had actually seen him here. Chen Chen also spotted Gui standing at the highest point. The two nodded in unison to greet each other. The challengers stood in the center and bowed in unison. Hello everyone, we're from Tingxian Entertainment. Gui realized that the contestants from Listening to the Strings Entertainment were hiding here. He wondered when Chen Chen had joined Listening to the Strings Entertainment. Of the 4, all except Chen Chen were older contestants. The oldest among them was already 30 years old. They have extensive experience. Therefore, the 5 mentors have raised the evaluation standards for the 4 contestants. Only those who achieve an A rating will be able to stay on Create the Future. The 4 performed one after another. 1 was rated B and eliminated, 1 was rated A and stayed, and 2 were rated S and stayed. The 2 S-rated members are Ku Liqing and Chen Chen. Chen Chen receiving an S rating was no surprise at all. Because Chen Chen's high notes were truly terrifyingly high among all the contestants. If it were the original E, he might not even be as good as Chen Chen. The 2 S-rated contestants who challenged the class must enter the S-class. However, the S-class is already full. The S-class is full. What are we going to do with these 2 brothers? Xin Ziming whispered to Gui. What else can we do? Let them battle. Gui said calmly. Damn it, battle? Xin Ziming suddenly felt immense pressure. Those 2 are too strong, we can't beat them. Just look at Chen Chen's high notes, they're terrifying. 9 S-class contestants, 7 of them were very nervous. Only Gui and Lu Jiaxing from Tingxian Entertainment, who was not far from Gui, remained calm. Gui was confident in his own abilities. Lu Jiaxing, however, knew that the 2 below him wouldn't challenge him. They were all from Tingxian Entertainment, and they wouldn't pick a fight with him unless absolutely necessary. Ku Liqing was the first to challenge Xiao Yanrui from Huawan Entertainment. With a solid original song and outstanding vocal skills, he successfully defeated Xiao Yanrui, knocking him out of the S-class. Finally, it was Chen Chen's turn. Chen Chen stood on stage and merely glanced at Gui, who smiled faintly and stepped forward on his own. Chen Chen took the opportunity to say, I challenge Gui. The other trainees gasped in surprise. They had all seen Gui perform before. At this stage, Gui could be considered a T0 level talent in the S-class. As soon as Gui stepped onto the stage, the 2 exchanged a familiar high five. Gui smiled and said, Chen Chen, why do you keep asking for trouble? Who knows who'll end up dead? Chen Chen retorted without backing down. Mentor Qin Fong noticed the scene and became interested. Oh, it seems like these 2 are pretty familiar with each other. Mentor Yuanchuan also smiled and said, they seem like old friends, but they've already sparked some intense chemistry. Neither of them is willing to back down. Interesting, very interesting, Qin Fong laughed. He loved this kind of showdown, especially when 2 strong competitors faced off. This wasn't the time for Gui and Chen Chen to catch up. Chen Chen spoke directly. Gui, should you go first or should I? You go first, Gui waved his hand. If I go first, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Crazy. Everyone present's first impression was that Gui was bold and arrogant. Gui was low-key in his demeanor, but when it came to music, he never held back. Chen Chen didn't hesitate and started his performance immediately. He sang a famous high-pitched song from Blue Star, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Live performances like this are perfect for high-pitched songs to get the crowd hyped up. And Chen Chen's high notes were indeed impressive. Even the legendary singer Zhang Xingrong commented, your high notes are almost as good as mine. Next up was Gui. Now all the trainees in the venue started to feel anxious. After all, Chen Chen's performance earlier was simply too explosive. Gui wanted to defeat Chen Chen, but unless he could also perform a song that would blow the audience away, it would be extremely difficult to defeat Chen Chen with a song of a different genre. Already, one S-class trainee had been defeated by a challenger. If Gui were to lose as well, the 99 original trainees would have no face left. Some trainees who weren't familiar with Gui started cheering, "Go, Gui!" Seeing Gui, mentor Qin Fong smiled and said, "Mr. Gu, you must be feeling a lot of pressure. Chen's performance earlier was quite intimidating. Even if your original composition is a big plus, defeating Mr. Chen is still very difficult. Give it your all, okay?" He truly admired Gui as a contestant. "No problem." Gui gave a thumbs up. The song he had chosen this time was one that, in his previous life, was known as a song that left no room for cover artists. "Then tell me what song you're going to sing next." Qin shouted loudly. An original song called Moonlight. Upon hearing the name, mentor Qin Fong's heart sank. After all, the name of the song didn't sound like a difficult one, but rather resembled the romantic style of Gui's previous two songs. Such songs are at a disadvantage when facing high-pitched songs in a live performance. Gui, however, remained completely calm. Moonlight was the theme song for the anime Xu Mengning, sung by the late singer Hu Yanbin in his previous life. The difficulty of Moonlight is so high that some people say, after Hu Yanbin sang this song, he left no room for anyone else, including himself. This is indeed the case. In Gui's previous life, no one dared to cover this song. Even Hu Yanbin himself might not be able to recreate the original feeling, making it truly legendary and unmatched. It is truly a timeless masterpiece. Then let me recreate this divine song in this world. Gui thought to himself. He dared not claim to surpass Gui, but he did possess the ability to recreate it. The opening music of the traditional Chinese style began to play, as if it were about to transport the audience back to the ancient battlefield filled with smoke and fire. It seems I was wrong. Mentor Qin Fong immediately perked up. This was definitely not the sweet and romantic style of the previous song. Moonlight color, the scent of a woman. Tears break the sword, love endures. How much it hurts, no words can express, I've forgotten you. A lonely soul drifts with the wind. Who would think of the lovesick fool? This battlefield of the mortal world, with thousands of soldiers and horses, who can claim the throne? The singing legend Zhang Xingrong nodded in admiration. The vocal technique in those two words red dust is truly remarkable. I didn't expect it to be a Chinese-style song. Mentor Qin Fong nodded. It's been a long time since I heard a good Chinese-style song. Most of the Chinese-style songs circulating in the world today are lackluster, as if they belonged to a bygone era. Most creators force rhymes, pile on flowery language, and write songs with no substance. At first listen, they sound decent, but upon reading the lyrics, they make no sense at all. I never expected Gui to sing a Chinese-style song this time, and it seems to be a high-quality one at that. However, Gui's subsequent performance nearly left all the contestants speechless. Crossing the emotional barrier, who dares to enter? The grand and majestic orchestration combined with his seductive and emotionally charged vocals was simply masterful. The legendary singer Zhang Xingrong heard only the words pass the emotional gate and immediately stood up, slamming the table. This vocal technique. Is this really something a 21-year-old student can possess? Chapter 18, Top-Notch Vocal Skills. Gui no longer surprised the mentors, he had left them speechless. Even the legendary singer Zhang Xingrong couldn't guarantee he could sing it. Mentor Yu Wenchuan turned to mentor Qin Fong and asked, "Qin teacher, can you sing this line?" "I can't sing it." Qin Fong shook his head firmly. His vocal skills simply couldn't match that level. This isn't a student. They're already on the same level as them. Although Lin Baiqing, the pop diva, hadn't paid much attention to the music scene for years, she knew from the reactions of the three senior singers that this song was going to be legendary. Regardless of how shocked the mentors and trainees were, the performance continued. Gazing at the moon, my heart is filled with sorrow. Eternal regret, tasting reincarnation. Close your eyes, who is the most reckless? This song weaves together the love and hatred of reincarnation with the grandeur of 1,000 troops on the battlefield. Combined with Gui's intricate and emotionally charged vocal style, it adds an extra layer of beauty to the song. Chen Chen, standing by the stage, was speechless. "No way, bro. I just played a pair of sevens, and you threw out 4 twos with a king? How are we supposed to play this now? You really don't hold back when it comes to tormenting your own brother." Yang Lei, watching Gui perform from the audience, stammered out 2 words, "So strong." Some of the trainees present tried to sing along with Gui for a couple of lines but found they couldn't match the vocals. If it had been the previous song, Confession Balloon, they felt they could have sung it. After all, it wasn't a particularly difficult song to begin with. But this song, Moonlight, had completely knocked them off their feet. Even several top trainees from leading entertainment companies tried their best, singing until their faces turned red, yet they still couldn't capture the essence of the song. At that moment, most of the trainees had the same thought. That is, under no circumstances should they challenge Gui to a battle, or else they'd be asking for trouble, essentially going there to be sacrificed. In the director's room, Xu Mengning was already numb. One episode, two iconic moments? Gui was truly his lucky star. Just then, a staff member turned to Xu Mengning and asked, "Director He, should we include this part with Gui? Cut it in." "Why wouldn't we?" Xu Mengning replied decisively. "But we don't have enough time," the staff member said helplessly. "The runtime for the first episode is only so long. If Gui takes up 10 minutes alone, the other contestants' screen time will inevitably be cut." "Not enough?" Xu Mengning thought for a moment, then decided immediately, then cut some of the other contestants' footage. "Got it? Got it." The staff nodded. The entertainment industry is so ruthless, some ordinary contestants' screen time is drastically reduced just because of a director's single word. Many contestants originally had several seconds of screen time. Now they might be reduced to just a few seconds, or even a mere glimpse. But that's how this industry works. If you're not good enough, you'll naturally be pushed aside by others. On stage, Gui sang the final line of the song. "The unpredictability of this world is destined to leave those who dare to love with scars." Applause. Applause that reached the heavens. "I couldn't have written this song." Mentor Qin Fong praised him without reservation. "Gui, you're amazing." Mentor Qin Fong's specialty has always been creating melancholic love songs, earning him the affectionate nickname Healing Singer among his fans. Such a traditional Chinese-style song was indeed beyond his capabilities. "Gui, I think you're qualified to sit in my position now," Mentor Yu Wenchuan joked. Gui humbly responded that he wasn't worthy yet. When it was Zhang Xingrong's turn to evaluate, he looked at Gui for several seconds and said, "Gui, are you really only 21 years old?" Since hearing Gui's Moonlight, he had always found it hard to believe his age. "Yes." Gui nodded. 21 years old, and such top-notch vocal skills. Zhang Xingrong was at a loss for words. Gui is only 21 years old, yet not only is his vocal technique top-notch, but his talent for songwriting and composition is also astonishing. Zhang Xingrong couldn't help but wonder, could there really be someone who was born with such knowledge? No. Don't doubt it. He felt that Gui was indeed a prodigy. He was already considered a genius, but it wasn't until he was 40 that he ascended to the throne of the singing king. He had a premonition that Gui might become the king of songs before he even turned 30. Thinking of this, the king of songs, Zhang Xingrong, picked up the microphone and said, "Gui, I hope we have the opportunity to sing a duet together." The trainees were instantly in an uproar. Gui had actually been invited by the singing legend Zhang Xingrong. Seeing that the veteran of the Blue Star music scene had invited him, Gui didn't let it go to his head. He smiled and said, "Of course." The always serious piano master Li Manyu remained solemn. "I don't understand singing technique very well, but judging from the reactions of the other mentors, you are indeed very talented. However, you didn't play the piano." Next time, Gui said sheepishly. Li Manyu finally nodded in satisfaction. This piano master seemed to have a special obsession with the piano. "A heart-wrenching rendition of Moonlight transported me back to an era of galloping war horses and roaming knights," Lin Baiqing commented thoughtfully. Lin Baiqing had once played the female lead in a wuxia drama. Listening to Gui sing this song, she felt as though she had returned to that wuxia drama. She felt the tangled web of love, hate, and betrayal, and the world was filled with the atmosphere of the martial arts world. In the end, Gui and Chen Chen stood together on stage. Lin Baiqing said, "Sorry, Chen Chen, your challenge failed." Chen Chen nodded indifferently. He had lost fair and square. Besides, given his relationship with Gui, losing was no big deal. At that moment, their mentor Qin Fong curiously interjected, "It seems like you two know each other?" Both nodded. Gui said, "We're childhood friends." "Not just childhood friends, but we went to the same university," Chen Chen added. Qin Fong nodded in understanding. He had wondered why the two looked so familiar. Yang Lei, who was sitting below, was completely stunned. Is the Shanghai International Academy of Arts really that strong? Two standouts emerged all at once? Yang Lei suddenly shook his head. No, three. There was another national college piano competition champion in the audience, Xu Mengning. The trainees are already feeling utterly hopeless. They have been training professionally for years, some even for 7 or 8 years, yet they can't even match the skills of someone who started training later in life? Some trainees can't help but start doubting themselves. Are they really not cut out for this line of work? Maybe they should just go back and inherit the family business. Most trainees come from relatively wealthy families. If they don't work hard, they'll have no choice but to go back and inherit the family fortune. Today's recording finally came to an end. Gui remained in Class S, while Chen Chen went to Class A. All the trainees returned to the large dormitory, where they needed to prepare for their first performance in 5 days. This episode, after editing and post-production, will be uploaded to the video platform in 2 days. However, before that, the show's promotional activities have already begun. Chapter 19, Promotional Video. The production team had actually started promoting the show before filming for Create the Journey began. At that time, they only introduced the lineup of mentors. Since then, the production team has been busy. During the 3 months of training for the 99 trainees, the production team occasionally arranged for leak personnel to secretly post a few photos of the trainees during their training sessions online, continuously boosting the buzz and creating topics of discussion. By now, discussions about Create the Journey have already spread widely across the internet. Even the official Weibo account for Create the Journey has already reached 1 million followers. The comments section is filled with netizens asking when Create the Line will air. It's been 3 months already. The training must be over by now. When is Create the Journey finally going to air? I'm impressed. Director He, with his thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, isn't he trying to pull a fast one on us? I really want to pick my favorite idol. I saw some leaked photos, and the contestants are all so handsome. It's no wonder the netizens are so excited. After all, this season of Create the Way marks a groundbreaking innovation in Blue Star's reality show history. Unlike other Blue Star talent shows where mentors decide the fate of contestants, in Xu Mengning's Create the Journey, the mentors' opinions carry very little weight. The show's slogan is "Let netizens personally select their favorite boy group." After the show airs, the production team will open voting channels on 3 platforms: Mango Video, Penguin Video, and NetCloud Video for all netizens to participate. Ordinary users will have 1 popularity vote per day, while members will have an additional 2 popularity votes per day. Until the conclusion of all competitions in Create the Next Generation, the 9 contestants with the highest popularity will form a group and debut. The fate of the contestants is entirely in the hands of the netizens. It is precisely for this reason that Create the Journey has attracted so many fans. You get to choose your own boy band to watch. Isn't that wonderful? On the evening of December 3rd, it was the night when the judges, including Gui, had finished their evaluations. The production team finally released the promotional video for Create the Way at 9 p.m. The entire trailer is 4 minutes long. The first 3.5 minutes featured high-energy scenes of the trainees giving self-evaluations and receiving feedback from their mentors, with virtually all the trainees making an appearance. However, many trainees only appeared briefly. In the final 30 seconds, the first 15 seconds showed all the trainees and mentors standing up and waving their hands. The final 15 seconds show the singing sensation Zhang Xingrong in disbelief, slamming the table and standing up to shout, "This vocal skill! Is this really something a 21-year-old student can possess?" In the 30 seconds, only the trainees and mentors' surprised reactions are shown. As the main protagonist of the event, EE didn't appear in the video for even a single second. At the end of the promotional video, the production team cleverly added a caption. Who is it that stirred up the entire atmosphere? And who could have caused Zhang Xingrong, the singing legend, to lose his composure like that? Stay tuned for the first episode of Create the Future on December 5th at 10 a.m. The hype was ramped up to the max. A bunch of netizens commented below. Wow, so many handsome guys. Girls, I'm drooling. My husband must be in there. I thought the actual movie was out, but it's just a trailer. This is way too teasing. No way, I took off my pants, and this is what you show me? Some people also noticed the scene in the last 30 seconds. Wow, all the handsome guys waving their hands together? The singing legend Zhang Xingrong was actually scared? That is impossible. I seriously suspect this was staged by the production team. Exactly, these shows nowadays just love to pull these gimmicks, luring us to watch the main show, and then when we do, it's just a few minutes out of hours of footage. It's not that bad. Director He still has a good reputation. True, I'll trust him this once. After all, my ex-husband also debuted on his show. Back at the training base of Create the Journey. With the newly added trainees who successfully made it through the auditions, the dormitory now housed 102 trainees. Over the past 3 months, most of the trainees had grown accustomed to the large dormitory with over 100 people, and even the loud snoring couldn't disturb their sleep. Of course, this did not include Chen Chen and the other 2 successful challengers. The next morning, Gui noticed Chen Chen's dark circles under his eyes. The trainees had only been awake for a few minutes when staff members arrived at the dormitory and announced the rules for the upcoming competition. The entire Create the Journey program consists of 4 live performances. During the live performances, there will be an audience present, and after each performance, some members will be eliminated. The rules for the first performance were simple: contestants could choose whether to form teams. Those who chose to form teams must assemble a group of at least 5 members. Additionally, members from Class S cannot team up with other members from Class S. This is also a measure by the production team to give lower-ranked trainees an opportunity to showcase their skills. Participants who do not form teams will perform individually one after another. Both teaming up and going solo have their own advantages and disadvantages. If you form a team, every participant, regardless of their skill level, will have the opportunity to appear on screen. However, participants who do not form teams may be cut from the show if they lack sufficient skill, thereby losing a valuable opportunity to be seen. After the first live performance, the production team will launch an online voting round. The bottom 36 contestants with the lowest popularity will be eliminated. Elimination means they miss out on the chance to form a group. Therefore, this opportunity to be seen is truly crucial. Otherwise, if netizens haven't even seen you, how can they vote for you? In the dormitory, upon hearing that some contestants would be eliminated after the first performance, some trainees who weren't particularly outstanding in any area began to panic. After all, those without any standout features are the easiest to eliminate. After the staff left, the trainees started looking for people they knew or those with stronger skills to form teams. Bro, are you planning to form a team or go solo? Yang Lei approached Gu Yi and asked. Going solo. What about you? Gu Yi asked. I'm going solo too. I can't dance, and teaming up with others would hold them back. Yang Lei said helplessly. Dancing was indeed his weak point. However, the standard for male group members was that they had to be able to dance. So Yang Lei had never really hoped to make it into the group. He was just there to earn credits and scholarships. If he had bigger aspirations, it would be to perform well enough to catch the eye of a better entertainment company. That would have been enough for him. Chen Shen suddenly popped his head out from beside the two of them and said, hee hee, I'm going up too. Gu Yi, wait for me. This time I'm going to beat you. Gu Yi looked at Chen Chen and said honestly, you said the same thing last time. Chen Chen. At that moment, Gu Yi seemed to feel a pair of eyes fixed on him. He looked up and locked eyes with the person staring at him. Gu Yi thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be Xiao Yenrui, who had just been demoted from Class S yesterday. Xiao Yenrui noticed that Gu Yi had noticed him, so he walked over to Gu Yi with a smile and said, Gu Yi, may I invite you to join my team? He was no longer an S-class student but had been transferred to Class A. Naturally, he could team up with Gu Yi, a student from Class S. In his view, teaming up with Gu Yi was a perfect match. Gu Yi had strong originality and unmatched singing skills. As for himself, his dancing was among the top 99 trainees, and his rap was also quite good. He felt that Gu Yi couldn't dance, so they would complement each other perfectly. Chapter 20, the first episode was released. Is that Gu Yi singing? What's the point? Sorry, I'm not forming a team. Gu Yi refused Xiao Yenrui. Xiao Yenrui's smile faded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. That's a shame. I hope we have the chance to team up someday. Gu Yi nodded indifferently. He had already noticed Xiao Yenrui's change. No wonder he's from a big company. Good acting. He regulates his emotions quickly. Gu Yi's ability to judge people was truly sharp. In just an instant, he knew that he had already caught Xiao Yenrui's attention. But so what? He didn't care. You really are giving me face, Xiao Yenrui muttered to himself as he walked away. He glanced back at Gu Yi, sneered, and thought to himself, no matter how talented you are, you're just an amateur. You'll never make it into the group. As a top trainee at Hua1 Entertainment, he knew all the ins and outs of the industry. Someone like Gu Yi, an amateur trainee, no matter how strong he was, could never make it into the group. This was purely a game of capital, a contest of resources. How could an amateur possibly defeat capital? I was actually considering inviting you to join Hua1 Entertainment, but now it seems unnecessary, Xiao Yenrui thought smugly. However, what Xiao Yenrui didn't know was that before Gu Yi had even come to participate in Create the Next Generation, Hua1 Entertainment had already invited him. At the time, they offered him a C-level contract, which was far better than the D-level contract Xiao Yenxian received, not even a proper trainee contract. However, at the time, Hua1 Entertainment had been intimidated away by the more powerful Tingxian Entertainment. December 5, 10 a.m. The highly anticipated first episode of Create the Future finally premiered simultaneously on Mango Video, Penguin Video, and Cloud Video. Countless eager netizens flooded into the three video platforms. Fortunately, the three video platforms had sufficient capital and their servers handled the sudden surge of viewers. Comments began to appear on the video. This contestant's self-assessment is pretty interesting. This guy chose the S-class, he's ambitious, I like him. Hey, is this guy named Gu Yi familiar with the mentor's assistant? Wow, Gu Yi is pretty handsome. The high-five interaction between Gu Yi and that mentor assistant Xu Mengning really hit me, As the assistant to piano master Li Manyu, Xu Mengning was also featured in the program. So the audience sought his interaction with her as he entered the stage. They started to notice Gu Yi. At the same time, the audience also noticed Yang Lei and Shen Ziming. Yang Lei has been following Gu Yi the whole time, while Shen Ziming started gossiping right away. This guy named Yang Lei isn't very handsome. I don't think he's handsome either. He must have some special talent. This guy named Shen Ziming is more interesting, so gossipy, right up my alley. I also think that Gu Yi and Xu Mengning are in a relationship. Look, Gu Yi didn't deny it. No denial means acknowledgement. A few minor incidents drew the audience's attention to Gu Yi, making them remember him. When it came time for Gu Yi to evaluate himself, everyone grew curious, wanting to see what kind of self-assessment he would give himself. Then they saw Gu Yi glance at the S-class and say, too high. I'm too lazy to go. 233,333. What? Too high to bother going? What kind of contestant is this? Just like me, lazy. I like it. The key is this Yang Lei, he is actually sitting in the worst D class with Gu Yi. Two hidden geniuses, hahaha. Some people like it, naturally others don't. No ambition at all, too good for nothings. These two must not be good enough to dare to choose. Exactly. In my opinion, trainees still need to work hard. You don't know anything. Choosing D doesn't mean they're not trying. What if they're aiming to climb from D class all the way to S class? Some defended Gu-yi and the other two, while others looked down on them. The two sides were arguing fiercely. Just then, they heard Yang Lei whisper something to Gu-yi. The comments briefly paused for a second. Then the screen was filled with ha ha ha. I finally know why Yang Lei, despite his lack of good looks, was able to join Create the Future. He's hilarious. This kid is so cute, I like him. What the hell about scholarships and credits? You're so mischievous, does your principal know? He even told Gu-yi not to tell anyone, but now the whole world knows. When the mentors entered the stage, the comments exploded again. After all, the 5 mentors were all veteran celebrities with massive popularity in the entertainment industry. Among the audience who came to watch Create the Next Generation, there were many of their fans. Some viewers even came solely for their favorite celebrities, and the contestants were of no concern to them. One contestant after another took the stage, and the audience gradually found their favorite contestants. Finally, it was Gu-yi's turn. Gu-yi is finally on stage. Wow, the microphone was handed to him by Xu Mengning. Wow, there's definitely something going on between them. All the other contestants were given their microphones by another staff member, but when Gu-yi came on stage, it was Xu Mengning who handed him the microphone. There's definitely something going on between them. The audience's attention always tends to focus on odd details. However, at this moment, some people finally noticed Gu-yi's name. To be honest, girls, I feel like I've heard the name Gu-yi somewhere before. Now that you mention it, I think I do too. Ah, I remember now. The composer and singer of the song What's the Big Deal is also named Gu-yi. Right. Are you talking about the same Gu-yi as the current trainee Gu-yi? Probably not. Ugh, the contestants' profiles will show up soon, I'm getting excited. Some viewers who had heard What's the Point and loved the song were now staring intently at their phone screens, afraid of missing a single frame. In the video, Gu-yi walked onto the stage, with his information displayed behind him. Gu-yi, 21 years old, currently a student in the composition department at Zhenghai International Arts Academy. Affiliation, none. Practice duration, 3 months. Works, what's the point? Suddenly, a flood of comments appeared on the screen. Wow! The two Gu-yi are really the same person. Gu-yi is so handsome. I knew it. This person just released one song and disappeared. Turns out they were participating in Create the Next Generation. I've decided I'm going to make Gu-yi debut. Support Gu-yi. I want to see Glomy. I want to know just how cute that cat is. Gu-yi himself has been missing for 3 months. But the song What's the Problem hasn't disappeared. It has remained on the Hot Songs chart of music platforms. Over the course of 3 months, Gu-yi released one song and then went completely silent. Many people began to criticize Gu-yi. Many so-called experts claimed that Gu-yi was just a flash in the pan. Gu-yi himself had no chance to refute these claims, which led some of his fans who were unaware of the truth to believe that he had truly stopped singing. Now they've seen Gu-yi on Create the Journey. How could they not be excited? He wasn't a flash in the pan, nor has he run out of ideas. He simply went to pursue higher and broader horizons. Chapter 21, like hearing heavenly music, ears temporarily clarified. After watching Gu-yi perform Confession Balloon in the creation show, the audience members all expressed that they had fallen in love with Gu-yi. Sweet, so sweet, this must be Gu-yi, no doubt about it. I'm going to play this on repeat for a month. Aha, I'm in love with Gu-yi. Confession Balloon is so amazing. Dear, I fell in love with you from that day on, and sweetness comes so easily. What kind of divine lyrics are these? S class. He really went straight from D class to S class. That's impressive. I take back what I said earlier. Gu-yi isn't a loser, he is my idol. Even those who previously disliked Gu-yi's behavior changed their opinion of him because of one song. After Gu-yi stepped down, he exchanged a smile with Xu Mengning. This. After singing such a sweet song, he just exchanged a smile with someone else? Could this song have been written for that girl? No way. I refuse this match. Idols can't have girlfriends. I suddenly don't like Gu-yi as much anymore. For celebrities like Gu-yi who debuted at such a young age, some of their fans are boyfriend fans or girlfriend fans. They like them while also harboring fantasies. So when celebrities actually start dating, some fans lose their fantasies. They no longer like those celebrities. This is why most entertainment companies don't allow their artists to date or hide their relationships. Of course, this doesn't affect Gu-yi, let alone the fact that he and Xu Mengning aren't in a relationship. Even if they were in a relationship, he wouldn't hide it. He's focused on his career, not being an idol. Moreover, in such a short time, viewers watching the videos have already formed a fanbase for the Gu-yi and Xu Mengning couple. Oh no, shipping CPs is so addictive. Gu-Su CP is the best. These two are so sweet. Seriously, watching a talent show and getting fed couple content? I'm not really into the Gusu CP. I think the Guyang CP is the best. Lu Shui is an amateur music critic. Her favorite pastime is sharing her opinions on songs online. Lu Shui's critiques are extremely sharp, often hitting the nail on the head when pointing out flaws in songs. Moreover, she never panders to others, and no matter who the person is, if you sing poorly or write bad songs, she will openly criticize you. Thanks to this, she has attracted a large following on Weibo. Her most notable achievement was once criticizing a popular idol so harshly that the idol publicly apologized and tearfully declared they would never sing again. Of course, Lu Shui isn't just good at criticizing others, she also knows how to praise them. If a song is truly good, she doesn't hesitate to praise it. Moreover, songs she has praised, even if they are obscure, will attract listeners who see them as hidden gems. It is said that an entertainment company offered $1 million to have Lu Shui praise a song written by one of their artists, but she refused. Her response was, "Don't try to buy me off, I don't need the money." From then on, her image as a wealthy woman who loves music, speaks her mind, and isn't afraid of authority was firmly established. At that moment, Lu Shui was sitting in her own mansion, watching the newly aired episode of Create the Future. The more she watched, the worse her expression became. What are these trainees dancing and singing? I'm about to throw up. She had been feeling increasingly that the Chinese music industry was on the decline. Ever since some of the top songwriters and lyricists had stopped writing, good songs were becoming fewer and fewer, while meaningless, empty-headed pop songs were flooding the market. Songs like Barking Like a Dog, Good Morning, and Addicted to Staying Up Late, written with no thought beyond rhyming, are hollow and devoid of meaning, yet they still go viral online. It almost drove her crazy. Lu Shui is a die-hard fan of the Chinese music scene. That's why she takes to Weibo to critique those songs with sharp words. She hopes to wake up those creators with her criticism. But her influence is too small to make any difference. So she recently changed her approach and started searching for talented newcomers. Lu Shui knows that the path for newcomers is extremely challenging, so whenever she spots an outstanding new talent in the industry, she doesn't hesitate to help promote their work. 3 months ago, she discovered an outstanding new creator named Gui. At the time, she even promoted Gui's song Why Not on Weibo. Unfortunately, over the past 3 months, she hasn't seen Gui release any new songs. Today, she saw that the talent show Create the Future had started, so she immediately tuned in, hoping to see some talented newcomers. However, the results were disappointing. After watching for half an hour, all she saw were ordinary rap and dance performances. She was almost ready to give up. Just then, she heard a familiar name. Lu Shui's eyes lit up. Gui? Confession Balloon? That's nice. She looked further back and found that Create a Line was also pretty good. Besides Gui, several other outstanding newcomers had emerged. She saw the challenge stage. Chen Chen is challenging Gui? This Chen Chen is pretty strong. Can Gui match him? Another original song? Moonlight? Lu Shui picked up her laptop and laid down on the bed, ready to enjoy the music. Gui's voice came through the headphones. It's a traditional Chinese-style song. Lu Shui sat up, her little face filled with shock. She felt that only one phrase could describe her current emotions. It's like hearing heavenly music, clearing my ears. She opened the comments to take a look. The entire screen was filled with that phrase. Clearly, the public's taste wasn't too bad after all, just as she had expected. This is truly a treasure of a boy. After listening to Gui's Moonlight, Lu Shui immediately opened Weibo and wrote a lengthy post. Lu Shui doesn't settle for less. A song about giving up the world for you, Why Not? A sweet and romantic confession balloon, and a song about love and revenge in the underworld, Moonlight. Each song is of the highest quality. And they all come from the same person, a newcomer named Gui, 400 words omitted. If you like these songs in this newcomer, you can watch him on the talent show Create the Next Generation and cast your precious vote for him to help him debut. While praising Gui, Lu Shui didn't forget to promote him as well. A few minutes later, a bunch of comments appeared under Lu Shui's video. The song recommended by Sister Lu? I'll go give it a listen. I'll search for it too. It's so good. Congratulations, you've discovered a gem. ISNT Create the Way, a male idol group audition show? Which entertainment company's trainees could write such a great song? The person above mentioned that Gui isn't a trainee, he's a student at Shanghai International Arts Academy. Gui is really talented. I recommend you guys check out Create the Way. Is he really that good? I'll reluctantly give it a try. Create the Way was originally a talent show primarily targeted at female audiences, with very few male viewers. However, after Lu Shui's promotional campaign, the number of male viewers for Create the Way suddenly surged. Chapter 22, The First Live Performance. At the training base of Create the Way, Gui stood alone by the window, pondering what song to sing for the first live performance. It wasn't that he couldn't think of anything, it was mainly because his decision-making disorder had kicked in. The production team didn't have any special requirements for this performance, but the mentors gave the trainees a challenge. Just 2 words, joy and sorrow. All of the trainees' creations had to revolve around these 2 words. These two words could be combined or separated. They could represent the joys and sorrows of life or the emotional highs and lows. The scope for interpretation is extremely broad. Therefore, it is easy to search for inspiration in one's mind. Finally, a brilliant idea struck him. Decided. That's the one. This song perfectly captures the theme of joy and sorrow. At the same time, on the rooftop of the Mo High Entertainment Company building, three familiar figures stood there, feeling the cold December wind. Despair flickered in their eyes. Why did Gui go to participate in Create Xing? Wangi, a top-tier singer, said dejectedly. Since they were outshone by Gui last time, the three had regrouped, prepared for 3 months, and set their sights on the new song chart again. This time, their song was even better than last time, and the three believed that even if a top-tier singer and a gold medal composer and lyricist were to take on the challenge, they would still have a fighting chance. So they confidently released their song at the beginning of December. Initially, things were going well, and they remained steady at the top of the new song chart. Until December 5th, when Create the Future premiered. The trio hadn't taken Create the Future seriously. A group of newcomers, especially those following the idol route, what threat could they possibly pose? But among these newcomers was a guy named Gui. The very same Gui who had been overshadowing them for a month. And this Gui had also performed 2 top-notch original songs on Create the Line. In just one day. Just one day. Just one damn day. Confession Balloon shot to the top of the new song chart. Streams 380.72 W. Moonlight reached the second spot on the new song chart. Streams 367.52 million. Their Say I Love You instantly dropped a third on the new song chart, with 276,190 plays. The key point is that Their Say I Love You and Gui's Confession Balloon are on the same theme. If they weren't on the same theme, they could at least save face. Losing to the same theme is like being completely crushed. Twice. Why not once, but twice? Confession Balloon again. I'll see how good his song is, said Mo Lan, a renowned composer, as he pulled out his phone and played Confession Balloon with a menacing expression. Mo Lan. It seems like he deserved to lose. I don't believe 2 songs can be this powerful. Senior lyricist Chi Hai, unwilling to believe it, played Gui's other song, Moonlight. This time, all 3 of them were speechless. Mo Lan. Chi Hai. As a top-tier singer, Wangi sighed, this vocal technique, this Gui must be a demon. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They decided that from now on, they would investigate Gui before releasing any songs. As soon as Gui showed any signs of releasing a song, they would absolutely not release theirs. Gui had almost become their 3-person nightmare. If they ever encountered Gui again, they felt the walls of the rooftop might not be able to stop them. On December 7th, all the trainees were undergoing intense training. Director Xu Mengning suddenly arrived at the training base. He announced something in a stern tone. All trainees, starting from the performance on December 8th and all subsequent performances, we will no longer use screen recording. We will switch to live streaming. The moment he spoke, the entire training base erupted in chaos. What? Live streaming? Live streaming means millions, even tens of millions of viewers. This is terrifying. Why the sudden change? I'm really fed up. Exactly. I just don't get it. Xu Meng's stern gaze swept across the room, and the trainees shrunk back, falling silent instantly. His booming voice rang out again, who has any objections? Anyone with objections, step forward. I'll send someone to take you home. No one spoke up. They were just venting their frustrations. These trainees had been training for at least several years, with the longest tenured trainee having trained for a full decade. Now that they finally had this opportunity, how could they possibly give it up over such a minor issue? Pressure? Then they'd have to overcome it themselves. Live stream? Gui raised an eyebrow in mild interest. This was a bold move. It's not just the trainees who are under pressure. The production team is under pressure too. After all, if any technical mistakes happen during the live stream, that would be a major embarrassment. If there's a mistake during recording, it can be edited out. But what if something goes wrong during the live stream? Insert an ad? That's one option, but it looks even more embarrassing. On December 8th, the time for the first performance of the Create Xing participants arrived. The performance is different from the previous judging stages. During the judging phase, the participants only had to face their mentors. During the performance, however, the participants not only had to face hundreds or even thousands of audience members on site but also millions of online viewers in the live stream. A single mistake could be seen by millions of people. The pressure is unimaginable. There is a large screen in the waiting room. The waiting participants can see other participants' performances on the screen and also see the reactions of the thousands of audience members outside. At this point, the performance has not officially begun, but the trainees can already see the audience gradually entering the venue. One by one, the trainees take deep breaths nervously or use various unusual methods to adjust their mindset. Among them was Sunmmary, whose legs were trembling uncontrollably, yet he was still trying to reassure others not to be nervous. Yang Lei sat beside Gui, nervously feeling around his pocket. Where was his confidence? Brother, with so many people here, aren't you nervous? Yang Lei asked Gui. Gui shook his head. Not nervous. Though Gui watched the growing crowd outside through the screen, his fingers trembled imperceptibly. But that wasn't nervousness at all. It was excitement. The kind of excitement that comes from an adrenaline rush. After a lifetime, he was finally able to stand on a stage with so many people and perform again. It was truly thrilling. Calm down. Calm down. I have to stay calm. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Chen Shen kept muttering to himself beside Gu Yi and Yan Lei. Clearly, he was the most nervous among the three of them. Chen Gu, why don't you have a drink? Yang Lei sincerely handed the bottle of alcohol to Chen Shen. Chen Shen took the bottle, gritted his teeth, and took a big gulp. In an instant, Chen Shen's face turned bright red. It turned out his tolerance wasn't very high. However, it seemed like he wasn't nervous anymore. The Baijiu was doing its job. As time passed, the audience and the venue had all arrived. The first performance of Create the Future was about to begin. Chapter 23, The Only Contestant Who Will Never Be Nervous. At 9:30 p.m., Create the Future officially launched its live stream across 3 video platforms simultaneously. Eager netizens flooded into the live stream. I'm first. I'm here for one reason only, for Gui. Gui, Gui, Gui. Girls, don't flood the screen, you're blocking my view of the queen, Lin Baiqing. Wow, Lin Baiqing's pants are so white. In the waiting room, the trainees were nervously staring at the big screen. The mentors took the stage one by one. After the host introduced the 5 mentors and explained the rules of the upcoming competition, it was finally their turn to take the stage. Among the group of trainees, most were newcomers who had yet to debut. They had no experience dealing with such a large audience. Under these circumstances, the first contestant to perform would find it extremely difficult to showcase their full potential, let alone exceed expectations. Just managing to sing a song without making any mistakes would already be considered impressive. Thinking about this, Gui-san muttered, I wonder which unlucky soul will be the first to go on stage. On stage, the host smiled and said, Let's welcome our first contestant, Gui-san, to the stage. Gui-san froze in the waiting room. Ha? I'm the first one? Startled awake in his deathbed, the unlucky one turned out to be himself? Gui now had every reason to suspect that He Qiming, the director with the thick eyebrows, was targeting him. However, he remained calm. After all, he was the only contestant among the over 100 trainees who had never once lost his nerve on stage. Gui walked to the door of the waiting room, just a step away from the stage. He glanced back at the other trainees, his eyes filled with a touch of regret. If he went on stage first, the performances of the trainees behind him would definitely suffer. Gui gripped the microphone tightly and stepped onto the stage. Some trainees watched Gui back with a shudder and murmured, Thank goodness I'm not the first. Gui is the first one? What bad luck. Gui is so strong it would be a shame if he messes up. I think Gui seems pretty confident he shouldn't have any issues. I actually hope Gui messes up. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire waiting room fell silent, and the trainees kept glancing sideways. Who was the insensitive jerk who said that? Xiao Yanrui felt the stares of the other trainees and, feeling guilty, walked to the corner of the waiting room. Xiao Yanrui thought to himself, You're all useless. You're just thinking the same thing in your heads. He believed he had merely spoken the thoughts on everyone's minds. Chen Shen had just had a few drinks, his cheeks still flushed, but he wasn't drunk, he was still sober. Ever since Xiao Yanrui had spoken those words, he had been staring at Xiao Yanrui. His good friend had just taken the stage, and this guy had to say something so disappointing. Interesting. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, turned to Yan Lei, and said loudly, Yan Lei, let me tell you something. I think this guy can't sing, but he can do something else. He can't dance, but he can do that too. But if his character is also lacking, then that's really terrible. Chen Shen's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Yang Lei wasn't stupid, he immediately understood the hidden meaning behind Chen Shen's words. Among the trainees, the one he was closest to was Gui, who had also helped him out a lot. Earlier, when he heard Xiao Yanrui's words, he had wanted to confront Xiao Yanrui. But unfortunately, he wasn't good with words and lacked experience in confronting others. He had spent half an hour trying to come up with something to say, but nothing came to mind. Now that Chen Shen had initiated the verbal attack, he didn't have to think anymore. He just needed to follow Chen Shen's lead. This was actually quite simple. Yeah, Chen good, Yang Lei chimed in, I also think people with bad character are truly terrible. All the trainees knew who they were targeting, and their eyes immediately turned to Xiao Yanrui. Who are you two talking about with such poor character? Xiao Yanrui, furious and embarrassed, pointed at Chen Shen and Yang Lei and shouted. Oh, you're getting worked up, Shen Ziming, who was standing in the crowd enjoying the spectacle, said with a smile. Chen Shen deliberately feigned confusion and said, Did we mention him? No, we didn't. Yang Lei also looked confusedly at Xiao Yanrui. Yang Lei's honest face, combined with his sincere expression, made him seem quite convincing. Xiao Yanrui almost believed him. Had he misunderstood the two of them? But before he could finish, Chen Chen suddenly changed the subject and said, "Whoever it's about, we're talking about you." You. Xiao Yanrui tried to protest but was cut off by Chen Chen. "What are you talking about? You're an adult, can't you speak properly? Do you think you're a bad person yourself? If that's the case, I have nothing to say. We're targeting you." Xiao Yanrui had truly activated Chen Chen's signature move. Gui and Chen Chen had often teased each other like this when they were kids. So Chen Chen's sarcasm was already at a master level. Xiao Yanrui couldn't possibly match Chen Chen in this. This was a statement that couldn't be responded to, nor could it be ignored. In the end, Xiao Yanrui could only grunt and swallow the humiliation. Back at the Gui household, Gu Sihan quickly caught the orange cat Glomi, who was trying to run around, and sat down on the sofa. She then shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, come quickly. My older brother's live stream for Create the Future is about to start." All right, we're coming." A deep voice echoed from the room as two middle-aged men emerged. The middle-aged man with a scholarly and approachable demeanor was Gu Yi and Gu Sihan's father, Gu Jianjun. The dignified and elegant middle-aged woman standing beside Gu Jianjun was Gu Yi and Gu Sihan's mother, Zhou Lan. The two held hands and sat down beside Gu Sihan. Gu Sihan felt a bit helpless. Her parents had been married for decades and were still showing off their affection like this. How embarrassing. "Sihan, when is your brother going to show up?" Gu Jianjun asked with a smile. Gu Sihan stroked the cat and shook her head, saying, "I don't know either." Zhou Lan spoke calmly, "Just wait and see. Ear will come out eventually. Why are you two in such a hurry?" Meow, meow, meow. Glomi meowed a few times in agreement. It knew exactly who was in charge around the house. The three people and the cat gathered around the TV, waiting for Gui to appear. Gloomy sparkling eyes were fixed on the TV screen. Suddenly, it jumped off Gu Sihan's thigh, its round body flying forward to the TV, excitedly patting the screen with its little paws. It recognized the person on the TV. Gu Sihan grabbed the excitedly running Glomi and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Big Brother is the first to appear." The livestream viewers were also startled when they heard that the first contestant to appear was Gui. "Aha! Did you hear that? The first one is actually Gui. What do you call that, a surprise? This is what you call a surprise. Gui is here. He is dressed so simply, but he is so handsome. My husband is walking toward me, hee hee. Gui is for the male fans. Female fans, get out of here." Chapter 24, The Past Doesn't Lie, Don't Make Things Hard for It. Gui stood on stage, picked up the microphone, and spoke softly, "Hello everyone, I'm Gui." Cheers erupted from the crowd below. "Gui, I love you. Gui, sing Moonlight again. I love that song so much. Go go." The audience was filled with passion. Feeling the intense gaze of the audience, Gui looked down at the crowd. To his surprise, he spotted some lightboards related to him. "I didn't mean to, I'm a fan of Gui. The center spot always belongs to Gui. Go, Gui." Gui even spotted a pure white balloon floating above the crowd. It read in pink letters, "Gui, I like you." It was truly a love balloon. In such a short time, Gui had already gained so many supportive fans. Mentor Qin Fong looked at Gui and smiled, saying, "Mr. Gu, are you nervous about being the first to perform?" Gui smiled slightly and replied honestly, "Not at all." "Really?" Qin Fong teased, "If you're nervous, you can say so. I won't laugh at you." Qin Fong believed that an undebuted trainee facing so many audience members couldn't possibly not be nervous. Moreover, Gui was the first to perform, so the pressure was even greater. He wanted to use humor to ease Gui's tension and anxiety. If it were any other trainee, after being teased by Qin Fong, they might have felt a lot less nervous. But Gui really wasn't nervous at all. Gui didn't want to disappoint his mentor Qin Fong's kind intentions, so he joked, "Then I'll just pretend to be nervous." As soon as he said this, the live stream comments started teasing him. "What do you mean pretend to be nervous? Ha ha ha. Forcing yourself to go along with Mr. Qin, right? Gui, I'm not nervous at all, but since Qin teacher said I am, I'll just be a little nervous then." Big picture. How happy the audience is now, how sad they'll be later. Qin Fong on the mentor SC took a look. Oh, still in the mood for jokes? Looks like he is really not nervous after all. Since that is the case, there is no need for him to help Gui ease his nerves. It's time for Gui to show what he has got. At that moment, Yuan, the mentor sitting next to Qin Fong, teased. "Old Qin, the audience can't wait any longer. If you keep talking, they'll beat you up." "No problem, I can take it." Qin Fong looked at Gui without hesitation and said, "Mr. Gu, out of these 102 trainees, you are the one I have the highest hopes for. Today, in front of thousands of audience members and millions of viewers in the livestream, show us your true abilities, okay?" Mentor Qin Fong was doing his best to deepen the audience's impression of Gui. The livestream and the venue already had many fans of the five mentors. As a top-tier lyricist, composer, and super popular singer, Qin Fong's fans naturally extended their affection to Gui after his speech. In simple terms, he was helping Gui attract more attention. Gui also understood the logic behind it. Xin Fang and Gui are not related by blood or marriage. He simply recognized Gui as an outstanding newcomer in the music industry and went out of his way to help him without expecting anything in return. This truly exemplifies selfless dedication. Gui nodded gratefully and said, "Alright. Deal." Gui announced the song he would perform under everyone's expectant gaze. This is a song about the joys and sorrows of love. It's called Cultivating Love. Mentor Yu Wenchuan sucked in a sharp breath. He had never heard of this song title before. In other words, this song was another original composition. What's more, it was a commission song, and from the time they assigned the topic to now, it had only been a few days. Yu Wenchuan muttered, "Gui is too talented. How could he write a song in just a few days?" He looked at the lyrics in his hand and continued, "And it's a high-quality song." It felt like an exam, a 30-minute essay assignment that Gui had written in just 3 minutes. And he got a perfect score. That's truly unbelievable. Mentor Xin Fang, sitting beside Yu Wenchuan, smiled and said, maybe it's something he had saved up. It's not impossible for saved material to fit the theme perfectly. As a top-tier lyricist and composer, Xin Fang was the most qualified person in the room to discuss this topic. Most lyricists and composers have some stock material. Hearing Mentor Xin Fang say this, Yu Wenxian's surprise diminished slightly. Xin Fang added, however, having stock material of such high quality is also quite impressive. Yu Wenchuan nodded in agreement. Most songwriters, even if they have a backlog, the quality isn't very high. If the quality is high, they would be eager to release it as soon as possible. Another original piece? He's so productive. Nice. The hope of the Chinese music scene. Refining Love? Another song about love. No wonder he is the healing singer, the prince of love ballads. The massive success of What's the Point and Confession Balloon has earned Gui Dua many titles. Healing singer and prince of love songs are just two of them. Wait, the mentor's theme this time was joy and sorrow. If it's a love song, isn't that off topic? Who cares? As long as it sounds good. He. Exactly. The stage lights suddenly went out, leaving only a single spotlight on Gui. A melodious prelude echoed from all directions. Gui sang with deep emotion. Why should I be disappointed? Hide your tears in your heart. The past doesn't lie, don't make it hard on yourself. There's no need for this between us. Just a few lines of lyrics were enough for the audience to realize that this wasn't the kind of love song they had imagined. Cultivating Love is a unique love song that transcends love itself. In the previous life of the late artist, it was performed by singer Lin Junjie. Moreover, this song has a special background story. It is about the story of Lin Junjie. A sad and regrettable story. Gui remembers it clearly. As he thought about it, he felt as though he was immersed in those emotions. The song continued. I think. The bitterness of cultivating love. Learning to let go of past desires. How difficult it is to forget our beliefs. Admiration from afar, confusion up close. Who says the sun will find the moon? The love others have, we can never imitate. Mentor Xin Fang looked at the lyrics in his hands and listened to Gui's performance. Tears welled up in the eyes of this top-tier singer. The emotions in the songs he wrote were always so somber, because his own emotional journey had been filled with hardships. Xin Fang murmured in a voice only he could hear. If I had given up music back then and left with you, perhaps we would be married by now. But there are no ifs. Life is always filled with regrets. Don't dwell on the past, and don't be hard on yourself. The lyrics don't feel right. Isn't this supposed to be a love song? I feel like we've been tricked. We can't imitate someone else's love. The live stream viewers have already felt the emotion of this song. This was never meant to be a romantic love song. On stage, Gui's performance continues. The joys and sorrows of cultivating love. Our efforts are no small feat. Turning joy into tears is a form of bravery. The fantasies of years past, the forgiveness of years to come. I'll endure a lifetime of wounds for a single face. Don't say you miss me, I can't bear it. Chapter 25. If you can't forget, surrender. Outside the Zhanghai International Art Academy, inside a BMW. Zhao Xian was sitting in the passenger seat, watching Create the Future on her phone. Gui's emotional singing filled her ears. Listening to Gui's voice, her mood grew somber and a mist of tears formed in her eyes. She closed her eyes and murmured softly. Don't say you miss me, I can't bear it. Is that what you wanted to say to me? Half a year ago, it was she who had broken up with the former Gui. The former Gui had watched her get into that BMW with his own eyes. No matter how much her ex-boyfriend tried to win her back, she never looked back. I'm sorry, I hurt you. After saying those words, Zhao Xian seemed to remember something else. Images of Xu Mengning interacting with Gui flashed through her mind. You two are truly meant for each other. She's so much better than me. Looking at Gui, who was shining brightly on stage, Zhao Xian gave a bitter smile and said, I'm just a materialistic girl. I don't deserve someone as talented as you, do I? At that moment, the driver's door opened and a man in his late 20s got in. Zhao Xian quickly composed herself, wrapped her arms around the man's arm, and smiled sweetly, "You're so late." At the same time, she thought to herself, "I wish you happiness, Gui." In the director's room, Xu Mengning nodded satisfactorily. The investors had suddenly demanded that Create the Future be broadcast live. Not only did it catch the trainees off guard, but even he hadn't anticipated it. If the first contestant to go on stage makes a mistake during the live broadcast, it would undoubtedly tarnish viewers' impression of Create the Future. Even he, as the director, might end up being the butt of jokes. Therefore, the first contestant to appear is crucial. So important that Xu Mengning watched the video from the previous episode from start to finish over a dozen times. Other trainees were more or less nervous, excited, or disappointed. Only Gui remained calm throughout, unfazed by success or failure. After much deliberation, Xu Mengning decided to have Gui go first. He hoped that Gui could hold his own and represent the show. Otherwise, a high-profile contestant like Gui would definitely be saved for the final performance. Clearly, Gui did not disappoint him. Xu Mengning watched Gui on stage and thought to himself, "Gui, I owe you one." Gui continued singing, unaware that his song had touched the hearts of many. He only knew one thing. As long as he was on stage, he had to give his all in his performance. The 5 mentors watched Gui perform with ease and nodded approvingly. Their regard for him grew even higher. Even as the first performer, even facing thousands of audience members, Gui still performed at his best. The accompaniment suddenly grew intense, and Gui's captivating voice rang out as the song reached its climax. Saying "I love you" with a smile drives people crazy. Crying about love makes you nervous. If you can't forget that person, surrender. Listening to these lyrics, some audience members had tears in their eyes. A single tear silently rolled down the corner of mentor Qin Fang's eye. Yet he seemed oblivious, simply listening to the song in silence. Listening to Gui's performance. "You liar. You said it was supposed to be a love song. Why am I so tearful? I miss him. I wonder how he's doing now. I don't want to cry, but why won't my eyes listen? I've decided. I'm going to find him." Just then, the director cut to a shot of mentor Qin Fang. The audience immediately noticed the single tear glistening on Qin Fang's cheek. What? Qin Fang is crying? This song really hit Qin Guo's heart. It's just too much for him. There were many of Qin Fang's fans in the live stream. Because Qin Fang has always been seen as a caring older brother figure in the entertainment industry. So his fans all call him Qin Guo. Qin Fang's longtime fans know about his past and they understand his feelings the most. However, the fans suddenly stopped crying and started laughing. Hee, this is the first time I've seen brother Qin cry while listening to a song. I'm kind of happy about it. Exactly, usually it's us who cry our eyes out listening to his songs. Go for it, sing harder, make him cry his eyes out. It's better to cry it out than to hold it in. To make Qin Guo cry more in the future, I'll vote for Gui so he can sing more songs. A few beads of sweat appeared on Gui's forehead as the song neared its end. Don't say you miss me. I can't handle it like this. Gui perfectly captured the tender, restrained, and heartbreaking emotions of the song. His voice suddenly stopped and the accompaniment faded away. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Not a single sound could be heard. It seemed as though everyone was immersed in the sorrowful mood, unable to snap out of it. Until Gui bowed in gratitude. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. In the waiting room, the trainees also clapped in unison. When Gui was only slightly better than them, they must have felt resentful. But when Gui was 100 or even 1,000 times better than them, all that remained in their hearts was admiration. Mentor Yu Wenchuan looked around. He noticed that Qin Fang seemed to still be caught up in his emotions. He took the microphone first and asked, Gui, does this song have any special meaning? Gui thought for a moment, then picked up the microphone and spoke softly. I want to tell everyone that some memories should never be forgotten, some feelings, once lost, will never return. Every love is a form of cultivation. I hope everyone cherishes the people in front of them now and doesn't regret it later. The live stream chat rolled with messages. But he's already gone. I'm crying. I hope she hears this song and thinks of me. Yuan Xian nodded after hearing this, then curiously asked, is this song from your old stock or did you write it in the past few days? Although Qin Fang had said it might be old material, he wanted to hear the answer from the person himself. Gui smiled and said, it should count as old material, I guess. He had an entire planet's worth of old songs. Just as Yu Wenchuan was about to say something else, mentor Qin Fang suddenly stood up. He looked at Gui seriously and said, thank you, Gui. This song has helped me understand a lot of things. Since he couldn't forget her, he might as well give in. Qin Fang decided to take the initiative to find her, leaving no regrets for himself. Gui looked at his mentor Qin Fang in surprise. Previously, Qin Fang had always addressed him in a playful tone as Mr. Gu, but now he was using his formal name, Gui. It seemed that the song had truly touched Qin Fang's heart and resolved his inner conflict. Gui smiled and said, if this song can help you resolve your issues, it's my honor. Why does Gui like singing? Because music can convey so many things that words cannot express. If a song can help someone, as long as he has the ability, he hopes he can sing thousands and thousands of songs. Chapter 26, Topping the Charts. After the mentors finished their comments, Gui walked off the stage, and the audience continued to shout his name. As he passed through the waiting room, the trainees enthusiastically greeted Gui. Gui, you were amazing just now. Your performance of Cultivating Love was amazing. You're so strong, bro. Gui responded enthusiastically as well. The second performer was Yang Lei. Gui walked over to Yang Lei, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Keep it up." "Alright." Yang Lei nodded. As long as he performs well this time, signing with an entertainment company shouldn't be too difficult. He thought to himself, "Brother E has already paved the way for me, I can't embarrass myself." As he approached the entrance to the waiting room, he looked out at the dense crowd outside the venue. Yang Lei felt a bit nervous. But he was pushed out by Gui and Chen Chen. On stage, Yang Lei forced himself to close his eyes and completed the performance, which wasn't great but not terrible either. Although Gui had set a high standard, Yang Lei, relying on his distinctive voice, still won the favor of many audience members. After a few rounds, it was Chen Chen's turn to take the stage. Chen Chen, who had drunk some alcohol to build his courage, was indeed bold and stylish, and his high notes once again set the entire venue ablaze. Among the remaining trainees, there were still a few standout performers. It was clear that they had been holding back earlier. However, compared to Gui, they paled in comparison. It was like the difference between fireflies and the moon. Thus, after all the contestants finished their performances, the first live show of Create the Future came to an end. Viewers who couldn't watch the live stream can watch the recorded broadcast on the 3 major video platforms. Shortly after, the official voting channels were opened on all 3 video platforms. In just 1 hour, Gui's vote count broke the 1 million mark on all 3 platforms simultaneously. His vote count was far ahead, firmly in first place. It surpassed the second-place candidate, Xu Mengning, by a staggering 800,000 votes, with the gap continuing to widen. Some fans jokingly remarked, "Gui is literally dominating the competition." They commented on Gui's overwhelming lead in votes. "There's no need to compare anymore, Gui should just debut as the center position. I think we don't even need other contestants, just let Gui form a group on his own. To be honest, I think it's feasible." Platform, NetEase Cloud Music. Gui's Why Not and Confession Balloon have performed well on the Cloud Music platform, but neither match the performance of these 2 songs on the other 2 platforms. The user base of Wangyun Music differs from that of Mango Music and Tencent Music. Users on the Wangyun platform prefer listening to sad-themed songs. Additionally, users log into Wangyun Cloud Music at the same time every day. The new songs chart is refreshed every month and only features new songs released that month. The Hot Songs chart is different. Although the Hot Songs chart is also updated monthly, it compiles songs from across the entire platform, numbering in the tens of thousands. For a new song to stand out, it's extremely challenging. However, when Cultivating Love arrived on NetEase Cloud Music, it immediately changed the status quo. In this environment, Cultivating Love thrived, dominating the charts across the entire Wangyun Music platform. Within just 1 day, Cultivating Love not only topped the new songs chart but also broke into the top 10 of the Hot Songs chart. Its popularity reached millions, and comments surged to over 10,000. The comments section was filled with heartbroken people. "I cried. Love needs cultivation, and I fell in love with the wrong person, getting hurt in the process. I hope to meet someone who loves me. My wish for 2021. I don't mind waiting. The longer we wait, the happier we'll be when we finally meet. Learn to keep past love buried deep in your heart, and seal the memories of who we once were away in the past." Some netizens were crying and sharing the song with their best friends. "I can't do this, I'm crying. I have to tag my best friend too. I can't be the only one who is so sad. Cry. All of you cry with me. Listen to the song, it's making me feel so emo." The netizens in the comments section went wild, frantically recommending Cultivating Love to their friends. The recommendation phrases were also extremely consistent. "Sis, you should listen to Cultivating Love. It's really good. Have you heard What's the Point and Confession Balloon? They're also by Gui, so sweet. This song Cultivating Love is the same." That night, the world gained a few more heartbroken souls. After Cultivating Love went viral, industry insiders suddenly realized a problem. That is, Gui had already dominated the new song charts on 3 platforms. NetCloud Music New Songs Chart. First, Cultivating Love, with 1,176,000 views. Second, Moonlight, with 321,000 views. Third, Confession Balloon, with 297,000 views. Penguin Music New Songs Chart. First, Confession Balloon, with 5.2 million views. Second, Cultivating Love, with 421,000 views. Third, Moonlight, with 375,000 views. Mango Music New Songs Chart. First place. Second. Third. All these songs have the same suffix. Performed by Gui. Lyrics by Gui. Composed by Gui. And the combined popularity of the 3 songs across 3 platforms has surpassed 10 million. Each one is a phenomenon-level song. In the exclusive chat group for industry insiders, someone couldn't believe it and said, 3 songs dominating the top 3 spots on 3 platforms. I just have to ask, is this even human? Where did this unknown artist come from? They're so talented? This must be boosted by the popularity of the Create the Next Generation show. Even with the show's popularity, that is still crazy. I'm blown away. At Qin Feng, the big shot, is that Guizhen really that good? Qin Feng, Zhang Shengrong, Yuan Xuan, and the diva Lin Baiqing are also in this group. Compared to the other 3, Qin Feng is more active. That's why they tagged Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng seems to be offline at the moment. Another man silently watching the screen answered the question. Zhang Shengrong, Gui is really good. After saying that, Zhang Shengrong disappeared. But the group chat exploded. Holy crap, did I see that right? Was that really the singing king Zhang Shengrong just now? Wow, Zhang Shengrong, the singing king, made his first post in the group and it was about Gui. I'm wondering something. Gui writes his own songs and they always chart. If he writes songs for others, would they also chart? As soon as he sent that message, the group fell silent. Everyone was now thinking, Gui can get his own songs on the charts every time. If he writes a song for me, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Singers from major entertainment companies were already scheming to use their connections to contact Gui and ask him to write a song for them. They need to act faster than their competitors. Price isn't an issue, they only care about the charts. 3 days after the first performance, Qin Feng posted an update on his official Weibo account. Although Gui hadn't opened a Weibo account, he still tagged Gui's name. Qin Feng. A song about cultivating love, telling me that some memories cannot be forgotten and some feelings, once lost, will never return. So I've decided to go find my memories and reclaim my feelings. Fortunately, Miss Zhang also hasn't forgotten our memories from back then. She also watched that episode of Create the Journey and immediately decided to come find me. We met at the airport. Over the years, we've both been tormenting ourselves, always thinking of each other but never able to bring ourselves to act. Thank you, Gui, for helping us let go of our pride and come back together. At Gui, thank you. Below was a photo of Qin Feng and his girlfriend Zhang Jiasen. Seeing this post, the fans of Qin Feng were the most moved. They all sighed with emotion, saying that after all these years, Qin Feng has finally found happiness. To express their gratitude to Gui, they also cast their precious votes for Gui. Chapter 27, title, Life. As Qin Feng posted his update, the rankings of the trainees had largely stabilized. That evening, the production team finalized the names of the 36 trainees who would be eliminated. They were notified the next morning. The 36 trainees at the bottom of the rankings stood outside the training base of Create the Next Generation with their luggage. Their eyes filled with regret as they looked at the training base where they had spent the past 3 months, as well as the other trainees who had come to see them off. Some pretended to be strong, waving and saying, "Don't see us off. Goodbye. You all have to keep going." Having trained together for 3 months, it was impossible not to have developed some feelings for one another. Some trainees who had come to see them off couldn't hold back their tears and said, "Goodbye. Wishing you all the best in your future endeavors." Gui and the others stood among them, witnessing this scene. Gui wasn't heartbroken, but he couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. The entertainment industry is so competitive. These trainees had lost this opportunity, and they might never encounter such a good chance again in their lives. What a pity. Gui then turned to look at Chen Chen, who remained unfazed. After all, he had entered the competition as an outsider and didn't have much emotional attachment to these trainees. Gui looked at Yang Lei again and noticed that his eyes were red. Gui grabbed Yang Lei's shoulders and said, "What are you still looking at? Everyone's gone. Let's go back and practice." When the show announced the elimination list, they also revealed the rankings of the remaining 66 contestants. As expected, Gui ranked first, and Chen Chen also made it into the top 10. Perhaps due to his appearance, Yang Lei found himself in a very dangerous position, ranked 59th. If Yang Lei didn't perform well enough next time, his name would definitely be on the list of those to be eliminated in the next round. Gui really liked Yang Lei, this innocent young man. Although Yang Lei claims every day that he is participating for scholarships and credits, and that rankings don't matter to him. But he always gives his all on stage and takes his music very seriously. Most importantly, Yang Lei has not yet signed with an entertainment company. Gui will eventually have his own music studio. The entire Studio 1T just have Gui as the only singer. He will also need singers with various unique characteristics. Yang Lei happens to meet the requirements. Now, Gui is already scheming to trick Yang Lei into signing with his future studio. Yang Lei's vocal range is perfectly suited for some of Gui's classic songs from his previous life. Those songs would be perfect for Yang Lei to sing. Additionally, among these trainees, aside from Chen Chen, Gui has the best relationship with Yang Lei. He naturally doesn't want Yang Lei to be eliminated so early. That's why he's urging Yang Lei to practice diligently. After all, every extra minute of practice gives you an extra edge. Everyone returned to the 100-day dormitory. With 36 people gone, the place felt much more spacious. However, there was no time for them to dwell on the past. If they didn't work hard, they would be the next ones to leave. As soon as everyone returned to the dormitory, the production team sent someone to announce the rules for the second performance. All trainees must participate in the second performance in teams, with each team consisting of at least 6 members. After this performance, the bottom 24 trainees would be eliminated. The topic given by the mentors this time was life. This topic is way too difficult. These teenagers in their teens and early 20s couldn't possibly have much life experience. However, Gui immediately had a brilliant idea upon hearing the topic. Gui smiled and said, "Life? This song is perfect for that." After saying that, Gui stared intently at Yang Lei, making Yang Lei feel uneasy. Among the 66 trainees, including Gui himself, no one was more suited for this song than Yang Lei. Chapter 28, Who Can't Win by Lying Down? Bro, what's wrong? Yang Lei, feeling uneasy under Gui's gaze, spoke up first. Gui smiled and said, "Have you decided who you're going to team up with yet?" He desperately needed a pawn. Yang Lei shook his head. He really didn't know who to team up with, as he feared holding others back. "Then team up with me." Gui didn't wait for Yang Lei's response, and casually pulled Chen Chen over as well. Add Chen Chen too. Now we only need 3 more people. Bro, Yang Lei tried to say something. Gui seemed not to hear him, not giving Yang Lei a chance to continue. He immediately stood up and walked straight ahead. Gui had already noticed 3 trainees in the distance staring at their group, looking timid and hesitant. Those 3 trainees were shy, but he wasn't. Gui recognized all 3 of them. They were trainees from a small entertainment company. He vaguely remembered that during their first performance, they had 2 other companions with them. It seemed likely they had been eliminated. Moreover, the rankings of these 3 trainees were not very high. They were in the same tier as Yang Lei, and one of them even ranked lower than Yang Lei. They were among the most likely to be eliminated. Gui looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "You 3, interested in joining my team?" As soon as Gui finished speaking, the other trainees around them turned to look. Some trainees immediately muttered, "Damn, such good luck? Gui is personally inviting them?" Gui had already established an extremely high status among the trainees with 3 consecutive high-quality original songs. In their eyes, following Gui meant certain victory. Do these 3 have something special? No way, sir. Why didn't Gui invite me? These 3 are all ranked outside the top 50. What does Gui want with them? The other trainees were truly baffled as to why Gui would choose lower-ranked contestants instead of them. In reality, Gui doesn't care about the rankings of the 3 contestants. He just needs 3 tools to make up a 6-person team. Moreover, he understood the trainees' mindset. The higher their rankings, the more arrogant they became. If they don't listen to him later, they'll just be a hassle. The 3 standing before Gui paused for a moment, suddenly feeling as though they were surrounded by Lady Luck. Gui, who was ranked first in popularity among all the trainees, actually invited them. Their current feeling was like 3 bronze-tier players in a game, with a 100% win rate champion walking up to them and saying, "Come on, I'll carry you to victory." This is just too good to be true. The 3 of them nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grain. Interested? Very interested. Who doesn't know how to coast to victory? Gui nodded slightly and added, "I'll be up front. All performances must follow my instructions." No issues? He didn't want to form a team only to have someone disobey orders and disrupt the training schedule. The 3 bronze-tier players exchanged glances and nodded seriously. They weren't stupid. With a pro leading the team, all they needed to do was follow orders. Yang Lei looked at Gui's back and turned to Chen Chen, saying, "Chengu, maybe I should just drop out. I'm really not good at this. I don't want to hold you back." In the show Create a Star, Yang Lei did feel a bit insecure. He couldn't dance, and he wasn't good looking. Chen Chen patted Yang Lei on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Gui never does anything he's not confident about." He knew Gui best and understood that there must be a reason why Gui wanted Yang Lei to stay. Seeing that Chen Chen also said this, Yang Lei could only sigh and think to himself, "I'll just have to work harder later and not disgrace Gu." Within 2 minutes, Gui arrived with 3 trainees and approached Yang Lei and Chen Chen. They introduced themselves. Gui's team was now roughly formed. Among the 3 trainees, one with thick eyebrows, a side-parted hairstyle, and a cocky attitude who liked to toss his hair was named Zhang Su. The one wearing flat-frame glasses and looking more honest was Li Han. The remaining one, a teenager with a center part and textured curls, was named Huang Xiaozhan. The next day, all the contestants had successfully formed their teams. There were a total of 66 people, divided into 11 teams. Each team was assigned a dedicated training room. At that moment, Gui and the others were also in the training room. Yang Lei was holding the lyrics Gui had given him, his entire body trembling. He looked up at Gui and stammered, "Bro, are you really asking me to sing this song?" "Yes." Gui nodded without hesitation. "Only you can sing this song with that feeling." The other 4 members of the team nodded in agreement, fully supporting Gu Yi's opinion. When Gu Yi first played the song, they had already been blown away by the lyrics. These were absolutely top-notch lyrics. Gu Yi had the others try singing it one by one, and while the song wasn't difficult, they just couldn't quite capture the essence of it. Finally, Gu Yi asked Yang Lei to sing it. Everyone present, except Gu Yi, was speechless. Yang Lei sang this song exceptionally well. So good that it left them speechless. The song seemed tailor-made for Yang Lei. It was simply perfect for Yang Lei. So everyone unanimously decided to let Yang Lei be the lead singer. Everyone else would support him. Yang Lei looked at Gu Yi and the others with a touch of emotion and said, "Thank you all." Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. "Thank you, Gu. It's nothing to us." Everyone was well aware that the credit for the song's success and hard work all belonged to Gu Yi. Gu Yi waved his hand and said loudly, "Alright, let's start practicing." Over the next few days, the 6 of them practiced diligently in the room, with Gu Yi occasionally offering some guidance. Every time, everyone present benefits greatly. The pitch of this lyric can be a bit lower. Yeah, that's it. There's a technique to how you sing this part. Try to sing it like I do. Shen Shen, you're singing too high. This song doesn't have high notes. Is this a side effect of singing too many high notes? Jiang Su, stop tossing your hair. Your hair almost flew into my face. One sentence sparked a burst of laughter in the training room. After a few days of training, everyone had become familiar with one another. Jiang Su scratched his head sheepishly. It was an old habit he'd had for years and couldn't seem to shake. After the laughter died down, everyone resumed their serious practice. Just then, a figure pushed open the training room door and slipped in quietly. She stood behind Gu Yi on the left but reached out and tapped Gu Yi on the right shoulder. To everyone's surprise, Gu Yi smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the left. He immediately spotted Xu Mengning. Gu Yi smiled and said, "Miss Su, this move doesn't work anymore. It's time to try something new." Teased by Gu Yi, Xu Mengning sighed dejectedly, "I only used this move once." Chapter 29, Another Billion Little Details. Watching Gu Yi and Xu Mengning talk, Jiang Su whispered to Li Han, "Brother Yi is really a straight guy. If it were me, I would have pretended to be fooled." Li Han nodded in agreement, "Exactly." Jiang Su chuckled and added, "I've finally found something I'm better at than Gu. Ha ha ha." These days, Gu Yi had already completely outshone him in every way. Looks, lyric writing, composition, singing, and even dancing, there wasn't a single thing he was better at than Gu Yi. He had always thought he was at least better at dancing than Gu Yi, but it turned out that Gu Yi could dance better than him even when he was just messing around. Now he finally knew the one area where Gu Yi was inferior to him. Huang Xiaozhan overheard their whispered conversation and cleared his throat, saying, "Guys, check out the action." He smiled and addressed Xu Mengning, "Hello, sister-in-law." This made Gu Yi glare at him angrily. This little brat is too mischievous. All he does all day is spread rumors. Xu Mengning didn't react much on the surface, but she was secretly delighted. She had been coming to Gu Yi's training room frequently these days. Every time she came, she brought a few cups of milk tea. She had already won over all of Gu Yi's underlings. Gu Yi was just too much of a straight-laced guy. Sometimes Xu Mengning even wondered how such a straight-laced guy like Gu Yi could write such romantic love songs. Xu Mengning stayed in the training room for half an hour, listened to Yang Lei sing the song that Gu Yi and the others were about to perform, and then left. As she walked along, she thought again. What did Gu Yi go through to write such songs? In a video conference connecting top entertainment companies nationwide, 4 faces appeared on the large screen. They were Song Hai, General Manager of Tingxian Entertainment Zhou Chang, General Manager of Huawan Entertainment Shui Yulan, Deputy Chairman of Tsuishuan Xingha, and Fu Yunwen, General Manager of Mahai Entertainment. Any one of these 4 individuals could send shockwaves through the entire music industry with a single word. At this moment, they had gathered to focus on one person, Gu Yi, currently ranked first on the Create Xing chart. Zhou Chang, the general manager of Huawan Entertainment, spoke first. "As far as I know, this Gu Yi hasn't signed with any entertainment company yet, right?" Scholarly Star River's vice chairman Shui Yulan replied, "That's correct. If I recall correctly, Xian Entertainment offered him a B-level contract at the time, didn't they?" Fu Yunwen, the general manager of Mo High Entertainment, chimed in, "I've heard that too." He had also been informed by his subordinates. Several major companies even had a heated argument over this matter. After all, Tingxian Entertainment had broken the industry rules at the time. In the end, since Tingxian Entertainment couldn't sign Gu Yi either, the matter was eventually dropped. Looking at Gu Yi's current momentum, no one is criticizing Tingxian Entertainment anymore. Tingxian Entertainment truly had an eye for talent. If they had known about Gu Yi's talent earlier, they would have broken the industry rules without hesitation. What's the value of rules? A company's development is what matters. Small entertainment companies breaking the rules can be easily crushed by larger companies working together. But when big entertainment companies break the rules, they'll just get a few words of criticism at most. Song Hai, the general manager of Tingxian Entertainment, stretched lazily and smiled, "We did offer a B-class contract, but others didn't find it appealing. He knew about his company's bet with Gui, but he wouldn't tell his peers. Shui Yulan said, then, we'll each rely on our own abilities? Let's see who can sign him. After speaking, Fu Yunwen frowned and said, what if Gui refuses to sign with anyone? Zhou Changgang, the general manager of Huawan Entertainment, was about to say, who would dare to reject us? But remembering the precedent of Gui rejecting all entertainment companies before, he forced himself not to say it. Others had indeed all refused. Thinking of this, a cold gleam flashed in Zhou Chang's eyes, and he said, then let him drop from first place. Let him never make it into the group. The general manager of Mo High Entertainment and the vice chairman of Chui Quan Xinghe nodded in unison. This talent show was, after all, a power struggle among several major companies. Among the four, only Song Hai, the general manager of Tingxian Entertainment, did not nod. He smiled meaningfully and thought to himself, as long as I didn't nod, it means I didn't agree. Another million little details. Perfect. Inside the Tingxian Entertainment building, Song Hai hung up the video call, walked downstairs with his hands behind his back, found Jiang Qiong, and stroked his beard, saying, well Jiang, the other three companies have started moving. Although we have a bet with Gui, there's no written agreement, so he might still side with the other companies. So we need to act too. Now, anyone with eyes can see the terrifying potential in Gui. Not only are the four top entertainment companies taking action, but smaller entertainment companies are also reaching out to Gui through various channels, hoping to sign him. It's just that listening to the Strings Entertainment hasn't taken them seriously. If the other three companies offered Gui terms he can't refuse or use other means to sign him, then listening String Entertainment would be in big trouble this time. Jiang Qiong agreed wholeheartedly, indeed, we must act quickly. Let me go. She knew that Gui had immense potential. But she never imagined it would be this big. This can no longer be called genius. This is pure demonic talent. Song Hai nodded in agreement that was exactly what he meant. Within the entire Tingxian Entertainment Company, Jiang Qiong had the most contact with Gui, so it made sense for her to approach him. Song Hai thought for a moment and added, if possible, sign him directly. This performance-based contract is ultimately unstable. Jiang Qiong nodded and asked, what level of contract can the company offer? Song Hai replied without hesitation, a 3-tier A+ contract. This was the result of discussions among the higher-ups. It's a 3-in-1 contract covering lyrics, composition, and singing. It's a top-tier configuration featuring a gold medal lyricist and composer paired with a super first-tier singer. It's on par with the contract of Qin Fong, the mentor from Create the Future. While the outside world of Create the Future was in turmoil, the inner world remained peaceful. A force has blocked out the external chaos. Director He, another entertainment company representative, has arrived, claiming to be looking for Gui, said a staff member from the production team. He Qiming waved his hand dismissively as usual, just tell them the same thing and have them come back the day after tomorrow afternoon. The staff member looked a bit hesitant and said, it's from Huawan Entertainment. He Qiming looked up, his sharp gaze making the staff member flinch. I already told you same as before. Don't you understand? The staff member immediately bowed and said, I understand, I'll handle it right away. The staff member was truly baffled. Why would Director He go out of his way to help Gui? If he let those companies go one by one to find Gui, a young person like Gui who hadn't even debuted yet might be swayed by the promises of some company. But Director He had all the entertainment companies go meet Gui together. This gave Gui a much wider range of options. Each entertainment company would have to offer better terms to attract Gui. Chapter 30, Dispelling Sorrow. On December 19th, the much-anticipated second live broadcast of Create the Future began. As soon as the live stream started, the chat comments flooded the screen. Can't wait for Gui to sing a new song. 11 days, a full 11 days. Do you guys even know how I spent those 11 days? Will Gui be the first to perform again this time? If you want to see Gui, type 1. If you don't, type I. 1111. The mentors then entered the stage. Qin Feng's fans noticed immediately that Qin Feng looked different today compared to before. A fan remarked, Qin Ge looks really happy today. Although Qin Feng had always appeared cheerful in the past, there was always a hint of sadness in his eyes. Now, that hint of melancholy was gone. Suddenly, an audience member spotted something out of place. Look at the ring on Qin Ji's left middle finger. I see it too. Aha! Could Qin Gu be engaged? Not only did the audience notice, but Yu Wenchuan, the mentor sitting beside Qin Feng, also spotted it. He exclaimed in surprise, Old Qin, what is that ring? As soon as he said that, the other three mentors also looked over. Curiosity was written all over their faces. Qin Feng smiled without hesitation and said, just as you all thought, I'm engaged. Generally speaking, celebrities tend to be cautious about such matters. But Qin Feng had never hidden his relationship since he debuted. He lived his life openly and freely. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't mind discussing such matters, the legendary singer Zhang Shengrong smiled and said, congratulations. Even the elder stateswoman Li Manyu couldn't help but smile and offer her congratulations. The diva Lin Baiqing, like a curious child, asked with a smile, Mr. Qin, have you set a wedding date yet? Xin Fang blurted out, March 9th. That was the day he met Miss Chang. That's soon. Only 3 months left, Lin Baiqing said with a smile. Great. Old Xin, you're getting married and you're not even inviting us? Yu Wenchuan looked very upset. Of course I will, Xin Fang said with a smile. Everyone will get one. I'll give them to you all later. Upon hearing that Xin Fang was getting married, the live stream exploded. Holy crap, Xin Gu is really getting married. 999,999. March 9th? Isn't that the day Xin Gu first met his girlfriend? I remember Xin Gu has a song called March 9th. Xin Gu is truly deeply in love. The contestants in the waiting room didn't notice the little incident on stage. They were still nervously preparing for the competition. This time, the production team had announced the performance order in advance, so Gui was finally not the first to go, but the last. Ichiming had arranged for Gui to go first in the first live performance to help him hold the stage and provide a perfect example for the other trainees. Now that all the trainees had already performed on the live stage and gained some experience, there was no need to have Gui, the most popular contestant, go first again. Some viewers were already there for Gui. If he had been the first to perform, they would have watched his performance from the start. They might even leave right away. The live stream's viewership would plummet instantly. Therefore, Ichiming scheduled Gui for last and didn't announce the performance order to the audience, ensuring they watched the entire show. Old tricks. The first act to perform in this live show was the team led by Xiao Yenrui. Before stepping out of the waiting room, he gave Gui a meaningful glance and thought to himself, you're not the only one who can write original songs. Xiao Yenrui's performance was indeed impressive, a high-quality original song. Combined with their synchronized dance routine, it received unanimous praise from the judges. Xin Fang glanced at the lyrics in his hand and said, this song, Life, is very well written. Why haven't you shown off your original songwriting skills before? Xiao Yenrui smiled proudly. This song was specially written for him by a top-tier lyricist and composer hired by the company at great expense. How could it not be good? He picked up the microphone and said, Mr. Qin, the big move has to be saved for later, right? In reality, the company had only granted him the right to use 3 songs as his representative tracks. He could only save the last 3 performances for that purpose. Xin Fang nodded after hearing this. There was nothing wrong with that statement. The live stream comments rolled by. Wow, so this Xiao Yenrui is also so talented. I'm a fan now. This song is so good, I love it. His talent can rival Gui's, right? You're dreaming, aren't you? Gui has already sung 3 original songs on Created Journey. What does Xiao Yenrui have to compare with Gui? You don't know anything. He's just being modest. Bull, hiding your true abilities? You just don't have anything to show, that's all. As soon as Xiao Yenrui released a high-quality original song, Xiao Yenrui's fans in the livestream started comparing him to Gui. They felt like they were finally standing up for him. Gui's fans, however, felt that Xiao Yenrui wasn't worthy of being compared to Gui. Both sides argued fiercely for a while. As time passed, the competition progressed slowly. Gui also watched the other contestants perform on the large screen in the waiting room. Apart from Xiao Yenrui's original song and dance performance, another standout was the team led by Shen Ziming. They had adapted a classic old song and added dance choreography. Actually, Gui felt that calling it a dance might not be quite accurate. Calling it a stage play might be more appropriate. It was an interesting innovation. Finally, the second-to-last team took the stage. It was almost time for Gui and his team to take the stage. Thinking about performing a song that could make him legendary on stage, Yang Lei suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of tension, his mouth going dry. He pulled out the white wine he had been carrying and downed it in one gulp. During the previous judging rounds and the first performance, he had been nervous but hadn't drunk any alcohol. But this time, he truly needed the alcohol to steady his nerves. If he didn't sing this song well, even if Gui had no objections, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. 10 minutes later, the hostess' voice came over the microphone. Please welcome our final team. Gui led the 5 members onto the stage. Cheers erupted instantly. Xin Fang looked at Gui and smiled, saying, Mr. Gu, put on a good show. I have something for you later. Something? What could it be? Gui was a bit puzzled. But he nodded anyway. The pop diva Lin Baiqing looked at Gui and asked, Gui, what's the name of the song you brought today? It's an original folk song I wrote, Ease the Sorrow. After saying that, Gui stepped back a few paces, giving the center stage to Yan Lei. Seeing this, both the live audience and the viewers at home, as well as the mentors, were all taken aback. Gui wasn't the center position. Chapter 31, 8 Cups of Wine to Life. Is Gui voluntarily giving up the center spot? No way, Yang Lei is the lead singer? What is going on here? This can Yang Lei handle it? At that moment, everyone was doubting whether Yang Lei could handle this role. But Gui believes in him. This song, Xiaoqiu, was originally written, composed, and performed by Mao Buyi in Gui's previous life. It was also one of his most representative songs. The song went viral across the internet as soon as it was released. It even topped the charts on a certain music platform for 4 consecutive months. At the time, it was playing everywhere on the streets and alleys. The quality is impeccable. Xiaoqiu is a song that Gui can sing with some technique, lowering his voice. But it always felt like something was missing. This song has a unique feel, and that unique quality can only be captured by Yan Lei. Just like Gui in his previous life, Xiaoqiu can only be sung by Mao Buyi to capture that feeling everyone else's covers just don't quite hit the mark. It's all technique, no emotion. Gui loves music and approaches it with a serious attitude. He hopes to fully recreate the song Xiaoqiu in this world. That's why he gave the lead vocals to Yan Lei. After all, the copyright is his, so it doesn't matter who sings it. To put it bluntly, the better Yang Lei sings, the more money Gui can make, right? The stage was quiet, but the audience was loud. Yang Lei could hear the audience's doubts. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again, his eyes filled with determination. He wouldn't let this song down, nor would he let Gui down. The soothing prelude music began to play. When you step into this joyful place, carry all your dreams and aspirations on your back. Faces of every color, makeup of every kind, no one remembers your true form. As Yang Lei began to sing, the audience's expressions changed. Some audience members murmured quietly. This seems pretty good. Let us listen some more. It sounds pretty good. Their doubts about Yang Lei began to fade. Yang Lei was unfazed by the audience and continued his performance. After 3 rounds of wine, you're in the corner, stubbornly singing bitter songs. Listen to it drowned out by the noise, you pick up your glass and say to yourself. Gui and others were also singing backup, their voices blending harmoniously to support the main melody. Everyone has moments of solitude, standing alone in the corner. A cup to the rising sun, a cup to the moonlight. Awaken my longing, soften the cold window. Thus, I can fly against the wind without looking back. Unafraid of rain in my heart or frost in my eyes. The sunrise and moonlight are like an ordinary day for an ordinary person, yet they also resemble the dreams that young people relentlessly pursue. A toast to my hometown, a toast to the distant lands. Holding on to my kindness, urging me to grow. Thus, the path between north and south is no longer lone. The soul no longer has nowhere to rest. Hometown and distant lands, the young have grown up, now burdened with the necessities of life, striving in distant lands for survival, yet they still yearn for their hometown from time to time. At this moment, there were no more doubts in the live stream or at the venue. Everyone had unconsciously immersed themselves in the music. They felt the hint of sorrow in the melody. Everyone has worries and sorrows, which is why there is such a song as Ease Sorrow. In reality, it seems that most people are not living the life they want, but everyone has a life they desire in their hearts. This song also hopes that listeners will continue to move forward toward their ideals even when things are not going smoothly. This song. I can't put it into words. Forgive my lack of education, I can only say it's beautiful. Gui is truly talented, the lyrics of this song are superb. The live stream audience was at a loss for words to describe how amazing this song was. And the song wasn't even finished yet, the real showstopper was still to come. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past. What supports my body, what weighs heavily on my shoulders? Though I've never believed in the notion of mountains being high and rivers being long. Life is short, why dwell on the past? Life is filled with tomorrows and yesterdays, and as one reaches middle age, there is an inexplicable hesitation, unsure of how to choose the path ahead. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. Forgive my ordinariness, dispel my confusion. Alright, after dawn, we always leave in a hurry. The sober-minded are the most absurd. Looking back on life in old age, how ordinary it all was. Perhaps this is the life of an ordinary person. Without a background or special talents, one can only live an ordinary life. That's why in his previous life, he had no background. Because of one wrong choice, he could only live a life of frustration and disappointment. This song, Easing Sorrow, with its 8 cups of wine, captures the essence of a human life. The audience below listened with goosebumps. They couldn't help but reflect on their own life experiences. Whether bitter or sweet, it all seemed worth reminiscing about. Lost in thought, they quietly lowered their heads, unwilling to let others see their vulnerable side. On the mentor's seat, the legendary singer Lin Baiqing's eyes were brimming with tears. She had achieved her current status through immense hardship. She had lived in a tiny rented room, sold goods on the street, and during the hardest times, even a proper meal was a luxury. But even then, she never gave up on her dreams or her principles. This song struck a chord deep within her heart, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. The singing legend Zhang Shengrong was also deeply moved. Looking at the lyrics in his hands, he could only utter 2 words. A demon. The lyrics of this song cannot be described as good. He was willing to use an idiom to describe it. That's it, reaching the pinnacle. The live stream was flooded with comments. Life is tough, but never forget your original aspirations. Why are the tears falling on their own? There's not a single word of sorrow in the entire song, yet every word cuts to the heart. The lyrics of this song are too harsh. Is this the talent of Gui? Yang Lei's performance is spot on and truly resonates with the heart. This song feels like it was written specifically for Yang Lei by Gui. Gui and the others on stage finally finished singing the last line of the song. The ones are the most absurd. The entire venue fell silent. Not a single voice of doubt could be heard. The song's sorrow used 8 cups of wine to paint a picture of young people leaving their homes, burdened with sorrow and responsibilities, as they trudged forward. It resonated deeply with the audience, who were striving hard in life but sometimes felt overwhelmed. Finally, Gui led the group in a collective bow. The audience erupted into heartfelt applause. That was amazing. Great song, Gui is amazing. Gui, Gui, Gui. Yang Lei sang so well. I take back what I said earlier, Yang Lei, you've got it. So cool. At that moment, the audience finally stopped noticing Yang Lei's good looks and cheered enthusiastically. The influence of this song is truly terrifying. Even the 3 other performers hired by Gui could hear people in the crowd shouting their names. They knew that all the cheers they were receiving today were coming from Gui, who was standing in front of them. Suddenly, Qin Fong, sitting in the mentor's seat, picked up the lyrics and stood up. Gui. I want to say, talent is everything. Chapter 32, turning the competition into a new song release event. Qin Fong's resounding voice echoed in everyone's ears. Talent is everything. These 5 words stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. What kind of talent could possibly withstand such a statement? Mentor Qin Fong held the lyrics in his hand, read them carefully once more, then looked at Gui solemnly and declared. Gui, I am a specialist in lyrics. I have studied lyrics for 19 years. This song you wrote it for me. I want to kneel before you. These were Qin Fong's heartfelt words. The lyrics of Xiao Chou are truly exceptional. As soon as these words left his mouth, the audience below erupted into cheers. Kneel. You're too kind. Qin Gu, kneel. You're amazing, voice-breaking. The live stream also erupted simultaneously. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Fong is a top-tier lyricist, right? How could he say something like that? The only one who can make a top-tier lyricist kneel is the lyricist god, right? My husband Gui has the talent of a lyricist god. Did you notice that the diva Lin Baiqing is crying? Gui, you're a god. In the director's room, a staff member was startled. He immediately turned to He Qiming and shouted, Director He, the live stream has surpassed 50 million viewers. The other staff members heard this and their hearts trembled, exclaiming in shock. What? 5 million? That many? The peak online viewership for the last live broadcast was only 10 million. We're a hit. Our show has gone viral. Director He is amazing. This Gui is really out of control. Live streaming on Blue Star is different from the live streaming in Gui's previous life. In Gui's previous life, those live streams had fake viewership numbers. Millions of online viewers might only mean a few thousand real viewers. But Blue Star is different. Blue Star's live streams only display the actual number of viewers. That means there are currently 50 million real viewers watching the live stream of Create the Future. This is truly terrifying. It's more than the total population of some small countries. He Qiming cleared his throat and said calmly, keep watching, don't get too excited. We'll aim for even greater heights. Got it, Director He. Director He is truly different, he's seen it all before. They thought He Qiming was different from them. In reality, He Qiming was trembling with excitement, but he hit it well. 500 million. This isn't about 5 million views, it's 5 million live viewers. If they release another video later, wouldn't the views break 100 million on the first day? He Qiming was roaring inside. He was screaming. A phenomenon. This is undoubtedly one of the most phenomenon-level talent shows in Blue Star history. He Qiming is going to become the true godfather of talent shows. The one and only. All thanks to him personally going to invite Gui earlier. Big win. From the moment Gui took the stage to the end of his performance of Xiao Chou, the live stream's viewership skyrocketed, rising from 10 million to 40 million in a straight line. Then Qin Fong stood up and uttered those shocking words. The view count immediately shot up to 50 million and is still rising. 1,000 thoughts flashed through He Qiming's mind, ultimately condensing into a simple yet blunt statement. Gui is freaking amazing. Xiao Yanrui backstage was completely speechless. He had planned to outdo Gui during this performance. Now it seemed completely impossible. His song only received the evaluation of not bad. But Gui's song received the review, I want to kneel before you. His songs were all written by others, so he didn't understand lyric writing or composition. He knew Gui's song was good, but he never imagined it would be this good. Top-tier lyricists have their own pride and rarely admit they're not as good as others. Now Qin Fong has publicly stated that he wants to kneel before Gui. He has been completely outclassed by Gui. He's been crushed to the point where he can't even muster the strength to struggle. He is unwilling to accept it, but he is powerless to do anything about it. He can only hope that Gui's future songs will be slightly weaker, giving him a chance to come out on top. On stage, Qin Fong was still savoring Gui's lyrics. Great, you wrote that so well. This era really needs singers like you. You've given me such a great feeling. There's hope for the Chinese music scene. Hearing these comments, Gui's expression on stage shifted slightly. These compliments were too high. Gui looked sincere and bowed slightly. He then picked up the microphone, smiled, and said, "It is an honor to receive such high praise from you." This was the first time Gui had ever used honorific language. He held deep respect for this veteran artist who had dedicated his life to the Chinese music industry. Xin Fang smiled and returned to his usual relaxed demeanor. "Mr. Gu, there's no need to be modest. I am certain that one day, you will be the brightest star in the Chinese music industry." He dared to say this in front of everyone. It proved that he believed Gui could achieve it. Gui bowed again in gratitude. The legendary singer Lin Baiqing picked up the microphone, wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes, and said, "Gui, this song made me cry. Your talent is flawless." The lead singer of the rock band, Yu Wenxuan, smiled and said, "I can't write lyrics or compose music, but my evaluation has only 2 words, amazing." Piano master Li Manyu narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Gui on stage and listening to the mentor's evaluations around him. It was like a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. The more she looked at Gui, the more she liked him. She smiled and said, "Gui, remember to play the piano next time. My assistant told me you play the piano very well. Don't hide your talent." After speaking, Li Manyu glanced at her assistant Xu Mengning below the stage. Xu Mengning's face turned slightly red. Gui looked at Li Manyu, then exchanged a glance with Xu Mengning, and smiled, "All right." In his previous life, he had used many songs with piano accompaniment, so finding one that matched the theme wasn't difficult. Plus, he was feeling a bit restless and wanted to play the piano. In this life, he had never played the piano on stage before. The singing sensation Zhang Shengrong ran his fingers through his hair, unsure of what to say, as all the compliments had already been given by the previous 4 mentors. He could only joke, "Gui, I think Create the Journey is almost becoming your new song release event." The live stream audience immediately agreed. "I agree. I think the same as the singing legend, so I'm the singing legend. I come here every time just to see Gui's new songs. Why even compare? Just let Gui debut as the center position. Who could possibly compare to him?" I saw Gui and Xu Mengning making eye contact again. I'm so into it. Are those two in a relationship or something? In theory, idols aren't supposed to have boyfriends, but Gui is too talented. I can't bring myself to unfollow him. Only idol singers need to stay single to maintain their fan base. Talented singers don't need to. Take Xin Fang, the top-tier singer who openly shares his relationships, and Zhang Shengrong, the singing legend who married young. Gui also falls into this category. Chapter 33, Terrifying, Taking the Show by Storm. After evaluating Gui, the mentors also gave their opinions on his 5 teammates. Yang Lei received very high praise, because he delivered a flawless performance of the song. Yu Wenxuan remarked with some emotion, "This song is so perfect for you, it's like it was made just for you." Yang Lei looked gratefully at Gui beside him and said, "I should really thank Gu for giving me this opportunity." It wasn't just the mentors who felt that the song was written specifically for him by Gui. Even he himself felt that way. Without Gui, there would be no him today. So his gratitude toward Gui was beyond words. If Gui knew what Yang Lei was thinking, he would only say, "You're overthinking it, brother. You're just my tool." Yu Wenxuan nodded, cherish it well." After everyone had finished their comments, Gui and the others were about to leave the stage. As they were halfway there, Xin Fang suddenly shouted, "Gui, wait up. I almost forgot." Xin Fang held a large red invitation and quickly left the mentor's seat. Gui turned around in confusion. What else could it be? Xin Fang smiled and handed the item to Gui. "Here, my wedding invitation. March 9th next year. You must come." He and his girlfriend were able to reunite thanks to Gui. Of course, they hoped Gui would attend the wedding. Gui opened it and took a look, then smiled and said, "Deal." By March 9th next year, he might already have debuted and have his own studio. Finding time to attend the wedding shouldn't be a problem. Xin Fangxi nodded contentedly and said, "Alright, you two can go now." "Alright." Wow, Xingu sent an invitation to Gui. I'm a bit excited about when Xingu gets married. I wonder if Brother Qin will film a video or live stream his wedding. Probably. Maybe we can trick Gui into singing a song then, The second performance of Create the Journey has ended. But the ripple effect it created continues to spread. That evening, the recording of the second episode of Create the Journey was uploaded to major video platforms. As He Qining had anticipated, the view count surpassed 100 million within 20 hours. Many people watched it multiple times within a single day. This time, Create the Future broke all records for talent shows. It has become the undisputed top talent show on Blue Star. Various news related to this live performance also topped the trending charts on major websites. Isn't life just a constant cycle of easing sorrow? Trending hashtag. Let Qin make you want to kneel before him. Trending hashtag. How good are the lyrics of Xiao Chou? Trending hashtag. Create the Journey has broken Blue Star's talent show records. Trending hashtag. Brothers and sisters, remember to vote for Gui. Someone this talented deserves to make it big. I see my husband again. Yang Lei sings well too, vote for him. Following this, Xiaoqiu also surged onto the new song charts of 3 music platforms. December was a nightmare for all singers and music producers. 4 out of the top 10 spots on the new song charts were occupied by Gui alone. Most importantly, the live performances for Create the Future hadn't even ended yet. It still had its 3rd and 4th performances to come. The 3rd performance is still scheduled for December. All the singers and music producers have an uneasy feeling that Gui might end up dominating 5 spots in the top 10 of the new song chart. Just thinking about it sends a chill down their spines. That young man is truly terrifying. Terrifying indeed. Thanks to this song, Xiaoqiu, Yang Lei's ranking finally rose from the bottom to 24th place, escaping the possibility of elimination. Other trainees in the group have also seen significant improvements. Even Zhang Su, who was at the bottom of the rankings, has risen to 44th place. Although he still faces the risk of elimination, his vote count has been steadily increasing, and he has a high chance of breaking into the top 42. Thanks to his hit song Xiaoqiu, he successfully propelled them to stardom. It also propelled the entire show to new heights. After the song, major entertainment companies realized they had underestimated Gui's talent, so they immediately improved his terms. Some entertainment company executives even waved their hands and said, "Let Gui name his own terms." Now they're just waiting to go to Create the Future the next day to find Gui. The next morning, staff members found Gui. "Gui, director, he is looking for you." "Me?" Gui raised his eyebrows. Actually, he could probably guess why He Qiming was looking for him. As an amateur singer, he had performed so many high-quality songs. In their eyes, he was a hot commodity. Now, there were probably countless entertainment companies outside wanting to sign him. He Qiming was probably looking for him for the same reason. Gui followed the staff into the director's room. When he went inside, there was only He Qiming alone. Gui greeted him politely, "Director He." As soon as He Qiming saw Gui arrive, his old face lit up with a broad smile, and he greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, Gui is here. Come, sit down." Gui didn't hesitate and sat down on the sofa. "What did you need me for, Director He?" "Several entertainment companies have been trying to sign you recently. I've arranged for them to meet you all together. Would you be willing to meet them?" Director He asked with a smile. "Just as expected." Of course, Gui nodded. "Thank you, Director He." Gui could tell that He Qiming was helping him. Perhaps He Qiming would even risk offending someone because of this. After all, those big entertainment companies weren't easy to deal with. He Qiming smiled and waved his hand. "No need to thank me. I should be thanking you. Without you, my show wouldn't have achieved this effect." These days, He Qiming was very excited, always flushed with excitement. He was helping Gui mainly as a favor. After thinking for a moment, He Qiming added, "Gui, when you meet those entertainment company executives later, feel free to make demands. They're more desperate than you are." Gui was the only one, but there were many entertainment companies. After speaking, He Qiming led Gui toward an office. Before they even entered, Gui could hear voices inside. It seemed like there were quite a few people inside. As the door opened, a group of eyes as sharp as wolves turned toward them. Gui quickly scanned the room. There must be at least 20 or 30 people. If each person represents an entertainment company, there must be at least 20 or 30 entertainment companies wanting to sign Gui. This doesn't even include the smaller companies that felt they couldn't compete with these bigger ones and had already left. Facing the crowd, He Qiming regained his authoritative demeanor and spoke up, "Everyone, I have brought Gui here. If you have any matters to discuss, please address them directly with him." The crowd immediately grew restless. They had waited so long for this moment. Little did they know that He Qiming added, "I'm right here. If anyone dares to pull any tricks, don't blame me for kicking you out." Entertainment companies love to play word games, especially with artists who haven't made it yet. His words were a clear warning to everyone. "So, I've got your back. You better put away those underhanded tactics." Chapter 34, How will you know unless you try? "Don't worry, Director He. It definitely won't happen." The entertainment company staff all made their positions clear. "All right, you all continue." He Qiming walked over to the side on his own, found a chair, and sat down. He would go to help Gui review the contract once Gui decided to sign with a certain entertainment company. Seeing this, everyone began to state their own conditions. Chuizong Xinghao offered an A+ singer contract, an A+ composer contract, and an S-level lyricist contract. Huawan Entertainment offered an A-level singer contract, an A+ level composer contract, and an A+ level lyricist contract, and promised that all promotional resources provided to Gui would be S-level. Mo High Entertainment offered an S-level singer contract, an A+ level composer contract, and an S-level lyricist contract. Ting Xian Entertainment's contract was even more daunting, a 3-in-1 S-level contract. Some smaller companies have also announced their terms. The offers were indeed generous. Since Gui's Xiaoqiu became a hit, they have all raised their standards. Any of these companies could easily sign any top-tier singer with the terms they're offering, let alone newcomers who haven't even debuted yet. Everyone looked at Gui with anticipation, waiting for his response. Gui leaned his hands on the desk, glanced at Zhang Qiong from Tingxian Entertainment, then swept his gaze across the crowd before delivering an answer that left everyone speechless. Sorry everyone, I have an agreement with someone else. I won't join any entertainment company before the competition ends. The bet agreement with Tingxian Entertainment is still in effect. Before the competition ends, Gui will not break this agreement. Although Tingxian Entertainment had also come and offered terms that were hard to refuse. But this does not prevent Gui from refusing. He is a man of his word. You could say he lacks flexibility. But that's just who he is, it's his principle in life. No way. He's refusing all of this? The entire crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was utterly baffled. What kind of agreement could possibly make Gui refuse so many top-tier contracts? Zhang Qiong from Tingxian Entertainment was also stunned. Zhang Qiong of Tingxian Entertainment knew exactly what agreement Gui was referring to. It was the bet agreement she had brokered between Gui and the other parties. But she never expected that when Tingxian Entertainment and these companies presented such favorable terms, Gui would still be honoring that promise. She didn't know whether to call Gui foolish or overly serious. It was just an oral agreement after all. Zhang Qiong looked at Gui seriously and asked, Gui, have you thought this through? Gui looked at this old acquaintance and smiled, of course. This was the third time representatives from Tingxian Entertainment had come to find him. Each time, the terms were better than the last and far superior to those offered to others. After the competition, as long as Listening String Entertainment didn't pull any tricks, he was more than willing to fulfill the bet after the competition. Zhang Qiong nodded and said nothing more. She respected Gui's decision. She also understood his character. Gui keeps his word, which means he will definitely join Tingxian Entertainment after the competition. However, Zhang Qiong was a bit concerned that if Gui didn't join an entertainment company, he might be targeted by other companies during the competition. They might even resort to underhanded tactics. If Gui can't form a group and debut, or if he can't debut as the center, that would be awkward. However, regardless of Gui's competition results, Tingxian Entertainment will offer him an S-level contract. Because Gui is worth it. The representatives from Huawan Entertainment looked at Gui with a deep gaze and said, Are you sure you don't want to join any of our companies? The head of Chuiquan Xingha also urged, Gui, I advise you to choose a company to join. Otherwise, it won't be good for you. The head of Brilliant Star River spoke indirectly, but the smart ones could hear a hint of threat in his words. Someone from MO High Entertainment also said, it's better to choose a better one. Other entertainment company representatives present were also trying to persuade E. Gui simply shook his head, I'm sorry, I won't choose. Upon hearing this, the room was filled with sighs and laughter. Oomph. Interesting. Tisk, daring to refuse us? You've got some nerve. What a waste of time. Let's go. Someone else looked at Gui meaningfully and said, what a pity. Gui shrugged indifferently. He had seen enough of the entertainment industry's tricks in his previous life. He hadn't succeeded in his previous life, so he'd give it another try in this one. After everyone had left, Xu Mengning walked over to Gui. Don't worry, I'm here. They won't dare to be too arrogant. Xu Mengning's words were filled with confidence. He was stunned when Gui refused all the entertainment companies. But he didn't try to persuade Gui to compromise. He believed Gui had made a well-considered decision. Though he couldn't stop all the tactics of the major entertainment companies, he could keep their dirty hands out of the Create the Future base. He wouldn't let them get too out of hand. They wouldn't be able to influence Gui's performance. This was both helping Gui and helping himself. As Gui returned to the dormitory, a group of trainees surrounded him. Sunmmary curiously asked, Gui, what did Director He want to talk to you about earlier? Is there a company trying to sign you? The other trainees also looked at Gui with anticipation. If he's lucky, Gui might sign with an entertainment company that's affiliated with theirs. Then they could naturally form a team with Gui. Gui nodded then shook his head. There were companies that wanted to sign me, but I turned them all down. You turned them down? Were the terms too unfavorable? Sunmmary asked in confusion. After all, those entertainment companies aren't pushovers. They should be able to recognize Gui's talent. They wouldn't offer a garbage contract. No, they even offered an S-class contract, Gui said with a smile. Immediately, someone exclaimed, what? S-class? That S the top-tier contract. Debuting at the peak, that S so impressive. Did I hear that right? He refused it? I'm still signing a D-class contract, and Gui actually turned down an S-class contract? Why would anyone turn down an S-rank contract? Some people are willing to work twice as hard just for a C-level contract. Gui started with an S-class contract and still refused it. All the trainees suddenly felt like their worldview was crumbling. People are so envious of each other. Gui didn't tell the trainees why he refused. There was no need. Focusing on practicing singing was the right path. Gui entered the training room and found only 4 people there. He asked, where's Yang Lei? Shen smiled and said, he was called away by the staff. Someone probably wants to sign him. Gu Yi nodded in understanding. Yang Lei had performed well in the previous round, and since he was also an amateur like Gu Yi, it made sense that someone wanted to sign him. Chen Shen then remembered that Gu Yi had also been called away earlier, so he asked, "By the way, how about you?" "There were a few S-level contracts, but I turned them all down," Gu Yi said indifferently. "What the hell?" Chen Shen's voice was so loud it could pierce the sky. The other three looked at Gu Yi in confusion. Gu Yi smiled and said, "I have a bet with someone else. I won't join an entertainment company until the competition ends." Upon hearing Gu Yi's explanation, Chen Chen understood. Gu Yi had always been stubborn since he was a child, and now that he had a bet on the line, refusing other companies was only natural. "Brother Yi, what are you guys talking about?" At that moment, Yang Lei's voice came from the door. "You're back. How's it going? Any companies you're interested in?" Gu Yi asked. Yang Lei then mentioned the terms offered by those companies, with the best being a B-level contract from Chui Quan Xinghe. He had come back to discuss it with Gu Yi, because he remembered that Gu Yi hadn't signed with an entertainment company either. He wanted to see where Gu Yi was heading. Gu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Yang Lei, do you trust me?" Yang Lei nodded seriously, "I do." Gu Yi smiled and said, "Don't join any other companies yet. After the competition ends, I'll start an independent music studio separate from any entertainment company. Would you join my studio then?" After saying this, Gu Yi also told the others about his bet with Ting Xian Entertainment. Yang Lei didn't hesitate and said, "Brother, I'll join your studio." Ting Xian Entertainment? Chen Shen felt a bit surprised and said, "Then we'll be in the same company." Not only in the same company, but Gu Yi could negotiate with the company to transfer Chen Shen to his own studio. Zhang Su, Li Han, and Huang Xiaozhan looked enviously at Yang Lei. They also wanted to join Gu Yi's studio, but they already had entertainment companies. "I'm really crying." Not long after, the elimination list after the second performance was announced. Zhang Su was lucky and made it to 42nd place, avoiding elimination. The third performance was also a group performance. Gu Yi's team had no one eliminated, so the third performance remained the same lineup. The only difference was that this time, the mentors didn't give any themes. Instead, they let the trainees perform freely. Looking at the wedding invitation given by Qin Fong, Gu Yi suddenly recalled the former girlfriend of his body's original owner. Gu Yi had inherited everything from the original owner of the body. Perhaps it was the lingering thoughts of the original owner of the body at play. Gu Yi chose this song. It was called 10 Years. Chapter 35, Slander Deserves Its Punishment. Just as Gu Yi and the others were preparing for their third performance, some unfavorable news about Gu Yi suddenly appeared online. A so-called insider claimed that Gu Yi was a playboy, dating several girlfriends simultaneously at the Shanghai International Arts Academy. Even the alleged parties came forward to confirm the claims. Several female students from Shanghai International Art Academy posted on Weibo claiming they were all Gu Yi's girlfriends. Before Gu Yi became famous, they had been kept in the dark about this. It wasn't until Gu Yi appeared on Create the Journey that they discovered he had other girlfriends when they posted photos of themselves with him on the school's confession wall. Moreover, not only that, but Gu Yi was dating them while also flirting with Xu Mengning. Therefore, they have come forward collectively to accuse Gu Yi of cheating on multiple women, exposing his true nature to netizens. Several of the girls' Weibo posts included photos with Gu Yi and screenshots of their chat records. The comments section immediately filled with people defending the girls. "I never thought Gu Yi was this kind of person. I'm unfollowing him. No wonder he can write such sweet songs, he's just a player." Exactly, his song Cultivating Love doesn't sound like something someone with little emotional experience could write. However, rational netizens raise doubts about the matter. These are probably paid commenters. The authenticity of these photos and the events they describe is still uncertain, yet you're all jumping on the bandwagon without any evidence? I believe in Gu Yi's character. Could someone be targeting Gu Yi? I think this photo looks like it's been photoshopped. When some people first questioned the authenticity of this, experts in photo editing came forward and said, "At the request of fans, we examined these photos. We cannot confirm the authenticity of the story, but these photos have not been altered using Photoshop." This article was just posted on Weibo and quickly trended on the hot search list. Now, those who were defending the girls are even more arrogant. Even the netizens who initially raised doubts began to waver. Could Gu Yi really be the Sea King? This is proof. Gu Yi is definitely the Sea King. Ah, I knew it. You're such a scumbag. I misjudged him. With that kind of character, he wants to debut? Go home and raise fish. Soon after, more negative information about Gu Yi began to surface. Some accused Gu Yi of plagiarism, others claimed he abused animals, and the most outrageous rumor was that he already had an 8-year-old child. Anyway, anything bad was blamed on Gu Yi. Some sharp-eyed netizens immediately sensed something was off. How could so many negative rumors about Gu Yi surface at the same time? I don't think a few photos prove anything. Agreed, and haven't you noticed that there's been a lot of negative news about Gu Yi lately? I don't understand. Gu Yi is only 21 years old. Where did this 8-year-old child come from? This is just bashing without any effort. Are you brainless fans? Why are you defending Gu like this? Rumors spread quickly online. Gui's other roommate, Gu Fan, also saw these messages. Gu Fan, who was in the dorm room, was so angry he almost threw his phone. Damn it, Gui only had one ex-girlfriend. Where did these idiots come from? After calming down for 2 seconds, he immediately realized that someone was trying to frame Gui. Gu Fan picked up his phone again and started looking at the photos. As he looked, his brows furrowed deeply. One of the photos looked familiar to him. Thinking of this, he opened the school's confession wall and frantically searched through it. An hour later, he finally found it. It was a photo of the girl named Zhou Yuman with Gui. That was 2 years ago. At the time, Gui was still a freshman and single. He had participated in a singing competition organized by the college and achieved good results. So some girls approached Gui to take photos with him. There were group photos and individual photos. Gui agreed. Later, Zhou Yuman posted the photo of herself with Gui on a confession wall. Gu Fan vaguely remembered that a few months later, after Gui started dating his ex-girlfriend had an argument with him over this incident. However, this still couldn't prove Gui's innocence. Gu Fan, at a loss for what to do, immediately called her counselor, Old Zhang. She told Old Zhang about the situation. Old Zhang listened and immediately began handling the matter. He found several female students on campus, but all of them insisted that they were Gui's girlfriend. This left Old Zhang at a loss. He believed Gui wasn't that kind of person, but since Gui wasn't there, he couldn't confront the girls. At the same time, Xu Mengning also found out. Her first thought was that someone was spreading rumors and slandering Gui. Her best friend, Li Chanxian, was sitting beside her, furious. These people are clearly spreading rumors. When did Gui start dating them? I've been in the studio for 3 years and I didn't even know. This is infuriating. Those girls must have been paid. Those who knew Gui well were aware of his character. They all believed in Gui, but the online sentiment was not something they could easily change. Xu Mengning furrowed her brows as she carefully examined the photos and WeChat chat screenshots posted by those girls. She muttered angrily to herself, "These chat logs make me blush. How could Gui, that straight guy, say such things?" The WeChat profile picture was indeed Gui's, and the username matched his online name. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Suddenly, Xu Mengning seemed to think of something, and her brows immediately relaxed, revealing a faint smile. WeChat profile pictures and usernames can be changed at any time. These people could easily create an account identical to Gui's. But they can't mimic Gui's WeChat ID. Thinking of this, Xu Mengning immediately opened Weibo and posted a status update, tagging those few girls. Xu Mengning, guys, if you're really Gui's girlfriend, could you please record a video like this? Video.mp4. At Zhou Yuman at Xie Dandan at Renlu at Jin Binghui. The video Xu Mengning recorded was simple. She opened WeChat, clicked on the chat screen with Gui, and then clicked on the video on Gui's profile page. Gui's profile page displayed his Weibo ID. If the 4 girls recorded exactly like she did, there's no way they can fake it. If the WeChat ID does not match Gui's, it would be definitive proof of fabrication. As soon as Xu Mengning posted this message, it was discovered and quickly promoted by Gui's fans. "Su's sister, you're the best. That's bold. What's this? This is called questioning from the legitimate wife. She has a husband protecting maniac. I saw the chat records between Xu Mengning and Gui. It's pretty sweet. Miss Su. At Zhou Yuman at Xie Dandan at Renlu at Jin Binghui, come out and record something." Xu Mengning's post quickly reached the ears of the 4 girls. The 4 of them immediately panicked. That Gui account was just a fake account, so they dared not record a video. The 4, who had been extremely active, suddenly went silent. It's been a day? Respond already. Oh my god, could it really be a rumor? You're too scared to even record a video? I'd call this the ultimate twist. Does Gui even think you're worth it? Once they gained some confidence, Gui's fans immediately launched a counterattack. Then explain the group photo. Go check the blogger as posts yourself, at Gu Fan. Shortly after Xu Mengning posted the video, Gu Fan knew his chance had come. He immediately explained the reason behind Gui's photos with these girls. He also attached several photos of Gui singing on stage, as well as group photos of the girls surrounding Gui. Among them were the 4 girls in question. I think things are pretty clear now. These girls are just spreading rumors. Spreading rumors is really cheap. Zhanghai International Art Academy needs to step in. Slandering my Gui makes me sick. Can they be locked up for a few years? Congratulations to the 4 of you, a free silver bracelet set. Seeing these comments, the 4 women were terrified, completely terrified. They immediately began apologizing online. They claimed they were acting on someone else's instructions and had no intention of slandering Gui. They also stated that they were now feeling depressed and hoped that netizens would spare them and give them a chance to live. I don't understand. Whereas all this enthusiasm for spreading rumors? Do you even know what it's like to be a real depression patient? Please don't use depression as an excuse. What about the people who are actually depressed? That's disgusting. In the training room, Xu Mengning showed Gui everything that had happened online recently. Thanks a lot, Miss Su, Gui said with a smile. You really saved me this time. He had been isolated at the training base and had no idea about any of these events. If it weren't for Xu Mengning and some nameless guy, they would have succeeded in smearing his reputation. The other consequences were unknown for now, but it would definitely affect his popularity rankings. Xu Mengning smiled, leaning her head against her hand, and said, thanks again. You still owe me that meal from last time. Gui felt a bit embarrassed and said, cough. We'll go together after the competition ends. Xu Mengning skipped the topic and asked, what are you going to do about those girls? Gui replied with a mix of seriousness and humor, the Wi-Fi in prison should be pretty good. Let us invite them to stay there for a while to cool off. Regardless of the reason, these 4 people all wanted to ruin his life. He wouldn't be polite. He would pursue this to the end. It would also serve as a warning to others. This matter didn't consume Gui's thoughts. Director He Qiming directly dispatched the program's lawyer to handle it for him. All 4 will face 3 years in prison. Following this, Shanghai International Art Academy issued a public statement announcing that the 4 individuals who spread the rumors had been expelled from the academy. Netizens immediately felt a sense of justice. I told you Gui was innocent. They deserve it. Actually, I don't think it was necessary to go this far. Gui has a narrow mindset. You little bastard, selling twisted dough sticks. Everyone else is trying to ruin your future, and you're talking about big picture? Die, you saint. Going to a temple is just for fun. The real living Buddha is on Weibo. You get what you deserve. After this incident, the voices criticizing Gui grew much quieter. Although various bizarre scandals continued to surface from time to time, they were all treated as entertainment by netizens. As time passed, it was December 30th, and the 3rd live broadcast of Create the Journey began. The live stream had just started. Some netizens started playing around with memes. I'll tell you, I'm Gui's girlfriend. Gui and I already have an 8-year-old child. This is hilarious, you haters. What song will Gui write today? Can't wait. As the performances began one after another, the audience suddenly felt something was off. It seemed like every trainee's song and dance were much better than before. Several high-quality original songs even emerged. The top trainees, who had been holding back for so long, finally began to give it their all. Manhwa Entertainment's Shen Ziming blew the crowd away with his rap song I Wanna Be Number 1. Xiao Yenrui from Huawan Entertainment also performed an English song titled Well That blew the audience away. Lu Jiaxing from Tingxian Entertainment melted everyone's hearts with his song The Taste of Love. Lin Yi from Chui Quanxing he was even more impressive with his synchronized, stylish dance moves paired with a rhythm-driven song, drawing screams from the entire audience. The true strength of the 4 top entertainment companies was finally revealed at this moment. With the best resources at their disposal, they were naturally unwilling to lag behind. Viewers in the live stream immediately began to worry about How did these trainees suddenly become so good? Are they that intense? Are they on drugs? That sounds good. The next performance is supposed to be Gui's. I'm suddenly worried about him. These few people's performances are so intense. Can Gui handle it? Worried about him? Haha, you should be more worried about when Mars will collide with Earth. The last line was said by Wang Yi, a top singer from Moonlight Entertainment. He had created a secondary account to watch the live stream of the Create the Future performance. Standing beside him were 2 people, his longtime collaborators, senior composer Mo Lan and senior lyricist Chi Hai. Ever since he heard Gui's Moonlight, Wang Yi had become a die-hard fan of Gui. At first, Mo Lan and Chi Hai thought Wang Yi was embarrassing. However, after listening to Xiao Chou, only one thought remained in their minds. Is this even human? From that point on, they too became Gui's devotees. The 3 unlucky souls successfully transformed into Gui's 3 little fans. At that moment, with no one around, Chi Hai spoke without hesitation. 80% of these trainees' songs are written by ghostwriters hired by the company. How could they possibly compare to the legendary Gui was now a god in their eyes. Mo Lan chimed in, exactly. Ishin is definitely going to dominate again. Wang Yi said, today is the 30th, tomorrow is the 31st. Do you think Ishin's new song can make it into the top 10 of the new song chart in 2 days? Mo Lan and Chi Hai chimed in unison, of course he can. Wang Yi murmured, if he can dominate 5 of the top 10 spots on the new song chart. Unbeatable. Chapter 36, 10 years ago, 10 years later. Gui and the others hadn't taken the stage yet. A piano slowly rose from the center of the stage. Piano master Li Manyu's eyes lit up immediately. At that moment, the diva Lin Baiqing turned to Li Manyu and smiled, saying, Master Li, the piano performance you've been waiting for is about to begin. Li Manyu smiled and said, yes. I've been urging him to play the piano after every match, and finally he remembered. Once Gui walked onto the stage, Li Manyu looked at him meaningfully and said, Gui, take this seriously. Let me see how good your piano skills really are. Gui nodded lightly, confidently saying, I will definitely satisfy you. After speaking, Gu Yi approached the piano. He sat upright, his posture straight and tall, exuding an inexplicable aura, as if he had become one with the piano. His knuckles were slightly arched, and his fingers formed a natural curve. Cool. That posture is so standard. Impressive. I wonder how good Gu Yi is at piano. He looks pretty skilled. So elegant. Suddenly I feel like I don't deserve Gu Yi. Sniff sniff. Stop daydreaming, you've never been good enough for Gu Yi. The audience was once again captivated by Gu Yi's charm. The piano has a special magic that adds an invisible, intangible aura to the performer. It elevates the performer's aura to a whole new level. Seeing this scene, Lee Man-yu's smile grew wider. With her piano skills and discerning eye, she could tell that Gu Yi had solid piano foundations. It seems that Xu Mengning wasn't exaggerating. Gu Yi indeed had some talent. At that moment, Zhang Shengrong, sitting beside Lee Man-yu, smiled and said, "Master Lee, why not give your opinion? What do you think?" He believed that within the entire venue, Lee Man-yu was the most knowledgeable about piano. In fact, on a national scale, Lee Man-yu is unparalleled as a piano master. Therefore, Lee Man-yu's evaluation was undoubtedly the most authoritative. When Zhang Shengrong asked this, the other mentors also looked over. They were also curious to see what kind of evaluation Lee Man-yu would give. Excellent. Lee Man-yu praised generously, just sitting there like that, he's already outshone 90% of young people. Oh? How so? Asked Yu Wenchuan curiously. Lee Man-yu explained, I won't mention Gu Yi's posture, anyone who has studied piano would understand. Look closely at Gu Yi's hands. His wrist joints are slightly arched, just right. If they're too high, too flat, or sunken, it's unnatural and won't produce focused, solid, or varied sounds. But Gu Yi never has this issue. Now look at Gu Yi's fingers. They form a natural curve. They're neither straight nor overly curved, which prevents stiffness or tension. When Gu Yi sits on the piano bench, he makes no adjustments, he sits like this naturally. This tells me he has solid piano technique. Of course, this is all my speculation. Gu Yi's true ability will only be evident when he actually plays. Lee Man-yu spoke at length. Her words were well-reasoned and convincing. The other four mentors nodded in understanding, clearly grasping the underlying principles. The viewers in the live stream also heard Lee Man-yu's evaluation, but they were only partially understanding. It sounds pretty impressive. She's always been amazing. Lee Man-yu is a piano master. There have been other trainees who played the piano before. Did you notice her expression back then? It was so grim. Don't even mention it. Her piano skills aren't even as good as my 10-year-old sister's. Piano accompaniment, what song will it be today? Gu Yi sat in the center of the stage, with Chen Chen, Yan Lei, and others scattered around the stage. Sitting at the piano, Gu Yi slowly closed his eyes, and the stage light suddenly went out. Gu Yi's fingers moved slightly, and the melodious piano music began to play, filling the ears of the audience present. It also reached the ears of viewers in the live stream through the internet. The information about the song appeared on the viewers' phones in the live stream. 10 years. Lyrics, Gu Yi. Music by Gu Yi. Performed by Gu Yi, Chen Chen, Yang Lei, Zhang Su, Li Han, and Huang Xiaozhan. This sounds like a love song. Can it follow up on the previous atmosphere? It feels a bit risky. Using a love song in a competition is really a disadvantage. Not necessarily, it might be another song as challenging as Moonlight. Setting that aside, the intro is pretty catchy. Lee Man-yu listened to the piano music, her expression changing slightly. While the intro wasn't difficult, the flawless playing was enough to astonish her. Gu Yi's piano skills were even stronger than those of her daughter, Xu Mengning. Xu Mengning was widely recognized in the industry as a piano prodigy with absolute pitch. How old is Gu Yi? He was actually better than her own daughter. What an incredible talent. A future piano master. A soft, pale light fell upon Gu Yi and the others, casting a faint shadow of sadness over them. The audience seemed to sense the hint of sadness in the prelude's melody. Their mental defenses began to crumble. Gu Yi approached the microphone and spoke with emotion. If those two words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't have realized how much it hurt. No matter how you say it, it's just a breakup. If there are no expectations for tomorrow, holding hands is like going on a trip. Among thousands of doors, someone must always leave first. 10 Years was originally sung by Eason Chan in Gu Yi's previous life. It's a love song with a particularly free melody. This song also won the title of Top 10 Chinese Love Songs of the New Century Decade. Since embraces cannot linger, why not leave when it's time? Enjoy while you can and let the tears flow. How many loves have been lost to time, lost to life, lost to helplessness? If we can hold on, let us cherish every last moment. 10 years ago. I don't know you, and you don't belong to me. We're still the same. Staying by a stranger's side. Walking through streets that once felt familiar. 10 years later. We're friends, we can still greet each other. Just that kind of tenderness. There is no longer a reason to embrace. Lovers inevitably become friends in the end. The magnetic voice of Gu Yana adds a subtle sadness to the song. The emotional defenses in the audience's hearts crumbled completely, and countless emotional stories began to flow gently with the music. The deep-seated emotions hidden in the audience's hearts were instantly laid bare. Chaotic emotions and endless bitterness spread throughout the audience's hearts. From strangers to lovers. From lovers to friends. How many decades have passed in between? How many decades will it take to heal the scars in their hearts? As the story unfolded, a tear trickled down the cheek of one audience member. Chapter 37, Lovers Inevitably Become Friends, a song that moves millions to tears. Whether middle-aged or young, everyone can find emotional resonance in this song and feel it deeply. How can this person's songs make people cry so easily? You owe me tears for this. 10 years ago, I didn't even know her. 10 years later, I don't know what will happen, but now we can't even be friends. Another classic. In the director's room, a staff member turned around and said with a smile, Director, our online viewership is about to break 5 million again. Gui is simply too amazing. As soon as he appears, the popularity skyrockets. Before he could finish, the staff member trailed off. Because he saw Xu Mengning crying. The staff member, flustered, asked, Director, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, the other staff members also looked over. Now everyone could see the tears in Xu Mengning's eyes. Xu Mengning glared at the staff member. He shouted sternly, What are you looking at? Did a brick get in your eye? Just do your jobs properly. If anything goes wrong, I'll dock your wages, believe me. Xu Mengning had no choice but to resort to the deduct wages tactic. Several staff members turned away, their faces flushed red. They had all undergone strict training and rarely smiled under normal circumstances. Unless they couldn't help it. The emotional resonance of the song 10 years was simply too powerful. Xu Mengning, who was nearly 50 years old, couldn't help but shed tears. A small city in the south was currently being pounded by a heavy downpour. A well-mannered middle-aged man named Xiu walked into a small noodle shop. Xiu put away his umbrella and placed it by the door. He tapped his shoes on the carpet to make sure they were dry, then found a secluded corner and sat down. He carefully observed the small noodle shop and murmured, How nice, how beautiful. 10 years ago, when he first came to this restaurant, it wasn't nearly as nice as it was now. A cute young girl sitting at the cash register watching a live stream noticed the customer and left the counter, bringing a notepad and menu to Xiu. The girl smiled sweetly and said, Uncle, what would you like to eat? We have everything here. Upon seeing the girl's face, Xiu clearly paused. He murmured softly, She looks just like her. Seeing that Xiu was frozen in place, the girl waved her hand in front of him and said, Sir, what would you like to eat? Hearing the little girl's playful voice, Xiu snapped back to reality and smiled gently, a bowl of beef noodle soup with 2 ounces of beef. Got it. The little girl ran into the kitchen and shouted, Dad, Mom, 2 ounces of beef noodle soup. Got it, came the voice of a middle-aged woman from the kitchen. Hearing that voice, Xiu froze for another 2 seconds. How familiar. 10 years? I still haven't forgotten your voice. Xiu forced himself to resist the urge to go check the kitchen. She was now a married woman with a cute daughter. He shouldn't and couldn't disturb her life. After an unknown amount of time, a man wearing an apron brought a bowl of noodles to Xiu. Sir, your beef noodles are ready. Xiu looked up at the man for a few seconds. The man kept smiling. Xiu nodded silently. Xiu picked up the noodles, added a splash of vinegar, stirred them carefully, and took a bite. The taste hadn't changed. 10 years later, it was still the same. Vaguely, he heard the little girl seemed to be watching some singing program. He savored the familiar taste, listening intently to the song the little girl was playing. The melancholy melody drifted into his ears. 10 years ago. I don't know you, you don't belong to me. 10 years later. There is no longer a reason to embrace. Lovers inevitably become friends in the end. Yes, 10 years later, he and she became friends. Xiu was even afraid that seeing her would disrupt her life. As he listened, a tear fell into his bowl. Salty. The song playing in the background seemed to be nearing its end. Until we became friends for many years. Only then did I understand my tears. Not for you. They were also for others. The little girl propped her head up and smiled mischievously. Gui is so cool. Xiu wiped away his tears, afraid of scaring the little girl. Approaching the little girl, Xiu smiled and asked, Little girl, can you tell me the name of that song? 10 years. The little girl blurted out without hesitation, It's sung by Gui. I absolutely love Gui. Super much? Hearing the little girl's preference, Xiu smiled sincerely. But at that moment, she looked both crying and smiling, which was odd and a bit sad. The little girl looked up and immediately saw Xiu with tears streaming down his face. She hurriedly asked, Uncle, why are you crying? Did something happen? Tell us, and we can help you. Xiu shook his head quickly, denying it. No. I'm fine. Looking at the little girl's innocent face, Xiu added, You and your mother are so alike, both so kind. Ah. Do you know my mother? Are you my mother's friend? The little girl asked excitedly. She shouted loudly, Mom, there's someone here who knows you. The girl's mother's voice came from the kitchen, Really? I'll come out and take a look. Hearing this, Shohei panicked. He hurriedly placed the money on the counter, disregarding the heavy rain outside, and rushed out of the noodle shop. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in an apron emerged from the kitchen. "Ineen, there's someone out there." The little girl pointed outside and said, "As soon as I called you, he ran away." The middle-aged woman looked out the door. All she could see was the bowl of leftover noodles on the table, the uncovered vinegar bottle, and the weathered umbrella by the door. That umbrella, it looked familiar. On stage, Gui finished singing the last line of the song. He stood up from the piano bench, led the crowd to the front, and bowed in gratitude. The applause was enthusiastic. That was beautiful. I couldn't even speak, I was choking up. The live stream comments were also constantly updating. I never thought that someone in their 30s or 40s like me could cry watching a young people's talent show. This song is so moving no matter how old you are, it leaves you feeling deeply moved. I love Gui so much. This is so annoying, I'm feeling so emotional. It's ridiculous that there are people online bashing Gui, accusing him of plagiarism. Go ahead and try to copy a song this amazing. To write such an emotional song, and yet people still spread rumors that Gui is a jerk. If Gui is a jerk, then there are no truly passionate people in the world. Just as the audience was immersed in sadness, Gui on stage suddenly broke into a smile. This moment was swiftly captured by the director and projected onto the big screen. Chapter 38, Leave sorrow to others, keep joy for yourself. Is Gui laughing? I'm crying, and you're laughing. Leave sorrow for others, keep joy for yourself? What are you laughing at so happily? Hee, Gui looks so handsome when he smiles. The person above is definitely a fangirl. The live stream viewers were all stunned. We were all feeling so sad, and here you are, the one responsible for all this, suddenly laughing. Gui didn't realize that his smile would cause such a big reaction from the audience. He had just noticed the somber atmosphere and thought a smile might lighten the mood. Gui, what are you laughing at? Can't you see we're all sad? Said mentor Yu Wenshuan. The song 10 Years had almost made him emotional, and now Gui suddenly laughed. Feeling a bit awkward, he picked up the microphone and blurted out, I thought of something happy. This was a famous joke from Gui's previous life. But unfortunately, the people in this world didn't understand. They only knew that they were crying at that moment, while Gui was laughing. I can't believe I'm thinking about something happy. So you're happy because you see us sad, right? 666. Now I finally understand why Gui sings such songs. It's to make himself happy. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. Gui's 3 performances all made me cry. Ugh, he is so mean, but I love him. Make yourself happy, make others sad. The first concert as Cultivating Love, the second concert as Easing Sorrow, and the third concert as 10 Years all made a crowd of people cry. He is officially a depression-curing singer. After a brief interlude, the mentors returned to the main topic. Lee Manyu looked at Gui and said, Gui, your piano skills have reached a professional level, haven't they? Lee Manyu was being conservative. In fact, she suspected that Gui was likely already approaching master level. Yes. Gui nodded. His skill had indeed reached the professional level. And it was far beyond professional level. He was already a piano master. Using the piano as accompaniment is different from playing piano pieces, so it's perfectly normal for Lee Manyu not to notice. He hadn't bothered to prove it either. It's acceptable, but unnecessary. Only Xu Mengning was present and knew that Yi's piano skills were far from this level. I feel like Yishin has 5 songs dominating the top 10 of the new song chart is already a sure thing. After listening to 10 Years, Wang Yidu spoke confidently. These professionals might not be able to create such a masterpiece themselves. But they could tell just by listening that this song was another blockbuster hit. Haven't you seen Chi Hai crying uncontrollably? Emolan spoke up, I'm going all in on Ishin this time. As for Chi Hai, he was still wiping away his tears. The truth turned out exactly as Wang Yi had predicted. The day after the event ended. On the last day of December, 10 Years broke into the top 10 of the new song chart. Here's how the new song chart looked at the time. NetCloud Music New Songs Chart. First, Cultivating Love, with 25 million views. Second, Sorrow, with 19.99 million views. Third, Confession Balloon, with 12.04 million views. Fourth, Moonlight, with 946,000 views. Sixth, 10 Years, with 863,000 views. Penguin Music New Songs Chart. First, Xiaoqiu, with 27.43 million views. Second, Confession Balloon, with 2,111,000 views. Third, Moonlight Popularity. Fourth, Cultivating Love. Ninth, 10 Years. Mango Music New Songs Chart. Wang Yi directly screenshotted this chart and shared it in the group. Mo High Entertainment Wang Yi, screenshot.jpg. Wang Yi, I'm just going to praise Ishin to the skies, okay? Wang Yi, Ishin has completely dominated the December new song chart. I just want to ask, who else is there? Huawen Entertainment Yu Yongming. Ting Xian Entertainment Lu Yunan. Shuiquan Xingha Ai Chang. These artists are all singers whose songs were released this month but were taken down by Ishin. AI Ching was extremely upset and sent a message, I don't understand. Weren't you, Wangi, also pushed out? Yu Yongming, that's true. Those who don't know might think it was you, Wangi, who got us taken down. Lu Yunan, Wangi, you're not a masochist, are you? AI Ching, 666, Lu Yunnan sure knows how to speak her mind. Yu Yongming, correct, fair, and to the point. Wangi, you guys don't know anything. My idol is invincible, and I'm proud of it, do you understand? Wangi, you guys have no faith. Lu Yunan, this is bad, one of them has lost it. After the third performance, since it was almost New Year's Eve and January 1st was New Year's Day, the trainees, including Gui, were given 2 days off. The phones were also returned to the trainees and would no longer be collected. First, this allowed the trainees to contact their families and check in. Second, the production team believed that trainees who had made it this far should have strong self-discipline. They certainly wouldn't let their phones interfere with their training. At this stage, if any trainee were to let their phone affect their training, it would be their own fault. On the 31st, Gui had a phone call with his family during the day. As soon as the call connected, it was Gu Sihan's voice again. It must be because they're on New Year's break. Big brother, you're so handsome. Aha. Oh my god. Gui couldn't help but tease her. Gu Sihan, my ears are about to explode. Gu Sihan, lying on the sofa, stuck out her tongue and said, I was just too excited talking to a hottie. Gui nodded satisfactorily. Ah, honesty is the best policy. His little sister was always so honest. Sihan, is that your brother's phone? Zhou Lan, who was cooking, heard the commotion in the living room. Yes, Mom, do you want to talk to your brother? Gu Sihan called out. No need. Zhou Lan said while stir-frying, just ask him when that competition is finally over and when he is coming back. Brother, you heard that, right? Mom asked when you're coming back. Gu Sihan said. Meow meow meow. Blomi jumped up and meowed a few times. I'll be back on January 21st. Gui said with a smile. The final performance was on January 20th, and after that, he could go home. As for performances after the group forms, that won't be until next year. Great. Gu Sihan jumped up. Son, sing something for your father to listen to over the next 10 years. A mature voice came from behind Gu Sihan and reached Gui's ears. He didn't know when Gu Jianjun had walked over to that spot. Not a single sound. Alright. Gui took his phone and went to the practice room alone, where there was a piano and no background noise. For his father's little request. Gui would definitely fulfill it. The other trainees stared in disbelief as Gui walked into the training room. What the hell? He's going to the training room already? So competitive? You're the king of competition. No way. I have to go practice too. Go go go. No wonder others are so good. With that attitude, how could they not be? Several trainees hung up the phone immediately and began their training. Gui had no idea that his small gesture had such a profound impact on the trainees. Chapter 39, The Cunning Gui, leading by a wide margin. Gui was singing 10 years in the training room. Wei Jianjun's ear was suddenly grabbed by a hand. You Gu, have you been thinking about your old flame again? You're listening to the song so intently. Zhou Lan shouted. Gui immediately shut up upon hearing the voice to avoid getting caught up in the fight. After all, he was also surnamed Gu. Then Gu Jianjun's voice came from the other side. How could that be, my wife? I only love you. Ah. Then Gui heard the busy tone on the phone. The call had been hung up. Old Gu is in for it now. Xiao Gu, however, walked out of the training room with ease. A dozen or so trainees walked toward him. Gui was a bit confused. It was almost time to eat. What were these people doing? Gui smiled and greeted them. Guys, where are you heading? Training. Shen Ziming stared intently at Gui, sensing that he was asking a leading question. If you weren't so competitive, would we be out here? Training? Gui asked in disbelief. It's almost time to eat. Why are you training? Aren't you going to eat? Gui added, I'm not saying this to be rude, but we should balance work and rest. We can't skip meals. After saying this, Gui felt that the trainees were looking at him strangely. The trainees all had blank expressions, but their minds were as clear as day. Gui was simply too cunning. Not only was he pushing himself, but he didn't want them to push themselves either. Trying to confuse them? Impossible. Training. Charge. Then Gui saw the trainees charging toward the training room without looking back. Shen Ziming passed by Gui and said, Gui, I never thought you were this kind of person. You're really too cunning. Gui was completely baffled. What the hell? What did I do? How am I being sly? This is so random. But there's an upside to this. The canteen is now all his. You can eat whatever you want. Even Yang Lei and Chen Shan aren't here. In the evening, a group of trainees finally emerged from the training room. Seeing how tired and hungry they looked, Gui almost burst out laughing. That's what happens when you don't listen to good advice. You end up suffering the consequences. Gui's laugh made all the trainees fix their gaze on him. As if they wanted to devour him. They felt they had been tricked. Gui was trying to drain their mental and physical energy. Xia Yanrui said harshly, Gui, what are you laughing at? Gui stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the moon just rising outside the window, and said deeply, I'm thinking about something happy. Yang Lei, pale-faced, whispered to Chen Chen beside him, Chen Gu, Igu really deserves a beating. Chen Chen nodded in agreement, indeed, he is. The two of them also went to train all day and didn't even eat a meal. All the trainees felt that Gui was asking for a beating at that moment. But they couldn't do anything about it. In truth, they didn't even bother to think about it. With Gui's skills, even if they had a year to train, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. The clock struck midnight. Gui received a message from Xu Mengning. Xu Mengning, Gui. Happy New Year. Gui, Miss Xu. Happy New Year. Gui lay on the bed, soft moonlight cascading over his head. So, I've been in this world for half a year already. And so, the year 2021 on Blue Star came to an end. 2022 arrived. The December music chart finally settled. Now the entire Weibo hot search is buzzing about this. December new song chart finalized, 5 of the top 10 songs are by the same artist, boiling hashtag. Legendary newcomer, hot hashtag. Talent truly is everything, hot hashtag. How heartbreaking is 10 years? Hot hashtag. Gui's happiness is built on our pain, hot hashtag. All I can say is one word, amazing. That's not the scariest part. The scariest part is that Gui's sorrow and cultivate love have also made it onto the hot songs chart. Gui has another live performance in January, and the new song chart is still dominated by him. Speaking of which, where are all the haters? I don't see any of them. Five-sided warriors, how do you bash him? Bash Gui's hair? The haters have indeed disappeared, but it's not because they don't want to bash him anymore. It's mainly because their sugar daddy stopped funding them. Gui hasn't even officially debuted yet, so they really can't find any dirt on him. Many of the haters are just randomly bashing him, trying to pin anything on him. Although they had succeeded using this method to smear others in the past, those were all other trainees who hadn't debuted yet. But Gui is different. His popularity has already risen significantly. The quality of their work is consistently high. Even without debuting, he has already gained a massive influence. So the haters really have no way to deal with him. Major entertainment companies have deployed their own online trolls and even paid money to hire trolls, but none of them have been able to bring Gui down. In the end, they realized it was all in vain and definitely won't waste any more money trying to smear Gui. They changed their strategy. Instead of attacking Gui, they started praising other contestants. If someone were to closely observe the rankings of Create Xing, they would notice that the vote counts for the contestants below Gui are rapidly increasing. Although they still seem small compared to Gui's vote count. But what about in a few days, or even a couple of weeks? The outcome is uncertain. In the training room, today is both New Year's Day and the day the elimination list is announced after the third performance. After another 24 people were eliminated, only 18 remained in the Create the Future training base. These 18 would compete for the top 9 spots. Gui's team was now down to just 3 members. Unfortunately, Zhang Su, Li Han, and Huang Xiaozhan were all eliminated. However, they were already very happy. After all, given their abilities, they never expected to make it this far. They now have some popularity, and upon returning to their respective companies, they may have promising career prospects. After that, the trainees' dormitory now has a large screen. The screen displayed the real-time rankings of all the trainees. First, Gui, 105,439,000 votes, amateur. Second, Xia Yanrui, with 145.89 million votes, from Huawei Entertainment. Third, Shen Ziming, 135.28 million votes, MO High Entertainment. Fourth, Chen, 112.53 million votes, Ting Xian Entertainment. Fifth, Lin Yi, 103.52 million votes, Brilliant Star River. Sixth, Ren Tianchen, 98.72 million votes, MO High Entertainment. Seventh, Ximing, 93.4 million votes, Shanghai Yulai. Eighth, Cui Xian, 91.23 million votes, Brilliant Star River. Ninth, Han Su, 90 million votes, Huawei Entertainment. 10th, Lu Jiaxing. Gui's vote count is far ahead. The vote counts for other contestants are closely contested, with the rankings constantly shifting. Among the top 9, 8 are from entertainment companies, with 7 of them coming from the top 4 entertainment companies. Only Gui is an unknown newcomer. Another amateur, Yang Lei, ranks 17th. Chapter 40, The Depth of Huaxia. Seeing Gui's vote count, the other dozen or so trainees were speechless. How are we supposed to compete now? 10 billion. Let's give the center position to Gui and fight for the other spots. That's too impressive. I'm speechless. I don't even have a fraction of what Gui has. The trainee ranked 18th has already lost their dream. Gui's change is already 50 million votes. And he only has a total of over 40 million votes. Give the center position to Gui? Are you kidding? He might not even make it into the group. Xia Yanrui looked at the rankings and was also shocked, but this didn't stop him from mocking Gui in his heart. He had already received a notice from the company, telling him to perform well, as his chances of debuting in the center position were high. Although they didn't explicitly say that Gui wouldn't make it into the group. But through the company's notice, one could still infer this. In fact, besides Xia Yanrui, other trainees from the company had also received similar notifications. While they were shocked by Gui's vote count, they still harbored some disdain for him in their hearts. In this industry, it's all about connections and power. How could Gui, alone, possibly compete with those who have such deep-rooted connections? Chen Chen also received such a notice and immediately informed Gui. Gui shrugged it off, saying he just wanted to test his strength against these companies. Otherwise, he would have joined Tingxian Entertainment long ago. On January 2nd, the trainees at the training base received the 4th performance topic and rules notification. For this performance, to allow the trainees to better showcase their individual abilities, the production team abolished the team system and all trainees would perform individually. The theme of this performance was depth. The production team explained that as long as the performance could express the cultural depth of China, it would be acceptable. If one lacks creative ability, they may also perform works by previous artists. There are still many classic songs in Blue Star's history. Given the difficulty of this theme, the production team has also invited professionals specializing in traditional Chinese musical instruments to assist the trainees in their creative process. However, despite this, the trainees are still struggling. This is simply too difficult for them. Cultural depth? Gui murmured the word softly. The moment he heard the word, a song immediately came to mind. This song couldn't be more fitting for this topic. At the same time, the Chinese Ancient Culture Association and the official account of Create the Future jointly posted an article on Weibo. Creation Journey Official Account. To promote Huaxia culture and let the world understand Huaxia civilization. For this performance, we gave the trainees an interesting topic. It is called depth. The trainees can create works based on these two characters. Any creation that showcases the essence of Chinese culture is welcome. We have also invited Mr. Chang Xingxing, Vice President of the Chinese Ancient Culture Association, to join us. Mr. Chang will serve as a special guest for Create and Perform, attending the 4th performance of Create and Perform to watch and evaluate the students' creations. At Chinese Ancient Culture Research Association at Chang Xingxing. Netizens in the comments section are all very excited. That's so awesome. It's actually Mr. Chang Xingxing. Mr. Chang is a national honorary academician. He's actually coming to this show. I think it's great. We should promote our Huaxia culture. Some countries with hundreds of years of history dare to boast in front of us. It's truly speechless. That's true. The trend of blindly admiring foreign cultures is getting worse lately. It needs to be curbed. The Chinese Ancient Culture Association was actually established with this purpose in mind. Ultimately, it's because domestic cultural promotion is too weak. Many people are unaware that Chinese culture is the most profound and rich in heritage. With 5,000 years of history, Chinese culture is vast, profound, and time-honored, something those countries can't compare to. Writing on the popularity of the recent hit show Create the Future, they aim to help young people gain a deeper understanding of Chinese culture. When they first approached He Qiming for collaboration, he agreed immediately. Originally, Create the Future was just a talent show with a focus on personal development, lacking any deeper meaning. However, with the arrival of the esteemed academician Chang Xingxing, Create the Future gained an extra layer of cultural depth. Create the Future is helping the Chinese Ancient Culture Association promote Chinese culture. The Huaxia Ancient Culture Association helps Create the Future elevate its prestige. This is a win-win situation. Of course, some people have expressed skepticism, writing that the matter was handled too hastily. The reasons are also well-founded. That is, the participants of Creation Journey are too young. They may not even understand what true depth means. Even a PhD named Fan Lutian mocked in a post. Young people? Do today's young people really understand Chinese culture? A bunch of people commented in agreement. Indeed, a bunch of idle trainees who only know how to look cool and cute. What do they know about culture? I agree. These trainees know nothing about Chinese culture. Don't embarrass yourselves when the time comes. It wouldn't be good to disappoint Mr. Chang. There is nothing we can do, that is just how young people are nowadays. Young people naturally won't accept that. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean we don't understand, okay? We young people also deeply love our country and our culture, okay? It's just that some people like to immigrate. You're generalizing an entire group of people. That's really something, coming from a PhD like you? The two sides with opposing views started arguing in the comments section. Finally, the blogger named Fan Lutian posted again. Fan Lutian. Since none of you are convinced, let's make a bet. As long as that Creation Journey program features a piece praised by Mr. Chang Xingxing, I'll immediately kneel down on the ground and kowtow to you a few times. If not, I don't want you to bow to me either. Just apologize and admit that you young people aren't up to the task. You better keep your word. Bet it. Damn it. I'll bet you. Just to prove a point. No one else dares to say it, but I think Gui can definitely do it. Exactly, do you even know what talent means? I can already see you kneeling on the ground. Gui held his phone, watching Fan Lutian's arrogant remarks, and smiled silently. You've sealed your fate. Chapter 41, the song god and lyricist release a song, shaking the music industry awake, catching up, don't rush, there's more. Blue and White Porcelain was originally written by Fong Wenshan, composed by Jay Cho, and performed by him in Gui's previous life. Its quality is undoubtedly top-notch. The awards it has won are too numerous to count. This song can be described as a song of profound meaning. As soon as the melody of Blue and White Porcelain begins to play, listeners seem to see a misty, rain-drenched landscape painting of Jiangnan, with a faintly visible white-clad beauty in the scene. The song incorporates the ancient zither to enhance the listener's immersion and add a touch of elegance to the performance. Therefore, Yi Xiang requested a guzheng assistant from the program production team. This assistant will not only guide his composition but also accompany him on stage as a performer. At this moment, Gui is waiting for his guzheng assistant to arrive. After some time, Gui heard a knock on the door and opened it. Xu Mengning was standing outside the door, carrying a guzheng on her back. She gave a slight smile and whispered, surprised? It's me. Gui laughed, I really didn't expect you to play the guzheng. You're so talented. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered asking the production team. Gui was a bit surprised. The guzheng is a traditional Chinese musical instrument, and fewer people know how to play it compared to other instruments. Who would have thought that Xu Mengning, the piano prodigy, could also play the guzheng? Actually, Gui also knew how to play a traditional Chinese musical instrument, but it was too powerful, so he rarely brought it out. In the practice room, Gui handed the sheet music to Xu Mengning. Take a look and see what you think. Xu Mengning picked it up curiously and played it according to the sheet music. If she had to describe it in one word, it would be beautiful. Not only was the melody beautiful, but the lyrics were as well. The lyrics and melody are as beautiful as a painting, complementing each other perfectly, elevating this song to a whole new level. Even if the legendary composers and lyricists of Blue Star were to try, they might not be able to write such a song. Xu Mengning exclaimed in admiration, your talent is truly breathtaking. With the release of Blue and White Porcelain, the Chinese-style music scene has gained a true master. From now on, everyone else belongs to one tier, while he alone belongs to another tier. On January 5th, Gui and Xu Mengning were still preparing for their fourth performance. However, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the entire Chinese music industry. It was that Lu Haoran, the singing king of Huawan Entertainment, had released a new song. Moreover, this new song was personally composed and written by the song god and lyric god of Huawan Entertainment. Lu Haoran is a veteran singer-songwriter on the same level as Zhang Shengrong, so his talent speaks for itself. Huawan Entertainment's composer god Duanji and lyricist god Xiaoyu are the rising stars of the industry in recent years. Compared to the older generation of composers and lyricists, they may fall slightly short. However, when compared to other music creators, they are an unparalleled mountain to climb. Recently, major entertainment companies have sensed a shift in the industry's direction. The government seems to be actively promoting Chinese culture. Whatever the government decides to promote, it never fails, and the resources invested each time are truly staggering. Such resources are even coveted by major entertainment companies. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. If they perform well and catch the attention of official organizations, they can gain official endorsement. They can ride the wave of success. Therefore, artists from major entertainment companies are all preparing for this. The three members of Huawan Entertainment were also guided by the company to launch this creative project. They have been long-time partners. This collaboration is an experiment, trying their hand at a genre they are not particularly skilled in, traditional Chinese style. If successful, they can pursue this path. They will strive to gain official favor and secure higher honors. If it fails, it won't have a significant impact on them, it would simply be a failed attempt at transitioning. However, judging from the current response, the song has received a positive reception. Their song is titled Bamboo. Upon its release, the song immediately trended on social media. The overwhelming publicity completely overshadowed any news about Create the Journey. The King of Songs has released a new song impressive. I'm just going to loop this song on repeat. Something's off about this song. It's not a love song? Fans know that the song god Duanji and the lyric god Xiaoyu are best known for their love songs. Lu Haoran also has the title of deeply emotional singer. This song, Bamboo, is truly unexpected. It's actually in the Chinese folk style. Are they planning to make a career transition? It's so beautiful. No wonder they're the song god and lyric god. They can make any genre sound amazing. This is amazing. The song Bamboo also topped the new song charts in early January. All other songs on the new song charts across all music platforms were trembling in their boots. The top-ranked Bamboo even surpassed the second-place song by over 10 million in popularity. This is the king of songs, this is the master of melody and lyrics. Their influence is that vast. At this moment, a certain Dr. Fan stepped forward. Fan Lu Tian. Did you see that? That's what you call Chinese style. Why don't you have those trainees write one and show us? I'll just praise bamboo to the skies. Damn, I thought you wrote it yourself. That's written by a lyricist genius, you idiot. I can't stand this person anymore. I think the blogger is right. Those trainees couldn't possibly write a song like that. Have you heard Gui's Moonlight? Isn't that a Chinese style song? How dare you say it's low quality? Fan Lutian responded to the above comments, so what? Gui just got lucky. I don't believe he can write something like that again. You're really shameless. I'm waiting for Gui to prove you wrong. In this situation, Gui became the only hope of the fans of Create Xing. Among all the trainees, the most likely person to write a good Chinese-style song was Gui. After all, Gui already had a great Chinese-style song called Moonlight before this. Chapter 42, Gui falls off the chart. Is there a conspiracy? Supplement. January 19th, the day before the final performance of Create the Line. The rankings for the creation journey suddenly changed, becoming something fans didn't recognize. First place, Xia Yanrui, 125,250,000 votes, Huawei Entertainment. Second place, Shen Ziming, 124,311,000 votes, Mo Hai Entertainment. Third place, Shen Shen, 122,373,000 votes, Ting Xian Entertainment. Fourth place, Lin Yi, 121,118,000 votes. Fifth place, Ren Tianchen. Sixth place, Xu Mengning. Seventh place, Cui Xian. Eighth place, Han Su. Ninth place, Lu Jiaxing, 113,473,000 votes, Ting Xian Entertainment. Netizens searched everywhere but couldn't find Gui in the position they had imagined. Why did Gui end up in 10th place? I don't get it. Where did these people get so many votes? Did ghosts vote for them? Over 1 billion votes in just a few days? Are you kidding me? There is something fishy going on. Not only did netizens notice, but Lu Shui, who had been closely following Gui, also noticed this phenomenon. She immediately realized there was something fishy going on. Previously, the combined vote counts of all the trainees were roughly the same as Gui's. How could they all surpass 100 million in such a short time and all exceed Gui? Looking at the top 9 rankings, all the names were from entertainment companies. Lu Shui felt that the words amateur behind Gui stood out glaringly. She immediately understood the crux of the matter. Was it because Gui hadn't joined an entertainment company that they were suppressing him? Lu Shui's chest rose and fell unsteadily, almost to the point of wanting to smash her phone. These entertainment companies are always like this. Lu Shui immediately posted an article exposing the scandals behind the Create Xing show. And she shared her suspicions about the matter. It's all a scandal. I'm speechless. Suppressing the truth is truly disgusting. Such dirty tactics. At Create Journey official account, come out and explain what's going on. Seeing that the official account of Create the Future didn't respond, netizens rushed to the official Weibo account of Create the Future and started bombarding it with comments. I just want to ask if you're going to do anything about this? Playing dead, huh? This is a shady show. What's the point of watching it? Just die already. I always thought director he was a good person, but I was wrong. Your show has scandals too. We won't accept anyone but Gui for the center position. Upon discovering this phenomenon, the staff of the Create the Future program were also busy beyond belief. They immediately released an article in response to the netizens. They stated that they are conducting an urgent investigation into the matter. Inside the Create the Way base, a staff member said anxiously, Director our official Weibo account has been flooded by netizens. How should we handle this? He Qiming gestured for the staff to stay calm, then called Zhou Chang, the general manager of Huawei Entertainment. As soon as the call connected, He Qiming exploded in anger. Zhou Chang! What do you mean by this? Zhou Chang, sitting in the Huawei Entertainment building, shrugged indifferently and said, he didn't know his place, so I had no choice but to prevent him from joining the group. You'll ruin my reputation. Do you know that? He Qiming's furious voice was piercing. His talent show had never been tainted by any scandals in all these years. This was the first time, and it was so serious. Zhou Chang smiled faintly and said, Old He, don't get so worked up. Our company's contestants aren't weak either, someone will like them. Go to hell. Even the usually composed He Qiming let out a curse, slamming his fist on the table and shouting, Zhou Chang. You can't touch Gui. Old He, are you sure you want to go against us? Zhou Chang said meaningfully. I'm already opposing you. After saying that, He Qiming hung up the phone. When words fail, even a single sentence is too much. Offending these entertainment companies could result in him being unable to secure guests for his shows in the future and facing various restrictions on resources. However, as long as this season of Create the Future concludes successfully, he would have already reached the pinnacle of his career. Even if he had to retire then, so what? Therefore, he must protect his interests at all costs. After pondering for a moment, He Qiming summoned the staff member and said, Go prepare everything. After all the contestants perform tomorrow, immediately revise the rules. Just abolish the rankings. If he doesn't make a scene, someone will always take him for a pushover. This time, he's going to catch all the major entertainment companies off guard. The staff member agreed eagerly and rushed out to make preparations. As the mentor, Qin Fong discovered this and only posted a very brief update on Weibo. Singer Qin Fong. My fans, if you have time, please vote for Gui. This young man is worth it. Qin Fong also has an entertainment company behind him, but it's a small one called Daimang Music and he's a minor shareholder in the company. Though he can't rival the top entertainment companies, he can rally his fans to vote for Gui. We'll listen to you, Qin Gu. Even Qin Gu can't stand this kind of underhanded dealings. I like Qin Gu and I like Gui. I'll definitely vote for Gui. Go go go. In the 100-person dormitory of Create the Way, a group of trainees gathered around the large screen, exclaiming in awe. Wow, that's amazing. There are so many people with over 10 billion popularity points. You guys are so intense. I'm so jealous. No one mentioned Gui, as if being surpassed by him was perfectly normal. In reality, they all knew the truth. Their companies had resorted to some underhanded tactics. As a result, they now dare not face Gui. Only Xiao Yanrui was secretly delighted, muttering under his breath, some of these people won't make it into the group. Xiao Yanrui was quite talented, but his character left much to be desired. Standing beside Xiao Yanrui, Shen Ziming shook his head helplessly and walked toward the direction where Gui was standing. The other trainees saw this and were startled. They whispered among themselves, Shen Ziming is heading toward Gui. What's he doing? He wouldn't dare to expose this, would he? That's ridiculous. Why not just keep it to himself and make a quick fortune? This could actually benefit him too. It was precisely those two words, benefit, that allowed them to pretend ignorance while knowing the truth. Bro, there is definitely something fishy going on here. Yang Lei said angrily. It's nothing. Gui smiled and shook his head. He Qiming had already informed him about the upcoming rule changes, and this ranking list was already obsolete. Even if they were leading Gui by 1 trillion votes, Gui wouldn't bat an eyelid. They were simply not on the same level, so there was no point in comparing. Shen Shen said with a playful tone, if you can't make it into the group, then I don't want to either. Being in a group with these people is pointless. Although Chen Shen's tone sounded like he was joking, his expression was serious. Gui, upon hearing this, knew immediately from his understanding of Chen Shen that he was up to something. Gui hurriedly said, tomorrow, you better give a good performance. Don't slack off, got it? If Chen Shen messed up on stage during the 4th performance, he might actually get kicked off the show. Gui gave Chen Shen a meaningful glance, patted his shoulder, and said, your future is the most important thing. Given their understanding, Chen Shen sensed Gui's confidence. Perhaps Gui had a plan. At that moment, Shen Ziming approached the three of them. Shen Ziming said seriously, Gui, I can't influence this matter. I'm sorry. His company had used underhanded means to make him surpass Gui. He felt he should apologize to Gui. Gui was somewhat surprised and looked at Shen Ziming with new respect. In such a situation, Shen Ziming actually apologized to him. He never expected Shen Ziming, who was quite the gossip, to act so upright and honorable. Gui smiled, waved his hand, and said, you don't need to apologize to me. This is something neither of us can control right now. Shen Ziming nodded. He wanted to surpass Gui. But he had to do it through his own strength. Not by resorting to underhanded tactics like this. This made him feel utterly humiliated. On the morning of January 20th, the entire Creation Journey base was filled with a sense of impending storm. Because today was the final performance of Creation Journey. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Chapter 43, Mr. Chang, don't panic, that's not the real one. Yang Lixuan and Suyu became acquainted due to the sudden change in the song, what's the problem? Guyi held a special significance for them. As some of the earliest fans of the song, they created a fan support group for Gui, which had over 1,000 members, all of whom were his fans. Due to Guyi's exceptional talent, he consistently ranks high on the trending charts through his own merits. Therefore, they don't need their fans to help boost their ratings or manipulate data. This has led to Guyi's fans being relatively laid back and uncompetitive. However, now that someone has dared to bully Gui, the laid-back fans can no longer stay silent. They have organized themselves spontaneously. Suyu and Yang Lixuan are among the leaders. There are many others like them. In the group chat, Suyu enthusiastically tagged everyone. At all members, get ready. Create the Future is about to air. Got it, Sujia. Got it, got it. 1 vote from you, 1 vote from me. Gui will debut tomorrow. They like to play dirty, so let us show them the power of the people. Our slogan is, we are Gui. Such scenes are unfolding in Guyi's various fan groups. By 9 a.m., the final live broadcast of Create the Future began as scheduled. Netizens glued to their screens immediately flooded into the live stream. However, the chat was filled with insults. This is a rigged show. Sham. Great show, 10 stars, I'll give them in installments. Why didn't she debut? Your show is just waiting for its ratings to drop to 1 star. Not only in the live stream, but also at the venue, audience members were shouting scandal. The host couldn't suppress it. They could only proceed to the next segment with great difficulty. He enthusiastically introduced the special guest of the day, academician Chang Xingxing. Upon hearing this name, the audience's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, erupting into cheers. Chang Xingxing is an honored academician who has made significant contributions to the nation. They should show the old academician the respect he deserves. Academician Chang walked out from backstage with his hands behind his back. He was over 50 years old, with white hair at his temples. Though he looked old, his body was still healthy. He still moves with agility, his spirit is vibrant, and his eyes are sharp and piercing, exuding a natural authority. Professor Chang is still in great shape. He's my idol. Seeing academician Chang in person for the first time brought tears to my eyes. The audience was deeply moved. When Chang Xingxing walked out, the 5 mentors sitting in the mentor's seat stood up on their own. They dared not act arrogantly in his presence. Disrespecting a national academician would be something people would talk about behind your back. After smiling and greeting the enthusiastic audience, Chang Xingxing took his designated seat. Only after he had seated himself did the mentors dare to sit down. The final performance of Creation Journey officially began. At first, everything went smoothly, and the audience remained quiet. However, if you observed their expressions closely, you could tell they were holding back. It was time for Lu Jiaxing, ranked 9th, to take the stage. The audience erupted in angry shouts of fixing. After a round of shouting, the audience stopped as if they were organized, politely allowing the contestant to finish their performance. After the performance, they shouted rigged again. This cycle repeats itself. The audience's shouts of rigged reached a fever pitch when Xiao Yanrui took the stage. Because the current first place was Xiao Yanrui, the audience believed that Gui was the true first place. Xiao Yanrui doesn't deserve it. Therefore, their main attacks were directed at Xiao Yanrui. Get down. You call yourself the top? Get off the stage. Xiao Yanrui's mental resilience was quite strong. He began his performance without batting an eyelid, singing a traditional Chinese-style song. Looking at Xiao Yanrui's song title and listening to his performance, Chang Xingxing's face turned from red to purple, then from purple to black. There's something wrong with this song. The viewers in the live stream also sensed something was off. What on earth is this song called Liver and Intestines in Pieces? Liver and intestines severed means liver and intestines severed. What does liver and intestines not yet severed mean? Look at how dark Professor Chang's face has turned. Just as the audience was discussing the song title, they heard a lyric even more absurd than the title. Xiao Yanrui sang emotionally, "The hands over the sword, and by G departs." At that moment, the comments exploded. What the hell, can you at least have some culture? Is this song written by an illiterate person? Even someone who finished junior high school couldn't write lyrics like this. What kind of brain-damaged lyrics are these? I'm curious, who the heck is BG? Is this the level of the top-ranked song? I'm dying of laughter. The 5 mentors on the judging panel all looked extremely displeased. By all accounts, even someone completely illiterate couldn't have written such lyrics. Looking at Chang Xingxing's expression, it was dark and terrifying. After Xiao Yanrui finished singing and bowed to thank the audience, all he heard was booing. Chang Xingxing narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiao Yanrui, asking, "Did you write this song?" Xiao Yanrui's face lit up. Could Chang Xingxing think the song was well written? He hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." But Chang Xingxing's next words left him speechless. Nonsense. Chang Xingxing slammed the table in frustration, clearly furious. He continued, "Explain to me who BG is." Xiao Yanrui was confused and blurted out, "BG is just BG." Chang Xingxing felt utterly exhausted. A deep sense of helplessness welled up within him. Both the live stream viewers and the audience on site were completely baffled. Could it be that someone really didn't know this reference? UG, then who am I? UG, I've been cheated on? So the parting of the hero and his concubine is the story of the hero and his concubine? I've learned something new. I'm just saying, how did this person deserve to win first place? If there's no foul play involved, I'll eat my own poop live on stream, a whole ton of it. Look how angry the old man is. Just let him go. Don't let him upset the old man and cause trouble. He is a national treasure. Fan Lutian, who was watching the live stream, almost laughed out loud. Chang Xingxing waved his hand helplessly and said, "Go down." He really didn't want to see Xiao Yanrui anymore. He feared he might lose his temper and start cursing. Chang Xingxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly, has our Chinese culture really fallen to such a state? Xiao Yanrui slunk off the stage, still clueless as to why Chang Xingxing had gotten so angry. He had been a trainee since childhood and had never heard of the story of the farewell of the concubine. Seeing the disappointed expression on the old man's face on the screen, the livestream viewers couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Old man, don't worry. Gui should be able to impress you. That's right, it's Gui's turn now. He's a college student, so he can't be that uneducated, can he? Someone who can write A Cup to Freedom, A Cup to Death, their work can't possibly be bad. Gui is the village's last hope. Mr. Chang, don't be disappointed. That's south of fake first place. The one below is the real first place. Chapter 44, A Song of Blue and White Porcelain, debuting in the spotlight. Extra long chapter. In the director's room, He Qiming's expression was extremely grim. He never expected Xiao Yanrui to pull off something like this. His face had been completely disgraced by Xiao Yanrui. Mr. Chang Xingxing must now have the worst possible impression of create the future. Only Gui had yet to make an appearance, and He Qiming was pinning all his hopes on him. He hoped Gui could salvage Chang Xingxing's impression of creation journey. He Qiming sighed and said, Gui, it all depends on you now. The host on stage enthusiastically announced, please welcome our most talented contestant from the creation journey, Gui. The door leading to the backstage slowly opened, and Gui emerged from within. The moment the audience saw Gui, their cheers nearly shook the entire venue to its foundations. Gui! Gui, I love you. Gui, don't be afraid of the black curtain, will always support you. You're the only one who deserves the center stage. You'll always be number one in our hearts. Feeling the audience's enthusiasm, Gui smiled warmly, picked up the microphone, and spoke softly, everyone, please quiet down. Will you listen to me sing this song all the way through? The audience immediately agreed. Alright. We'll listen to you. Sing well, and we'll scold the production team later. Sing already. We can't wait. From the moment Gui stepped out from backstage until now, Chang Xingxing had been observing Gui. A gentleman is without equal in the world. This was Chang Xingxing's evaluation of Gui's demeanor. He compared the audience's attitude toward Gui with their attitude toward the other contestants. He immediately understood that the one who had been treated unfairly was the young man before him, whose demeanor was so extraordinary. Despite the unfair treatment, he remained so composed, his mindset was quite commendable. Chang Xingxing's expression softened slightly. For some reason, he found himself looking forward to this young man's performance. If Gui's creation could satisfy him, he would be more than willing to help this young man. Gui walked onto the stage with a smile and said, the song I'll be performing today incorporates the guzheng, so I've invited a special guest to join me, my good friend, Miss Xu Mengning. She will accompany me on this song. As Gui finished speaking, a thin mist rose. A faint figure appeared in the mist, and Xu Mengning, dressed in a traditional-style long dress, emerged alongside the guzheng at the center of the stage. Her beauty surpasses the ages, lotus flowers blush at her grace. This was Chang Xingxing's praise for Xu Mengning. Originally, this poem was written by Li Bai to describe Shishir, but Chang Xingxing believed it was equally fitting for Xu Mengning. Little did he expect that both Gui and Xu Mengning possessed such otherworldly elegance. Chang Xingxing grew even more eager for the performance. Li Manyu was also observing the two of them. She murmured softly, they actually seemed surprisingly well matched. Although Gui referred to them as good friends, they had not yet confirmed their relationship. But Li Manyu couldn't help but feel as though her daughter had been kidnapped. Gui's performance hadn't even begun, and the audience was already speechless. So ethereal. Wow, a goddess. Gui said they were just good friends? They're not in that kind of relationship yet? Does that mean I still have a chance? Sniff sniff. You upstairs, stop daydreaming. What do you have to compete with the fairy sister for a man? One is so handsome he's a ladies' man, the other is so beautiful she's beyond words, and I'm so ugly I'm not even human. Stop singing, you're already crushed the moment you show up. The audience was still excited. Gui placed his finger to his lips, signaling the audience to calm down. The audience complied and fell silent immediately. The host standing behind the stage was taken aback. Earlier, he had been trying to get the audience to quiet down, but they hadn't paid him any attention. Who would have thought that Gui's simple gesture would bring the venue to complete silence? The host had no idea that, in the eyes of the audience, he was also a member of the production team, one of the puppet masters behind the scenes, belonging to the opposing faction. The live audience was silent, but the online viewers remained restless. He's so cool. Gui's stage presence is incredible. The production team should take a good look. This is the real number one. I'm done for. I'm completely captivated by Gui's gaze. On stage, Gui and Xu Mengning exchanged a glance. Xu Mengning smiled slightly, and the sound of a beautiful melody filled the air. On the big screen, the song's information also appeared. Song title, Blue and White Porcelain. Lyrics by Gui. Composer, Gui. Accompaniment, Xu Mengning. Blue and White Porcelain? Does Gui know this one? The sound of the guzheng is so beautiful. Of course it's beautiful. The guzheng is often called the Eastern piano. How could it not be beautiful? I don't know the lyrics, but the melody is definitely unbeatable. Looking at these comments, Fan Lutian sneered disdainfully. He was almost 40 and didn't even know what blue and white porcelain was. He didn't believe a 20-year-old could understand it. Just trying to attract attention. He thought Gui was just another copycat of Xiao Yanrui. As soon as the song title appeared, Chang Xingxing became interested. The porcelain he loved most in his life was blue and white porcelain. Currently, he had a piece of blue and white porcelain displayed in his home. Therefore, he had conducted extensive research on blue and white porcelain. He wondered if this young man could sing about the timeless beauty of blue and white porcelain. Finally, the performer on stage began to sing, and his voice filled the air with a sense of poetic imagery. The plain clay is outlined with blue, the brushstrokes growing from bold to faint. The peony on the vase is as fresh as your first makeup. The fragrant incense wafts through the window, revealing my heart's desires. The brushstrokes on the Xian paper stop here, leaving half unfinished. The tender and ancient vocals, the beautiful lyrics, and the melodious tune immediately transported the audience to the misty and romantic water towns of Jiangnan. Chang Xingxing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Beautiful words, beautiful words. In that moment, all the unpleasantness Xiao Yanrui had caused him earlier faded from his mind. He now wanted nothing more than to quietly savor this masterpiece. Impressive. What beautiful words. Unbeatable. Gui is already unbeatable. When Gui makes his move, you know he has the real deal. Gui's performance continues. The glaze-like hues of the ladies' portraits are rendered with a subtly reserved elegance. And your charming smile is like a bud about to bloom. Your beauty drifts away like a wisp of smoke. Go to places I cannot reach. This song primarily uses blue and white porcelain as its medium, evoking the timeless elegance of ancient times. It evokes a sense of ancient Jiangnan charm, yet also carries a touch of melancholy farewell. However, this sense of parting sorrow is depicted in a more subtle and delicate manner, hidden deeply yet evoking a unique charm, like the taste of a green olive lingering on the tongue. The audience and mentors all wore expressions of enjoyment. After listening to a series of works that didn't quite fit the theme, now, hearing this song was pure enjoyment for them. The sky is as blue as jade, waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. Rising smoke curls gently, across the river, thousands of miles away. I write Han script in the bottom of the bottle, imitating the elegance of past dynasties. Let this be the prelude to our meeting. The sky is as blue as the color of sky, waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, blurring the ending. Like a piece of blue and white porcelain, it stands alone in its beauty. Your eyes sparkle with a smile. When he heard the sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you, Chang Xingxing couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement. He was now certain and convinced that the young man before him understood blue and white porcelain. Chang Xingxing's face flushed red with excitement. After listening to so many trainees' creations, he found them all cliché. Only this one piece, blue and white porcelain, stood out, untainted by the mud, giving a fresh and refined feeling. He Qiming watched Chang Xingxing's excited expression from backstage. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Gui had indeed not disappointed him. He was still as strong as ever, like a demon. Chang Xingxing's excitement could be felt all the way to the live stream. I don't understand blue and white porcelain, but seeing Mr. Cheng's expression, I know this song is amazing. A sigh of relief. The old master finally isn't angry anymore. An incredible comeback. Gui is the soul of Create the Way. If he doesn't debut in the center position, it defies the laws of heaven. I wonder if the people behind the scenes are out of their minds. Fan Lutian, who was watching the live stream, looked utterly confused. Is this song really that good? Though he holds a PhD, he truly doesn't understand Xinhua CI. It's catchy, but he doesn't quite grasp the lyrics. Take the line, the sky's azure waits for the rain, while I wait for you, for example. He found it rather shallow. The white and blue koi fish leap vividly at the bottom of the bowl. While tracing the song style inscription, I can't stop thinking about you. You are the secret hidden in the kiln for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like a sewing needle falling to the ground. The banana leaves outside the curtain are drenched by sudden rain, and the door knocker is tarnished with copper green. And I passed by that Jiangnan town and stirred you. In an ink-wash landscape painting. You were hidden away in the depths of the ink. 3 consecutive uses of arouse, with the same meaning but different usages. The banana leaves and door knocker can only passively await the sudden rain, and the copper green that forms over time from the erosion of the years. But I can actively seek you out. Only by savoring it can one feel the tender, graceful, and refined emotions within. The trainees in the background listen to Gui's performance. They know that in terms of raw talent, they have lost and have been losing from the very beginning, losing miserably. A song that could make Chang Xingxing clap in admiration, they might never be able to write one in their entire lives. Shen Ziming looked at Gui with great admiration. Despite knowing he might never make it into the group, Gui continued to give his all in his performance. He even composed Blue and White Porcelain, a masterpiece. What gave him the right to rank above Gui? Silently, Shen Ziming made a decision in his heart. The performer on stage finished singing the last line of the song. Like a piece of blue and white porcelain that has been passed down through the ages, you are beautiful in your own right, with a smile in your eyes. Xu Mengning's performance also came to an end. After playing the final note, she placed her delicate hands on the strings and held the final sound. After bowing together with Gui to thank the audience, Xu Mengning stood obediently to the side, as it was now Gui's moment to shine. The audience exclaimed excitedly. They're like a divine couple. I'm completely obsessed. One sings, one plays the zither. Could it be any more beautiful? First place. This is truly the first place. I don't believe the production team would dare to rig the show under these circumstances. Your name is Gui? Chang Xingxing asked with a smile. Yes. Gui nodded. This song is very well written. I really like it. You've perfectly captured the ancient elegance of blue and white porcelain. Chang Xingxing's words were filled with admiration. His purpose for coming this time was to promote Chinese culture. Writing on the popularity of blue and white porcelain, Chang Xingxing educated the audience about blue and white porcelain. Blue and white porcelain is an irreplaceable symbol of our nation's civilization. It embodies the blood, sweat, and tears of countless people and stands as a testament to the passage of time. While its origins are disputed, its popularity and prosperity during the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties are undeniable. Generation after generation of artisans have used their unique craftsmanship to depict the world of blue and white porcelain. It has transcended the definition of porcelain and has become a symbol of China. It is truly a national treasure. After hearing Chang Xingxing's words, the audience suddenly realized that our country has such a treasure that has been passed down for thousands of years. What a broadening experience. Gui knows so much. He's truly talented. I love Gui so much. Hey, which do you think is better, Gui's blue and white porcelain or Lu Guang's bamboo? No need to think about it, it's definitely blue and white porcelain. The lyrics and melody of this song are perfectly harmonized. It completely outshines bamboo. At that moment, Chang Xingxing suddenly changed the subject and asked Gui, I've been wondering, where did you come up with the line, the sky is azure waits for the rain, and I wait for you? Gui smiled and said, because ancient people couldn't control humidity, and the finest celadon blue of blue and white porcelain could only be fired on rainy days. So this rare, chance event is just like how hard it was for me to wait for you. Chang Xingxing nodded satisfactorily. He had asked the question deliberately, wanting Gui to say it himself. The audience was once again baffled, they felt their knowledge was so lacking for the first time. Is there such an explanation? Wow, that line just got so much deeper. I feel like an illiterate person in front of Gui. How does he seem to know everything? Ozzel. Fan Lutian on the screen understood too. He knew he was already preparing to record a video of himself bowing. Gui's song was indeed flawless. Fan Lutian was willing to admit defeat and do as he said, bow down if he said so, and record it if he asked. Finally, Chang Xingxing smiled and invited him, Gui, I hope you'll come visit our Chinese Ancient Culture Association someday. Gui nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the 5 mentors were all shocked and envious. For artists like them, it's rare to receive official recognition. Gui hadn't even debuted yet and was already invited by the esteemed academician Chang Xingxing. That's truly fortunate. However, this was also due to Gui's own talent, they could only envy him. The academician personally invited him. Gui, you're my idol. A single song won over academician Cheng, I dare anyone else to try. After the mentors finished their evaluations one by one, the 18 trainees gradually took to the stage. On the large screen behind the stage, the real-time rankings of the 18 trainees were displayed. Gui remained in 10th place, stuck in an awkward position, neither rising nor falling. The angry voices of the audience erupted, nearly shattering the roof. Fixing. Unfair. Why is Gui ranked 10th? Xin Fang stood up, stretched his limbs, and said angrily, I can't change this ranking, but I want to ask everyone who likes me to vote for Gui. Thank you. The singing sensation Zhang Xingrong stared at the rankings for a long time before decisively picking up the microphone and saying, I have something to say, there are few singers in their 20s who can match Gui, not even I can compare to him. Lin Baiqing and Yu Wenchuan made similar statements. They were all people who had suffered hardships and knew how devastating such underhanded tactics could be for a newcomer. Li Manyu added, I think this competition should be kept pure. These people were bullying her future son-in-law. Li Manyu grew increasingly angry and added, if I had known this was the kind of show it was, I would have never set foot inside this place. It's truly disappointing. A talented young person like him is being targeted like this. All 5 mentors were clearly biased toward Gui. The live stream viewers were all stirred up. The mentors are so cool. Zhang Guowang is belittling himself to boost Gui. I'm tearing up. Everyone wants to protect Gui. Aha. I love them so much. The host smiled and responded to the 5 mentors, don't worry, everyone. Create the journey will definitely be fair and impartial. He had already received instructions there would be a twist coming up. Next, each contestant will have 30 seconds to campaign for votes, the host said. The rankings will be announced in descending order. The first to start campaigning was Xiao Yenrui. Before he could speak, the audience erupted into loud boos. After all, his song had left a terrible impression on the audience. The second was Shen Ziming. Shen Ziming leaned back slightly, took a deep breath, and said, after watching Gui's performance, I feel ashamed. My ranking is actually higher than Gui's, and I don't deserve it. So, today, please vote for Gui. Don't vote for me. Thank you. With that, Shen Ziming bowed and returned to the group of trainees. A group of trainees looked at Shen Ziming in disbelief. Shen Ziming had voluntarily given up his future, but this was not something he could decide on his own. The entertainment companies behind them were the ones who ultimately decided their fate. They now only thought Shen Ziming was foolish. The audience at the scene, however, thought Shen Ziming was absolutely cool at that moment. Shen Ziming, you're the best. I believe in you. Is this the charm of Gui? Even his competitors are helping him. The third contestant, Shen Shen, casually remarked, if you like me, just vote for Gui. He's the real number one. After speaking, Shen Shen gave Xiao Yanrui a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with contempt. No wonder he's Gui's good brother. Let us get fired up, brothers. Damn, these guys are so cool. This is getting my blood pumping. When it was Gui's turn, he smiled and said, thank you very much to Shen Ziming and Shen Shen for helping me get votes. However, I still hope that the audience who likes them will vote for them as well. They also need this opportunity to debut. As for me, if you like my music, feel free to vote for me. Even if I don't make it into the group, I won't starve to death. Gui's tone was very relaxed. He knew He Qiming would change the rules, but even after the rules were changed, he wasn't sure if he could debut. After all, he was up against the online armies of major entertainment companies. Shen Ziming and Shen Shen disregarded their own futures to help him break into the industry, and he reciprocated by securing them the positions they deserved. As for Gui, he truly didn't care whether he could make it into a group or not. Now that his popularity has risen, even if he fails, Tingxian Entertainment will still give him an S-level contract. Even if they don't, going solo wouldn't be a problem. The only regret might be that he has never been involved in any scandals in his life. Gui said this, but his fans weren't buying it. No way. We disagree. Gui, you must debut as the center. The center position in Create the Way can only be yours. I'll see how powerful the capital is. We're going to take them on today. One after another, the contestants began campaigning for votes. Yang Lei scratched his head and smiled, saying, just give your votes to Gu. My level isn't good enough to make it into the group. In the director's room, He Qiming stood with his hands behind his back, a flash of severity in his eyes. He spoke up, that's enough. Notify the host to immediately change the rules. Got it, Director He. The staff sprang into action. The host on stage heard the staff's voice through his earpiece. The host nodded immediately. With a loud bang, the lights in the entire venue suddenly went out. The audience was completely baffled. What's going on? The power's out? That's impossible. The big screen is still lit up. Wait. Look at the big screen. Upon looking at the big screen, the old rankings had vanished and a new ranking had appeared on the screen. At that very moment, the popularity scores of all the contestants on the screen were 0. The audience erupted in shock. What is going on? How did everyone's popularity values all reset to 0? As both the live audience and the online viewers were puzzled. The host stepped forward with a smile and said, we have received feedback from netizens stating that there is corruption in our program's rankings. Director, he urged us to investigate this matter overnight, and it turns out that some people did indeed use illegal means to manipulate the votes. Therefore, to ensure fairness and impartiality, we have abolished the old ranking system. We have established a new ranking system. Now, the final debut spots will be determined by live voting, with each person only allowed one vote. Please cast your vote for your favorite contestant. For all viewers and netizens. This is the surprise. An unexpected surprise. Director, he is amazing. Director, he is still the same old director, he hasn't changed. The opportunity has arrived, everyone. Hurry up and vote for Gui. Voting actually requires a verification code? That's awesome, this rule is unbeatable. I'll just use my little brother's Game Boy to cast a vote. I even brought out my grandmother's Nokia phone. What? You're saying Create the Future changed the rules? Zhou Chang, the general manager of Huawei Entertainment, couldn't believe it. He Qiming actually dares to go against us? The messenger nodded. Zhou Chang immediately regained his composure and issued orders, go, organize a team of online voters to vote for our company's contestants and suppress Gui. After giving the orders, Zhou Chang contacted the heads of the other 3 top entertainment companies. He Qiming is going to cause a stir. Zhou Chang's furious voice echoed in the ears of the other 3. Song Hai, the general manager of Tingxian Entertainment, scratched his ear and said impatiently, keep your voice down, old Zhou. You're an adult, you should watch your manners. Manners? What manners? Zhou Chang shouted, someone's trying to ride us in on our heads. Shui Yulan, the vice chairman of Chui Xian Xinghe, sighed helplessly, just leave this alone. He Qiming is determined to oppose us for his show. If he retires after finishing Create the Future, what can you do? Old Shui is right. We should focus on how to secure our company's debut spot, said Fu Yinlong of Mo High Entertainment. We might even have to make a big sacrifice this time. Big losses? Zhou Chang asked in confusion. Just take a look at that voting mechanism yourself. No need to say more, I've got to get back to work. Fu Yinlong hung up the video call and started moving funds around. Our own hired online commentators might not be enough, we'll have to spend money to hire external ones. Soon after, Song Hai and Shui Yulan also hung up their video calls. Zhou Chang was confused and hurriedly made a call to inquire. He finally found out that this vote actually required a verification code, and each phone number could only vote once. Xu Mengning, you're ruthless. Zhou Chang angrily snapped the pen in his hand. The water army his company had hired only had a few tens of thousands of phone numbers, which meant only a few tens of thousands of votes. How could they possibly push it up? They would have to spend a fortune to buy more water army accounts. At the listening string entertainment base, Song Hai said happily, seeing old Zhou so upset makes me so happy. Ha 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 ha. He and Zhou Chang had always had a rivalry, and seeing Zhou Chang lose his temper like this made him ecstatic. He directly allocated 20 million yuan as startup funds to the company's online trolling department. Song Hai said over the phone, 1 million is to ensure our 2 contestants advance, and the other million is to secure Gu Yi's top spot. Gu Yi? He is not even part of our company. Are you sure? Came a skeptical voice from the other end. Song Hai didn't explain further, just said, that's Mr. He's instructions. Alright. Got it. Since it was the chairman's orders, there was no issue. After hanging up the phone, Song Hai stroked his sparse beard and muttered, once they debut, they'll be part of our company, right? The chairman of Tingxian Entertainment, He Jiangwo, was essentially betting with them that Gu Yi would honor the agreement. Even if they lost the bet, it would only be a loss of 10 million. Moreover, that 10 million might not even be needed. Inside the venue, the audience watched the rankings nervously. In the first 2 minutes, Gu Yi's popularity rating was way ahead. 2 minutes later, the popularity scores of the other contestants suddenly surged, quickly surpassing Gu Yi's. After the surge, their growth rate suddenly slowed down. A few minutes later, the popularity scores of the other contestants surged again, then paused after the surge. This cycle repeated itself over and over. Meanwhile, Gu Yi's popularity remained steadily increasing. Netizens quickly noticed that the vote counts for the other contestants were somewhat irregular. These people must have hired fake voters. How could their popularity values increase by tens of thousands in just 1 second? Let's all pitch in and take down those paid commenters. I don't believe it. I've even used my great-grandfather's phone to vote. If Gu Yi doesn't make it today, I'll go straight to their house and cut them down. Brothers and sisters, mobilize your friends. Let's see today if they have more paid voters or if we have more people. Unity is strength, charge. Some even posted a photo saying, guys, I'm at the mobile phone store right now. I'm going to get a new SIM card on the spot. Damn, that's impressive. I'm in awe of the big shot. How did I not think of that? Guys, don't just blindly get a new SIM card. Only get one if you really need it. Don't waste resources. No problem, bro. I'll get an extra SIM card so I can create another WeChat account to chat with girls, hee. You jerk upstairs, spit on you. Just like that, major telecom operators suddenly gained hundreds of thousands of new users. Just a few minutes later, the 4 top entertainment companies realized their budgets were depleted. This type of one number, one vote water army was simply too expensive, with money flowing out like water. In just a few minutes, tens of millions were spent. Even as top entertainment companies, they felt a pang of regret. And now the most critical issue is that there are no more water army services available to purchase. The 4 top entertainment companies and other entertainment companies had already divided up all the paid commenters. It will be extremely difficult to find a large-scale army of paid commenters in the short term. Small-scale water army teams are simply inadequate and cannot compete with Gu Yi's terrifying growth rate. They can only watch helplessly as Gu Yi's popularity soars, one after another, knocking their company's contestants down. Half an hour later, the popularity rankings on Create Xing stopped changing. The voting period had ended. The audience turned their attention to the rankings. First place, Gu Yi. Cheers echoed through the sky. We won. Awesome. We defeated the capital. First place is well deserved. This ranking is finally normal. Change, 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 change. Seeing these 4 words, the fans knew that nothing else mattered. They had won. This is the celebration of the Gu Yi fans. So capital is just that? It's Gu Yi's talent that gave us the courage to stand up to capital. Brothers and sisters, keep it low-key. Keep it under wraps. After the voting ended, the 9 contestants who didn't make the list walked off the stage. Xiao Yanrui followed suit, ranking 10th. He was already labeled as illiterate and ruined the classic, and those who once liked him had already unfollowed him. Being eliminated was only natural. The 9 remaining contestants were Gu Yi, Shen Ziming, Chen Chen, Lin Yi, Ren Tianchen, Qiming, Cui Xian, Han Su, and Lu Jiaxing. They began speaking one by one from the lowest rank, then took their seats in the S-class judging panel in order. After all 8 had taken their seats, only the highest position remained empty. Gu Yi stood alone on the stage, staring at the 35 million votes and was momentarily speechless. The fans had truly made him the center of attention. Even Gu Yi, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was moved by the fans' enthusiasm. Gu Yi suppressed his emotions and spoke gently. Thank you all. That you all like my music is both a blessing and an honor. I am also deeply grateful for the time we've spent together over the past few months. There's still a year, 2 years, or even 10, 20, or more years ahead of us. Let's grow together, improve together, and look forward to becoming better versions of ourselves. After speaking, Gu Yi bowed deeply. This was a sign of respect for all the fans' support. Chapter 45, Debut at the Peak. I'm a bit moved. What's going on? Gu Yi. 10 years from now, we'll still be listening to you sing 10 years. You truly deserve the center spot. Having such a talented idol like you is an honor for us. I love Gu Yi so much. We're all Gu Yi's husband. The audience at the venue was nearly screaming Gu Yi's name hysterically. The applause thundered. Gu Yi, amid the cheers of the crowd, stepped onto the highest position. He sat down in the only empty seat. He then smiled slightly. The regrets of his past life were fulfilled in this one. All he needed to do now was to bring everyone better works. That smile is so sweet. I love Gu Yi so much. So cool. And that's it. That Create the Future program officially concludes. Gu Yi debuts in the center position. The live stream disconnects at this moment. Looking at the now black screen, the viewers in the live stream suddenly feel a sense of reluctance. I suddenly feel a bit reluctant to see Create the Journey come to an end. From the first episode to now, it's really hard to let go. I wonder when we'll get to see Gu Yi again. Don't worry, the first performance after the group forms will start after the new year, so we'll definitely see Gu Yi again then. In the director's room, He Chining sighed in relief. His reputation was completely saved, and he could even rise higher. He was grateful that he had taken the initiative to invite Gu Yi that day. It was all worth it. As for whether he could continue directing in the future, it no longer mattered. The achievements he had attained were now a distant dream for other directors of the same caliber. The creation journey had just wrapped up. Fan Lutian posted a video. In the video, he was kneeling on the ground and banged his head 3 times on the ground. Damn it! He's serious. Listen to the sound, it's cracking. No exaggeration, Dr. Fan may have a sharp tongue, but he's a real man. This was just a small side note from Create the Future. Create the Future concluded on January 20th. There were only a few days left until the Spring Festival. On the day the competition ended, Jiang Qiong from Tingxian Entertainment approached Gu Yi. Gu Yi successfully joined Tingxian Entertainment. Subsequently, Gu Yi and the other 8 debut members signed the group contract together. The group's name is Tianqing. The name was derived from Gu Yi's song Blue and White Porcelain. The group was formed with a 1-year term, after which it would disband. After a brief gathering, the 9 members went their separate ways, with those affiliated with entertainment companies returning to their respective agencies to follow their company's arrangements. Although Gu Yi had just signed with Tingxian Entertainment, as the holder of an S-level contract, he had absolute freedom. Thinking about his family, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, he decided to go straight home. After the new year, they will reunite to begin their first performance as a group. In fact, they only had 2 group performances in total that year. Once as a group, and once as a breakup. The rest of the time, they were all pursuing their own careers. They're just borrowing the fame of a well-known group. After all, the 9 members are not from the same company, so they can't pull together as a team. Yang Lei also went straight home, as he had already discussed it with Gu Yi. Once Gu Yi's studio is established, they will notify Yang Lei to come to Gu Yi's studio to sign the contract. After Gu Yi returned home, news about him swept across all online platforms. The news of his debut as the center position directly topped the trending charts. The news that Tingxian Entertainment had signed Gu Yi with an S-level contract also spread. And within a short period of time, it dominated the top spot on the trending charts. Tingxian Entertainment signs Gu Yi with a 3-tier S-level contract. Gu Yi debuts at the peak of his career, #1 hashtag. The most talented contestant on Create the Journey breaks through the shadows and successfully debuts, #7 hashtag. Gu Yi. A young man with looks, talent, and character, #10 hashtag. Talent is everything. This year, talent has triumphed over capital. Wow, an S-Class 3-in-1 contract? ISNT, thus comparing him to the king of songs, the god of melodies, and the master of lyrics? So, truly peak from the moment they debuted. Gu Yi is my student, my student. Gu Yi's mentor, Old Zhang, was so excited when he saw these messages that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. A few months ago, when Gu Yi rejected a B-class contract, he felt it was a pity. However, Gu Yi turned around and secured a 3-in-1 S-class contract for him. As Gu Yi's advisor, he couldn't be more proud. So, he immediately shared the news in the faculty group chat. Society's Zhang Gu, did you see that? Gu Yi, my student, an S-class contract. Have any of you seen it? Piano teacher Li. Vocal teacher Shui, I'm speechless. Guitar teacher Su, you traitor, you got lucky. Eru teacher Zhang, just show off. From then on, no matter what anyone asked Old Zhang, his first response was always, how did you know my student signed an S-level contract? Then he'd insistently drag the person into a half-hour conversation. At the same time, Blue and White Porcelain launched an all-out assault on the new song charts of the 3 major music platforms. It charged forward unstoppably, effortlessly claiming the top spot on all 3 platforms' new song charts. It completely crushed Lu Guwang's Bamboo. Lu Guwang's Bamboo was knocked off the charts by Blue and White Porcelain? Gu Yi is so fierce. I thought Bamboo was pretty good, but after hearing Blue and White Porcelain, I realized what true Chinese style music really is. Lu Guowang is better suited for love songs. This genre isn't his forte. People fear comparison, and so do songs. Before Blue and White Porcelain was released, everyone thought Bamboo was a decent Chinese style song. But once Blue and White Porcelain came out, listeners suddenly found Bamboo rather bland. Even though Bamboo was co-created by a lyricist and composer who are both considered masters in their fields, it pales in comparison to Blue and White Porcelain. To praise Gu Yi's Blue and White Porcelain, Chang Xingxing even wrote a lengthy article of over 10,000 words. It blew my mom away for an entire year. Endorsed by academician Chang. It feels like Blue and White Porcelain is set to lead a new wave of Chinese style music. This song has too much cultural depth. On the rooftop of Mo High Entertainment, Wang Yi, Chi Hai, and Mo Lan, the three unlucky souls, appeared here again. They had just finished watching the new song chart. They suddenly felt much more at ease. Chi Hai sneezed and laughed, hee, even the song king and the lyricist god haven't done what Yi Shin did, so it's normal that we haven't either. Mo Lan nodded in agreement, that's right. Rounding up, I'm basically a song. Before he could finish, Wang Yi couldn't hold it in anymore, achoo. The wind today is quite noisy. Wang Yi said leisurely, guys, is it possible for us to go downstairs to talk? There's heating down there. Chi Hai and Mo Lan nodded in unison. The cold wind in January was too much for them to bear. Huawen Entertainment Building. The singing sensation Lu Haoran was in a small room with the music genius Duan Ji and the lyricist Xia Yu. The three were leisurely enjoying the warmth of the heater, eating hot pot, and listening to music. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Composer Duan Ji picked up the phone and saw it was from General Manager Zhou Chang. Duan Ji answered impatiently, what's the matter? Just get to the point. I'm busy. As the composer god, he held an unparalleled status at Huawen Entertainment and wasn't afraid of Zhou Chang. Your song Bamboo has been surpassed. Chapter 46, Establishing a Music Studio. The song Bamboo has been surpassed? Duan Ji froze for a second. Eating hot pot and singing songs, and your house was robbed? Duan Ji asked, whose song surpassed it? Zhou Chang's voice came from behind him, Gui. Who is that? Duan Ji clearly didn't recognize Gui. Not only him, but also Xia Yu and Lu Haoran didn't recognize Gui. Since their abilities reached the pinnacle of the pyramid, they rarely paid attention to such things. Even their Weibo accounts were managed by the company. The only ones they were allowed to know were those of their own caliber. A trainee who just debuted through a talent show, Zhou Changdao said. What the hell? Duan Ji couldn't believe it. Although Bamboo was an experimental work he created with Xia Yu, it shouldn't be surpassed by a rookie who just debuted, right? After hanging up the phone, the other two asked Duan Ji, what's going on? Duan Ji sighed and said, our house was robbed. The two immediately understood what Duan Ji meant. Which music and lyrics genius is responsible for this? Lu Haoran asked. Duan Ji pondered for a moment. He still couldn't believe it, but he said, it was a trainee who just debuted from a talent show. What? Lu Haoran was stunned. What kind of trainee could possibly surpass the three of them? They opened their phones with skepticism and found the song by Gui. After listening, the three of them had to admit. In terms of traditional Chinese music, they truly couldn't compare to this young man. However, the three of them wouldn't give up. Their specialty had never been traditional Chinese music. Instead, they excelled at various love songs. Xia Yu tapped the table with his left index finger and said, does this count as being targeted? Duan Ji rubbed his beard uncertainly and said, maybe, probably, it might count. Lu Haoran smiled and shrugged, should we get revenge? We must. Duan Ji and Xia Yu exclaimed in unison. They decided to wait until Gui released his song and then target him. All three of them have their own pride. They can acknowledge that Bamboo is not as good as Blue and White Porcelain, but they cannot admit that they are not as good as Gui. Upon returning home, Gui passed the official security review for Weibo and opened his own Weibo account. Some fans searching for trending topics related to Gui came across this account. At first, they were all a bit confused. Could this be a fake account trying to ride the trend? Upon closer inspection, the fans noticed that Gui's name was followed by a series of suffixes. Singer, songwriter, winner of Create the Future, artist under Listen to the Strings Entertainment. All of them were official certification tags. Official certification. Wow. This is the real Gui. Gui finally opened a Weibo account. I've found my people. Upon discovering that Gui had indeed opened a Weibo account, fans rushed to follow him and informed each other. Gui's fan count immediately skyrocketed. 10,000. A million. 10 million. In just one day, Gui's Weibo account gained over 10 million followers, and the number continues to grow. Fans flooded the comments section. Gui, when are you releasing your new song? Why no updates? Can you post something so we can see? Gui, I follow you because I'm intentional. Gui, show some life. Gui scrolled through the fans' comments one by one, occasionally replying with a word or two. But when he saw this comment, his face turned dark. Come on? Have you ever seen someone die? Post an update, you must post an update. Let the fans know he's still alive. Just as Gui was unsure what to post first, Blomy jumped onto Gui. You're pretty proactive, Gui said with a smile. A moment later, Gui posted his first update on Weibo. It was a photo. In the photo, Gui was holding a cute orange cat. He accompanied it with the lyrics from the song Why Not? If you're ever feeling down, I'll gladly lend you Blomy. Within just 1 minute, the comments had already reached over 1,000. I want to be that cat. Bloomy is so lucky. Wow, this is the Glomy from the Gui family. Bloomy is so cute. Anyone up for a group to go steal a cat from the Gui family? Steal the cat +1. Steal Gui plus 10,086. The trending topic screen changed. It became like this. How cute is Glomy? Hot hashtag. Gui has opened a Weibo account and posted his first update. Hot hashtag. I want to be Gui's cat. Hot hashtag. Gui, I'm really upset right now. Give me the cat. Gui, does your cat do backflips? Mine does. Why don't you come over and see? Upstairs, I want to see. I want to see. Die. Because of this cat. The already popular song What's the Big Deal has become even more popular. After taking a few days off, Gui arrived at the Tingxian Entertainment Building on January 24th. As soon as she entered, a receptionist tapped her colleague and whispered, Hey, look over there. Isn't that Gui? The other receptionist looked up and exclaimed in surprise, It really is Gui. He's so handsome. He's even more handsome in person than online. He's joined our company, Tingxian Entertainment. Does that mean we'll get to see him every day now? How lucky we are. The two front desk staff members were die-hard fans. They had chosen to work at Tingxian Entertainment precisely because they could see all kinds of celebrities they wouldn't normally get to see. They had recently become fans of Gui. At that moment, General Manager Song Hai approached Gui and greeted him enthusiastically. Gui, you're finally here. Hello, Mr. Song. Gui replied with a smile. The two had already been in contact a few days earlier, so they recognized each other. He had come this time to set up his own music studio as soon as possible. Song Hai knew why Gui was there, so he got straight to the point. We've already prepared a dedicated floor and staff for your studio. As soon as you're ready, you can set up your music studio anytime. Gui was currently a valuable asset to Tingxian Entertainment, so he would certainly fulfill Gui's requests to the best of his ability. Song Hai continued. Since you sign an S-Level 3-in-1 contract, the company will help promote your songs every time you release them, and the company will take 15% of the net profits from each song. The copyright for each of your songs belongs to you, and the company only holds the usage rights for 5 years. Of course, since your studio is independent from the company will not provide you with any artists. You will need to find all your own artists yourself. The level of contract you sign is entirely up to you. All salaries for staff within your studio are also your responsibility. Guillermo nodded silently. The company had already prepared everything for him. He would have to find the artists himself. The company would not provide artists for independent studios. Count me in. Yang Lei counts as 1. Chen Chen should count as half, right? Thinking of Chen Chen, Gui asked, Manager Song, can you transfer Chen Chen to my studio? Song Manager furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before saying, in theory, the company does not transfer artists to its subsidiary independent studios. However, I can discuss this matter with the higher-ups. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Chapter 47, the first song of the studio's establishment. The matter of transferring Chen Chen to Gui's studio had just been reported to the higher-ups at Tingxian Entertainment, and the higher-ups at Tingxian Entertainment agreed. Since Gui had just signed with Tingxian Entertainment, the company could accommodate his request without much issue. To put it more bluntly, from the executive's perspective, Gui was seen as a cash cow. 2 days later, Yang Lei took some time to visit Gui's music studio. Gui was sitting there writing lyrics. Yang Lei waved at Gui and called out, Gui, I'm here. Gui looked up and smiled, You're here. Come over and sit down. Let's take a look at this song. What song is it? Yang Lei curiously ran over and looked at the lyrics Gui had placed on the table. The lyrics are accompanied by musical notation. Yang Lei hummed along to the melody. The red sun rises in the east, its path filled with rosy light. How fortunate I am to have been born in your embrace. Carrying the same bloodline. Just these few lines were enough for Yang Lei to sense the uniqueness of this song. He looked down at the lyrics again. He immediately felt the passion and national pride in the lyrics. You sing it well. Gui smiled. Yang Lei blushed and scratched his head, saying, I'm nowhere near as good as you, Egu. Gui asked, what do you think of this song? Yang Lei replied, great. Very good. Great. Gui smiled. Then the first song for our studio is decided. You, me, and Chen Chen will sing it together. The reason they chose the song 10,000 Miles was because Gui had read an article by Chang Xingxing. Although Chang Xingxing's article was praising Gui, but it also expressed his disappointment with the current trend of blindly admiring foreign cultures. After reading it, Gui was deeply moved. He chose Wan Jiang as the first song for his music studio. He wanted to give a gift to the Chinese nation during the Spring Festival and also to the Chinese people. Gui does not seek to change the current trends. He only hopes to awaken a sense of national pride in some hearts. And then further promote Chinese culture. We'll follow your lead, Gu. Yang Lei said. He glanced at the time and said, Chen Chen will be here in a moment. Let's discuss your contract first. Yang Lei nodded, alright, Gu. Gui directly took out the contract and showed it to Yang Lei. Gui didn't use the entertainment company's typical SABCD grading system. The contract was simple. The most important clauses were two. After Yang Lei performs the songs written by Gui, he will receive a 10% share of the net profits. Yang Lei only holds the performance rights to the songs and does not own any other copyrights to the songs. Gui smiled and said, how about it? Will you sign? Yang Lei looked hesitant and said, brother, aren't these terms a bit too generous? In his view, the terms Gui had offered were extremely generous. After all, listening to Strings Entertainment could only receive a 15% share of Gui's song revenues. Given Lan Xing's status as a lyricist and composer, and the fact that both the lyrics and music were written by Gui, even if Gui only gave him a few percent of the profits, he would have been very happy. Who would have thought that Gui would actually give him a 10% share? He could earn a 10% pure profit just by singing. It's like money falling from the sky. Gui couldn't help but laugh. He had never seen someone push benefits away from themselves before. Yang Lei was just too honest. I believe you deserve it. Gui patted Yang Lei on the shoulder and urged him, sign it quickly. Chen Chen will be here soon, and we still need to practice singing. Gui offered Yang Lei such favorable terms. Because, first, Gui had some songs that simply couldn't be done without Yang Lei. Second, Gui knows Yang Lei is definitely going to become famous, someone already achieved that in his previous life. Third, Gui was being lazy. All the artists under his music studio signed the same contract, including Chen Chen. Of course, such favorable terms require the singer to have the corresponding talent. Those without the necessary talent, Gui would never take, as they would ruin classics. Seeing that Gui was so insistent, Yang Lei's gratitude toward Gui was beyond words. Gui had been helping him since before he even debuted. The best way he could repay him now was to sing every song Gui gave him with all his heart. After expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you, Yang Lei picked up the pen and signed the contract. Gui stamped the contract and put it away. A few minutes later, Chen Chen arrived. The three of them entered the recording studio in the studio. Gui asked, can you do voice impersonations? Yang Lei and Chen Chen shook their heads in unison. Then I'll have to sing the first part of the lyrics, Gui said. In Gui's previous life, a few lines of the lyrics in Wan Jiang featured a child's voice. There were no children in Gui's studio, and he had no plans to sign any children in the future. Chen Chen and Yang Lei couldn't do vocal mimicry either, so Gui would have to sing it himself. Gui had one more trick up his sleeve. That was impersonating voices. Then Chen Chen and Yang Lei saw Gui hum a few notes. At first, it sounded pretty normal, but gradually it started to change. Eventually, it turned into a voice resembling that of a little girl. The red sun rises in the east, its great way filled with rosy light. Yang Lei and Chen Chen were speechless. Chen Chen exclaimed in shock, Gui, you're a demon, aren't you? Gui continued in the little girl's voice, don't mess around. Yang Lei was speechless, impressive. The two staff members in the recording studio were also completely baffled. Du Hui whispered to Wang Ping beside him, does our new boss have this skill too? The two of them were assistants assigned to Gui by listening to the Strings Entertainment. Since their future pay would be distributed by Gui, calling him boss wasn't an issue. I think having this skill is normal. I feel like our boss's Moonlight isn't something a human can sing, Wang Ping said. I actually think this voice sounds pretty good. Du Hui seemed to think of something and whispered, I think our boss would look pretty good in women's clothing. If he changes his voice after dressing up, no one would notice. I agree. Wang Ping said. The two were chatting enthusiastically when Gui's voice came from behind. What are you two talking about? It's time to start recording. Du Hui and Wang Ping quickly pulled their heads apart. They both laughed in unison, alright, boss. After finishing the recording of Wan Jiang, Gui announced on Weibo that his studio had been established. When naming the studio, Gui was feeling lazy, so he simply used his own name but changed one character. It was named Gui Studio. The current members are three people, Gui, Chen Chen, and Yang Lei. At the same time, Gui also announced that the three of them would soon release their first song. The release date was set for February 1st, which happens to be the day of the Lunar New Year. Gui also mentioned that this song is a gift to everyone and to China. Chapter 48, an interesting coincidence. First, 5G is so fast. Gui is releasing another song? A song for us and for China? The Create Talent show just ended a few days ago, and Gui is at it again. Gui is really as productive as a sow. Another song to listen to. Gui is so casual. His studio even uses his own name. Ha ha ha. The person above you is mistaken. This is intentional on the studio's part? Is the studio going to do everything on purpose from now on? Ha ha ha. Are the three of them singing together? I feel like I'm back in Create the Line. Comments were immediately flooded by fans. At the same time, Shushin Duanji, who was getting a foot massage at an unknown foot massage parlor, received a call from Xiaishin Xiaoyu. Duanji replied in a listless tone, "What's up, old Xia? What's the matter? I'm busy right now." Upon hearing Duanji's voice, Xiaoyu immediately scolded him, "Grandma Sake, you went to that place again and didn't even bring me along. Are we even brothers?" Duanji cleared his throat and said, It's just because you and Lu Xiong have been so busy lately." Xiaoyu didn't want to deal with Duanji, who was enjoying the attention, and got straight to the point. "I've got news for you. Gui is releasing a new song." Duanji, who had been looking a bit down, perked up immediately and asked, "Really?" "Absolutely true." He posted it on his official account. Compared to Duanji, Xiaoyu's voice sounded full of energy. Ever since their song Bamboo was surpassed by Gui's Blue and White Porcelain, they had someone keeping an eye on Gui, informing them whenever he released a new song. They had no other thoughts, they just wanted to beat Gui once. Duanji asked, "When is he releasing the song?" Xiaoyu replied, "On New Year's Day?" "Damn it! That's so soon. There's only a few days left." Duanji was taken aback. "Is it that competitive? If I remember correctly, his Blue and White Porcelain was released on January 20th, right? It's only been 10 days, and he's doing it again? Doesn't he even take a break during the new year? Do you think everyone is like you? Hurry up and come to the company. I'll go notify Lu Haoren." Xiaoyu said. Duanji thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll be back later." Xiaoyu said, "Alright, but I'll remind you one more thing, health comes first. Take care of yourself, old. Get lost. I'm doing this properly." Xiaoyu heard Duanji's angry voice in his ear. Just as Duanji was about to explode, Xiaoyu skillfully hung up the phone. He then notified Lu Haoren to go. That evening, the three of them jointly announced that they would also release a song during the Spring Festival. And this time, it would be their specialty love songs. Although their songs might not be fully polished yet. But that didn't stop them from informing their fans first. Their longtime fans immediately commented, "These three are really getting productive. They've never released a song during the Spring Festival before. Who cares? As long as there's music to listen to." To be honest, I still think the guy who got caught at the foot massage parlor last time was a musical genius. I agree. The silhouette really looks like him. One fan who was both a fan of Gui and the three discovered a blind spot. Spring Festival? Gui also released a song around that time. Gui's Blue and White Porcelain is still ahead of Bamboo. Could it be that Lu Guwang and his crew are targeting Gui? I feel like it is. Are they trying to avenge Gui's previous defeat? As soon as Gui announced his plans to release a new song, Duanji and others also announced their own release plans, all scheduled for the Spring Festival period. Netizens then recalled the previous incident where Blue and White Porcelain surpassed Bamboo. They immediately realized that something was amiss. Netizens who love to gossip couldn't sit still anymore. Wow, is this a showdown? Who do you think will top the new song charts? I'm going with Gui, because he's already proven himself against Lu Guwang this month. This month's songs? Give Duanshin and Xiaoshin's game-inspired tracks a try. Losing wouldn't be surprising. I'm sticking with Lu Guwang and his crew. Support Lu Guwang plus 10,001. Gui isn't sure about what's happening online, but he just feels something's off. But he can't quite put his finger on it. Ding dong. Gui's phone rang. Gui picked up his phone and saw a message from Xu Mengning. He seemed to realize that something was missing. During the filming of Create the Journey, he had grown accustomed to having Xu Mengning by his side. Now that they hadn't seen each other for several days, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. As he replied to Xu Mengning's message, he thought to himself, could I have fallen for her? Gui was exceptionally talented in music but somewhat lacking in matters of the heart. However, he noticed that he felt much more at ease when he was with Xu Mengning. Lost in thought, Gui fell into deep contemplation. Is there any way I can feel a little more relaxed every day? Feeling the glow of his phone screen, Gui looked down again. It was the chat history from his recent conversation with Xu Mengning. Xu Mengning, Gui, have you set up your studio yet? Gui, yes. After reading it, Gui suddenly felt a sense of clarity. If he could just invite Xu Mengning to his studio, he could see her often. Plus, Xu Mengning herself was extremely talented. No matter how he looked at it, it was a win-win situation. Gui immediately sent out the invitation. Xu Mengning, who had been lying in bed thinking for half an hour, also sent a message at that moment. Gui, Miss Xu, would you be interested in coming to my studio? Xu Mengning, Gui, I think your studio has too much yang energy, which is quite serious. According to Taoist principles, yin and yang must be balanced. Why don't you invite me to join you? The two messages appeared on the phone screen one after the other at the same time. Coincidence? The two, who were miles apart, both froze for a moment. They both sent messages at the same time. Sure. Xu Mengning put down her phone, propped her head up, and looked out the window at the stars. A snowflake drifted past the window. Xu Mengning smiled to herself. Gui doesn't seem so straightforward after all. Gui is straightforward, but he knows what he needs and what he loves. The next day, Gui arrived at the studio early in the morning. He poured himself a glass of water, walked to the studio door, and just as he was about to go out for breakfast, he saw Xu Mengning. Xu Mengning stood with her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly and smiled. Good morning, Gui. Gui was briefly surprised, then smiled lightly. Good morning, Miss Xu. He truly didn't expect Xu Mengning to come so early. Xu Mengning took out some steamed buns and soy milk from behind her and handed them to Gui, saying, I thought you hadn't eaten yet, so I brought you breakfast. Gui took them and thanked her with a smile. The items weren't expensive, but they were a thoughtful gesture. Looking at the watermark on his pocket, Gui exclaimed in surprise, Did you buy this at school? Xu Mengning nodded gently. It was on my way. Zhanghai International Art Academy was very large, so even during winter break, there were still students and staff on campus. As a result, a small section of the campus cafeteria remained open year-round. Xu Mengning still remembered a few months earlier when Gui had been staring at the steamed buns in her hands. So she went to the academy early in the morning. However, it wasn't on her way. Chapter 49, A Stumble. As the Lunar New Year approached, Gui gave everyone in the studio a break. So now, only Gui and Xu Mengning were left in the studio. Gui was eating breakfast while chatting casually with Xu Mengning. Miss Xu, do you know Senior Li Manyu? Gui had always felt that Li Manyu had given him an odd look during the competition, especially during the final performance when Xu Mengning and he were on stage together. At that time, Li Manyu's gaze had a mix of admiration, approval, and a softness that Gui couldn't quite describe. Xu Mengning giggled and said, Of course we know each other. Not only do we know each other, but we're also very close. Oh? I knew it. Gui laughed. I always felt that Senior Li was looking at me strangely. Xu Mengning propped her head up and looked at Gui. She thought to herself. Since she was so close to Gui, it wouldn't be right if her mother didn't look at him strangely. After thinking for a moment, Xu Mengning smiled and said, That's my mother. Gui immediately looked up. His eyes were filled with shock. It left Gui speechless for an entire year. The steamed bun he had just brought to his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Li Manyu is Xu Mengning's mother? No wonder. No wonder she was so eager to watch me play the piano. No wonder she always looks at me with such a scrutinizing gaze. So that's how it is. Now it all makes sense. After all, if my own daughter were getting close to a guy, I'd probably act the same way, maybe even stranger. Gui asked awkwardly, Why didn't you tell me? Xu Mengning smiled slightly and said, You didn't ask me either. Gui paused for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Xu Mengning then said, Gui, do you feel like you owe me something? I remember. How could I forget? I'll treat you to lunch today. Fortunately, Gui hadn't forgotten. After Xu Mengning and Gui signed the contract, the two left the studio. It was almost time for the new year. Gui gave everyone else the day off and also planned to take a day off for himself. Today, he would accompany Xu Mengning shopping and dining. The two of them arrived at the mall. Gui didn't know what Xu Mengning wanted to buy, so he just followed her around aimlessly. Xu Mengning looked left and right but didn't buy anything. But she was still enjoying herself. During this time, Xu Mengning went to the restroom, and Gui waited outside for her. Two young girls approached from a distance. One was named Li Ziyuan, and the other was named Wu Shui. As soon as Wu Shui saw Gui, she pulled Li Ziyan to a corner nearby. She exclaimed excitedly, Ziyuan, I think I saw Gui. Li Ziyuan, who had been pulled over, felt a bit confused at first, but upon hearing Wu Shui's words, her eyes lit up and she looked around. Where is Gui? Both of them were fans of Gui, which is why they were so excited. 2 seconds later, both of them peeked out from behind the wall and looked toward Gui. It really is Gui. Li Ziyuan said. Should we go ask for a photo? I'm a bit scared. Why don't you go first? Wu Shui said. Li Ziyuan shook her head quickly. No way. We have to go together. Although they were very excited, they were also quite shy. Wu Shui asked, What do you think Gui is doing here alone? Just as she finished speaking, they noticed a girl walking toward Gui. The two smiled and waved before leaving together. What? Li Ziyan exclaimed. Who is that girl? Is Gui having a secret romance? I don't approve of this match. Gusu CP is the best. Li Ziyuan is a staunch supporter of the Gusu CP. Wu Shui watched Xu Mengning's back and felt a sense of familiarity. She asked uncertainly, Do you think that girl might be Xu Mengning? Li Ziyuan rolled her eyes and chuckled, Let us go check it out. Just then, Gui saw two girls walk past him. And every time they got close to him, they looked like they wanted to say something but couldn't. At that moment, Xu Mengning also noticed and whispered in Gui's ear, Gui, those two girls seem to be your fans. Watching the two of them so close, Li Ziyao felt an overwhelming surge of sweetness and excitedly exclaimed, Gusu CP, I'm shipping them. Wu Shui nodded like a chick pecking at grain. When the two young girls approached Gui again, he took the initiative to greet them, saying, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Startled by Gui's voice, the two girls froze in place. Li Ziyuan nervously said, Gui, we're your fans. Can we take a photo with you?" Gui smiled warmly and replied, "Of course." As long as Gui had time, he would never refuse a photo request from his fans. Seeing her best friend take the lead, Wu Shui also gathered her courage and said, "Can we also include Xu Mengning, sister?" As supporters of the Gusu couple, they couldn't miss this opportunity. Xu Mengning smiled gently, "Sure, why not?" Yay! The two young girls jumped up excitedly. And so, a photo of Gui and Xu Mengning with their fans was taken. That evening, the photo was posted on their Weibo feeds. Yanan smiled. "Today I ran into Gui and Xu Mengning while shopping. We even took a photo with them. Gui is even more handsome in real life than online, and Xu Mengning is so beautiful. They're both so kind. I absolutely love this couple. Gusu CP is the best. I won't accept any arguments. Here's an extra photo of us with Gui. Photo.jpg. Oh my gosh, I'm dying. Why can't I meet Gui? Sisters, you're so lucky. I'm so jealous. Please tell me which mall it was. I'm going to stake out there tomorrow. Sai, are they on a date? Wow, that is possible. This couple is my ship." In a short period of time, news about Gui and Xu Mengning quickly trended on social media. Gui and Xu Mengning on a date, trending hashtag. Gui's romance exposed, trending hashtag. Ah, my ship has finally sailed? Wow. What a surprise during the new year. Some people aren't too optimistic about this. Dating right after debut? What is the point of writing songs now? I thought Gui still had a chance to go head to head with Lu Guwang, but now that they're dating, how are they going to write good songs? Exactly. I don't think we should expect much from Gui's new song for the Spring Festival. It's probably not going to be great. Dating doesn't necessarily affect creativity. Maybe it'll even inspire him more. At that moment, the three bigwigs at Huawei Entertainment read the message in silence. They were all preparing intensely for their showdown with Gui, and he went off to date someone? Duan Ji's face turned an alarming shade of dark. To compete with Gui, he hadn't even gone to the bathhouse, and now Gui was off dating? Duanji snorted and said, "I'll see how his song can compete with ours." Chapter 50, New Year's Eve Confession. On New Year's Eve, the entire country was immersed in the joy of the new year. After watching the Spring Festival Gala with his family, Gui returned to his room. It was just past midnight when Gui and Xu Mengning sent their messages almost simultaneously. Xu Mengning, Happy New Year. Gui, Happy New Year. Gui stood by the window and opened it. The sound of dripping rain came in with a cold breeze. Gui, who had been feeling a bit drowsy, suddenly felt much more awake. Gui had read all the comments on Weibo. It seemed like everyone thought he was dating Xu Mengning. But he and Xu Mengning hadn't reached that point yet. Given their current relationship, perhaps all it would take is for one of them to take the first step. Why don't I take the initiative? Gui smiled. He's never been the type to hesitate. Since he knows he likes her and can feel her feelings, there's no need to drag it out. Gui immediately called Xu Mengning on video call. Xu Mengning answered immediately. Her phone screen had been on the chat interface the whole time. After the call connected, Xu Mengning saw Gui sitting on the bed, holding a guitar in his arms, with an orange cat curled up beside him. Is this Glomy? How cute! Xu Mengning said with a smile. Gui nodded and said, Yes, Miss Xu, would you like me to sing you a song? What song? Xu Mengning asked curiously. Gui smiled and said, You'll hear it when you listen. Xu Mengning leaned on the bed, propping up her head, and laughed, Sure. Gui's fingers moved slightly, and the song began. The sparrows outside the window are chattering on the power lines. That line really gives it a summery feel. The pencil in my hand moves back and forth on the paper. I'll use a few lines to describe who you are to me. Listening to the song, Xu Mengning couldn't help but think. This is another new song. It seemed like the first time she met him was also in summer. At the time, Gui was singing What's the Point? I wonder what this song is called. The taste of autumn mackerel, even cats want to know. The scent of first love is something we've managed to rediscover. That warm sunlight, like freshly picked vibrant strawberries. You said you couldn't bear to eat this feeling. The song Seven Fragrant Flowers was originally performed by Jay Cho in Gui's previous life, with lyrics written by Fong Wenshan. Fong Wenshan once stated that he doesn't write lyrics, but rather poetry. A sweet and romantic love poem. Gui also chose this romantic poem to confess his feelings. The rain falls all night, and my love overflows like the rain. The fallen leaves in the courtyard pile up thickly with my longing. A few words of criticism cannot cool my passion. You appear on every page of my poem. So I sing it more and more earnestly. His voice carried his love. Xu Mengning listened, and her expression changed. This song was specially sung by Gui for her. She felt Gui's feelings. It turned out that Gui wasn't really straight after all. Gui had already taken half a step forward, the final step should be taken by her. Xu Mengning listened to Gui sing with a look of deep affection. The rain falls all night and my love overflows like the rain. Butterflies on the windowsill like beautiful chapters flying in a poem. I'll continue writing. Alright, I will love you forever at the end of the poem. You are the only one I want to know. Just as Gui was about to sing the next line, a loud crack. The guitar string snapped. Gui stared at the guitar in shock, unsure of how to continue. This guitar had ruined all his plans. The song wasn't finished. The emotions Gui had been building up were now in disarray. Gui, you're the only one I want to get to know. Xu Mengning noticed Gui's embarrassment and smiled sweetly. Gui, I like you. Can we be together? Gui smiled and replied, sure, I like you too. What was the name of that song just now? 7 Miles of Fragrance. Will you only sing it for me from now on? Sure. The two pairs of ears outside Gui's room twitched sharply. Gui's father, Gu Jianjun, and his younger sister, Gu Sihan, were eavesdropping at the wall. At that moment, Zhoulan curiously walked over and asked, how about it? Did it work? Gu Sihan immediately placed her hand over her mouth. Mom, keep your voice down. Don't let your brother hear us. Gu Jianjun nodded in agreement. The three of them fell silent together. Then, the voice from inside came through. Gui, I like you. Can we be together? Sure. The three of them immediately became excited and beamed with joy. Gu Jianjun exclaimed excitedly, it's done. It's done. My son is amazing. He managed to win over another family's daughter so quickly. Zhoulan pinched Gu Jianjun's soft flesh on his waist and said, keep your voice down. But pinching him made him yell out loud. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Gui looked toward the door in shock. Old Six was outside the door. Gui immediately rushed over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, there wasn't even a single person in sight. Gui closed the door and returned to the bed. At that moment, 3 heads, 2 large and 1 small, peeked out from behind the living room sofa. Seeing Gui return, Xu Mengning asked, what's going on? Gui smiled and casually said, nothing much, maybe there's a burglar in the house. What? Burglars? Should we call the police? Xu Mengning was a bit worried. Gui waved his hand dismissively, it's nothing, nothing. Those 3 little thieves have already been scared away. How do you know there were 3? Xu Mengning sensed something was off. Gui whispered, 3 eavesdropping family members, aren't they also thieves? Xu Mengning suddenly understood they were actually Gui's family members. Family? Eavesdropping? Then didn't Gui's family hear everything she just said to him? Xu Mengning's face turned red instantly. Gu Jianjun leaned against the door again and whispered, this kid actually insinuated we're thieves. I'll teach him a lesson. Zhoulan looked at Gu Jianjun's expression. He really does look just like a thief. I wonder what I ever saw in him. Zhoulan grabbed Gu Jianjun by the ear and said, let's go. You want to teach my son a lesson? I'll teach you first. Gu Jianjun was due to pay his taxes. Watching the two leave, Gu Sihan crossed her arms and shook her head like an old woman, then sighed and said, it's over. Now I'm the only single person left in the family. Just then, Gui's voice rang out behind Gu Sihan. What? You still want to find a young guy to start a relationship early? I want to break his legs for you. Ah. Brother, why didn't you make any noise when you were walking? On the other side, Xu Mengning hung up the phone and tiptoed to the door. After quickly opening it, she immediately saw Li Manyu standing at the door holding a cup of coffee. Chapter 51, Standing Tall and Proud Between Heaven and Earth. Gui is a decent kid. Li Manyu gave a faint anti-smile, stretched lazily, and yawned, I'm tired. Time to sleep. After saying that, Li Manyu turned and went upstairs without looking back, not giving Xu Mengning a chance to speak. Xu Mengning could only watch Li Manyu's retreating figure helplessly. The next morning. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Gui's new song 10,000 Miles was released on major music platforms. During this major holiday, the trending topics were all about the Spring Festival. This year's Spring Festival gala skit was full of humor boiling hashtag. Singing legend Zhang Xingrong performed reunion moment at the Spring Festival gala, warming hearts, boiling hashtag. Welcoming the year 2022 for our great nation, hot hashtag. 2 distinguished academicians extend New Year's greetings to everyone, hot hashtag. In this situation. Therefore, news of a new song release didn't even make a ripple. Most fans are busy sending New Year's greetings at this time. Only a small group of fans with free time logged into the music player on time. They found the trio of Gui, Chen Chen, and Yang Lei singing 10,000 Frontiers. Save it first, watch it later, make it a habit. Gui's work is always top-notch. Fans began listening to the song. Wan Jiang. Performed by Gui, Chen Chen, and Yang Lei. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. The red sun rises in the east, its path bathed in rosy light. How fortunate I am to have been born in your embrace. Carrying the same bloodline. We share hardships and blessings, standing tall as the backbone of our nation. Our nation's vast lands are governed by compassion. A faith that will never fade for 1,000 years. Just hearing the opening lines, fans could sense the uniqueness of this song. The melody carries an inexplicable power, evoking a sense of kinship. This song is truly a gift to our motherland. Another traditional Chinese-style song. National style leads the way. I wonder where this little girl's voice is coming from. There is no credit for the singer. In most songs, anyone who participates in the performance is listed in the song's description. However, fans did not notice any names other than the 3 members of GUI in the description. Fans were a bit confused but didn't think much of it and continued listening to the song. Writing the heavens, I write only a corner the sun and moon linger on. Painting the earth, only a corner is depicted, mountains and rivers remain untouched. Observing 10,000 years of history, heaven and earth look up together. Only the descendants of Yen and Huang, with open hearts, roam the 4 corners of the world. Despite enduring 5,000 years of hardships, the Chinese nation still stands tall and proud in the heavens. Grand and majestic lyrics, with a melody that flows endlessly. They meticulously depict the majestic landscapes of our motherland, conveying the 1,000-year-old faith and spiritual backbone of the Chinese land to every listener. Among them is the venerable academician Chang Xingxing, who is reunited with his family. He too is listening to GUI's 10,000 Borders. Since the conclusion of Creation Journey, he has been closely following GUI. He hopes that this young artist can create another masterpiece like Blue and White Porcelain. When he heard that this song was dedicated to Huaxia and all Huaxia people, he became interested. Today, as soon as GUI's song was released, he had his son Chang Xinghua play it for him. Chang Xingxing's family members were all quietly accompanying the old man as they listened to Wan Jiang. The old man's eyes grew brighter with each listen, and his breathing grew heavier. Chang Xinghua looked at his father with concern, holding his phone ready to call an ambulance at any moment. He could sense the patriotic sentiment in the song. His father had dedicated his life to the country, and hearing such a song might cause him to become overly emotional and have a health issue. Caressing the flowing light, every brick and tile, the years have dyed the walls red. Sighing at the withering and flourishing of flowers and trees, experiencing the joys and sorrows of time. Across the 8 desolate regions and 9 provinces, the homeland in one's heart remains the same. Only China, with its sharp edge, the path blooms in full splendor. The voices of the 3 singers were filled with deep emotion and reverence. Excellent! 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 Upon hearing this, the elderly academician Chang exclaimed 3 times in succession. After enduring the vicissitudes of time and the vicissitudes of life, the 5,000-year-old Chinese land still shone brilliantly in the glow of the dawn. This sense of national pride welled up in Chang Xingxing's heart. As the song faded, Yang Lei and Chen Chen's voices disappeared. GUI's voice changed, and his soft, melodious opera vocals unfolded. The red sun rises in the east, its path bathed in rosy light. How fortunate I am to be born in your embrace. Carrying the same bloodline. We share hardships and blessings alike. Our nation's vast lands. Thousands of years. This part is the same as the opening lyrics of the song, but the voice is different. The beginning is sung by a young girl. Here, it sounds like the girl has grown up. Regardless of her age, she still deeply loves this land. Though the words seem simple and peaceful, each one strikes deep into the heart. After listening to the entire song, the elderly academician Chang Xingxing had tears in his eyes. At this time of the Spring Festival, it is truly remarkable that such a song could be created to be dedicated to China. Chang Xingxing feels fortunate. This era is fortunate to have such a young person. Chang Xingxing thought of GUI's influence in creation in action. He muttered to himself, the younger generation needs a role model. After saying this, Chang Xingxing smiled warmly and called his old friend Tang Yangping, the president of the Huaxia Ancient Culture Association. A voice even older than Chang Xingxing's came through the phone. Old Chang, are you calling to wish me a happy new year? Hearing his old friend's strong voice, Chang Xingxing smiled sincerely and said, aren't you always looking for a cultural ambassador for China? I'll recommend someone to you. Oh, tell me who it is, Tang Yangping said. Who could possibly catch your eye? Chang Xingxing chuckled and said, it's the young man who wrote Blue and White Porcelain, his name is GUI. Tang Yangping thought for a moment and said, that young man is indeed talented, but I have a few better candidates here. Everyone in the entertainment industry was eyeing that position greedily. So his options were vast. So wide that he could choose from the entire entertainment industry of China. Among them were many who were more talented than GUI. And they were all award-winning actors, singers, and songwriters. Any of them would seem far more reliable than GUI, a young newcomer just starting out. Chang Xingxing guessed what Tang Yangping was thinking and said, you should listen to Wan Jiang. I believe you'll have a much higher opinion of him after hearing it. All right. Tang Yangping agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xingxing drank a sip of tea without showing any emotion. He knew that his recommendation alone wouldn't change Tang Yangping's mind. But as long as GUI continues to maintain this level of performance, there would be an opportunity. Chapter 52, Official Endorsement. The song Wan Jiang debuted at number 2 on the new releases chart. As for the first place, it was Love Has Gone Too Far, released simultaneously with Wan Jiang. This song was created by the song king Lu Haoran, the composer god Duanji, and the lyricist god Xiaoyu specifically to target Gui. In their first official showdown, Gui's weaknesses were immediately exposed. Gui had only recently debuted and lacked the fan base of the 3 seasoned veterans of the music industry. Seeing this ranking, fans engaged in heated discussions. I declare that Lu the King of Songs and his team have successfully avenged themselves. Let's face it, a singing legend is a singing legend. How can a newcomer compare? With Love Has Gone Too Far, who can rival them? With this, he dares to talk about love? The lyrics and melody of 10,000 Miles are way better than Love Has Gone Too Far. What good is being better? Data is everything. It's only been a day, don't get too excited too soon. Lu Haoran and his fans believe they've already won. But they didn't know they were already deep in thought. The 3 of them were currently sitting in a cafe. They had just finished listening to Gui's song and were all silent. The song god Duanji looked out the window at the falling snowflakes and said softly, "What do you think would happen if the official people heard this song?" The song king Lu Haoran and the lyricist Xiaoyu exchanged glances and sighed, "Then we've given it away for nothing." Their song, Love Has Gone Far, was a pop song, and given their influence, it was only natural that it became an overnight sensation upon its release. Gui's 10,000 Miles was different. It blended opera vocals and traditional culture, with lyrics brimming with love for the motherland. Its popularity might not be as high. But if this song were to be noticed by the authorities and then promoted, the impact would be terrifying. At that point, they might end up losing everything. "Do you think there's a chance the authorities might not notice this song this month?" asked Duanji Dao. Lu Haoran and Xiaoyu speculated briefly and felt that it was indeed possible. There have been many great songs that weren't noticed by the authorities until years later. They could only take their chances now. They were betting that the authorities wouldn't promote Wan Jiang at this time. The 3 didn't receive any news from the authorities. However, Gui's fans received another piece of good news. That is, Gui and Xu Mengning have officially announced their relationship. Gui personally posted an update on Weibo. It was very brief. "Gui at Xu Mengning, Miss Xu, you are the only one I want to get to know." After joining Gui's studio, Xu Mengning also set up a Weibo account. She immediately replied to Gui. "Xu Mengning at Gui, Mr. Gu, please guide me in the years to come." Fans went wild. "Oh my god, is this official? This is killing me. CP fans are over the moon. Is this a New Year's gift for the CP fans? I love it. I'm speechless, I'm speechless. Away is dead. Away can't live anymore." Some fans have been shipping this couple since the show first aired, and now that it's finally happened, how could they not be excited? Some of Gui's friends also came to the comments section to send their blessings to the two. Chen 9999. Yang Lei 9999. Xin Feng, when will you invite me to the wedding banquet? Shun Ziming, I saw through everything long ago. I told you two were up to something, and you were keeping it from me. After this incident, the trending topics finally featured Gui again. Gui and Xu Mengning officially announced their relationship. The downfall of a talented young man. Dating right after debut? Gui's future is in jeopardy. Haha, I knew it. He is off dating, how could he possibly write good songs? Wan Jian lost. Lu Guang and his crew are just firing cannons at mosquitoes. Not focusing on your career. Self-destructive. The news of Gui and Xu Mengning's official announcement spread. Many people online were criticizing Gui. Some so-called professional music critics even wrote articles criticizing Gui. Gui didn't take it seriously, there was no need to argue with people on a different level. He quietly recorded a song. The song is titled Don't Bite Me. Who would have thought that before Gui's Don't Bite Me was even released, the Chinese Ancient Culture Association had already posted an update. The caption read, Our vast land, boundless love. 10,000 borders. After listening to 10,000 borders, Tang Yongping still didn't choose Gui. But 10,000 borders is indeed excellent. So good that he couldn't resist promoting it himself. Netizens in the comments section were baffled. Wow, official endorsement? Is Wan Jiang really that good? I'll go check it out. I think everyone should give it a listen. Wan Jiang got me all fired up. With Tang Yongping leading the way. Official organizations such as Huaxia Television Station, the Huaxia Youth Association, and the Opera Association have all issued statements praising Gui's Wan Jiang. This song has completely gone viral. Its popularity has skyrocketed, instantly overshadowing Love Has Gone Too Far. It then charged straight ahead, heading toward the Hot Songs chart. Just one day later, 10,000 Frontiers claimed the top spot on the Hot Songs chart. Weibo's trending topics were also dominated by Wan Jiang. Wan Jiang, a song that stirs the hearts of countless Chinese people. Official praise for Wan Jiang. Just how amazing is Gui's Wan Jiang? Our nation's vast lands, boundless love. I love China. Those who said Gui wasn't any good, come out and take your beating. Talk about eating your words. I don't know what you're so arrogant about. I admit that Wan Jiang is a great song, but without official promotion, its popularity wouldn't have surpassed AI Zhou Yuan Lo. You're right, it's just opportunism. Try telling Lu Haoren and his crew to take shortcuts. Looking at these online messages, Gui decided to temporarily hold back the release of the song Don't Bite Me. He opted for a duet instead. Since netizens all think he is no good after falling in love, he decided to pick a sweet love song to prove with facts that love hasn't affected him at all. In the recording studio, Du Hui and Wang Ping, who had already been given the day off, were summoned back by Gui. The two sat by the equipment, watching Gui and Xu Mengning whispering to each other. Du Hui leaned close to Wang Ping and said, "The boss and the boss's wife make a good couple." Wang Ping replied, "Exactly. I wonder what people online are thinking these days, meddling in others' love lives." Du Hui chuckled and said, "I think the boss called us back to record the song just to shut down those online music critics." Exactly. Wang Ping nodded, filled with righteous indignation. Those music critics don't know anything about music. They haven't released a single song and haven't even studied music systematically, yet they dare to criticize our boss. Hey, you two are about to kiss." Gu Yi shouted helplessly. Du Hui and Wang Ping immediately jumped apart as if they'd been electrocuted. They were having too much fun and got caught by the boss again. Gu Yi looked at Du Hui and Wang Ping with a strange expression. Could these two be? At that thought, Gu Yi couldn't help but shiver. I should keep my distance from these two in the future. Du Hui and Wang Ping, who had returned to work, listened to Gu Yi and Xu Mengning singing. They felt the song was way too sweet. Even the two married men listening to it felt like they wanted to fall in love again. Chapter 53, Meeting Xu Mengning's parents? In the recording studio, the song was nearing its end. Gu Yi and Xu Mengning exchanged a knowing glance, smiled, and sang in unison. Carve the happiest style with your heart. Seeing this scene, Du Hui and Wang Ping nearly embraced each other in excitement. Damn, that's so sweet, Du Hui exclaimed. I can already picture them coming to work with their son. Wang Ping winked at Du Hui. Du Hui fell into deep thought, his mind racing with imaginings, before finally muttering, "Why is it a daughter that comes to mind?" Wang Ping. What the hell is your weird focus? After finishing the recording, Xu Mengning and Gui walked out of the studio together. The remaining tasks, including finishing up the work and releasing the song, would be handled by Du Hui and Wang Ping. Although it was still the first month of the Lunar New Year, they were more than happy to work. Because Gui had offered them 10 times their usual salary. He also gave them a generous New Year's red envelope. Gui wasn't too short on money. He released several songs during the competition, and each one became a hit. The combined income from those songs has already surpassed 100 million. And now, they continue to generate a substantial monthly income for Gui. Therefore, Gui is not interested in money. He now only wants to sing each song well. He aims to revive and popularize all the classic songs from his previous life. Walking into Gui's office, Xu Mengning tapped Gui on the shoulder, hesitating to speak. Gui smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you being shy with me?" However, at that moment, Xu Mengning looked unexpectedly cute. Xu Mengning blushed and stammered for a while before finally saying, "My mom wants to meet you and wants you to come to my house." What? Gui's eyes widened in shock, instinctively wanting to curse, but he quickly restrained himself, remembering that Xu Mengning was in front of him. This news had a huge impact on him. It was no less shocking than when he had just found out that Li Manyu was Xu Mengning's mother. Back when he was on Create the Future, he could act so naturally around Li Manyu because he didn't know her. Now things were different. He already knew that Li Manyu was Xu Mengning's mother. But girlfriend's parents' status is a terrifying boost. It was impossible for Gui not to feel a bit nervous. Gui was a bit surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Xu Mengning noticed Gui's awkwardness and teased him playfully, "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Gui cleared his throat and said, "Of course I want to. I was just thinking about what Li Sr. might like so I could buy a gift. We can't show up empty-handed, can we?" Xu Mengning stepped forward, took Gui's hand, and whispered, "It's okay, you don't need to buy anything. We have everything we need at home." Smelling the jasmine scent on Xu Mengning's body, Gui still shook his head. He knew she was being sincere. But that didn't mean he could show up empty-handed just because others had everything. The value of the gift aside, the thought mattered. Seeing that Gui was insistent, Xu Mengning told him that Li Manyu liked coffee. The two then went to a specialty coffee shop and purchased the shop's signature item. It was said to be one of the finest coffees in Blue Star. Gui prefers tea and isn't very knowledgeable about coffee. But Gui believed that something expensive must have its reasons. He wasn't short on money. He just buys it. After buying the coffee, Gui realized a problem. He didn't have a car or a driver's license. In his previous life, after being sidelined, he didn't have much money, so as long as he was in the same city, he basically rode a bicycle. He had even developed the habit, so now he also rode a bicycle to work. This was awkward. He couldn't possibly ride a bicycle to someone else's house. Plus, Xu Mengning was right beside him. Gui could only call Song Hai and ask him to send someone to pick him up. Gui and Xu Mengning stood by the roadside waiting for the company to send a car. A flake of snow landed on Gui's shoulder. He looked up at the sky. Snowflakes drifted down one after another. Gui felt a bit annoyed. He didn't mind himself, but he felt bad having Xu Mengning stand there with him. It's time for a change. It's time to let go of the habits from my past life. Xu Mengning gently brushed the snowflakes off Gui's shoulder and smiled, saying, "It's snowing." Gui nodded and whispered, "I won't do it again next time." "What won't you do?" Xu Mengning asked in confusion. Gui said earnestly, "Next time, I won't let you stand here like this." Xu Mengning was a bit taken aback, but she understood what Gui meant. She smiled, extended her hands, blew a puff of warm breath, and pressed them against Gui's face, saying gently, "Now you won't be cold anymore." "All right." Gui smiled gently and took Xu Mengning's icy hands in his own. Her hands were indeed a bit cold. In the distance, a Rolls-Royce was driving toward them. It finally came to a stop in front of Gui and Xu Mengning. Through the window, they watched the two of them in their intimate embrace. The driver, being very considerate, stayed inside the car and did not get out to disturb them. Xu Mengning glanced at the Rolls-Royce, quickly withdrew her hand, and said shyly, "Let's go." Gui smiled and said, "All right." After speaking, the two got into the car. "Driver, it's the new year, and you had to come out. This is really inconvenient for you," Gui said with a smile. The driver was a bit surprised. He had never met such a polite young celebrity before. Previously, when he had spoken with young celebrities, they had always spoken with a hint of arrogance or disdain. Thinking about this, the driver smiled and asked, "Where to, young man?" "To Yushuiwan," Gui replied. Yushui Bay was one of the most prestigious villa districts in Jianhai City, and Xu Mengning's home was located there. The driver nodded, glanced at the two of them, and said, "I'll pretend I didn't see anything today." He quite liked Gui, the polite young artist. Saying this was also to put Gui at ease. After all, young artists like Gui and Xu Mengning, with their good looks, generally, they shouldn't be involved in a romantic relationship. Gui laughed and said, "It's okay, big brother. Even if you tell others, it's fine. I don't mind." The driver was surprised again. He had professional ethics. Even if Gui told him to say it, he wouldn't. Disclosing an artist's private life is strictly prohibited in the contract. But this was the first time he had encountered an idol-type artist who wasn't afraid to disclose their romantic relationship. The driver had clearly misunderstood Gui. Gui wasn't some idol star. The Rolls-Royce was driving on the road. The driver smiled and asked, "Would you two mind if I play a song?" Gui shook his head and smiled, "Sure, play whatever you like." Gui was quite interested in Blue Star's music. Unfortunately, he's been very busy these past few months and hasn't had much time to listen. Just as the music began to play, Gui froze in place. Ji's voice echoed in the car. If those two words hadn't trembled. After a while, he realized it was his own song. Chapter 54, Xu Mengning's Home, A Little Sweet Released. Gui couldn't help but sing along with the music. Xu Mengning watched Gui quietly. "Only now do I realize that my tears weren't just for you, they were for others too." The driver glanced at Gui through the rearview mirror and smiled, saying, "You sing pretty well, young man. It sounds almost like the original singer." Gui and Xu Mengning exchanged glances. Gui smiled and said, "Not bad." "Hey," the driver widened his eyes and said, "I'm not just flattering you. You really sing well. There aren't many young people with your singing skills these days." The driver had heard 10 years before but hadn't watched Created Journey, so he didn't recognize Gui. Upon arriving at Yushuiwan, Gui got out of the car and thanked the driver. "Thank you, driver." The driver waved his hand, "No need to thank me." Little did he know that Gui added, "It's an honor that you like my music. Goodbye, sir." After saying that, Gui waved his hand and took Xu Mengning's hand, walking toward Yushuiwan together. Only the driver was left sitting there, staring blankly. Had he just complimented the original singer for sounding like the original singer? Gui and Xu Mengning had just arrived at the entrance of Xu Mengning's villa. They saw a stern-looking middle-aged man standing there. Gui was startled. He didn't recognize him. "Dad." Xu Mengning greeted him with a smile and reminded Gui. This was Xu Mengning's father, Xu Ziyuan. Gui had heard from Xu Mengning that her father had been abroad and rarely returned. He never expected that on his rare visit back, he would run into him. Xu Ziyuan smiled and nodded at Xu Mengning. Then he turned to Gui. His expression immediately hardened, becoming sharp and intimidating. Gui gripped Xu Mengning's hand tightly and boldly called out, "Hello, uncle. I'm Mengning's boyfriend." Xu Ziyuan remained silent, staring intently into Gui's eyes. Could Gui be afraid of this? He wasn't afraid of being stared at by thousands of people on stage. Gui stared back just as intently. Xu Ziyuan looked surprised. This kid is so bold. Not bad. He should be able to protect his daughter. "Xu Ziyuan. What are you doing blocking Gui? Get back here." Li Manyu's shout echoed from inside the house. It startled Xu Ziyuan. His momentum immediately dissipated. Su Ziyuan sighed helplessly and waved his hands, saying, "Alright, go inside." Gui remained calm and polite, smiling and saying, "Thank you, Uncle Su." Gui understood everything. He was no longer afraid of Su Ziyuan. From the previous scene, he had already figured out who held the highest status in Xu Mengning's family. Next, it was time to show off a little. Gui took Xu Mengning's hand and walked inside. Li Manyu greeted Gui enthusiastically. As for Su Ziyuan, who was still standing in the snow, Li Manyu didn't even glance at him. In this scene, Su Ziyuan felt tears streaming down his face. He felt his status at home had dropped another notch. Both women in his family had been charmed by this young man. What's more, he himself also thought Gui was quite talented and handsome. What a mess! Su Ziyuan sighed and was stopped by Li Manyu as soon as he entered the door. Su Ziyuan asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Let me in." Li Manyu looked Su Ziyuan up and down and said, "I've set my sights on Gui. He's going to be our family's son-in-law. You're not allowed to make things difficult for him." Alright. Su Ziyuan didn't want to say more. He was already crying his eyes out. He felt like he was about to burst. He had become an outsider. On the sofa, Su Ziyuan and Gui sat facing each other. The two of them refused to back down, staring intently at each other. Xu Mengning was giggling to herself nearby. Li Manyu was busy in the kitchen. Although their family was very wealthy. But Li Manyu still preferred to cook herself. At that moment, Li Manyu called out, "Ji Yuan, help me wash the vegetables." Upon hearing the voice, Su Ziyuan didn't move. Gui immediately jumped up from the sofa. I'll do it. "Aunt Li, let me help you." Su Ziyuan was instantly dumbfounded. This kid is so cunning. Next, Su Ziyuan and Xu Mengning stood there dumbfounded. "Aunt Li, let me do it. What if you cut your hand?" "Oh, Aunt Li, go rest. I'll cook the stir-fry. I can cook. I've been doing it since I was a teenager. There's no need for you to do that. Put it down. What if you burn your hands?" Let me carry it. Outside the kitchen, the two people surnamed Su were already numb. Finally, the four of them sat down at the dinner table. Li Manyu was delighted and smiled, saying, "Gui isn't bad. He knows how to care for others, unlike some old fools who only know how to eat." Su Ziyuan was caught in the crossfire for no reason, silently eating without saying a word. If only he had been as clever as Gui back then. He wouldn't have been put in such a difficult position by Li Manyu's father. After finishing their meal, Gui eagerly went to wash the dishes. Li Manyu's face was beaming with joy. She hadn't known how capable Gui was when she saw him on Create the Future. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have had any objections. Xu Mengning looked at her mother's satisfied expression and felt a sense of foreboding. Her position at home might be in jeopardy. She wasn't even married yet, and her mother was already like this. What if she gets married in the future? Will Li Manyu only recognize Gui as her son-in-law? I never thought Gui was this kind of person. The change was too drastic. That night, Gui stayed at Xu Mengning's house. The next morning, the two of them went out shopping together. Du Hui and Wang Ping also uploaded a little suite to the music platform. Gui posted an update to promote it slightly. Just a few days after Wan Jiang was released, Gui released another song. Netizens were all stunned. What? It's only been a few days, and he's already released another song? The king of competition. Is one person disrupting the market? Impressive. Voice-breaking. It's a sweet little song, I'm interested now. Sai Lu Wang and his crew just released songs about love, and Gui is back with another one? Is this an open challenge? A crowd of Gui's fans flooded major music platforms. They clicked on Gui's A Little Sweet and read the song's description. A Little Sweet. Performed by Gui and Xu Mengning. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. Wow, did you guys see that? This is the duet by Gui and Xu Mengning. They just announced their collaboration and already singing a sweet song together? The sweetness is off the charts. I can't handle it. What a joyful moment. Oh no, too much joy, I'm bleeding from my nose. Damn it. The fans haven't even started listening to the song yet. Duanji, Xiaoyu, and Lu Haoren had already received the news. They felt as though a crow had flown over their heads. Xiaoyu was exasperated. Do young people these days have so much inspiration? A new song every few days? Does he really not need to rest? Lu Haoren asked helplessly. Duanji slams the table angrily. This is definitely just here to cause trouble. They knew their song Love Has Gone Far couldn't compare to Gui's 10,000 miles. They had all decided to give up and go to a spa together. But before they could go, Gui released another song. And it was on the same theme as theirs. He's clearly planning to go all out. These young people. P.S. All you godfathers. Your godson is begging for attention. Chapter 55. You've already lost to 10,000 frontiers. No honor in battle. Xiaoyu crossed his arms across his chest and snorted, bullying us old guys in our 40s. Duanji continued, is that good? That's not good. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Lu Haoran waved his hand angrily. Let's go write another song and challenge him to a showdown. After speaking, he stormed toward the recording studio with an intimidating aura. Duanji and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. Grandma's sake. You can sing anytime you want. They can't just write songs on the spot. They've been feeling a bit off lately. If they have to write another song, that's like asking them to give their lives. The two of them immediately caught up with Lu Haoran, one on each side, and dragged him back to the room. Xiaoyu hurriedly tried to calm him down. Old Lu, calm down, calm down. Duanji held Lu Haoran with one hand, dragging him into the room, while patting his back with the other. Lu Ge, let's not bother with these young ones. Lu Haoran struggled and shouted, don't stop me. We have to take revenge. Oh, Lu Ge, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, Xiaoyu said. Right, Xiaogu is right. Lu Ge, we're gentlemen. Duanji said. Lu Haoran sneakily glanced at the two of them, then looked outside the door. Feeling that the distance was sufficient, he stood where he was, broke free from their grasp, and straightened his clothes. Then he cleared his throat and said magnanimously, cough cough. Well, I think you're right. We shouldn't stoop to their level. Well, you know, revenge is a dish best served cold. Duanji and Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given their relationship with Lu Haoran, if Lu Haoran really wanted to challenge Gui to a duel again this month, they would actually step in. At that point, they'd truly be the donkeys of the production team. They'd work themselves to death. Watching the two of them tremble with fear, Lu Haoran couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His acting was still pretty good. He had already guessed that the two would stop him, so he was just putting on a show to appear brave. The bathhouse was where he really wanted to go next. And so, the king of songs, the god of lyrics, and the god of melodies set off for that place that had been haunting their dreams, with a mindset of giving up. Only time would tell if their bodies could handle it. A Little Sweet is a song performed by Wang Sulong, the prince of love songs from Gui's previous life, and by Tu. The song is filled with sweetness and ambiguous emotions. Gu, pick an apple. Wait for you to pass by the door. I'll give it to you to quench your thirst. Su, like summer cola. Like winter cocoa. You're the right person at the right time. Gui's fans listened to the song, feeling parched and sweethearted. They imagined Gui and Xu Mengning duetting in the recording studio. They couldn't take it anymore. It's so sweet. I can already imagine Gui and Xu Mengning looking into each other's eyes. I've even thought of names for their children. The comments section is where people go to find love. CPDD, you're the only one. The better the song, the more playful the netizens. Someone is actually looking for a partner in the comments section. That's pretty outrageous. Su, you're the one who made me see a flower bloom in the barren desert. Gu, you made me want to write a love song for you every day. Su, with the most romantic chorus. Gu, and you gently hum along. Both, our eyes are fixed on our choice. Su, it was you who turned my world pink from that moment on. Gu, it's you who made my life from then on. Only need your cooperation. Su, love must be carefully carved. Gu, I am Michelangelo. Both, carve the happiest style with your heart. Listen to the entire song. Fans commented enthusiastically. Guys, as a single guy, I'm actually crying out loud. Listening to this song feels like going on a date. This song is amazing. Life needs sweetness and joy, not cunning calculations and emotional transactions. Wah, after hearing this song, I know I'll never have a chance to win over Gui. A Little Sweet was released just a few hours ago. Someone snapped a photo of Gui and Xu Mengning shopping together. And they were immediately posted online. Even though Gui and Xu Mengning were wearing masks in the footage, they were still recognized by their fans. I'm dying laughing. Gui's mask is so poorly worn. It's just like the lyrics. They really are spending the weekend together. This isn't just a little sweet, it's overly sweet. Just after posting a sweet song, they're out shopping together. It's so joyful, I'm bleeding too much and about to faint. Everyone, help me call an ambulance. I'm just asking, when are you guys going to perform something sweet on stage? Upstairs +1. As soon as A Little Sweet was released, it's inevitable that some people will compare this song to Lu Haoran's Love Has Gone Too Far. Though both songs are of the same genre, they are not about the same subject. One is about the joy of love. The other is about the sadness of love. Some people prefer sweet songs, while others prefer heartbreaking ballads. Fans of Love Has Gone Far still stick to their line, data speaks for itself. Fans of A Little Sweet counter, you've already lost to 10,000 miles. No matter how the fans of Love Has Gone Far argue, fans of A Little Sweet always stick to their guns. This drives the fans of Love Has Gone Far away, so mad they can't even eat. But they have no way to respond. Others are just speaking the truth. The recording of A Little Sweet was rushed. Before its release, Gui was busy visiting Xu Mengning's home. They didn't notify Ting Xian Entertainment. It wasn't until several hours after the release that Ting Xian Entertainment's marketing department started to get busy. A Little Sweet gained momentum quickly. Within a few hours, it had already entered the top 100 of the new song chart. With a little promotion from Tingxian Entertainment, it was sure to achieve even better results. Upon hearing that the song was released by Gui Songhai, the general manager of Tingxian Entertainment, he personally came to the marketing department. Luo Kangcheng, the head of the marketing department at Tingxian Entertainment, stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Song, it's rare for you to visit our marketing department. Is there any instruction you need to give?" Songhai held his teacup and smiled. "I just came to check on how your promotional work is going." Luo Kangcheng's heart sank. This was an inspection. He immediately began briefing Luo Kangcheng on the recent work progress. After listening to Luo Kangcheng ramble on for a while without getting to the point, Songhai waved his hand to interrupt Luo Kangcheng and said, Enough. I just wanted to ask how the promotion for the new song by Gui is going." Luo Kangcheng suddenly realized that Song Manager had come for Gui. This was the first time Songhai had ever come to the marketing department for a newcomer. However, Gui was an extremely terrifying S-class newcomer. It was indeed worth Songhai coming personally. P.S. This song is too long, and there's not much plot to write about, so I'm afraid you'll say I'm just padding it out. I've just excerpted 2 sections. Chapter 56, The Resource War Between Two Major Companies. Luo Kangcheng's ability to read people's expressions was quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to secure this position. He knows exactly what his superior wants to hear, so he says it without hesitation. The promotion for Gui's song A Little Sweet has already begun. Since Gui signed an S-level contract, we've allocated S-level promotional resources. However, Gui didn't inform us in advance before releasing the song, so we can't arrange the recommended spots on major music platforms immediately. Of course, we're currently negotiating with the music platforms. Within a few hours, Gui's A Little Sweet will be featured on the homepages of Tencent Music and Mango Music. As for Wangi Music, they have a long-term contract with Huawei Entertainment, so this month they're only promoting Lu Haoran's Love Has Gone Far Away. Songhai listened, thought for a moment, and nodded. Luo Kangcheng always handled things with his usual steady approach. He was also familiar with the online music platform. Compared to Gui's Sweet A Little Sweet, the online suppression platform prefers sad songs like Love Has Gone Far. That's just the nature of their user base. Listening to music is also out of the question. Music platforms will definitely recommend the one that makes more money. As Luo Kangcheng said. A few hours later, Gui's A Little Sweet made it to the homepage recommendations of Tencent Music and Mango Music platforms. The title was Use Time to Think of Love Is a Little Sweet. The reason both platforms agreed so readily is, it was mainly because all of Gui's previous songs had achieved excellent results on their platforms. Some of them are even still on the Hot Songs chart. They've brought in a lot of money for them. Making money, after all. No shame in that. They can get featured on the homepage whenever they want. In addition to being featured on the homepages of the 2 major music platforms, Tingxian Entertainment has also invested heavily in promoting Gui's A Little Sweet across major online platforms. The strength of a top-tier entertainment company is beginning to show. The scene shifts to Huawei Entertainment. The overwhelming promotional campaign by Tingxian Entertainment has already made its presence felt. The popularity of The Touch of Sweetness is steadily rising. It might even surpass their company's Love Has Gone Far in just a few days. Since Gui debuted and joined Tingxian Entertainment, Huawei Entertainment's general manager, Zhou Chang, realized why their previous efforts to suppress Gui had always been so unsuccessful. It turns out there's something wrong with listening to the Strings Entertainment. With an insider, how can they play the game? He had finally managed to catch Gui releasing a song and was planning to use it to pressure Gui and Tingxian Entertainment. But then the official authorities intervened again. When it comes to the authorities, he and Huawei Entertainment have no standing to argue. They had already prepared to accept defeat. Gui released another song. Tingxian Entertainment is still promoting it so heavily. This is clearly aiming to outdo both of their songs. Isn't this slapping Chinese entertainment in the face? Zhou Chang couldn't stand this at all. He immediately called Duanji. The call connected. Duanji's voice sounded a bit weak, accompanied by some strange noises. "What's up, old Zhou? You sure know how to pick a bad time to call." Zhou Chang. He was considering whether to wait until Duanji was done before speaking. Duanji, this music genius, is great in every way. He just loves going to the bathhouse. If he wants to go, let him go. But he'll just influence the lyricist Xia Yu and the singer Lu Haoran. After thinking it over, Zhou Chang said, "The company plans to heavily promote your song Love Has Gone Too Far. We hope you can cooperate with the company's promotional efforts." Duanji's impatient voice rang out, "Promote it however you want. Anyway, our accounts are managed by the company. Just post it directly." Duanji couldn't muster even a shred of interest in what Zhou Chang had to say. He, Xia Yu, and Lu Haoran had already given up. Hearing Duanji's lackluster response, Zhou Chang hung up the phone and angrily snapped a pen in half. "Damn it! We've already been caught once, and you still haven't learned your lesson. There's not a single reliable person here. Zhou Chang suddenly felt a bit lonely. It seemed like the entire Huawei Entertainment was only him fighting hard. Let's see who has more promotional resources. After Zhou Chang spoke, the entire Chinese entertainment industry began a massive promotional campaign for Love Has Gone Too Far. Both sides were engaged in a resource war. The massive publicity campaigns launched by the two major companies had a huge impact. Even bystanders unaware of the situation noticed something was amiss. On the trending topics, whenever Gu Yi's A Little Sweet dominated one spot, Lu Haoran's Love Has Gone Too Far will dominate another. Wherever Love Has Gone Too Far appears, A Little Sweet is sure to follow. Someone even started a thread to discuss it. The title reads, "Have you noticed? Listening to Strings Entertainment and Chinese Entertainment seem to be competing for the charts. I've already noticed. That's so scary. I wonder how much money both companies will have to spend this time. At least tens of millions, right? Both songs are recommended on Douyin, Weibo, and Baidu Tieba. Terrifying. Is the number one spot really worth that much money? The person above, that's not the top spot. The top spot is already secured by Wan Jiang. They're just competing for the second spot. Then it's even less worth it. The second spot on 3 music platforms isn't worth 2 companies spending so much money. But at this point, it's no longer about second or third place, it's about face. As 2 of the top 4 entertainment companies, no one wants to lose to anyone else. Especially Huawei Entertainment. Their song is a collaboration between a legendary composer, a legendary lyricist, and a legendary singer. Losing would be even worse. Of course, the original songwriters probably don't even think about it. The 2 entertainment companies are evenly matched in terms of strength. No matter how much they compete, their resources are the same. Ultimately, the ranking will depend on the quality of the song. Therefore, after hearing this news, he remains confident. Not only A Little Sweet, but all of Gu Yi's debut songs have been tested by the market. When it comes to whether a song will go viral, Gu Yi never even considers it. He simply waits for good news. And that's exactly what happened. Compared to A Little Sweet, Love Has Gone Far is indeed of lower quality. This song was, after all, written in a hurry by Duan Ji and others. There are bound to be some flaws in the details. On the charts, Gu Yi's A Little Sweet is extremely close in popularity to Love Has Gone Too Far. The 2 songs are only separated by 10,000 points in popularity. P.S. I've already declared defeat in the tomato popularity contest. The book is too short and at a disadvantage. However, I still want to thank everyone for their efforts. The popularity is now at 1,500, so let's round it up to 2,000. That means I need to add 2 more chapters. Chapter 57, If You're Not Happy, I Can't Be Happy. Inside the marketing department of Tingxian Entertainment, Luo Kongchang and several members were gathered around a computer, watching the real-time data for A Little Sweet. Everyone was chatting excitedly. Almost there. Just 1,000 more. Refresh. Refresh faster. Your hands are too slow, man. 9,000. 3,000. Refresh again quickly. Under everyone's urging, a member of the marketing department clicked the mouse again. The ranking data refreshed again. Second place, Love Has Gone Too Far by Lu Haoran with 2,375.2 million views. Third place, A Touch of Sweetness, Gu Yi and Xu Mengning, 2,375.19 million in popularity. Seeing the data, everyone cheered immediately. We won. It's been ages since we beat a song from Huawei Entertainment. This feels great. There was no need to refresh again. With their years of experience, they knew that A Little Sweet had already won. Luo Kongcheng, feeling a bit uneasy, picked up the mouse and clicked again. Second place, A Little Sweet. Third place, Love Has Gone Too Far. Luo Kongcheng's face lit up with joy. He waved his hand and said, "Guys, let's head to the hot pot restaurant after work today. I'm treating everyone. Long live the boss. Long live A Little Sweet. Gu Yi is amazing. Nice, we can freeload off the boss again." The people in the marketing department of Tingxian Entertainment were overjoyed. The people from the Huawei Entertainment marketing department are getting so badly scolded. What the hell are you doing? Our song was released a few days earlier than Listen String Entertainment's, and we still lost. Zhou Chang was currently pointing at the marketing department staff and yelling at them. We spent so much money, and this is the result? What use are you to me anymore? The staff from Huawei Entertainment could only grit their teeth and endure it. They couldn't very well go over there and say it was their own company's songs that were no good. They might end up getting scolded even worse. Those songs were written by the company's top composer and lyricist. Even if they were terrible, it would still be their fault. After scolding his subordinates, Zhou Chang returned to the office with his secretary. Zhou Chang asked his secretary, "Have you informed Duan Chuxin and the others?" "I've already notified them," the secretary nodded nervously, "but they haven't responded yet." Damn it! Zhou Chang cursed again. He was the only one who cared about this matter. He was really furious right now. Duan Ji and the others had actually already seen the message. Read but not replied. That's just being stubborn. After all these years, they had long since come to understand Zhou Chang's vengeful nature. Huawen Entertainment has been overshadowed by Ting Xian Entertainment. Zhou Chang definitely wants to get back at them. Who will end up doing all the work? It'll be them three. No. It's the two of them, with Lu Haoren excluded. Because they've been a bit weak lately, they plan to wait 2 months before facing Gui again. The showdown between A Little Sweet and Love has gone too far has come to an end. Fans have declared Gui the winner. A Little Sweet is amazing, coming in second. Gui is the best. His sweet songs are as good as ever. I hope Gui never writes another song like Cultivating Love that makes people cry. Sweet songs are so much better. As a seasoned online slacker, Gui had read all the fans' comments. He smiled meaningfully. What songs I write aren't up to you? After the sweetness, it's time for you to have a good cry. Once you cry, you'll feel better. Gui thought with a bit of a twisted sense of humor, if you don't cry, how am I supposed to be happy? It was now past the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. All employees at Gui's studio have resumed normal work. Yang Lei, who is far away in Suzhou, will also be stationed at Gui's studio from now on. Yang Lei, like Gui, Xu Mengning, and Chen Chen, is a third-year university student. However, given their current achievements in the music industry, they are already eligible to graduate early. The school has little left to teach them. Gui, Xu Mengning, and Chen Chen have already discussed this with Liu Changqing, the president of Shanghai International Academy of Arts. They will graduate early this summer. Although Liu Changqing was reluctant, he agreed to their request. However, he asked Gui to do one thing for him. That is for Gui to give a speech at this year's graduation ceremony. Given that it was a small request from his alma mater, Gui agreed without hesitation. Everyone was happy. The only ones who might have felt a bit uneasy were Gui and an unknown roommate of Chen Chen. Now he was the only one left in the dorm. Blue mold, mushrooms. But there was nothing he could do about it. He and Gui and Chen Chen are not on the same path. He chose the entertainment industry. He can't ride on Gui's coattails. He could only endure the hardships and wait for graduation, starting from the very bottom. At that moment, Gui was in his office writing sheet music. There was a knock on the door. Gui didn't look up and simply said, "Come in." The door opened and Jiang Qiong walked in. She smiled and said, "Gui, are you busy?" Gui looked up and smiled. "Jiang Jia, what's the matter?" Although Gui had established his own studio, Jiang Qiong remained his official agent. Many of Gui's affairs were actually handled by Jiang Qiong. The first performance after the group formed on Create the Journey is scheduled for March 3rd in Shanghai. You'll need to practice the group songs, so it's getting late, Jiang Qiong said. The group's debut song for Create the Journey had already been prepared before the show began filming. The song is titled We Are Entertainers. It was composed by Mang Wenshan, the legendary composer from Chuiquan Xinghe, and Huang Gaohan, the lyricist from MO Entertainment. For the dance choreography, they also invited Xing Rongkai, China's most famous street dance master. Therefore, the members don't need to worry about the singing and dancing. Gui and the other trainees only need to practice singing and dancing. Jiang Qiong came today to remind Gui that time was running out. Gui nodded slightly and said, "Sister Jiang, I'll go to Shanghai with Chen Chen tomorrow." Gui's studio isn't just home to one Tianqing member. Chen Chen is also on the list. Jiang Qiong nodded, glanced at the sheet music in Gui's hands, and then said, "You continue with your work. I'll arrange the flight tickets. I won't disturb your composition." "All right." Gui nodded and resumed composing. Watching Gui's meticulous demeanor, Jiang Qiong couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Gui has achieved so much at such a young age. Others have been working hard all along. After Jiang Qiong left, Xu Mengning quietly walked in and stood behind Gui. Although Gui didn't see Xu Mengning, he had already caught the scent of jasmine flowers on her. He smiled and said casually, "Miss Xu, why are you standing behind me? Trying to scare me? Gui, can't you just pretend you don't know?" Xu Mengning said with a hint of annoyance. I wonder if Gui really has a dog's nose. He always managed to notice her. Xu Mengning continued, "Are you going to Magic City tomorrow?" "Yeah." "How long will you be gone?" "March 4th. "What? That's so long." Xu Mengning calculated carefully the round trip would take over 10 days. She felt a bit reluctant. "Then I'll come back right after the performance on March 3rd. "No. You'll be exhausted after the performance. You should rest properly before coming back." Chapter 58, The Middle-Aged Uncle Fan. Xu Mengning naturally hoped that Gui would return sooner, but she hoped even more that he would rest well. Gui couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, I'll come back after I've rested." After speaking, Gui picked up the sheet music and lyrics in his hand and handed them to Xu Mengning. "Take a look. It's a new song I wrote. It's called Dignity." Xu Mengning took the lyrics and frowned more and more as she read them. She alternated between looking at the lyrics and glancing at Gui. She was thinking, such a sad love song. How did Gui come up with this? Xu Mengning studied Gui closely and asked curiously, Gui, where did you get the inspiration to write such a heartbreaking love song? Where does inspiration come from? Gui couldn't possibly say it was something he had in his head. Seeing that Gui hadn't spoken for a while, Xu Mengning began to scrutinize him with a questioning look. Could Gui have had a lot of emotional experiences? Just then, Chen Chen and Yang Lei walked in. Chen Chen spoke up, Gui, shall we go to Shanghai together tomorrow? The moment he saw Chen Chen, Gui's eyes lit up. Here comes my savior. Gui smiled and replied to Xu Mengning, all the inspiration for my love songs comes from Chen Chen. I have very little personal emotional experience, but Chen Chen has had so much. So much that I can't even write it all down. So I just need to pick a small part to write about. After saying that, Gui gave Chen Chen a subtle glance. Chen Chen immediately understood. He pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, well, what can I do? I'm just too handsome. There are too many people chasing after me. Gui. He fell silent. You're the one who's fat, and you're the one who's breathing heavily. Grandma's sake. You have no shame. I don't really agree with that. Are you more handsome than me? Xu Mengning finally nodded. So that's how it is. Chen Chen is quite the emotional master after all. Gui didn't want to dwell on the topic, so he took out a sheet of song lyrics and sheet music from the drawer. He handed it to Yang Lei and said, go home and practice it well. We'll release the song in March. Chen Chen leaned over to look at the lyrics with Yang Lei and muttered the song title. Like me. Yang Lei looked at the lyrics and melody, his expression filled with shock. This song was tailor-made for him again. Yang Lei expressed his gratitude, thanks, Gu. Gui waved his hand dismissively and said, go back and practice singing. All right. The next morning, Gui and Chen Chen, fully masked and dressed in protective gear, arrived at Shanghai City Airport with Zhang Xiong. The company had originally sent bodyguards. But Gui didn't like such a big fuss, so he sent them back. The three boarded the plane smoothly and weren't recognized for the time being. However, the middle-aged man sitting next to Gui kept glancing at him from time to time. Xiaohe felt that the young man beside him looked familiar. Finally, Xiaohe tapped Gui on the shoulder and asked, young man, are you Gui? Xiaohe knew that celebrities generally didn't like to reveal their identities, so he spoke softly. Gui was surprised that the middle-aged man sitting next to him recognized him. Gui smiled and replied, yes, I am Gui. Xiaohe's face lit up and he said, you sang 10 years, didn't you? You sang it very well. Gui nodded slightly and said, thank you. Xiaohe hesitated for a moment and said, Gui, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? A friend of mine has a daughter who really likes you. I was wondering if you could give her an autograph. Of course I can. Thank you, thank you. Xiaohe repeated several times. Then he took out a photo album from his backpack. The album cover featured a photo of Gui. It was an official limited edition photo album about Gui released by Create Journey. Inside were ultra-high-definition photos of Gui from Creation Journey. Gui never expected that the middle-aged man in front of him had actually bought such a book. Xiaohe handed the photo album to Gui with both hands and said, thank you. Gui smiled as he took it, signing his name while asking, your friend must be very close to you. Xiaohe paused for a moment as if recalling something. Then he smiled and said, yes, we're very close. She's the person I love most. He had already let go of the past. There was nothing he couldn't say. He added, but she's already married. Gui looked at Xiaohe in surprise. He hadn't expected such a story from the man in front of him. Xiaohe said with a sigh of relief, she now has a good husband and a well-behaved daughter. They are living happily as a family, and I'm very happy for them. After hearing Xiaohe's words, Gui felt a mix of regret and admiration for Xiaohe's ability to let go. He returned the signed photo album to Xiaohe and smiled, saying, that's good. I hope you'll meet someone even better in the future. A better person? Xiaohe couldn't imagine anyone better than her. He had been completely captivated by her all his life. He could only hope to meet someone better in his next life. Perhaps there isn't. A few days later, a delivery man appeared outside the small noodle shop in the southern city. Sir, you have a delivery, the delivery man called out from outside the door. The young girl sitting at the cash register heard this and quickly ran out to sign for the package. After the delivery man left, the young girl's mother came out. She asked, Eeneen, is the clothes I bought for you here? The girl shook her head. The package didn't look like clothes at all. She quickly opened the package. She exclaimed in surprise, oh my gosh, it's Gui's photo album. I've wanted this for so long. The little girl excitedly flipped through it. On the first page of the album, Gui's name was written. Ah! It's a signed photo album. Gui hasn't had a signing event yet. How did you get this? The little girl looked at her mother happily and asked, Mom, did you buy this for me? Her mother picked up the delivery box and took a look. There was no return address on it. It must be an anonymous delivery. Who could it be? She couldn't help but think of the umbrella. The person whose face she could barely recall from memory. It must be him. Thank you so much, Xiaohe. Gui and the others got off the plane and boarded the car that had come to pick them up. On the car, the staff had already handed the lyrics and music to Gui. This was the first time Gui had ever seriously listened to music from Blue Star. It must be said that the composer truly lived up to their reputation as Blue Star's legendary lyricist and composer. This song would have been an exceptionally high-quality track even if it had been given to Gui in his previous life. It seems that no matter how the world develops, top-tier talent will always remain top-tier. Chapter 59, One Listen and You'll Get It. Before Gui could study the song in detail, the group had already arrived at their destination. After getting off the car and walking inside, Gui realized that everyone else was already there except for himself and Chen Chen. Gui said sheepishly, "It seems I arrived late." "Sorry everyone." The other members shook their heads. Shen Ziming smiled and said, "Actually, we've only been here for a few minutes." Linny also said, "Indeed, we've only been here for a few minutes." They weren't like Gui, who had such a high degree of freedom. Coming a little earlier was perfectly normal. At that moment, Ren Tianchen seemed to remember something. He raised his thumb toward Gui and smiled. "Gui, you're so awesome. You actually took down the lyric god and the melody god a few days ago." One word, fierce. Upon hearing this, the other members couldn't help but marvel. Others, like Gui, dominated the scene from the moment they debuted, outshining the lyric god, song god, and even the singing king. When they debuted, ugh, it was like they hadn't even debuted. It's truly a case of comparing oneself to others and feeling inadequate. Shen Ziming walked over to Gui and whispered, "Gui, when are the two of you getting married?" Gui shot Shen Ziming a disdainful glance and didn't bother to respond. Shen Ziming was truly nosy. Even when he wasn't with Xu Mengning yet, he thought they were already together. Now that he was with Xu Mengning, Shen Ziming was asking when they were getting married. Once they're married, will he start asking when they're having a second child? After a small gathering, everyone returned to the base. The legendary composer Mang Wenchen of the Dazzling Starry Sky and the lyricist Huang Gaohan of Mo High Entertainment also arrived at the base at that moment. As soon as the two arrived, the street dance master Xing Ronkai followed closely behind. They were there to guide the trainees in their dance and singing practice. When the lyricist Mang Wenchen and the composer Huang Gaohan saw Gui, they both greeted him politely. They did not act like senior figures. After all, in their eyes, Gui might one day be on the same level as them. Even before debuting, he had already written Blue and White Porcelain and Ease the Sorrow. After debuting, he surpassed the other two lyricist and composer masters with 2 songs within a month. Duanji and Xiaoyu, though newly crowned song gods and lyric gods. But even if they were to step in, they might not be able to outshine Duanji and Xiaoyu. It can only be said that Gui's potential is truly terrifying. Street dance master Xing Ronkai, however, has no such concerns. After all, he has seen Gui dance on Create the Way. Gui completely relied on his godlike songwriting and composing abilities, coupled with top-notch vocal skills, to secure the top spot. Thinking of this, Xing Ronkai sighed. Perhaps Gui will be the hardest member to mentor. Unfortunately, the outcome was completely different from what Xing Ronkai had imagined. Watching Gui move with such fluid grace before him, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Once, Gui just watched him perform it once. He had completely mastered it. He even optimized some of the movements. Unbelievable. Xing Ronkai was now doubting whether he was the street dance master or if Gui was the street dance master. The other members were also stunned. What the heck? Is that even human? What? Unbelievable. The song is so well written, sung so well, and danced so well. I might as well just give up. This is insane. Shen Ziming was so shocked he even spoke in his dialect. Xing Ronkai stammered, "What a demon." From then on, Gui no longer needed to train with the other trainees. There was no reason they just didn't want Gui to discourage the others. Chapter 60, Does Capital Create Talent? A few days later, news about Tianqing debuting after forming the group was posted on Weibo. A brief introduction to the songs performed during the show was also posted. We Are Entertainers. Performed by Tianqing. Composed by Mang Wenchen. Lyrics by Huang Gaohan. Choreography, Xing Ronkai, Gui. The last line was added at the request of street dance master Xing Ronkai. Therefore, he helped him optimize some of his moves. This made the overall street dance style appear smoother and more powerful. So Xing Ronkai had Gui's name added to the credit as well. We've been waiting for this for so long, it's finally starting. Mang Wenchen and Huang Gaohan, the composition gods and lyric gods from different companies, have actually collaborated on a song. This is a rare sight indeed. A powerhouse collaboration. 1 + 1 = more than 2. The choreography was also handled by the legendary Xing Ronkai. That's impressive. Why is Gui also listed under choreography? Gui can dance too? Netizens carefully reviewed Gui's performances in Create the Line and realized that Gui had never danced before. Something's off. Gui can't dance, can he? A music composition student who can dance? And not just dance, but choreograph? Where does he find the time? Most netizens found it hard to believe. They felt that Gui shouldn't be able to dance. The matter began to gain traction online. A famous influencer, Wait For You to Come, publicly posted about it. The title was Exposing the Oddities in the Idol Star Circle. You wait for me to come. As we all know, what idol stars love to do most is create a persona. Creating a persona can bring them a huge following. Today, we'll talk about a new idol star who has recently started building their persona. You should all be familiar with his name. He is Gui, who recently debuted through a talent show and quickly gained immense popularity. Recently, the debut performance of the Tianqing boy group was released, and I'm sure everyone has seen it. However, I noticed something quite unreasonable. Why is Gui's name listed under the choreography section, alongside street dance master Xu Mengning? Who is Xu Mengning? He is the global season 3 champion of Blue Star Street Dance and the world's South third best street dancer. Those who watched Create the Next Generation should know that Gui has never danced before. He can't dance at all. So how does Gui deserve to be listed alongside master Xu Mengning? Speaking of this, we must mention Gui's backing company, Ting Xian Entertainment. Ting Xian Entertainment, backed by Ting Xian Group, is one of China's top 4 entertainment companies. Xu Mengning, the street dance master, was once an artist under Ting Xian Entertainment, but after his contract expired, he left the company and established his own firm. I think Ting Xian Entertainment could spend some money, leverage this connection, and create a persona for Gui, giving him a gold-plated reputation. It shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking about this, we have reason to suspect that Gui's so-called original singer status might have been obtained in the same way. Talent versus capital? Ha. Could it be that capital creates talent? After reading the blogger's article, I fell into deep thought. Although I'm a fan of Gui, I think he is just like Yan Lei, he can't dance, and this is going too far. Don't listen to this marketing account spouting nonsense. Who is Xu Mengning? If Gui didn't have real talent, would Xu Mengning agree? The person above, that's not necessarily true. You have to know how massive Ting Xian Entertainment is. They might be able to threaten or bribe him. Exactly. The world is never short of conspiracy theorists. Netizens began speculating based on Wait For You to Come's comments. Changing your name? Original singer? It's just because they have plenty of resources behind them. Capital creates talent. The true mastermind behind Create the Journey is Listen String Entertainment. Gui's persona has collapsed. I wonder which songwriters and lyricists from Ting Xian Entertainment are writing for Gui. 6666. We've all been deceived. Brothers and sisters, there is no need to react this way. This is all just rumors. I still believe in Gui. His songs really resonate with people. I'm not buying it anymore. The online sentiment began to shift in one direction. The higher-ups at Ting Xian Entertainment took notice. Sun Hai reported the matter to He Jianguo, the chairman of Ting Xian Entertainment. He Jianguo held his teacup and fell into deep thought. He wished that Gui had been someone he had personally nurtured. But he couldn't do it. Have the song god and lyric god write for him? Even if he went personally, they might not even acknowledge him. Including the song god and lyric god from Ting Xian Entertainment. Someone at their level wouldn't help others write lyrics. That would be an insult to them. Moreover, at this stage, the value of the song god and lyric god is higher than that of Gui. Why would he make He Jianguo do such a thankless task? Are they really treating He Jianguo like a clown? Of course, He Jianguo isn't concerned about that. Am I really as good as people say online? He Jianguo pondered for a long time before speaking. Song Hai. What on earth are you focusing on? We should be thinking about how to handle this situation. Song Hai thought for a moment and said, Mr. E, I actually feel like there are people from other entertainment companies meddling behind the scenes. Oh? Tell me more. Song Hai shared his suspicions. Basically, other entertainment companies don't want to see Ting Xian Entertainment have another young songwriting and composing prodigy. They want to destroy Gui through public opinion. He Jianguo tapped his fingers on the table and said, At this point, Song Hai said, Mr. He, why don't we ask the person involved for their thoughts? Sure. Gui, who was far away in Shanghai, received a call from Ting Xian Entertainment. Song Hai told Gui everything that had happened online and asked for his opinion. Song Hai made it clear. If Gui wanted to handle it quietly, Ting Xian Entertainment would immediately spend money to suppress the trending topics. If Gui wanted to handle it in another way, Ting Xian Entertainment would fully assist him. After listening, Gui smiled and said, just a bunch of clowns. Song manager, I'll handle this myself. Let them run wild for a while. A hard-hitting response will be more interesting. However, we'll still need the company's help with publicity later. Gui had already been aware of the situation and had prepared accordingly. He Jianguo, who had been listening nearby, burst into laughter and said, Don't worry, the company will provide you with all the support you need, including financial assistance. Go ahead boldly. Didn't they say online that I listened to the strings entertainment is so powerful? Let us show them how powerful we are then. He Jianguo wasn't someone to be pushed around. He would spend whatever it took to crush someone. Especially that wait for you to come, June. Gui heard it was He Jianguo's voice and smiled, saying, then thank you, Mr. He. After hanging up the phone, Gui's eyes also flashed with anger. Using such tactics time and time again. He's had enough. This time, it had better be a permanent solution. Send everyone who needs to go in. P.S. and Chapter 61, MV release. Who said Gui can't dance? Netizens have been waiting for days. They discovered such a major incident, yet Gui and Ting Xian Entertainment Haven T made a move. At the very least, they could have issued a statement. This only made wait for you to come even more arrogant. Wait for you to come. Ha ha. It seems I hit the nail on the head. Some people dare not even refute a single word. That's right. Gui and Ting Xian Entertainment are clearly backing down. Support the blogger, go go go. The blogger is truly a champion of justice. The situation is escalating. A former member of Create the Way also stepped forward. Xiao Yanrui. After much consideration, I have decided to admit something. Otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest. That is, all the songs I released on Create the Way were provided by the company. I am not an original singer. I apologize for deceiving everyone. I'm just an ordinary trainee who can't write lyrics or compose music. I think Gui is probably in the same boat as me. Upon seeing Xiao Yanrui's message, netizens were stunned. Did he just out himself? Xiao Yanrui's songs were actually written by someone else. Xiao Yanrui is with Huawei Entertainment, right? 666, no wonder they're one of the top 4 entertainment companies. The last line was a subtle dig? Confirmed? Is there someone else writing for Gui too? This is hilarious. So does that mean there are hardly any genuine singer-songwriters in the entire Create the Way show? After Xiao Yanrui's revelation, all the members of Create the Line were affected. Especially the members of Tianqing. They're now in a real bind. No one expected Xiao Yanrui to be so ruthless. This is a classic case of hurting the enemy 800 while only hurting yourself 200. Inside the Huawei Entertainment building, Zhou Chang looked at Xiao Yanrui with a smile and said, alright, you can go now. Xiao Yanrui hesitated and said, Manager Zhou, what about my new song? I know. Zhou Chang waved his hand impatiently. Go back first. I'll handle it. Alright. Xiao Yanrui left. As he walked along the street, a cold smile flickered across Xiao Yanrui's face. He knew Zhou Chang was just stringing him along, but he didn't care. As long as he could bring down Gui, it was worth it. As he watched Xiao Yanrui's departing figure, Zhou Chang sneered, your value is already gone. Do you still want a new song? As if remembering something, Zhou Chang added, old song, let's see how you'll handle this now. To destroy Gui, he was even willing to drag the entire Tianqing into the public eye. After all, there were people from Huawei Entertainment within Tianqing. He was essentially cutting off his own arm to achieve victory. Zhou Chang was very pleased with himself. Little did he know that because of Gui, he had already lost his mind. What he didn't know was, this move not only offended Ting Xian Entertainment but also offended the entertainment companies behind all members of Tianqing. Among them were the other 2 top entertainment companies besides Ting Xian Entertainment. At the same time, Shui Yulan, the vice chairman of Chui Xian Entertainment, Fu Yunwen, the general manager of Mo Hai Entertainment, and Song Hai, the general manager of Ting Xian Entertainment, were on a call. This time, they didn't bring Zhou Chang along. Fu Yunwen's face turned ashen. That Zhou Chang must be a complete idiot. How dare he let his artist speak like that? He didn't need to think to know that Xiao Yanrui was acting on Zhou Chang's instructions. Without orders from higher-ups, no artist would dare to publicly expose their company's dirty laundry. They had known each other for many years. Even if major companies were at odds with each other and fought fiercely, they always adhered to a bottom line and never crossed it. Who knew that this time Zhou Chang not only crossed the line but also threw the blame onto others? It must be targeting my listening to the strings entertainment, Song Hai said casually. He can't just ruin everything for anyone. What a? Fu Yunwen exclaimed. Fu Yunwen, who was usually quite composed, now couldn't utter a sentence without using the word bastard. Let's join forces to put pressure on Huawei Entertainment. Zhou Chang shouldn't be in that position, Shui Yulan said. Although Huawei Entertainment is a top-tier entertainment company. But when faced with pressure from the other 3 entertainment companies, it would carefully consider the issue at hand. Moreover, this matter also directly affects Huawei Entertainment's own interests. After hanging up the phone, Song Hai snapped his fingers. Old Zhou, we've been competing for years, always going back and forth. I never thought you'd make such a mistake now. You're being so stupid, it's like you're giving it away for free. After muttering to himself, Song Hai turned to his assistant and said, have you recorded all the online rumors and the statements made by our company's employees? Everything has been recorded. Every word they said has been preserved by our legal department. Song Hai's assistant replied. The internet is not a lawless place. This time, Ting Xian Entertainment and Gai will let these people see the consequences of spreading rumors. Ordinary bystanders and followers can be ignored. But those well-known influencers with real names? Listening to the Strings Entertainment won't let a single one of them off the hook. As He Jianhua, the chairman of Tingxian Entertainment, put it, I have the money to sue each and every one of them. Because of this incident. The head of Tiancheng is overwhelmed with work. All the trainees at Tianqing have been affected. If the issue isn't resolved, the performance will definitely be affected. Therefore, Tianqing ultimately cancelled its first performance. It was changed to a song plus music video format. We must first prove that Gui can dance. February 28th. Tianqing's first song was released on major platforms. The official account for Create the Journey also released the dance music video for We Are Entertainers. Netizens started commenting without even watching the video. Cancel the performance and turn it into an MV? Is this so they can use a stand-in? I bet the only time Gui shows his face is when he's not dancing. They're starting to whitewash it. However, when they clicked on the video and saw the group singing and dancing, they were stunned. The entire performance was filmed from the front. Gui was in every single frame. And his movements were so smooth it was unbelievable. At this moment, Gui's fans, who had been holding back for so long, finally had the chance to speak up and start fighting back. Who said Gui can't dance? Come out and say it. A stand-in? Where would you find someone who looks exactly like him? Where are those barking dogs? Come out and question it. That blogger called wait for you to come, sir, come forward and apologize. What good is an apology? Yes, spreading rumors. Send him to jail. The Wi-Fi there might even be good. Wait for you to come, June immediately posted a rebuttal. Wait for you to come. Can jump equals can choreograph? Ha ha. Gui can dance, which only proves he was groomed from scratch by Tingxian Entertainment. Otherwise, how would a music composition major know these moves? Sharp angle, 666. I totally agree with that. Don't comment on something you don't fully understand, do you get it? I figured it out, this guy is here to argue. No matter what you say, he won listen. I remember something. This Wait for You to Come used to be a cover singer, and not only did he sing covers badly, but he also bragged every day that he had surpassed the original singer. I wonder if he is jealous of Gui's talent and singing skills, which is why he is here to argue. Chapter 62, working hard to add a few years to everyone's prison sentence. After the music video for Tianqing was released, Xing Rongkai also posted an update at this time. Xing Rongkai. Gui is the most talented young person I've ever seen. Tianqing's official account capitalized on the momentum and released behind-the-scenes footage from before the shoot. The video begins with the 9 Tianqing members upon their arrival at the airport and continues until the music video's release. Gui practicing singing and dancing with the group members, as well as the process of Gui and Xing Rongkai discussing dance moves, were all captured on camera. Originally, the video was filmed with the intention of editing some fun clips as a keepsake. However, it unexpectedly became a tool to counter rumors. To avoid any doubts, Tianqing also released the unedited raw footage of the recording. Those spreading rumors should come and see for themselves. Gui is genuinely discussing with Master Xing Rongkai. Sorry, Gui really knows how to choreograph. This is called keeping one's true abilities hidden. The videos are all edited. Who knows what's real or fake? Hey, you must not be using your eyes. Didn't you see the longer video next to it? It's over 100 hours long. Why don't you watch it frame by frame to see if it's real or not? The haters have nothing to say now. When Tianqing released the full video, all doubts were put to rest. Some netizens just followed the crowd to get in on the action. Once they felt they were at a disadvantage, they immediately switched sides. I knew Gui could choreograph dances all alone. I was infiltrating the enemy camp. Me too, me too. Politeness, you? When the facts were laid bare, all the rumors became a laughingstock. The comments section for Wait for You to Come was flooded with posts in an instant. Spreading rumors really gets you killed. Come on, try to argue with me again. You're an orphan, brother. Who paid you to be so biased? Wait for You to Come is the real name of Kai Peng. He is currently staying in his own villa. His job is to smear others online for his wealthy patron. Over the years, he has made a fortune through this work, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Looking at the angry comments from netizens on Weibo, Kai Peng sneered disdainfully. He had defamed countless celebrities in the past. Even if the truth eventually comes out, so what? Just post an apology, and the matter would be settled. This time would be no different. Kai Peng's fingers danced effortlessly across the keyboard, crafting a sincere apology statement. Ding ding. Someone rang the doorbell at Kai Peng's house. Kai Peng impatiently stopped typing and got up to answer the door. Who is it? You're really coming at an inconvenient time. Upon seeing the visitors at the door, Kai Peng's arrogant tone immediately faded. Several police officers and a lawyer dressed in formal attire stood outside the door. One of the police officers asked sternly, "What is your name?" Kai Peng. Kai Peng's legs trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, "Officer, what do you need from me?" In his line of work, seeing the police made him nervous, guilty conscience.
There's no problem then.
Kai Pang, you are suspected of defamation, damaging commercial reputation, and slandering personal character, among other crimes, and the evidence is conclusive. Please come with us, one of the police officers said.
I didn't do it. Officer, I didn't do it. Kai Pang's eyes widened in panic as he denied everything.
He already knew why the police were there. Watching Kai Pang's panicked expression, Yuzhe sneered with disdain.
He was from the legal department of Xian Entertainment.
His mission was to resolve the issues caused by those who had been causing trouble for Gui through legal channels in the real world.
Yuzhe sneered, this isn't something you can decide. You did it, so you have to face the consequences. The artists of listening to the Strings Entertainment aren't people you can slander at will. Yuzhe stepped closer to Kai Pang, staring intently at him, and added, you agree, don't you? Just wait and see.
Upon hearing that name, Kai Pang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground.
He pointed at Yuzhe and screamed wildly, police officers, he's slandering me. He's slandering me. Don't believe him.
Several police officers exchanged glances and immediately stepped forward to lift Kai Pang off the ground.
Kai Pang spit everywhere. Why are you arresting me? Just because of that guy? I want a lawyer. You talk to my lawyer. Why?
He had slandered other artists before and nothing happened. This time he just slandered a little-known Gui. And now he's facing such a devastating fate.
What gives you the right? Kai Pang couldn't accept it.
But in the end, he was dragged onto the police car. Yuzhe watched Kai Pang's retreating figure and shook his head disdainfully.
Why?
Because you provoked us.
A lawyer? Have you ever heard of Zhonghai Bishink? That's the legal department of listening to Strings Entertainment.
As the police car drove off, Yuzhe kindly helped Kai Pang close the door and then elegantly got into his own car. Next, he would work hard to extend Mr. Kai's prison sentence by a few years.
Make Mr. Kai fall in love with that place.
Netizens waited for ages but saw no response from Wait For You to Come. Just as they thought Wait For You to Come was planning to go offline.
Ting Xian Entertainment officially released a statement. Ting Xian Entertainment.
Recently, there have been numerous defamatory posts by prominent social media influencers targeting our artist, Mr. Gui, severely damaging his reputation. After a 10-day investigation and collection of evidence, we have officially filed a lawsuit against 26 influential bloggers, including Wait For You to Come. We believe they will all face legal consequences. Additionally, we urge those with ulterior motives to abandon their malicious intentions. The legal team at our company is eager to take action. If you wish to provide them with some entertainment, I am certain they would be delighted. Gui's fans are in an uproar. Awesome. Tough. Holy crap, now that you're leaving, June is in for it. Listen to the Strings Entertainment is finally getting serious. After all this time without a word, they were just biding their time for a big move. All those bloggers are finished. Listen to the Strings Entertainment's legal team is unbeatable. Gui is truly an unparalleled genius. He writes lyrics, composes music, choreographs dances, sings, and dances. There's nothing he can't do. The next day, the court rulings for those 20-plus bloggers were issued. And they immediately trended on social media. Ting Xian Entertainment sues 20 prominent bloggers, wins all cases, with the lightest sentence being 3 years in prison, boiling hashtag. When you come forward, you will face 10 years in prison, boiling hashtag. The internet is not a lawless zone, hot hashtag. Ha, spreading rumors got them into trouble, ha 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 ha. Suing over 20 big influencers at once, is this what a big company does? Everyone's happy. You deserve it. Meanwhile, Zhou Changsong at Huawan Entertainment breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past 2 days, he had been on edge, fearing that the police might come knocking on his door. After all, he was the real mastermind behind it all. Fortunately, Kai Pang and the others were sensible enough not to betray him. Just then, Zhou Chang's phone rang. It was the dedicated phone line from the board of directors. Zhou Chang took a deep breath and answered it. He had expected a storm, but all that came through the phone were a few light-hearted words. Zhou Chang, you're fired. The company will investigate your accounts. If there are any discrepancies, be prepared to face legal action. Additionally, there are police outside the company looking for you. Leave your company ID card behind and go out on your own. Zhou Chang's eyes went blank and his hands dropped limply to his sides. His phone fell to the ground. It's over, everything's over. P.S. There's more. Chapter 63, The Three with Shinziming, Songhai, and Gui. The entire matter came to a close. Tianqing cancelled their first live performance. Gui returned directly to Zhonghai City. Meanwhile, Intentional Studio also announced that Yang Lei and Xu Mengning will release their songs on March 1st. Just as the rumors were being resolved, Gui's studio is releasing songs? Gui is definitely here to cause trouble. This is too intense. 2 songs, like me and Dignity. I'm so excited. I wonder if they're sweet love songs. I love songs that are so sweet they're almost sickening. I don't think so. Damn, Ishan is so awesome.
Wang Yi's excited voice echoed across the rooftop. I've been annoyed by that wait for you to come song for ages. Mo Lan nodded quickly, exactly. Chi Hai crossed his arms and laughed, serves you right. You messed with us, but you dared to mess with Yishun? Does he even deserve it? Ha ha ha. The three of them had once collaborated on a song that was criticized by Wait for You to Come. Therefore, the three of them had always had a bad impression of Wait for You to Come. Now, Gu Yi and Ting Xian Entertainment had sent Wait for You to Come to the authorities. This delighted the three of them immensely. Wang Yi said leisurely, I think Yishin is helping us take revenge. Mo Lan nodded in agreement, Chi Hai laughed again, it seems we still hold a place in Yishin's heart, he. Although it's possible that Gu Yi doesn't even recognize the three of them. But that didn't stop them from indulging in self-delusion. However, we're now facing a rather awkward problem, Wang Yi said with an odd expression. That is, Yishin has released another song. As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, Mo Lan and Chi Hai's expressions also began to grow peculiar. They had recently prepared another song, which they had originally planned to release in February. But not only did Yishin release a song in February, but the Song God and Lyric God also released songs. They dared not get involved in this battle of the gods. Moreover, they had previously stated that if Gu Yi released a song, they would not release theirs either. So they postponed the release of the song to March. Who knew that Gu Yi would release a song again in March? Although it wasn't sung by Gu Yi, the quality of Gu Yi's songs and the talent of the young people in Gu Yi's studio are well known to everyone. Mo Lan's tone grew much more subdued. Yeah, Yishin released another song. Chi Hai shouted, don't lose heart, brothers. We'll release it in April. Wang Yi and Mo Lan silently gave Chi Hai a thumbs up, alright? The three of them left the rooftop and noticed a young man walking toward them. They looked closely. They recognized this person. A few minutes later, Shen Ziming found himself surrounded by three senior colleagues from the company, looking at him in confusion. Shen Ziming asked in confusion, senior colleagues, is there something you need from me? Wang Yi placed his hand over his mouth, cleared his throat, and said, Shen brother, do you know when Yishin is taking a break from releasing songs? Yishan? Shen Ziming was a bit confused, but quickly realized what they were talking about. Are you referring to Gu Yi? The three nodded repeatedly, then looked at Shen Ziming expectantly. I don't know either. Shen Ziming said awkwardly. Oh. The three sighed in unison. But let me tell you, Gu Yi is really a master of overachievement. He's both hardworking and cunning. Let me tell you about when he was on Create the Way. Shen Ziming suddenly said. The three immediately perked up. Shen Ziming actually knew some unknown secrets about Yishin. They were excited. The naturally gossipy Shen Ziming began sharing amusing stories about Gu Yi from Create the Way with the three. Let me tell you, Gu Yi went to practice on his own and even lied to us, saying he hadn't practiced. I knew there was something off between Gu Yi and Xu Mengning. Gu Yi. And so, the four of them chatted for hours. They became very close friends. When insiders heard that Gu Yi was about to release a new song, they were stunned. What's this newcomer up to? Here we go again. He doesn't even know how to give us old-timers a break-off, give us veterans some respect. I feel like my new song next month is ruined. Can't someone come out and teach Gu Yi a lesson? I'm at a loss. Just release the song in April, right? I've already prepared to release mine in April. There's a mole. Cancel the deal. Gu Chue, please leave this group. Thank you, hashtag. No matter how much the insiders are crying out. Without a big shot stepping in, no one can stop Gu Yi. The big shots won't intervene in March either. Because March is considered off-season in their eyes, with lower traffic. Summer vacation is the real battle of the gods. These matters won't affect Gu Yi either. Because he's not even in that group. It's not that Gu Yi didn't want to join, but he simply didn't know about the group. He had no idea that sharing two songs would cause such a big stir. If he had known, he would have definitely posted a few more songs. Not for any other reason, just to motivate his peers. The day before the song was released, Song Hai walked into Gu Yi's studio holding an empty teacup. As soon as he entered, Song Hai's nose twitched and he began looking around left and right, as if searching for something. When he spotted the tea canister next to Gu Yi's computer desk, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Song Hai walked over to Gu Yi's desk and deliberately placed his clean, shiny teacup next to Gu Yi's. Gu Yi looked up at Song Hai and smiled. Mr. Song, is there something you need? Song Hai cleared his throat twice and said, I do have something to discuss with you, but cough cough, cough cough. After coughing, Song Hai picked up his teacup and feigned surprise. Oh my, look at me, I forgot I had already brewed the tea. But, seeing Song Hai's expression, Gu Yi almost laughed out loud. He truly didn't expect that Song Hai, this old-timer, had such a side to him. Gu Yi smiled and called out, Fonglo, help our manager Song brew some tea. Sure, Gu. A young man immediately ran into Gu Yi's office from outside. He was Gu Yi's assistant. He helped Gu Yi with various tasks. 2 minutes later, Song Hai, holding the teacup, nearly burst into laughter, thinking to himself, this is tea worth tens of thousands of dollars. This kid is really generous. P.S. I'll start catching up on the missed chapters tomorrow. Good night, everyone. I love you all. Chapter 64, The Impact of the Song and Lyrics Gods Catch Up. Songhai held the teacup and smiled, saying, Gui, I heard you're releasing another song next month? Yeah, Gui replied, placing the sheet music beside his computer. Are you aiming to win the Songwriting and Lyricism Awards this year? Songhai asked. Songwriter and Lyricist of the Year? Gui asked with some confusion. Why do you say that? Gui wasn't familiar with the criteria for judging the Blue Star Song God and Lyric God. After all, his S-class status should already be equivalent to that of a song god or lyric god. Songhai was a bit surprised that Gui, with such exceptional talent in both lyrics and melody, didn't know about this. However, when he saw the sheet music with ink still wet beside Gui's computer, he immediately understood. It seemed that Gui was so immersed in music composition that he hadn't paid attention to these superficial honors. Oh well. No wonder Gui, despite his young age, could compose such popular songs. I really can't judge Gui by ordinary standards. Sigh, I'm still too impatient. I can't even match the younger generation. I really need to take better care of myself. He had originally thought that Gui was aiming to become a songwriting and lyric writing genius. But now it seems like he was just releasing songs casually. His perspective is too narrow. My own perspective is still too narrow. However, there are some things I should tell Gui to prevent him from getting the short end of the stick. Songhai sorted out his thoughts and began to speak. Gui, your status is already at the level of a song god and lyric god, but you're not a true song god or lyric god. To become a true songwriting and lyricism master, you must meet the official standards set by the China Music Association. The standards are simple. First, you must remain at the top of the Hot Songs chart for 3 consecutive months. Second, you must remain at the top of the New Songs chart for 9 consecutive months. Once you achieve these 2 accomplishments, you will officially be awarded the title of Lyricist and Composer of the Year next January. It's already March tomorrow. Your song 10,000 Borders should have no problem securing the top spot on both the New Songs chart and the Hot Songs chart for February. In January, your song Blue and White Porcelain also topped the New Songs chart. Plus the songs you sang on Create the Way earlier. You've already topped the New Songs chart for 3 consecutive months. That's why I thought you were aiming for the Lyricist and Composer of the Year titles. Gui listened and suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Gui carefully pondered the rule. Compared to staying at the top of the Hot Songs chart for 3 months, staying at the top of the New Songs chart for 9 months didn't seem that difficult. The Hot Songs chart mostly consists of old songs with an extremely large audience base. Breaking through these songs is no easy feat. Won Jiang only made it to the top of the Hot Songs chart this month thanks to official support. To stay on the chart might require a bit of luck. But Gui came up with a great idea. That is, not enough audience base. Let's make up for it with more songs. With more songs, there's bound to be one that makes it to the charts. There must be a chance to stay on the top 3 songs chart for 3 months. Gui thought to himself, then smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll give it a shot and aim for the Song God and Lyric God titles. Great! The company will fully support you in winning this year's Songwriter and Lyricist of the Year. Songhai's face lit up, but he then thought of something and said, however, there's one thing I need to remind you of. Once you've topped the New Song chart for 4 months and continue releasing songs, it'll be like announcing to the world that you're aiming for the Lyricist and Composer of the Year titles. At that point, some of your senior peers might come out to target you. This is an unwritten rule all lyricist and composer gods have gone through this path to rise. Of course, our company's Lyricist and Composer of the Year won't interfere, they'll make way for you. Gui smiled wryly and said, that's more interesting. It's too easy otherwise. He had the backing of the entire world. If no one challenges him, it would be a bit boring. It would be best if the lyricists and composers from Blue Star could all step in. He wanted to give it his all and face them head on. For Gui, this was more like a clash between Earth and Blue Star. Watching Gui's fiercely determined expression, Songhai couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Are the sniping attacks from all those lyric and melody masters just interesting? He didn't know how those song gods and lyric gods would react once they heard what Gui had said. Anyway, he was already numb. Songhai didn't know whether to call Gui young and impetuous or simply mad. After finishing his instructions, Songhai had already finished his cup of tea. Songhai coughed and sighed, oh well. I wonder when I'll get to drink such good tea again. As the general manager of Tingxian Entertainment, his salary was high, earning millions a year, even tens of millions. But he really couldn't bring himself to spend a few $1,000s on 200 grams of tea. He would rather spend company money on promoting his artists. Songhai didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. But if it was his own money, he wouldn't part with a single penny. Therefore, Songhai has another nickname at Tingxian Entertainment, Song the Penny Pinching Rooster. Since Songhai joined Tingxian Entertainment, he hasn't treated anyone to a meal outside. Every time he treats people to a meal, it's at the company canteen. And the canteen at Tingxian Entertainment is free. Gui almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. He said, if Mr. Song likes tea, feel free to take it. Really? Songhai couldn't hide his excitement and almost lost control of himself. Realizing he had lost his composure, Songhai cleared his throat and said, I can't refuse such kindness. I'll just take a little. After saying that, Songhai reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pouch, just large enough to hold a small amount of tea. Gui looked at him with a face full of disbelief. It turned out he had come prepared. After packing the tea, Songhai smiled broadly and said, Gui, I'll be on my way. I won't bother you anymore. When you become the master of lyrics and melodies, Old Song will treat you to a meal. Songhai walked out of Gui's office. On the way, he heard Gui's assistant, Bong Lo, mutter under his breath, dinner? I wonder what's good to eat in the cafeteria. Songhai stumbled slightly. Damn it! Why does Fong Lo, this new kid at Tingxian Entertainment, already know about his embarrassing moment? Who the hell is spreading the truth behind my back? How dare they slander someone's reputation out of thin air? After Songhai left, Gui opened the bottom drawer. A large bag of tea leaves was quietly sitting there. To satisfy his OCD, Gui filled the tea canister again. These were all teas collected by Xu Mengning's father, Xu Ziyuan. When Li Manyu found out that Gui liked tea, she handed them all to Gui. Under Li Manyu's pressure, Gui reluctantly accepted them. Gui still vaguely remembers the look in Xu Ziyuan's eyes at the time. It was so full of resentment. Someone who didn't know might have thought he was trying to steal her daughter. He did kidnap her. Along with Xu Ziyuan's favorite tea. Thinking about it now, Gui suddenly felt sorry for his future father-in-law. P.S. There will be 2 more chapters later. Chapter 65, will someone feel sorry for someone as mysterious as me? At 11:30 p.m., Dignity and Someone Like Me hadn't been released yet. The online music platform had already featured these 2 songs on its homepage. When users clicked in, they found the songs were temporarily unavailable. Aren't they supposed to be released tomorrow? Why are they already featured today? That's why I love net, they're never on time. Why can't we listen? Is the platform having issues? To be honest, I checked, and the other 2 platforms haven't even released these 2 songs yet, but the platform has already featured them. Something doesn't feel right. Netizens were still trying to figure out what was wrong. The time had already reached 0.00. Dignity and People Like Me finally went live. The long-awaited all-nighters and emo enthusiasts clicked into the music platform. Sweet songs, I need sweet songs. Tonight's all about emo, I need some sweet tunes to recharge. Let this respectable person listen to decent. I still feel off. Regardless of whether the fans feel right or wrong. They all started playing Decent. In Gui's previous life, Decent was the theme song for the movie Ex-Boyfriend 3. The song was written by Tang Tian, composed by Ye Wenwen, and performed by her. It is said that the inspiration for the song came from the female lead of the movie Ex-Boyfriend 3, Lin Jia. The slightly melancholic intro began to play. This really made the fans feel something was off. It feels like a knife. Could that handsome guy be planning something on me? I don't want to be emo anymore. Xu Mengning's voice echoed through the fans' headphones. Don't pile on nostalgia and turn the plot into a soap opera. After loving something for so many years, why ruin a classic? We're all adults now, no more dragging things out. Wasting time is my choice. Like actors taking their final bow, watching the lights fade out. The fans finally understood. This isn't just a sweet little love song. The melody is gentle and melodious, sad yet carefree, with a rich, lingering flavor. It expresses the heartfelt sorrow and regret of someone who has lost love yet must let go with a sense of resignation. It easily resonates with listeners' emotions. I'm speechless. I just broke up, and Gui made me listen to this? Did they install a camera in my house? Where's my little sweet song Sniff Sniff? Damn it, I knew something was off. The song reached its climax in the ears of netizens. Breakups should be dignified, no one should say sorry. What is there to feel guilty about? I dared to give my heart, so I dare to break it. The camera captures who we once were. Cheering, crying, screaming until we're hoarse. Leaving is also dignified, we haven't wasted these years. Loving passionately, the scenes of sincere effort. Don't let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you, clean and decisive. Xu Mengning put a lot of effort into singing this song well. After all, her love life wasn't emo at all. It's even a bit overly sweet. It was really hard for her to sing about the feeling of breaking up. So she has been watching a lot of heartbreaking TV shows and reading novels lately. By immersing herself in the characters, she gradually achieved the desired emotional state. It's this state that allows her to handle the overall feel of the song with perfect balance. Combined with Xu Mengning's unique, magnetic voice and the song's melody, the result is a performance that is incredibly moving and hits you right in the heart. Not many men could sing this with such feeling. Oh no, I was looking for a sweet song to listen to, but this is way more emo. Let's be honest, this song is sung by Xu Mengning and written by Gui. Could there be a romantic crisis between them? Crisis? What crisis? They just want us to cry. Didn't you forget the smile on Gui's face after he sang 10 years? Someone said this. The fans immediately recalled Gui's smile on the stage of Create the Journey. The fans understood. They all understood. Gui's name even means intentional. So Gui must have done it on purpose. Gui and Xu Mengning are so mean. They're so sweet together, yet they're making us so sad. Aha! I'm going to send a knife to Ting Xian Entertainment. No wonder the online platform recommended it early. It's an emo song. Case solved. At this moment, some new netizens entered the comments section of Dignity. Guys, go listen to Like Me, it's so sweet. People Like Me is really sweet, both sweet and inspiring. Really? The title doesn't sound like a sweet song. Really? My son, if it's not sweet, I'll eat my words. I'll listen first out of respect. Some netizens do this to deceive others. They deceive others into eating and drinking for free on the spot. They really went all out. Having been caught in the rain themselves, they break others' umbrellas. When netizens who had just finished listening to Dignity came to People Like Me. People Like Me is a song written, composed, and performed by Maui, who was previously known as Gui. This is another one of Maui's representative works. Someone as outstanding as me should have lived a brilliant life. How come after more than 20 years, I'm still drifting in the sea of people? Someone as intelligent as me should have long since bid farewell to innocence. Why did I have to use a love affair to trade for a body covered in scars? When Yang Lei's voice echoed in their ears, they immediately realized they had been deceived. They would never trust the people of Suzhou again. People from Suzhou don't keep their word. We've been deceived again. Don't you people ever tell the truth? I'm really fed up. How can both songs be so emo? When people are young, they often feel like they're very unique individuals. But as they grow older, they realize they're not that special after all. In the eyes of others, they're just an ordinary person. This feeling of blending into the crowd is painful, frustrating, yet helpless. The song reaches its climax. Like me, who is so lost, like me, who is searching. How many people like me, who are so unremarkable, have you seen? Like me, a lonely person, like me, a foolish person. How many people in the world are like me, unwilling to settle for an ordinary life? 6 consecutive people like me. It captures the helplessness of being an ordinary person. The lyrics of Like Me may not be as impactful as those of Ease the Sorrow. But its simple, heartfelt lyrics seem to cut deeper. Every line resonates with the powerlessness felt by ordinary listeners. If Xiaoqiu is about enduring the world's injustices with resignation, then this song is a self-deprecating laugh at the world after enduring it. People are born ordinary, yet they refuse to accept ordinary lives. They yearn for poetry and distant horizons, yet spend their entire lives as they always have been. The song comes to an end. Someone like me, so mysterious and unknown, will there be someone who cares? This line of lyrics suddenly reveals the deepest longing in the hearts of the listeners. It instantly breaks the listeners' hearts. Perhaps all an ordinary person seeks in life is someone to care about them. P.S. There's another one later, but you can all go to sleep first. Chapter 66. Gui is truly untainted by the mud. I can't sleep again tonight. I tried to escape this situation, but I don't know where to go. I've never been cared about by anyone, and I've never been chosen by anyone with certainty. Sweet song, which jerk tricked me into coming here? I just want to ask, have you eaten your poop yet? The long night dragged on, and Gui's fans couldn't sleep. They feel both love and hate for Gui. The songs are beautiful, but they're too easy to break your heart. Another emo day. Fans are commenting under Gui's Weibo with dark circles under their eyes. Why? Why not a sweet song? For heaven's sake, post a sweet song. Gui, did you break up with Xu Mengning? Broke up? Does that mean I have another chance? The next morning, Gui woke up feeling refreshed. He opened his Weibo and found his comments section had exploded. Gui immediately posted a photo of himself with Xu Mengning. He captioned it, "Breaking up is out of the question." After staying up all night feeling down, the fans with panda eyes couldn't take it anymore. They had already been heartbroken all night. And here he was, flaunting his affection in front of them first thing in the morning. How low can you go? I never thought the person I'm a fan of would be so shameless. Sword and love united. One day, when I hold the sword in my hand, I'll cut down all the lovey-dovey dogs in the world. Gui put down his phone and smiled meaningfully. This is nothing yet. The month is still young. Can't take it anymore? What about the future? Are those popular sad songs you love going to stay locked away in your mind, gathering dust? For these songs, fans will just have to cry a little more. After freshening up, Gui arrived at the company. He took out the songs he had already prepared. He handed them to Xu Mengning, Chen Chen, and Yang Lei. Wow! Gui, you're really productive. Chen Chen exclaimed in shock while holding the lyrics. How could Gui just hand out such high-quality songs as if they were worthless? Yang Lei, however, had already grown accustomed to it. No matter how many songs Gui brought out, he remained as calm as an old dog. When he saw good songs appearing on the market. Wow, who wrote this song? It's amazing. Releasing 2 songs at once is really impressive. What? You mean Ego wrote the lyrics and composed the music? Then it's okay. Why all the fuss? It's just EGE's usual thing. That's Yang Lei's mindset right now. He snapped his fingers and joked, what can I do? The talent is here. Xu Mengning ran her left hand through the hair behind her ear and suddenly asked in confusion, Chen, do you really have that much romantic experience? Gui had just broken up gracefully and was already moving on to later. Is there really that much to write about? Chen almost didn't react in time. As soon as Gui finished speaking, Xu Mengning asked him. Chen's mind froze for 2 seconds before starting to work overtime. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, yeah, I've been hanging out with girls since elementary school. What can I do? I'm just good looking. For Gui's happiness, Chen was willing to go all out. He had already started making things up. Xu Mengning was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. Gui had such a wild childhood friend, yet he hadn't been turned into a playboy. Gui really is a lotus that grows in the mud but remains unstained. I like Gui even more now. The person in question, Gui, silently gave Chen a thumbs up in his heart. You're so awesome, bro. I'm a little moved. What should I do? Never mind. Good brother. For life. Yang Lei, standing nearby, was deeply moved. He had been a virgin for over 20 years and had never even held a girl's hand. He had never seen anything like Chen's display before. When Yang Lei turned 18, his parents started pressuring him to get married. They've been at it for years. But Yang Lei had always been socially anxious, finding it difficult to communicate with strangers, let alone taking the initiative to talk to the opposite sex. Thinking about this, Yang Lei quietly approached Chen and whispered, Brother Chen, do you have any advice to share? Chen. Experience? He had no experience to share. When Chen was young and naive, he turned down countless cute girls just to play video games. Every time he thought about those days, Chen felt a pang of regret. Why didn't he just have a sweet romance back then? Therefore, Chen is just like Yang Lei, both have been single since birth. The things he just said were just to take the blame for his brother. Oh well. The wind blows coldly by the Ishuwei River, the brave depart and never return. Acting the part. Go all out. Chen clung to Yang Lei's shoulder and said, let's go out and talk about it slowly. I'll share with you my decades of experience in the dating game. Chengu, aren't you only 20 years old? Oh, don't pay attention to such small details. Let me tell you, when it comes to chasing girls, there's a lot to learn. Chen and Yang Lei walked out of Gui's office, their arms around each other's shoulders. A serious blabbermouth. A serious attempt at learning. P.S. All-nighter champion. Are there still readers at this hour? Chapter 67, The Inner Chapter. Upon release, People Like Me and Dignity immediately secured the top 2 spots on 3 music platform new song charts. As for the 3rd spot, it went to an obscure singer with little fame. Due to Gui's past achievements, no one challenged Gui for the charts this month. They chose to graciously step aside and let Gui have his moment. Just as Gui's 2 songs reached the 1st and 2nd spots, Gui's studio announced another piece of news. This unexpected announcement sent shockwaves through the industry and online communities. Gui's studio. New song preview #March 5th. Our studio will release 4 new songs. The 4 songs will be performed by 4 artists from our studio. Stay tuned. The comments section immediately reached 99+. Gui's fans can't sit still. 4 songs? 4 songs. Gui just released a song, and he's already releasing another one in a few days? Wow, that is terrifying. It's not even April Fool's Day yet. Fans are over the moon, more great songs to listen to. As soon as this news appeared, fans started spreading it everywhere. It also successfully piqued the curiosity of casual online users. Discussions about this began to heat up on Weibo. News about this event also made it to the trending topics. Following Like Me and Dignity, is the studio behind EG releasing another song, boiling #. The king of the music industry. Gui, boiling #. A mudslide in the songwriting world, hot #. Impressive. I used to think that people from boy bands were all softies, but seeing Gui, I realized that's not always the case. Gui is a badass. This is insane, I'd become a fan. I'm so jealous of Gui as fans. They get new songs every month, unlike the artists I like who don't release a single song for months. People just can't handle comparisons. When netizens see that Gui releases a new song every few days, they can't help but compare it to their favorite artists. Gui releases several songs in a few days. But their own favorites don't release a single song in months or even a year. The netizens get more and more annoyed. Before they know it, they find themselves in the comments section of their favorite singers' posts, urging them to do more. Look at others like Gui, who releases a song every few days. Now look at you, you're as good as dead, not even posting on Weibo for 10 days or half a month. Hurry up, get up, release a song. Hurry up and post a song. If you don't, I'll go follow Gui instead. If you don't post a song, I'll send you some local specialties or come to your doorstep to have a good chat with you. Step it up, step it up. The entire music industry has been swept up in this trend. Even Gui's former mentor, Jin Fong, hasn't he been spared by netizens? Gu, can you learn from Gui and release a few songs a month? You used to be someone else's mentor. You haven't released a song in months. We know you're getting married, but I don't think that's an excuse for slacking off. Jin Fong stayed at home. Looking at these comments, he sighed helplessly. As everyone knows, Jin Fong is a depressing singer. Back when he was still single, he was brimming with inspiration every night. But now that his love is about to bear fruit, he can't get into that creative state anymore. So it's not that he doesn't want to release new songs. He truly lacks inspiration. He's tried writing sweet love songs, but he's just not good at it. They always feel like something's missing. Jin Fong racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Despite how good Gui and Xu Mengning's relationship seems, Gui can still write such heartbreaking love songs. I guess I'll have to find Gui and ask him about it someday. Maybe he has some tips. Those who excel are worthy of being teachers. Jin Fong didn't think it was inappropriate for someone who had once been Gui's mentor to ask him for advice. Speaking of which, Gui will be coming to his wedding in a few days. There will be plenty of opportunities. At the same time, industry insiders were being hounded for new songs until they were nearly driven mad, with cries of despair filling the group chat. Every single one of them was being pressured by their own fans to release new songs. Which god can make Gui stop being so demanding? 6 songs a month? Is that even human? Please, I beg you. Damn it, I've been slacking off for a year without releasing any songs, living it up. I thought my fans had all forgotten about me, but now that Gui has done this, they've all remembered me. The comments and private messages are flooded. I'm truly impressed. This old 6. Gui is truly amazing. You don't understand. He is motivating us. You just don't recognize a good heart. Wangy, get lost. I guess I'll just release a song. Otherwise, I'm afraid my fans will show up at my doorstep. It turns out that netizens' friendly threats actually work. That night, several singers announced that they would release songs in a few months. Impressive. Of course, YYD is the best. I'm dying of laughter. Even Joe Gawang, who hasn't released a song in years, is saying he is going to release one. The competition is heating up. Netizens were originally just in it for fun. Who knew it would actually work? This has made them even more excited about the coming months. If only every songwriter and singer could work as hard as Gui. As the one who started it all, Gui was currently in the recording studio, guiding Chen Chen in recording a song. After Chen Chen finished singing once, Gui shook his head seriously. No, there's no emotion. Try again. To avoid ruining the classic from his previous life. Gui was extremely particular about this. Again? Chen Chen collapsed onto the chair. We've been singing for 2 hours. I'm done for. Gui nodded seriously, then suddenly joked, you've been charming little girls since you were in elementary school, Chen Chen. Why can't you sing properly now? Chen Chen rolled his eyes immediately. That was all for you. You know I've been single my whole life. Move aside, let me show you how it's done. Gui smiled as he pushed Chen Chen aside and stood in front of the microphone. Watch carefully and learn. Gui nodded, and Du Hui and Wang Ping promptly turned on the background music. As soon as he heard the background music, Gui was instantly in the zone, his mind racing with imagination. This song was originally sung by Zhang Jie in Gui's previous life. The lyrics were inspired by a real-life emotional experience of one of the lyricists, Dai Yedong. As soon as Gui began to sing, Chen Chen could sense the difference between Gui's voice and his own. Gui's voice was filled with emotion. His voice, however, sounded slightly dry. He left you with his back. He never mentioned love, making you cry until your eyes were red. He told lies so convincingly. 2 people who fell in love while studying abroad broke up after returning home due to geographical distance and the pressures of reality. At the time, the young and reckless boy didn't realize how deeply he had hurt the girl in this relationship. He has lied to you more than once. He is not worth your tears. He doesn't understand your heart and pretends to be calm. He doesn't understand love and treats it like a game. He doesn't know how to express his love. All he can offer is I'm sorry and sighs. He doesn't understand why your heart is crying, suffocating to the point of barely being able to breathe. Oh. It wasn't until years later, after going through many things, that he finally realized how little he had understood his girlfriend's heart and how deeply he had hurt her. But it was all in the past, and it was too late for regrets. He could only express his guilt through the lyrics, regretting his ignorance in the past and sighing at the helplessness of the present. The song He Doesn't Understand truly captures the sadness and helplessness in a girl's heart. It also sings of the boy's guilt and reflection after growing up. Whoa, do good. I think I've fallen in love for the first time, Wang Ping said tearfully, holding Du Hui's hand. Crying will make it better. Du Hui gently patted Wang Ping's back. He couldn't understand the emotions in the song. Because his wife was his first love. Watching Wang Ping's expression, Du Hui comforted him while taking out his phone to snap a photo of Wang Ping's ugly face. Just to be safe, he also uploaded the photo to Baidu NetDisk. Even if his phone were to break in the future, Wang Ping's ugly photos would still exist forever. Chen Chen listened to Gu Yi's singing, carefully analyzing the emotions behind the lyrics. His peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of Wang Ping and Du Hui in the control room. He rolled his eyes instantly. These two are way too emotional. Gu Yi finished the song and smiled. Got it? Chen Chen nodded and then shook his head. He understood, but not completely. After all, he had only ever sung high-pitched songs meant to wow the crowd. For a song like he doesn't understand, which is so emotionally nuanced, it's still quite challenging to learn. Gu Yi thought for a moment and then told Chen Chen the background story of the song. Chen Chen listened to the story and, combining it with Gu Yi's singing, finally began to grasp some of the nuances. However, he still had a question. Gu Yi, where did you get all these emotional stories? No. Those are your emotional stories. Gu Yi denied it vehemently. Chapter 68, Friendship Beyond Friendship, Love Not Yet Full. Ah, right. Chen Chen didn't bother asking anymore. Forget it. It was all his doing. Everything was done by Chen Chen alone, and had nothing to do with Gu Yi. Seeing that Chen Chen had finished speaking, Gu Yi shifted his gaze to Du Hui and Wang Ping, who were busy watching the commotion. Gu Yi's expression was calm, and his smile was kind. But Du Hui and Wang Ping both felt a chill run down their spines. Despite the warm room, a chilling breeze seemed to blow through the air. Du Hui cleared his throat and said, Hey, Wang Ping, my hearing isn't very good lately. I can't hear you clearly. Wang Ping immediately understood and, with tears in his eyes, pretended to shout, What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak up. Chen Chen's lips twitched. Next year's Oscars won't be worth watching without the two of you. Gu Yi, however, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The brothers are all on the same page. You're all so mature. Gu Yi successfully changed the subject. It must be said that Chen Chen has quite a talent for singing. After Gu Yi demonstrated it once, Chen Chen gradually got the hang of it. Chen Chen stood by the microphone, silently repeating to himself. Those are all my stories, all the stories I, Chen Chen, have personally experienced. With repeated mental affirmations, he began to truly believe that those were his own personal experiences. He gradually got into the groove. Chen Chen sang the song with great passion. Gu Yi listened intently, his eyes sparkling. That's exactly it. This is all your story, Chen Chen. It has nothing to do with me, Gu Yi. After Chen Chen finished singing, Gu Yi smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying, That's awesome. Chen Chen said with a touch of arrogance, What can I do? I'm the king of romance. He was completely immersed in it. Gu Yi didn't want to deal with the boastful Chen Chen and pushed him away impatiently. Get out of the way, it's my turn. Today, he not only had to record a song for Chen Chen. Gu Yi also had to record his own song. Gu Yi put on his headphones, and Chen Chen stepped out of the recording studio on his own, heading to the control room and standing behind Wang Ping and Du Hui. As soon as Wang Ping saw Chen Chen arrive, he immediately hugged him and cried, Chen Chen, you sang so beautifully, woo woo. Chen Chen's face turned dark. Although Wang Ping was complimenting him, Chen Chen felt something was off. Du Hui quickly pulled Wang Ping back and hurriedly said, Hey, Chen Chen, don't mind him. Wang Ping is just a bit emotional. Chen Chen sighed and nodded, gesturing for them to get back to work. In the recording studio, a slow and sorrowful prelude echoed in Gu Yi's ears. Gu Yi took a deep breath and immediately got into character. It's been a while. What role is it? Dressing up carefully. The cufflinks on the white shirt were a gift from you. Try to act like you don't care. Frequently exposing the self-deceiver. The more you hide, the deeper it goes. Gentleman was a song composed and written by Xue Jiqian in his previous life. The creative inspiration comes from the concept of friends with benefits in a gentlemanly context. This concept is quite peculiar. Despite having grown accustomed to each other's presence and possibly harboring feelings for one another, they dare not acknowledge the nature of their relationship. Perhaps there are some reservations, fearing that if they part ways, they might not even be able to remain friends, and thus dare not be together. They dare not confess their feelings or express their emotions. Thus, they miss out on this relationship. When they meet again, they can only act like a gentleman and talk to the person they once were close to. Wow, this feels so painful. Just thinking about it makes me feel so bad. Du Hui, who had been relatively composed, couldn't help but feel sad. He couldn't help but immerse himself in the lyrics. If he were to divorce his wife, would he end up like the singer in the song, carefully considering every action? Playing the role of a gentleman. Watching the two grown men crying in front of him, Chen Chen felt emotional. Where on earth did these two people come from? Listening to the song, Chen Chen glanced at Gu Yi. Gu Yi's heartbreaking ballad was well written and beautifully sung. Truly a masterpiece. Chen Chen nodded silently. Thanks to my own love story. P.S. That's all for today. I'll be discharged from the hospital this afternoon. Thank you all so much for your concern. The author loves you all. Chapter 69, Luring the Dog in to Kill It. The more polite you are, the more scared I get. A gentleman should let go. In the recording studio, Gu Yi's voice abruptly stopped. The music also ended abruptly. In the studio lobby. I knew there was something between you and Gui from the start, hee. Li Qianqian had come to Gui's studio today and was currently chatting with Xu Mengning with a smile on her face. Xu Mengning gave Li Qianqian a playful scolding glance and said in a doting motherly tone, yes, Qianqian is the smartest. Li Qianqian covered her mouth and giggled, then asked, by the way, where are Qianqian and Gui? I didn't see them. Xu Mengning blurted out, they're in the recording studio recording a song. Wow! Another new song? Li Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, her little mouth wide open. Yes. Xu Mengning smiled and nodded. Li Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Mengning, can we go see Qianqian and Gui recording? Xu Mengning didn't answer Li Qianqian immediately. Instead, she thought carefully for a moment before saying, we probably can't go now because they might have already started recording, and we might disturb them if we go in midway. Alright. Li Qianqian felt a bit disappointed. But she didn't want to disturb Qianqian and Gui while they were recording. She sighed, lying down on the sofa with a weary expression, and said, I'm so jealous of you guys. You don't have to go to class. At that moment, Li Qianqian seemed to think of something and suddenly perked up, excitedly saying, let me tell you, the tutor in Gui's class is super funny. He keeps dragging our class tutor around, saying that Gui is his student, signed an S-level contract, and opened a music studio. And our counselor always counters, Xu Mengning is still my student. She says, once a teacher, always a father, so Gui is basically her son-in-law, haha. I think Gui's counselor and our counselor are a perfect match. They're like a couple. After hearing what Li Qianqian said, Xu Mengning couldn't help but laugh. She thought of Gui's class advisor, old Zhang, who was always holding a cup of goji berry tea, and her own class advisor, teacher Shui, who was always bickering with old Zhang. These two were truly arch-enemies, they couldn't stand each other. Qianqian and Gui finished recording the song and came to the studio lobby together. Hey, Li Qianqian, what are you doing here? Aren't you in class? As soon as he saw Li Qianqian, Qianqian shouted, I could hear your voice from a mile away. What are you talking about? So happy? Li Qianqian turned her head and saw Qianqian's smug grin. We were just talking about. She paused, then playfully made a face and said, I'm not telling you. Ah. Don't tease me like that, bro. Qianqian blurted out, it's so frustrating to hear someone speak in half. You're the brother. Your whole family are brothers. Li Qianqian said angrily. Hey you. What the hell am I? Qianqian was so flustered he couldn't get a word out, but could he really take this? He immediately began to retaliate from every angle. The verbal sparring between Qianqian and Li Qianqian began. The young man Feng Luo, standing at a distance, couldn't help but whistle in admiration at the scene. He couldn't believe that not only could he listen to music at work, but he could also witness such a spectacle. It was worth it. Gui sat down beside Xu Mengning and casually took her hand. Xu Mengning felt the warmth enveloping her hand and smiled gently, then took Gui's hand in hers. She then gestured for Gui to look at Li Qianqian and Qianqian. Xu Mengning smiled and said, look, another pair of star-crossed lovers. Gui smiled slightly, he had seen this kind of situation many times in the studio. The two of them had been bickering since their first year of university. All the way up to now. He had grown accustomed to it. But he noticed something. Again? Who was the other pair? Xu Mengning laughed and said, your advisor, old Zhang, and my advisor, Mr. Shui. Gui thought about it carefully and realized that the two of them were indeed like that. Gui and Xu Mengning whispered to each other. From afar, Feng Li's eyes welled up with tears of envy. What should I do if my boss and his wife are always showing off their love? I'm waiting online, it's pretty urgent. At least Qianqian is also single. Feng Li watched Qianqian and Li Qianqian flirting and teasing each other, and he couldn't help but feel something was off. Hitting is affection, teasing is love. Wrong. I was completely wrong. Now that Yang Lei isn't here, there's only one single guy left. It hurts. It hurts so much. The problem was he couldn't leave, this was his job. It's like luring a dog in to kill it. Wah. Feng Lu immediately pulled out his phone and posted an angry message. Titled, What should I do when my boss and colleagues flaunt their affection in front of me every day? P.S. I'll take another day off and start updating normally tomorrow. I'll guarantee 4,000 words a day, but whether I can add more will depend on how I feel. I'm going to bed now, good night. Chapter 70, go ahead, I want tea back down. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Oomph. Li Qianqian furrowed her brows, gave a delicate sniff, and turned her head a series of graceful, fluid movements. Could Qianqian tolerate this? If she doesn't want to talk, then she doesn't have to. Does he really care? Xu Mengning sighed softly. These two act just like children. Qianqian is, and Qianqian is too. Gui is still more mature and steady. Speaking of which, Xu Mengning said with a smile, have you finished recording the song yet? Gui nodded, we finished recording them a long time ago. Do you want to listen? As he spoke, Gui took out his phone. He always saves a copy of the original recording on his phone after finishing a song. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Li Chanxian's eyes lit up and she suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Gui smiled slightly and opened the song he doesn't understand, sung by Chen Chen. He felt that Li Chanxian wanted to hear Chen Chen sing the song more. Li Chanxian rarely came over, and it was mostly because of Chen Chen. To see Xu Mengning? To see her best friend? Gui didn't believe it. Gui wasn't actually a straight guy, he had just pretended to be one to avoid trouble. Chen Chen is the real straight guy. Straighter than rebar. So Gui is the one who has to help Chen Chen. Of course, he has to be a bit subtle about it. When helping Chen Chen, he mustn't reveal himself. Chen Chen's image as an emotional expert must be maintained. Although Li Chanxian might not believe it. Chen Chen's singing voice came through the phone's microphone. Li Chanxian listened intently. He doesn't understand your heart and is pretending to be calm. When she hears this line, Li Chanxian quietly agrees with a firm nod, exactly. Chen Chen's song ended. He asked boastfully, how was it? Was it good? Put. Li Chanxian didn't respond. Next, it was Gui's turn to sing Gentleman. I want to touch your hair. It's just a simple test. I want to give you a hug. Can we do it like before? Are you serious about taking a step back?
Such a small gesture can cause so much pain. After hearing this, Xu Mengning smiled slightly.
She placed Gui's hand on her head. She said casually, go ahead and touch it. I 1T step back. Ha? Alright. Gui took the opportunity to gently ruffle Xu Mengning's hair.
Li Chanxian murmured softly at this point, hee, showing off their affection.
Xu Mengning's face turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly removed Gui's hand.
She had completely forgotten that there were other people present. Don't be shy, Li Chanxian said with a smile, Gui is so talented. The songs he writes are so beautiful and heartfelt.
They make me feel so emotional. Gui smiled naturally and said, it's all thanks to Chen Chen.
The inspiration for these songs all comes from him. In this matter, Gui was already well versed.
Xu Mengning nodded and said, Chen Chen is a master of emotions.
He even taught Yan Lei how to find a girlfriend.
Really? Li Chanxian clearly didn't believe it.
Her skeptical gaze turned toward Chen Chen.
Feeling Li Chanxian's gaze, Chen Chen remained unfazed and said, of course. I've been charming girls since elementary school. Ha? I don't believe you. Li Chanxian said.
As far as she knew, Chen Chen was a single guy who had been single for 20 years.
Don't believe me? Come on, you have no idea about my glorious past. Chen Chen panicked. How could she not believe him? Looking at Li Chanxian's disdainful gaze, Chen Chen refused to accept it. He was utterly unwilling to accept it. How dare you not believe in my strength? For the sake of his good brother's happy life. He was determined to prove himself. Chen Chen began to let his imagination run wild. Let me tell you, back when I was. Gui seized the moment, taking Xu Mengning's delicate hand and saying, aren't you supposed to record a song? Let's go together.
Xu Mengning glanced at Chen Chen, who was talking at length, and Li Chanxian, who was rolling her eyes.
She then followed Gui to the recording studio.
In the lobby, Chen Chen grew more and more enthusiastic, speaking as if it were all true.
Li Chanxian couldn't help but wonder if Chen Chen was actually telling the truth. Could it be that Chen Chen really had a past she didn't know about? P.S. I'm a loser. Chapter 71, 4 songs released. Gui released his songs at such a fast pace.
In fact, many people are skeptical about the quality of Gui's upcoming songs.
After all, in the eyes of many, good things take time. Too fast equals poor quality. March 5th arrived as scheduled. That morning, 4 songs from Gui's studio were released on major music platforms.
Some of Gui's fans who stay up late, as well as some peers in the music industry, clicked into the music platforms.
The fans were simply waiting for Gui, eager to hear the new songs from Gui's studio. However, Gui's peers were different. They were there to assess the quality. Cough cough.
They were actually there to see if the songs Gui had written under such intense pressure were any good. If they weren't, they'd have to step up and challenge Gui. Or rather, when Gui releases his next song, they won't delay their own releases. They'll face off against Gui head to head. There are 4 songs in total. All 4 songs appeared on the homepages of the 3 major music platforms. There haven't been any big names releasing songs recently.
Tingxian Entertainment spent money again. The resources were naturally allocated to Gui. Major music platforms still really like Gui as a musician. After all, every song Gui releases becomes a hit. Moonlight shone on Qin Fang's face. Qin Fang opened his phone and secretly checked the time. It was time. He quietly lifted the blanket slightly, tiptoed out of bed, and left the room. Then he closed the door gently. Qin Fang didn't know that, on the other side of the bed, a pair of eyes had been watching him all along. Zhang Jiasen's brows furrowed deeply. Why is Qin Fang going out so late? Zhang Jiasen didn't think much of it, but she did find it a bit odd. Is the bed not warm enough? Sneaking around in the middle of the night. She was curious. Zhang Jiasen pulled back the blankets, put on her pajamas, and tiptoed out. She followed Qin Fang's footsteps. Xin Fang entered his study and turned on the computer.
Seeing the faint glow in the study, Zhang Jiasun felt puzzled.
She straightened her posture and muttered under her breath, getting up in the middle of the night to play games? Is it because I'm not attractive enough? Is it because she's not attractive enough? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Jiasun was deeply shaken. She decided to check what Xin Fang was up to. In the study, Xin Fang opened the music platform. Seeing the recommended song on the homepage, he clicked on it directly. The first song was Gu Yi's Gentleman. Xin Fang opened the comments section. A user named Love Has Gone commented, "This is the best song I've heard this year, no doubt about it." A piece of candy wrote, "Our distance grew closer in the crowd, turning us into lovers. Our distance grew distant between our brows, turning us into strangers. Will you miss me? The first time I heard it, I didn't understand the meaning of the song. The second time, I became the person in the song. Oh. Everyone else has moved on, but I'm still stuck here. Goodbye, you really know how to write songs you've written straight to my heart again." Xin Fang understood everything in his heart. No problem. It's definitely a heartbreaking love song. He hasn't had any inspiration lately. He'd take a look at how Gui wrote and sang it to get a feel for it. Xin Fang finally played Gentleman. "It's been a while. What role are you playing?" Gui's voice began to play. Xin Fang's eyes lit up. That's the feeling. He wanted to write down the feeling he wanted to sing. Xin Fang closed his eyes and lay back in the chair. The singing continued. "I want to touch your hair, just a simple touch. I want to give you a hug, like we used to. Did you really mean it when you took a step back? Such a small gesture can cause so much pain. I can only play the gentleman to talk to you." The melody of this song is gentle, and the lyrics are heartfelt, easily drawing listeners into the emotions of the song. As a singer known for his melancholic voice, Xin Fang can relate deeply. He couldn't help but think of his own past. He was once like that too. Love that cannot be obtained. P.S. This is a pure music-focused piece. The author will not include references to movies, TV shows, anime, or novels. Chapter 72, You Will Definitely Find Comfort. Xin Fang had his headphones turned up pretty loud. Zhang Jiasun could faintly hear the music even though she was standing behind him. "Can I drive you home? It might start raining outside. Can I give you a hug, like friends? I couldn't help but hug you from behind. I kept it within bounds. I didn't say I missed you. Just pretend we're newly acquainted gentlemen and it was a joke." This song was deep and heartfelt, deeply interpreting sadness. Not only was the vocal style mature, but the handling of details was also very delicate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiasun sighed softly and embraced Xin Fang from behind. Xin Fang smiled slightly. He had actually known all along that Zhang Jiasun was behind him. In truth, Zhang Jiasun felt the same way. Who wasn't he in love but couldn't he have it? Both of them had been too proud in the past. Zhang Jiasun smiled and said, "Your student's song is really good." "Yes." Xin Fang laughed. "He's a genius. Once he comes back in a few days, I'll have to learn from him properly. I still don't understand how he writes such songs." "Great." Zhang Jiasun said, "Let's go together." She also wanted to thank Gui. If it weren't for Gui's cultivating love, the two of them wouldn't have gotten together so soon. Xin Fang nodded. Next time you want to listen to music, you have to call me," Zhang Jiasun added. "No sneaking off on your own." Alright. Xin Fang took off his headphones and opened another song from Gui's studio. The two listened quietly together. When they were young, both of them wanted the other to lower their head and adapt to them. Now things were different. They accommodate each other's flaws, respect each other's preferences, and come to love the things the other loves. That's who they are now, trusting, respecting, understanding, and accepting each other. In the comments section of Gentleman, a master of misdirection appeared. He commented, "The test was successful. The Gentleman is a sweet song." 45 seconds later, a group of netizens started cursing him in the comments section. "Damn it, you liar, may your whole family die. The OP must be alone at home during the new year. How despicable. Change the song. I fell for it." The original poster returned and, refusing to believe the criticism, continued to recommend the song. "Guys, trust me, He Doesn't Understand is a real sweet song." I wonder which of Gui's fans started this trend. Fans nowadays like to exaggerate when listening to songs. But the title of He Doesn't Understand is just too obvious. The fans could tell right away it didn't sound like a sweet song. Naturally, they wouldn't fall for it. So they choose to skip He Doesn't Understand first. They look for other songs to recharge their energy. Except for Gentleman and He Doesn't Understand. There are two songs left, Later and Whisper. Fans. These don't look like sweet songs at all. Hey, Gui is so mean, but I love it. Zhao Xiaoqin lay on the bed, giggling. Zhao Xiaoqin is a loyal fan of Gui. Ever since Gui's song Why Not came out, she has been a huge fan of his. She even watched every episode of Create the Journey and listened to every song Gui wrote. It seems like all 4 of Gui's songs might be sad ones. She decided to trick other netizens and have them test the product for her. Since Gui is so bad, as a fan of Gui, she has to be a little bad too. So, she posted a message on Weibo. Xin Yu Shang. Girls, I listened to Gui's Gentleman as soon as it came out. It's such a sweet song, super sweet. The male lead in the song treats the female lead like a gentleman, it's so sweet. I strongly recommend it to anyone who's heartbroken, it'll definitely bring you comfort. Also, I want to ask everyone else, how about the other 3 songs? Are they good? Sweet? P.S. Also. Chapter 73, life is always full of regrets, but we can strive to minimize them. The blogger's idea reached me all the way in northeast China. The blogger is too cruel, making heartbroken people listen to Gentleman? Isn't that like taking their lives? Did the person above eat mushrooms? Gentleman is a sweet song. Why shouldn't others listen to it? To be fair, he doesn't understand. Later and Whispers are all sweet songs, right? Later is also perfect for those who just broke up. Exactly. Gui's fans don't even know where they learned this from, they don't say a single honest word. Now some clueless netizens are actually going to listen to the songs. Especially some young boys and girls who just broke up. Later. Performed by Xu Mengning. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. The melodious voice echoes in the listener's ears. Later, I finally learned how to love. But you had already left, disappearing into the crowd. Later, I finally understood through tears. Some people, once missed, are gone forever. Later was originally sung by Lu Ruoying in her previous life, with lyrics by Shi Rencheng and music by Yu Qianchun. This song is for those who regret their love. The white petals of the gardenia flower fall on my blue pleated skirt. I love you, you whispered softly. I bowed my head and caught a whiff of fragrance. That eternal summer night at 17, the night you kissed me. Let the stars of that night always remind me of those moments in the years to come. The lyrics of this song. It describes a young girl in a blue pleated skirt uniform, growing up, experiencing many failed relationships, and eventually gaining insight into love. Realizing how regrettable it was to have given up on a relationship so easily back then. Meeting the best version of you in the prime of life. This beautiful memory has been preserved until now. In the end, it can only be a regret. At that age, everything was so beautiful and captivating. Time can help one understand love and learn how to love. But by then, there was no chance to love him or her again. Time can fade sorrow, but it cannot erase the lingering regret in one's heart. Whether you are a listener who has already graduated and started working, or a young listener in the prime of your life, hearing this song will evoke some feelings. Love is not a necessity in life. But after experiencing it, one can't help but feel a bit more reflective about life. Netizens have left comments. It's beautiful, but I cried, I just broke up with her yesterday. I've finally learned how to love you, but you're already married. There's a girl who has always loved that boy. This made the recently broken up netizens even more heartbroken. Change the song. Whisper. Performed by Yang Lei. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. One dream ends, another begins. If this scene had a switch, it would go from anticipation to unbearable. The ending isn't pretty, but people always need to remember their regrets. It came and it went. Without looking back, without asking, do you dare to let go? This song, like Me, was written, composed, and performed by Mao Bui in his previous life. Its themes also share similarities with Like Me. The melody is indeed sad, but overall it remains relatively gentle. It's like a quiet expression of one's attitude toward life. The song contains many heart-wrenching lyrics. Even lonely people occasionally wish for a companion. The ending isn't pretty, but people always need regrets, and when the cold wind blows again, I wonder if life is a bit tough. These lines seem to speak directly to the hearts of many listeners. In this complex yet real world, having a companion has perhaps become the hardest wish for ordinary people to fulfill. Those without true friends can only hide their thoughts deep within themselves. They dare not open their hearts, even choosing to shut themselves off and escape. Whispers clearly captures this feeling and sings it out loud. Netizen Aizo commented, after listening to Later, hearing Whispers feels like Gui is responding to us, telling us that life is full of regrets. When Aizo left the literary scene, I tried my best to stop him. I'm not very good at adapting either, but that's just how my life is. The next morning, Gui logged onto Weibo. He glanced at the comments section. Gui, I just broke up with him, but I still like him. Should I go back to him? Ugh, I actually still love him. I wish I hadn't been so stubborn back then. Gui sighed. He posted a message. Gui. Among billions of people, meeting someone special is already rare. If you like someone, give it a try. For those in loving relationships, cherish your love and make it eternal, not just a memory. Life is full of regrets, but we can strive to minimize them. Chapter 74, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Actually, Gui said these words simply to encourage those friends who clearly like someone but lack the courage to act on their feelings. What if the other person happens to like you? If they don't like you, then cut your losses and move on as soon as possible. Perhaps after confessing, you won't even be able to remain friends. Perhaps you'll never see each other again. But time will heal all wounds and it will eventually pass. It's better than regretting it alone for decades. Why didn't I give it a try back then? These are just my humble thoughts. Fans who follow Gui quickly saw this post from Gui. Great. Gui. I'll follow your lead. I'm going to find him. Gui, I'm going. I've liked him for 10 years and we're still good friends. If I succeed, you have to release a sweet song. Some fans, encouraged by their idol, mustered the courage to give it a try. Others remained unchanged. A netizen with the username loveunrequited commented, "It's a pity, but it's okay. Let her live a happy life." Well, let's just leave it at that. I'll be his friend for life. Thankfully, I didn't get too deeply involved. Breaking up now is just right, even though we can't even be friends. Gui looked at the comments and gave a thumbs up to the fan who had liked the other person for 10 years and was finally ready to confess. He commented, "Alright. Deal." Additionally, he gave a thumbs up to the fan who had just broken up. Gui knew his abilities were limited. He couldn't help every fan. But he could comfort them with his music. Gui finished liking the post and logged out of Weibo. The fans, however, were buzzing with excitement at that moment. What did they see? The real Gui. The Gui who said he'd release a sweet song. I envy the OP. They actually got noticed by Gui. OP, confess your feelings quickly. You're sure to succeed. I want to hear the sweet song. Go for it, OP. The whole village is counting on you. Gui is so spoiling his fans, I love it. Don't be afraid, OP. If the person you like doesn't agree, I'll be your boyfriend. I'm 180 centimeters tall, have six-pack abs, and I'm old school handsome. The netizens in the comments section are really going all out to get Gui to release a sweet song. Selling yourself like this is acceptable. The OP is named Li Yao, a cute girl. She had just gone downstairs to buy a bouquet of flowers and was on her way to confess her feelings when she suddenly heard her phone ringing non-stop. Li Yao took out her phone in confusion and saw 99 plus messages on Weibo. What's going on? She clicked in to see that the first message was from Gui. Gui, alright. Deal. Li Yao was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. She reached up to cover her mouth, but realized that one hand was holding her phone and the other was holding the flowers. She could only drop the phone. It took her a while to calm down. Li Yao picked up her phone, nodded firmly, and walked toward the company with even more determined steps. Today was her day off, and the person she liked was still at work. They had been classmates since middle school and continued to be classmates in high school and university. Even now, they were colleagues. A few minutes later, Li Yao posted a Weibo message. Mu Zi Yao. Mr. Lu really likes this bouquet and he also likes me. Gui, thank you. I'm with Mr. Lu now. He. At Gui, you can't catch me now. Sweet song. Impressive. Best wishes. A girl confessing her feelings? And she even sent flowers? Are you showing me a sci-fi movie, bro? So jealous. Alien, let me see how the sci-fi movies on Blue Star are doing. Alien, 6. Everyone except those who were wishing Li Yao well were frantically tagging Gui. They wanted Gui to fulfill his promise. Gui had only put down his phone half an hour ago. Before he could even log into the game, Jiang Chong arrived at Gui's studio. And she told Gui about Li Yao's successful confession. As Gui's agent, she had been closely monitoring his online activities and would specifically remind him of important matters. If Gui made any mistakes, she would have to help him clean up the mess. Although Gui had never encountered such issues since his debut. However, mistakes can still happen. The entertainment industry in Blue Star is full of celebrities who, after becoming famous, lose their grounding and speak without thinking. This often leads to the end of their careers. Gui heard that one of her fans had confessed their feelings to her and sincerely laughed. I know, I'll release the song. After saying that, Gui logged onto Weibo and found the post made by the fan. He commented, once the words are out, they can't be taken back. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Gui then quickly posted another message using his studio's official account. Gui's studio. Since Ms. Muzio has successfully confessed her feelings, our boss Gui naturally must keep his promise. The song How Lucky performed by Gui will be released on March 9th. It's a sweet song. P.S. There's one more chapter. If you truly like each other, why not give it a try? Less regret, and if it fails, I'll work harder to update more chapters to comfort you. No cheating, okay? Chapter 75, Work and Rest in Balance. A new song is really coming out? Gui is so spoiling his fans. I love Gui so much, he's so honest. The first sweet song of the month, nice. Didn't you notice something special about this date? March 9th? Isn't that the day Chin Gu got married? Sai, is this a song Gui made for Chin Gu and just happened to give it to the fans too? Gui is so cunning. This was said by someone who knows Gui well. After all, Gui is simply too cunning in their eyes. Gui does indeed have a song he planned to give to Chin Fong on his wedding day, but it's not this one. This song is truly the one he gave to his fans. At this moment, Weibo was already flooded with discussions about this. Gui releases a new song for his fans. The most fan-loving singer in history, Gui. March 9th, Gui's new song is coming. Gui is set to release his 7th song this month. This is terrifying. Gui is truly a trending topic machine. Gui's fans are so lucky. He releases songs like his life depends on it. Gui's fans are thrilled, and netizens are enjoying the spectacle. However, other songwriters and singers are already overwhelmed. Again? They took a closer look at the new song chart. First, Someone Like Me. Second, Dignity. Fourth, He Doesn't Understand. Fifth, Gentleman. Seventh, Later. Ninth, Murmurs. Although the singers of each song may be different, but the lyrics and music are all composed by the same person, so it's easy. In other words, the top 10 songs on the new song chart are already dominated by 6 of them. Now that it's still the beginning of the month, Gui has announced plans to release another song. What's he up to? To dominate the top 10 of the new song chart again? They're not leaving any room for their peers. The industry is in an uproar. Xu Mengning, what is this person trying to do? They've already dominated 6 spots in the top 10 of the new song chart, and they still won't stop. AI Ching, someone needs to step in and stop Gui. I'm done. I'm too scared to release any songs now. I'm completely overwhelmed. Wang Yi, humph. How could you possibly understand the mind of a god? Lu Yunan. Xu Mengning. AI Ching. Wang Yi, the conversation ender. Some experts silently watched them chat. The big shots weren't actually absent from the group, they were just lurking in the background. In their eyes, Gui was a newcomer. Newcomers just starting out, being proactive isn't entirely unreasonable. He even feels a bit sorry for him. It's a shame that Gui doesn't save his songs. Releasing so many songs at once, what if he runs out of inspiration later? If these songs were given to them, they could probably work on them for years. Gui is still too young. At the spa, Duanji, acting like an old-timer, laughed. Do they even have time to rest when they release songs? Of course not. Xiaoyu hid the envy in his eyes and then agreed vehemently, exactly, unlike us, who have it so easy. Lu Haoran laughed, that's right. Young people just don't know how to take care of themselves. They're too driven. The 3 of them kept an eye on Gui. Whenever Gui made a big move, they would discuss it briefly, though they never came up with anything substantial. After chatting, all 3 closed their eyes, played some music, and prepared for a good night's sleep. Actually, when they were young, they were just as driven as Gui. They released several songs a month. Nowadays, though, it's mainly because they lack self-control and don't know how to pace themselves. Their bodies can't handle it anymore. They can't even muster the energy to push themselves anymore. Of course, Lu Haoran is the exception, he doesn't have to use his brain. Meanwhile, in the distant Zhanghai region, Gui was currently defending the tower in the central lane. Gui isn't actually busy at all. Everyone thought he was in the office all day studying lyrics and melodies. But that's not the case. He was playing video games all day long. Writing songs doesn't take him much time at all. The songs are already playing in his head. In the afternoon, Songhai walked into Gui's office holding an empty teacup. It wasn't that he had anything to do. He was just bored and wandering around. Seeing Gui playing video games, Songhai smiled and said, "It's good to mix work with leisure." He felt that Gui should spend more time relaxing. Writing songs all day long would be exhausting. Gui looked helplessly at his crystal slowly exploding and sighed. "You're right, I should take a break and relax before starting to write songs again." Playing video games was just too tiring, he had been losing all afternoon. Then Songhai looked at Gui in shock as he turned off his phone. He took out paper and pen and began composing. "So you think writing songs is the same as resting? Playing games is work?" Songhai shook his head wildly. "I don't understand, really don't understand. Is this what genius is?" Songhai sighed while pouring himself a cup of tea. He went off to wander around elsewhere. P.S. Good night. Chapter 76, The Masked Singer. Before heading to Qin Fang's wedding banquet, Gui received a call from an old acquaintance. It was He Qiming, the director of Create the Way. Upon seeing He Qiming's name, Gui answered with a smile and teased, "Director He, it's rare that you remembered me." Gui had a good impression of He Qiming, the director. To be honest, He Qiming had also helped Gui in the past. The two of them had mutually benefited each other. He Qiming had to revise the rules under pressure. Gui also relied on his talent to elevate the show to a level that was originally unattainable. This was actually the first time He Qiming reached out to Gui after he debuted. "I just didn't want to disturb you while you were writing songs," He Qiming replied with a smile. He then got straight to the point. "Gui, I'm here to invite you to participate in a program. I just don't know if you're available." "What kind of show?" Gui asked. "The show is called Masked Singer," He Qiming's deep voice echoed. After explaining further, He Qiming continued. Upon hearing the name, Gui immediately understood. This was likely similar to the Masked Singer program from his previous life. And that was indeed the case. It was a music challenge reality show consisting of 9 episodes. hosted by He Qiming's good friend Gu Gaofei. All participating celebrity singers wear masks, and the audience judges them based on their singing voices. They are ranked in advance to the next round, with the remaining singers competing for the title of Singing God. It is largely similar to the program Gui saw in his previous life. Upon thinking of this show, Gui's mind was suddenly struck by an idea. It seemed like a fun game to play. What if he dressed up as a woman and performed? Gui was already imagining the shocked expressions of the audience when he revealed his true identity. Interesting. The first episode of the show was scheduled to be recorded in June, so there was still plenty of time, and it wouldn't interfere with Gui's plans. Let's give it a try. Whether he's a singing god or not doesn't matter, what's important is the fun of participating. Gui immediately accepted He Qiming's invitation. He Qiming also assured Gui that he would provide a satisfactory appearance fee. In a few days, the program production team will send someone to listen to Xian Entertainment and sign a contract with Gui. He Qiming hung up the phone and smiled at Gu Gaofei beside him. Alright, I've invited the person for you. Gu Gaofei was the director of The Masked Singer and a close friend of He Qiming. Since He Qiming had clashed with several top entertainment companies, he had withdrawn from the directing industry and planned to enjoy life. Who would have thought that his friend Gu Gaofei would invite him to help out at such a time? Without a second thought, He Qiming accepted his friend's invitation. Originally, he just wanted to help out without being listed in the program credits. But Gu Gaofei insisted on putting his name on the director's list for the show. Thinking about this, He Qiming continued to persuade him, "Old Gu, you really shouldn't put my name on your show." Gu Gaofei shook his head seriously and said, "Impossible. You deserve credit for this, we can't just erase it. Besides, this show doesn't feature celebrities. There's no big-name star traffic. The show focuses on talent. If necessary, I won't go to those top-tier companies to find those top-tier celebrities. I'll just find those once famous but now forgotten talented singers. I think they'll be more than happy to join the show, they need this opportunity. Besides, we already have the recently popular young singer Gui, don't we? I've already seen Gui's talent and influence in your show create the future. That was only because of your connections that you invited him. Don't worry about it, I know how to handle these things. We've been friends for decades, it's no big deal." Gu Gaofei spoke at length. He was trying to reassure He Qiming. Unable to persuade Gu Gaofei, He Qiming sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Do as you please. You're still so stubborn at your age." He knew very well how unwelcome he was in the eyes of major companies. Just don't let The Masked Singer ruin everything because of him. Gu Gaofei knew this well too. But he had to stand by his good friend and brother. They had been friends for decades. No matter right or wrong, he stands by He Qiming. Moreover, He Qiming hasn't done anything wrong. Neither of them is short on money, what they lack is just a sense of pride. Does that mean shows can't go on without artists from the top 4 entertainment companies? Gu Gaofei doesn't believe that. He only believes in his own show, in its creativity, and in its ability to shock this industry. P.S. I'll take responsibility for what I've said. Woof woof woof. Chapter 77, we're asking Gui where he gets all that inspiration. On March 9th, Xu Mengning got up at 7 in the morning. She spent a lot of time getting ready. Xu Mengning placed great importance on this opportunity to attend Qin Feng's wedding alongside Gui. After all, this was the first time she had attended a formal event with Gui since they had started dating. Even she, who rarely wore makeup, applied a light makeup and put on some jewelry. Beneath her lively appearance, there was an added touch of maturity. She looked even more radiant and charming. "Mengning, Gui is already waiting outside our house," Li Manyu's voice reached Xu Mengning's ears. "What? He's already here?" Xu Mengning hurried out of the room. Li Manyu looked at her carefully dressed daughter, then glanced at Gui in the distance. She couldn't help but smile. 2 words came to mind, perfectly matched. Unfortunately, at that moment, an untimely voice sounded beside her. Su Ziyuan sighed 3 times, "It's over, completely over." Su Ziyuan was deeply heartbroken. He was so upset he couldn't hold back his tears. Even when he returned from business trips abroad, his daughter had never dressed up like this to greet him. Now his daughter was showing her best side to that boy outside. Thinking of this, Su Ziyuan turned to look at Gui. Under today's circumstances, even the usually casual Gui had put on formal attire, making his figure appear even more tall and straight. Seeing Su Ziyuan looking at him, Gui gave a friendly smile. "Whoa." Su Ziyuan couldn't help but gasp, thinking to himself, "Goodness gracious, this kid is even more handsome today. Who could resist that?" He even thought he was handsome. Su Ziyuan looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering. Su sang. "Su. Ji. Yuan. What are you staring at the sun for? Don't you want your eyes anymore? Let us go." Li Manyu's loud voice snapped Su Ziyuan back to reality. Su Ziyuan turned and followed Li Manyu. Then he saw Gui and Xu Mengning holding hands, laughing and chatting as they got into the same car. Su Ziyuan felt his heart grow as cold as a knife blade. Where was the sun? There was none. All he could see was a downpour.
The Chenling Hotel was a renowned 5-star hotel, but today it had been booked by Qin Fong for his wedding with Zhang Jiasen. After the four of them handed over the invitations and gifts, they entered together. Once inside, the four split into two groups.
Gu Yi went with Xu Mengning, while Li Manyu went with Xu Ziyuan.
Since they were not of the same age group, there was no need for them to stay together.
Gu Yi and Xu Mengning hadn't seen anyone they recognized yet.
So the two of them found a corner and chatted among themselves. Gu Yi didn't go looking for others, but others came looking for him.
Most of the people attending the wedding were from the entertainment and music industries. Gu Yi is currently at the peak of his fame.
In January, he debuted as the center position in Create the Future and was specifically praised by the Chinese Ancient Culture Association. In February, his song 10,000 Borders was officially praised and promoted. He even outperformed the Song King, lyricist, and hit song and secured the top spot on the monthly Hot Songs chart. In March, it was even more astonishing. Within just a few days, it dominated half of the top 10 spots on the new song chart, causing many singers to dare not release new songs. And this person is only 21 years old, having just debuted.
How terrifying. That's why everyone wants to befriend Gu Yi. If they could secure a song from Gu Yi, that would be the best.
After all, Gu Yi's talent is undeniable. Every song he releases goes viral. Some singers even say privately that they'd pay any price to get a song from Gu Yi. But Gu Yi has never written a single song for anyone outside his own studio. Even those singers who managed to contact Gu Yi through their agencies were all turned down by him. Gu Yi has always adhered to the principle of quality over quantity. He would never write songs carelessly for others. That would be too disrespectful to the talented predecessors from his past life.
He will only give the right song to the right person.
If all else fails, he'll just have to work harder and sing a few more songs himself. A group of people gathered around Gu Yi, chatting about this and that, when suddenly a loud voice rang out.
Let me see what's going on.
Why are you all gathered here? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yi knew he had finally spotted a familiar face.
Yu Wenchuan walked inside while looking around.
A singer was pushed aside by Yu Wenchuan and was about to speak, but upon seeing him, immediately smiled and said, "Senior Yu.
What are you all looking at?" Yu Wenchuan asked curiously.
We're asking Gu Yi how he gets so much inspiration to write so many songs, the singer said with a smile, scratching his head.
Oh, Gu Yi is here.
Yu Wenchuan chuckled, I'll go take a look.
It's been ages since I last saw that mischievous little guy. Chapter 78, How lucky I am to have fallen in love with you. Gu Yi.
Yu Wenchuan's voice was deep and resonant, and Gu Yi heard it clearly.
Gu Yi followed the sound and immediately spotted Yu Wenchuan in the crowd. Gu Yi then led Xu Mengning to Yu Wenchuan.
Just as Gu Yi was about to reach out, Yu Wenchuan gave him a big bear hug and then slapped his shoulder hard, saying, You're something else. You're already so impressive just starting out.
Yu Wenchuan had a carefree personality, and he slapped Gu Yi with all his might. He caught Gu Yi off guard.
Fortunately, Gu Yi had been working out regularly. If it had been a more delicate or physically weaker artist, they might not have been able to withstand Yu Wenchuan's blows. It was just luck. Gu Yi said modestly, though his words carried a hint of self-deprecation.
What luck? Why don't I have that kind of luck? Yu Wenchuan snapped, glaring at him. He always felt that Gu Yi was being modest. Writing one hit song could be luck, 2 or 3 could also be luck. But every single song going viral?
That has nothing to do with luck, it's pure talent. In Gu Yi's own eyes, it was indeed luck. He felt incredibly fortunate to be able to release the outstanding songs of his predecessors in this world.
However, Gu Yi doesn't want to say much more on this topic. Mr. Yu, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Xu Mengning.
Although Yu Wenchuan had seen Xu Mengning perform with Gu Yi on Create the Future. But that didn't stop Gu Yi from formally introducing her to Yu Wenchuan. After all, Gu Yi hadn't been in a relationship with Xu Mengning at the time. At that time, they were just friends, but now they were in a romantic relationship, so it was only natural to reintroduce them.
Xu Mengning smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Yu. Yu Wenchuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, No, no, no.
The show aired months ago.
You two shouldn't call me mentor.
I'm only in my 30s, and you're both in your 20s.
Calling me mentor makes me sound old. I'm just a bit older than you two. Just call me Xian Gu. Yu Wenchuan then smiled like an ant and asked, When are the two of you getting married?
Make sure to invite me when the time comes.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yi and Xu Mengning were both taken aback.
They exchanged glances and laughed. We'll definitely let Xian Gu know when the time comes. The two were still chatting. The hotel was filled with the soothing sounds of music. However, Gu Yi found the prelude of the music somewhat familiar. Meaning in a sea of millions, sharing the same chemistry, how rare that is.
You understand my stubbornness, and I understand your temper. Two hearts are drawing closer.
There's no time to explain my feelings, for fear of missing the chance to fall in love with you.
Romance is ready, a brand new journey.
It turned out to be Gu Yi's newly released song, How Lucky, released this morning.
Looking at Gu Yi's expression, Yu Wenchuan smiled and asked, Your new song?
Upon hearing this, the other artists around them also turned to look at Gu Yi.
Yeah. Gu Yi nodded. Upon hearing Gui's definitive answer, the other artists immediately listened closely to the song. How lucky to be in the most beautiful years of your life. Meeting you, with no regrets or sorrows. Hold you tight with all my strength. Don't let happiness slip away. How lucky to love you. Becoming me was the best decision of my life. I believe you are the one and only. I'll stay by your side until the end. The lyrics of this song are simple and refreshing, brimming with deep affection. Paired with Gui Chen's calm voice and heartfelt performance, it quickly immerses listeners in the sweetness of first love. Plus, today is Qin Fang's wedding day. It adds an extra touch of romance. A few minutes later, other artists around them couldn't help but marvel. Another great song. Gui truly deserves the title of Prince of Love Songs. This title is well deserved. It's so frustrating to compare oneself to others. When will I ever be able to write a song like this? Yu Wenchuan asked with a smile. Gui, is this song for Qin Fang? No, Gui shook his head. Not this one. This song is for the fans. What? Yu Wenchuan was stunned. Not this one? Does that mean Gui brought another song today? Thinking of Gui's impressive track record, Yu Wenxian felt that no wedding gift could be more precious than this love song. At that thought, he envied Qin Fang so much he could grind his teeth to dust. His old buddy, who's been single with him for over a decade, is getting married and is about to receive a great song. No matter how he thought about it, it was unbearable. He was afraid his brother would suffer, yet also afraid he would drive a Land Rover. Seeing his brother finally find love made him feel worse than when he himself had broken up. Though he'd always been single. Chapter 79, This is Love. As they were talking, Qin Fang appeared in their line of sight, holding Zhang Jesen's hand. Qin Fang held Zhang Jesen's hand and walked quickly over, giving Yu Wenchuan and Gui a bear hug before smiling and saying, I had an urgent matter earlier and couldn't greet you properly. I apologize. Gui smiled and shook his head, saying, Qin Gu, won't you introduce us to your wife? Qin Fang gave Zhang Jesen a loving glance, then immediately took her hand and introduced her. This is my wife, Zhang Jesen. Seeing Qin Fang's happy expression, Yu Wenchuan felt a pang of jealousy. Then Qin Fang turned to introduce Zhang Jesen to Yu Wenchuan and the others. Zhang Jesen also turned to look at Yu Wenchuan. Yu Wenchuan quickly composed himself and smiled broadly, saying, Hello, sister-in-law. Gui looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment. It seems our Shen Gu still has some skills up his sleeve. That quick change of expression isn't something just anyone can learn. Then turning to Gui, Zhang Jesen saw him extend his hand and smiled, I've watched all your shows. Thank you for cultivating love. It was beautiful. Without Gui's song Cultivating Love, she and Qin Fang wouldn't have reconciled so soon. So Zhang Jesen was truly grateful to Gui. Gui shook her hand politely and smiled, it's my honor. Then Zhang Jesen pulled Xu Mengning away. Girls seemed to have endless topics to discuss. They had only just met, but after a few words, they were already walking hand in hand like best friends. Only Gui and the other two men were left standing there. Gui and Qin Fang exchanged gentle glances as they watched the two girls leave, leaving only Yu Wenchuan standing there with a face full of exasperation. So it's just me, the lone single guy. Yu Wenchuan suddenly wrapped his arms around Gui and Qin Fang's necks and said in a sinister tone, They're already gone, why are you still looking? Do you think of your brothers as nothing? Qin Fang. Gui. After a brief silence, the two of them spoke in unison, who's talking? Yu Wenchuan. After a brief interlude, Qin Fang temporarily bid farewell to the two, as he had to attend to other guests. Gui had also informed Qin Fang about his plan to sing a song for him, and Qin Fang had already set the time for Gui to perform on stage. Time passed slowly. After obtaining the consent of the guests present, Qin Fang had the live stream started. At this wedding, Qin Fang wanted every one of his fans to see it. Wow, Qin Gu is live streaming. This is the wedding venue. So many singers. Let me find out where Gui is. Oh, I can't see Gui. Where did he hide? As soon as Qin Fang's livestream went live, countless fans who had been waiting eagerly flooded into the livestream. They've been waiting for this moment for so long. They were all waiting to watch Qin Fang's wedding ceremony. All the guests were seated, and the wedding officially began. Zhang Jesen's father solemnly placed his daughter's hand on Qin Fang's. The two of them held hands and walked toward the center of the stage. Zhang Jesen is so beautiful. Qin Fang is so handsome. Qin Gu is getting married, and I'm heartbroken. Wah, it's a world where only I'm hurt. Qin Fang's fans were chatting in the livestream. At that moment, someone sneaked up to the edge of the stage and picked up the microphone. This was Gui, who had been missing for half a day. Originally, Qin Fang wanted Gui to perform specially, but Gui felt that this was Qin Fang's wedding, and he couldn't upstage the host. So he chose this spot to accompany the wedding with his music. As Gui took the stage, the original music stopped and an unfamiliar prelude began to play. The viewers in the live stream also noticed this figure. Holy crap! Look who that is. Gui. What is he doing sneaking around like that? Ha ha ha. Gui is so funny. Is he going to sing? I haven't heard the intro before. It's a new song. Impressive. I thought how lucky was the song Gui specifically chose to give to Chin Gu today, but there's more. Gui stood at the edge of the stage, watching the two people in suits and a wedding dress walk up happily. He smiled slightly and sang the first line of the song. Maybe memories have fallen into the sea. Chapter 80. The song fits perfectly, and so do the people. Maybe some memories can't be brought back. Perhaps time will steal away the waiting. Love, for a long time, maybe, will part. This Is Love was originally sung by Zhang Jie in the previous life of Gui. This song truly embodies the definition of great love in Zhang Jie's heart. Gui remembers that in his previous life, a proposal video featuring this song was very popular and fitting. He felt that the lyrics of the song perfectly matched the love story between Qin Feng and Zhang Jiasun. So he chose this song for Qin Feng's wedding. We both love the present. We were once replaced by others. We all have similar regrets. So let's drift together in the sea of people. Qin Feng and Zhang Jiasun stood face to face on stage. Zhang Jiasun listened to the song and tears welled up in her eyes. She and Qin Feng had been in love for a long time before parting ways, each drifting through life for their own careers. Though they rarely kept in touch, their hearts still held that love, that regret. They had thought their paths would never cross again, but unexpectedly, because of a song, they found themselves standing face to face at a wedding. And the singer of that song was also present at the wedding, performing another song of blessing for them. With the best lover and the best friends. What else could they possibly regret? Qin Feng's eyes also misted over. A man may not shed tears easily, but when love runs deep, tears are not something to be ashamed of. The guests at the scene watched the couple on stage in silence, sending them their best wishes in their hearts. The viewers in the live stream were also captivated by the scene. May you have 100 years of happiness. Blessings. 99999999999999999. Stay in love forever. Hey, you old guy, we agreed to stay single together, and you went and got married first? That's a no-no. Below the stage, Yu Wenchuan clenched his fists and muttered under his breath. Though he spoke these words, he was actually happy for Qin Feng, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. However, at that moment, Yu Wenchuan suddenly realized a terrifying problem. Will my sister-in-law restrict old Qin from playing games with me? Ugh. Yu Wenchuan fell into deep thought. Does my sister-in-law play games? If she does play games, what if I accidentally call old Qin my treasure? What if I accidentally respond when old Qin calls her darling? What if? Xu Mengning, sitting one seat away from Yu Wenchuan, didn't have such complicated thoughts. Everyone present was watching the two newlywed couples. Only she was staring intently at Gui. She only clapped mechanically along with the crowd from time to time. Her thoughts were entirely on Gui. Even though no one else considered Gui the main focus of the event, in her eyes, he was the only one who mattered. Gui is so handsome. Xu Mengning couldn't help but blurt out what she was thinking. After saying that, Xu Mengning quickly covered her mouth, looked around to make sure no one noticed her, and then continued watching Gui with a secret smile. Suddenly, Xu Mengning seemed to realize something. She tapped her own cheek and thought to herself, oh my gosh, Xu Mengning, you sound like a love-struck girl. After a moment of internal struggle, Xu Mengning thought to herself, never mind. Let's just skip this. If I'm a love-struck girl, so be it. Anyway, I only have eyes for Gui, and no one else knows. He. When we get married, will you sing for me? What song will you sing? Xu Mengning was caught up in her own thoughts. Gui's singing continued to echo in her ears. The lingering shadows. Let me bury it for you. The sight of you crying all night. From now on, they'll be planted in my mind. The dialogue under the moonlight. As pure as a child. You asked me several times, what is that? Chapter 81, perhaps this is love. What is love? It might be seeing you and smiling, seeing you and blushing, feeling your heart race uncontrollably when you're near. It might be my confession to you under the moonlight. A gentle breeze dispels the haze, and soft moonlight cascades down. In this moment, the stars twinkle in the night sky, silently sending their blessings. It might be decades later, when we have gray hair, holding hands and looking forward to the changes of the sea. When the once thrilling emotions fade into calm, I will still be by your side. Perhaps this is love. On stage, Qin Feng kneels down on one knee and gently places the ring on Zhang Jiasun's finger. At that moment, Gui's song finally reaches its climax. This is love. This is love. This is love. This song uses the simplest words to vividly construct a grand vision of love. Under the grand, delicate, and tender interpretation of Gui, the power of love is fully expressed. Paired with the wedding scenes of Qin Feng unfolding before the audience. It left a powerful impact on both the guests in attendance and the viewers watching the livestream. Some emotional young women in the audience were even moved to tears. That's amazing. They finally found their happily ever after. Wow. I'm crying. Qin Gu already has the person he loves most. I have no chance now. This song is so fitting and beautiful. You really put a lot of thought into it. Qin Gu got married, and I'm actually not sad at all.
There were still viewers in the live stream trying to deny it.
After finishing the song, Gui retired gracefully, quietly left the stage, and returned to the banquet.
Along the way, some people who recognized Gui gave him thumbs up.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
So heartfelt.
Little did anyone know that Gui was halfway there when he was pulled away by Qin Feng's mother. Qin Feng's mother was named Li Xiufeng, a kind-hearted old lady.
Thank you so much today, little Li Xiufeng said with a warm smile. It's no problem.
I'm friends with Qin Gu, and he has helped me before.
Gui laughed.
As soon as Gui finished speaking, Li Xiufeng gently prized open his hand and placed 2 large red envelopes in his palm.
Auntie is giving you a big red envelope, one for you and one for your little girlfriend. Gui happily accepted them.
Although he wasn't short of money, Li Xiufeng certainly knew that Gui wasn't short of money. But on such a joyous occasion, one should accept others' kind gestures, and it's also good to share in the good fortune.
Xiaoyi, you've been singing for so long, you must be hungry. Go eat.
Li Xiufeng let go of Gui's hand and smiled.
Gui nodded and returned to his seat with a happy smile. As soon as he sat down, Gui pulled Xu Mengning's hand over, opened it, and placed a red envelope in her hand, saying generously, "Take it. It's the hard-earned money your boyfriend just made." A big red envelope.
Xu Mengning gave a playful smile, took the red envelope, and said, "Thank you for working so hard."
A big red envelope? Where's the big red envelope?
Upon hearing the words big red envelope, Yu Wenchuan immediately stopped replaying the scenes of him and Qin Feng playing together in his mind and turned to ask.
Gui chuckled, waving the red envelope in his hand and said, "Isn't it right here? What the heck? Is it real? Why don't I have one?" Yu Wenchuan was extremely.
Despite being in his 30s and a famous celebrity, Yu Wenchuan was actually very down to earth.
He didn't need the money from the red envelope. But he just loved to join in the fun. If others had it, he had to have it too. "I sang," Gui said matter-of-factly. "Then I'll sing too." With that, Yu Wenchuan was gone in a flash. He really does what he says. A few minutes later, Yu Wenchuan was already on stage.
A few minutes later, he returned with a big red envelope in his hands, walking back with a smug expression on his face.
"Oh, this big red envelope is so nice."
Yu Wenxian's boastful voice reached Gui's ears.
Gui leaned close to Xu Meng's ear and whispered, "Xian Gu is so childish." Gui seemed to be whispering, but his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Yu Wenchuan heard every word clearly and glared at Gui with a face full of disbelief. "Could you have been any louder?"
Xu Mengning smiled sweetly and thought to herself, "You're pretty childish too."
However, she liked Gui's childishness and enjoyed playing along with him. Xu Mengning nodded like a chick pecking at grain, then quietly whispered in Gui's ear, "I think so too. Right? We have to keep it down so he doesn't hear us." Watching the two of them conspire loudly, Yu Wenchuan was about to burst into laughter. Publicly humiliating someone. No. This isn't just teasing a couple, this is trying to kill this single guy. Young people these days are so ruthless. Disgusting. Chapter 82, Just Right. After the wedding, on the hotel rooftop, Gui, Qin Feng, and Yu Wenchuan were standing there, enjoying the gentle March breeze. The three of them raised their glasses and clinked them lightly. Yu Wenchuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, groom."
Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Yu Wenchuan and said, "Don't just congratulate me. You should start thinking about your own marriage sooner or later."
"Oomph." Yu Wenchuan replied irritably, "You don't know what you're talking about."
Seeing his old friend's stubborn expression, Qin Feng sighed in frustration and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it.
You're no use. Maybe by the time Gui gets married, you'll still be a single dog." At this point, Qin Feng changed the subject and turned to Gui. "Speaking of which, Gui, when are you getting married?" Gui was caught off guard by Qin Feng's question. The onlookers suddenly froze in shock. How did this topic end up on him? However, Gui quickly replied, "It depends on Ms. Su." "Really?"
Qin Feng chuckled, "Wait a moment, I'll call Xu Mengning up here to ask her." After saying that, Qin Feng pretended to go downstairs.
Startled, Gui quickly grabbed Qin Feng. No. Gui admitted he had overreacted earlier. He felt it was a bit abrupt. "Damn it. Don't you two even consider how a single guy like me feels? Do you have any human rights? Come on." Yu Wenchuan lost his composure. Qin Feng ignored Yu Wenchuan and suddenly sighed, looking worried. To be honest, being too happy is also a kind of trouble. Sigh. Gui. Yu Wenchuan. Is this even human speech? The two could tell that Qin Feng wasn't joking, but his words were indeed quite awkward. The two listened quietly as Qin Feng poured out his heart. All the preceding words were meaningless, just showing off their affection, so he and Yu Wenchuan chose to ignore it. Only Qin Feng's last sentence was the real gem. "I'm too happy to write depressing songs anymore." That was Qin Feng's dilemma. He is currently in a rather awkward position. He can't write depressing songs, and he doesn't know how to write sweet ones either. For someone who takes music seriously, being stuck in the middle is indeed frustrating. So, Qin Feng looked at Gui and said, "I want to ask you, Gui, how do you write songs of various genres?" Yu Wenchuan also looked over, equally curious. Before Gui could speak, Qin Feng added with a smile, of course. You don't have to say if it's inconvenient. He knew that asking a creator how they create songs was rather impolite, like trying to peek into someone's martial arts manual. If he hadn't been at a loss for words, he wouldn't have asked so much. Gui smiled naturally and said, Xingu, you both know I have a friend named Chen Chen, right? Qin Feng and Yu Wenchuan nodded in unison. Gui continued, his emotional experiences are quite rich, and many of my songs draw inspiration from him. After saying this, Gui felt no emotion, and even felt like laughing. Yu Wenchuan suddenly realized, oh, I knew that guy wasn't someone who would stay put. Qin Feng also sighed, who would have thought? Listening to the two of them, Gui rarely coughed once, slightly covering up his awkwardness. It's over. Chen Qinfeng's reputation is ruined. I'll have to write him a few more sad songs when I get back to solidify his image. Damn it, old Qin, why are you staring at me? I'm not into guys. Yu Wenchuan suddenly shouted. You're really useless. Qin Feng sighed in disappointment, look at Chen Chen over there, and then look at you, a single dog. I can't count on you anymore. Yu Wenchuan's face turned dark again. This is called being innocent, do you understand? You're in your 30s and still using the word innocent? You're really shameless. Gui, hurry up and save your brother. I swear, if he doesn't find a way out, he might even try to set me up on a blind date. Yu Wenchuan clung to Gui like a lifeline. However, his words reminded Qin Feng, who suddenly exclaimed, why didn't I think of that? You're old enough anyway. Going on a blind date is just right. Just right? Gui heard Qin Feng say the words just right and felt an eerie familiarity. That voice. And he also suddenly remembered the likes he had given to his Weibo followers' comments. Thank goodness I didn't get too involved. Breaking up now is just right, even if we can't be friends anymore. This comment was particularly profound. Gui couldn't help but hum along. Our love, it's just right like this. As Gui sang the first line, Qin Feng and Yu Wenchuan froze instantly, their ears perked up. Not too much, not too little enough to forget. I should be able to take care of myself. Our distance is just right. Not enough for us to embrace, and it can't be salvaged. Those who have loved fiercely shouldn't dwell on the past. The rooftop had no background music, only a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, so Gui's performance was completely unaccompanied. But Gui's performance still left Qin Feng and Yu Wenchuan spellbound. When he reached this point, Gui stopped singing. Turning his head, he saw Qin Feng and Yu Wenchuan staring at him with hopeful expressions. Keep going. Yu Wenchuan blurted out. Qin Feng asked, what's the name of this song? Gui smiled and said, it's just right. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he had just said, just right, and thought to himself, could Gui have made it up on the spot? That would be really terrifying. Improvisation can be this high quality. Qin Feng's hands trembled as he asked, Gui, did you write this song beforehand? Yes. Gui nodded, the inspiration came from a comment by a fan on Weibo. Qin Feng sighed in relief. It seemed that Gui wasn't that extraordinary after all. He had almost scared him to death just now. Gui took the opportunity to add, actually, fans' experiences are also material for my songs. Gui had been building up to this line for a long time. Now, no matter what kind of song he writes in the future, he'll have an explanation. Fans. A group even bigger than Chen Chen to take the blame. I feel so uncomfortable right now, Gui. Can you just finish singing that song? Yu Wenchuan interrupted their conversation, shouting hoarsely. Listening to the song halfway through, he felt like ants were crawling all over his body. Gui joked, I can't sing well without music. Yu Wenchuan rolled his eyes. High emotional intelligence, humility. Low emotional intelligence, Verlaine. Guichuan, the Emperor of Versailles. Qin Feng laughed and said, there's a piano downstairs. Why don't you give it a try? Let's go. After saying that, the three of them went downstairs together. As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, someone greeted Qin Feng and the others. Zhang Jiasen and Xu Mengning, who were chatting in the distance, also waved hello. Gui clearly saw that Xu Mengning's face was very red. Her gaze also seemed to avoid his. What on earth were those girls talking about? Gui and the others walked over to the piano, and Gui sat down gently. Chapter 83, Exclusive Performance Rights. All the guests present had impressive musical backgrounds. As Gui sat down, all eyes in the hall turned toward him, and the room fell silent, ready to enjoy the performance of this young man who had recently been the center of attention. Although Gui had also sung at Qin Feng's wedding, everyone's attention had been on Qin Feng's wedding at the time, and they hadn't had the chance to listen carefully. Gui sat up straight, his slender fingers dancing across the piano keys. The delicate, melancholic prelude of the piano filled the air. Xu Mengning heard the melancholic melody and looked over at Zhang Jiasen with concern. She spoke apologetically, Xanjia, Gui is just too obsessed with music he didn't notice for a moment. Qin Feng and Zhang Jiasen's wedding had just ended, and she felt it was inappropriate for Gui to play such a song in this setting. Gui had probably been too engrossed to notice, so it was up to her to step in. Zhang Jiasun turned her head, smiled, and shook her head. It's okay. Look how happy the three of them are. They truly love music. Back then, it wasn't until years after breaking up with Qin Feng that she realized love isn't a constraint. She shouldn't have pursued her own ideals at the expense of supporting her partner's dreams. Just like now, supporting Qin Feng's musical career. Because she knew that Qin Feng loved not only music but also her. Xu Mengning also looked up at the stage. Yes, I love it too. If someone is at the lighthouse, playing with her hair, thoughts carved into the walls and tiles. If feelings struggle, without the elegance of words, let go of the hand reaching out to hold on. This song was composed and written by Xue Jiqian himself in his previous life, and it is his most masterful work in the realm of ballads. The melody is delicate and distinct, and the story it tells is heartbreaking. Don't dwell on the marks on my body. As Gui finished the song, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Qin Feng and Yu Wenchuan praised Gui from behind, saying, "That was beautiful." Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. This was the very essence of what Qin Feng wanted to capture in his writing. Gui didn't leave his seat but turned to look at Qin Feng and said, "Qin Gu, interested in giving it a try? I'll accompany you." "Ha?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "Me?" Gui smiled and nodded. "Yes, I heard you sing a few lines earlier, and I think you're more suited for this song than I am." Earlier, when Gui was singing, Qin Feng had stood behind him and couldn't help but sing along for a few lines. Gui heard it clearly. He believed that Qin Feng might be able to interpret this song even better. If Qin Feng really sang it better than him, he might consider handing the song over to Qin Feng to perform. After all, Qin Feng's voice and singing style were really similar to that of the senior artist from his previous life. However, you have to pay extra. Stop being so dramatic. Gui let you try, so just give it a shot. Yu Wenchuan pushed Qin Feng toward the microphone with a sweeping gesture. He had already caught the meaning behind Gui's words and could tell that Qin Feng really wanted to sing the song. But these two, one speaks in riddles, and the other is overly sentimental. So he had to step in and give them a push. Qin Feng was pushed to the microphone, and Gui handed his phone to Qin Feng. The phone displayed the lyrics and melody of Just Right. Qin Feng took it and smiled, saying, "Well, I'll give it a try." Gui sat down, and Qin Feng stood up. This was their first collaboration. Under the expectant gazes of the guests, the two began their performance. As soon as Qin Feng began to sing, Gui knew immediately that this song was truly meant for him. Compared to himself, Qin Feng was indeed more suited for the song. Qin Feng's voice perfectly captured the courage and reluctance of a man facing a breakup, evoking deep emotion in those who listened. The lyrics described a man who, to ease the mind of the one he deeply loved, was willing to be the one to end the relationship, bringing the love to a close at the just right moment, rather than burdening his beloved with emotional pain. Yet he himself holds back tears after turning away. The gentle piano melody, like a trickling stream, combined with Qin Feng's tender and emotional voice, melts the heart in this deeply moving love story. Watching their performance, a top-tier celebrity in the audience couldn't help but gape in awe. That's amazing. A chart-topping masterpiece. Their chemistry is incredible. Compared to Gui's previous performances, their duet seems to have an extra layer of depth. A singer who was familiar with Qin Feng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before saying, "It feels like a song tailored specifically for Qin Feng. It perfectly matches the Qin-style ballad style." Wow, if it was tailored to the style, that's incredible. If I remember correctly, the songs in Gui's studio are all quite in line with the singer's own styles. Exactly. Especially that singer named Yang Lei's song Xiaoqiu is absolutely amazing. Darn it. How can I get Gui to custom make songs for me? I'm even considering going to Gui's studio to hang out. The guests below whispered among themselves, while the two on stage had already finished their performance. Qin Feng, who had just finished singing, pulled Gui aside and said shyly, "Gui, I have a favor to ask. Could you possibly give me the singing rights to this song?" He had always written and sung his own songs before. This was the first time he had ever asked someone else to sing one of his songs. He really wanted to obtain the performance rights to Gui's song. Gui had the same idea and smiled, "Of course you can, but my song copyright fees are pretty expensive." Qin Feng laughed and said, "Name your price." Gui saw this and joked, "Then I'll have to raise the price on the spot." In fact, Gui didn't actually raise the price. Gui was a copyright enthusiast. To prevent his own songs from being used without his permission in the future, he would only sell a portion of the performance rights. For example, Qin Feng paid 1 million yuan to purchase the exclusive right to perform the song first, and all proceeds generated from Just Right thereafter must be split 50-50 with Gui. As for whether Gui will allow others to sing this song in the future, Qin Feng has no right to interfere. However, Qin Feng isn't too concerned about this. He has already secured the first release. If someone else sings the song better than him, he'll just accept it. After all, it's better to be more carefree in life. Dwelling too much on things only adds unnecessary trouble. After wrapping up Qin Feng's wedding trip, Gui returned to his studio the next day. He also took a quick look at the rankings for How Lucky. Most of Qin Feng's fans believed that How Lucky was a blessing Gui had sent to Qin Feng. Thanks to the buzz from Qin Feng's wedding, it had already climbed into the top 20 of the new song chart within a day. It's likely to enter the top 10 soon. Interestingly, the song currently generating the most online buzz isn't How Lucky, but the unreleased This Is Love. Chapter 84, Love Yourself Before Loving Others. Clips from Qin Feng's wedding livestream have been edited into videos. All topics related to Qin Feng's wedding video are accompanied by curious netizens asking the same 3 questions. What's the name of the song Gui sang? Has it been released yet? Where can we listen to it? A group of people also went to Qin Feng's Weibo comments, trying to get information about the song from him. However, Qin Feng was helpless. He truly didn't know the name of the song. The clearest memory was the lyrics from Gui's song. Is this love? Based on Qin Feng's experience, he believed these must be the lyrics from Gui's song. However, he wouldn't presume to take credit for something he didn't know and tell the netizens the song's title. He had more important matters at hand, announcing his collaboration with Gui. So Qin Feng's fans didn't get the news they were waiting for, but they did get a pleasant surprise instead. Qin Feng. New song preview. A heartfelt ballad titled Just Right, performed by myself and written and composed by Gui, will be released on all major music platforms on March 15th. It is said that Gui drew inspiration for this song from one of his fans. Let's all look forward to the story behind the song. The comments section exploded instantly. Qin Feng's 19-year-long fan base is no joke. New song. Wow, a dream collaboration. This seems like the first time Qin Go has sung a song written by someone else. My 2 favorite singers are collaborating. Double the excitement, guys. Sisters, does anyone have a time machine? Let me go back to the 15th to listen to it. Was the inspiration from a fan? I really want to know which fan's story inspired this. Curious netizens quickly began investigating. Finally, they found the comment that Gui had liked. They found the comment from the fan named Love Unrequited. It's a shame, but it's okay. I'll just watch her live a happy life. Well, let's just leave it at that. I'll be her friend for life. Thankfully, I didn't get too involved. Breaking up now is just right, even if we can't be friends. Upon seeing the comments, netizens immediately knew they had found the right place. And because of Gui Dian's like, many people had already inquired about AI Airbudit beforehand. However, after posting this comment, Love Unrequited seemed to have vanished into thin air and hasn't appeared since. Gui is currently doing his best to contact this fan. He at least needs the fan's consent before mentioning anything about them in his song. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. However, his message has been sent for several hours now, and there has been no response. He must still be working. Although Gui could obtain the fan's phone number through the music platform, that would be a clear invasion of privacy, and Gui would never do such a thing. So there's nothing left to do but wait. While the entire internet was searching for this fan was standing alone on a straight bridge. Tianzhu is a people pleaser. From a young age, he always prioritized others in everything he did, always putting himself last. He always believed that as long as he was good to others, others would be good to him in return. Even after discovering his girlfriend had cheated on him, he was still thinking about her. He even initiated the breakup to spare her the embarrassment. It wasn't until today that he realized the principles he had believed in for 20 years were all wrong. On the day of the breakup, he wanted to confide in someone but realized he didn't have a single close friend he could confide in. Sadness and loneliness overwhelmed him, driving him here unconsciously. The cool breeze from the river brushed against his cheeks, bringing the scent of spring. The outside world was bustling with activity, but he felt like a withered leaf, at the mercy of the wind. All he felt was a deep sense of helplessness. Tianzhu looked down at the rushing river, smiled gently, then took out his phone and said, I should probably say goodbye to my friends. Otherwise, they'll look for me and not be able to find me. Just as he opened his phone, a notification appeared at the top of the screen. The singer you're following, Gui, has sent you a private message. Tianzhu's dim eyes lit up slightly. He doubted he had seen correctly, but he clicked on it anyway, filled with anticipation. He really liked Gui. He didn't know why, but from the first time he heard Gui's songs and noticed the singer on his phone, he had fallen for him. This was the first time he had ever followed a celebrity. Perhaps it was because he saw the vitality and confidence in Gui that he lacked himself. After clicking into Weibo, seeing Gui's official verification and the words following, Tianzhu was so excited his hands trembled slightly. Gui, hey, bro, how's it going? Seeing that opening line, Tianzhu almost laughed out loud, never expecting Gui to be such a goofball when chatting. He continued reading. Your comment gave me some inspiration, so I wrote a new song called Just Right. May I ask, could you share a bit about your experience? Tianzhu immediately replied, of course. He had thought Gui would take a long time to respond, but to his surprise, Gui replied instantly. Gui, alright, go ahead, I'm listening. Just 7 words, as if they had opened the floodgates of Tianzhu's heart, and he immediately began sharing his story. Gui could sense the fan's low spirits through his words. Therefore, every word Tian Wenhao spoke, Gui listened carefully, analyzed thoroughly, and responded patiently. Love Unrequited, I'm sorry. Your time is so precious, and I've wasted so much of it. Gui, sitting in the studio, couldn't help but chuckle. Even in this situation, he's still worried about wasting my time? Where can you find such a good person? Gui immediately replied, this wasn't a waste of my time. During this time, I heard an impressive story and met an angel who always thinks of others. It has been very enlightening for me. However, dear angel, please remember, before loving others, love yourself first. Chapter 85, A Little Gift. Tianju stared at her phone, softly repeating what Gui had said. Love yourself before loving others? Yes, I should love myself first. Love unrequited, thank you, Gui. After sending the message, Tianju leaned against the railing of the bridge. The river breeze swept across his cheeks once more, but this time it felt entirely different. He felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Huff. Far across the river, Gui also exhaled in relief. During their conversation, Gui could clearly sense that the other person was contemplating suicide. Therefore, Gui had been comforting him all along. Now it seemed that his fan had calmed down. After that, Gui asked for Tianju's address, planning to send him some small gifts later. Additionally, after obtaining Tianju's consent, Gui also announced on Weibo his collaboration with Qin Feng, along with Tianju's story. He also tagged Tianju's Weibo account at the end. Inspiration truly comes from fans. After reading this fan's story, I can only say, what a pure-hearted person. It's society that corrupted him. I need to go encourage him. At this point, Tianju's Weibo account ID was no longer Love Unrequited, but had been changed to Clear Breeze on the River. A flood of netizens poured into Tianju's Weibo, some offering comfort, some encouragement, some praise. This left Tianju feeling a mix of emotions. This was the first time so many people had ever cared about him. After Qin Feng finished recording just right, Gui immediately obtained the music file for the song. He immediately had it made into a CD. After the CD was made, Gui went out of his way to visit Qin Feng's company. Sign it, Qin Gu. Gui smiled as he handed the CD to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the CD, which featured his and Gui's portraits, and asked, what are you planning to do with this CD? To give to one of my fans as a gift, Gui said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng happily signed his name. Gui told him about the fan's story. Even he couldn't help but be speechless. There were actually such kind-hearted people in the world. After signing, Gui also wrote his name on the CD. Thanks, Qin Gu, I'll go now. Let's hang out sometime. Without waiting for Qin Feng to stop him, Gui quickly left. Then he returned to his company and obtained all the physical CDs of the songs he had released since his debut. He then had all the artists in his studio sign their names on the songs they had sung. Finally, Gui signed his own name on each one. I'm so jealous. Xu Mengning said enviously from the side. Gui, while packing the items into boxes, smiled naturally and said, he is an angel for the people, while you are an angel just for me. Poof. Shen Chen looked at him with disdain. How could he say such sappy words so naturally? Why not say it behind her back? How annoying. He's openly showing off his affection again. Should I leave? Xu Mengning smiled slightly. She wasn't jealous at all, she was just teasing Gui for fun. Gui's words made her feel a bit embarrassed. The most crucial part was that Chen Chen and Yang Lei were standing right beside them. It must be said that Gui really had a thick skin. He remained unfazed, his face unflushed and his heart unmoved. Just then, Song Hai walked in casually, holding an empty teacup. Gui, should the company help you promote that thing to boost your popularity with passers-by? Song Hai said this, but in reality, he was searching for something on Gui's desk. When he spotted Gui's tea canister, he walked over naturally. He opened the can, poured the tea, and brewed it with seamless precision. Gui heard Song Hai's voice and didn't even bother to lift his head. This old man always comes here to ask for favors. As for publicity? Gui didn't want the company to use this as a publicity stunt. Let us just forget about it. It's not a big deal. Song Hai chuckled and said, I knew it. I'll be going then. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Hai skillfully made his way toward the door, muttering to himself as he walked, good tea, good tea. He had long since figured out Gui's personality and knew that Gui would never agree to the company using this incident for publicity. His true purpose was clear, he just wanted to sneak in for some tea. Just as he reached the door, Gui's assistant, Fenglo, muttered under his breath, here he comes again, trying to get something for free. If the boss weren't against it, I'd kick him out the window. Song Hai's face turned beet red. You think I can't hear you, do you? Song Hai glared at Fenglo with hatred. Fenglo glared back even more fiercely. At the same time, he thought to himself, what's the matter with you? You're here to freeload and you still have the nerve to argue? Normally, given Song Hai's status at Ting Xian Entertainment, no one would dare to defy him. But he couldn't resist destroying his own image. Even the most authoritative person would lose their dignity if they kept coming here to freeload every day. After staring at each other for a few seconds, a whiff of tea fragrance drifted into Song Hai's mind. Song Hai suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Fenglo and said, I won't bother with you, kid. I enjoy seeing you dislike me but can't do anything about it. After saying that, Song Hai gave a mischievous hee-hee laugh. Watching Song Hai's departing figure, Bongla clenched his teeth so hard they almost broke, unable to resist muttering, he really has no limits. The boss is just too kind. One day, I'll fly up and kick Song Hai in the butt. On the 15th, the song Just Right was released on schedule, and Tianju also received gifts from Gui, Qin Feng, and the entire Gui studio on the same day. Chapter 86, Boiling Fans. Tianju, who had just received Gui's small gift, shared the news on Weibo, along with photos of each CD and screenshots of his chat with Gui. Jiangshang Qingfeng. A few days ago, I had thoughts of taking my own life, but Gui comforted me and gave me the courage to keep going. I never expected to receive a gift from you, Gui. It was such a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Gui. Meeting someone like you is truly a blessing in my lifetime. At Gui. Below are several screenshots of our chat and signed physical CDs of all of Gui's songs. Netizens acted swiftly, and the comments on Tianju's Weibo started to skyrocket. Gui speaks so gently. Gui compared the blogger to an angel. He really did. I'm crying so hard. One sentence can save a person. The blogger should look on the bright side. The world is still beautiful. For example, we can still listen to Gui's songs. After comforting Tianju, netizens turned their attention to the gift Gui had given her. They didn't know until they looked, but when they did, many netizens were immediately startled. Wow! So many physical CDs by Gui. What did I see? What is the point? Confession Balloon. Even today's newly released Just Right is there, with Gui and Qin Feng's signatures. There are also blessings from everyone at Gui's studio. Aha! I'm so jealous I could die. The blogger must have saved the galaxy. Gui's fans were already buzzing with excitement when they saw the gifts Tianju received. Fans have always been able to purchase physical CDs of Gui's songs. However, Tingxian Entertainment has never sold a single physical CD signed by Gui. It's not that Tingxian Entertainment didn't want to, but Gui simply refused. Gui believes that fans can just listen to his music online and there's no need to go out of their way to buy physical CDs. Therefore, the value of these signed physical CDs in the eyes of fans is self-evident. Immediately, some of Gui's fans messaged Tianju, expressing their desire to purchase the CDs he had. However, Tianju refused them all. He also made it clear that he would never sell the signed CDs given by Gui. What can fans do if they can't get the signed CDs from Tianju? They can only go to the original owner. As a result, Gui's Weibo was flooded with messages by his own fans. These fans have no qualms about attacking their own idol. Old scoundrel Gui, sign my CD. Husband, will you sign a CD for me? Die, you upstairs. Get out of here, you bullies. I'm a pure love warrior. I only see the Gusu CP. Little did they know that Gui didn't even acknowledge them. Since Gui ignored them, the official account of Tingxian Entertainment took the brunt of it. When they were attacking Gui, they probably felt a little guilty about being too harsh, but when they turned on Tingxian Entertainment, they had no such qualms. I've got money, hurry up and release Gui's signed CD, or I'll smash your store. Why doesn't your company have signed CDs for Gui? I have reason to suspect you're intentionally suppressing him. Exactly. You're just picking on Gui because he's easy to bully. We're boycotting all products endorsed by your company's artists. Bring out that old guy with the thick eyebrows, Song Hai. Now it's even worse, the endorsement company is involved too. The staff managing the official account of Tingxian Entertainment were all stunned. They're suppressing Gui? The company is practically treating Gui like their own father. Didn't you see the company's general manager sneaking into Gui's studio every day? The poor baby is so upset. Quick, go to the general manager's office and ask for Song Manager, one of the operations staff shouted. This is no longer something they can decide. 10 minutes later, Song Hai reappeared in Gui's studio, holding a teacup. But this time he didn't come empty-handed. He was actually holding a pack of strawberry-flavored pudding. As soon as Gui saw it was Song Hai, he immediately focused back on his computer and said, Mr. Song, I'm busy here. Could you please make the tea yourself? Song Hai cleared his throat awkwardly. He hadn't come just to drink tea, he had important business to attend to. Song Hai walked over to Gui's side, placed the large package of strawberry pudding on his desk, and said, I come here every day and don't have much to bring, so I just brought some snacks. No one would have guessed that the general manager of Tingxian Entertainment would act so humble in front of Gui. Asking Gui for a favor apparently required a bribe. Gui glanced at the strawberry pudding. It was from his favorite shop. But Song Hai, who never spends a penny, has suddenly changed his ways today? Something's fishy here. Gui glanced at the strawberry pudding and then at Song Hai, who was smiling broadly. After repeating this cycle a dozen times, Gui finally chose the strawberry pudding. Then he asked, what does Song Manager want with me? Song Hai immediately told Gui about the threats made by Gui's fans against Tingxian Entertainment. This left Gui completely baffled. How could someone actually threaten others to make money for themselves? This generation of fans is really hard to handle. He seriously suspected that his fans had some peculiar preferences. After thinking it over for a while, Gui said, let's wait until next month.
It's not worth it for fans to buy CDs one by one. Next month, I'll release my first album since debuting, and then sell signed physical copies of the album.
Songhai nodded in satisfaction. Thankfully, Gui agreed. Did he miss something? Album? Songhai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stared intently at Gui and asked in a voice that was almost hoarse, "What did you just say?" Gui sighed and repeated himself.
"I said I'll release my first album since debuting next month."
Chapter 87, dominating the top 10 new songs chart. Songhai exclaimed. He truly didn't expect Gui to release an album under such an intense release schedule. Other singers would need at least a year or two to prepare for an album. Take the artists under Listen String Entertainment, for example. Releasing an album requires at least a year of preparation, with constant promotion and hype to achieve the best results. Who else is like Gui, preparing everything quietly in the background? He released an album just 3 months after debuting. This is the first time in the entire history of Blue Star Music. Songhai feels that once this news is made public, the entire music industry will be shaken. Moreover, Gui has already secured the top spot on the new song chart this month, meaning he has dominated the chart for 4 consecutive months. Announcing the new album now is essentially declaring to the world that he's ready to challenge the titles of Song God and Lyric God. Starting his career by aiming for the titles of Lyric God and Song God is unprecedented in Blue Star. There might even be some retired veterans who have long since retired from the industry coming out to challenge Gui. After all, if Gui were to succeed, it would make those veteran artists who spent years, or even decades, to become songwriting god and lyricist god look rather disgraced. It won't just be a competition between Gui and other masters, it will also be a showdown between Listen String Entertainment and other entertainment companies. Gui, what's the name of your album? Songhai asked. He needed to gather as much information about Gui's album as possible to help promote it. Ancient Melodies, a traditional Chinese-style album. Gui replied. Traditional Chinese style? Like blue and white porcelain? Songhai asked. Thinking about the quality of blue and white porcelain, Songhai couldn't help but breathe heavily. Although Gui had only recently debuted, his song Blue and White Porcelain was already considered the pinnacle of contemporary Chinese-style music on Blue Star. This time, Gui is actually releasing an entire traditional Chinese-style album. Songhai, who had been worried that Gui might be targeted, suddenly felt much more relaxed. If it's Chinese-style music, even those old-timers might not be able to outdo Gui, right? Gui smiled and said, yes. Great.
Songhai exclaimed 3 times in a row, then said, "You focus on preparing.
I'll handle the promotion."
After leaving Gui's studio, Songhai immediately reported the matter to the higher-ups at Tingxian Entertainment. Upon hearing that Gui was releasing a new album, He Jiangua, the chairman of Tingxian Entertainment, immediately expressed his full support for Gui. The god of wealth is about to work his magic, how could we stop him? Meanwhile, Gui's popularity on Weibo remained consistently high.
He was constantly trending on the hot search list. A single sentence can save a person. How gentle can Gui be to his fans?
Gui and Qin Feng's first collaboration song, Just Right, continues to gain momentum. Gui didn't promote the things he did to help his fans, but his fans took it upon themselves to spread the word.
Besides these incidents, something even more alarming has come to light.
That is, in the March new song chart, Gui has already dominated 9 out of the top 10 spots.
Industry insiders hadn't even processed this information yet when Gui quietly released another song.
It was the song fans had been eagerly awaiting, This Is Love. This sent Gui's peers into a complete state of panic.
What is Gui up to? Another song this month? I can't believe it.
I'm going to throw up, guys. This is great. I might not even be able to keep my spot at number 10 on the new song chart.
What's he trying to do? Dominate the top 10 of the new song chart? This is insane. It's no wonder Gui's peers are losing their cool.
They usually fight tooth and nail just to secure a spot in the top 10 of the new song chart.
They've never seen anything like this before.
It's truly a case of comparison is the thief of joy.
Wait, didn't you notice that Gui has been at the top of the new song chart for 4 months straight? Let me check it's true. What is Gui trying to do? Is he aiming for the title of Song God or Lyric God? Holy crap, no, that's not possible, is it? They couldn't believe it, but Gui's current behavior really did seem suspicious. Wangy, Gui aiming for lyricist god and songwriter god is pretty normal, right? Gods are just the sauce. Lu Yunan, administrator, please come out and kick Wangy out of the group chat. Thank you. Wangy, haha. Wangy has been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator. Yu Yongming, woohoo Lu Bui, high five. Now it's finally quiet.
AI Ching, days without false praise are especially relaxing. Shi Hai, you can kick my account out, but you can't kick my soul out.
Ishin is invincible. Lu Yunan. AI Ching.
Clearly, they forgot there's more than one braggart in the group.
And those few self-praisers are even best friends. Shi Hai has been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator. Wang Yi stared at his phone screen with a grim expression, raising his hand to throw it off the balcony. No, Wang Ge, you're my older brother, that's my phone. Chi Hai, quick on his feet, immediately stopped Wang Yi. The phone in Wang Yi's hand was his own. Wang Yi angrily handed the phone back to Chi Hai. They're just jealous of Ishin's talent. Chi Hai immediately comforted him like a child. That's right, they're just jealous. Mo Lan nodded silently beside them. Little did they know that Wang Yi had set his sights on him. Old Mo, give me your phone. Wang Yi's words startled Mo Lan. No way? They've already kicked 2 of us out, and now he wants mine? Mo Lan quickly came up with an idea. He grabbed Wang Yi and said, Brother Wang, we can't let them kick all 3 of us out at once. We need to leave at least one person behind to gather intelligence. While talking to Wang Yi, Mo Lan secretly dropped his phone in Wang Yi's blind spot and kicked it under a flower pot. After finishing these little maneuvers, Mo Lan shrugged and said, Besides, I didn't bring my phone either. Wang Yi looked at Mo Lan suspiciously. He had clearly seen her playing with her phone earlier. After searching Mo Lan thoroughly and confirming she really didn't have a phone, Wang Yi decided Mo Lan had a point. They should leave a true fan of Ishin in the group to prevent them from secretly bashing Ishin. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 88, Esteemed Elders, please offer your guidance. GUI dominates the top 10 of the new song chart, #boiling. GUI may challenge the song god and lyric god, #boiling. These 2 hashtags have directly taken over the first and second spots on Weibo. GUI is trending first on Weibo again. This is hilarious. Other singers have to pay to get on Weibo's trending list, but GUI keeps making it there every few days. If other singers could release 10 high-quality songs a month and dominate the charts, they could also make it to the trending list. Is GUI going to challenge the lyric god and song god titles? Is that even real? Above, I think it's true. GUI has been at the top of the new song chart for 3 months straight. I feel like this month's first place is also his. He's definitely going for the word god and song god titles. Online discussions about whether GUI is aiming for the title of lyric god and hit song god have been gaining momentum. To ride this wave of popularity, many music critics have come out to discuss the matter. Some say GUI is indeed aiming for the title of lyric god and hit song king. Others say he won't. Others claim that GUI doesn't have the talent to become the word god or song god. In any case, these people will say anything to ride the wave of popularity. GUI's fans are just taking their comments as a joke. Because the fans know that GUI is best at shutting those people down. It seems these people have forgotten about a certain doctor who once knelt down and begged for mercy. The laid-back fans just need to wait for GUI's updates. This leaves the music critics who deliberately try to bring GUI down speechless. Where's the buzz? Where's the buzz I want? Lu Ji shouted at his computer. He stared blankly at his comments section, which had only a handful of comments. He had written a lengthy article bashing GUI, though it was all nonsense, it was still a direct attack on GUI. Why aren't GUI's fans coming to insult him? This is truly baffling. Over the years, he had written hundreds of articles attacking celebrities. Basically, every time a celebrity was attacked, some of their fans would come to insult him. And he can make a fortune off the traffic. What's going on today? Why aren't GUI's fans coming to insult me? Lu Ji, refusing to believe it, posted another article criticizing GUI. Unfortunately, it was just like before, it sank without a trace, not even a ripple. Damn it, insult me. Why aren't you insulting me? Lu Ji was so angry he started pounding the keyboard. Just then, Lu Ji's daughter walked in. Daddy, don't say bad words. Lu Ji, seeing it was his daughter, immediately changed his expression and smiled. All right, Dad was wrong. Dad won't swear anymore. Lu Ji picked up his daughter and said, Do you want to watch a cartoon, Xiao Tian? I'll put it on for you. Lu Tian shook her head and said with a smile, I want to watch Creation Journey. I want to watch GUI. GUI is so handsome. When I grow up, I'm going to marry him. Lie down. Lu Ji was about to blurt it out, but noticed his daughter had already fixed her gaze on him. He smiled and said, I'll play the creation of the world for you. At that moment, his mind was racing with a million thoughts. Just moments ago, he had been scheming about how to bash GUI to gain attention, only to discover that his daughter was actually a fan of GUI. That was so embarrassing. Daddy, look at this little cutie. She is actually trying to gain attention by bashing GUI. We shouldn't give him a chance, haha. Lu Tian handed her phone to Lu Ji. Lu Ji took a look and saw it was a fan support group for GUI. GUI's girlfriend, look at this little cutie. She's still bashing GUI, posting several short essays in a row, ha. GUI's wife, let's ignore him. He's just desperate because he can't make money. GUI's second wife, look at the screenshots, he's really desperate. Lu Ji felt an uneasy premonition upon seeing the chat logs. How much does this sound like they're talking about him? Lu Ji opened the screenshot with a nervous heart. It was a screenshot of his Weibo post. Lu Ji. Daddy, isn't this person really stupid? Lu Tian asked with a smile. Lu Ji looked at his daughter's innocent expression. He could only force an awkward smile and reply,
Meanwhile, he felt like crying inside, "My little angel, you're rubbing salt into your father's wound." Admitting he was stupid in front of his daughter was a first for him. Watching the creation show playing on the computer, Lu Ji thought to himself, "I won't believe it. I'll see just what you're capable of." He decided to watch Create the Future frame by frame, determined to uncover Gui's dirt. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lu Ji was wiping away his tears with a tissue. The song on the computer continued to play. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. Forgive my ordinariness, dispel the confusion. Well, after dawn, we always leave in a hurry. The sober are the most absurd. Lu Ji sighed, shut down the computer, and opened Weibo to delete all posts related to Gui. He finally understood why he couldn't bring himself to criticize Gui anymore. The celebrities he had criticized in the past all had some scandals or flaws. When he criticized them, he touched the most vulnerable and sensitive parts of their fans' hearts, which is why their fans would come to defend them. But Gui was different. This guy had no scandals and no flaws. He's perfect, like a six-sided warrior. Criticizing him is like attacking a floating leaf with no roots to anchor it. Plus, Gui has built up confidence in his fans over the years through his own abilities. When I try to talk down about Gui, his fans don't even bother to respond. Because they know you're just talking nonsense. Lu Ji walked to the windowsill, looking a bit downcast, and said, "I'm getting old. Even being an online troll isn't easy anymore." That day, after preparing everything, Tingxian Entertainment finally posted a new update on Weibo. Tingxian Entertainment. Our company's artist, Mr. Gui, will release his first album after debuting on April 1st, titled Ancient Melodies. This is a national-style album. Following The Sky Waits for the Rain, and I Wait for You, what kind of beautiful lyrics will Gui bring next? Stay tuned! Additionally, we are pleased to announce on behalf of Mr. Gui that he will officially embark on his journey to become a lyric god and song god starting today. We hope everyone will continue to support Mr. Gui. Thank you! In just 1 minute, the comments section was flooded with messages from netizens. Album. Lyric god, song god. A traditional Chinese-style album, I love it so much. Gui is the only true god. My idol is so amazing, I'm so proud. The rumors are true, Gui is really going for the title of lyricist and composer extraordinaire. Amazing. Gui's fans were thrilled upon hearing the news. In addition to the official promotions from Tingxian Entertainment, the company has also begun promoting Gui's new album on major music platforms. Many artists under Tingxian Entertainment have also voluntarily helped promote Gui on Weibo. There's no other intention, it's just about networking and leaving a good impression. Industry insiders were also buzzing with excitement. Have you seen the latest update from Tingxian Entertainment? Gui is really aiming for the title of Lyricist of the Year. They're releasing a new album? I'm completely blown away. I've been writing songs for 30 years and I'm still just a top-tier lyricist. Others debut and immediately aim for the title of Lyricist of the Year and Song of the Year? I can't go on. Is there anyone from Listen to the Strings Entertainment who can share some insider information? The inside scoop is that Gui has prepared extensively for this. Our general manager Song Hai is extremely confident. Just as industry insiders were buzzing about it, Gui posted an update. Gui didn't promote the album because all the promotional work was handled by Xian Entertainment. He only posted one sentence. A sentence that sent shockwaves through the entire Blue Star music industry. Gui, elders, please offer your guidance. Chapter 89, the lyricist and composer make their move. A challenge. This is a blatant provocation. Gui is declaring war on us old-timers. Can you all take this? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take him on next month. Do you think you have the strength to go up against Yishun? Or should we just follow my lead and release our songs next month? Mo Lan has been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator. Industry insiders were outraged after seeing Gui's words and began shouting in the group chat about targeting Gui. However, whether they were just talking tough or actually intended to target Gui remains unclear. Meanwhile, Gui's post also caused a huge stir online. Most netizens are well aware of the unwritten rules in the music industry. They know that every musician who tries to become a lyrics god or song god will be targeted by the entire music industry. However, when others attempt to become lyric god or song god, they are generally cautious and humble, speaking politely. Who else dares to openly declare war like Gui? Is that too arrogant? Arrogant? I think it's fine. If I were in my 20s with Gui's talent, I'd be even more arrogant than him. This is great. Some lyricists and songwriters who didn't want to target Gui might have to step in now. Take a good look. Gui is releasing a traditional Chinese-style album next month. Once the traditional Chinese style comes out, who can rival him? In the private lounge of Huawen Entertainment, reserved exclusively for the lyricist God Xiaoyu and the composer God Duanji, Lu Haoren walked in and said with a smile, "Old Duan, old Xia, want to take him down?" Duanji looked puzzled and asked, "Who are we going after?" Gui. Lu Haoren replied without hesitation. He is trying to challenge the lyricist god and composer god, right? Let us take him down. Revenge.
Upon hearing the name Gui, Xiaoyu immediately said, "Let's take him down. Let's take him down. Revenge." Duanji agreed, "We have to take him down." Lu Haoran then chuckled and said, "I knew it. It's just a traditional Chinese music album. Let's crush him." As soon as Lu Haoran finished speaking, Xiaoyu and Duanji froze. Traditional Chinese style? Album? What the hell? A Chinese style music album. Still the same old national style album. Right now, all they can think about is the 4 words traditional Chinese music album. Given Gui's level of skill in writing and composing Chinese style music, they couldn't even handle a song like Blue and White Porcelain. An entire traditional Chinese style album, and they're going after Gui? That's just asking for trouble. The two exchanged glances and immediately lost their resolve. Xiaoyu spoke first. I think we should let Gui off this time and fight another day. We need to give him some face. If he loses right off the bat, it'll be embarrassing. We should show some respect for the younger generation. Duanji placed his hands behind his back and spoke with a seasoned tone. Let me add 2 things. First, I'm not backing down. Second, respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of our Chinese culture. We should uphold it. So, let's target Gui next month. Old Xia and I will prepare thoroughly. Lu Haoran cast a suspicious glance at the 2 old comrades but eventually nodded. Alright, let's ambush him next month. Then the 3 of them linked arms and walked toward the exit, arguing among themselves as they went. What are we doing? Biding our time and building our strength. Ah, right. In fact, industry insiders believe that the most likely candidates to target Gui are Lu Haoran and his group. After all, Lu Haoran and his group had a minor grudge against Gui. Who would have thought that the 3 of them had already retreated before taking any action? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. During the 3 days following Gui's announcement of his bid for the title of Word God and Song God, not a single singer of any caliber announced plans to release a new song in April. An eerie atmosphere began to spread. So now the hottest headline across the entire internet has become this. Gui declares war on the entire music industry. Not a single person dares to accept the challenge? In just 3 days, the article's views have surpassed 100 million. Everyone is discussing what's going on. Why isn't anyone responding? Are they really afraid of Gui? In this situation, aren't Lu Guowang and the others going to step in? Let us face it, once the national style comes out, there is no one who can match it. Wow, who would have thought that Gui, a newcomer who has only been in the industry for a few months, could shake up the entire Chinese music scene? How embarrassing. The onlookers weren't afraid of trouble and started throwing around all sorts of insults. Meanwhile, the WeChat group for industry insiders was unusually quiet. However, some couldn't resist speaking up. Come on everyone, you said you couldn't stand it. If you think you can, go ahead. I'm not going. I'm out of ideas lately. Let him off the hook. Haven't you seen what the outside world is saying about us? They're saying that the Chinese music scene has been intimidated by one person. Do you all have any dignity left? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent once more. It's not that they really have no shame. It's just that even if they did go up, they'd be handing their faces to Gui to be beaten. They truly have no confidence in matching Gui's Chinese style music. Now they could only wait for the song god and lyric god to step in. Suddenly, a message appeared in the group chat. Lu Yunan, oh no. A beauty must maintain her image. I have something to tell everyone. Our company's big shot has stepped in. Yu Yongming, Lu Beauty, is it really him? That big shot? Lu Yunan, the lyric god Meng Wenxian and the melody god Yan Halian have joined forces. As soon as everyone saw those 2 names, the entire group erupted. Wow, it's the legendary Chushin and Xiaishan from the dazzling starry sky. The big shot is so powerful. Who's the singer? Zhang Shengrong, the singing king. It's him? I remember he was once the mentor of Gui. No wonder there's been no news you were saving this big move. This is insane, guys. Our big shot from Huawon Entertainment has also stepped in. Wow, our MO High Entertainment has won too. They posted updates at the same time. Gui is finished. GG, I'm declaring Gui's quest to become the word god and song god over and done with. Chapter 90, The Ancient Giant of Tingxian Entertainment. In addition to listening to the Strings Entertainment, the other 3 top entertainment companies also had their bigwigs step in. Crescent Star River announced that their song will be released in April, featuring lyric god Meng Wenxian, melody god Wu Yuan, and singer King Zhang Shengrong. MO High Entertainment announced that they will release songs in April featuring lyricist god Lu Zhe, composer god Huang Gaoyuan, and diva by CE. As for Huawon, they have the veteran gold medal lyricist Zhang Yuan, the composer god Ding Ro, and the king of singers Ning Kai. Each of them is a renowned powerhouse in their field. An unprecedented lineup. Netizens were all taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What's going on here? Did Gui break some unwritten rule? I think Gui is just a bit too young and impulsive. He doesn't deserve this. This is ridiculous. It's like the definition of absurdity itself. I'm a fan of Gui, but after seeing all these big names, I don't have much confidence anymore. Even Gui's most loyal fans couldn't help but feel uneasy upon seeing so many top-tier creators preparing to challenge him.
After all, even Zhang Yuan, the gold medal composer who seems the least impressive, has the reputation of being unbeatable under the composition god. And in many people's eyes, Zhang Yuan is already the song god. However, since Zhang Yuan himself is quite lazy and feels that competing for the titles of lyric god and composer god is a waste of time, he has remained a gold medal composer. His contract is actually already a lyric god contract. 3 top companies teaming up? Gui's path to becoming the lyric god and music god is fraught with obstacles, #boiling. Facing the joint targeting of the 3 major entertainment companies, what will Gui do, #hot. What else can he do? Just lie back and relax. The annual unluckiest award goes to Gui. No sense of honor. Gui said it himself, asking for guidance. Now others are coming to guide him. Who can blame them? Since the 3 top entertainment companies announced their new song releases for April, discussions about Gui's attempt to challenge the word god and song god titles have not left the trending topics. The entire internet is discussing whether Gui's attempt to become the lyric god and song god will fail. Some people have even set up betting pools specifically for this. Those who believe Gui will fail in his bid for the title of Lyricist of the Year account for 98% of the population. Those supporting Gui and believing he can succeed in proving himself as the lyric god and hit song god account for less than 2%. And most of them are Gui's fans. Listen to the Strings Entertainment Building, General Manager's office. Song Hai was pacing back and forth in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, what the hell? This is targeted. It's blatant targeting. The intentions of the other 3 companies were clear: if they couldn't get what they wanted, they'd destroy it. They were determined to crush Gui in the cradle of the word god and song god competitions. Song Hai felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about the people those 3 companies had sent. There was nothing he could do, absolutely nothing. He truly had no solutions left. He had done everything he could. Now, he could only rely on Gui himself. Just then, someone suddenly pushed open the door to Song Hai's office. Song Hai, still fuming, immediately shouted, "Didn't I tell you to knock before entering? Get out, Upon seeing who it was, Song Hai immediately stopped speaking. The man didn't take Song Hai's words to heart and smiled, saying, "Old Song, I heard someone was bullying the newcomers at listening to the Strings Entertainment." Song Hai looked the person up and down, then sighed and said, "What? Do you want to step in? It won't do any good. If you step in, you'll just be targeting Gui. Gui would be even worse off. You can't take on a whole group of them." Song Hai said this because the man standing before him was Lin Tian, the most powerful ancient master of Tingxian Entertainment. Like Gui, he was both a songwriter and a singer. Unlike the late Lin Tian is already a master of lyrics, a master of melody, and a singing sensation. Moreover, Lin Tian's lyricism and composition skills rank among the top 10 in the entire Blue Star. If Lin Tian were to act, the grudge would indeed be avenged, but Gui would likely be finished as well. It's like killing 1,000 enemies while losing 1,000 of your own. There's nothing to gain. Lin Tian is nearly 50 years old, but he looks as young as 30. He spoke mysteriously. "I could help him with his creative work. Plus, I'm really interested in his Chinese-style music and would like to exchange ideas with him." He's been studying traditional Chinese style lately, and after hearing Gui's song Blue and White Porcelain, he was blown away and has been looking for an opportunity to discuss it with Gui. Song Hai felt a sudden clarity. Right. You could give Gui some guidance on lyric writing and composition. Let's go to Gui's studio. Song Hai grabbed Lin Tian's arm as if he had found a lifeline and dragged him toward Gui's studio. Upon arriving at Gui's office, Song Hai didn't see Gui anywhere, so he pulled Fenglo, who was standing nearby with a look of disdain, and asked, "Where's Gui?" Fenglo shrugged, looking as though he had seen through Song Hai, and said, "Mr. Song, don't pretend. Gui's tea is on the table. Just help yourself. He won't say anything. I'm asking you where Gui is." Song Hai's voice grew stern. Fenglo wasn't intimidated by Song Hai, but he sensed that Song Hai was indeed looking for Gui for a reason, so he replied decisively, "Gui is in the recording studio singing. He might not come out for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Hai and the others headed toward the recording studio. The two stood at the door of the recording studio and knocked lightly. Xu Mengning opened the door quietly and greeted them softly. Upon entering, they found Chen Chan and Yang Lei were also there. Behind the soundproof glass stood Gui, apparently preparing to sing. When Chen Chen and Yang Lei shifted their gaze to Lin Tian, they almost let out a startled cry. "Shu." Lin Tian placed his left index finger on his lips and smiled. "Be quiet, let's listen to the song." Lin Tian's status in the entire Hua entertainment industry was so high that it was no wonder they were surprised. Only someone like Xu Mengning, who came from a musical family, could remain so calm. Gui couldn't hear the sounds from outside. He fiddled with the microphone on his own, and once everything was ready, he gave a signal to Du Hui and Wang Ping in the recording studio. The two understood and immediately started recording and playing the accompaniment. In recent days, Gui had also learned that many senior figures from Blue Star would be targeting him in April.
But he wasn't worried at all, and even felt a bit of anticipation. He looked forward to the cultural clash between Earth and Blue Star. Thinking of this, Gui couldn't help but smile slightly. He wondered if the seniors from Blue Star could withstand the 3 grievances and 3 ranks after the 3 provocations. When the melodious sounds of traditional Chinese musical instruments filled the recording studio, Gui softly began to sing today's song. A lamp of parting sorrow, standing alone by the window. I stand behind the door, pretending you haven't left yet. Returning to an old place feels like a new journey. The full moon only adds to the loneliness. The midnight candle, unwilling to harshly judge me. A jug of wandering, drifting through the world, hard to swallow. After you left, the warm wine only makes my memories and longing grow thinner. Water flows eastward, how does time steal away? P.S. East Wind Breaks by Jay Cho, music by Jay Cho, lyrics by Fong Wenshan, arranged by Lin Make. Chapter 91, Gu Yi's Simple Pursuit. Marvelous! Lin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. It shares the same ingenuity as his song Blue and White Porcelain. The 5 tones of traditional Chinese music. This is the true essence of Chinese folk style. The song East Windbreak was originally composed by Jay Cho and written by Fong Wenshan in Gu Yi's previous life as a Chinese-style song. As Lin Tian mentioned, the composition and arrangement of this song only used the 5 notes of the pentatonic scale, gong, shang, jiao, shi, and yu. These 5 notes form the foundational scale of ancient Chinese music, imbued with a strong sense of Chinese cultural heritage. It is this combination of traditional Chinese-style composition and lyrics that gave birth to such an outstanding traditional Chinese-style song. Furthermore, this song innovates upon the traditional Chinese style. It utilizes traditional Chinese musical instruments such as the erhu and pipa, along with the poetic and lyrical tone of classical Chinese poetry, to create a unique Chinese-style ambience. Then, by incorporating Western R&B elements into the traditional Chinese melody, a harmonious and natural melody is created. This evokes a sense of time and space intertwining, blending the ancient and the modern. Who is playing the pipa, performing a melody of the east wind? Time is peeling off the walls, revealing childhood memories. I still remember that year when we were all so young. And now the sound of the qin is faint, my waiting has gone unheard. The pipa melody lingered in Lin Tian's ears, and he felt as though he were following the melodious tune into a time tunnel, returning to his youth. Beautiful. The lyrics are so beautiful, like poetry. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Songhai looked at Lin Tian and then at Gui, shocked. Did Lin Tian give such a high evaluation? How could Gui have elicited such a praise as like poetry from the Blue Star Heavenly Edition? Songhai raised Gui's status in his mind even higher. He had underestimated Gui, this prodigy. In the recording studio, Gui's singing continued. Who is playing the pipa, performing East Wind Breaks? Maple leaves dye the story, and I see the ending clearly. Beyond the bamboo fence, I walked with you along the ancient path. In those years of desolate smoke and wild grass, even parting was silent. Gui's song came to an end. Lin Tian was still immersed in the ancient, melodious song. It wasn't until Gui began singing another song that Lin Tian snapped back to reality. It was only a few seconds. He seemed to have entered another state. For the next 2 hours, Lin Tian didn't utter a single word, simply immersing himself in Gui's ancient-sounding melodies. After listening to all the songs Gui sang, Lin Tian burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. Die. All of you must die. Ha 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 ha. Those few trashy individuals dare to target Gui? They all deserve to die. Everyone present knew exactly who Lin Tian was referring to as trash. They were the so-called lyric gods and melody gods who had dared to challenge Gui. However, only someone as powerful as Lin Tian dared to refer to those big shots in such a manner. At that moment, Songhai's pupils contracted, and his eyes were filled with excitement. From what Lin Tian said, it seemed like the people from the other 3 major companies couldn't match Gui. As Gui stepped out, he heard Lin Tian's loud laughter. Upon seeing Lin Tian, a figure immediately came to mind for Gui. Over the past few months, Gui had specifically studied Blue Star's music. He discovered that Blue Star still had many highly talented songwriters and composers. Some of them were even on par with the top-tier songwriters and composers from Gui's previous life. The man before him, Lin Tian, was precisely such a figure. Gui had even gone out of his way to listen to his works, which were all stunning and provided him with a great deal of inspiration. When Lin Tian saw Gui emerge, his eyes lit up immediately. He was about to step forward but realized his legs had gone numb. For the entire 2 hours, he didn't move a single step. He could only wait for Gui to come over. Gui approached Lin Tian with a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Senior Lin Tian. I've heard so much about you. It's truly an honor to meet you today." "Hey, you're too kind. I'm just a few decades older than you," Lin Tian said with a smile after shaking hands with Gui. "Thank goodness I wasn't born in the same era as you. You're too terrifying." In terms of traditional Chinese style creation, Lin Tian felt he couldn't compare. There was no way he could give Gui any advice now. He was the one who needed to seek guidance from Gui. He felt that if he had been born in the same era as Gui, he would likely have been completely overshadowed by him. When he was 20, he was still a second-tier creator. If he had encountered someone like Gui back then, his resolve might not have held up. Lin Tian believes that the emergence of someone like Gui, who is not human, is both an honor and a tragedy for an era. The honor lies in the fact that the entire era will shine brilliantly because of him. The tragedy is that others of his generation would pale in comparison. However, it has nothing to do with Lin Tian. He just wants to lock Gui in a small room to discuss traditional Chinese-style creation. Unable to refuse his hospitality, Gui had no choice but to accompany Lin Tian for half a day discussing traditional Chinese-style art. Who's playing the pipa, singing a song of the east wind? When Lin Tian hummed the song as he walked out of Gui's studio, it was already evening. Gui was lying on the computer desk, looking exhausted. Lin Tian was just too chatty. After talking about music, they moved on to gossip, and before they knew it, they were even discussing technology. After working all day, Gui felt like he was about to collapse. Xu Mengning stood behind Gui, gently rubbing his shoulders with a look of concern. Why didn't you record the songs earlier? You insisted on piling all the songs into one day. You deserve to be exhausted. Hee, just a little laziness. It's okay. Gui closed his eyes, thoroughly enjoying Xu Mengning's tenderness. After a moment, Gui's breathing became steady. Xu Mengning leaned closer to Gui and noticed he had fallen asleep. She fetched one of his shirts and draped it over him. She cautiously glanced around to make sure everyone had gone home, then closed the door and approached Gui. Looking at Gui's sleeping face, Xu Mengning leaned down and gently kissed his cheek with her lips. 8 o'clock in the evening. Gui slowly opened his eyes. Just then, he noticed Xu Mengning leaning on her hands, staring at him. Seeing that Gui had woken up, Xu Mengning smiled gently and whispered, "You're awake." Gui reached out and ruffled Xu Mengning's hair. "How long did I sleep?" Xu Mengning held Gui's outstretched hand and said, "Stop rubbing my hair. I don't want to comb it again. You've been sleeping for 2 hours, you lazy pig." Gui turned around and took Xu Mengning's hand, saying, "Let's go eat hot pot. I'm treating you." Xu Mengning smiled sweetly, "Then I'll order all the expensive stuff and eat you out of house and home. If you can bankrupt me, you're the one who is impressive." "What? You don't believe me? I have a huge appetite, okay? Of course I believe you. How could I not believe you? You're so fake. Then I'll try to act more convincing next time." In a private room at a hot pot restaurant. Gui Zhang stared at the table full of food, questioning the meaning of life. At that moment, a certain lady with big eyes and a small stomach spoke up. "Hurry up and eat. It's all yours." Outside the hot pot restaurant, Xu Mengning envied him and complained, "You big eater. You eat so much and never gain weight. I'm so jealous. How unfair." Gui smiled without responding and changed the subject. "Want to go shopping somewhere?" He couldn't very well say that he worked out secretly every day, lifting weights alone. Gui actually had a purpose for working out every day. The first was the old standby of staying healthy, and the second was to learn from his past life's Menglong band and show off his physique during concerts. To put it bluntly, it's all about showing off. Right. Exactly. Gui works out just to show off. Not only can you show off at concerts, but more importantly, when the time comes, you can also show off in front of Xu Mengning cough. The reason he didn't tell Xu Mengning is because he wants to wait until he can show off in front of her later. What a simple pursuit. Just as Gui was lost in his thoughts, Xu Mengning hugged his arm, which had clearly hardened, and said, "Let's go back to school and take a walk." "Sure." Chapter 92, The Voice in the Studio. At this time, the students of Jianghai International Arts University had just finished their evening self-study session. Their figures could be seen in every corner of the campus. At that moment, Gui and Xu Mengning were holding hands and strolling leisurely. Under the dim lights, people kept running past them. Looking at the dim lights by the roadside, Xu Mengning smiled and said, "How nostalgic for school days. Come to think of it, this is the first time we've ever walked together on campus." Gui nodded and smiled, yes. This was their first time walking around campus as a couple. Listening to the song playing on the radio, Gui suddenly had an idea and laughed. "Miss Su, want to try something exciting?" Xu Mengning's face turned red, clearly misinterpreting his words. She asked in confusion, "What do you want to do?" The lights weren't very bright, and Gui didn't notice Xu Mengning's reaction. Instead, he looked toward the broadcast studio and said, "Let's go to the studio and sing a song." Xu Mengning realized she had misunderstood and pretended to be calm, saying, "Sure." She had just thought Gui wanted to kiss her here. In the broadcast studio, Li Qianqian was packing up her things. After finishing this song, her work for the day was done, and she needed to prepare to return to the dormitory. These tasks used to be forced upon Shen Shen by her, but now that he was gone, she had to do them all alone. How annoying. The more Li Qianqian packed, the angrier she got. Every time she thought of Chen Shen's smug smile, she felt like smashing her head against the wall. "Damn it, Chen Shen. Oh, Qianqian, you're missing Chen Shen, aren't you?" Xu Mengning suddenly appeared behind Li Qianqian and hugged her tightly. Li Qianqian heard Xu Mengning's voice and immediately exclaimed with joy, "Mengning, you're here." The two sisters were very happy to see each other. Then Li Chanxian looked at Gui behind Xu Mengning. Her face turned red instantly. Gui was also there. Did he hear everything she just said? Originally, she didn't mind if Xu Mengning heard what she said, since they were close friends who shared everything. Even more explicit. But if Gui heard them, that's a whole different story. Gui is Chen Chen's best friend. He wouldn't tell Chen Chen, would he? Li Chanxian couldn't stop worrying. Gui! You're not allowed to tell Chen Chen what I just said, got it? Li Chanxian glared at Gui angrily. Gui smiled broadly and said, no problem. But he thought to himself, don't worry. You want Chen Chen, don't you? I'll go back tonight and convince Chen Chen to come to school. Oh, you're still so eager to help others. Xu Mengning and Li Chanxian caught up on old times. Upon learning their purpose, Li Chanxian immediately expressed her desire to join them. Of course, she wouldn't sing. She insisted on providing the accompaniment. Not for any other reason, just to feel a sense of participation. As for whether she'd get in trouble for it, Li Chanxian wasn't the least bit worried. If Principal Lu Qingshan found out that Gui had returned and was singing in the school's broadcast studio, he might even call a press conference on the spot. Gui and Xu Mengning approached the microphone. Gui skillfully fiddled with the equipment. After everything was ready, Gui asked Xu Mengning, are you ready? Xu Mengning took a deep breath and nodded, saying, I'm ready. It was a bit strange, but she felt a bit nervous. After all, she hadn't been nervous at all when she performed with Gui on Create and Perform earlier. Gui smiled, turned on the microphone, cleared his throat, and said, good evening, everyone. I'm Gui, one of today's announcers. Xu Mengning followed with a smile, good evening, everyone. I'm Gui's partner and girlfriend, Xu Mengning. Hearing those two voices, the students in the academy were all stunned. What was that just now? What's going on? If I heard correctly, the people on the radio said they were Gui and Xu Mengning, right? Is that true? Are they in the studio? My idol is back at school? Holy crap, let us go to the studio and check it out. The students in the academy were all buzzing with excitement. Gui is now a legend at Shanghai Arts College and an idol to all the students. With the chance to see their legendary idol in person, how could they not be excited? Even the mentors on duty were stunned when they heard the commotion. Gui is back? Is that really true? Let's ask Old Zhang. Old Zhang, was that your student's voice just now? Old Zhang, holding a cup of red date and goji berry tea, said cheerfully, that's my student. Hey, this kid just loves to surprise people. Look, here comes another surprise. The entire office echoed with the disdainful murmurs of the other mentors. Old Zhang smiled contentedly. The more the other teachers looked down on him, the happier he became. Because he knew it was all jealousy. Jealous of having such a good student. Of course, there was one person in the entire college who remained completely unfazed upon hearing Gui's voice. He was one of Gui's unknown roommates. Compared to others, it was much easier for him to see Gui. To be honest, he even knew the color of the underwear Gui used to wear. I don't know what's so great about Gui. A bunch of naive kids, what's there to get excited about? Disdain. Gui in the broadcast studio smiled and said, unfortunately, there is no radio story today, but there is a sweet little song. Xu Mengning smiled and said, I hope this song brings a warm feeling to everyone on this early spring day. A group of students chatted as they walked toward the broadcast studio. Are they going to sing? Yes. A chorus song. Let's go. At that moment, the fresh and melodious voice came through the microphone. I've heard this song before. It's a little sweet. Someone immediately identified the song. And at that moment, the voices of Gui and Xu Mengning also began to sing. Pick an apple, wait for you to pass by the door, and hand it to you to quench your thirst. Like summer cola, like winter cocoa, you're the right person at the right time. Listening to the two sing. The couple sitting on the campus bench leaned toward each other in perfect harmony. Couples walking hand in hand on the path tightened their grip on each other's hands. In the bamboo grove and grass, Meanwhile, the single students still running around campus suddenly felt like they'd been hit with 100 times the emotional punch. But the blow kept coming. The sweet lyrics that made one want to fall in love continued to echo through the campus. It's you who made my life, only need you to. Love needs to be carefully carved. I am Michelangelo. Carve the happiest style with your heart. Carve the happiest style with my heart. P.S. A Little Sweet by Wang Sulong BY2, lyrics by Wang Sulong, music by Wang Sulong. Chapter 93, Guess? Just as Gui and Xu Mengning finished singing their song, Principal Lu Changqing arrived. As soon as he saw Gui, Lu Changqing revealed his signature smile. You two didn't even tell me you were coming back to school? Gui smiled and said, we just felt like coming back on a whim, so we didn't notify you. Lu Changqing was already aware of Gui's upcoming attempt to become the lyric god and song god. To be honest, when he first heard about Gui's bid for the title of Lyricist of the Year, he was so excited he almost fainted. Why can't Shanghai International Arts Academy compare to other schools? It's because none of the students who graduated from this school have achieved the status of lyricist god or melody god. If Gui succeeds in becoming a lyricist and composer, Shanghai International Art Academy would undoubtedly rise in prestige and reap enormous benefits. Unfortunately, Gui was targeted by the 3 top entertainment companies. However, even if Gui fails in his bid to become a lyricist and composer, it's still enough for Liu Changqing to be proud. After all, besides Gui, who else could be targeted by so many lyricists, composers, and singers? Liu Changqing placed his hand on Gui's shoulder and encouraged him, "Keep up the good work next month. The academy will always support you." At those words, the students peeking out from the door also cheered. "That's right. Go, Gui Senior. We'll always support you. They're just lyric and melody gods. Take them down. The pinnacle of Chinese-style music is invincible. Senior, you're a god descended from heaven, 1 against 9. If outsiders heard what these students were saying, they'd probably laugh their teeth out. But these students truly believe what they're saying. Online, only 2% of people believe that Gui can successfully challenge the lyric and melody gods, but that 2% definitely includes the students of Shanghai International Art Academy. Compared to other lyric and melody masters competing against Gui, Gui is undoubtedly closer to them. When it comes to siding with family over reason, they take it to the extreme. Gui felt the warmth of his alumni and smiled, saying, "I'll take your words as a good omen, I'm sure I'll succeed." Gui and Xu Mengning's surprise appearance at Shanghai International Art Academy. Gui and Xu Mengning are actually pretty sweet. The news of Gui and Xu Mengning returning to the academy quickly spread online. Some even posted a video of the 2 of them singing together in a studio. After watching the video, their CP fans went wild with excitement. How adorable. These 2 are so sweet. Xu Mengning's line, "I'm Gui's partner and girlfriend," really hit me hard. I'm so jealous of Shanghai International Arts Academy. Why isn't Gui from our school? This video was filmed by that smart person, right? It's been shaking the whole time. Li Qianxian was initially quite happy looking at the comments section of the video she posted, but her mood completely crashed after seeing this comment. "If it weren't for me, would you even have anything to watch? How ungrateful. How despicable." After a brief moment of joy among Gui's fans, the comments from netizens quickly turned one-sided. It's almost April, and Gui is still playing around? Has Gui given up on becoming a lyricist and songwriter? Is Gui still doing this at school? Isn't he afraid of failing to become the word god or song god? Could he just be giving up? To be honest, I'd give up too. Maybe he's already sure he'll win and is just messing around? Don't joke around, 1v against 9? Confident of victory? Are you kidding me? Because of this incident, netizens have become even more skeptical about Gui. I don't think Gui is giving up. Maybe he really has the upper hand. Zhang Shengrong sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and spoke slowly. Really? Zhang Guwang, you're so optimistic about Gui? Wu Yuan, the lyricist from Chui Can Xinghe, asked in return. Zhang Shengrong put down his tea and recalled the first time he saw Gui on Create the Way. At the time, he never imagined that a trainee could grow to this level in just a few months. But Gui really did it. In his eyes, Gui was a truly remarkable young man. Zhang Shengrong smiled and did not directly answer Wu Yuan's question, but instead said meaningfully, he is a person who is very skilled at creating miracles. Manhwa also said at this point, that kid is indeed a bit magical. The debut song of Gui's group, Tianxing, was composed by Manhwa. Therefore, he had some connection with Gui. He had also witnessed Gui's improvements to the work of dance master Xing Rongkai. A newly debuted artist improving the work of a dance master. That's truly amazing. Wu Yuan couldn't stand the 2 of them praising Gui so much, so he said, "You 2 are way too insecure. Anyway, I'm sure he can't escape our grasp." Manhwa suddenly had an idea and urged Zhang Shengrong, "Zhang the singer, why don't you ask Gui if he's confident of victory?" He knew Zhang Shengrong had Gui's contact information. Manhwa's words piqued Wu Yuan's curiosity as well. Wu Yuan stood beside Zhang Shengrong, poking him with his finger and saying, ask him, it won't hurt to ask." Zhang Shengrong reluctantly pulled out his phone, found Gui's WeChat, and sent a direct message. "Zhang Shengrong, Gui, are you confident you can take down all of us old-timers?" As soon as the message was sent, Manhwa and Wu Yuan's eyes were glued to Zhang Shengrong's phone, not moving for a moment. Soon, a reply came. "Gui, Zhanggu, guess? Chapter 94, no lead single. Guess? Oh my god, this kid. Look at my temper." Wu Yuan suddenly flew into a rage, grabbed a chair, and swung it toward Zhang Shengrong's phone. The chair swung through the air, but Wu Yuan suddenly realized that Zhang Shengrong and Manhwa hadn't stopped him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the 2 of them laughing at him. Especially Zhang Shengrong, who had an expectant expression on his face. Wu Yuan looked at Zhang Shengrong's cracked phone and immediately understood what was going on. He wanted to replace his phone. Wu Yuan chuckled, put down the chair, and sighed deeply, saying, "I bet this kid will fail the exam next month. First place is mine." His words were filled with unparalleled confidence. He was confident in his own abilities and equally confident in the abilities of his teammates. After saying this, Wu Yuan walked away with his hands behind his back. Zhang Shengrong watched Wu Yuan's back and sighed, "What a pity. I thought I could finally upgrade my phone." He had been waiting for Wu Yuan to fail. Meng Wenxin smiled and said, "Old Wu has been tricked by you too many times, he's finally figured it out." Wu Yuan had a hot temper and tended to smash things when he got angry. Zhang Shengrong had taken advantage of this over the years. Whenever he wanted to replace something, he would intentionally or unintentionally provoke Wu Yuan, then place the item he wanted to replace where Wu Yuan could easily reach it. Once Wu Yuan acted, Zhang Shengrong would naturally demand compensation from him. Thinking of this, Meng Wenxin said, "Old Zhang, you really should treat yourself better." Zhang Shengrong laughed and waved his hand, saying cheerfully, "Don't try to talk me out of it. It's no use." Seeing this, Meng Wenxin sighed helplessly and said, "Alright, take me to see your students sometime." Zhang Shengrong's face lit up and said, "Of course. But you can't come empty-handed." "Of course not." Meng Wenxin gave Zhang Shengrong a meaningful look, sighed helplessly, waved his hand, and left. As a veteran singer, could Zhang Shengrong really afford a new phone? Of course not. He simply had donated all his money to charitable causes. Getting a new phone is no big deal for him. But he believes that by delaying the purchase of a new phone, he can help children in remote areas have an extra warm coat, and that makes it worthwhile. As for the phone, it's fine as long as it still works. Time passed slowly, and April arrived as scheduled. The covers of the 3 major music platforms also featured recommendations for this month's new songs. 4 recommended images rotated on the screen. In the battle for resources, the 4 top entertainment companies ended in a draw. When the top 4 compete, the underdogs suffer. This month's recommended spots will only feature recommendations from the 4 major entertainment companies. Of course, even if they were given recommendations from those smaller companies, they wouldn't get a single drop of oil this month. In the eyes of many singers, this month has already become a battle of the gods. They shouldn't have gotten involved in this divine battle. The legendary singer Zhang Shengrong from the dazzling starry sky brings us the ballad so-called Love. By Sea, the queen of song from Mo High Entertainment, brings the song Flower Fragrance. And Ing Kai, the king of Chinese language music from Huawan Entertainment, brings us the inspirational song On the Road. The 3 songs immediately dominated the top 3 spots on the new song chart. The influence of the singing kings and queens is evident. Fans of Gui also opened his album at the same time. Gui has a significant fan base, but the large number of songs he released this time caused the audience to be. As a result, the data growth for all of Gui's songs was not as strong as that of the other 3 singers. When fans clicked into Gui's album Ancient Melodies, they were surprised to find there was no lead single. Typically, an album would select the best or most representative song as the lead track. However, Gui's 8 songs did not have a lead track. Someone asked in the album comments section, "Do any of you know which one is the lead track?" Same question. +1. It seems like there isn't a lead single. Maybe Gui has been under too much pressure lately and forgot. That shouldn't be the case. Gui's fans were discussing it in the comments section. At the same time, industry insiders in a group chat also noticed the issue. "Hey, did you guys see that? Gui's album doesn't have a lead single." "What? No lead single? Did he get so scared he forgot about it? It can't be that bad, can it? Have you considered another possibility?" "What possibility?" "No lead single means every song is a lead single. P.S. The songs sung by the characters in the book were all made up by me. Any similarities are purely coincidental." Chapter 95, Sorrow and Autumn Heart. Every song is a hit song? At the thought of this possibility, everyone in the group gasped in shock. It's highly unlikely, but not impossible. It should be maybe probably not, right? After those words were spoken, they realized that not a single person dared to outright deny the possibility. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Wu Yuan, you've been talking for ages and haven't come up with anything. Why don't you just listen and see for yourselves?" "Exactly. Brother, you're spot on." "What brother?" "Isn't this Wu Yuan, the master of words? The word god has arrived. Go, Wu Lao. Take down Gui. Let's go, let's go. Let's listen to the big shot. Let's go listen." The group, which had been buzzing with excitement, suddenly fell silent. Wu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. All this chatter had made him nervous. All main tracks? How is that possible? As a seasoned composer, he does not believe that every song on a new artist's album can be a hit. In his view, songs of that caliber are rare and hard to come by, requiring inspiration and a touch of luck. Nevertheless, Wu Yuan found himself opening the music app and clicking into Gui's new album, Ancient Melodies. There were 8 songs in total, arranged entirely by the first letter of their English titles, and indeed, there was no standout track. The first track, East Wind Break. Wu Yuan clicked play. The melody, rich in ancient charm, filled the air. Wu Yuan listened and nodded to himself. This rival was indeed formidable, with a deep foundation in lyric writing. He knew he couldn't write lyrics with such a strong Chinese cultural flair. Deep down, he had to admit that Gui's lyrics for this song were superior to his own. But this isn't enough. We can't be defeated by just one song. Wu Yuan knew that, in terms of song quality, he had already lost. But he had one advantage, a larger fan base than Gui. So even though he knew his song wasn't as good as Gui's, he didn't think Gui could surpass him and take the top spot on this month's new song chart. Next song. Chrysanthemum Terrace. As Wu Yuan clicked the mouse, the melancholic sound of a cello slowly filled the air. Wu Yuan also immersed himself in the world painted by the music. Your tearful gaze, delicate yet wounded. The pale crescent moon lingers over the past. The night is too long. Who is in the attic, frozen in despair? This is a song describing the mutual longing between a general away at war and his wife waiting alone at home. On a cold and desolate night, the woman climbs alone to the attic, tears welling in her eyes, gazing at the pale moon and silently longing for her husband who is fighting far away. The perspective then shifts to the general. The rain gently taps on the vermilion window. My life is written on paper, scattered by the wind. My dreams lie far away, turning into a wisp of fragrance. Your image drifts away with the wind. The general's longing for his wife and his aspirations for self-fulfillment intertwine constantly. Wu Yuan had completely immersed himself in the song, as if he were the general on the battlefield. He was caught in an endless dilemma. The wife he had longed for and the endless battlefield of glory, which should he choose? Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to balance. Wu Yuan had no idea what to do, so he could only listen quietly to the story unfolding in the song. He wanted to know how the protagonist of the story would make his choice. Once again, the sorrowful melody drifted into his ears. The flowers have faded, and their brilliance has fallen. In this withering world, fate is unbearable. Do not cross the river in sorrow, autumn tears the heart in two. I fear you cannot reach the shore, doomed to drift for a lifetime. Once again, it was his wife's perspective. She was worried that her husband wouldn't be able to reach the shore, worried that he wouldn't be able to return to her. Wu Yuan stared at the lyrics on the computer screen, left only with astonishment. Sorrow split in two is precisely autumn heart, isn't it? The fusion of emotion and scenery seems effortlessly natural. Sorrow and autumn heart, it's truly too good. Wu Yuan was at a loss for words and could only use the simplest of adjectives to express his admiration. Whose realm is this, with the sound of hooves growing wild? I am clad in armor, howling through the ages. The sky grows faintly bright and you sigh softly. A night of sorrow, so tenderly expressed. The perspective shifts back to the general, who is both worried about failing to achieve greatness and about not being able to return home to see his beloved wife whom he has missed dearly. As the song reaches its climax, the story within the melody seems to come to an end. Chrysanthemums wither, leaving a trail of sorrow. Your smile has faded. Flowers fall, breaking the heart. My heart's concerns lie quietly. The north wind blows wildly, and the night is still young. Your shadow cannot be severed, leaving me alone on the lake in pairs. When chrysanthemums reach their time to wither, they naturally fall, left to be trampled upon. And the image of my long-lost wife in my mind has also grown blurry. Only he remains, sitting by the lake, embracing his reflection in the water. Wu Yuan shut down the computer, walked to the windowsill, and lit a cigarette with a sigh. He gazed at the moon on the horizon, lost in thought. The lyrics did not provide the answer he sought. He wondered, if it were him, what would he choose between his dreams and his family? He couldn't figure it out. I suppose you don't know either, do you? After a moment, Wu Yuan spoke calmly. But you won, Gui. P.S. Chrysanthemum Terrace singer, Jay Cho, lyrics, Fong Wenshan, music, Jay Cho, arrangement, Zhong Xingmin. Chapter 96, New Song Release Party. In the dressing room of Ting Xian Entertainment, Xu Mengning smoothed out the wrinkles on Gui's clothes and smiled as she patted him on the back, saying, "This is your first new song release event, you know. Be serious." Gui smiled and nodded, all right. Be serious. At the same time, the exclusive venue inside Ting Xian Entertainment was already packed with Gui's fans and journalists sent by various media outlets. When is Gui coming out? Darn it. I can't wait to see Gui. The last time I saw Gui was at the Create Xing live show. I miss him so much. Have you guys heard Gui's new song yet? Of course I have. It's amazing. Gui's fans were enthusiastically discussing everything related to him. Journalists from major media outlets were also eagerly awaiting Gui's arrival. They'd been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. Gui has rarely given interviews since his debut, leaving them desperate for more. They were all keeping a close eye on their colleagues, making sure no one beat them to the scoop. Everyone was nervously staring at the front door, but Gui appeared at the back door with staff from Ting Xian Entertainment. As Gui entered the venue, he had planned to go straight to the stage, but he heard two fans discussing him from the back row. Curious, he quietly approached them and eavesdropped on their conversation. The two were dressed in matching outfits, clearly a young couple. The boy asked eagerly, "Gui should be coming out soon, right?" The girl sighed and nodded, yeah, he's almost out. You've asked 10 times already. The guy scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I've never seen Gui in person before, so I'm curious." The girl sighed deeply. Who could she blame? After all, it was she who had brought her boyfriend down this path. 3 months ago, she had recommended Gui to her boyfriend. Who would have thought that her boyfriend, who had never been into celebrities before, would fall for Gui so quickly and even more passionately than she did? They shared the same hobby, so she should have been happy. But she just felt something was off. The girl looked at her boyfriend's fervent gaze, hesitated for a while, and finally blurted out the fateful question, between me and Gui, who do you choose? The boy's intense gaze suddenly faded. Why ask that all of a sudden? Gui heard the question and immediately perked up, leaning forward to ask the guy, who did you choose? The boy, startled by Gui's sudden appearance, exclaimed, Gui. The girl heard this and was about to get angry when she saw the head sandwiched between the two. She looked closely and immediately exclaimed excitedly, ah. Gui, I love you. Feeling something was off, Gui quickly dodged, and the two young lovers immediately kissed. Gui exhaled deeply, relieved that he had reacted quickly. He almost lost his virginity. The two young lovers' shout caught the attention of others in the venue, who also noticed Gui and became excited. Gui is here. Gui, I want to have your baby. Hey, those two young lovers are kissing in public. I'm already annoyed enough being single. Gui, you're definitely the top this month. We'll always support you. Gui made his way through the crowd to the stage, picked up the microphone, and smiled as he said, Thank you all for coming to my new song release event. I am truly honored. Feel free to ask me any questions you have. As soon as Gui finished speaking, a bunch of journalists' microphones were thrust in front of him, and a barrage of questions came pouring in. Immediately, staff from Listen String Entertainment stepped in to control the situation. Everyone, please stay calm. We have plenty of time. We will call out the names of the media outlets one by one, and you may ask your questions when your name is called. Upon hearing this, some journalists immediately deflated. Their plans were foiled. Some journalists with ulterior motives had hoped to take advantage of Gui's inexperience with the new song release event and ask tricky questions to generate buzz, but Listening String Entertainment didn't give them the chance. Moreover, by calling them one by one, Tingxian Entertainment would certainly prioritize media outlets with good relationships, leaving those further down the list with no questions to ask once the others had finished. A staff member from Tingxian Entertainment looked at the dejected journalists and smiled disdainfully. What a joke! Do you really think you can find any gossip about our precious artist from Gui? Don't you know that our manager's song is a sycophant of Gui? Chapter 97, Chinese Pop is the Real Deal. Under the organization of Tingxian Entertainment staff, the journalists' questions began in an orderly manner. A beautiful reporter from Xuanwu Network asked with a smile, There are rumors that you've given up on becoming a word god and a song god. What's your take on that? Netizens just love to speculate. Gui sighed helplessly and spread his hands, saying, What else can I do? Just sit and watch. I don't even know if I've given up myself. The beautiful reporter from Xuanwu Network asked again, As everyone knows, your new album Ancient Melodies doesn't have a lead single. Why is that? Gui's fans looked at him with eager eyes, also curious about the question. Gui laughed without hesitation, because I believe each song has its own unique characteristics. Choosing one as the lead single would be unfair to the others. Fairness? The beautiful reporter from Xuanwu Network was a bit confused and muttered, Do songs also require fairness? Gui smiled naturally, of course. Because every song carries the creator's blood, sweat, and soul. Wow! The beautiful reporter from Xuanwu Network was starry-eyed after hearing this. To be honest, she was also a fan of Gui. Is this how top creators think about their own songs? Normally, journalists aren't supposed to bring personal emotions into interviews, but she just couldn't help but admire Gui. What should she do? She was waiting online, and it was urgent. However, the other fans at the scene had no such reservations. No wonder Gui's songs are so amazing. They actually have soul. My idol is just too amazing. This is the right attitude toward music. I love Gui so much. Seeing the starry-eyed expression of the beautiful reporter from Xuanwu Network, the staff from Tingxian Entertainment sighed and tapped their foreheads. There's even a love-struck reporter here. How competent is she at her job? Seeing her like this, there was no way to continue the interview. Let us move on to the next one. This month, there are many viral songs and trends targeting you. Do you feel any pressure? Gui paused for a moment before replying, Pressure is inevitable, but I think I'm more excited than anything else. So you mean facing off against them excites you? Yes. I have one final question. Why did you decide to release a traditional Chinese-style album? Why release such a traditional Chinese-style album? Gui smiled, recalling the words of a predecessor from his previous life. Because Chinese culture is the best. Upon hearing this, the journalists on site immediately became excited. They eagerly aimed their cameras toward Gui. The topic was here. This wasn't something they had intentionally guided, it was Gui who said it himself. Gui's fans were completely thrilled. Chinese culture is the best. No wonder Gui is so passionate about traditional Chinese style. That's right, Gui is spot on. Exactly. Don't let the Korean wave get more arrogant. We Chinese culture is the best. Gu is forever the god. A reporter seized the opportunity to ask Gu, do you mean that singers from other genres aren't good? Staff from Tingxian Entertainment immediately grew vigilant, keeping a close eye on the reporter. Anyone with a keen eye could tell that the reporter's question was loaded. If Gu answered poorly, he could easily be taken out of context. After all, entertainment journalists are experts at taking things out of context. They were already prepared to escort the reporter out. Gu smiled and replied seriously, I don't mean to look down on singers from other genres. However, compared to their culture, I believe the rich and long history of our Chinese civilization spanning 5,000 years is more worthy of our study and learning. After speaking, Gu clasped his hands together, propped his chin on them, and stared at the reporter calmly, asking, Isn't that right? Chapter 98, Memories of South Mountain First Update. The journalist was stunned by Gu's piercing gaze. A young man in his early 20s, why did he have such a profound gaze? Moreover, he felt an inexplicable psychological pressure, as if he dared not meet his gaze. This kind of pressure he had only ever felt in the presence of those old artists. A cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He couldn't help but respond, yes, yes. By the time he came to his senses, Gu was already answering questions from other journalists. Next, it was time for the fans to ask questions. Gu selected the fans who would ask questions. Gu immediately spotted the young couple sitting in the back row, their hands raised high. Gu gave a nod, and a microphone was handed to them. The two of them exchanged happy glances for a few seconds before standing up to ask their question. However, Gu beat them to it with a smile and asked, You two haven't told me yet, are you choosing me or your partner? Before they could answer, Gu's other fans shouted out. Gu, I choose you. If it's me, I'll choose Gu. Ha, Gu is so playful, starting with such a tough question. Serves them right. Let them show off their love. He. Shoo. Gu placed his finger on his lips, and the fans immediately fell silent. The two young couples exchanged glances, both seeing the mischief in each other's eyes. The girl held the microphone and asked in a pitiful voice, Who do you want us to choose? They successfully passed the question to Gu. Gu smiled knowingly and said, Of course I hope you choose your own loved one. After all, he or she is the one who will accompany you for the rest of your life. As for me, Gu paused, then smiled and said, It would be enough for everyone to listen to my songs in their free time. Fans love themselves, so he is naturally happy and delighted. However, he doesn't want his fans to become overly obsessed with him, to the point where they neglect the people they love most in their lives. Upon hearing Gu's response, the girl smiled sweetly at her boyfriend and said, Well, I'll settle for you then. The guy spoke softly and affectionately, All right. The venue was then filled with cries of despair. Single people took a 999 damage hit. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. They're showing off their love again. Where's security? Quick, get them out of here. Wah! Gu, look at them, they're so despicable. Just as the fan finished speaking, Gu spoke up. Actually, if I had to choose between you all and my lover, I'd choose my lover. The fans naturally knew who Gu was referring to as his lover. It's none other than Xu Mengning. Wow, I'm so annoyed. Gu, why are you showing off your love like this too? CC. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. I think it's so sweet. CP fans are over the moon, he. Just keep it to yourself. Why say it out loud? It's so heartbreaking. Sniff sniff. Watching the passionate fans, Gu smiled satisfactorily. That's exactly the reaction I wanted. However, Gu added, Of course, I love you all too. Little did he know that this statement sparked a wave of boos. Pfft, who cares? Exactly, late love is cheaper than grass. Now it was Gu who was left speechless. Clearly, the fans were also masters of pranks. Gu cleared his throat and said, Let us get down to business first. Gu, why did you name your studio Intentional Studio? Gu, that's obvious, of course I did it on purpose. Gu, are you and Xu Mengning in a good relationship? Do you think I have a chance? Gu, very good. You don't stand a chance. Gu. Compared to the questions asked by the journalists, the fans were more concerned about Gu himself, more like gossiping about family matters. Time slowly passed and the new song release event was nearing its end. After answering the last fan's question, Gu checked the time and felt there was still enough time left. He then called Feng Lu over. After whispering a few words, Feng Lu left the area. When the staff announced the end of the new song release event, the fans present were still reluctant to leave. Just as they were about to leave, the delicate sound of a flute echoed throughout the venue. The fans immediately recognized it. It's Nanshan Yi from Gu's new album. This is my favorite song. Some fans, halfway out the door, turned back longingly toward the stage and suddenly noticed Gu standing up, holding a microphone in his hand. He immediately stopped in his tracks. Other fans followed his gaze. Gu Xian stood on stage, smiled, waved at them, and then began singing along with the accompaniment. P.S. The blood oath has been sworn. Chapter 99, Shin Chen's Collapse Second Update. Riding a small boat, following the scenery and the wind, gazing at the fishing lights by the riverbank.
Turning into the depths of the bamboo forest, a ruined stele and a small hut where monks begin to chant again. In the red pavilion by the reed shore, I shake my green cloak and invite the southern mountain to share a cup. Paper money is carried away by the evening breeze. Another family mourns a new loss. In the previous life of the former Nanchani was a song with lyrics by Su Song and music by Li Jie. It is said that the lyrics were inspired by the Tang dynasty poet Yuan Jin's 5 poems of parting. Fourth. Having seen the vast sea, other waters seem insignificant. Having seen the clouds of Wu Mountain, other clouds seem ordinary. Amidst the blossoms, I linger without a glance, half for my cultivation, half for you. This is a typical Chinese-style song. As Gui sang, fans who had already left the venue stopped in their tracks, listening intently to his voice. Alone under the moon, I hold a firefly, illuminating a page of loneliness. Recalling those things you said, that you loved me. Flowers bloom and then fall, and even reincarnation brings no resolution. The moss on the snow tells me you never returned. Some say the theme of this song is about a hermit, while others say it's about mourning the dead. But I feel this song is more of a fusion of hermit and mourning. After losing the person they loved most, one loses all desire for the world, grows indifferent to life, and retreats to the mountains to drink alone with the southern peaks. It is both a lament and a love song. I recall many years ago when fireworks filled the sky and you held me quietly. The sound of music drifts gently, soothing the soul like a dream in the south. The stars shone through the clear night sky, but there were no heroes, and my heart was locked away. But after you passed away, I never smiled again. The slightly melancholic melody, combined with Guyi's soft and warm vocals, evoked a subtle emotion that melted in the hearts of the fans. It calms their previously restless hearts. They felt the sorrowful emotions conveyed in the lyrics. Some fans sang along softly with the melody. Remembering those things, the love you spoke of. One fan sang along, and others gathered the courage to join Guyi in singing. The venue no longer resembled a new song release event, it felt more like Guyi's concert. Backstage, Song Hai stood in shock, watching the scene unfold before him. At first, he had been worried that Guyi might mess up the new song release event due to lack of experience. But who knew Guyi was more skilled than him? A new song release event turned into a concert, is that even okay? Guyi, you're amazing. On stage, Guyi watched the fans enthusiastically singing along with him, and his smile grew even wider. This was his joy. Guyi gripped the microphone tightly, raised his other hand, and smiled, saying, "Let us all sing together. Flowers bloom and then fall, and the cycle of reincarnation has no end. The snow on the moss tells me you never returned." As the song ended, the fans hadn't clapped yet, but Guyi clapped first. "You all sang so well. Thank goodness I debuted early, otherwise I'd be in trouble." Guyi joked. The fans burst into laughter. The entire venue was filled with a joyful atmosphere. To them, Guyi wasn't an idol, he was more like a friend. "Guyi, you've got to write good songs and sing well, and never forget your roots. Otherwise, we'll debut and beat you. Goodbye, Guyi, I'm leaving. Goodbye, Guyi. Don't you dare copy Zhou Guowang and slack off. You have to keep pushing yourself." Guyi smiled and nodded, waving his hand and saying, "Everyone, goodbye." After all the fans had left, Guyi also walked out of the venue. Xu Mengning was waiting outside the door for Guyi. As soon as she saw Guyi, Xu Mengning rushed forward, grabbed his hand, and tilted her head to look at him with a smile, saying, "I choose you too." Clearly, she had watched the entire process of Guyi's new song release event backstage. Guyi smiled and nodded, saying, "All right. Ugh, this is so annoying." Chen Chen had just approached the two of them, about to congratulate Guyi-san on the successful conclusion of his new album release, when he overheard their conversation. He said irritably, "Ugh, today has been annoying enough. Seeing the two of you showing off your affection is even more annoying." Guyi teased him, "What's wrong? The love expert is in a bad mood today?" Chen Chen rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Guyi's happy life, he wouldn't have ended up with the love expert label. Actually, none of that mattered. What was most important was that his reputation as a love expert seemed to be set in stone. Chen Chen sighed and said, "Do you two know where Yang Lei went?" "Where?" Guyi and Xu Mengning asked in unison. "He has gone back to Suzhou." Chen Chen shouted. Then he noticed that Guyi and Xu Mengning were looking at him like he was an idiot. Guyi patted Chen Chen on the shoulder and said, "I know you're in a hurry, but calm down. What does Yang Lei going back to Suzhou have to do with you? Why are you so worked up?" Chen Chen's eyes turned red, and he stared intently at Guyi and said, "He went back to Suzhou to find a girlfriend." "A girlfriend? Isn't that a good thing?" Guyi asked in confusion. No. Chen Chen cried out, covering his head with both hands. "The key is that he used the method I taught him. Is that method even something a person can use? And it worked. Ah! P.S. Nanchani, singer, Su Song, lyrics, Su Song, music, Li Jie. Chapter 100, The Legendary Deep Gaze third update. Upon hearing this shocking news, Xu Mengning remained unfazed. Chen Chen's character was exactly like this, wasn't he it? But Guyi was utterly shocked. After all, he knew what Chen Chen was really like. Guyi carefully led Chen Chen aside and whispered, "I never thought you had it in you. Chen Chen shrugged, looking utterly helpless. I have no idea how he managed it. The method I taught him isn't something a normal person could use.
Gui asked curiously, what method?
Gui was genuinely curious about what method his lifelong friend, who had never dated anyone, had taught Yang Lei that allowed him to find a girlfriend so quickly.
Chen Chen looked at Gui with a defeated expression and said, are you sure you want to know? I'm sure. Xu Mengning had somehow appeared beside the two of them.
Chen Chen looked at Gui, then at Xu Mengning, and pointed to his own eyes, saying, deep, meaningful eye contact.
What does that mean? Gui and Xu Mengning were both a bit confused. Just then, Li Chanxian's voice drifted over from the distance. What are you guys talking about? Chen Chen looked at Li Chanxian, then asked Gui and Xu Mengning, do you want to know what that means? Gui and Xu Mengning nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain. Chen Chen sighed, walked toward Li Chanxian, and said as he walked, watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once.
Watching Chen Chen's resolute back, Gui nodded kindly and thought to himself, as a father, I am truly comforted.
Chen, I'm asking you a question. What are you discussing? Li Chanxian asked Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't say a word, just kept staring into Li Chanxian's eyes.
Li Chanxian, unwilling to back down, glared back at him, but her body involuntarily began to lean backward.
With a soft thud, Li Chanxian leaned against the wall, with no room to retreat. Li Chanxian murmured softly, Chen. Chen, what do you want? Hey, beautiful, want to be my girlfriend? Watching the scene unfold before him, Gui couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. What kind of stupid, domineering CEO-style confession is this? Zheng Han from Blue Star? Can this really work? Did Zhang Lei really pull this off? But, watching Li Chanxian's reaction, I can't help but feel that Chen Chen will succeed.
The person involved, Li Chanxian, froze in place and paused for a moment before speaking.
That. Before she could finish, Chen Chen turned to Gui and the others, shrugged his shoulders, and said, see? That's exactly how I taught him. This move is way too clumsy, how could it possibly work? I can't believe it. I really don't get it. Aha.
After saying that, Chen Chen grinned at Li Chanxian and said, hee hee, sorry about that.
I was just demonstrating for them.
Li, let me tell you, Yang Lei used the move I taught him to successfully find a girlfriend.
That's ridiculous. How could any girl like that kind of move? I just made that up on the spot. Chen Chen continued to boast to Li Chanxian.
But he didn't notice that Li Chanxian's expression was slowly changing, gradually shifting from shy to fierce.
Her entire body was emanating a murderous aura. Chen Chen. Go to hell. Left foot stomping, right fist striking the abdomen. A series of swift, fluid moves. Gui was completely stunned. This. Actually, it's not Li Chanxian's fault. This is purely deserved. Gui really thought Chen Chen had finally figured it out. Who knew it would still be like this? I really need to help Chen Chen fix his stubborn head. 10 minutes later, Gui dragged Chen Chen, who was limping, back to the studio.
Xu Mengning went to comfort Li Chanxian, who was fuming with anger, and the rest of the studio staff had been sent away by Gui. Now, only Gui and Chen Chen were left in the studio.
Chen Chen was currently lying on the sofa, wailing in agony. Ouch, that Li woman was too harsh. How am I ever going to get married now? Gui chuckled, you deserve it. Damn it, Gui, are you even my brother anymore?
Chen Chen was shocked that Gui didn't stand up for him.
Gui slapped his forehead and cut to the chase, it's Li Chanxian who likes you. What?
Chen Chen was stunned again, his face full of question marks.
Gui sighed and said, do you believe me?
If you hadn't turned around and started talking nonsense just now, she would have already agreed to marry you.
That's impossible. Chen Chen doubted it. Gui added, who knows what you were up to just now? That's no different from toying with someone's feelings. Ugh. Emotions are something you shouldn't test or joke about. Tell me honestly, do you like Li Chanxian? I do. If you like her, go after her. Chen Chen laughed, walking quickly. Gui suddenly felt like his son had grown up. My heart is at peace. Now the entire studio was left with only Gui. Gui returned to his office, opened Tencent Music, and glanced at the new song chart. P.S. Darn it, failed again. Cough, cough. Can you give me another chance? Today doesn't count. 3 updates is the limit for today, handsome guys and beautiful girls. Chapter 101, New Song Chart. New Song Chart number 1, What is Love, by Zhang Xingrong, 15.22 million views. Second on the New Songs Chart, On the Road, by An Inkai, with 1.1 million views. New Song Chart number 3, Flower Fragrance, by C, 1,087,000 views. As Gui had anticipated, there was no spot for him in the top 3 of the New Songs Chart. However, Gui isn't worried. He remains confident in the songs on his album, as they've all been tested by the market. Besides, how long has he been in the industry? Just a few months. In terms of fan base, he can't even compare to those legendary songwriters and lyricists. Perhaps there are quite a few of his own fans who are also fans of those few. Looking at the name of the singer at the top of the New Song Chart, Gui's mind conjured up the silhouette of Zhang Xingrong. It must be said that Zhang Xingrong is indeed very strong.
As fellow singing legends, with both lyrics and music composed by legendary songwriters, his songs still manage to outshine the second and third places by over 4 million in popularity.
His talent is evident.
It seems that his former mentor from Create the Future is his biggest rival after all. Apart from these 3 songs, the rest of the top 10 on the new song chart are all Gui's songs.
From 4th to 11th place, all the songs are by Gui. Looking at the chart, Gui couldn't help but wonder, how did this song get so popular?
New songs chart, 4th place, Lu Zhou Moon by Gui, with 999,999 views.
The song's popularity is nearly reaching the million mark.
It wasn't that Gui was overly surprised, it was mainly because, aside from Lu Zhou Moon, his other songs were currently only around 3 million in popularity.
Gui curiously played Lu Zhou Moon and opened the comments section.
As a child, I chiseled through the wall to steal someone's light.
For 10 years, I didn't comb my hair, enduring the cold of the study.
Now, under the lamp, I read leisurely, with a red sleeve adding fragrance.
A lifetime of fame is but an illusion.
As the music played, the fans' comments caught Gui's eye.
My hometown is Luzhou. Hearing this makes me miss home. Did Gui ever live in Luzhou for a while? How well he knows our Luzhou. This is so well written. Luzhou, exactly. That's how you promote me. Did the people of Luzhou pay Gui to write this song? Now I want to go to Luzhou for a trip. Hey, Luzhou welcomes you. Hurry up and check Weibo. The Luzhou Cultural Promotion Department has already invited Gui to visit Luzhou. Gui? Did they invite me? Why didn't I know about this?
Gui opened Weibo and sure enough, the Luzhou Cultural Promotion Department had tagged him.
He also noticed a headline on the Weibo trending topics.
Gui's Lu Zhou Moon shows you just how beautiful Luzhou really is.
Seeing this trending headline, Gui suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Zhou Moon has become so popular. So that's how it was.
At the same time, the sound of music continued to echo within the Luzhou Cultural Promotion Department. The moonlight of Luzhou shines on the heart.
You under the moon are no longer the same as before. Too many wounds, too painful to express.
I sigh, thinking back to when we thought it was just ordinary. Luzhou moonlight, pear blossom rain brings a chill.
Where are you now, by whose side?
The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart.
Yet the tears of those days cannot flow.
Wan Xinguo was already over 60, with white hair at his temples. He has served as the director of the Luzhou Cultural Propaganda Department for 19 years. Over the past 19 years, he has dedicated himself to promoting Luzhou's tourism industry and achieved significant accomplishments.
However, he remains unsatisfied.
He always felt that the current tourist traffic in Luzhou did not match its reputation. Until recently, he suddenly noticed a significant increase in the number of visitors to Luzhou, far exceeding his expectations.
At first, he thought his promotional efforts had finally paid off.
After conducting some research, he learned that it was due to a young singer who released a song titled Lu Zhou Moon. According to the tourists who had come to visit, the majority of them had heard Lu Zhou Moon and developed a strong desire to visit Luzhou, which is why they had come. Wan Xinguo initially didn't believe it, as he had checked Gui's background and found that Gui was a native of Jianghai.
How much could someone from Jianghai really know about Luzhou? However, after listening to Lu Zhou Moon, Wan Xinguo began to doubt whether he was truly from Luzhou. Gui actually knew more about Luzhou than he did. It's truly unbelievable.
What he didn't know was that while Gui might not understand Luzhou, his predecessors from a previous life did.
In Gui's previous life, the song Lu Zhou Moon was originally composed by a Luzhou native named Su Song. After listening to Lu Zhou Moon again, Wan Xinguo couldn't help but praise, I just can't get enough of it.
Looking at the comments section of the song, where netizens were expressing their desire to visit Luzhou, Wan Xinguo opened the promotional video he had filmed for Luzhou in the past. Back then, he had thought his videos were flawless. But now, he always felt something was missing. After giving it some thought, he realized what was missing. It was this very song, Lu Zhou Moon. Once he realized this, Wan Xinguo immediately called his subordinate.
Go contact Gui and secure the partial copyright for Lu Zhou Moon. Money is no object. I need it for promoting Luzhou. P.S. Lu Zhou Moon, singer, Su Song, lyrics, Su Song, music, Su Song. I'm stuck. Can we just skip this part? Cough cough cough. Chapter 102, I'm nervous, isn't that enough? In the evening, at Gui's home.
Gui's mother, Jolan, was holding her phone and repeatedly scrolling through this month's new song chart. While scrolling, she kept muttering to herself. Who are these people? They're all so old, yet they still bully my son.
Don't you think so, Jiangua? Jiangua? Jolan turned her head and saw Gu Jianjun typing away on the keyboard. Beside him stood Gu Sihan, assisting him. Yes, Dad, he is calling him Little Blackie. That one, and that ID he also insulted my older brother. And there is more.
Jolan looked at the computer screen and saw that Gu Jianjun was using Gu Sihan's Weibo account to argue with numerous netizens. Jolan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She didn't even need to think to know that Gu Sihan was getting into an argument on Weibo and couldn't handle it, so she came to ask her father for help.
As for Gu Jianjun, the way he was typing so fast his fingers were leaving trails made it clear he wasn't an ordinary person. But she had no idea what the matter was this time. Normally, when Gu Sihan asked Gu Jianjun for help in insulting someone, he would refuse and might even scold her. Why was he so eager to help today? Jolan narrowed her eyes slightly as the blurry comments finally came into view. Netizens chuckled, Gu Yijin is really done for. It's been 2 days, and not a single song has made it into the top 3 of the new song chart. This attempt to break into the Word God and Song God rankings is probably doomed to fail. Netizen walked away. Exactly, he is really overrated. I don't know how he dares to be so arrogant. Netizen Magwa Xingqiu, I think Gu Yi's lyrics are just empty words, completely meaningless sweating beans. Jolan finally understood why her husband was defending Gu Sihan. Someone dared to insult her precious son, she couldn't tolerate it. Meanwhile, Gu Jianjun's fingers were still flying across the keyboard. He was treating every netizen mocking Gui equally. Unknown quality, but strong against the strong. Outside the door, Gui and Xu Mengning stood at the door, carrying large bags. Hearing the commotion inside, Gui was a bit puzzled, but he still knocked on the door. When no one answered, he put down his things and fumbled for the key in his pocket. Just as he was about to open the door, Xu Mengning suddenly stopped Gui. Wait a moment. Gui asked in confusion, what's wrong? Xu Mengning's chest was heaving, and she blushed slightly. I'm nervous, isn't that okay? This was her first time meeting Gui's parents, and she was so nervous she could barely breathe. No. Don't be nervous. Xu Mengning suddenly recalled how Li Manyu had doted on Gui when he was at her house, and how smug Gui had looked at the time. It was as if he were her own son. Who knows who the real parent is? She had to turn the tables today. Otherwise, her status in the family would be ruined. Xu Mengning clenched her fists and encouraged herself in her heart. Xu Mengning, you can do it. Gui stared at Xu Mengning, who was both shy yet full of energy, for a long while. How cute. Xu Mengning took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and said confidently, open the door. Yeah. Sir. Gui replied in a playful tone. But. Xu Mengning couldn't help but laugh. Xu Mengning playfully scolded, you're so annoying, making me laugh again. However, her heart was filled with sweetness. After Gui teased her like that, the tension in her heart eased significantly. But. I won't let you off the hook. Today. I. Xu Mengning. Must prove myself in front of your parents. He. Gui was unaware of Xu Mengning's little schemes. He gently ruffled her hair and said, come on, let's go inside. Alright. P.S. Happy New Year. Cough. Chapter 103, A Group of Traitors. Gui opened the door and led Xu Mengning inside. Mom, there's a guest. Gui's voice echoed through the living room, but no one responded. From the study in the distance, there was a considerable commotion. Gui told Xu Mengning to make herself at home and put down her things before heading toward the room. Can you do it or not? If not, let me handle it. Of course it's okay. Just watch and learn. As he approached the door, Gui heard his parents' voices and the clatter of a keyboard. The tone sounded quite excited. Playing a game? Gui pushed open the slightly ajar door. He saw his father frantically typing on the keyboard, while his mother and younger sister were giving instructions beside him. Jolan caught a glimpse of Gui out of the corner of her eye and turned to stare at him, asking, are you alone? Where's my daughter-in-law? Before Gui could say anything, Jolan waved him away with a disdainful expression, saying, go away, get out of here. I don't want to see you. You're in the way. Ever since Gui and Xu Mengning had officially announced their relationship, Jolan had been constantly nagging about wanting to meet her daughter-in-law. Every time Gui returned alone, he would be subjected to Jolan's constant criticism. Gui smiled as he walked over to Jolan, placed his hands on her shoulders, and spoke gently, Mom. Take your hands off me. I hate sons who have no boundaries. Jolan pushed Gui's hands away and then disdainfully tapped her clothes. At that moment, Gu Jianjun turned his head and gave Gui a disapproving look from head to toe, then agreed, I also hate sons who have no boundaries. You'd better stay away from us. Gui tried to say something else, but Gu Jianjun slapped him back, don't explain. Your father doesn't want to hear it. Gui was speechless. What kind of family is this? Just then, a head peeked in from the doorway. Xu Mengning blinked her eyes, looking curiously at the 4 members of the Gu family. At that very moment, Jolan noticed Xu Mengning, who had just appeared at the door. Jolan rubbed her eyes, doubting she had seen correctly. Jolan nudged Gu Jianjun with her elbow and said, hey, old man, take a look at who's at the door. Am I seeing things? Wei Jianjun followed her gaze toward the door. Seeing that Gui's parents had looked over, Xu Mengning walked into the room confidently, waved her hand, and smiled, saying, hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Xu Mengning, Gui's girlfriend. Son, come here, Jolan said. Gui walked over in confusion. Jolan's left hand directly pinched Gui's soft spot on his waist. Ah! Hearing Gui's pained cry, Jolan was certain this wasn't a dream. Xu Mengning really came. Jolan immediately stood up, grabbed Xu Mengning's hand, and said with a kind expression, oh, Mengning, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Look, Auntie didn't prepare anything. After saying that, Jolan suddenly turned her head and changed her expression in an instant. She glared at Gui angrily and said, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Gui held his waist and shrugged helplessly. "You didn't ask either. You're always so mouthy." After scolding Gui, Jolan pulled Xu Mengning close and began to ask her about her well-being. "Xiaoning, does Gui treat you well? If he dares to treat you badly, just tell me, and I'll stand up for you and make him pay dearly." Xu Mengning listened to Jolan's chatter. She stuck out her tongue at Gui and made a funny face. Ugh. Gui lowered his head and muttered to himself, "This is bad. My mom has already turned against me." Gu Jianjun slapped Gui on the shoulder. "Your dad has also defected. You better watch out, don't bully my daughter-in-law." Now, only Gu Sihan was left by Gui's side. Gui turned to stare intently at Gu Sihan and said, "Sihan, you won't betray me, will you?" Gu Sihan nodded earnestly, "Of course not." You're truly my good, Gui suddenly realized his mistake and double negated himself. Gui looked up. Gu Sihan was hugging Xu Mengning and smiled. "Su sister, can you sign my autograph? I really like you. You're so beautiful." Dark clouds are gathering, Gu sang. Gu Sihan had never even asked him for an autograph before. Could it be that he wasn't famous enough? Shua. Total disaster from the start. All that's left in Guihan's heart is one word. Send. Chapter 104, Envoys from Luzhou. Meow. The orange cat Glomi had somehow made its way onto the bookshelf. Gui's face lit up and he picked up Glomi. He almost forgot there was still one who hadn't defected. "We're on the same side, right?" Gui said seriously while holding the orange cat. Gromi responded with 2 obedient meows. Gui smiled slightly and carried Gromi out of the study. In the living room, Gui's mother, Jolan, was smiling broadly as she chatted with Xu Mengning. The orange cat Glomi stared at Xu Mengning, the outsider, with a fierce expression. Meow? Suddenly, a small white head poked out from the pocket beside Xu Mengning. It was a pure white kitten. A mischievous cat. Gui lowered his head and glanced at Glomi. Gromi's expression changed instantly, and he jumped out of Gui's hands and ran toward the white cat. He values color over friendship. Gui's face darkened, and he nearly left. Gloomy. You traitor. Everything is lost. Xu Mengning had even anticipated this. She was well prepared after all. Gui looked up and met Xu Mengning's cunning gaze. Gui helplessly spread his hands, acknowledging defeat. Jolan followed Xu Mengning's gaze and, upon seeing Gui, immediately adopted her motherly authority and said, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get some fruit for Mengning." Gui nodded and said, all right, I'll go get some fruit for your beloved daughter." The next morning. In the living room sofa, Gui was still lying there asleep. Xu Mengning was kneeling beside the sofa, propping her head up with both hands and quietly watching Gui. She loved watching Gui sleep. Xu Mengning murmured softly, "His eyelashes are so long." Hearing Xu Mengning's voice, Gui opened his eyes. Seeing that Gui was awake, Xu Mengning smiled and said, "Get up, lazy pig. It's time to go to work." Gui pinched Xu Mengning's cheek and said, "All right." After saying that, Gui rolled off the sofa and went to the bathroom to wash up. Soon, Gui finished getting ready, and the two of them ate breakfast together before heading out the door. Gui's home was not far from Tingxian Entertainment, just a 20-minute walk away. Gui and Xu Mengning held hands as they walked down the street. The streetlights were still displaying posters promoting Gui's new album. Busy commuters passing by glanced at the two curiously, feeling like they had seen them somewhere before, but couldn't quite place them. However, the urgency of their schedules left them no time to dwell on it, and they continued on their way. The two of them had just arrived at the entrance of Tingxian Entertainment. Gui's assistant, Fenglu, ran over to greet them. "Mr. Gu, someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" Gui asked. "Why didn't you call me?" Fenglu scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I was afraid I'd disturb you." He had overheard Gui mention yesterday that he was going to take Xu Mengning home to meet his parents, so he hadn't informed Gui today. After all, in his eyes, his boss's life-changing event was far more important than the old man who had come today. Gui and Xu Mengning exchanged a helpless smile. They knew Fenglu had meant well, but his good intentions might end up causing trouble. Gui shook his head, smiled, and patted Fenglu on the shoulder, saying, "Remember to let me know next time, okay?" Fenglu nodded, "All right." He could already sense that he might have messed things up. Gui asked again, "Where are they?" Fenglu replied, "They're in the reception room. He's the director of the Luzhou Cultural Propaganda Department, named Wan Xinghua. He's quite old. He said he wants to buy part of the copyright for Luzhou Monthly, claiming it's for promoting Luzhou. Song manager is currently meeting with him, using the tea from your office." Gui walked toward the reception room while listening to Fenglu speak. He had at least gotten a sense of who the visitor was. As for the tea in his own office, Gui simply ignored it. After all, he was already accustomed to Song Hai's daily requests. If it wasn't enough, he could always go ask his father-in-law for more. P.S. I was forced by my parents to go on a blind date. Why they rejected me because my job isn't stable. I'm only 20, why do I have to go on a blind date? How annoying. 5 updates tomorrow. If I don't, I'm not your son. Chapter 105, 3 million in licensing fees. Reception room. Songhai pushed the freshly brewed tea toward Wan Xinghua with a smile. Minister Wan, try some. Wan Xinghua merely sniffed it and knew that Songhai was telling the truth. Indeed, it was excellent tea. The general manager of a large company drinks something different. Songhai said, Gui should be arriving shortly. Wan Xinghua nodded calmly, Just then, the two heard footsteps outside the room. They turned to look and saw Gui arriving at the door. Songhai chuckled, look, just as we mentioned him, here he comes. Mr. Song, Gui nodded slightly to Songhai as a greeting, then turned and walked toward Wan Xinghua. I presume you must be Mr. Wan, the minister. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Please forgive my rudeness. After expressing his apologies politely, Gui reached out his hand to shake Wan Xinghua's. Wan Xinghua stood up in surprise and shook hands with Gui. Gui was nothing like he had imagined. He had heard many stories about young celebrities acting arrogantly. He had assumed that Gui might have some of these tendencies. After all, he had achieved fame at a young age, and a bit of arrogance was understandable. However, Gui was surprisingly polite, and his entire demeanor exuded a refined and elegant aura, giving others a refreshing and pleasant feeling. However, Wan Xinghua thought about it again and realized that such a demeanor was actually more fitting for Gui. After all, he was the young man who had written Lu Zhou Moon. He was naturally far superior to other celebrities. This was a young artist with cultural sophistication. Wan Xinghua shook Gui's hand with a smile and said, not at all, you've arrived just in time. Please sit down, Minister Wan, Gui said. The two let go of each other's hands, and Gui sat down next to Songhai, facing Wan Xinghua. Wan Xinghua was not one to beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. I assume you already know the purpose of my visit. Let's cut to the chase. I would like to acquire the exclusive rights to Lu Zhou Moon for 3 million yuan to promote Lu Zhou. Is that feasible? Songhai, sitting beside Gui, couldn't help but tremble inwardly. That high? 3 million could easily buy the full copyright to a single song by many top-tier singers. 3 million is indeed quite high. After all, this is just exclusive usage rights, not purchasing the copyright. The entire Tingxian Entertainment Company has only ever received higher licensing fees for Lin Tian songs. Other than that, Gui is the highest. Gui was even a bit surprised himself that such a high price was offered for an exclusive license. It was indeed a bit unusual. Wan Xinghua knew his offer was on the high side, but he smiled and said, however, I have one more request. I need you to come to Lu Zhou to record a promotional video. That's it? Gui asked. Gui had thought it was some kind of harsh or unusual request, but it turned out to be just recording a promotional video. Taking someone's money and doing their work is only fair, isn't it? Gui didn't hesitate and nodded, of course. Wan Xinghua narrowed his eyes, smiled, and pulled out the contract he had already prepared. The contract is ready. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to modify. If not, let's sign it. Songhai picked up the contract, sent a message, and within a minute, members of the legal department from Tingxian Entertainment arrived in the reception room. After confirming there were no issues with the contract, the collaboration was finalized. Wan Xinghua acted swiftly. After signing the contract, he declined listening String Entertainment's attempts to keep him and immediately returned to Lu Zhou to prepare for the promotional activities. As for Gui, he would have to wait a while before heading to Lu Zhou. Little did anyone know that as soon as Wan Xinghua left, someone else arrived at Tingxian Entertainment. P.S. Cough cough. Fathers, updating regularly is already my limit. Chapter 106, The Fox. Gui, it's been a long time. Gui, who had just seen off Wan Xinghua and was about to return, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Gui turned around and immediately broke into a smile. It's Director He. Long time no see. What brings you here? He Qiming, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, approached with a smile, cautiously looking around to make sure no one was nearby. Once he was certain they were alone, he whispered in Gui's ear, of course, it's about the masked singer. Gui suddenly understood and made a gesture inviting him inside. Let's go in and talk. Confidentiality was the most important thing for this kind of program. He Qiming nodded mysteriously and followed Gui back to the studio. Once inside Gui's office, He Qiming finally let out a sigh of relief. What a hassle with all these confidentiality agreements. They're driving me crazy. He Qiming, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was a bit of a gossip. Sometimes when he got excited, he couldn't keep a secret. His close friend Gu Gaofei, the director of the Masked Singer show, forced him to sign a confidentiality agreement with a penalty clause of 10 million yuan to prevent him from revealing contestant information. This left him no choice but to be cautious. Gui placed the freshly brewed tea in front of He Qiming and smiled. Just say what's on your mind, Director He. There's no one else here. There's only a month left before the Masked Singer starts filming, and we haven't even signed the contract yet. I won't beat around the bush. Here's the contract and the confidentiality agreement. Take a look. After speaking, He Qiming handed the contract to Gui. The Masked Singer is set to begin filming in June, and it's already April indeed, time is running out. Gui picked up the contract and glanced at it. 150,000 yuan for one episode was a reasonable price. All the songs performed on the show would also be his copyright. After reviewing it, Gui found no issues and signed it immediately. After signing the contract, Xu Mengning took out his phone and said, "The masked singer naturally needs to wear a mask. I have some mask designs here. Take a look and see if there's one you like." Gui took Xu Mengning's phone and started flipping through the designs one by one. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. They're all so rugged. They didn't fit the identity he wanted. Xu Mengning noticed Gui's expression and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like any of them? Tell me your requirements and I'll have the designer create a new one." Gui shook his head with a smile. "Director do you have any masks that are a bit more feminine?" "More feminine?" Xu Mengning suddenly had a terrifying thought. "You wouldn't be thinking of cross-dressing, would you?" "You guessed right." Gui said this in a female voice. Xu Mengning was speechless, completely stunned. He never expected Gui to have this kind of talent. He imagined Gui singing in a woman's voice. Xu Mengning understood. He understood everything. This is going to be another great moment on the show. Why is this kid always so entertaining? He's born for variety shows. Damn it. 1.5 million is too low. Go back and tell old Gu to add more money. We must add more money. Yes. Of course we need it. Xu Mengning immediately pulled out the mask used by the female singer. At just one glance, Gui had already chosen the first mask. This one. It was a rather seductive fox face. Cough. He planned to pretend to be a mature woman. Besides, given his height, cross-dressing as a woman could only work as a mature woman. Decided? Then give yourself a name. Xu Mengning said. Gui didn't hesitate and said, "Let us call it Fox." Alright. Xu Mengning had a feeling that the masked singer was about to become a sensation. A few minutes later, Xu Mengning left, bouncing and jumping as he went. Imagine a middle-aged man in his 40s walking like a child. Sigh. Gui couldn't help but shiver. P.S. This chapter is from yesterday. There will be at least 2 more chapters today. Chapter 107, Heaven Above the Rain, Earth Below. April 5th, Qingming Festival. A traditional festival of the Chinese nation. The Chinese people have always held the custom of respecting ancestors and honoring the deceased, so the tradition of spring sacrifices gradually formed during the Qingming Festival. Therefore, Ziren could not escape this custom either. He greatly appreciates such traditional festivals, as it is through these cultural traditions that the civilization of the Chinese nation is truly reflected. Therefore, on this day, Gui also returned to his hometown with his parents to sweep the graves of his deceased family members. Wei Jiangua, who had been strong all his life, knelt before his grandfather's grave and couldn't help but say some childish words. However, when he mentioned Gui, his tone was filled with pride. He even joked with his father in heaven at the grave, "Look, the son I raised is much better than your son. He's now a big star with millions of fans, more than you've seen in your entire life." Gui didn't know if his grandfather in heaven could hear him. But he knew that Gu Jiangua could only cry like a child here. As he thought about it, the kind face of his grandfather appeared in his mind. No matter how busy he was, he would always manage to pull out some snacks for him when he came home. Those were the memories of the former Gui, but Gui felt that this memory belonged not only to him but also to himself. In his previous life, he had no family, but he was grateful that in this life, he could possess such precious memories. "Grandfather, may you rest in peace in heaven." On the other side of the world. Under the dim sky, a light rain fell, gently hitting a black umbrella. Under the umbrella, a woman stands there. In her hands, she holds a bouquet of white roses. The people who had come to sweep the graves had all left, but she remained standing before the grave, lost in thought. Without realizing it, Ningguan slowly kneels down and places the white roses by the tombstone. The cold rain fell on her feet, but she seemed oblivious to it. Ningguan smiled, but the sadness in her eyes couldn't be contained. She held back her tears and spoke softly, "You said you didn't like chrysanthemums, you preferred roses. So I brought you the roses you wanted. I kept my promise, you know." The rain had already washed away the dust from the tombstone, but Ningguan kept wiping it clean. The look in her eyes as she gazed at the tombstone was as though she were looking at the man she once loved. 10 years ago, she fell in love and met the boy who had captivated her at first sight. 9 years ago, they were together. 5 years ago, they broke up. Ningguan didn't know the reason, she only knew that his attitude at the time had been very firm. For the 3 years that followed, she had been searching for him. 2 years ago, she finally found him, but he was in the intensive care unit of a hospital. It turned out he had an incurable terminal illness and didn't want to burden her. When she saw his gaunt face, she cried. She cried with all her heart. Perhaps it was her crying, or perhaps it was a miracle of life. The surgery, which had only a 10% chance of success, was successful. Even the attending physician called it a miracle. However, even though the surgery was successful, he still only had 1 year left to live. He still didn't want to hold her back. Under her desperate pleas, he finally married her. This year was the most precious time for the two of them. She pushed his wheelchair and took him to every place they had ever wanted to go. At the time, he joked while sitting in the wheelchair, "Don't send me chrysanthemums when I die, I don't like them. Let's be romantic, I want roses." Last year, he passed away. But she never forgot those words. So today she came, and she will return in the future. She had said that he was the only one for her in this lifetime. Thinking of this, for some reason, Ningguan suddenly stopped crying and laughed as she patted the tombstone, saying, "You're so annoying. You bothered me every day when you were alive, and now you're dead and still won't leave me alone. I really got the short end of the stick." Ningguan grew increasingly annoyed. She stood up and said irritably, "All right, I have to go now. Stay there and behave yourself. If you're feeling unwell, don't go wandering around. If I hear anything, you'll be in trouble. If you miss me, come find me in my dreams. I'll visit you again when I have time and bring you some delicious food." With that, Ningguan left. She walked slowly, glancing back every few steps. Unfortunately, the familiar voice from her memories didn't call out for her to wait. As she walked along the road, Ningguan heard a song. The song came from afar. "Rain has wet my eyelids year after year, I lean by the well, longing for home. Most feared is the tears that flow unnoticed. I wander aimlessly in this world, unable to find your paradise. East bottle, west mirror, I wish I could forget. Once again, the Qingming rain falls, and I pluck chrysanthemums to send to you. Sing your favorite song softly. P.S. Song, Qingming Rain, performed by Su Song, composed by Su Song, lyrics by Su Song. Surprise! Updated. Chapter 108, Qingming Rain on the way goes viral. Rain falling is heaven, rain stopping is the human world. And Ningguan is just such a person wandering in the mortal world. But he doesn't like chrysanthemums, he prefers roses, Ningguan murmured to herself as she listened to the song. She followed the melody and found herself in a rather old-fashioned tea house. There seemed to be no other customers, only an elderly gentleman with a kind face, reading a newspaper. Ningguan entered, found a secluded spot to sit down, and leaned her head gently on her hands, quietly watching the window and listening intently to the music. In the distance, a zither plays, its sound ethereal and melancholy, each note urging the heavens to rain. Whispering heartfelt thoughts to oneself. The moon's shadow flickers, and the smoke and fire are layered, the candle flowers are red. The old dreams of the red dust world have all faded into nothingness. This rain seems like a bridge between heaven and earth. I wonder if he can see me in heaven. Ningguan thought to herself. A cup of tea suddenly appeared before her. Ningguan looked up and saw the old man sitting by the door, looking at her with concern. "You must be cold, young lady. Have some hot tea." "It's on me, old man." Ningguan smiled and said, "Thank you, old man. Just call me Tea Old Man." "Are you here to pay respects to your loved ones?" Tea Old Man asked. He had noticed the young woman with reddened eyes as soon as she entered. Ningguan nodded, "Yes. Time flies, and things change. My wife passed away 10 years ago." Tea Old sighed deeply. "Tea Old Man, what's the name of this song? I really like it." "A song? It's called Qingming Rain, written by a young person. Today's youth are truly remarkable." As he spoke, the old tea master smiled encouragingly. "Young lady, cheer up. This is truly your time. We're old now. I hope you young people can carry on the Chinese culture." The old tea master was getting old. He tended to get sentimental when chatting. He also tended to stray off topic and talk about random things. Ningguan, however, was quite happy to listen to the old tea master ramble on. This brought her some comfort on this sad day. Thus, the two, who had both lost loved ones but were of different ages, chatted for the entire day. At the same time, Qingming Rain also went viral that day. It went viral. A song titled Qingming Rain, expressing profound longing, boiling hashtag. A traditional Chinese-style song themed around mourning, Qingming Rain falls trending hashtag. Gui, a custodian of traditional culture, trending hashtag. The quality of Qingming Rain is undoubtedly top-notch, but the subject matter is still quite niche. Even Su Song, the original composer of Gui's past life, has admitted that some of his songs are out of sync with the times, so they were always destined to appeal to a niche audience. It's surprising that it has gained such widespread recognition during the Qingming festival. Gui is truly a master of traditional Chinese music. The song is absolutely beautiful. Listening to it made me tear up. All my dreams have come to nothing. This song reminds me of every moment my grandmother spent with me. I absolutely love Gui. The influence of Qingming Rain extends far beyond this. The elderly academician Chang Xingxing couldn't resist writing a lengthy article praising Gui again. The review was over 10,000 words long, leaving netizens dazzled. This is the second time academician Chang has praised Gui twice now. Gui is amazing. This is the first time I've seen academician Chang praise someone so highly and write such a lengthy article. Although I don't understand the examples of poetry and prose cited by academician Chang, I was deeply moved. I don't understand the music, but Gui is already a master of lyrics. As Qingming Yu Shang went viral online. This bombshell couldn't be contained any longer. The new song charts on major music platforms began to undergo drastic changes. New song chart, 6th place, Xing Mingyu Shang, performed by Gui, lyrics by Gui, music by Gui. 5th. 4th. In just half a day, Xing Mingyu Shang has surpassed the 10 million heat threshold, overtaking Gui's own Lu Zhouyu, and its heat is now closing in on the 3rd place track, Hua Xiang. The two songs are now separated by just a few 100,000 views. At this very moment, industry insiders were completely buzzing with excitement. New song chart rankings screenshot.jpg. What the heck is this? I thought Gui's Xing Mingyu Shang was still in 6th place yesterday. Listen to the strings, entertainment is boosting the popularity, right? Are you guys kidding? What day is today? Look at the song title. Qingming Rain on the Road Qingming Festival, get it? It's okay, even if he surpasses Flower Fragrance, there are still 2 other songs by big names. True. A few minutes later. China Central News. Qingming Rain, a mournful ballad, captures the essence of change and the passage of time. A bunch of netizens commented below. This is hilarious. Other singers can only dream of getting a single official commendation, but Gui has already been commended several times in just a few months since debuting. That's impressive. All I can say is that Gui is forever the legend. Meanwhile, in industry circles, we're doomed, everyone. Qingming Rain has been officially praised by the authorities. Lu Yunnan, ? Yu Yongming, ? Then everyone responded with a unified send. Those in this line of work know best. Once you're officially praised, that month is guaranteed to be covered by Gui. Plus, they've heard Gui's songs before, and they're already pretty strong. Now it's like adding wings to a tiger, unstoppable. The charts won't last more than a few days. Chapter 109, the sole dominator of the music scene. In fact, the chart didn't even last a single day. The next morning, the new song charts on the 3 major music platforms were completely overturned. The top spot on the new song charts was uniformly taken by Xing Mingyu Shang. Moreover, the popularity of Xing Mingyu Shang is rising at an astonishing rate, with its current heat index already reaching 40 million, closing in on the 10th spot on the Hot Songs chart. Given this momentum, the Hot Songs chart may not be able to withstand the onslaught of Xing Mingyu Shang. Additionally, other songs from Gui's album Ancient Melodies have also gained significant positive reviews at this moment. Netizens who were previously uninterested in Gui's album suddenly developed an interest in the other songs after listening to Xing Mingyu Shang. After all, Gui himself has said that his album has no lead single, as every song is a lead single. Out of curiosity, netizens purchased Gui's entire album. They opened the other songs. The Lan Ting Su. Performed by Gui. Lyrics by Gui. Composed by Gui. Even before the song began, the mere mention of Gui was enough to shock some netizens unfamiliar with him. Songs where the lyrics, music, and performance are all by the same person are indeed very rare. While netizens were distracted, the soothing arrow began to play. The arrow originated in the Tang dynasty and is also known as the shiqi. Its tone is almost like the human voice, giving it a unique narrative quality, making it a traditional instrument with a history of over 1,000 years. Every time the arrow plays, it feels as though someone is whispering the story of the song in your ear. It is easy to become immersed in the world of the music. Copying the Lan Ting Su, the running script flows like clouds in water. Under the moonlight, the door creaks open, your heart is delicate as your footsteps. In haste, 1,000-year-old steel is easy to copy but hard to capture your beauty. The original is gone, but who can receive the true heart? A shepherd's flute blows, and a few plates of yellow wine and small dishes are served. The afterglow of the setting sun is as shy and intoxicating as you. Copying is easy, but the ink as fragrance lingers on, just like you. A single stroke of cinnabar ink, who has it truly bound? In the past, the Orchid Pavilion Preface was a song performed by Jay Cho, composed by Jay Cho, with lyrics by Fong Wenshan, and arranged by Zhong Xingmin. According to lyricist Fong Wenshan, the inspiration for this song came from the calligraphy work The Orchid Pavilion Preface by the Eastern Jin Dynasty calligrapher Wang Shiji. The beautiful lyrics and the beautiful melody combine, creating a unique atmosphere. Listeners are already captivated by it. Gui's lyrics are unmatched. This is my first time hearing Gui's song. Has he always been this skilled at writing lyrics? The Orchid Pavilion Preface? If I'm not mistaken, Gui's inspiration must have come from Wang Shiji's calligraphy. Gui is truly well read in this aspect. He has surpassed 99.99% of idol stars. He is way better than those illiterate trainees. The post above reminds me of Xiao Yanrui. The more I learn about Gui, the more I love this big boy. The song gradually reached the chorus. Regardless of love or romance, I write this preface waiting for your return. With a single stroke, the pen hangs in mid-air, and the waves crash endlessly along the shore. What does the word love mean? No matter how I put it into words, it feels wrong. And I alone lack your understanding of a lifetime. Therefore, I repeated the chorus in the style of a peaking opera actress, warming her voice, giving it a sense of a play within a play, further enhancing the classical beauty of the Lanting preface. In the dazzling starry sky, within the study belonging exclusively to the word master Mangwenshan, Gui's voice continued to echo. Mangwenshan sat in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. His face was filled with a contemplative expression. The lyrics of the Orchid Pavilion sequence were still playing on the computer screen in front of him. He had been playing the Orchid Pavilion sequence on repeat for an entire day. He had been refining the lyrics of the Orchid Pavilion sequence all day. Even after listening to it all day, he still found it endlessly captivating. Whether it was the melody, the lyrics, or the singer's own skill, there was nothing about it that didn't leave him in awe. This song has so many remarkable aspects. Using the literary illusion of copying the Lan Ting Su and running script as smooth as flowing clouds and water to seamlessly blend with the heartfelt lyrics rain beats on banana leaves, another few nights have passed, I wait for the spring thunder to remind you who you love is truly a masterstroke by the lyricist. He is already 50 years old, having lived most of his life. As a master of lyrics, he is confident in his literary knowledge. However, when analyzing Gu Yi's song, he actually felt that his knowledge was insufficient. This truly shocked him for a long time. In fact, it wasn't just the Orchid Pavilion sequence, every song on Gu Yi's entire album left him in awe. He could imagine the immense effort Gu Yi must have put into creating this album. In the blink of an eye, a city is reduced to ruins. On the cobblestone street, a single glance back reveals your graceful smile. Do you regret it? You shake your head and sigh, who made you frown? In the deep chambers, only the scent of rouge remains. As the swans fly south, you turn and glance back, tears in your eyes. Cupping a handful of moonlight, how can I sleep with memories in my hands? How could it be? Secrets are sewn into embroidered shoes, each stitch filled with resentment. If the flower blames the butterfly, whom would you blame? After hearing this passage once more, Mangwenshin couldn't help but sigh and shake his head to himself. Secret thoughts are stitched into embroidered shoes, each needle a thread of resentment. If a flower blames the butterfly, whom would you blame? Resentment, resentment, 3 times in a row it's written so well. After the 3 RUOS in blue and white porcelain, you've come up with 3 Yuan S. Another song has a sandang, this is really giving us old-timers a run for our money. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze push forward the old, and new people replace the old. At that moment, Mangwen deeply realized that he still had a lot to learn. Otherwise, he'd really be laughed at by this young upstart, Gu Yi. Old Mang, I'm coming in. Wu Yuan pretended to greet him but pushed the door open and walked in. Mang Wenshin didn't even bother to look at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan didn't bother with that either. He walked over to Mang Wenshin's computer as if he were at his own home and changed the song. Wu Yuan noticed Mang Wenshin's pensive expression and joked, "What's wrong? Have you been discouraged by the young generation? Do you feel like your skills aren't up to par anymore?" Mang Wenshin glanced at Wu Yuan and nodded slowly. "What the hell? You're serious?" Wu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Wu Yuan was a music genius, and he had known Mang Wenshin for over 20 years. In fact, Mang Wenshin had entered the industry a few years before him. This was the first time Wu Yuan had ever seen Mang Wenshin admit that he wasn't good enough. Even when they had teamed up to be soundly defeated by Lin Tian, Mang Wenshin had never shown such a reaction. At most, he would complain about his teammates' music being subpar. He had never once said he wasn't good enough. Mang Wenshin smiled wryly. "You learn something new every day, don't you? What do you think?" Wu Yuan felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. To be honest, he had initially looked down on Gu Yi the most. He thought Gu Yi couldn't possibly outperform them. But now, the top spots on the new song charts of major music platforms are all occupied by Gu Yi's songs. And after listening to Gu Yi's songs, he had come to realize Gu Yi's true talent. Both physically and mentally. He's completely won me over this time. Even you're impressed by his lyrics, I have no say in the matter. As for his compositional style, I can only say, he's in a league of his own in the music industry. P.S. The Orchid Pavilion Preface, performed by Jay Cho, lyrics by Fong Wenshan, music by Jay Cho, arranged by Zhong Xingmin. Surprise, huh? Heh, another update. There's another chapter coming soon. Chapter 110, I agree. Let me wait a little longer, history is about to turn. Wait for the wine to mature, wait for you to play, a song on the Guzheng. The rain falls heavily, and the old hometown is overgrown with grass and trees. I heard that you've always been alone. The weathered city gates are entwined with old tree roots. Echoing on the stone slabs is the sound of waiting. The song in the room was changed by Wu Yuan to Fireworks Fade Quickly. Compared to the Orchid Pavilion, he preferred Fireworks Fade Quickly. The third rate mentioned by Mang Wenshin also originated from this song. And they were all written by the same person. There was no need for comparison. In terms of national style lyrics and composition, the rest of the music industry is in one category, while Gu Yi stands alone in another. Lin Tian couldn't resist posting this on Weibo. His meaning was straightforward: no one in the entire Blue Star could rival Gu Yi in the creation of traditional Chinese style songs. Including himself. Lin Tian rarely posted updates on Weibo, and since he hadn't been active in the music industry for years, his Weibo followers didn't seem to match his status. However, many of his songs still easily make it onto the monthly Hot Songs chart. So even though he is no longer in the music industry, his influence remains. As soon as he posted this update, comments from his fans started pouring in within seconds. Oh my goodness, what's going on? The sun is setting in the west. After all these years, Mr. Lin has finally posted something. Let me see what Lin Zong posted. Gui is the only one? You haven't posted in years, and now you're posting just to praise Gui? No, bro, when are you releasing a new song? I'm blown away. I've waited 10 years for you, and my kid is already 8 years old, and you still haven't released a new song. Gui? Let me see. Is a 20-something newcomer from a talent show really worth all this praise? Mr. Lin, tell me honestly, did Listen String Entertainment pay you? Lin Tian's fans affectionately call him Lin Zong.
Over the years, Lin Tian hasn't been active in the music industry, so most of his fans are still from 10 years ago. They've grown from kids into adults, and some have even started their own families and had children of their own. It's only natural that they don't recognize Gui. After all, they're from different generations. When casual online users came across Lin Tian's post, many skeptical comments followed. Gui is the only one? Listen to the Strings Entertainment really knows how to spend money, bringing out Lin Tian to praise Gui. There's no need to go that far. Do you think the other lyricists and songwriters agree with you? That's an exaggeration. Are you guys up there stupid? Do you even know who Lin Tian is? Stop talking nonsense here. Lin Tian almost burst out laughing at the comments. He tagged a netizen, tell me who disagrees, and I'll challenge them to a duel next month. The netizen named Shan Laichi wasn't buying it and tagged a bunch of lyric gods and song gods.
Lin Tian didn't press the issue further.
He was afraid that the people Shan Laichi had tagged wouldn't see it, so he posted a status update himself, tagging everyone who had been tagged by that netizen. He added a caption, who's up for a challenge next month? Let's exchange ideas. 1 minute. 10 minutes. An hour. Not a single lyric god or hit song expert responded. 3 hours later, someone finally spoke up. It was Xiaoyu, the lyricist from Huawon Entertainment. Xiaoyu, Senior Lin was just joking around. We don't have the qualifications to discuss this with you. As soon as this post appeared, some netizens were baffled. Shan came late? The lyricist is so timid? At Shan, you really made me laugh so hard. Grandma, why isn't anyone taking him on? This way, Lin Zong can release a song next month. Don't be a coward. 10 years later, Lin Zong still has the same temperament. In the Chinese music scene right now, there aren't many who dare to go head-to-head with Lin Zong. Lin Tian's status in the Chinese music industry is among the top tier. There are only a handful of people in the entire Chinese music industry who can go head-to-head with him. Moreover, those few who can challenge him wouldn't bother over such a minor issue. At their level, they don't want to release a song and face a rival of the same caliber. Why not just dominate the weaker ones? Why go looking for trouble? That's why Lin Tian speaks so confidently. Damn it, no one? Then I'll be bored next month, Lin Tian said helplessly by the window. Wait, that's not right. Gui is aiming for the lyric god and song god titles. He'll definitely release a song next month. But if we take Gui down, won't his path to becoming a lyricist and composer be cut short? Lin Tian was torn. He had recently written a traditional Chinese-style song and planned to release it next month, but suddenly remembered that Gui was still striving to become the lyricist and composer of the year. He admired Gui and feared that he might be cutting off his future. However, his personality was impatient. He felt restless if he didn't release the song he had written. Although he acknowledged that his Chinese-style songs weren't as good as Gui's, his influence was undeniable. If he released his song, Gui might not necessarily be able to outdo him. Unless Gui releases another album like Ancient Melodies. Damn it, when in doubt, ask the person himself. Lin Tian didn't want to think anymore. He directly posted a status update on Weibo and tagged Gui. At Gui, kid, interested in a showdown next month? What the hell? Challenging Gui? No, none of the lyric gods or melody gods agreed earlier. Does Gui dare? Gui is trying to become a lyricist and songwriter legend. He has to dare, even if he doesn't want to. I was wrong. I thought Lin Tian was praising Gui because he took money from Ting Xian Entertainment. Now it doesn't even sound like praise, it's like he is trying to destroy Gui. Netizens were happily watching the drama unfold. Song Hai, the general manager of Ting Xian Entertainment, was in a fix. What is going on here? Lin Tian is one of our employees at Ting Xian Entertainment, right? Why is he attacking his own people? Has Lin Tian defected? Song Hai immediately called Lin Tian, old Lin, what are you doing? Gui is in a critical period right now, we can't do this. My ancestors. Lin Tian heard Song Hai's urgent voice and smiled. Don't worry, Gui hasn't agreed yet, right? As long as he doesn't agree, I won't release the song. Song Hai hung up the phone and immediately called Gui, don't agree to Lin Tian's invitation. What invitation? Gui clicked post and closed Weibo, then lay back in his chair with a smile. It's Lin Tian's invitation for you to participate in the battle next month. He said that as long as you don't agree, he won't release the song. Oh. You mean that, song manager? You told me too late. I've already agreed.
What? Back out? Do it immediately. Song Hai knew all too well about Lin Tian's former dominance in the music industry. The Weibo post has already been sent out, there is no way to take it back now. Withdraw it. Withdraw it. I'll handle the PR for you and find a temporary employee to take the blame. Hearing this, Gui smiled and said seriously, alright, Song manager, I'm not joking. I'm serious. I agree. Song Haishin's heartbroken voice rang out, oh my goodness, my little darling. Weibo, the latest update from Gui. At Lin Tian, of course I'm interested. Senior Lin, please don't go easy on us. P.S. Fireworks Fade, performed by Jay Cho, lyrics by Fong Wenshan, music by Jay Cho, arranged by Huang Yushuan. Chapter 111, I have to cheat. Did I see that right? Gui really agreed? Goodness gracious, so many lyric and melody geniuses dared not accept the challenge, how dare Gui? Who gave Gui the courage? I also want to know who gave him the courage. Netizens were buzzing with excitement over the matter. Compared to the lyric and melody masters refusing to challenge Lin Tian to a showdown, netizens found it more shocking that Gui agreed to challenge Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian has a certain reputation, so it's understandable that other lyricists and composers wouldn't want to. But what gives you the nerve to agree to it? Even Gui's fans are now finding it hard to believe. Before this, they were already celebrating Gui securing the top spot on this month's new song chart, only to find out that Gui had suddenly challenged an even stronger opponent. The joy was gone in an instant. The fans' hearts are like a roller coaster. Up, down, down, down. However, no matter what happens, they are still supporting Gui. Go, Gui! We believe in you. Although your decision was a bit hasty, I still support you after all, you're so handsome. Ha ha. Go go go. Most of Lin Tian's fans are older. After reading the comments from Gui's fans, most of them couldn't help but smile. The remaining few spoke more diplomatically. Young people, you really don't know about Lin Tian's former glory. Having ambition is a good thing, but I hope you won't be too disappointed next month. It's time for these young people to realize that experience matters. Gui isn't just any ordinary young person. Oh? Well, let us see if your young idols are more impressive, or if our seniors' youth is more impressive. Who is afraid of who? Gui and Lin Tian have no conflicts and are even under the same company. Additionally, both Gui and Lin Tian are singers who combine talent, good looks, and high moral standards. Therefore, the quality of their fans is significantly higher than that of other celebrities. Even when their fans argue fiercely, no one does anything out of line. Moreover, as the conversation progresses, the tone seems to shift entirely. What started as a simple dispute between Gui and Lin Tian has evolved into a conflict between the younger generation and the older generation. As a result, the entire Weibo platform was dominated by fans from both sides. Not only Weibo, but Douyin and major music platforms also saw trending topics about Gui and Lin Tian's upcoming showdown. However, the majority of the trending topics were about Lin Tian's upcoming song release. Lin Tian, who hasn't released a song in 10 years, will release a new song in May. After a decade, do you still remember him? Lin Zong had a group of lyricists and composers, yet none dare to accept the challenge. Lin Zong's fans are overjoyed. The buzz about Gui and Lin Tian's showdown in May came later. Lin Zong publicly challenges Gui to a one-on-one battle, and Gui actually accepts? Shocking. What the lyric and melody masters dared not do, he dared. Who is he? May. The showdown between the new and old gods of listen string entertainment. Below that, the hot search topic was Gui surpassing several other lyricists and composers to secure the top spot on the new song chart. This clearly demonstrates just how formidable Lin Tian's influence in the music industry truly is. Simply announcing his return in new song release is enough to dominate the entire trending charts. Let alone when he actually releases a song. This is truly a test for Gui. Even Lin Tian's fans, upon seeing the trending charts dominated by posts mentioning Lin Tian, couldn't help but feel anxious for Gui. They began to wonder if they were bullying the underdog. It was indeed a bit cruel. As for the main character of the story, Gui, he had already prepared his song. Gui took his hands off the keyboard, stretched his limbs, and gave a mysterious smile. He had already written the song he planned to release in May. Just one song. And this song will be unbeatable in May. No one can beat it. Senior Lin Tian, your popularity is truly terrifying, so I had no choice but to cheat. Don't blame me. P.S. I'm not feeling great today, so there's only one update. I'll make up for it with 3 updates tomorrow. Wishing everyone a happy little new year. Penguin Music, Chi Wu Ba Chi Yao Er Sanjiu Chi. Chapter 112, no, please don't. In a chat channel of a certain app whose name starts with the character ding, 2 men and a woman were staring at each other across the screen. The 3 are Fu Yunlong, the general manager of Mo High Entertainment Shui Yulan, the vice chairman of Chui Quan Xinghe, and Xiao Zhe, the newly appointed general manager of Huawan Entertainment. As for Zhou Chang, the former general manager of Huawan Entertainment, he is likely still in prison, sewing on a sewing machine. The three had gathered here for one reason only, to figure out how to take down Tingxian Entertainment. As for why? That's quite simple. As one of the top 4 entertainment companies in the country, why should listening to the Strings Entertainment be making so much money lately? That's also quite normal. If any other company were to gain a dominant position, listening to the Strings Entertainment would team up with the other 2 companies to suppress it. Therefore, when he debuted this year and immediately challenged the title of Lyricist of the Year and Composer of the Year, the other 3 companies naturally didn't want to see Tingxian Entertainment have such a young talent in those categories. That's why in April, the lyricists and composers from the 3 companies teamed up to target Gui. This is all within the rules of the game, and there's nothing wrong with it. The 3 of them had already accepted their defeat in April and were discussing what to do in May. Suddenly, they received news that Lin Tian and Gui would be facing off in a showdown in May. This news sent shockwaves through the industry. This news left all 3 of them speechless. Their minds went blank. What was Listen String Entertainment up to? At that moment, all 3 could see the look of deep thought in each other's eyes. The newly appointed general manager of Huawan Entertainment, Xiao Zhe, looked like he could have a dazed expression written all over his face. After thinking for a while, he simply couldn't figure out what kind of scheme listening to the Strings Entertainment was up to. Xiao Zhe was the first to speak up. Do any of you know what listening to the Strings Entertainment is up to? Fu Yunlong and Shui Yulan snapped back to reality, exchanged a glance across the screen, and shook their heads in unison. We have no idea. This was exactly what Xiao Zhe had expected. Sigh. The 3 of them sighed in unison. In theory, since listening to the Strings Entertainment was fighting among themselves, they should be happy. But they couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Because Song Hai, the general manager of Tingxian Entertainment, had always been a sly fox. Don't let his thick eyebrows and big eyes fool you. He's always smiling, but he's full of tricks. Take, for example, the incident where Gui refused to sign with a company and create the way. At the time, everyone assumed that Song Hai would suppress Gui just like they did. Who knew that Gui signed with Tingxian Entertainment right after debuting? Later, rumors surfaced that Gui had already made an agreement with Tingxian Entertainment before appearing on the show. After all that, Song Hai was just watching them make fools of themselves. In the end, the 3 companies ended up looking like fools, and they wasted all the money they spent on hiring online trolls. They lost a fortune. The 3 of them were scolded by their superiors. No, 2 of them were, and the other was sewing on a sewing machine. Fu Yunlong thought about Song Hai's sly and cunning image, and gradually, a string in his mind became clear. He couldn't believe it and said, could Song Hai be trying to make Lin Tian intentionally lose to Gui? Ugh. Shui Yulan and Xiao Zhe both sucked in a cold breath simultaneously. They didn't really believe that explanation. After all, they knew that Song Hai's position was far from being able to control the company's top songwriters. But they couldn't completely rule out the possibility. What if Lin Tian was unhappy with their 3 companies and wanted to cause trouble for them? After all, Lin Tian had done such things before when he was younger. Oh well. Even if Tingxian Entertainment really does this, they can't do anything about it. Their company does have individuals who can match Lin Tian in ability. But they can't afford to hire them. They can only wait until May to see the results. And it's only early April right now. It's like a year is dragging on. Chen Chen sighed as he sat on the sofa in the studio. Yang Lei, sitting beside him, was still on the phone with his girlfriend. Lei, take care of yourself in Shanghai. I'll come visit you when I'm on vacation. Okay, I will. Hearing Yang Lei's girlfriend's sweet voice, Chen Chen's face twisted in disgust. Ugh. If you want to kill him, just use a knife. There's no need to play games like this. Yang Lei hung up the phone and turned his attention to Chen Chen. Chen Go, what's wrong? Should we go to the hospital? He heard Chen Chen sighing that time was dragging on, and thought Chen Chen was feeling unwell. Chen Chen rolled his eyes and mocked him in a sarcastic tone. Lei, take care of yourself, okay. Yang Lei blushed and scratched his head. Brother Chen, you heard that? Chen Chen stared at Yang Lei in shock. You called on speakerphone in front of me? Do you think I'm deaf or something? Chen Chen began to re-evaluate Yang Lei. Surface appearances. Yang Lei's innocent appearance is definitely just a facade. This kid is so sneaky. Chen Chen was at a loss for words. Just a few days ago, he had been scolded by Li Chanxian, which had already made him annoyed. When he returned to the company and saw Yang Lei so happy, he grew even more annoyed. Chen Chen screamed inwardly, Yang Lei, you really deserve to die. I should thank you, Chen Gu. Thanks to you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Yang Lei sincerely thanked Chen Chen. His confession techniques were actually taught to him by Chen Chen. Hey, it's no big deal. Your Chen Gu has always been so skilled. It's just basic stuff. If you have any emotional issues in the future, come ask your Chen Gu. Chen Chen's self-absorbed personality resurfaced. Yang Lei nodded in admiration. Suddenly, a soft voice rang in Chen Chen's ear. You should stop teaching Yang Lei those things. Don't ruin his love life. Gui had appeared beside Chen Chen without anyone noticing. In Gui's opinion, what Chen Chen was teaching wasn't something ordinary people could use. Fortunately, the girl in question also liked Yang Lei. Otherwise, Yang Lei would have definitely failed. Chen Shen scoffed, it's all because of certain people taking the blame. Cough cough. Gui skillfully changed the subject, how's Li Chanshan doing?
Chen Chen shrugged helplessly, looking innocent.
Gui placed his hand on Chen Shen's shoulder and said, take your time. I believe in you. Chen Shan remained expressionless.
Then a sheet of music and lyrics appeared before him.
Gui smiled and said, get ready. This is your new song for May. Chen Shen couldn't hide his smile, oh, this is too much. Gui jokingly took the sheet back, do you want it? If not, I'll sing it myself. Chen Shen immediately snatched it back, of course I want it.
As for saying thank you, he was too lazy to bother.
If he did, Gui might think their relationship wasn't that deep. A few minutes later, Chen Shen, who was happily looking at the lyrics, suddenly realized something. He said belatedly, you wouldn't be asking me to challenge Senior Lin Tian to a duel, would you? Gui snapped his fingers and gave Chen Shen a thumbs up, you really get me. No way. P.S. Everyone, keep the fun going during the Little New Year. He. Chapter 113, Are They Celebrities? Chen Shan looked at Gui in horror.
He admitted that when he found out Gui had sent him to challenge Lin Tian to a duel, he panicked.
Gui smiled and patted Chen Shan on the shoulder, saying, I believe in you. No, Gui, you're serious. Chen Shan felt like he was about to explode. At that moment, Xu Mengning's voice echoed from the distance, Gui, are you ready? We should go. Gui looked at Chen Shan with determination, I'll just trust you then. After saying that, Gui didn't bother to look at Chen Shan's expression. He joined Xu Mengning and walked out of the studio.
Watching Gui's back, Chen Shan murmured, but I don't believe in myself.
This was crucial to Gui's success in becoming a lyricist and composer.
But Gui had entrusted this task to him so easily. This trust left Chen Shan unsure whether to cry or laugh. He was truly afraid of messing it up for Gui.
Gu, I believe in you too. Yang Lei said.
Chen Shan glanced at Yang Lei, then suddenly changed his expression, let's go for it. It's just the Song King.
Let's take him down.
Chen Shan was like that he was a master at regulating his emotions. Even if he didn't fully believe in himself, he believed that Gui's songs could take him to new heights.
What's a lyric genius, hit song, or singing champion? Gui has already taken down a bunch of them. Just believe in your own brother.
Chen Shan shouted, practice singing.
Shanghai International Airport. A Rolls-Royce pulled up.
Gui got out first, followed by Xu Mengning, who held Gui's hand as she stepped out of the car. Gui was heading to Luzhou to film a promotional video and take in the scenic beauty of Luzhou.
Neither of them tried to hide, walking into the airport openly.
A handsome man and a beautiful woman always attract more attention.
Gradually, some people recognized the two of them. Hey, look, isn't that Gui and Xu Mengning? Wow, really? They don't have bodyguards or hide their identities? I absolutely love the Xu couple. I want to get an autograph, sniff sniff.
A few minutes later, fans who recognized the two came over to ask for autographs and photos.
Gui and Xu Mengning patiently signed autographs.
As time passed, Gui noticed that the number of fans asking for autographs was increasing.
To avoid disturbing others, the two took the fans to a secluded corner and signed autographs one by one.
As they continued signing, Gui suddenly realized they didn't have enough time.
The announcement for their flight was already being broadcast over the PA system.
After finishing the last signature, Gui smiled and said, sorry everyone, our flight is about to depart, so we need to board first.
What? Alright. It's okay, you go ahead. The fans were a bit disappointed, but they didn't want to delay Gui's schedule.
Seeing the disappointed expressions on the fans' faces, Xu Mengning felt a pang of sympathy. She tugged at Gui's sleeve and whispered, why don't we take a group photo with them?
We should still have time. Great idea. Gui told the fans to wait a moment, then took out his phone and walked out of the crowd, finding an auntie who looked fairly relaxed. Sis, could you take a photo of me and my friends? Gui was skilled at handling social situations. As soon as the aunt heard Gui's greeting and saw his youthful, handsome face, she smiled and said, of course I can. Thank you, sister. Oh my, you're such a sweet talker. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce you to one? No need, sister. My girlfriend is right over there. I was being forward. Come on, I'll take your photo. Gui and Xu Mengning stood in the middle, with fans on either side. Alright, that's it, say cheese. The aunt's photography skills were quite good, she took some great photos. Gui thanked the aunt with her phone and hurriedly boarded the plane with Xu Mengning. The aunt watched Gui and Xu Mengning's backs with envy and sighed, youth is truly wonderful. Gui and Xu Mengning left. The fans were still lingering. Gui is so kind. He actually went out of his way to help us take a group photo. I love Gui so much. Xu Mengning is so beautiful too. They look even better in person than they do online. After expressing their admiration, the fans of both artists approached the auntie to thank her. Thank you so much, sister. Sister, you're so beautiful. Sister, how old are you? Your skin is so well maintained, you look so young. Can you teach me? The repeated calls of sister made the aunt blush and her face flush. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. These young people today are so considerate. Then she asked curiously, were those two handsome young men and beautiful young women your classmates? Classmates? No, haha. The fans all shook their heads. Since Gui and his fans all looked young, Gui explained that they were taking group photos with friends. That's why the ant thought Gui and his group were classmates. Then you must be really close friends. The handsome guy just told me. The fans were surprised that Gui would say that. However, hearing Gui refer to them as friends made them very happy. Friends? I guess so. Sister, actually were his fans. He is a really talented singer and we all love him. This time, the ant was the one who was shocked, almost gasping in surprise. They're celebrities? Gui and Xu Mengning's words and actions played back in the ant's mind. The two completely overturned her perception of young celebrities. No airs and graces, no arrogance, no monopolizing of public relations resources, and not even a single bodyguard. And they were humble and kind to others. They walked hand in hand on the street, completely unashamed. They didn't look like a celebrity couple at all, but more like an ordinary young couple. They were just a bit more attractive. Singer? The ant suddenly took an interest in the song they were singing. What are they singing? Could you recommend a few songs for your sister? Of course. Sister, listen to this one. It's called 10 Years. I think you'll like it. This song is called Why Not? It's the first song Gui released and it's so old but so good. Sister, look at this video. This is Gui and Xu Mengning's first time performing together on stage. After watching Gui and Xu Mengning perform Blue and White Porcelain on the Create the Future stage, Auntie couldn't help but break into a genuine Auntie smile. She had already decided she loved this young couple. The fans were also surprised that this Auntie would like Gui's work so much, and even ship the Gusu couple. They and the Auntie are like soulmates across generations. Fans immediately added the ant to the Gusu CP group. Gui and Xu Mengning now have a true mom fan. P.S. Here, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I'm sorry the author will never set any more flags against Sniff Sniff. Chapter 114, Arriving in Luzhou, April Willow Catkins. Gui and Xu Mengning successfully made it to the flight. As soon as they entered the first-class cabin, they were closely watched by several burly men who looked like bodyguards. Gui held Xu Mengning's hand and ignored the stares of the others as they made their way to their seats. As soon as they sat down, Gui heard a soft, masculine voice from ahead. How could there be others here? I told you to book the entire first-class cabin. The middle-aged man beside him smiled apologetically. Xiaoyu, when we booked the tickets, those 2 seats were already taken, so... Oomph. Li Ziyu snorted unhappily. This time, I'll let it go. But if they expose my whereabouts and I get stuck at the airport again, it'll be your fault. The middle-aged man, Mao Li, nodded helplessly in agreement. Li Ziyu was the company's newly cultivated idol star, extremely popular and the most promising newcomer in the company. Additionally, Li Ziyu had high-ranking company executives backing him, which was why his agent was so subservient to him. Gui and Xu Mengning exchanged glances, both seeing the absurdity in each other's eyes. This was too interesting. Who would have thought that taking a flight could lead to meeting a big star? Li Ziyu shot Mao Hai a disdainful glance, pulled out his phone, took a selfie, and posted it on Weibo. He captioned it, "Departing for Luzhou." Mao Li watched the entire process of Li Ziyu taking the photo and posting it on Weibo. His face twisted unconsciously, and his lips trembled constantly. You idiot! Just a moment ago, she said not to reveal her whereabouts, yet she immediately posted her location on Weibo, as if she wanted everyone to know. Mao Li was trembling all over. If it weren't for company rules, he would have slapped Li Ziyu across the face. Always causing trouble for him, and he'll have to clean up the mess again. At that moment, Li Ziyu was scrolling through her fans' comments. Wow, Ziyu is so cute. Luzhou. I'm in Luzhou right now, going to pick her up. I'm going too. Ziyu, I'm coming. Li Ziyu scrolled through Weibo and suddenly saw the trending topic. Gui and Xu Mengning spotted at Zhanghai City Airport. Where is Gui going? Of course, it's Luzhou. After parting ways with Gui, his fans posted photos of him alone with Gui on Weibo. Naturally, other fans asked them where they had met Gui. Once the fans mentioned it, netizens calculated Gui's boarding time and immediately figured out where he was heading. Gui and Xu Mengning are going to Luzhou. This reminds me of Luzhou Moon. How lucky. I actually ran into Gui by chance. Hehe, I'm in Luzhou, I'm going to find Gui. Darn it. I should have gone to the airport too. Li Ziyu looked at these comments and raised his eyebrows. Judging by the timing, Gui must be on this flight too? Li Ziyu immediately told Mao Li, Gui is also on our flight. Mao Li remained unfazed. What business was it of his if someone was on a plane? He nodded dismissively. Oh, okay. Does that mean I can ask him to write a song for me too? Li Ziyu was very excited. Every song Gui wrote became a hit, and he believed that once he got one of Gui's songs, he would definitely become famous too. Mao Li looked at Li Ziyu and couldn't help but think to himself. Don't you look at yourself? Gui write a song for you? That's like throwing gold into a dung heap. Don't you see how terrible your singing is? Even the $1 million sound engineer the company hired couldn't save you. Look at the people who sing Gui's songs, what level are they at? How dare you have the nerve to ask Gui to write a song for you? Of course, he didn't say any of this out loud. On the surface, he remained smiling, but his words were insincere. With your talent, you'll definitely become famous. Li Ziyu, feeling confident and triumphant, said, of course. I'll go find Gui right now and have him write a song for me. After speaking, Li Ziyu stood up and headed toward the business class cabin. He assumed Gui was probably sitting in the business class with bodyguards. He never even considered that Gui, the hottest singer of the year, would be traveling with Xu Mengning like ordinary people. He didn't even glance at Gui and Xu Mengning, who were sitting not far behind him. Mao Li looked over and thought, this won't do. This is just embarrassing. Someone like Gui, a singer and songwriter of his caliber, would have to think highly of you before he'd even acknowledge your existence. Your current rivals are all lyricists, composers, and singers, none of them are weaker than you. It's better not to go and make a fool of yourself. Mao Li immediately stopped Li Ziyu. Little fish, don't worry. Maybe Gui is resting right now. If you go find him, you'll disturb him. Be good. We'll meet him when we get off the plane. You can ask him then. If it doesn't work out, we'll have the company contact Gui and have him write a song for you. Li Ziyu thought about it and realized Mao Hai was right. After all, they'd meet when they got off the plane. Alright, but you have to buy me a good song. A ding sound rang out and a Weibo recommendation appeared on Mao Hai's phone. The title read, Exclusive News, the licensing fee for Gui's Lu Moon has reached a staggering 30 million. Mao Li doubted his own eyes. What? 3 million for the licensing fee? That would mean buying the copyright outright would cost over 100 million yuan. Mao Li glanced at Li Ziyu with a twitching mouth. Buying a song? Buying a song? You wouldn't even be worth a tenth of that if you sold yourself. Xu Mengning couldn't hold it in anymore. She covered her mouth and laughed hysterically. Gui also couldn't help but laugh. Where did this idiot come from? Gui turned to stare at Xu Mengning. What's wrong? You look so happy. Did you think of something funny? Xu Mengning gave Gui a little glare but then smiled sweetly. Yes. Being with you makes me so happy. Inside the cabin, Li Ziyu's bodyguards smiled as they watched Gui and Xu Mengning. They had already determined that the two in front of them weren't dangerous individuals, they were just an ordinary couple. They even looked somewhat familiar. And this young man seemed much more pleasing to the eye than Li Ziyu. He's a real man. They were professionals just by looking at Gui's build. They knew there was no doubt he had some serious muscles hidden under his clothes. Listening to Gui and Xu Mengning's joyful laughter, Li Ziyu grew impatient. What a crappy plane, it's so slow. Can't it go any faster? In fact, the plane was quite fast and a few minutes later, it landed at Luzhou Airport. Once the plane had come to a complete stop and passengers were informed they could disembark, Gui and Xu Mengning stood up together. Li Ziyu also stood up at that moment and saw Gui and Xu Mengning. Li Ziyu rubbed his eyes, his pupils suddenly contracting as he screamed, "Ah, you're Gui." Gui smiled without denying it. He then patted Li Ziyu on the shoulder without expression and said, I hope you can act more like a man in the future. After speaking, Gui took Xu Mengning's hand and exited the cabin. Gui had lived 2 lifetimes, and his experiences had taught him not to dwell on the past. He even hoped that the other person would take his words to heart. Candy is too sweet is not the way to go. Li Ziyu watched Gui and Xu Mengning's retreating figures and fell into deep thought. Recalling the words he had spoken inside the cabin, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had known Gui was sitting behind him, he would never have said those words. Strangely, Gui didn't seem angry at all. Gui didn't seem like someone his age, he was more like an elder. Was it advice from an elder? From a distance, Gui could see the fans holding up lightboards with his name and Xu Mengning's name on them. The scene could easily be described as a sea of people. Although the fans had cleared a path, Gui could tell the traffic was still quite congested. Before the fans noticed him, Gui pulled Xu Mengning back to a corner and found the nearest staff member to explain the situation. After understanding the situation, the airport staff were relieved as if they had seen a savior. Although Gui's fans were generally well behaved, they had indeed disrupted the airport's order. Since Gui was willing to cooperate, they were naturally very pleased. Girls, I checked Gui's flight has landed and is about to arrive. Yay! Can't wait to see Gui and Xu Mengning. I want some couple goals. Just then, Gui's voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Hello everyone. I'm Gui. What? Where is Gui? The fans looked around frantically. Everyone, please stay calm. We truly appreciate your coming, but since our arrival has disrupted the normal operations of the airport, could we kindly ask everyone to leave the airport in an orderly manner? Xu Mengning also smiled and said, we'll be staying in Luzhou for the next few days, so you might see me and Gui anytime, anywhere. Let us not bother the police and security guards with maintaining order, okay? Gui's fans fell silent for a moment before agreeing. Alright. We'll listen to the older sister.
Everyone, please leave in an orderly manner and don't cause trouble for others.
Gui is really so kind, taking responsibility himself.
That's right. He actually said it was his fault and Xu Mengning's fault. The fans were leaving while engaging in intense discussions. Some of them had followed many celebrities before. Although the entertainment industry often says fans' behavior is paid for by the idols. But celebrities like Gui, who take responsibility for their mistakes and don't blame their fans, are truly rare. This action warmed their hearts. At that moment, in their eyes, Gui didn't seem like an idol at all, but more like a friendly senior from their school, kind and caring toward them. Li Ziyu listened to Gui and Xu Mengning's voices on the radio, watching Gui's fans leave in an orderly manner. He suddenly seemed to understand something. Gui has far more fans than him and is far more famous. But Gui... Damn. Li Ziyu silently took a mask and hat from Mao Li's bag and followed Gui's fans out of the airport. Maybe it's time to make some changes, huh? Like a man. Just like his current idol, Gui. Mao Li followed Li Ziyu, watching his back and nearly shedding tears. Li Ziyu had suddenly changed his ways. Oh, you've grown up. Once all the fans had left the airport, Gui and Xu Mengning also departed through the back door, escorted by staff members. Wan Xinghua had been waiting there for a long time. Minister Wan, it's been a long time, Gui greeted him with a smile, then pointed to Xu Mengning and said, "This is my beloved Xu Mengning." Gui then introduced Xu Mengning to Wan Xinghua. Xu Mengning softly said, "Hello, Minister Wan." Wan Xinghua nodded and said with a smile, "Hello. What a handsome couple. Come on, get in the car. We'll talk on the way." Gui and Xu Mengning sat in the back seat, while Wan Xinghua sat in the front passenger seat. Wan Xinghua turned to Gui and Xu Mengning and said, "You two don't come to Luzhou often. Why not stay a few extra days this time?" Xu Mengning looked at Gui and smiled. "We were just thinking the same thing. Let's just treat it as a vacation." "Great." Gui then asked Wan Xinghua curiously, "Minister Wan, what are some good places to visit in Luzhou?" Wan Xinghua was about to answer. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Something was wrong. Gui could write a song like Luzhou Moon, how could he not know Luzhou? Oh. This is testing whether I, as the head of the Luzhou Cultural Promotion Department, am qualified for my position. Could I possibly know less than you, a 20-year-old young man? Wan Xinghua's competitive spirit was ignited. There are so many wonderful places in Luzhou. We are located between the Yangtze and Huai rivers, by the shores of Chaohu Lake, and are renowned worldwide as the Three Kingdoms battle city and the hometown of Bo Gong. And the scenery is beautiful and picturesque. Wan Xinghua spoke endlessly, giving Gui a thorough lesson on the history and geography of the region. Gui listened attentively, nodding along, appearing to know everything. In reality, he was utterly shocked, feeling like he had learned something new. However, Wan Xinghua was even more shocked than Gui. He was nearly numb. He had been talking for over half an hour, yet Gui still looked like he understood everything. In fact, the longer he talked, the more Gui could chat with him. The adjectives he used were even more vivid than his own. Stop it. He's almost run out of things to say after all these years. What kind of prodigy is this kid? So young and already so knowledgeable. He's really going to die young. Gui actually doesn't know much about Luzhou in his previous life, he could only say he had heard a little about it. The only reason he could hold a conversation with Wan Xinghua was because he had an eidetic memory. Moreover, after listening to Wan Xinghua's description, he would rephrase it in his own words. Xu Mengning sat quietly, propping her head up, watching Gui and Wan Xinghua chat animatedly. As they chatted, Wan Xinghua was sweating profusely. He was almost out of things to say. Finally, the car pulled over to the side of the road, arriving at their destination, the Luzhou Cultural Propaganda Department. Wan Xinghua felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Gui and Xu Mengning got out of the car. White willow catkins drifted gently past them in the breeze. In March, the sky is filled with mist and smoke, and swallows fly as the grass grows long. Among the swirling willow catkins, I see my hometown. Wan Xinghua got out of the car and sang the lyrics of Luzhou Moon. He then smiled at Gui and said, "I'm ashamed. I sang poorly in front of the original singer." Gui shook his head and smiled lightly. "Minister Wan, your singing has a different flavor." Wan Xinghua pointed at the swirling willow catkins. "Though it's April now, this is the scene you sang about. P.S. This chapter is 4,000 words. That's equivalent to 2 chapters. Yay! Chapter 115, Wan Xinghua's Worldly Wisdom. In Wan Xinghua's office, Gui was watching a promotional video of Luzhou. As Gui watched, Wan Xinghua explained his ideas to him. In simple terms, he wanted to include Gui in the video. He needs Gui to record a singing video at various scenic spots in the video. He would assign someone to assist Gui specifically. It does have a music video feel to it. Gui didn't think much of it and agreed. "We can't let someone else's 3 million go to waste." Wan Xinghua said with great satisfaction. "Then we'll start filming tomorrow?" Gui nodded in agreement. "All right." Wan Xinghua checked the time, then looked up. "It's getting late. Shall we go have dinner first? Try some of our local specialties?"
Gui smiled and said, then I'll humbly accept your invitation.
Wan Xinghua stood up and gestured for them to follow.
Gui didn't hesitate and walked out with Xu Mengning. Wan Xinghua followed behind.
Suddenly, Wan Xinghua's young assistant walked up to him and whispered, Minister, I thought only Gui was coming, so I only booked one hotel room.
And that hotel is already fully booked. What about the two of them, a man and a woman?
Wan Xinghua chuckled, patting his assistant on the shoulder with a clear understanding, you're still too young.
Don't you understand human relations? Can't you tell what their relationship is? The assistant looked at Gui and Xu Mengning holding hands and realized belatedly, oh, right. Wan Xinghua waved his hand impatiently. Go, go, go. Do your job. Don't worry about this. Even if there are any remaining rooms, don't book them. Do you understand? Got it, sir. He's teachable. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Gui and Xu Mengning stood by the bed, staring blankly at the large bed.
Gui felt a bit awkward and placed his hand over his mouth, clearing his throat.
I'll sleep on the couch.
Although they had been together for several months and had done everything they should have, they had never crossed that final line. In this chaotic world, it's hard to preserve innocence, but it's also simple.
As long as you want to.
Xu Mengning and Gui had both received traditional upbringings, and both wanted to save their best selves for the most important day of their lives. So, in the end, Gui still ended up sleeping in the bed.
Xu Mengning was afraid that Gui would catch a cold sleeping on the sofa.
So she drew a line down the middle of the bed for Gui. That night, Gui also posted a group photo of himself, Xu Mengning, and their fans on Weibo.
Gui.
On the way to Luzhou, we met these adorable people. Special thanks to the kind lady who took our photo. Your photography skills are truly amazing.
Groupphoto.jpg. Wow, Gui actually posted the photo on Weibo. Look, that's me on the right. Ha! Where's my head? Why is there only a bun left? Aha! The person above me, you're still better off. I'm left with just a scissors hand. The person in front of me is too tall. Wah! Heading to Luzhou. Ran into Gui on the way. The next morning.
Xu Mengning opened her eyes groggily. The first thing she saw was Gui's face. She found herself in Gui's embrace. Xu Mengning let out a soft hum and murmured to herself, it seems someone crossed the line last night. But it was just a hug. Gui also woke up at that moment, feeling the soft, delicate body in his arms. He couldn't help but smile secretly. Hey, stop pretending to sleep. I saw you smile. Xu Mengning rolled her eyes in feigned anger, someone didn't follow the rules last night. Gui opened his eyes, glanced at the empty space behind Xu Mengning, then gave a mischievous smile. Really? Who was it? We have to punish her. Xu Mengning smiled mischievously, alright. The punishment is that whoever crossed the line has to kiss the one who didn't. Gui couldn't tell if this was a punishment or a reward. Alright. Gui's lips pressed against Xu Mengning's forehead. Ding ding ding. Gui's alarm clock rang. 9 o'clock. Gui sat up, his thin nightgown clinging to his body, revealing his well-proportioned and muscular physique. Xu Mengning was momentarily speechless. How had she never noticed how good Gui Yiding's physique was before? Was this the kind of physique a singer who debuted on an idol audition show would have? No wonder she always felt his arms were so hard, like lumps of iron. Gui dressed himself properly, forcing himself not to glance in Xu Mengning's direction. Because he knew Xu Mengning might only be wearing a nightgown. He was afraid she'd be embarrassed. Xu Mengning also noticed the issue at that moment. The other side of the bed was empty. She was actually lying entirely on Gui's side. It turned out that she was the one who had crossed the line last night. She felt a little happy inside, but still joked, Gui, why are you covering for me? This makes me look like I can't play fair. Ha? What game? Gui turned his head, a bright white rabbit. Everything that should and shouldn't be seen was seen in an instant. What Xu Mengning was confused. Gui turned his head away, and Xu Mengning immediately understood. By the time the two of them had dressed and finished their morning routine, it was already 9:30. Standing at the door, Xu Mengning's face was still flushed with embarrassment. She looked up and glared at Gui angrily, then leaned in and kissed him. Their lips touched. This part is omitted for 1,000 words. I dare not write it. I'm not afraid to admit it. A few moments later, Xu Mengning crossed her arms and huffed, I'll give you your punishment. Next time we play a game, you're not allowed to go easy on me. Alright. Gui said affectionately. Over the next 2 days, Gui and Xu Mengning explored various scenic spots in Luzhou. Xu Mengning also followed Gui around and filmed videos with him. Mainly because Gui felt that since Xu Mengning had come all this way, so they might as well film together. Besides, having a female lead would make the song more fitting. Wan Xinghua naturally had no objections. After all, he didn't have to pay any appearance fees, and he was only too happy for Gui to bring a few more people along. Plus, he thought Gui's suggestion was great. It was the perfect setting for the lyrics, lovers on the bridge come in pairs, while the red flowers by the bridge lament the long night.
Over the past 2 days, fans have also spotted Gui and Xu Mengning at various scenic spots in Luzhou. However, they all kept their distance and didn't rush in to disrupt Gui's work. Gui and Xu Mengning are rumored to be filming an MV in Luzhou. Everyone should definitely go check out Luzhou from the TV show Luzhou Moon. I'm already in Luzhou and have seen Gui and Xu Mengning twice. I must be the chosen one. Ha ha ha. Luzhou in April is truly beautiful. I love it so much. Highly recommended. P.S. I really wanted to write this chapter in more detail, but I'm scared. Very loud. I was banned from writing elsewhere before, so I dare not do it again. Chapter 116, Seeing Her in the Whirling Willow Catkins. Another morning dawned. Gui and Xu Mengning stood at the hotel entrance. Today, Wan Xinghua didn't come to pick them up. The video recording was already finished, and once Wan Xinghua's team finished editing it, it would be posted on Weibo and Douyin. There was nothing left for the two of them to do. They could now take their time exploring Luzhou. Gui looked up at the sky. The sky ahead was growing dim. Dark clouds had already obscured the sun. The wind chased after the clouds, gradually blowing toward the two of them. Gui murmured softly, "It might start raining." A gentle breeze blew, and a strand of willow fluff danced before Xu Mengning's eyes. Xu Mengning reached out to catch it, and the willow fluff landed in her palm. She blew gently, and the willow fluff rose again in the wind, drifting toward the sky. A single crystal-clear droplet fell, landing precisely on the willow catkin dancing in the air. Perhaps the willow fluff also had its own worries. An umbrella appeared just in time above Xu Mengning's head. But the willow fluff had no one to protect it, while she did. Xu Mengning looked up at Gui with a sweet smile. "Let's go. Let's take a nice stroll." Gui nodded. "All right. Gui, I want to eat that." "Gui, I can't finish it." "Gui, wait here while I buy something." "I'm back. Look, I bought you some roses. Here you go." In the evening, on a park bench, Xu Mengning leaned against Gui's shoulder and fell asleep. She had been active all day and was finally tired. Gui looked up at the stars and the moon. Gentle moonlight bathed his face. A whiff of jasmine fragrance drifted from Xu Mengning and carried by the breeze into his heart. The scent of jasmine was her unique fragrance. "Gui, let's stay like this forever," Xu Mengning whispered softly, her words drifting into Gui's ears. A strand of willow fluff drifted by, landing on Xu Mengning's flowing hair. Gui gently brushed it away, smiled, and looked at the moon, saying, "Definitely." The two stayed in Luzhou for a few days before returning to Shanghai in mid-April. The promotional video for Wan Xinghua had been online for several days. The promotional video received fairly positive reviews online. The professional team Wan Xinghua hired was highly competent. Netizens all said it had a music video-like feel. Gui didn't know how effective the tourism promotion was, but from the excited tone in Wan Xinghua's voice when he called him, he could guess roughly. The number of people visiting Luzhou has definitely increased. Gui, who was idle in the office, decided to go check on Chen Chen's progress. As he walked through the lobby, Gui didn't see Chen Chen or Yang Lei anywhere. Yang Lei must have gone to a commercial performance. Chen Chen might be in the recording studio. As Gui opened the door, he immediately saw Du Hui and Wang Ping looking tense. The two of them rushed over as soon as they saw Gui. "Boss, please try to calm Chen Chen down. He's almost losing his mind. He's been practicing singing for over 10 hours straight for several days now." Du Hui blurted out his concerns. Wang Ping nodded vigorously beside him. That's right. This is really bad for his health." Gui's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately instructed Du Hui and Wang Ping to turn off Chen Chen's microphone and background music. Chen Chen was in a dangerous state, risking his career. Only professionals like them knew how damaging high-intensity singing practice was to the voice. If Chen Chen continued practicing like this for much longer, his career would likely be over. That's his livelihood, we can't let him ruin it. Chen Chen was wondering if there had been a power outage. Gui burst in, grabbed Chen Chen by the neck, and shook him violently. "Do you even want to sing anymore? How dare you ruin your voice like this? You're trying to kill yourself." Gui, who usually kept his composure, let loose with a string of curses. Chen Chen nearly suffocated from Gui's grip, struggling to break free. He glared at Gui with resentment and said, "I haven't even practiced myself to death yet, and you nearly choked me to death." Gui sneered, "You deserve it." However, Gui knew that Chen Chen was probably just lacking confidence for next month and feared it would affect his chances of becoming a lyric god or song god, so he was practicing so fiercely. Gui sighed and said, "Don't worry too much. We're still young. Even if we fail next month, we can just start over the month after that. If that doesn't work, we can try again the month after that. I don't believe those old fools can outlast us young people." Chen Chen burst into laughter. "That's exactly right." Chen Chen laughed until his voice grew hoarse. "Oh no, I'm done for." A horrendous sound came out of Chen Chen's mouth. Gui was completely baffled. "No way, Chen, you're serious." Inside a private clinic in Shanghai City. Doctor Yu turned off the lights and said, "It's from overusing your voice too frequently. I'll prescribe 2 doses of medicine. Rest for a few days, and you'll be fine." Gui smiled and said, "Thank you, Dr. Yu." Dr. Yu shook his head. It's no trouble. You rely on your voice for a living, you can't keep abusing it like this. Even if you had a golden voice, this kind of intensity would be too much. You need to think about your future. Dr. Yu had a partnership with Tingxian Entertainment, and most of their artists came here for vocal issues, so he knew what Gui did and advised him patiently. Chen Chen nodded and said in his unpleasant voice, "Thank you, Dr. Yu. You're like my." Gui slapped Chen Chen on the head and said with a disgusted expression, "I told you not to speak. Your voice is awful." Chen Chen looked like he was about to cry. The baby's heart was filled with bitterness, but the baby didn't say a word. After leaving the hospital, Chen Chen suddenly laughed twice. "Hey, I'm still fine. Still invincible. Ah, in a few days, I'll be a hero again. My high notes are the highest in the world." Cough cough cough. Then he saw Gui's disdainful gaze and the fist about to hit his face. "Grandma's sake. I told you not to speak." A few days later, in the morning, Gui was sitting at the computer, browsing through places he wanted to visit. "Gui! Gui! Where are you? Can you hear me? Come on, buddy." Not. Chen Chen hadn't even arrived yet, but his voice had already pierced through the walls and reached Gui's ears. Chen Chen opened Gui's office door and shouted, "Gui, didn't you say you were going to take me to record a song? Let's go. I'm ready. Watch me give you the highest note in the world." Gui impatiently glanced at Chen Chen and uttered a single word. 6. Chen Chen? That's his reaction? What the heck is going on? Chen Chen's defenses were shattered. The sky is falling. After finally recovering from illness, I came to share my joy with my best friend, and all he did was reply with a 6. How despicable. You really deserve it, Gui. You know, if he had posted on Weibo, there would have been countless young men and women checking up on him. And this is how you respond? What a letdown. P.S. Yan Zhu and Yifei, good night. Chapter 117. Wu Yuan is utterly shocked. There's a demon. Let us just go with this school. Gui put down the mouse and stretched lazily. Chen Chen peered over and read the school's name aloud. Jingshanho Primary School? Yeah. Gui nodded and smiled. Let's go there to record the children's voices for the beginning of the song. They're just the right age. Moreover, Gui also wanted to sponsor these schools deep in the mountains. It was a good opportunity to conduct an on-site visit. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. The Youth China speech definitely needs some young voices to capture the spirit. We should have the company contact the principal, Gui said to himself, then suddenly stopped, his mouse hovering over the principal's name. Zhang Shengrong? Gui was taken aback. Is this Zhang Shengrong the same person he knew? Chen Chen also noticed and blurted out in surprise, "No way, could it be Zhang the mentor?" Gui didn't speculate further and immediately searched online. He didn't know until he searched, but the results startled both Gui and Chen Chen. The computer screen displayed a list of public welfare schools, and their principals were all named Zhang Shengrong. And that Zhang Shengrong was exactly who Gui and Chen Chen had in mind. It was the famous singer Zhang Shengrong. There were a total of 9 public welfare schools, and the oldest one had been in operation for over 20 years. Zhang Shengrong was in his 40s, and he had dedicated half his life to public welfare. Gui and Chen Chen exchanged glances, and they could see the shock and admiration in each other's eyes. Gui picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Shengrong's number. Zhang Shengrong had just returned to his office when he found Meng Wenchen and Wu Yuan rummaging around in his office. Zhang Shengrong cleared his throat and said, The items in this office are all antiques, worth millions. If you break them, you'll have to compensate me. Old Wu, that vase you just touched is worth 3 million. Wu Yuan pouted unhappily, don't exaggerate. 300 is more like it. I saw you place the order on Pinduoduo with my own eyes. You think you can pull that on me? Zhang Shengrong smiled awkwardly, you remember that? Ha ha. You've scammed me too many times. Wu Yuan's face turned as black as coal. He would never forget the tea set Zhang Shengrong had made him compensate for. It was clearly a 69.99 yuan item with free shipping on Bishi, but he had bragged about it being an antique, making him pay 128,615.43 yuan. What was most unbearable was the 3 cents. Do you really need those 4 cents and 3 cents, Zhang Shengrong? Not a single penny less. Meng Wenchen stepped in to smooth things over. Come on, we're all friends. Shengrong, we just wanted to visit your school, right, old Wu? Wu Yuan nodded arrogantly. Zhang Shengrong's expression changed instantly, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Is it really Brother Wu? Wu Yuan crossed his arms and nodded slowly. Oh, Wu go ahead and touch it. Even if you smash it right here, it's no problem. If it's not enough, I'll buy you 2 more to smash. Zhang Shengrong directly placed the vase that Wu Yuan had just touched into Wu Yuan's hands. Wu Yuan's entire face trembled. Why isn't he saying it's an antique anymore? Why isn't he mentioning 3 million anymore? However, he still put the vase back in its original place, unsure whether Zhang Shengrong had done it on purpose. At that moment, Zhang Shengrong gave a sly smile. You two aren't going empty-handed, are you? Wu Yuan scoffed, of course not. We're at least curve gods. Just then, Zhang Shangrong's phone rang. He picked it up and burst into laughter. Guess who was calling? Who? Gu Yi. Wu Yuan was both surprised and annoyed. Damn it! He wouldn't be calling to mock us old-timers, would he? He hadn't done any work for Gu Yi this month, which was already annoying enough. Now Gu Yi himself had actually called his own teammate's phone. Even more annoyed. Zhang Shangrong shook his head with a smile. Impossible. Gu Yi isn't that kind of person. After saying that, he answered the call. Wu Yuan, on the other hand, sneaked up to Zhang Shangrong, his ears perked up, almost touching Zhang Shangrong's phone. He was just too curious. Zhang Gu. Gu Yi, congratulations. You're the top this month for sure. No, it's because you guys went easy on us. Before Zhang Shangrong could respond, Wu Yuan nodded satisfactorily. The young man is still sensible. Zhang Shangrong continued, go ahead, what did you call me for? Don't tell me you just wanted to chat because you missed me. Zhang Gu, you're the principal of Qingshanho Primary School, right? Zhang Shangrong was a bit confused, not sure why he brought that up, but he still answered, yes, I am. Here's the thing. I want to go to your school to ask a few children for help recording some songs. Wu Yuan, who had been eavesdropping nearby, froze in shock. Damn it, this kid is either releasing a song or on his way to release one. He's ruining the market. Zhang Shangrong said, of course, I can go with you. I've been wanting to see those kids too. Gu Yi said, that's very kind of you, Zhang Gu. I'll contact you tomorrow, and we'll go together. Alright. A few minutes later, Zhang Shangrong hung up the phone. Wu Yuan finally blurted out the words he had been holding back for a long time. That kid must be going to record the song for his showdown with Lin Tian next month, right? Meng Wenchen analyzed rationally, it's highly likely. As soon as he mentioned this, Wu Yuan became interested and immediately declared, Old Zhang, I'm going with you tomorrow. I want to see what song that kid has to challenge Lin Tian with. 10 years ago, he was constantly being humiliated by Lin Tian, and he was genuinely curious to see what this young man, Gu Yi, had the audacity to challenge Lin Tian with. Zhang Shangrong gave Wu Yuan a meaningful look and said earnestly, I hope you won't regret it later. Pfft, what could possibly be difficult for me? You'll see when you get there. The next day, Gu Yi and Chen Chen left the company with staff from Tingxian Entertainment and met up with Zhang Shangrong and the others at the outskirts of the city. After exchanging introductions, both groups set off in their vehicles toward the mountains. The vehicles eventually came to a stop outside a remote mountain. Wu Yuan also realized at that moment why Zhang Shangrong had told him not to regret it. The cars couldn't go any further, and the remaining few kilometers had to be covered on foot. Wu Yuan turned to look at Zhang Shangrong with a blank expression and asked, is it too late for me to leave now? Zhang Shangrong didn't answer directly, but sighed meaningfully, fortunately, I'm still in good shape. Unfortunately, some people. Oof. Wu Yuan's stubborn temper flared up, who are you calling old and useless? At that moment, Gu Yi and Chen Chen arrived, carrying large bags. Zhang Gu, let's go. The items in their hands were clothes and books they had bought for the children. Wu Yuan's eyes widened, are you sure you can carry all this on the mountain path? Why not ask your company's people to help you carry it? Gu Yi smiled and flexed his biceps, which were instantly filled with the weight of the clothes. We're young and strong. It's no problem. Wu Yuan was speechless. He felt like he'd been subtly insulted again. Who was he calling old and frail? Let me help you carry some. Wu Yuan reached out and took a pile of things from Gu Yi's left hand. The weight of dozens of pounds caused his body to sway. The weight of the books was no joke. Damn it! He really was getting old. In the end, Gu Yi had to carry the items himself. The long journey had already worn Wu Yuan out. Everyone had walked for over 2 hours, with half of that time spent waiting for Wu Yuan. Upon reaching the school gate, Wu Yuan could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Looking at Gu Yi and Chen Chen, who looked relaxed, he sighed and said, I really can't keep up with the young ones anymore. Gu Yi and the others followed Zhang Shangrong into the school. The students looked at the sudden arrival of this group of strangers with astonishment. Gu Yi noticed that all the students were wearing school uniforms, though they looked dirty, they were warm. Zhang Shangrong had always been kind to these students. All expenses at the school were free for the students. There were only a few teachers at the school. After Zhang Shangrong explained their purpose to them, Gu Yi selected a few students to teach personally. The students didn't have much to learn, they only needed to read a few sentences aloud. After a few hours, Gu Yi stood at the school gate, quietly admiring the scenery of the deep mountains. Chen Chen was practicing with his young teammates, with staff from Tingxian Entertainment assisting them. Once they had practiced enough, Gu Yi would take the children back to listening to Strings Entertainment's dedicated recording studio to record songs. Wu Yuan walked to the other side of the door, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to Gu Yi. Want to try? Gu Yi shook his head to decline. Someone at home doesn't allow me to smoke. Wu Yuan lit the cigarette with his mouth while looking disappointed. So young and already under your wife's thumb? That's not good. Gu Yi followed up on Wu Yuan's words and asked, at your age, are you also under your wife's thumb? Wu Yuan scoffed, do I look like that? At my house, I'm the one who makes the decisions. Gui smiled without denying it, realizing that Wu Yuan was indeed a man of his word. Wu Yuan knew Gui didn't believe him, so he changed the subject and asked the question he was most curious about. Gui, tell me honestly, do you have confidence for next month? Gui didn't say anything and turned his head to look inside the school. The youthful voices of singing drifted out from within. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are free, the nation is free. Though the voices were still young and inexperienced, they were filled with vigor. They are my hope, Gui said firmly. Wu Yuan shook his head in disappointment and said, this song might not be enough. From a professional perspective, he believed that Gui would find it challenging to defeat Lin Tian with this song unless something unexpected occurred. The smoke from the school kitchen rose slowly into the sky. The deep mountains were filled with the scent of smoke and fire. Gui turned to look at Wu Yuan and said, Senior Wu, have you ever considered a question? What? May 4th. May 4th? Wu Yuan muttered, his pupils suddenly contracting in shock. May 4th Youth Day. Damn it! You cheated! Hearing the singing coming from the school at that moment, Wu Yuan finally understood Gui's plan. The youth of China plus May 4th Youth Day. That's not a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. When these two things come together, it's basically a massacre. This month, forget about Lin Tian, no one can handle it. At that moment, a little girl walked over to the two of them. Wu Yuan saw her and immediately threw his cigarette outside, and stomped it out with his foot. The little girl reached out and tugged at Gui's clothes, saying in a soft voice, Brother, can you play games with us? Gui looked up and saw a group of children staring at him with hopeful expressions. A teacher noticed the little girl pulling Gui with her dirty hands and immediately walked over. He knew that Gui and the others were celebrities, and he was afraid that the little girl might dirty Gui's clothes or that Gui might suddenly lose his temper and scare the little girl. But before he could take 2 steps, Gui slowly knelt down, took the little girl's hand, and said gently, Sure, little sister. What game do you want to play? Gui had a younger sister at home, though she was a bit mischievous. The little girl furrowed her tiny brows, her sparkling eyes darting left and right, as if trying to decide what to play. Gui suggested, How about we play Drop the Handkerchief? The little girl asked in confusion, What's Drop the Handkerchief? Gui was momentarily speechless. He had almost forgotten that this wasn't the world he once knew. Here, they didn't even have a children's game as simple as Drop the Handkerchief, which every child in the country knew. Wu Yuan came over. He hadn't heard of Drop the Handkerchief either. The little girl saw Wu Yuan and politely greeted him, Hello, uncle? Wu Yuan pretended to be angry. Why call him brother? Call me uncle. The little girl looked at Gui awkwardly, then at Wu Yuan, compared the two, and without hesitation said, You're older. Wu Yuan remained silent. Children don't lie, he really was old. Ha ha. Senior Wu, children speak without reservation. Gui forced a smile. Wu Yuan, of course, wouldn't argue with a child. Stop laughing. You little rascal, just tell us how to play the Drop the Handkerchief game. Gui led the little girl and Wu Yuan into the group of children. Gui explained the game rules in detail. Everyone remember, if you get caught, you have to perform a show. Okay, the children excitedly agreed. A teacher stood nearby, smiling as she watched Gui, Wu Yuan, and the students mingle together. No wonder he's Principal Zhang Shengrong's friend. Completely different from other celebrities. Let's begin. Everyone remember to sing together. Gui shouted loudly. All right. Drop the handkerchief, drop the handkerchief. Gently place it behind the little kids. Don't tell him. Quick, quick, catch him. Quick, quick, catch him. Wu Yuan crouched between the two children, singing along with them. The shock he felt was still lingering. Before meeting Gui, he had never heard of the game Drop the Handkerchief or this melodious nursery rhyme anywhere else. In other words, this song was likely something Gui had come up with on the spot. Children's songs are easy to write and the melodies and lyrics are simple. However, making children like it is much harder. Moreover, Gui composed both the lyrics and melody in just a few minutes. What kind of talent is that? A prodigy. Listening to the laughter of the children around him, Wu Yuan didn't know what to say. If Gui can't become a master composer, many so-called master composers in the Chinese music industry should step down. They don't deserve to stand above Gui. Just as Wu Yuan was lost in his thoughts, Gui secretly placed a handkerchief behind Wu Yuan. The sneak attack was successful. Wu Yuan realized it too late. Gui, you old fox. P.S. Still 4,000 words per chapter, equivalent to 2 chapters. To be honest, I'm not sure if everyone enjoys this more everyday style plot. If not, I'll adjust it in the future. Chapter 118, Bamboo Dragonfly. Gui and the others stayed at the school for a few days, living and eating with the teachers. He also got a taste of what it was like to be a teacher during this time. Compared to schools in the city, the conditions here were indeed much worse. Before leaving, Gui obtained Zhang Shengrong's bank account number and transferred 1,100,000 yuan into it. Gui smiled and said, Zhanggu, this is a small token of our appreciation from Chun Chen and me. The children are very cute and hardworking, and the teachers are also very dedicated. 1,100,000 isn't much, but it can help improve the living conditions of the children and teachers. Meng Wenxian also donated 10 million yuan to Zhang Shengrong's charitable school. Wu Yuan's arrogant personality made him unwilling to give less than Gu Yi, so he generously donated 20 million. The staff members from Tingxian Entertainment who had accompanied Gu Yi also donated according to their own financial circumstances. Zhang Shengrong remained silent at the time, simply bowing deeply to everyone. As they were leaving, the little girl who had played drop the handkerchief with Gu Yi gave him a bamboo dragonfly. "Big brother, you must come back to play with us again someday." Gu Yi gently stroked the little girl's head and said, "Sure. And Xiaolu should also fly higher and higher like a bamboo dragonfly." Xiaolu nodded seriously, "Okay." Gu Yi waved the bamboo dragonfly and said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye, big brother." The bamboo dragonfly was made very intricately, with a bamboo base at the bottom. Gu Yi placed the bamboo dragonfly next to his computer. Chen Chen walked in, "The recording is done." Their performance was perfect. Chen Chen placed the USB drive next to Gu Yi's computer and smiled, "Give it a listen?" Gu Yi plugged the USB drive into the computer and opened the music file. After 3 minutes and 21 seconds, Gu Yi said in surprise, "Not bad, Chen Chen. Your singing has actually improved since you lost your voice." Chen Chen boasted, "Of course. Don't you know who your buddy is? All those days of practice weren't for nothing." However, this kind of thing was enough once. He dared not try it again. Gu Yi didn't feel like engaging with Chen Chen anymore. Once you praise Chen Chen, he gets carried away. Seeing that Gu Yi wasn't speaking, Chen Chen's eyes darted around and spotted the bamboo dragonfly Gu Yi had placed on the table. "Hey, a bamboo dragonfly. I haven't played with one in years." Chen Chen reached out to take it, but Gu Yi slapped his hand away. "Don't touch that. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it." Chen Chen said sarcastically, "Our relationship isn't even as strong as a bamboo dragonfly? So love can fade after all?" Gu Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xu Mengning's pleasant voice drifted in from outside the office. "Gu Yi, you're back." Gu Yi replied. Xu Mengning pushed the door open with her left hand, kept her right hand behind her back, and walked over to Gu Yi's desk in small steps. "Here you go. Your favorite strawberry pudding." In an instant, a bag of strawberry pudding appeared in front of Gu Yi. "Oh, thank you, Miss Xu," Gu Yi said with a smile. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, sneaking toward the strawberry pudding. Gu Yi's eyes narrowed, and he immediately struck it with a fist. "Ah!" Chen Chen immediately put on a pained expression. Then he saw Gu Yi's murderous glare. "If you want to eat, buy it yourself. What's the matter? Don't you have a few dozen dollars?" Chen Chen looked pitifully at Xu Mengning and said, "Sis, look at him." Xu Mengning smiled and calmly uttered 2 words, "No." Li Chanxian's matter hadn't been resolved yet. She wouldn't even give it to him if she threw it away. "Oh, a bamboo dragonfly?" After refusing Chen Chen, Xu Mengning noticed the new ornament on Gu Yi's desk. "Did you buy this, Gu Yi?" Gu Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "A little girl from Zhang Ji's school gave it to me." Xu Mengning wasn't jealous of a little girl. She picked up the bamboo dragonfly, removed its base, and gave it a gentle spin. The bamboo dragonfly soared high into the air. It hit the ceiling and fell back down. Xu Mengning picked it up, wiped it clean, and placed it back in its original spot with a touch of envy. She then smiled and said, "If you go again next time, remember to bring me along. I want one just like this." Gu Yichong, who was prone to spoiling her, said, "Why don't I give it to you?" Xu Mengning shook her head firmly, "This was given to you by someone else, I don't want it." Gu Yi smiled and said, "Then I'll take you with me next time." Watching the two of them act as if no one else was around, Chen Chen understood. He understood everything. It turned out that love doesn't disappear, it just shifts. P.S. I'm not in a good mood today. I couldn't sleep last night and am very tired now. This is the only chapter one can write. I apologize. Also, I've already changed the part where it says, "What is the harm in that? Don't scold me anymore, don't scold me anymore." The child will be scolded into stupidity. Chapter 119, Shooting an MV, a unique flavor. Chen Chen didn't want to stay here for another moment. He stormed out of the company, muttering under his breath, and went to buy some pudding. Xu Mengning brought over a chair and sat beside Gu Yi, then leaned on the desk watching him. "Is it really okay to treat your childhood friend like this?" Gu Yi shook his head with a smile. "If I were nice to him, he'd think there's something wrong." Xu Mengning furrowed her brows and thought. She couldn't help but think that boys' feelings were really different from girls'. Gu Yi turned the computer towards Xu Mengning and asked, "Miss Xu, why do you always have a faint scent of jasmine?" Xu Mengning sniffed her clothes in confusion. "Really? I can't smell anything." Gu Yi didn't answer but instead turned his gaze to the computer and gestured for Xu Mengning to look at it. "Look, a new song, a duet we sang together. What do you think?" Xu Mengning turned her head slightly and looked curiously. "Exclusive scent." Xu Mengning murmured the song title, recalling what Gu Yi had just said to her. She suddenly realized that this song was very likely written specifically for her by Gui. Xu Mengning's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Gui propped his head up and looked at Xu Mengning, asking her a question he already knew the answer to. Guess who inspired this song? Xu Mengning glared at Gui, then stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. I don't want to guess, and I don't want to know. She already had the answer in her heart, but she didn't want to say it out loud. She was afraid Gui would boast about it. Gui chuckled, you really don't want to know? It's from a very cute girl, you know. Xu Mengning hummed softly, then go find that girl and sing it together. Alright. Gui grabbed Xu Mengning's hand and started walking out. What are you doing? Xu Mengning asked. Gui turned back and smiled to practice singing with this cute girl. Xu Mengning's eyebrows curved upward, and a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Alright, I'll reluctantly agree. Recording studio. The melodious and romantic singing filled the air. Gui, I want to share a hug with you and feel your heartbeat. Xu Mengning, you have a unique scent. The two exchange glances and sing in unison. Our hearts are tightly intertwined. Wow. Du Hui's eyes widened in awe. Whoa, it's way too sweet. I heard it was specially written by the boss for his wife. I'm totally obsessed. Wang Ping was practically turning into a heart shape. Du Hui smiled like an ant and said, no kidding, if I were a girl, I'd definitely be the boss's wife's rival. Xu Mengning winked at Gui, meeting you made me realize how important you are to me. Gui smiled in response, no one can feel your sweetest smile. I no longer need to search for others. Xu Mengning, because I've already found you. Sweet. So damn sweet. The sweetness was too much for Wang Ping to handle. Du Hui felt he could handle it, though it was just a bit sweeter than his relationship with his wife. He and his wife had even sung duets at home. That is, the song wasn't written by him, it was still written by Gui. Xu Mengning thought about the next line of the lyrics, her smile growing even wider. This lyric perfectly captured what she was thinking. Xu Mengning sang again, our fate is just right, no one else can interfere. Gui's thoughts were naturally the same as Xu Mengning's, the beauty of love is something only we know. The two seemed to be in perfect sync, reaching out their hands and holding each other's. Their thoughts were exactly the same. Their feelings for each other were just right, leaving no room for anyone else. Holding each other's hands, they sang the final line of the song. Clings to you every moment, how important you are to me. Oh ha! Wang Ping and Du Hui's sweetness was off the charts. The two of them embraced each other tightly with expressions of pure happiness. Gui and Xu Mengning had been practicing this for quite some time. They had already experienced this many times today. But they couldn't help themselves. This has kept their emotions running high. Suddenly, Du Hui said with a murderous expression, tie them up. The boss and the boss's wife must be tied up. Exactly. Anyone who dares to interfere, I'll kill them. Wang Ping was also getting ready to act. The two were engrossed in their conversation and hadn't noticed that Gui and Xu Mengning had already left the soundproof room. Gui looked at the two brothers hugging each other, puzzled. The two continued to deny that they were contact list friends. But Gui didn't care. He had seen them hugging and acting affectionate every time, so he was certain they were the contact list. Who are you going to kill? This is a society governed by the rule of law, don't cause trouble. Gui said seriously, and you two should go home and hug each other, don't do this at the company. Du Hui and Wang Ping exchanged glances. They immediately let go of each other with disgust. Du Hui even disdainfully tapped his clothes. Gui chuckled, you two, you're pretty good at acting. Xu Mengning stood beside Gui, her entire face lit up with a mischievous smile, her eyes brimming with curiosity and gossip-hungry fangirl glances. Du Hui felt awkward under their gaze and quickly changed the subject. Boss, I think you and the boss's wife should make an MV4 exclusive flavor. It'll definitely go viral. Wang Ping agreed enthusiastically, exactly. Just like what you did in the soundproof room earlier, it was so sweet. Wang Ping still recalls the sweet expressions on Gui and Xu Mengning's faces at the time. That's a good idea. Gui turned to Xu Mengning and said, why not give it a try? Xu Mengning crossed her arms, shifted her feet slightly, and smiled, sure. Great. Du Hui and Wang Ping hugged each other again. Gui was at a loss for words. Xu Mengning's smile grew even wider. Gui felt that these two brothers were beyond hope. Plus, they had just suggested a good idea, so he said helplessly, if you want a hug, go to the storage room outside. It's yours from now on. Don't let anyone else from the company see you, it'll look bad. After saying that, Gui turned to leave. Boss. Let us explain. Du Hui pleaded urgently. We can't let this get out of hand. Wang Ping was a single guy, but Du Hui had a wife. He worked in an entertainment company, where he encountered many attractive women. This was already hard enough to explain to his wife, but if another gender was added to the mix, he probably wouldn't last much longer. Wang Ping, however, remained as calm as an old dog. He doesn't care. After all, he's single and doesn't have to explain anything to his wife. He even feels a bit schadenfreude. Who told Du Hui to keep his ugly photos and post them on Douyin? Serves him right. Gui didn't look back but waved his hand, it's okay, I understand.
Xu Mengning smiled and gave him a thumbs up, encouraging him, keep going. You'll definitely overcome the shackles of society. Stay sweet forever. As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Mengning turned around and took Gu Yi's hand from behind. The two of them left the recording studio together. Du Hui looked at the empty recording studio door, feeling completely drained. He then clutched his hair and let out a painful scream. No! Piss exclusive scent, performed by Wang Sulong Lin Xier, lyrics by Wang Sulong Wei Yan, music by Lu Yanjia Wang Sulong. Chapter 120, If Mr. Gu is in a hurry, maybe we can do it tomorrow. It was already late April. A small incident occurred at this time. One of the songs from Gu Yi's album and a song he had previously sung both trended on social media at the same time. The two songs are the 8th track from Gu Yi's new album, Qian Baidu, and Tsinghua Ci, which he performed at the finals of Create Camp. Gu Yi's Qian Baidu and Tsinghua Ci have been selected as one of the popular songs in university Chinese literature textbooks, #boiling. Gu Yi's songs have been included in textbooks, #hot. What kind of Chinese style music could be selected for textbooks? Listen to Qian Baidu and Tsinghua Ci. #hot. Netizens were all surprised by this news. What? Gu Yi's song was selected for textbooks? This must be fake. It's definitely a marketing ploy. Ugh, I'm going to college next year, majoring in the humanities. Will my teacher make us analyze these two songs? Wah, I suddenly don't like these two songs as much anymore. Gu Yi, couldn't you have written your songs a little worse? Gu Yi, the songs are too good. It's my fault? Upcoming college students let out a collective groan. They truly love and hate Gu Yi. And Gu Yi's victory at the top of this month's new song chart was already a foregone conclusion. Even the monthly Hot Songs chart has been dominated by Gu Yi. Hot Songs chart number 1, Blue and White Porcelain, performed by Gu Yi. New song chart, Xingming Yusheng, performed by Gu Yi. If Gu Yi had never been born, Chinese traditional music would be shrouded in eternal darkness. I can only say he's unbeatable. What makes a quality idol? This is what a quality idol looks like. What are you all still doing here? Gu Yi has released a new song. What? He released another new song? He's already on top this month, why release another one? Who cares? Let us go check it out. GES Studio. This new song, Exclusive Flavor, written and composed by Gu Yi and performed by Gu Yi and Xu Mengning, is now available. You can listen to it on all major music platforms. Does the person you love also have a unique scent? Exclusive Flavor music video. Wow! They really released the song. This is awesome. They even made an MV. This must be Gu Yi's first song with an MV. Must watch. Ugh, I can already tell it's going to be super sweet. Fans rushed to watch the MV. The background of the video was familiar to the fans, it was Gu Yi's studio. Immediately, comments started appearing. Sweetness alert. High energy ahead. Non-combatants, evacuate immediately. Single people, evacuate quickly. No problem, I love eating dog food. It's so sweet. The music begins, and Gu Yi and Xu Mengning walk into the office together. Gu Yi sits at his desk working, while Xu Mengning stands beside him, resting her head in her hands and quietly watching him. The song began to play at that moment. Gu Yi, thinking of your cute face, pouting your lips when you're upset. That day I discovered your kindness, and fell in love with your smile. Xu Mengning, I want to snuggle up to you on a sunny day and turn all my worries into bubbles. Let only you know what others can't guess. Having you is the best. Gu Yi and Xu Mengning's love story unfolds in the video. Xu Mengning accompanies Gu Yi to work, and Gu Yi accompanies Xu Mengning to practice the piano. They sing together, eat together, and hold hands while strolling around Ting Xian Entertainment. Occasionally, other stars from Xian Entertainment sneak a peek at the couple showing off their affection, looking envious. Only Chen Chen makes an appearance and lets out a couple of tisk sounds, looking extremely jealous. Though these are just everyday moments, such ordinary days are the sweetest. How annoying. Their relationship is too good. Wow. Gu Yi, you owe me tears. Why did I cry watching such a sweet video? Look at Chen Chen, he's so funny, ha. The lyrics, our fate is meant to be, no one else can interfere. The beauty of love is something only we know, broke my heart. I really have no chance. Wah! This is true love. Love can only be between the two of us. It's the only one. Hee, my relationship with my partner is the same, we don't need anyone else. At that moment, Xu Mengning and Gu Yi also tagged each other. Mr. Gu Ms. Su is my exclusive flavor. The fans' comments exploded instantly, taking up half the screen. Get married quickly. I can't take it anymore. When are you two getting married? What kind of divine couple are they? I hope the matchmaker knows what could make them get married quickly. Otherwise, there'll be no descendants. This is the first time I've seen such a couple in the entertainment industry. It's truly amazing. Marriage? Gu Yi propped his head up and stared at the ceiling, imagining Xu Mengning in a wedding dress. I kind of want to see it. Gu Yi turned to look at the fans' comments with a mischievous smile, quickly typing out a message and posting it. Gu Yi. When to get married naturally depends on Miss Su's decision.
At Xu Mengning.
The fans were all stunned by Guyi's latest post.
They were just joking around, but who knew Guyi was serious? But they love watching it.
The fans immediately started acting as wingmen.
At Xu Mengning, come on. Guyi wants to marry you. Guyi is so direct. I love it. At Xu Mengning, come and see, your husband is calling you.
Xu Mengning was still in the piano room trying to play Guyi's Moonlight Sonata from a few months ago. Suddenly, she heard the special notification sound from Weibo. Xu Mengning stopped playing, neatly arranged the sheet music, and curiously opened Weibo.
The first line she saw was Guyi's message.
When to get married naturally depends on Miss Su's decision.
What?
Xu Mengning's face flushed red instantly, her adrenaline surged, and her heart raced wildly. Xu Mengning suppressed her emotions, put down her phone, took a deep breath, and her slender, snow-white hands began to dance across the piano keys. A cheerful melody filled the music room. As the song ended, Xu Mengning exhaled slowly, humming shyly, "You fool, how could you say something like that so casually?" But she suddenly imagined what Guyi must look like right now.
He must be grinning with satisfaction. Maybe even smirking. Who's afraid of who?
Xu Mengning began her counterattack.
Xu Mengning. I'm available anytime. If Mr. Gu is in a hurry, how about tomorrow? P.S. Shen Baidu, performed by Su Son, lyrics by Su Son, music by Su Son, arranged by Yang Yang. Chapter 121, I love you. Aha! What did I see? She agreed. Shrieking. Marriage. Let us get married tomorrow. As a die-hard fan, I'm so happy I could fly to the sky. What? Guyi and Xu Mengning are having a baby tomorrow? The couple's fans were already thrilled and spreading the news everywhere. Marketing accounts have also started spreading rumors. Gossip leader Shen Ziming was being tagged by netizens. Shen Ziming had just finished practicing singing and returned home. As soon as he opened his phone, he was stunned. What? Am I trending? Shen Ziming thought to himself, then nervously opened Weibo and saw the messages. His eyes widened like copper bells. Damn it! Guyi, you're so cool. In his eyes, the news that Guyi and Xu Mengning were about to get married was far more interesting than him going viral. He immediately rushed to Guyi and Xu Mengning's Weibo posts and commented 999. He also tagged Guyi in the Tianqing team group. Shen Ziming, at Guyi, you didn't even tell your buddy about the wedding? Are you afraid I won't bring a gift? Chen, what is going on? When is he getting married? I didn't know. Shen Ziming, Xu Mengning didn't say on Weibo that she and Guyi are getting married tomorrow? Shen Ziming, Guyi didn't even tell you, his childhood friend? Are they planning to elope? Shen Ziming looked and realized that Chen didn't even know about Guyi's wedding plans. He immediately imagined a dramatic elopement scenario in his mind. The other members of the team didn't approve of Shen Ziming's unconventional way of thinking. Lin Yi. Ran Tianchen. But they all rushed to Weibo to comment 999. Let's just focus on that for now and send our best wishes. This single post was enough for the marketing accounts to add fuel to the fire. Guyi publicly proposed to Xu Mengning and she accepted immediately. The entire Tianqing team sent their blessings. Gu Sihan was highly dismissive of the title of this Douyin video. She lay on the bed, swaying her legs and humming, another marketing account. My brother is getting married, how could I not know? But upon closer inspection of the video content, the video screenshot was indeed Guyi and Xu Mengning's Weibo accounts. Could this be fake news? Watch out, my brother will sue you. Gu Sihan still didn't believe it. To dispel the rumors, she logged into Weibo and was immediately greeted by the consecutive posts from Guyi and Xu Mengning. Ah! It's true! Gu Sihan immediately jumped out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and ran into the living room, shouting as she ran, Dad and Mom are doomed. My brother is eloping with his sister-in-law. Zhou Lan? Hua Jiangua. The piano room door was forcefully pushed open by Guyi. Guyi, out of breath, said, Xu Mengning? Keep your word. Don't back out. This was the first time Guyi had called Xu Mengning by her name in several months. He was asking the question very seriously. Xu Mengning looked at the panting Guyi. She knew that Guyi had probably rushed over as soon as he saw the message. She just didn't know if Guyi was asking whether any time is fine counted as keeping his word, or if getting married tomorrow counted as keeping his word. But as long as it was Guyi, she was willing. Xu Mengning blushed slightly and nodded, whispering a soft yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Guyi walked over to her side and hugged her tightly. After a long while, Guyi whispered softly into Xu Mengning's ear, Thank you for coming. I love you. In his previous life, he had been alone until his death. In this life, he finally had someone who could accompany him for the rest of his life. This was priceless to Guyi. Xu Mengning leaned against Guyi's chest, feeling his heartbeat, and then whispered, I love you too. In that moment, their feelings for each other transformed from liking into love. P.S. Happy New Year. Cough cough, there won't be any updates today. The author is going to watch the Spring Festival Gala to see Su Son. My Su song, hee hee hee. This year's Spring Festival Gala has Su song. Don't forget to watch it if you have time. Chapter 122, The Decline of Tingxian Entertainment. Gu Yi and Xu Mengning walked out of the piano room holding hands. Shen Shen, who had been waiting for a while, asked them uncertainly, "Are you two really getting married tomorrow?" Shen Shen didn't believe it at first. But he couldn't resist Shen Ziming's constant teasing and Gu Yi's mother's constant phone calls. He started to doubt himself. Gu Yi smiled and shook his head. How could it be so rushed? He also wanted to get married tomorrow. But that was too hasty. It wouldn't be good for either of them. The most important day of their lives deserves proper planning. And this isn't even a proper proposal, is it? Gu Yi felt it should be more formal. Like, maybe add another ring. Shen Shen was deeply disappointed. He turned around, waved his hand, and said as he walked away, "Well, I'm leaving. Remember to call Aunt Lon back. She just called me." As he stepped halfway out, Shen Shen couldn't hold it in anymore, and a smile spread across his face. He forgot to remind Gu Yi. His beloved Aunt Lon was in high spirits, and it seemed like she truly hoped that Gu Yi and the others could get married tomorrow. If Gu Yi were to call Zhou Lan back now to explain that there was no such thing, given Zhou Lan's temperament, Gu Yi would definitely get scolded. Knowing that his good friend was about to get scolded was also a kind of pleasure. Let you show off your love. Shen Shen placed his hands behind his head, whistling and walking away with a smug expression. In the office, Gu Yi looked at the 99+ missed calls and cold sweat started to trickle down his forehead. Zhou Lan's bloodline exerted a powerful suppression over his body. Buzz. The phone vibrated gently. The phone rang again. Gu Yi had a strong sense of foreboding. "Let me answer it for you." Xu Mengning noticed Gu Yi's awkwardness and picked up his phone to answer the call. "Hello, Auntie." Is that Mengning? Alright, goodbye, Auntie." After explaining everything to Zhou Lan, Xu Mengning hung up the phone. Gu Yi also sighed in relief at that moment. After explaining everything to his mother, they still needed to clarify the situation on Weibo, otherwise they had no idea what the marketing accounts might say about them. Gu Yi and Xu Mengning posted simultaneously. "Marriage is definitely happening, but not now. It's too rushed. We need some ceremony and some time." Damn it! I knew it. Why not get married now? Right now. Immediately. You two aren't secretly getting married behind our backs and not telling us, are you? Above, I agree with your idea. Need a little more time. At this point, the fans hadn't realized that the little bit of time the two were talking about actually meant a whole year. April, with its flying willow catkins, was about to end. Numerous trending topics accompanied the arrival of May. Exclusive. Lin Tian personally revealed that his new song in May is a traditional Chinese-style song. Lin Tian's new song is actually Gu Yi's specialty. Rumors claim that Gu Yi went to a rural elementary school to record a song in April. They've already given Gu Yi 5 days, why hasn't he married Xu Mengning yet? Lin Tian actually wrote a Chinese-style song? Using Gu Yi's specialty to take him down? That's way too ruthless. Lin Tian is definitely doing this on purpose. Why did Gu Yi go to a rural elementary school? What song is he recording? Did Gu Yi not use a traditional Chinese-style song? That's his only advantage. Now I'm 100% sure Gu Yi is going to lose. May 1st, early morning. Both Gu Yi and Lin Tian's songs were released simultaneously on major music platforms. Apart from the platform's default recommendations, Tingxian Entertainment did not purchase any promotions for these two songs. One reason was that, aside from Gu Yi and Lin Tian, no other singers released songs this month, not even any popular online singers. They all knew that the rivalry between Gu Yi and Lin Tian would prevent them from getting any traffic. The second reason was that Song Hai had come to terms with it. Both are like the palm and the back of one's hand. This is purely an internal struggle between the two treasures of Tingxian Entertainment. There's no need to spend money on recommendations. If they bought recommendations, and someone accused Tingxian Entertainment of favoring one of them, and the other one might develop a grudge, which would be even worse. So Listening to the Strings Entertainment has decided not to buy any recommendations at all. They've given up. Since we can't persuade the two to stop fighting, we can only enjoy this month that belongs solely to Tingxian Entertainment's artists. P.S. That's all for today. I hate the new year. The usual routine, visiting relatives, being nagged by them, getting annoyed, arguing back, then being nagged by my parents. My mood has been really bad lately. Chapter 123, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Lin Tian's new song Snowflakes has been released, #boiling. Gu Yi's new song The Youth of China has been released, #hot. How powerful is the impact of Lin Tian and Gu Yi? According to a survey, no other singer released a song this month besides them, #hot. Is Gu Yi's Youth China not sung by him, #hot. When the song first appeared, netizens had already concluded that Gu Yi's attempt to create a viral hit had failed miserably. First, this isn't Gu Yi's specialty in the national style genre. Second, the singer is not Gu Yi himself, but Shen Shen from Gu Yi's studio. They don't think Chen Chen has the talent.
At this point, Lin Tian's fans have started looking for excuses for Gu Yi's failure.
It's clear who's stronger and who's weaker. Gu Yi's song just doesn't feel right.
Actually, I think Gu Yi wouldn't be at a loss even if he lost to Lin Tian. It's normal for juniors to not be able to match seniors.
That's true. Anyway, Gu Yi is still young.
This failed attempt at becoming a lyricist and songwriter is just a setback.
There will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
That's true. Our boss Lin did act a bit like a bully.
Gu Yi's fans saw this and were thrilled. When others gave them an out, Gu Yi's fans took it without hesitation.
Well, experience really does matter.
Our Gu Yi is still too young and needs more polishing. We should also thank Senior Lin Tian for his guidance. Our Gu Yi is still young, we can always start over from the beginning.
Despite the apparent outcome, the fans from both sides surprisingly remained peaceful.
The bystanders who were just watching the drama were left speechless. Why are they being so polite all of a sudden? Why aren't they insulting each other? When celebrities face off, shouldn't their fans be at war? Why are they being so polite to each other? The onlookers are dissatisfied. Are you guys fighting? What's going on? Are they just putting on a show? I suddenly thought of a question. Could Lin Tian and Gu Yi be intentionally teaming up to ride the trend? Sigh.
Xiao Zhe, the new general manager of Huawei Entertainment, looked at the netizens' comments and suddenly felt like he had figured something out.
Xiao Zhe slammed his fist hard on the keyboard. He finally understood what Tingxian Entertainment was up to. Conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy. They've fallen into listening to the Strings Entertainment's trap.
Tingxian Entertainment must have known that Gu Yi was weak and unlikely to withstand the attacks from the other three companies.
So they came up with this underhanded scheme. Tingxian Entertainment must have intentionally released Lin Tian to challenge Gu Yi in a showdown.
Because Tingxian Entertainment knows that once Lin Tian makes a move, no other singers except Gu Yi will release new songs that month.
This gives Tingxian Entertainment the opportunity to capitalize on the buzz.
What many songwriters and lyricists dare not do, Gu Yi dares to do, which has already given netizens the impression that Gu Yi is greater than the songwriters and lyricists. Additionally, the incident in April where Gu Yi ruthlessly defeated the lyricists and composers of the three major entertainment companies further solidified this perception.
Even if Gu Yi were to lose to Lin Tian, netizens would still believe that Gu Yi is stronger than other lyricists and composers.
It's just that he lost to one of the strongest, Lin Tian.
Losing to Lin Tian isn't something to be ashamed of.
After all, others don't even have the courage to face him in battle.
After all the maneuvering by Tingxian Entertainment, Gu Yi losing is like not losing at all.
Next time, if Gu Yi decides to aim for the title of word god or song god, he will definitely receive more support.
Moreover, if Gu Yi were to somehow manage to beat Lin Tian, that would be even better.
Gu Yi, as a newcomer, managed to overpower Lin Tian, who is at the pinnacle of the industry. This would generate even more buzz. Gu Yi's popularity and value would skyrocket. Meanwhile, even if Lin Tian loses, it won't affect him much. He's already at the pinnacle of his field and has everything he needs.
He might even earn the reputation of having mentored a younger talent. As for Tingxian Entertainment, they've won big. For an entire month, their artists have dominated the scene. This alone is enough to prove the company's strength.
If they marketed well afterward, their stock price might even rise by several percentage points.
They've truly won big. Song Hai, you're really cunning. Xiao Zhe finally understood why his senior colleague Zhou Chang ended up getting into trouble.
After all, he was facing an opponent as cunning and treacherous as Song Hai. He had to be careful not to follow in Zhou Chang's footsteps.
At that moment, in Gu Yi's office,
Song Hai was unaware that he had already been labeled as cunning and treacherous.
He was frowning and pleading with Gu Yi, my dear master.
I told you not to accept the challenge.
What are we going to do now? We'll have to give up halfway.
Gu Yi smiled broadly as he placed his hands on Song Hai's shoulders and said, Mr. Song, I know you're in a hurry, but please calm down first.
Song Hai sighed, how can I not be in a hurry?
Gu Yi made a gun gesture with his hands, fired two Bayubiya sounds at Xu Mengning, who had just walked over, then calmly said, let's let the bullets fly for a while.
Chapter 124, If it's a pit, let it be a pit. Sigh. Song Hai took a sip of tea, sighed deeply, and took another sip. He had given up.
But he still felt sorry for Gu Yi.
Gu Yi could have succeeded smoothly, so why did he make things harder for himself?
Lin Tian was also an old prankster, why was he competing with the younger generation? This family this company would never survive without him, Song Hai. As he thought about it, he took another sip of tea. Since Song Hai was sipping his tea so frequently,
Gu Yi couldn't help but glance at his own teacup.
There were a lot of tea leaves left. Then Gu Yi reflexively looked at the teapot on his own desk.
There were only a few leaves left. Darn it. How rude.
Song Hai comes here every day to beg for favors, yet he still doesn't trust him. And from the day he joined Tingxian Entertainment until now, Song Hai has never once treated him to a meal. The only time he gave him strawberry pudding was when he needed something from him.
Gu Yi thought to himself with a sly smile. Since Mr. Song doesn't trust me, I guess I'll have to make you pay the price. Gui grabbed Song Hai's shoulders and said, Mr. Song, why don't we make a bet? If I get first place on the new song chart this month, you'll treat me and Xu Mengning to a meal at the Qianling Hotel. If I don't win first place, I'll treat you to a meal, and you can choose the location. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Hai fell silent. Song Hai rarely gambled with others, but whenever he did, he was always certain of victory. There was no other reason, he simply never bet on something he wasn't certain he could win. Song Hai furrowed his brows, carefully calculating the probability of winning in the bet mentioned by Gui. First, there was the issue of fame. Lin Tian's fame was undoubtedly far greater than Gui's. He had an extra point, making it 1 o'clock. Second, in terms of song quality. Lin Tian's Chinese-style music is not as good as Gui's, but Gui did not use Chinese-style music this time, so it's a draw, 2:1. Finally, in terms of potential earnings. The average per person spending at the Qianling Hotel is 10,000 yuan. Gui and Xu Mengning are so slim, even if they eat as much as they can, they'll only spend 3 or 4,000 yuan at most. However, Gui allowed himself to choose freely, and he could have easily selected a place with an average per person spending of 100,000. Adding another point to his lead. 3:1. Song Hai's eyes flashed with a gleam. A decisive victory. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But none of that mattered. He had known Lin Tian for decades and had never seen him lose more than a few times. Based on his trust in Lin Tian, he had to bet on this. If there's an opportunity, you have to take it. Song Hai shouted, bet. Gui chuckled to himself, thinking, he has taken the bait. Gui immediately led Song Hai to the desk. Xu Mengning had just put down her pen and gently blew on the ink that hadn't dried yet. It was the bet agreement between Gui and Song Hai. While Song Hai was calculating the odds, Gui had asked Xu Mengning to write it down. Xu Mengning immediately understood Gui's intentions. She knew that Gui had unwavering confidence and the ability to win, but he was just trying to trick Song Hai. She was more than happy to join in the fun with Gui. Since Gui wanted to trick Song Hai, why not go for it? Xu Mengning narrowed her eyes, a sly gleam flashing in them. She handed the document she had just written to Song Hai and said, Mr. Song, please sign here. Song Hai saw the document and his heart sank. Something was off. Is she afraid I'll change my mind? Is he the kind of person who would go back on his word? Trusting Lin Tian for decades, Song Hai immediately picked up the pen and signed his name. As soon as Song Hai finished signing, Gui silently pushed the red ink pad toward him. No other meaning. He just wanted Song Hai to press his fingerprint again. He definitely didn't mean to doubt Song Hai. Not at all. Song Hai stared at the red ink pad in silence, his gaze flickering between Gui and Xu Mengning, growing increasingly intense. Oh no, he might be catching on. Gui knew he couldn't let Song Hai think any further. He had to interrupt him. But if he spoke up now to interrupt Song Hai's deep thoughts, Song Hai would definitely become more vigilant. Then there was only one option. Gui gently took Xu Mengning's hand. He wrote words on her palm. Xu Mengning glanced at Gui, smiled secretly, then spoke in an extremely innocent voice, Mr. Song, signing and sealing the contract naturally requires a more formal procedure. Song Hai's train of thought was interrupted. After hearing Xu Mengning's innocent voice and looking into her clear eyes, he felt that such a girl wouldn't betray him. Click. P.S. The author was woken up at 6 or 7 in the morning to help out and didn't have time to write until 10:30 at night. This is all I could manage. Not updating is already the limit. Chapter 125, Stealing the Chart. On the rooftop of Mo High Entertainment, an electronic screen had appeared out of nowhere. The screen displayed the popularity of the new songs released this month by Gui and Lin Tian. New song chart, first place, Snowflake, Lin Tian, 13 million views. Second on the new song chart, The Youth of China, by Gui, with 848,000 in popularity. Hua Yi has finally met a worthy rival. That's true, but I think Yishan can turn the tables. He's unbeatable. Let's be honest, I think he can do it. 3 people were standing in front of an electronic screen, discussing the latest trends. Unlike others, they weren't analyzing data with various charts. They trust Yishan unconditionally. What? You say Gui's current popularity is millions lower than Lin Tian's? That's just temporary. Gui is best at defensive counterattacks. They know this firsthand. They had encountered Gui twice, and both times he had intervened midway to defeat them. So, Yishan is invincible. It's simply impossible for him to lose. If Gui really lost, it would be because the world's sense of aesthetics is flawed. The 3 of them stared at the rankings and discussed for a long time. Wang Yi suddenly seemed to think of something and let out a despairing shout. Having one Yishan was bad enough, but now there's another Lin Tian the Great? I want to die. The despairing cries echoed endlessly on the rooftop. Mo Lan's eyes also betrayed a hint of despair. They had been working on their song for months but hadn't found an opportunity to release it yet. He looked at the edge of the rooftop and said with what little rationality he had left, we need to go to the general manager tomorrow and suggest raising the walls around the rooftop. I wholeheartedly support this suggestion. Chi nodded quickly, showing his strong support. He was also afraid he couldn't control his urge to jump. The rooftop had already been cleaned by the three of them, though there was still some dust. Wang Yi didn't mind and lay down on the ground, spreading out his arms and legs. Life feels meaningless now. I just want to give up and retire. 2 seconds later, 2 more people appeared beside Wang Yi. The 3 big figures looked up at the sky and sighed in unison. Sigh. Wang Yi caught a glimpse of the new song chart on the electronic screen with the corner of his eye. He muttered to himself, first Lin Tian, second Gui, first Gui, second Lin Tian, third. Third? There was no third. Ha? Does that mean whoever releases a song gets third place? Wang Yi sat up abruptly, as if dying, and shouted, guys, we should release a song this month. Lan seemed not to hear him, turning over and propping his head up with his hand, lying on his side. He thought Wang Yi was probably suffering from intermittent overconfidence syndrome. Chi noticed that Wang Yi was staring at the rankings and sat up to consider the feasibility of the matter. Wang Yi didn't bother with that. He grabbed Lan and pulled him up, then began to instill his grand ambitions into him. The gist of it was, since no one else dares to release a song at this time, then they would release their song at this very moment. Secure the third position outright. Anyway, first and second are already taken by Gui and Lin Tian, so even if they say it, it won't be embarrassing. Losing to Gui and Lin Tian is pretty normal, isn't it? If you remove these 2 top-tier figures, they'd effectively be first. And even if they don't release a song now, it won't be easy to do so later. Gui's path to becoming a lyricist and composer of hit songs has only just begun. By then, there will be even more people targeting Gui, and they might not even be able to secure third place. If we wait until Gui becomes a legend, how long will that take? Besides, Gui hasn't said he won release songs after becoming a legend. It's better to release songs secretly while there's only Gui and Lin Tian around, and easily secure third place. Lan's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened. This is truly a golden opportunity. This might be the closest they'll ever get to Ishin on the rankings from now on. We must seize this opportunity. Although there was no one around, the 3 of them still huddled together cautiously, whispering to each other. We're releasing our song at the end of the month, we can't let others catch on and our spot. Right, let us do this first then. Perfect plan, it's going to work. This time, they were determined to redeem themselves and shed the big losers label. They wanted to show their peers that they were actually quite clever. P.S. Thank you so much for everyone's gifts, but let us not spend money on gifts. I saw some brothers and sisters spent dozens of dollars, it's really not necessary. Let us save the New Year's money to buy candy for ourselves. Every day, you can read and listen to my books, give a good review, and send some free gifts. That's the biggest support you can give to me. All I need is for you to like my books. Be good, listen to me, keep your New Year's money to buy food or fun things for yourselves, or buy something for your parents that's more meaningful than giving it to listening to leisure. You just want to dive into my dreams and camp comfortably on the fresh, fragrant grassland. I love you all. Chapter 126. Gui is a cunning little guy. The youth of China? Lin Tian furrowed his brows deeply. He felt like Gui had really given up. If it weren't for the national style, what would Gui possibly have to rely on to fight him? This shouldn't be happening. From his brief interactions with Gui, he felt that Gui should be the same kind of person as him, someone who wouldn't give up easily. Had he misjudged him? Lin Tian didn't deny his judgment of people. Instead, he clicked on Gui's new song, The Youth of China. Let us see what he is made of. The song information appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. The Youth of China. Performed by Chen Chen. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. Chen Chen? Lin Tian remembered this young man. He was Gui's childhood friend. Gui didn't perform himself this time? Does he really trust his childhood friend's singing skills that much? The music had no intro, only rhythmic drum beats accompanied by the children's powerful shouts. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. When the youth are free, the nation is free. Lin Tian could feel the vibrant energy of youth sweeping over him. He couldn't help but marvel at Gui's boundless creativity. This was the first time he had ever seen such an opening for a song. Interesting. Let us listen some more. Give it your all, Gui. The red sun rises, its path is bright. The river emerges from its hidden source, flowing out into the vast ocean. The latent dragon soars from the depths, its scales and claws flying. The young tiger roars in the valley, causing all beasts to tremble. Chen Chen's distinctive and powerful voice rang out. Lin Tian listened and nodded to himself. No matter how you looked at it, his childhood friend, Gui, could sing well. In fact, he had improved significantly compared to before. As for the lyrics of this song, he felt they were somehow familiar. He seemed to have heard a similar song somewhere before. Youth has its own recklessness. As vast as mountains and rivers, stand tall and proud. Dare to measure the sun and moon anew. Today, only I am the young man. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test our sharpness. Clearing obstacles, who can stand in our way? The world may mock me, but I will strive to be strong. Chen Chen's passionate voice echoed endlessly in Lin Tian's ears. Lin Tian's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. The lyrics are good, the melody is good, and there's innovation. The song is a good song. But this song is clearly not a pop song. It won't gain widespread popularity. It's not suitable for chart competition. Moreover, on the charts, he is already leading by millions in popularity. Unless something unexpected happens, Gui is likely to lose this month. Gui, you're still too young.
Lin Tian sighed helplessly, turned off the music, and left the room. He planned to go to Xian Entertainment to have a serious talk with Gui about his past chart-topping experiences. Chart-topping requires popular songs.
This kind of song? Not really.
Lin Tian walked down the street like an ordinary middle-aged man, occasionally glancing curiously at the scenery around him. Though his body was old, his heart remained young. As he passed by a school, some music drifted out from inside. His professional instinct kicked in, and he stopped to listen carefully from a distance. The red sun rises in the east, its path filled with rosy light. Lin Tian suddenly realized that he had heard something similar to the red sun rises, its path bathed in brilliant light before. It was 10,000 miles. If he remembered correctly, this song was also by Gui. Gui really does love writing this kind of song. Lin Tian didn't think much of it, shook his head, and continued walking toward the direction of Tingxian Entertainment. As he passed another school, he heard music again. But it was a different song. It was also a song Lin Tian had heard before. It was The Youth of China. This made Lin Tian feel something was off. It was one thing for students at a single school to sing such a song, but how could it be the same at several schools in a row? Lin Tian looked inside the school. He noticed that there were posters and banners related to youth all over the school. It seemed as though they were preparing for some kind of festival or event. Finally, 10 characters caught his eye. May 4th Youth Day, strive to be new youth. HM? Lin Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. May 4th Youth Day. The youth of China? He instantly understood many things. No wonder so many schools were rehearsing such songs and performances. No wonder Gui was so confident in accepting his challenge. It turns out I've walked right into a trap. Lin Tian angrily kicked a pebble away. Hey! Gui, you're cheating. He had just said that Gui was too young. It turns out the truly young one is him. Gui is such a scheming little bastard. How dare he use such a trick? Shua! Cunning little bastard. Your older brother will remember you. Lin Tian muttered under his breath in dissatisfaction, then turned and went home. If he went back to Xian Entertainment, he'd just be asking for trouble. Halfway there, Lin Tian's phone rang. Lin Tian answered it out of muscle memory. Song Hai's cheerful voice came through. Oh Lin, I bet Gui that you'd win, and I believed you. Our decades-long friendship is on the line here. You have to admit, Gui is still too young. Experience really does come with age. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian froze in place, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The phrase Gui is still too young echoed in his mind, intertwined with Song Hai's laughter. Not only did he pour salt on his wounds, but he also added some chili. He seriously suspected that Song Hai was Gui. Lin Tian took a deep breath and then uttered a single word. Get out. P.S. The Youth of China, performed by Zhang Jia, lyrics by Liang Qichaoqing Dynasty Yershui, music by Su Song, arranged by Qi Jiu. You all have a bit of a rebellious streak. You say you won't send it, but you end up sending it anyway. We really just want you to send something for free. Don't spend money on in-app purchases. Chapter 127. With this, I've already won. Song Hai held his phone, listening to the busy tone, and smiled affectionately. What a little troublemaker, still so fond of joking around. Song Hai put down his phone, opened Baidu on his computer, and entered the search terms. Shanghai City per capita. After typing half of it, Song Hai deleted the text and started over. What is the name of the hotel with the highest per capita spending in the country? At the same time, Gui's computer screen was still on the Baidu search interface. What is the most expensive dish at the Qianling Hotel? The average per person spending at Qianling Hotel is 10,000 yuan, but this does not mean that the highest spending is 10,000 yuan. There are also quite a few dishes costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. Gui sat in his office chair, pointing at the most expensive dish on the computer screen, and smiled. How about this one? Want to try it? Xu Mengning stood behind Gui, placing her hands on his chest and resting her head gently on his shoulder, smiling and saying, yes. I want to eat more. Since Gui wanted to trick Song Manager, he might as well go all out. Husband and wife, in harmony. Gui nodded in agreement, thinking it was necessary to make Song Manager pay a little. Gui, Aunt Lon asked us to go to see Han's school tomorrow to watch her performance. Chen Chen pushed open the door and walked in briskly. Gui asked in confusion, aren't my parents going? Chen Chen shrugged helplessly, I just ran into your parents. They said they're going to Sanya for their honeymoon and told us to go watch Si Han's performance. Aunt Lon also said that if you dare not go, she'll beat you when she comes back. Gui glared at Chun Chen with a grim expression. Based on his understanding of Chun Chen,
He seriously doubted that the last part was something Chen Chen had added on his own. His own mother never said such dramatic things, she just acted on them. After flipping Chen Chen off, Gui turned back and asked, "Do you want to come with us?" Xu Mengning didn't even hesitate before agreeing. "Of course we're going together. Sihan is my sister too." As time passed, May 4th arrived. The Youth Day activities at Weichao Middle School in Jianhai City were also proceeding smoothly. Gui and the others still made a slight effort to disguise themselves. After all, this was a school, and they didn't want to make things harder for the teachers. The young host, Gu Sihan, announced on stage with a crisp voice, "Let's welcome Class 3 of Grade A to perform a chorus of the Youth of China." When she mentioned the song title, Gu Sihan's eyes sparkled. This was written by her older brother, Chen Gu, and sung by him. Even now, it was being performed by her own class. After finishing the title, Gu Sihan didn't step down from the stage because she was also a member of the class and one of the lead singers. She thought to herself, "Mom said that my brother and his wife are coming back today. I must perform well." Her classmates took the stage one after another, but she was secretly looking down at the audience, hoping to spot Gui and the others. Chen Chen jumped up and waved toward the stage. Gu Sihan finally spotted the group. Gui and Xu Mengning also waved back gently. Gu Sihan couldn't help but smile gently. "Sihan is so pretty," a little boy said to his classmate beside him. "Ha!" In an instant, Gui and Chen Chen turned their heads simultaneously, fixing their sharp gazes on the student. The student felt a chill and turned his head nervously, only to see two men wearing black hats and masks. His pupils contracted rapidly, and he felt a hint of fear. This doesn't look good. Gui and Chen Chen exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Gui reached out and touched the little boy's head, deliberately speaking in a hoarse voice, "At your age, you should focus on your studies. Don't get involved in early romance." Chen Chen chuckled darkly a few times, then said in a sinister tone, "If we find out you're in a relationship, you're finished. We'll tell your homeroom teacher and then the principal. You'll be in for it, ha ha ha." Xu Mengning stood by, speechless. These two older boys were truly mischievous. Who would have thought that the little boy was actually scared by Gui and the others? He immediately nodded meekly. After all, he was genuinely afraid of his homeroom teacher. Gui and Chen Chen exchanged a glance and laughed simultaneously, another one taken care of. Clearly, this wasn't their first time doing something like this. Gu Sihan's two biggest obstacles in life were these two. Xu Mengning leaned close to Gui's ear and whispered, "Aren't you afraid that Sihan won't be able to get married?" Gui crossed his arms and snorted, "He's even afraid of his teacher. How is he going to protect Sihan in the future?" Chen Chen nodded vigorously beside him, "Exactly. A young man without even that much courage doesn't deserve to like Sihan." Xu Mengning suddenly felt that Gui and the others had a point. Gui hadn't backed down when facing her father, yet this young boy had been intimidated by his own homeroom teacher. Indeed, he's unqualified. The performance on stage had already begun. Gui smiled and pointed at the stage, "With this, I've already won." Chen Chen finally understood what Gui had relied on to secure first place this month. Just as Gui and the others were quietly enjoying the performance on stage, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Gu Sihan's partner, the other lead singer, lost her voice. The song was too high for these young people still in their prime to sing. Gu Sihan could only take over the difficult high notes. Her partner had already crouched down in shame, repeatedly muttering, "I'm sorry." Gui and Chen Chen quickly noticed that Gu Sihan's eyes were brimming with tears. The two immediately ran toward the stage. The future is as vast as the sea, there is still time ahead. Gu Sihan was so anxious she was about to cry, and after that line, she couldn't sing anymore. Her brother was still watching. She couldn't mess this up. "Classmate, can I borrow the microphone?" Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Sihan immediately looked toward the edge of the stage. Gui Yu and Chen Chen had somehow snagged two microphones from somewhere. The two of them grinned at Gu Sihan, gave her a thumbs up, and whispered, "Go for it." They then placed the microphones near their mouths. Gu Sihan couldn't help but smile through her tears. From childhood to adulthood, her two older brothers had always protected her. Looking a little further away, Xu Mengning was still explaining Gu Yi's actions to the school principal. Now there was one more sister-in-law. Gu Sihan gathered her courage and began to sing. Gui and Chen Chen's voices also rang out simultaneously. Their voices covered up Gu Sihan's imperfections. Youth has its own recklessness. The heart is like the sun, shining brightly. Hey, there are two extra people on stage. They're so tall, are they from class 3? That's strange. The students and teachers noticed the two unexpected additions to the group. Some teachers wanted to go up and ask for clarification, but were suddenly stopped by their principal. The principal of Weichao Middle School in Jianhai City said cheerfully, "What are you doing? Let them finish singing. I couldn't afford to invite these two here on a regular basis." Earlier, Xu Mengning had already revealed her identity and explained the identities of Gu Yi and the other person to him. She also explained the reason behind their actions. Since they weren't threatening the students and it was beneficial to his school, he naturally wouldn't interfere. To be honest, he actually admired Gu Yi quite a bit. His lyrics were truly well written and his literary cultivation far surpassed that of other young people. Gu Sihan's partner, Meng Fan, was still crouched on the ground. Although someone had taken over the performance he was supposed to ruin, he dared not lift his head. As Yu Guang glanced over, he caught sight of Meng Fan crouched on the ground. He felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. Gu Yi felt that he should do something at that moment. Otherwise, this incident would surely become a lifelong shadow for Meng Fan. I'm sorry, I messed everything up. Meng Fan was still deeply consumed by self-blame. A hand reached out toward him, and Meng Fan slowly lifted his head. Gu Yi's mask had already slipped down. Gu Yi smiled and said, "Get up and sing. Your classmates are still waiting for you." Meng Fan felt that Gu Yi's smile was warm and soothing to the soul. Like a ray of light, it shattered the darkness in his heart. Meng Fan finally gathered the courage to stand up and stand beside Gu Yi, singing The Youth of China together. Though his voice was hoarse, it was strong and resolute. Just like the lyrics of the song. Do not waste your youth. P.S. 2 updates today, with another one coming soon. I recommend a book by my good friend, Entertainment. My songs have no technique, only emotion. Chapter 128, Dirty Tricks. It's not just Shanghai City's Weichao Middle School. Today, 90% of primary and secondary schools across the country are repeating the same steps. The school stage has been completely dominated by the youth of China. The trending topics have also changed. Students from Magic City Middle School sing The Youth of China in unison #boiling. Students from various middle schools sing The Youth of China #hot. The spirit of Chinese youth is soaring #hot. Gu Yi's The Youth of China might just be the game changer. Why has The Youth of China suddenly become so popular? Did Gu Yi buy a cheat code? What is going on? This song is indeed great, it truly captures the vitality of Chinese youth. Oh my goodness, could Gu Yi have intentionally released this song in May? Everyone, go check it out. China's Central Television has specifically praised The Youth of China. What? One of the highest honors a song can receive is being praised by China's Central Television. How could Gu Yi achieve such success so easily? China's Central Television. This song, The Youth of China, vividly celebrates the vibrant energy of Chinese youth and sings of the indomitable spirit of contemporary Chinese youth striving for excellence. Gu Yi is a young man full of vitality. Mom, this is the real deal. Is this song really that good? I'll go listen to it. Even CCTV recommended it. I have to check it out too. The Youth of China went viral. It went viral after being mentioned by the Central Television station. Indeed, this song isn't a pop song and isn't suited for chart topping. But it's perfect for being praised by the central government. This month, all the favorable conditions, timing, location, and public sentiment are perfectly aligned, so it's impossible for it to lose. On the new song charts, The Youth of China is still surging in popularity. In a country as populous as China, reaching millions of views doesn't seem so out of reach. In just half an hour, The Youth of China managed to overtake the competition. Although Lin Tian already had the outcome in mind, he still felt a lingering sense of resentment. The contrast was simply too stark. This was the first time in his life that he had been outdone so quickly by someone else. While there was an element of opportunism in his strategy, but it was also a sign of strength. Not everyone could pull off such a move. Lin Tian carefully recalled the time when Gu Yi had challenged the word God and song God titles. If everything had gone smoothly, Gu Yi should have completed his deification by the end of September. By then, I'll give you a month off. Lin Tian lit a cigarette, puffing out smoke. I'll come after you again in November. November has no special holidays, and he truly didn't believe Gu Yi could defeat him with this tactic in November. If he can't take shortcuts, Gu Yi will have to show his true strength and fight him head-on. That would be more interesting. This month, Lin Tian was truly unconvinced. If someone's cheating, it doesn't count. Let's do it again in November. New song chart number 1, The Youth of China. Song Hai sat at his computer, propping his head up with his left hand as he refreshed the rankings repeatedly. He suspected he had seen it wrong. The more he refreshed, the wider the gap between Gu Yi and Lin Tian grew. Mr. Song, good news. Gu Yi's new song was praised by the Central Television. Song Hai's assistant came in with a cheerful expression to deliver the good news. Song Hai took a deep breath, sipped his tea, and tried to calm himself. Ugh. Song Hai looked at the teacup in his hand with confusion. Why does the tea suddenly taste so bland? The assistant, seeing Song Hai staring blankly at the teacup, thought he was just too happy. He continued, Gu Yi is really amazing. He's only been in the industry for a short time. His song was included in textbooks and praised by the Central Television station. He's truly unbeatable. I've never seen him lose. He hasn't lost. Gu Yi hasn't lost a single bet. Song Hai said with a dark expression, uttering a phrase his assistant didn't understand. He then continued, since they've already settled the score, let's redirect the promotional resources prepared for The Youth of China to Snowflake instead. Song Hai hadn't forgotten about work. At first, Xian Entertainment hadn't prepared any promotional resources. However, once the two songs were released, the gap was simply too vast. Since they were all part of the same company, Listening to the Strings Entertainment decided to save face for the losing side and prepared some extra promotional resources. These were originally intended for Guyi's Youth China, but ended up being used for Lin Tian's Snowflake. Seeing that the situation was likely to go to waste, a mention from the central authorities was far more valuable than any promotional resources. Still, every little bit helps. Don't let Lin Tian's cheerful demeanor fool you, he's actually very concerned about saving face. Sunmmary even added some extra promotional resources for him, after all, he's an old partner. He finally understands why Lin Tian told him to leave back then. It wasn't that Lin Tian was being mischievous, he had already seen through it all back then. He was just there laughing like an idiot, no wonder he got scolded. After Sunmmy's assistant left, he opened Baidu again. What are the cheapest dishes at Qianling Hotel? Sunmmary stared at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The cheapest dish was a whopping 3,999 yuan. Damn it! They're robbing people faster than that. But at least, as long as he ordered the cheaper items, he could manage. If only he had listened to Guyi and gone to bet with Lin Tian instead. What a loss! On Weibo, it was finally Guyi's fans' turn to comfort Lin Tian's fans. Snowflake is such a great song, I'm totally hooked. Guyi played it smart this time, but Lin Tian still has the upper hand in terms of raw talent. Exactly. Why don't we just call it a draw between the two of them? Since Guyi's fans said that, Lin Tian's fans naturally followed suit. No, the winner is the winner. Guyi is still the better one. You win some, you lose some. In this situation, Tingxian Entertainment secretly bought a trending topic. In May, only artists from Tingxian Entertainment released new songs. Have the other three major entertainment companies already fallen behind? As for who came up with such a cruel tactic, it can only be song manager's little darling, Guyi. P.S. Good night. Chapter 129, Sunmmary endured too much he shouldn't have. Sunmmy's understanding of Guyi deepened significantly. Indeed, time reveals one's true nature. How had he never noticed how cunning Guyi was before? Yesterday, he had only come reluctantly to share the good news with Guyi and casually remarked that the other three major companies hadn't made much of a move this month. Who knew that Guyi would immediately come up with such a plan for him? This is absolutely brilliant. As long as it can undermine the other three competitors, it's all good. A call came in, and Sunmmary answered. The voice of He Jiangwo, the chairman of Tingxian Entertainment, came through. Sunmmary, you did a good job this time. Sunmmary was no fool, he knew exactly what He Jiangwo meant. He was definitely referring to Tingxian Entertainment taking advantage of the situation to suppress the other three major entertainment companies. He smiled and replied, not at all, Mr. He. It was all Guyi's idea. Sunmmary wasn't the type to take credit for others' work, he always gave credit where it was due. On the other end of the line, He Jiangwo's brows furrowed slightly as he recalled his impressions of Guyi. No matter how he looked at Guyi, he seemed like a naive and somewhat arrogant young man. He couldn't possibly have come up with such a cunning and devious plan. This must be Sunmmy's doing. Could it be that Sunmmry admires Guyi too much? So he gave the credit to Guyi? He Jiangwo instantly figured it out and laughed, saying, Old Song, you've worked under me for so many years. Don't I know you? What's yours is yours. Your bonus will be doubled this year. As for Guyi, once he becomes a lyricist and composer extraordinaire, whatever belongs to him will be his. Don't worry about the young ones here. I, He Jiangwo, haven't owed anyone anything in my life. Sunmmry was a bit confused. Why is the chairman muttering a bunch of things I don't understand? Sunmmry was about to explain, but He Jiangwo cut him off. Alright, Old Song, no need to say more. These years, I've relied on you a lot. I've got something to attend to, so I'll hang up first. After hanging up, He Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh, Guyi is so young. Where does he get all those tricks? Listening to the busy tone, Sunmmry scratched his head in confusion. He felt like his chairman had misunderstood something. As soon as Sunmmry put down his phone, a video conference link popped up on his computer. Sunmmry didn't think much of it and clicked on it directly. As soon as he entered, Sunmmry saw three extremely angry faces. Two familiar faces and one new face. Oh, here comes the blame game. Sunmmry grinned, forming a stark contrast with the other three. He feigned confusion and said, What is going on, guys? I didn't borrow any money from you, did I? Why are you looking at me like that? It's kind of creepy. Fu Yunlong, the general manager of MOHI Entertainment, took a deep breath to calm himself before saying, Sunmmry, you're being very unprincipled. Sunmmry shrugged indifferently, looking innocent. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Shui Yulan, the vice chairman of Chui Quan Xingha, chuckled, You know exactly what you've done. Sunmmry frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. I still can't remember. Why don't you just say it? Chao Zhe, the new general manager of Huawan Entertainment, couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed the table and shouted, You bought trending topics to slander us. Sunmmry feigned sudden understanding. Oh, I get it. You're talking about that trending topic, right? I just repeated what you did. How is that defamation? Isn't the truth also defamation? Songhai then adopted a defiant attitude. If that's defamation, then go ahead and sue me. Send me a cease and desist letter. I'm so scared. Chao Zhe was at a loss for words. He was still too inexperienced to go up against someone like Songhai. Fu Yunlong's fist was clenched tightly out of the camera's view. Songhai was just too despicable. He felt that Songhai's skill level had risen again. He was even better at provoking people than before. Songhai, you son of a... Fu Yunlong was taken aback. Someone had spoken the words he had been thinking. Seeing Shui Yulan's furious expression, he understood. It was his elegant and graceful Lan Jie. She's so fierce. Fu Yunlong immediately echoed, exactly. Songhai, you bastard. Chao Zishan took a deep breath. Songhai. You bastard. Songhai nodded with a smile, as if these vulgar words were the most beautiful sounds to him. Songhai chuckled, then suddenly adopted a serious expression. Do you want to know a secret about our listening to strings entertainment? The three of them immediately stopped their whispered conversation and perked up their ears. Songhai smirked. Actually, all these ideas were Gu Yi's. Put. Who would believe that? Get lost. The three reacted in perfect unison, none of them believing a word of it. Gu Yi was so young, how could he have such cunning schemes? They could tell right away that Songhai was just teasing them. Fu Yunlong sneered, you're too young to take on such a role. Songhai, you're getting worse with age. Shui Yulan shook her head and said, making the younger generation take the blame for you, how could you think of that? Chao Zhe clenched his teeth and said, I'll remember your tricks, senior. I'll get you back for this. The three of them finished speaking and hung up the call simultaneously. Songhai shrugged helplessly. To be honest, no one believed him. What else could he do? Ding-donged the sound of a WeChat message notification. Songhai picked up his phone and looked at it. It was a message from Gu Yi. Gu Yi, Mr. Song, I've already selected the dishes with Mengning. Here's the list. Take a look and let us make the reservation first. We'll go eat tomorrow. Attached were photos of all the dishes along with their prices. Songhai tremblingly tapped on the images and then shifted his gaze to the price column. 188,888? 66,666? Isn't the per person cost supposed to be 10,000? Songhai's face twisted in shock. I knew the most cunning one was here. I, Songhai, have been misunderstood by the world. No one believes me. Wah wah wah. Songhai sent a message to Gu Yi with trembling hands. Songhai, is this too much, Gu Yi? We probably won't be able to finish it all. We can't waste food. Gu Yi took a sip of tea. It tasted good. He silently replied. Gu Yi, it's okay, Song manager. I have a big appetite. If we can't finish it, we can always pack it up. We definitely won't waste any food. Gu Yi, heart emoji. P.S. I'm back home. I'm not going anywhere this year. Just writing, hee hee. Chapter 130, if you can't catch your dream, just change it. Gu Yi and Xu Mengning left the Qianlong Hotel together. Gu Yi turned back to Songhai, who looked exhausted, and thanked him. Mr. Song, thank you for your hospitality. Songhai's eyes were vacant, and he nodded blankly as if he had lost his soul. Thankfully, he had managed to get through this ordeal. He swore to himself that he would never gamble with Gu Yi again. Gu Yi had walked halfway when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. If he remembered correctly, Songhai had once said that if he became a master of lyrics and melody, Songhai would treat him to a meal. Mr. Song, once I become a master of lyrics and melody, let's come back here. Gu Yi said to Songhai with a smile. Songhai was struck speechless. How could he have forgotten about that? Suddenly, he didn't want Gu Yi to become a master of lyrics and melody anymore. Songhai looked up at the clear blue sky with a sorrowful expression and shed tears of sadness. Heaven, send someone to take this demon away. Zhanghai International Academy of Arts was in the midst of graduation season. A grand stage had been set up on the college's football field. This was a unique traditional event of Zhanghai International Art Academy. On this day, the fourth-year students about to graduate leave their final films for the academy. There are also blessings from senior students who have already graduated for their younger peers. It is a mix of reluctance, memories, and anticipation for the future. Gu Yi, Xu Mengning, and Chen Chen returned to the campus today as alumni who have already graduated. The people welcoming them today are quite special. They are Gu Fan, Gu Yi's roommate Li Qianqian, Xu Mengning's close friend and old Zhang, the counselor who always holds onto his red date and goji berry tea. As soon as Gu Fan saw Gu Yi and Chen Chen, he walked over first and spread his arms wide. Gu Yi, Chen Chen, it's been a long time. Gu Yi smiled slightly, opened his arms, and gave Gu Fan a hearty pat on the back. Not bad. My good son hasn't lost any weight. Chen Chen squeezed Gu Fan's biceps and nodded in agreement. Indeed, your father is very pleased. Gu Fan rolled his eyes, pushed the two aside, and suddenly looked disgusted. Damn it, you're ruining the mood. You're the ones who are my sons. Boys always like to compete over family hierarchy. Old Zhang stood aside, smiling broadly as he watched the scene unfold. He understood the emotions of the young. But he couldn't go back to that age anymore. Suddenly, a figure shifted behind him, and Gu Fan's voice, filled with confusion, rang out. Old Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Why have you been holding onto this teacup every day for all these years? This was a question Gu Fan had wanted to ask for a long time, but he had always hesitated due to old Zhang's role as his advisor. Anyway, he was about to graduate this year, so if he didn't ask now, it would be too late. As soon as Gu Fan asked, Gui, Chen Chen, Xu Mengning, and Li Chanxian all turned their heads in unison, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. Old Zhang cleared his throat awkwardly and changed the subject. Well, Principal Lu is waiting for us. Let's not linger here. Let's go. Everyone understood. Isn't avoiding the question the answer? Oof. Old Zhang was only 28 years old and already had a secret he couldn't share. Poor guy. Gui stepped forward to catch up with old Zhang and patted his shoulder, saying, Old Zhang, you must stay strong. Chen Chen also hurried over, mimicking Gui's gesture and patting old Zhang on the shoulder before sighing heavily. Gu Fan was about to step forward but was scared back by old Zhang's glare. It's all Gu Fan's fault for asking such a ridiculous question. Principal Lu Changqing's office was already crowded with people. They were all former students who had graduated from Jianghai International Art Academy and had already achieved some success. There were actors, singers, screenwriters, directors. Basically, they are among the most outstanding individuals in their respective fields. This is the school's pride and strength. Among them, a student named Du, who had already become a top-tier singer, smiled and asked Lu Changqing, Principal, will the legendary figure of our school, Gui, be returning today? Since they were alumni of the same school, Du had been following Gui closely since he first appeared on Create the Future. She witnessed the entire process of Gui rising from obscurity to fame in just a few months. He could only describe Gui as a legend. After all, it took him over a decade of hard work and perseverance to reach his current status. Gui, however, had caught up and surpassed him in just a few months, and was still striving for even greater honors. It's truly astonishing. Du had long wanted to find an opportunity to meet Gui. However, since they weren't from the same company, they had little chance to meet, and Du himself was quite busy with work, so he kept putting it off. This time, returning to school for a performance, if Gui also comes back, it might be a great opportunity to make a connection. He was truly eager to hear Gui's original songs. Now, who in the entire Chinese music industry doesn't know that Gui's songs are hard to come by? That's why he couldn't resist asking Lu Changqing for information about Gui. The others present were also quite interested in this. After all, they're all alumni, and making one more connection can't hurt. Lu Changqing nodded slightly. Gui will return. His greatest confidence now lies in Gui. Having defeated the lyric god, the song god, and the singer king for several consecutive months, who else could do it besides Gui? To put it simply, Gui's recent achievements alone have already boosted the ranking of Jianghai International Arts Academy by one position. If Gui were to achieve the status of lyricist and composer of the year, Jianghai International Arts Academy might even climb a few more spots. As long as Gui is around, Lu Changqing dares to even think about the top spot in the country. As long as Gui comes back, I'd like to meet him. My new movie needs a theme song. Maybe I can buy one from him later. The young people at our school are getting more and more talented. I used to be called a genius, but compared to Gui now, I'm just a rookie. Everyone marveled at Gui's achievements. Gui and the others also arrived at the scene at that moment. The stage around the football field was already crowded with students from Jianghai International Art Academy. The performances by the senior students on stage were in full swing. The younger students watching below were filled with enthusiasm. Wow! The seniors' legs are so long. Darn it! Such a beautiful senior is graduating. Cool. That street dance is amazing. Awesome. After a while, the moment the students had been most looking forward to arrived. The host walked onto the stage in high heels and announced the next performance. Next, please welcome our senior from the class of 2008, Du, who will perform the song Bright Future, wishing everyone a bright future ahead. The students erupted into cheers. It's Du, my idol. Du, I love you. Du is back, and he showed up so early. There seem to be a lot of alumni returning this year. I wonder if Gui is back. I really want to see him. Senior Gui probably doesn't have time, right? After all, he is busy trying to become a lyricist and composer. That's true. After Du's performance, one after another, the senior students who had already made a name for themselves took the stage. We now invite Chen Chen to perform the song Youth China Speaks for Everyone. We hope you all make the most of your youth. It was Chen Chen's turn. Chen Chen? Chen Chen is back. Does that mean Gui is back too? It's possible. They're childhood friends. Can't wait for Gui. Chen Chen is so handsome. Senior, I want to have kids with you. The Youth of China. This is the song that defeated the legendary Lin Tian. After Chen Chen, a piano appeared on stage, and Xu Mengning followed suit. Sitting beside the piano, Xu Mengning smiled slightly and said, here's a piano piece composed by Gui, Moonlight Sonata, for everyone. I hope you all enjoy it. The moment they saw Xu Mengning, the students were completely energized. Xu Senior is back. Gui must be back too. Of course. They're a couple. Fulong, am sending my best wishes. Fulong, you've changed. Ah. I'm going crazy. I have to see Gui in person. I love our school so much for bringing them all back. This is just like watching a high-quality music festival. So awesome. As the song ended, Xu Mengning stood up and was about to leave. A younger female student shouted, "Senior, is Gui here?" Xu Mengning turned around, smiled, and shook her head. "He's not here. He's very busy." What? The younger female student was immediately disappointed. The male and female students nearby who heard this were also disappointed. Gui hasn't come back. Senior Gu is working on his songwriting and music composition. It's normal for him to be busy. Let's understand. Senior Gui must succeed. Xu Mengning had just arrived backstage when Li Chanxian smiled and said, "Mengning, why did you lie to them? Gui did come back, didn't he?" Xu Mengning stuck out her tongue and laughed. She asked if Gui came here. "Gui didn't come to the football field, so I just told the truth." "Wow, Mengning, you've become as cunning as Gui. You weren't like this before." Xu Mengning nodded in agreement, then smiled. "This is actually pretty fun." There was one thing she didn't mention. She could tell right away that these younger female students were all smitten with her family's Gui. Disappointing them was just a little bit of her mischievousness. Anyway, Gui wouldn't get angry over it. She was Gui's after all. The younger students waited for several minutes, only to find that the host hadn't taken the stage and the program hadn't continued. They began to look around in confusion. What is going on? Even if it's over, they should at least say something. Did the host suddenly get sick? This is weird. Just then, a coughing sound echoed from all directions. Cough, cough. Hello everyone, I'm today's announcer, Gui. This is a graduation call. We hope you can answer it. As Gui's voice echoed, a WeChat video call link appeared on the stage's large screen. Someone picked up the call, and Gui appeared on the screen, holding a guitar. And the place where he was standing was the broadcast studio of Jianghai International Art Academy. The moment Gui's face appeared on the screen, his younger classmates went wild. Gui is really back. He's in the studio. He is so handsome. Senior Gu is so cool. Su Senior is so sneaky. She lied to us and said Gui wasn't here. She must be afraid we LL Gu Senior. He's holding a guitar. I can't wait. Gui sat in front of the microphone, smiled gently, and spoke softly. Here is a song for everyone, Rice Fragrance. I hope you'll all have the courage to move forward in the future and cherish everything, even if you don't end up having it. As he finished speaking, Gui's fingers gently moved. The melodious guitar sounds, fresh and soothing, filled the ears of the younger students. Another new song. Gui actually wrote a new song just to encourage us. I'm crying so hard. Just hearing the intro, I can tell it's going to be amazing. Do you stood there in silence? This junior of mine is simply too talented. Even while striving to become a lyricist and a hitmaker, he still found time to write a new song for his younger classmates at his school. Gui's voice echoed. If you have too many complaints about this world. If you fall down, you dare not continue forward. Why are people so weak and fallen? Please turn on the TV and take a look. How many people are striving bravely to keep going for their lives? Shouldn't we be content? Cherish everything, even if you don't possess it. In the previous life of Gui, Rice Fragrance is a song written, composed, and performed by Jay Cho. It is said that the inspiration came from his childhood memories and amusing experiences. Jay Cho once mentioned in an interview that Rice Fragrance was created in response to the Wenchuan earthquake. He hoped to use this song to convey a simple yet easily forgotten truth: be content. Gui is now borrowing this song to tell his younger classmates to be content and cherish the present. He also hopes that his younger peers will not put too much pressure on themselves during this confusing graduation season. Do your best. The music continued, and the younger students fell silent. They seemed to be transported back to their childhood filled with warmth and the scent of rice fields. Do you remember when you said home is the only castle? Let's keep running along the rice-scented river. With a smile, I know the dreams of my childhood. Don't cry, let the fireflies carry you away. The folk songs of the countryside are our eternal refuge. Go home, back to the beauty of the beginning. Don't give up so easily. Just as I said. If you can't catch your dreams, just choose a different one. Smile. Success isn't the goal. Make yourself happy, that's what life is all about. The paper airplane from my childhood has finally flown back into my hands. Most parents aspire for their children to succeed, hoping they will study hard and get into a prestigious school. But they never consider the immense pressure they're putting on their children. But Gui's mother has always only wanted her to be happy. Gui, if you get into a good university, mom will be proud of you. If you cook sweet potatoes until they're fragrant and sweet, mom will still be proud of you. In these memories, Jolan's smiling face and gentle words have always been present. Therefore, Gui has always had a childhood different from most children. Now he also wants to share this unique and joyful childhood with his younger classmates. Just as the lyrics say, if you can't catch your dreams, just change them and try again. After all, what's most important in life is to be happy. P.S. Rice Fragrance performed by Jay Cho, lyrics by Jay Cho, music by Jay Cho, arranged by Huang Yushuan. This chapter is 4,000 words long, which is equivalent to 2 chapters. Everyone, make sure to stay happy in life. Chapter 131, Seeking Only a Clear Mind. What is that so-called happiness? Running barefoot in the fields chasing dragonflies until you're exhausted. Picking fruits secretly, only to be stung by bees until scared. Who was laughing? I leaned against the scarecrow, feeling the breeze, singing a song, and fell asleep. Oh, the guitar sounds clearer in the afternoon amidst the chirping of insects. Oh, the sunlight on the path makes me fear no heartbreak. Cherish everything, even if you don't possess it. Let us go home, back to the beauty of the beginning. Gui's voice still echoed through the academy, reaching the ears of every student and teacher. Old Zhang stood outside the football field and tapped his colleague beside him, saying, "How about it? My student sang that. Isn't it beautiful?" The teacher, clearly accustomed to such questions, nodded reflexively, "Yes, it's beautiful. Your student is truly talented." Old Zhang couldn't help but smile, standing a little straighter. Lu Changqing listened to the song and glanced at Yu, who was still lost in Gui's voice. He then asked, what do you think of Gui's song? You snapped back to reality and smiled, "The principal is testing me? I haven't forgotten anything from school. After all, I was the top student in our school back in the day, right?" Lu Changqing, with his hands behind his back, asked with some interest, "Then tell me what you think." You thought carefully for a moment, organized his thoughts, and said, "First, let's talk about the lyrics." In this song, Gui continues his signature style, using extremely simple words to create highly imaginative imagery, which truly showcases his lyric writing skills. Then, regarding the melody, if I'm not mistaken, the song blends hip-hop and folk music styles, and the fusion is flawless. This is another bold innovation. As he spoke, you couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Come to think of it, Gui seems to be either innovating or on the path to innovation. From Gui composing solely using the 5 traditional Chinese musical notes gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu, to now blending hip-hop and folk music. Isn't that all bold innovation? Not everyone has the courage to innovate, and just this alone sets Gui apart from 90% of creators. And let's not even mention that Gui's innovations are actually useful, as if he's opened a new door for all creators. Take this month's song Snowflakes, where Lin Tian challenged Gui in a musical showdown. The composition technique using the 5 tones gong, shang, ju, ji, and yu was inspired by Gui. You grew increasingly speechless? When compared to Gui, he felt like such a useless senior. His heart was heavy. It's all the principal's fault. Why ask such questions? You looked up at Lu Changqing, only to find that Lu Changqing's attention had long since shifted away from him and was now fixed on the distance. Gui had finished singing Rice Fragrance a moment ago and was now walking toward them at a leisurely pace. So you asked me questions just to make me praise your good student Gui, huh? Now that your model student Gui is here, you're ignoring me. How unfair. I'm being treated differently. Gui walked past you and politely greeted him. "Senior Du, your singing is excellent. The song you just sang was very beautiful." "Oh, no, you're much better than me." You suddenly felt that Lu Changqing's favoritism wasn't entirely without merit? Who wouldn't like a young person who's so polite and knows how to compliment others? At that moment, the host on stage announced, "Please invite Senior Gui to come up and give a speech." The students below cheered enthusiastically. "Great! Senior, I love you. Sai, is Senior Gu going to give me his secret techniques? Senior, please tell us your secret to success." Gui walked onto the stage at a leisurely pace, bowed slightly to the audience, and then made his way to the microphone at the center of the stage. Looking at the younger students below, who were all filled with anticipation, he felt a rare sense of pressure. Compared to performing on stage, giving a speech to his younger peers clearly made him more nervous. Because every word he spoke on stage today could potentially influence their future choices. Perhaps the words of a predecessor from a previous life were just right for them. They also applied to Gui himself, as he had stayed true to his principles in his previous life because of those words. Now, he intended to pass these words on to his younger peers in this world. Gui took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "If we calculate time normally, we are actually the same class. My insights into life aren't much different from yours. But I hope you all understand that Shanghai International Art Academy is a place to cultivate artists, not a factory for producing stars and idols. You may become singers, actors, songwriters, or any number of other professions in the future. These are all valid careers. Celebrity or idol status is merely an additional aura that comes with the profession. If you can clearly recognize this today, it will directly influence every choice you make in the future. Respecting and loving art will transform your aesthetic sensibilities, your learning objectives, and your creative aspirations. I am actually not a good role model for learning. Because I debuted as an idol and a male idol group member that many people despise." At this point, the younger students in the audience began to speak up. "Senior, we don't hate you. Senior, my mom really likes you. Your work is suitable for all ages. I think you deserve the title of artist. Gui smiled. In both of his lives, he could be considered a male idol group member. In his previous life, he didn't want to present himself as effeminate, so he ended up being sidelined and forgotten. The reason he chose to participate in a boy band audition in this life might simply be because of the lingering resentment from his previous life. He knew that choosing to participate in a boy band audition when he had access to the world's resources was truly foolish. But life's choices aren't always correct. Since he has been given another chance at life, all he seeks is peace of mind and clarity of thought. Therefore, he paused on stage, gestured for everyone to quiet down, and continued speaking. Because I debuted as an idol, that's why I've been releasing songs non-stop day and night. I just want to tell the world that I am a singer who loves music with all my life. I want to tell the students here that in this life, you will have many opportunities to become famous and make money. But the opportunity to study in the best art institution in the country is only once in a lifetime. The students below listened quietly. Many of them wore thoughtful expressions. Gui's words gave them much food for thought. Principal Lu Changqing had already shed tears. Gui truly understood him. The general public's first impression of an art academy is that it's a factory for producing stars and idols. When a student wants to attend an art academy, someone will inevitably tease them, "Oh, you're going to be a star, huh?" This is the world's stereotypical impression of an art academy. However, Lu Changqing has always firmly believed that the Shanghai International Art Academy is a place dedicated to nurturing artists. Moreover, he has always believed that the Shanghai International Art Academy is the best art institution in the country. He has been working tirelessly toward this goal. He never expected that Gui would actually voice his inner thoughts today. Lu Changqing finally felt that his decades of effort had not been in vain. Finally, there was someone like Gui, a capable person who truly understood Lu Changqing. P.S. Some of the lines are from Hugo, a heartthrob whose looks can rival those of the readers. Chapter 132, The Fan-Loving Singer. During the time Gui was staying at his alma mater, a song quietly made its way to third place on the new song chart that day. On the rooftop, the wind was blowing fiercely. Wang stood with his hands on his hips, grinning triumphantly. Hey, hey, hey! The three of us have successfully secured third place. Chi-Hai and Mo-Lan exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. This third place was no ordinary achievement. Apart from Gui, the quasi-lyricist and songwriter extraordinaire, and Lin Tian, the lyricist and songwriter extraordinaire, they were the absolute best. As for why they didn't have any other songs afterward, that doesn't matter. Netizens accidentally stumbled upon this issue, and this surprising discovery was posted on Weibo. Netizens were all a bit confused. Ha? A photo of P? Is someone daring to release a song this month? Or at the end of the month? This is just giving it away for free. That's brave. Could it be the work of that legendary artist? I'll go check it out. I'll go check it out too. For a moment, the popularity of Wang Yi and others' new song The Outsider began to rise. The song is decent, but it's on par with the level of those three guys, Wang Yi and his crew. True, these three are pretty good, but they're no match for Gu Yil and Tian. I wonder how they dare. Could it be they did it on purpose, releasing the song at this time to secure a steady third place? You never know, it might just be. Wang Yi, Chi-Hai, and Mo-Lan debuted early in their careers and have achieved notable success and fame. However, the most famous thing they possess is their nickname, the Three Baskets. A very beautiful female singer once confessed her feelings and proposed to Chi-Hai, but he refused. He only said one sentence, and it was that sentence that earned them the nickname Three Basics. I'm sorry, I don't like girls. I just want to make music with my good brothers. Chi-Hai claimed he was just using that as a polite way to decline. Little did he know that this statement would eventually make its way online. Chi-Hai's image as someone who doesn't like women was solidified. Since Chi-Hai, Wang Yi, and Mo-Lan had been inseparable since their debut, Wang Yi and Mo-Lan were also labeled as not liking women. The phrase making music was also successfully interpreted by netizens as being. The nickname Three Baseballs was thus born. However, the three of them have grown accustomed to it now. Let them call them whatever they want. After all, it's all just attention. As expected, the Weibo trending topics didn't include the three of them, but suddenly a couple of new ones related to them appeared. The Three Basics actually released a song this month? Who gave them the courage? The Three Basics are set to rank third with their new song? The sixth place contender is on the rise. Netizens were just there for the entertainment. Their peers in the industry were truly baffled. What's going on here? Industry insiders are buzzing. When did these three newcomers show up? They're definitely going to come in third now. Ah! Why didn't I think of that? These three guys are trending on Hot Search? I haven't been on Hot Search in 2 years. Why do they get to be on Hot Search? No way. I need to release a song to take their spot. Forget it, they're already on the trending list. The heat is already high enough. It's already the 31st tomorrow. What do you have to catch up with in one day? We're not some demon like Gui. Where are those three old fools? Come out and take your beating. As soon as those words were spoken, the group fell silent. Lu Yunan, I asked the admin to kick them out earlier. Oh, this. An artist from MO High Entertainment volunteered. I'll go bring them back into the group. Chui Li invites Wang Yi to join the group chat. Chui Li invites Chi Hai to join the group chat. Chui Li invites Mo Lan to join the group chat. Before anyone could ask, Wang Yi spoke up first. Wang Yi, oh, I thought we were joining some prestigious group chat. Wang Yi, didn't you guys kick the three of us out earlier? Wang Yi, oh, did you finally realize how powerful we are and want us to teach you how to make music? Wang Yi, it's okay, brothers and sisters. I'm a generous person. Come on. If you have any questions, just ask. Wang Yi, we may not be as strong as Yishin, but we can still give you some pointers. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by Wang Yi's series of moves. How can this person be so arrogant? So shameless? The administrator couldn't stand it anymore. He gently moved his little hand. Wang Yi was kicked out of the group chat by the administrator. Wang Yi's smile froze on his face and he was so angry he was trembling all over. He had been completely outmaneuvered, utterly defeated. This is blatant targeting. They must be jealous that Wang Yi was able to secure third place this month. Wang Yi roared, full of confidence, today you ignore me. Tomorrow, I'll make you all look up to me. Chi Hai and Mo Lan glanced at Wang Yi, who was acting like a teenager, and shook their heads in disgust before turning back to reply to the messages in the group chat. After finally managing to get back into the group, Wang Yi was kicked out. The two of them didn't want to be kicked out either. May 31st, 9 a.m. Wang Yi stared at his dark circles and bloodshot eyes, excitedly saying, "Great! No one posted a song. I can finally sleep." It was the last day of the month, and still no one had posted a song. No one was competing with him for third place on the new song chart. He could finally sleep soundly. He rolled onto his 2-meter-wide bed, hugging his slightly embarrassing blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Listen to the strings entertainment. Wang Ping greeted Gui as he walked in through the door. Good morning, boss. Gui nodded slightly in response. He was thinking about recording The Masked Singer next month. Wang Ping walked over to Gui and asked, Boss, when do you plan to release the recording of Rice Fragrance you did last night? Gui snapped back to reality, thought for a moment, and said, let's release it today. Wang Ping couldn't help but remind Gui, this month is almost over. Releasing it today might not be the best idea. No problem, Gui smiled and shook his head. Yesterday, he had sung this song at the Shanghai International Academy of Arts. Perhaps the video of him singing it had already been uploaded by his younger classmates to various websites. Fans who saw it would definitely search for it on music platforms, and if they couldn't find it, they'd feel disappointed. Gui considered himself a fan-friendly singer and couldn't keep his fans waiting. Post it today. Chapter 133, The Academy's Ranking Rises. Trending topic number 1 for the day. Gui's speech to his alma mater upon returning to Shanghai International Art Academy. Scroll down further. Gui said, celebrities and idols are merely the additional glory of their professions. Gui's textbook-level remarks. Rice Fragrance. Gui bluntly states that Shanghai International Art Academy is the best art institution in the country. I wish I were a student at Shanghai International Art Academy. Then I could meet Gui. I'm so jealous of the sisters at Shanghai International Art Academy. Wah? Gui is absolutely right. Some celebrities today are too full of themselves. I still prefer Gui's humble attitude. Singing Rice Fragrance in the studio was amazing. It's where dreams begin. I absolutely love Gui. I'm studying art, and I'm determined to become the kind of artist Gui talks about. Of course, many netizens don't agree with Gui's words. Shanghai International Art Academy is the best art institution? I'm not convinced. Our Shuzhou Drama Academy is the real deal. I seriously doubt the trending topic was bought by Shanghai International Art Academy. Our Shanghai International Art Academy is the best, Gui said so. Has your Shuzhou Drama and Art Academy produced anyone stronger than our Gui? Of course we have. Xushin Duanji is from our school. Does your school have a Xushin? Besides, our school's ranking is one spot higher than yours, you're 8th, we're 7th. Duanji? The one who was beaten by Gui twice? I didn't even know he was the Xushin until you mentioned it. So that's what the Xushin is like? Anyway, you don't have a song god or a lyric god. Your Xushin was beaten by Gui. Your school's ranking is lower than ours. We'll catch up to you soon. Students from the two colleges were arguing fiercely, with occasional participants from other colleges joining in. It wasn't about anything else, they just couldn't accept Gui's words. Even though some of them liked Gui, it didn't stop them from supporting their own college. After all, their school's ranking directly affects their own interests. The higher the college's ranking, the stronger their competitiveness would be after graduation. Just as the students from Shanghai International Art College were outnumbered and on the verge of collapse, the National Art Academy rankings saw Shanghai International Art Academy jump up twice in a row. It instantly ranked 6th. Shanghai alumni were 6th. Pff, are you guys from Jianhai just arguing and copying each other until you start fantasizing? You were 8th just now, and now you're 6th? You must be dreaming. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Let me expose your lies. People from other colleges naturally didn't believe it. Kang He didn't believe it either. He was a student at Shuzhou Drama Academy and firmly believed that his school was superior to Jianhai International Arts Academy. What is Gui? Is it the god of melody? Is it the god of lyrics? If it's not the god of melody or the god of lyrics, he has never heard of it. Kang He found the National Art Academy rankings. Let me expose your lies. He scornfully clicked on the rankings, but his words trailed off mid-sentence. 6th place, Jianhai International Academy of Arts. This can't be real. Kang He couldn't believe it. He had just been boasting that his school was ranked one spot higher than Jianhai International Art Academy, but now Jianhai International Art Academy had overtaken them. Kang He began to suspect, did Jianhai International Art Academy bribe the people who ranked the schools? A tweet popped up at the top of his phone screen. Gui defeated Lin Tian, retaining the top spot on the new song chart for 5 consecutive months, and is one step closer to becoming a lyric and melody genius. Kang He was speechless. He finally understood why Jianhai International Art Academy had suddenly risen to 6th place. Gui defeated Lin Tian. That Lin Tian with a win rate of 95%. Moreover, Lin Tian had another identity. He was an honorary professor at the Magic City Opera Academy, the top art academy in the country. For ordinary people, simply defeating him once is a tremendous honor. Now, thinking back to the words he had used to confront the students of Jianhai International Art Academy, he felt ashamed. It was truly embarrassing. Kang He looked at the post with envy. Jianhai International Art Academy is truly lucky. They actually produced someone like Gui, such a prodigy. Why isn't Gui from our Shuzhou Drama Academy? Kang He lay on the bed, feeling completely defeated. He felt terrible and decided to listen to a sweet song to cheer himself up. Panda Spirit, play a sweet song. Sure, playing the song Exclusive Flavor for you. Kang He. He rubbed his temples and gritted his teeth, saying, change the song. Alright, next up is the song Why Not? Why is it still Gui's song? Panda Spirit, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Kang He was about to lose his mind. He grabbed the panda elf and threw it into the trash can. Even after being thrown into the trash can, the panda elf continued to play the song diligently. The sky really wants to rain. Kang He, one of the main combatants, had completely shut down. Other members gradually gave up as well. The event concluded with the victory of Jianhai International Art Academy. Gui's junior classmates admired him even more. They knew that all of this was thanks to Gui. The HR department at Tingxian Entertainment was so overwhelmed with resumes during graduation season that their hands were numb. Too many students from Jianhai International Art Academy applied to Tingxian Entertainment. They all wanted to work alongside Gui, the talented senior. Gui's idol status has brought immense benefits to Tingxian Entertainment. The HR department at Tingxian Entertainment is both suffering and rejoicing. Meanwhile, Gui's newly released song Rice Fragrance reached 3rd place on the new song chart just 1 hour and 59 minutes after its release. Wang Yi's new song The Outsider didn't even last 2 hours. At that moment, Wang Yi was still asleep, unaware of the situation. In his dream, he had already secured the 3rd spot on the main new song chart. Others in the industry group were already overjoyed. Wang Yi is 4th. Ha ha ha. Please allow me to switch sides and call Gui Ishin. Gui actually beat Wang Yi on the last day. I'm really curious about the psychological shadow area of Wang Yi. How does it feel to have your idol shatter your illusions? Where's Wang Yi? Tag him. Administrator, I kicked him out. Chui Li, no problem. I'll go. I'll bring Wang Yi back in. Chui Li volunteered. Chui Li has invited you to join the group chat. I really can't sing. Wang Yi slowly opened his eyes and saw the message as soon as he picked up his phone. He suddenly perked up. So now they know how good he is. They know they dragged him in, right? Wang Yi sneered disdainfully. Today, you won't be able to keep up with me. He just won't agree to join the group. Let them cool off for a while. Chapter 134, A Little Agreement. I really can't sing. No one in the group spoke. Everyone was eagerly editing their messages, waiting for Wang Yi to arrive. But after a minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, Wang Yi still hadn't shown up. Someone couldn't hold back anymore. AI Chung, where is Wang Yi? Lu Yunlan, Chui Li, did you invite the wrong person? Chui Li, I didn't. Chui Li, wait a moment, I'll go ask. Chui Li was a bit confused. He sent a private message to Wang Yi. Chui Li, Wang Yi, where are you? Didn't I invite you to join the group? Come on, come on. Wang Yi, you've kicked me out several times. Do you really think I have no temper? I'm not coming in. Wang Yi. Chui Li shared the chat screenshots with Wang Yi in the group. Everyone was at a loss, but finally, Lu Yunlan came up with a clever idea. Chui Li began to put it into action. Chui Li. Wang Yi, I've joined the group again. The moment he sent this message to Wang Yi, a new person appeared in the group chat. Wang Yi joined the group chat. Chui Li was speechless. He knew this tactic might work, but he didn't expect it to be this effective. He actually managed to lure Wang Yi in. Wang Yi, where is everyone? Where is everyone? Yixin, where are you? I love you, Yixin. A string of ellipses appeared below his message. Wang Yi sensed something was wrong and opened the group chat to search. There was no one named Gui. Wang Yi's anger erupted like never before. Wang Yi, at all members, are you all just bored? Playing with me? Wang Yi, get out. Wang Yi took a few deep breaths. He was genuinely upset. He had just come in full of joy only to discover he had been tricked. He was genuinely furious. Joking is fine. But you can't joke about this. Wang Yi didn't want to say anything else and left the group chat. Wang Yi left the group chat. When those words appeared in the group chat, the other members were completely taken aback. Damn it! Wang Yi is really angry. We're doomed. Oh no. Chui Li, GG. Lu Yunlan herself was also stunned. Because that idea was hers. She never expected Wang Yi to be so angry. Lu Yunlan felt that apologizing might not be enough. The only solution might be to actually invite Gu Yi in. As she picked up her phone to contact someone who knew Gu Yi and bring him into the group, she suddenly remembered a problem. In Gu Yi's studio, it seemed like no one had joined this group. She could only contact other people from Gu Yi's company. Just as she exited the group chat, Wang Yi received video call links from Chi Hai and Mo Lan. Wang Yi felt moved and answered it. When he was sad, his good friends were indeed the first to come comfort him, bringing tears to his eyes. On Wang Yi's phone, the faces of Chi Hai and Mo Lan appeared, looking somewhat sad. Wang Yi sighed and said, "You two don't need to comfort me. I'm fine." Chi Hai and Mo Lan exchanged a glance through the phone and spoke in unison, "You already know?" Wang Yi nodded calmly, "Yeah." Suddenly, Wang Yi furrowed his brows. What did he figure out? Shouldn't you two have come to comfort me because you knew I was upset? Mo Lan sighed in relief and smiled, "I'm glad you know. I was worried you might do something reckless. It seems you've gotten used to it." Chi Hai nodded in agreement, "Wang Yi, you've matured. It makes sense after going through so much, you've learned to let things go." Wang Yi's brows furrowed deeper as he listened. What on earth were they talking about? He interrupted, "Stop, stop. What are you two talking about? I don't understand a word." Chi Hai sighed. It seemed that this incident had had a profound impact on Wang Yi. He couldn't even understand what people were saying anymore. But since Wang Yi was his own child, he still needed to comfort him properly. Chi Hai spoke very gently, "Wang Yi, it's okay. Coming in fourth on the new song chart isn't bad. Don't be too upset. We just had bad luck. We always seem to run into." Before Chi Hai could finish speaking, Wang Yi's voice rang out. "What? What? Fourth? What did you say? We're fourth." Wang Yi's mouth was wide open, and his confusion and shock were written all over his face. How is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yi kept shaking his head, unable to believe the news. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. It's impossible. You're just lying to me. They just tricked me into believing that Yixin had joined the group, and now you're tricking me too. Oomph. Do you really think I believe you? Ha ha." Chi Hai and Mo Lan both had their eyes wide open. This is bad. The blow is too much. Wang Yi might go crazy. Oh no. The two immediately put down their phones and ran toward Wang Yi's house. "Oh my god, Wang Yi, you've got to hold on." On the other side, Gui sat on the sofa in his office, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, deep in thought. He was scheduled to record The Masked Singer on the 2nd of next month. Although the songs he prepared for The Masked Singer were more than enough to secure him the top spot on next month's new song chart. However, if he doesn't release a song that month, fans will inevitably start to suspect something. If his identity were to be revealed at that point, it wouldn't be much fun. Therefore, he decided he should release 2 songs first to confuse the netizens. So that netizens will think he didn't go on The Masked Singer. That would be more interesting. He lowered his head and whispered to Xu Mengning, who was lying in his arms, "Miss Xu, would you like to be the model worker next month?" Xu Mengning replied half-heartedly, Her attention was clearly not on whether or not to be a model worker next month. She was carefully observing Gui, and at the same time imagining what he would look like in women's clothing. If it weren't for Gui forbidding it, she would have gone to fetch a dress for him to wear right away. She really wanted to see Gui wearing women's clothes. That darn Gui. He refused to wear the dress she bought for him, the JK top and the black stockings. In the end, she had to wear it herself. Oomph. Xu Mengning was constantly mulling over her little schemes in her mind. How can I make Gui willingly wear the clothes I gave him, was now the top priority on Xu Mengning's mind. The longer she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She felt she needed something sweet to cheer herself up. Glancing at Gui, who was just a few steps away, Xu Mengning's cunning gaze flashed briefly. The candy was right there, why not take it? Xu Mengning gently rose to her feet and kissed Gui on the cheek. Hee hee, this is your punishment for not wearing the clothes I bought for you. Feeling the warmth on his face, Gui couldn't help but smile. He had no idea what Xu Mengning was thinking. Whenever Gui made her unhappy, her punishment was to kiss Gui once. And when Gui was upset, he would kiss Xu Mengning. This was their little agreement. After kissing, they must tell each other the reason why they're unhappy, no hiding allowed. This straightforward way of interacting reduced many conflicts between them, leaving only more sweetness. At some point, Yang Lei appeared outside the door. He knocked on Gui's office door and said, "Ige, there's a female singer looking for you. She seems pretty urgent. P.S. Damn it, I've been so strong lately. A true strong person." Chapter 135, What should I do if my idol mistakes me for a guy? A woman? A singer? Gui was quite surprised. Not only was she a female singer, but in the entire entertainment industry, he didn't know many women. The only one he had ever interacted with was Lin Baiqing, his mentor from Create the Future. However, after Gui debuted, they had little interaction. Apart from Lin Baiqing and Xu Mengning, who was by his side, he truly didn't know any female singers. So who was it? Gui muttered to himself in confusion, could it be someone buying songs? But buying songs doesn't require such urgency, does it? Gui was truly at a loss. Xu Mengning perked up at the mention of female singer, feeling curious but keeping her composure. Yang Lei nodded and said, yes, she's a woman named Lu Yunan, an artist from Chui Quan Xinghe. I don't know why she's looking for you, but I just sent your WeChat to her. Alright, I'll ask her myself, Gui said. No matter what others wanted from him, he'd find out by asking. Gui looked at the new friend request on WeChat and didn't think much of it, simply clicking accept. Xu Mengning also glanced over secretly. She simply couldn't control her curiosity. After all, the one who had contacted Gui was a woman, and a woman from the entertainment industry at that. What if she had improper intentions toward Gui? Xu Mengning felt she needed to keep a close eye on things. Gui noticed Xu Mengning's expression and found it amusing. However, he understood. If any other male celebrity added Xu Mengning on WeChat, he would probably react the same way. Gui placed his phone in Xu Mengning's hands and smiled, saying, here you go. You reply for me. I suddenly got inspired and need to go write a song. Xu Mengning hurriedly waved her hands, no. She didn't have that much control over him yet. She also trusted Gui. The two were still hesitating when Lu Yunan's message arrived. Lu Yunan, kneeling before the boss.jpg. He started with an emoji of someone kneeling. Both Gui and Xu Mengning were left speechless. What's going on here? Why start with such a grand gesture? Gui hurriedly replied. Gui, no. This is absolutely out of the question. Lu Yunan looked at Gui's message and remained silent. Who would have thought that Gui, such a legendary creator, was such a goofball in private? Lu Yunan invites you to join the group chat. I really can't sing. Lu Yunan, please add me to this group. Lu Yunan, please. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Lu Yunan, kneeling in gratitude.jpg. It's just joining a group chat, why are we bringing human lives into this? I don't get it. Xu Mengning doesn't get it either. But the two were deeply shaken. They suddenly realized how shallow their understanding of the world truly was. Joining a group could actually save someone's life? Gui saw how urgent Lu Yunan looked and didn't think much of it, immediately agreeing to join the group chat. It was just a small favor. Lu Yunan, hands clasped in prayer.jpg. Lu Yunan, thank you, senior. Gui, what's going on? Lu Yunan, the group members will tell you. I need to go save someone now. Thank you again, sir. After thanking Gui, Lu Yunan immediately called Wangi. Gui joined the group chat. As soon as these words appeared in the group chat, the previously silent group chat became lively again. Gui is here. Welcome, big shot. Please give your little brother a song. I'm about to be out of the loop. Hurry up. Brothers, let's go find Wangi. Oh no. Gui is here, but the biggest fan of Gu in this group isn't here. How sad. Don't look at these people who always claim to hate Gui in the group. But as soon as Gui actually joins the group, they all turn into Gui fans. Their specialty is changing their faces at the speed of light. Gui was a bit confused. He didn't know this was a private chat group for his peers. Xu Mengning glanced at the names of the group members and blurted out, these are all singers or songwriters. Ah. Gui suddenly understood, so that's it. Gui humbly replied, the seniors are really flattering me. I don't deserve such praise from you all. You deserve it. Gui, you don't need to be modest. Those who excel are teachers. You're definitely better than this old man. Look at Gui, how humble he is. Unlike Wangi, that arrogant brat. Speaking of which, has Wangi calmed down yet? Let's go bring him back. Lu Mimi has already gone. Let's just wait for good news. Gui was full of questions. Who is Wangi? Why did Lu Yunan go to find him? Why was he able to save someone's life just by walking in? Gui didn't hesitate and immediately voiced the doubts in his heart. Group members also rushed to answer Gui's questions. Gui never expected that his peers were actually his own fans. According to the group members' descriptions, Wang Yi, Chi-hai, and Mo Lan are still his most loyal fans. The song currently ranked 4th, The Outsider, was also just released by them yesterday. They wanted to get 3rd place, but unfortunately, they were overtaken by him. Gui suddenly realized that his fan-pampering behavior seemed a bit unfriendly toward a few specific fans. But it's no big deal, the minority should follow the majority. Gui thought to himself. Wang Yi had joined the group at some point, and his first message left Gui speechless. Wang Yi, at Gui, I love you, Ishin. Xu Mengning suddenly felt a sense of danger. If she remembered correctly, Wang Yi and his 2 friends were referred to as the 3 basics, right? Sigh. Xu Mengning suddenly felt that they were more dangerous than other girls. They were more dangerous than the other girls. Xu Mengning replied on behalf of Gui. Gui, sorry, I'm not into guys. Chuili, impressive. Diu, I'm dying of laughter. The 3 guys are cracking up. Ding Zixuan, ha 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 ha. Sorry, let me laugh for a moment. No. Wang Yi clutched his head in agony, I'm really not. He hated this nickname more than ever before. What should he do now that his idol had misunderstood him as a guy? Waiting online, urgent. Urgent. P.S. I was affected by some things today, so there's only one update. Sorry. Chapter 136, Let Us Get Married Next Year. After Gui made his no declaration, he also brought in the other artists from his studio. How could the industry group be without the gentle Xu Mengning, the honest Yang Lei, and the extremely picky Chen Chun? In the evening, a gentle breeze blew through the window, caressing Gui and Xu Mengning's cheeks. Gui sat upright, his long fingers dancing lightly across the black and white piano keys. Xu Mengning sat beside Gui, swaying gently to the music. Xu Mengning glanced at Gui's face and sang softly. If you are the fireworks on the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At that moment, your light illuminated me. If you are the distant Milky Way, so brilliant it makes one want to cry. I am the eyes chasing after you, always gazing at the night sky in solitude. Like the lyrics, Gui was now so dazzling it made one want to cry in Xu Mengning's eyes. Gui is always like this once he becomes immersed in music, he shines as brightly as the sun. Xu Mengning has been striving hard, hoping to narrow the gap between herself and Gui. But the longer she spent with Gui, the more of himself he revealed. She feels increasingly inferior. This inferiority makes her feel lost and afraid that one day she might lose Gui. As the song reached the chorus, Gui didn't hear Xu Mengning's voice. He paused, turned his head, and looked at Xu Mengning. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Mengning's eyes had already welled up with tears. Gui smiled gently and continued playing the piano. A lyric filled with pure love and unwavering commitment flowed from Gui's lips. I can follow you, like a shadow chasing the light in a dream. I can wait here at this crossroads, no matter if you pass by or not. Every time I look up at you, even my tears feel free. Some love is like sunlight pouring down, both possessing and losing at the same time. Gui had actually noticed Xu Mengning's uneasy emotions long ago, the delicate and cautious manner she adopted when faced with love. That's why he chose this song to tell Xu Mengning. He would always be there, never leaving. No matter how high he stands, his heart will always belong to Xu Mengning alone. Just as he has always loved music, from beginning to end. Gui stopped playing. Xu Mengning's eyes were already brimming with tears. When Gui turned his head, the tears in her eyes could no longer be contained and flowed down her cheeks. She could feel that this song was written specifically for her. The lyrics were just like her, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Seeing the tears on Xu Mengning's face, Gui felt deeply moved and reached out to wipe them away. Don't think too much, okay? Be happy. Xu Mengning could no longer hold back, and tears fell like raindrops. She suddenly hugged Gui tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, I love you so much, Gui. It turned out that Gui had been paying attention to her emotions all along. Please don't ever leave me. Gui held Xu Mengning close, gently patting her back and speaking softly, okay, I never will. Miss Xu, let's get married next year. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of singing filled the piano room once more. It was the voices of 2 people singing together. If you are the fireflies of a summer night, the children sing for you. Then I am the one who wants to paint your hands. Look at me, how small I am, because you have dreams to pursue. Perhaps you won't stay for me, so let me stand behind you. The gentle breeze couldn't bear the overwhelming love, so it carried a hint of it toward the horizon. Stars twinkle in the sky. The stars embrace the love carried by the breeze and sink into the depths of the sea. The warm sun rose above the horizon. June 1st. Gui's new June song, Chasing the Light, is released, and there are 2 versions? Which version of Chasing the Light do you prefer, Gui's performance or Xu Mengning's? Chasing the Light, the heartfelt song of a little girl. I think Xu Mengning's version is better. It's really beautiful and full of emotion. It feels like it's all her love for Gui. I don't like hearing that. Does Gui's singing not convey enough love? You're just a hater. The wise know themselves, the foolish compare. This stupid editor deliberately chose this title to stir up trouble. They're just a couple singing a love song, and you're comparing them? What's the point? Ah. Chasing the light was written just for me. I've been secretly in love with a boy for 3 years, and I really want to confess my feelings to him. Just go for it. Alright. I'll go after the college entrance exams. The warm and healing melody gave many young netizens the courage to confess their feelings, and the kind-hearted netizens also gave them the courage to take the plunge. This June is both graduation season and confession season. In June, the city of Shanghai was drenched in heavy rain, but after sunrise, there was still a rainbow in the sky. P.S. Chasing the Light, performed by Sunmmary, lyrics by Tang Tian, music by Ma Jing. First, I'm going straight to the top. Chapter 137, It hurts so much, I need to grow a brain. Gu-yi, look at the rainbow. Xu Mengning put down her umbrella and pointed to the sky. Gu-yi looked up and saw the rainbow. Gu-yi turned back to Xu Mengning and smiled, it's so beautiful. Gu-yi was referring to the rainbow, yet it wasn't just the rainbow. Xu Mengning nodded dumbly, The two of them walked under the rainbow to the studio. Gu-yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He remembered that he was eagerly awaiting tomorrow's recording of The Masked Singer. But he hadn't tried on the costume yet. Gu-yi thought to himself, I should try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I can always change it. But Gu-yi turned to look at Xu Mengning, who was clinging to his arm. I need to get her out of the way first. Gu-yi felt that if his girlfriend saw him dressing up as a woman, it would indeed be a bit odd. Yeah. It just feels weird. Gu-yi cleared his throat and said to Xu Mengning, go ahead and busy yourself. I'll stay here for a bit. Xu Mengning narrowed her eyes into slits and shook her head in a playful manner. No. Gu-yi placed his hand over his mouth to hide his embarrassment and said, then go rest for a while. I still have some things to take care of. Xu Mengning's eyes sparkled with mischief. She remembered everything clearly. Gu-yi hadn't tried any of those women's clothes in days. He had to go record his show tomorrow. Gu-yi always liked to prepare everything in advance. Xu Mengning didn't believe Gu-yi wouldn't try on the clothes today. She had to keep a close eye on Gu-yi today. It's her beloved boyfriend's first time wearing women's clothing. She can't miss it. Seeing that his plan wasn't working, Gu-yi could only take things one step at a time. He is sure he'll find an opportunity today. Then, Gu-yi was playing video games in the office, while Xu Mengning was playing a puzzle game beside him, already at level 3000. Gu-yi was sleeping on the sofa, while Xu Mengning was reading a book beside him. Gu-yi went to the bathroom, and Xu Mengning was listening to music outside. Inside the bathroom, Gu-yi stared at his reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. It looks like I won't be able to shake her off today. I guess I'll have to ask for help from someone else. Gu-yi's resolute voice rang out as he directly dialed Yang Lei's phone. Yang Lei's voice came through the phone, hey, Ego, what's up? Gu-yi smiled slightly, satisfied that Tool Guy Lei had answered his call. Yang Lei, go tell Mengning that her best friend Li Chanxian is looking for her. I'm really busy right now. I can't leave, and I can't get through to her phone. Her phone must be dead and turned off. Go look for her at the company and tell her Li Chanxian is waiting for her downstairs. To make Xu Mengning believe him, Gu-yi didn't go to Chen Chen, the seasoned veteran, but instead specifically chose Yang Lei, an honest guy. Moreover, Gu-yi told Yang Lei a lie. After all, Yang Lei was too honest. If he were to act along with him, it would definitely be exposed. He could only use a benign lie to deceive him. Alright, Ego, I'll go find my sister-in-law right away. Hearing Yang Lei's declaration before taking action, Gu-yi couldn't help but smile sweetly. Got it. Soon, Yang Lei's breathless voice echoed outside the bathroom. Sis, I finally found you. Your best friend Li Chanxian is waiting for you downstairs. Xu Mengning was a bit confused. Why didn't Li Chanxian just come up? But she still believed Yang Lei's words. Someone as honest as Yang Lei wouldn't lie. She hurried downstairs, glancing back at the bathroom from time to time. Gu Yichuan saw Xu Mengning come downstairs and immediately ran out of the bathroom. As he passed by Yang Lei, he caught Yang Lei's attention for no apparent reason. Didn't Gu say he was busy? Why is he here? Is he busy running? Yang Lei was completely baffled, looking puzzled as he walked away. Gu-yi didn't go far. Xu Mengning's tall figure appeared at the staircase entrance. Her phone displayed the words Chanxian has hung up. Having been with Gu-yi for a long time, she had come to understand the depth of his cunning. Yang Lei wouldn't lie. But some people could deceive Yang Lei. Xu Mengning immediately sensed something was off, so she called her best friend Li Chanxian while walking. The answer was definitely that she hadn't come. Oomph. Trying to fool me. The sky looks like it's going to rain, and I really want to see you. Xu Mengning tiptoed, singing a song, and happily hopped and skipped after Gu-yi. Yang Lei watched Xu Mengning jumping and singing and grew even more confused. Why is it just my sister-in-law alone? And why so fast? This is the 18th floor. Even if she took the elevator, it wouldn't be this fast. Watching Xu Mengning's receding figure, Yang Lei scratched his hair in confusion. What an odd feeling. It hurts. I need to grow a brain. P.S. I saw a lot of my friends saying they're going back to school. Everyone, make sure to study as hard as you can while you're there. That way, when I go out bragging later, I can say my readers are all big shots. When I'm just hanging out, I'll definitely feel so cool. Hee hee. Chapter 138. Hello, my name is Fox. To hide the physical differences between Gui and women, the production team specially commissioned someone to design a loose-fitting white-tone flowing skirt for Gui. The dress was very long, so even someone as tall as Gui could still touch the ground with the hem. The purpose was to hide Gui's muscular calves under the skirt. Gui put on the wig and looked at himself in the mirror. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Why does she look so pretty? Gui suddenly thought that if she became a female streamer, she could make a lot of money. A female voice combined with a female outfit might just trick a lot of top donors into sending rockets. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in money. In the mirror, two figures were reflected. Gui instinctively looked over. One was Gui himself, and the other was naturally Xu Mengning. Gui sighed and turned around, spreading his arms wide with a smile. Look, that's it. He had even resorted to the 36 stratagems, yet he still couldn't shake off Xu Mengning. What else could he do? His girlfriend was someone he had to spoil. The silk-lined long dress gently wrapped around Gui's body, flowing like water from his body to the ground. The strapless dress was adorned with countless tiny pearls forming pearl flowers, which scattered across the dress, elegant yet full of charm. Xu Mengning looked at Gui before her eyes filled with admiration. She rushed forward and threw herself into Gui's arms, exclaiming, "Gu sister is so beautiful. I love you so much." Gui embraced Xu Mengning, smiled slightly, and deliberately spoke in a feminine voice, "Xu Mengning, you're also very beautiful." Xu Mengning stepped down from Gui and smiled, saying, "Gui, let's call each other sisters from now on." Gui shook her head seriously, "No way. Sisters can't get married." Xu Mengning made a funny face, "You're so annoying. You won't even play along with a joke. Who told you to keep chasing me just now?" Put. The next morning, a very ordinary sedan drove into the basement through the back door of Ting Xian Entertainment. Gui also got into the car there. Inside the car, a middle-aged man enthusiastically shook hands with Gui and said, "Mr. Gu, hello. My name is Xu Qi. I've been sent by Director He to handle all matters related to your program recording. If you have any questions during the recording, feel free to come find me, and I'll do my best to assist you." Gui smiled and nodded, "Hello, please take care of me." "Alright, let me first explain the program schedule to you," Xu Qi said. "Sure," Gui replied. Seeing that Gui had agreed, Xu Qi began his explanation. "To keep your identities as contestants confidential, we will enter through a secret shortly. Once inside, you must wear the disguises and masks at all times until the recording concludes. You may remove them only when you leave the recording site. The program is divided into two halves. In the first half, you will perform in pairs, and the judging panel will select one contestant they would like to guess in the second half. In the second half, after your solo performances, the audience will vote using their phones to guess the correct contestant from a list provided by the judging panel. The contestant who has guessed correctly will reveal their identity. Those not guessed correctly may continue to record the next episode. If any of you fail to have your identity guessed for 3 consecutive episodes, we will keep you for the final episode, where the masked singer will be revealed." Gui silently nodded. Soon, the car arrived at the outskirts of the recording site. Gui looked out the window and could clearly see some paparazzi standing outside. He had no idea where they had gotten the information that an entertainment show was about to be recorded here. However, they were destined to get nothing, as the production team had done an excellent job of keeping things under wraps. Even the car windows were one way. Those inside could see out, but those outside couldn't see inside the car. The car drove into the program recording site, and Xu Qi led Gui through a secret passage to a special makeup room. Once they were in position, Xu Qi smiled and said, "Alright, Miss Fox, you go ahead and get ready. Once you've changed into your costume and completed your disguise, press the call button on the wall. Someone will come to take you to meet your first episode partner, the other contestant. Her name is Cat Demon." Gui was initially surprised by the name Fox Lady, but upon reflection, he realized Xu Qi was reminding him that once inside, he would have to refer to himself as Fox. From now on, he would have to speak in a female voice as well. Gui smiled and agreed in a female voice. Hearing Gui's clear female voice, Xu Qi was utterly stunned. He knew Gui would dress up as a girl, but he never expected his female voice to sound so mature. There was no trace of a flaw. Who would have thought that beneath the mask of a tall, beautiful woman was actually a man of 8 feet tall? Gui changed into his costume and put on the mask, and he really looked like, no, not like, he was completely a girl. Gui couldn't help but exclaim, "The costume design is truly a work of genius. It's brilliant." This wide-sleeved flowing skirt not only hides Gui's muscular arms and legs but also accentuates the feminine curves. Now no one should be able to guess that he is a man dressed as a woman. After getting ready, Gui pressed the button on the wall, and within a minute, a staff member came to guide him. The staff member led Gui to the door of a room. Gui pushed the door open and found a lady wearing a cat demon mask and a pleated skirt already seated inside. It must be a woman, right? Gui was unsure. After all, he was the one dressed as a woman. The cat demon's eyes widened the moment she saw Gui.
She murmured involuntarily, so tall. A slightly awkward mechanical voice reached Gui's ears.
Gui couldn't help but smile. At his height, he was indeed a bit tall for a girl. Seeing the cat demon staring blankly, Gui took the initiative to greet her. Hello, my name is Fox. Chapter 139, Let Music Return to the Ears.
Gui's voice was the same as the cat demon's, a slightly odd mechanical electronic tone.
As Gui extended his hand, the cat demon recovered from her shock and reached out with a smile, saying, Hello, I'm Cat Demon. After a polite handshake, Gui quickly let go. The cat demon curiously asked Gui, Fox, you're not from the music industry, are you?
She rarely saw such a tall female singer in the music industry.
Gui smiled but said nothing.
He had come here with the intention of just having fun.
He couldn't reveal his true identity. The cat demon continued to mutter to herself, You must be a model, right? Your figure is just too perfect, I'm so jealous. She had been informed before coming to The Masked Singer that there would be many non-singers participating in the show. She never expected to encounter one in the first episode.
I can't tell you that, Gui shook his head mysteriously.
The game rules must be kept secret.
As soon as Gui finished speaking, the sound of the broadcast echoed in their ears. The cat demon nodded vigorously, as if she understood. She knew all the show's rules, she had just been too shocked to remember them at the moment. Actually, in this regard, girls are just like boys, they can't help but take a second look at a girl with a good figure.
Warning! Warning! Cat demon contestant, please stop discussing information related to your identity.
The production team seemed to give the two some space to interact, but they were actually watching them the whole time.
The cat demon had a carefree personality.
She clasped her hands together and playfully said to the surveillance camera, I'm sorry, Mr. Producer, I was wrong.
Don't scold me. She then dropped the playful tone and asked Gui in a more formal manner, let's get down to business. Do you have any ideas for our duet song? She asked Gui first out of consideration for him.
In her mind, Gui wasn't someone from the music industry, and if she were to choose a song, there was a risk of picking one Gui couldn't sing, which would be awkward. Gui, adhering to the principle of letting women go first, shook his head slowly and said, Not yet.
What about you? The cat demon thought for a moment before cautiously asking, Fox, can you sing What's the Harm? From a professional standpoint, What's the Harm was relatively simple and should be more approachable for someone like Fox who wasn't part of the music scene. Gui paused for a moment. How did she end up choosing his own song? He could sing it and he could sing it well. Seeing that Gui was stunned, the cat demon assumed he couldn't sing and continued, You don't know how to sing it? Let's pick an easier one. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. She had thought Fox was an amateur, but she never expected him to be this amateurish. He didn't even know how to sing songs that had been on the hot charts every month for the past few months. Gui smiled and sang, I sing this song for you, with no particular style. Although Gui's voice was electronic, the cat demon could still discern something. The fox in front of her must have some singing skills. And the fox clearly knew how to sing. What's the point? That's great. How about it? Did I sing well? Gui asked with a smile. The cat demon nodded, I was worried you wouldn't know how to sing it. But you sang it so well. I had the opportunity to practice this song. Then the song we'll sing is decided. Okay. The first day of the show won't start right away. A rehearsal is needed first, and it's also a chance for the contestants to get used to the game rules. After completing the rehearsal process. On February 3rd, the show recording began. On the grand stage, dazzling lights shone brightly. Host Jiang Shu appeared on stage wearing a white mask. Welcome to the Huaxia music show, The Masked Singer. This program is sponsored by Flip Garden Group. Hello everyone, I'm your host, Jiang Shu. Now, let me introduce the identities of our panel of guessers. On the stage, the 5 members of the guessing panel were already seated. Jiang Shu removes his mask and his passionate voice rings out. They are the King of Love Songs, Lu Haoran. Lu the King of Songs. Lu Haoran yawned tiredly, smiling and waving in everyone. He had always maintained this tired style. The renowned film and television actress, the goddess like Lin Baiqing. Have any of you seen her latest movie? The audience erupted in cheers. We've seen it. Lin's sister is stunning. Lin Baiqing couldn't help but smile. She had actually come here for this promotion. And our singing sensation, Bai Si, whose beauty makes fish sink and birds fall from the sky. Bai Si crossed her legs, rested her right hand on her thigh, and gently waved her hands left and right, smiling as she greeted the crowd. The appearance of the two beauties immediately sent the audience into a frenzy. What kind of divine production team is this? They've invited nothing but beauties. How envious. I love it. Look at me, sister. I need to go to the bathroom. And our gold medal lyricist Zhang Yuan. I wonder when Mr. Zhang plans to challenge the title of lyricist god. Host Jiang Shu said this mainly because Zhang Yuan's talent speaks for itself. The title of unmatched below the lyricist god wasn't just randomly given by netizens.
It's something he has earned through his consistent performances. It's just that he is a bit laid back and only releases songs when he is short on cash.
Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded in greeting.
He rarely appears in public, and the reason he returned this time is twofold. First, he's been short on cash lately, and releasing songs is a way to make money without much effort. Participating in the show doesn't require much effort, and the production team pays a high appearance fee, so it's a surefire way to make money. Second, he found the show interesting and came with a casual attitude to check it out. Last but not least, our rare beauty and music prodigy, Xu Mengning.
Xu Mengning is in her 40s, but she looks no different from someone in their 20s. She takes excellent care of herself.
She truly deserves the title of beautiful music goddess, still radiating charm. Finally, Jiang Shu pointed to the other side of the stands and said, "And there's our group of influencer judges." A group of influencers waved their glow sticks and cheered. After introducing everyone, Jiang Shu picked up the program and announced the next two singers to perform. Their voices each have their own unique characteristics.
They are Robot and Doraemon.
They will shed their glory, tear off their labels, and settle the score with music.
Two fully armed individuals walked onto the stage. The judging panel on the stands was instantly baffled. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone possibly guess that? These two contestants were truly armed to the teeth. They even had gloves on their hands. All they could see were the contestants' eyes. Xu Mengning smiled lightly and said, "It seems we really have to rely on their voices to identify them."
That does fit the theme of the show.
Let music return to the ears. Chapter 140, The Fox and the Cat Demon.
The robot and the machine cat sang a famous Blue Star song, pretty leisurely, together.
As soon as the robot began to sing, Xi couldn't help but smile.
Because his voice was simply too distinctive.
This robot was from the same entertainment company as her. The two had previously collaborated. Xi exclaimed, "I know who the robot is." "Ha?" Lu Haorun was completely confused. He hadn't even woken up yet, and Xi already knew who it was? Lu Haorun asked in confusion, "Who?" Xi gave a mysterious smile, "Guess."
Lu Haorun took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Speaking in riddles is really annoying.
If it weren't for your good looks, I'd definitely beat you up."
Lu Haorun rubbed his dark circles under his eyes and listened carefully to the robot and Doraemon singing. He wanted to sleep, but his curiosity was even stronger. He had to find out who the robot was. Upon hearing Xi's words, the others also focused their attention. The voice was gentle and delicate, with a quality that seemed as though it had been kissed by an angel, and nearly perfect precision. Compared to it, Doraemon was far inferior.
Lu Haorun suddenly realized, "It's Do You." His voice is so easy to recognize.
Lu Haorun waved his hand dismissively, feeling that the show had lost its appeal.
With his professional expertise, it was almost like guessing at random. Unbeatable.
Upon hearing this, the others also caught on. After the two finished their duet, it was time for the judging panel to choose which contestant would advance to the next round.
Just as the audience thought the judging panel would choose the robot, they surprisingly chose Doraemon instead.
All because of Zhang Yuan's remark, "You can tell who he is just by listening."
Why even let him come out? Let's pick someone we can't recognize.
Robot Cat naturally advanced to the second round and began his solo performance.
As he sang, Xu Mengning furrowed her brows, "He's off key."
Zhang Yuan nodded beside her. Indeed, he must be an outsider.
He almost couldn't keep up during the group performance earlier. Doraemon finished his song.
The judging panel discussed.
Who do you think he is? Probably not someone from the industry, right? Aren't we allowed to ask 3 questions? Let's ask him.
The members of the guessing panel have the right to ask questions.
Zhang Yuan asked first, "Machine Cat, are you from the music industry?" Feeling a bit nervous under the gaze of so many seniors, Doraemon nodded and said, "Yes." "Yes?"
Zhang Yuan fiercely grabbed a lock of his specially grown artistic long hair.
The music industry's vocal skills? Probably just those young, inexperienced singers, right?
Xi smoothed her hair and asked, "How long have you been in the industry?" Machine Cat replied without hesitation, 1 year.
Lu Haorun suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Machine Cat froze on the spot. He might not be a great singer, but he wasn't stupid. He smiled and said, "Senior Haorun, my name is Machine Cat." "Damn it!" Lu Haorun said angrily, "This kid isn't falling for it." In the waiting room, the cat demon and Gooey were sitting there. The cat demon smiled and asked Gooey, "Fox, can you tell who that Machine Cat is?" Gooey shook his head, "I can't tell." The cat demon listened to Lu Haorun's voice on the screen and suddenly asked, "Fox, what's your last name?" Gooey almost laughed out loud. How did she end up using the same trick on me? I believe in superstitions. Ha? The cat demon looked confused. Is Xie even a surname? Second warning to the cat demon. The cat demon sighed and said, all right. I surrender. She dared not be any more mischievous. If there was a third collaboration, it would be cancelled, and she'd have to pay a breach of contract fee. She knew she couldn't ask. It was just pure mischief. Only been in the industry for a year? An idol? Senior Haorun? Lu Haoran had a sudden realization, Senior Haoran? Few people called him Senior Haoran. Most people just called him by his surname. You're Li Ziyu. Lu Haoran exclaimed in surprise. Machine Cat paused for 2 seconds, then shook his head quickly. No. I'm not. Lu Haoran was completely excited. You are. You must be Li Ziyu. Only you would call me Senior Haoran. The members of the guessing panel saw how certain Lu Haoran was. They confirmed the name Li Ziyu. However, due to the show's rules requiring at least 3 names, they mentioned 2 more names of idol singers. The audience below quickly pulled out their phones to vote. All votes were for Li Ziyu. We'll trust Lu Guowang this once. In the end, the 3 characters Li Ziyu were displayed on the large screen behind the stage. Congratulations to everyone for correctly guessing the true identity of the singing machine, Doraemon. Machine Cat, reveal yourself. Li Ziyu removed his mask, bowed slightly, and smiled, saying, Hello everyone, I'm Li Ziyu. He had just revealed himself. The audience below was not pleased. That's it? That was way too easy to guess. Is the production team even competent? Why did they hire this idol singer to sing? This is terrible. I've lost interest already. After a brief chat, Li Ziyu walked out from backstage and bumped into the fox and cat demon, who were just about to go on stage. As soon as Li Ziyu saw the fox, she couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! You're so tall. He never expected a girl to be so much taller than him. On stage, the host, Zhang Shu, smiled and said, Next up are 2 stunning beauties. One is delicate and adorable, while the other is tall and alluring. I'm sure you all can't guess their identities. Please welcome the fox and the cat demon to the stage. Lu Haoran scoffed at the host's words. There's no one I can't guess. He had just guessed the identities of 2 people in a row. He was clearly getting cocky. It wasn't just him who was getting carried away. The audience below was also getting carried away at that moment. There's no way there's someone we can't guess. The production team must be underestimating us. A beautiful woman? I'm more interested in that. Fox and Cat Demon, the name alone sounds beautiful. With a loud bang, the light suddenly went out, then suddenly lit up again, shining toward the backstage. Gui and the cat demon walked out gracefully under the lights. Lu Haoran's eyes widened in astonishment. A beauty. 2 of them. And one of them had super long legs. His fatigue vanished in an instant. He was instantly energized. That fox is so tall. Those legs are so tempting. What a great figure. I drank too much water, I need to use the restroom. Forget everything else, just in terms of beauty, I give the production team a perfect score. Lin Baiqing leaned forward slightly, watching the 2 people walk toward her. She was truly beautiful. Very elegant. And that fox's figure was even better than hers. Lin Baiqing had always been confident about her figure, but upon seeing the fox, she suddenly lost her confidence. Lin Baiqing was deeply puzzled. There are hardly any women in the entire entertainment industry with a better figure than hers. Could this be a beauty pageant winner brought in to sing? Chapter 141, Selecting the Long-Legged Beauty Fox. Bai Si looked at the fox's long legs with envy. She turned around and quietly approached Lin Baiqing, pulling her hand and murmuring, Sister Lin, do you know this tall female artist? Lin Baiqing shook her head and said, No. After saying that, Lin Baiqing let go of Bai Si's hand and said seriously, Chatting is one thing, but don't drag me along. The 2 had known each other before, and Bai Si had once confessed her feelings to Lin Baiqing. That's right, you didn't see wrong, it was a confession. Bai Si was genuinely attracted to women. Bai Si gave Lin Baiqing a resentful look and muttered, There are no female singers this tall in the Chinese music industry. She asked Lin Baiqing because she wanted to see if Lin Baiqing had ever met such a tall woman in the acting circle. But it turned out that the acting circle didn't have any either. Ding Ro smiled and said, Maybe she's a model. She's really a crossover singer, but the leap is quite a stretch. Zhang Yuan shook his head disappointedly and sighed, It seems like another singer who can't sing well. Music should be enjoyed with the ears, not tortured by them. Zhang Yuan didn't care whether someone was male or female, young or old, as long as their singing skills weren't up to par. He didn't approve. If he didn't approve of someone's singing voice, he had no desire to know who was behind the mask. As the rhythmic and youthful prelude slowly began to play, the title of the song Fox and Cat Demon were about to perform together appeared on the large screen behind the stage. Why not? Performed by Fox and Cat Demon. Original singer, Gui. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. You're pretty smart, choosing a duet that doesn't require much vocal skill, Zhang Yuan said. Lin Baiqing smiled and said, I think this is the first song Gui released, right? Zhang Yuan nodded, Yes, I've studied him extensively. He's truly a prodigious young talent. Lin Baiqing exclaimed, Indeed, his talent was already evident in Create the Future. Moreover, Gui has a wide range of creative styles. He can write sweet, sentimental love songs as well as the divine-level traditional Chinese-style album Ancient Melodies. He's truly a rare talent in the Chinese music scene. I wonder if the Fox and Cat Demon can pull off Gui's relatively simple song Why Not? The other 4 members of the judging panel couldn't hear the latter part of Lin Baiqing's statement clearly.
When they heard the words ancient melody, their expressions turned strange, and they lost their focus. Zhang Yuan felt a bit awkward and scratched his nose, saying, "Speaking of which, I was completely blown away by Gui's album Ancient Melodies just 2 months ago."
Lu Haorun remains silent. Ding Rou remains silent. Bai Si remains silent.
There was no other reason they were also among those who had been thoroughly outclassed by Gui last month. There was no need to mock each other. If they had known earlier that Gui would release such a divine album in April, where every song was a hit, they would never have targeted Gui. It was just a company assignment after all. Delaying it a bit isn't the end of the world. Lin Baiqing noticed the awkward atmosphere and changed the subject. "Let us just listen to them sing for now." On stage, Gui stared intently at the members of the judging panel on stage, tapping his left foot to the rhythm of the music. He never expected that everyone on stage was someone he knew. And aside from Lin Baiqing, every single one of them was a legendary figure in the music industry whom he had faced off against before. "I wonder if any of you acquaintances can guess my identity." Gui smiled mischievously and sang along with the cat demon. "The sky looks like it's going to rain, and I think I live next door to you." Zhang Yuan looked surprised. "Wow, that's cool." Zhang Yuan swayed his head to the music. "This is interesting." The cat demon's voice is very seductive, while the fox's voice is ethereal. When the two voices blend together, it creates a unique feeling. The fox's performance far exceeded Zhang Yuan's expectations. Who would have thought that someone outside the Chinese music scene would have such singing skills? It seems our director didn't just pick anyone at random. Their rhythm is so good. It's exactly like the original singer. "These two must have practiced this song specifically," Ding Rou said with a smile. The cat demon on stage glanced at Gui in shock. "The fox is singing just as flawlessly as I am? Did she practice this song in private like I did?" The cat demon could sing so naturally because she genuinely liked the song and had practiced the lyrics countless times in private. "I never expected the fox and I to be kindred spirits. Our musical tastes are so similar. Once the fox reveals her true identity, I must get her contact information. This sister with the same interests, she is definitely going to be her friend." The cat demon was lost in her thoughts, but the song she was singing didn't stop. "What is so bad about giving up the world for you? A touch of warmth and the coolness of late summer and early autumn. The colors of the changing seasons." The song came to an end. Lu Haoran furrowed his brows and asked Zhang Yuan beside him, "Did you recognize the cat demon's voice?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. Lu Haoran turned his gaze to the other 3. The 3 of them also shook their heads. It was clear that the cat demon's voice was hard to discern. As for the voice of Gui, who was a fox, they were even more at a loss. So they didn't even bother to discuss it. After all, in their eyes, foxes weren't musicians, so how could they guess? So which singer should be chosen to advance to the next round? The members of the guessing panel hadn't made a move yet. The LSP fans in the audience couldn't sit still anymore. "Fox! Fox! Fox! We want to see the fox reveal their true identity. Choose the fox, please. Let's take a look at the real face of the long-legged beauty." Listening to the shouts from below, Bai Si thought for a moment and said, "Then let us try the fox?" She was really curious to find out who had such a great figure. Her sexual preferences were a bit unusual. Although she was a girl, she liked beautiful girls. Lu Haoran raised both hands in agreement. Sure. Who doesn't love tall, beautiful women? He also likes pretty girls. Since 2 members have already chosen the fox, the audience also wanted to see the fox, so the other members of the guessing panel went along with the crowd. The fox was chosen to advance to the next round. The cat demon didn't feel too disappointed, as she also wanted to know the fox's identity. Plus, the masked singer paid her 800,000 yuan for her appearance fee. The more episodes she films, the more money she earns. The cat demon walked toward the backstage, while Gui remained on stage. Ding Rou asked gently, "Fox, what's the name of the song you're going to sing next?" Gui's face, hidden beneath the mask, revealed a faint smile. Today, he had originally planned to choose Dalla Binga, but this song has show-off elements, starting with 5 different vocal tones. It would definitely be guessed by the veteran singers on stage that he might be a man dressed as a woman. So he had to change his approach. Gui whispered, "This song is called Big Fish." Chapter 142, Big Fish. Big Fish? Ding Rou turned to look at Zhang Yuan in surprise and asked, "Is that the song we co-wrote?" She and Zhang Yuan had once collaborated on a song also titled Big Fish. Zhang Yuan looked at the large screen displaying the song information and said, "It's clearly not the one we wrote." Ding Rou followed Zhang Yuan's gaze. Big Fish. Performed by Fox. Lyrics, anonymous. Music by, anonymous. Since it's anonymous, it definitely isn't the Big Fish song she and Zhang Yuan wrote. If it were their version, the audience would recognize it immediately, so there'd be no need for anonymity. Looking at it this way, this Big Fish must be a new song. A new song with the same title as one they wrote before. Someone outside the music industry has brought a new song?
Dingro suddenly found the show increasingly intriguing. Anonymous? C exclaimed in shock. The show producers are really ruthless. Not only do they make the singers disguise themselves, but they even make the songwriters disguise themselves? Lin Baiqing smiled and said, it's probably because they're afraid we'll figure out the singer's identity through the songwriters. Most lyricists and composers have regular collaborators. Once you identify the songwriter's identity, the range of possible singers would narrow significantly. Hiding it is understandable. Big Fish? Lu Haoren smiled and said, I wonder how it compares to the song Big Fish that Zhang Gu and Ding Ro, the songwriting gods, collaborated on? Ding Ro confidently nodded slightly, smiling without speaking. She must have thought her own song was better. But she didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Who knows who's really behind this anonymous person? It might just be one of her friends in the industry. If she really said something unflattering on the show, it would be pretty awkward to run into them later. People who have risen to their current positions are all shrewd individuals. There's really no need to risk offending them. Zhang Yuan chuckled and humbly said, you'll see for yourself. Compared to the cautious members of the judging panel, the audience below had no such reservations. Big Fish? Is that the song written by the beautiful Ding Ro? It probably isn't. The lyrics and music are both anonymous. That's like showing off in front of Guan Yu. If this Big Fish is much worse than Ding Ro's masterpiece, that'd be embarrassing. Poor Fox Beauty. She has been betrayed by the lyricist and composer. Exactly. The lyricist and composer really deserve to be punished. On stage, the pure white light slowly changed color. Deep blue lights, as vast as the ocean, shone on Gui. Like the gentle waves of a piano prelude, the music echoed in everyone's ears. A blue whale appeared on the large screen. It swam gracefully with the waves. The pure and flawless piano sounds, as delicate as pearls, echoed around the audience like the whale's calls. Ding Ron's gaze suddenly sharpened. She murmured to herself, the composer is truly talented. Just a few notes of the prelude alone gave the listeners a sense of the deep sea. Sometimes, the simpler the music, the more it touches the heart. But such simplicity is not something everyone can achieve. Simplifying the complex is often the most challenging task. The few members of the judging panel present all possessed exceptional musical expertise. Even without Ding Ron pointing it out, they could hear the extraordinary quality of the song. Fox's ethereal voice resonates like a whale song in the ears of the crowd. The waves silently engulf the night sky, flowing over the corners of the sky's edge. A great fish swims through the cracks of a dream, gazing at the contours of your sleeping form. Watch the sea and sky merge as one, listen to the wind rise and the rain fall. Hold your hand and dispel the vast misty waves. The wings of the great fish have grown too vast. I release the ropes of time. The main melody, with its distant and lingering melody, easily immerses one in the world depicted in the song. The lyrics are rich in imagery and filled with touching details. The transition from grand scenes to delicate emotions is poetic and strikes straight to the heart. The 5 members of the judging panel exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. This Fox's vocal skills are extraordinary. This song is truly extraordinary. The group remains silent, turning their heads to continue listening intently to the Fox's performance. The song reaches the chorus. The melody of the chorus gradually rose, becoming vast and ethereal. The Fox's voice transformed from a soft, gentle croon into a distant, passionate melody. I fear you'll fly away, I fear you'll leave me. I fear even more that you will stay here forever. Every tear I shed flows toward you, flowing back into the depths of the sky. The melody carries a touch of classical melancholy from traditional Chinese culture, paired with the Fox's clean, ethereal voice, drawing listeners into the song's story. It's as though a school of fish is swimming in formation, gliding through the azure clouds and into the sky bathed in a dazzling glow, gradually fading into the distance. C exclaimed in surprise, is the Fox really not some big shot from the music industry here to cause a stir? With the Fox's singing skills, it doesn't seem like someone from outside the music industry. With such a great figure and such amazing singing skills, wouldn't they dominate the music industry? Not to mention, C herself is already a diva. If she were to sing this song Big Fish, she'd probably only be able to match the Fox's level at best. That's even without considering the impact of her vocal tone. Because she knows her voice doesn't suit this song. Plus, she's hearing the Fox's unique, ethereal voice for the first time. Perhaps this song truly can only be sung by the Fox to convey the delicate yet moving emotion. The audience below had lost their earlier frivolous demeanor. Most of the audience remained silent, simply listening intently to the story being told through the song. Occasionally, a few words could be heard. Beautiful. Impressive. It sounds like the voice of an angel. A few audience members seemed to feel the emotions in the song. Tears were glistening in their eyes. Backstage control room. As the director and assistant director of this episode of Masked Singer, Gu Gaofei and He Qiming had been monitoring the live broadcast through the monitors in the control room, watching the audience's reactions on the monitors. Gu Gaofei exclaimed in surprise, this guy, Gui, is already making such a splash just as he steps onto the stage? He knew that Gui had strong creative abilities and was well suited for the stage. If not for that, He Qiming wouldn't have recommended Gui so strongly. But he never expected Gui to be this strong. On his first time on stage singing, he had already stirred up the emotions of the entire audience. And that was before anyone knew who he was. He Qiming patted Gu Gaofei on the shoulder, don't be surprised, old Gu. He was the same when he first appeared on Create the Future. And now this divine-level performance. He Qiming shook his head in awe. Gui. He Qiming stared at the screen, watching the female-dressed Gui on stage, momentarily speechless. He couldn't find the words to describe Gui at that moment. However, what neither of them expected was an even more shocking scene was yet to come. P.S. Big Fish, performed by Zhoushan, lyrics by Yinyu, music by Qianlei. Didn't expect that, did you? Today's update is so early. Hee. There will be 2 more updates tonight. I told you. Chapter 143, The Sea Demoness Lament. Watch you fly away, watch you leave me. You were born to belong to the sky. Every tear I shed flows toward you. Flowing back to our first encounter. Singing to this point, Gui paused briefly, took a deep breath, and waited quietly for the music to resume. The hardest part of the song was yet to come. As Gui stood still, the audience thought the song had ended. They clapped enthusiastically. Beautiful. Fox, I love you. Damn it. I've got another wife. Join the Chinese music scene, Fox. We need you in the Chinese music scene. Do it again, do it again. Listening to the audience's commotion, Zhang Yuan snapped out of his trance. He clapped his hands involuntarily. What a beautiful melody, lingering in the air. Ding Ro joined in the applause. The song, Big Fish, is better than the one we sang. She wouldn't say others' songs were bad. But she didn't mind saying her own songs weren't as good as others. No one would take issue with that. Zhang Yuan nodded, it is indeed better than ours. Our version of Big Fish doesn't have such a beautiful atmosphere. It has a touch of classical flavor. Ding Ro closed her eyes to savor the ending, but suddenly opened them and said, does this song have such a long ending? Just as she opened her eyes, she happened to see Gui raise the microphone again. Ding Rong paused in her clapping, is there more? If there's more, this song will be too long. Zhang Yuan blurted out. Ding Ro nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan had voiced her thoughts. She also felt that the song was just right at this point. After such a long pause, adding more lyrics would make it feel overly lengthy and disrupt the overall flow. The audience below saw that Gui had raised the microphone again and fell silent. They didn't have the same considerations as the professionals on stage. They only knew that the fox had already captivated them with her voice. What came next was sure to be just as good. Gui relaxed his body, letting his voice reach its optimal state. He then brought the microphone closer. A siren-like chant rose up. Ah! Everyone is spellbound, as if enchanted by a sea siren from the depths of the ocean. As endless waves of water seem to engulf them, they sink into the bottomless depths of the ocean. Darkness, chaos. Only the fox's siren-like chant lingered in their ears. Ah! 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 3 consecutive ahs deeply expressed Gu Gaofei's shock at that moment. Unfortunately, his ah was worlds apart from Gui's ah. The audience was stunned, but how could the judges be stunned along with them? This kind of scene is something you can't even act out. Even if he paid them, those lyricists and composers wouldn't cooperate with him. Gu Gaofei has been a director for so many years. This is the first time he's ever seen such a scene. Damn it! Old He, I feel like our show is going to be a hit. Gu Gaofei nudged He Qiming beside him. Old He. Say something. He Qiming quickly covered Gu Gaofei's mouth. Don't talk, I'm trying to listen to the song. He Qiming was also shocked, but he had already learned a lesson from Gu Chao and Create the Future. So he managed to stay calm for now. Ah! The song came to an end. Gui put down the microphone and took a deep breath. Even when taking a breath, sustaining an ah for nearly 30 seconds is no easy feat for an ordinary singer. At that moment, the entire venue was deathly quiet. Gui felt something was off. Where was the applause? Had he sung that badly? Gui glanced around and saw that everyone seemed to have lost their focus. He was putting on a full performance. Gui mimicked a girl, covering her chest and bowing, then spoke in that strange, unpleasant electronic voice, thank you all for listening. This sentence pulled everyone out of their trance. The audience below still seemed unsatisfied. What? That's it? It's over in just a few seconds? Say ah again. Darn it, why didn't you keep saying ah? Why stop? Mom, I'm a fan of the fox. I'll marry no one but the fox. They were truly captivated by the fox's ethereal, siren-like singing. Lu Haoran's mouth dropped open. This singing isn't right. If there were more good songs to pair with the fox could definitely become a diva. Bai Si nodded vigorously, absolutely. At that moment, Bai Si had a sudden idea and blurted out without thinking, could the fox be that company's top-tier newcomer? She might be here to gain fame on Masked Singer before debuting. Bai Si's words instantly opened everyone's minds. After all, such things are common in the entertainment industry. New actors join big production teams to play supporting roles and gain experience. Similarly, new singers join large variety shows to gain exposure. However, generally speaking, when newcomers join variety shows, it's the variety show that gives the new singer a boost. In fact, the newcomer might even end up being the weak link of the entire show. But Fox is different. She's incredibly talented. Everyone feels like she's there to boost the show's ratings. Her presence might even boost the viewership of Masked Singer by several percentage points. After all, the topic, who is the mysterious beauty with a voice like a sea siren, is incredibly intriguing. Lu Haoren scratched his increasingly sparse hair, feeling like he couldn't breathe. Are newcomers this terrifying these days? We just had a scandal with Gui, and now we have the Fox? If all the newcomers are this fierce. As an old-timer, he really feels the pressure. As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward, and the previous waves die on the shore. Lu Haoren didn't want to die on the beach. He silently resolved to himself. Once the show is wrapped, I must reduce my visits to the spa. Oh, and I need to talk to Old and Old too. Tell them they can't keep slacking off. They need to step up their game. At the same time, in a high-end bathhouse several cities away from the program recording site, Duanji and Xiaoyu, lying on massage chairs, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They both sneezed simultaneously and exchanged puzzled glances. Why do I suddenly feel like my best friend is about to stab me in the back? Strange. P.S. There's another chapter later. Darn it, I'm so competitive. Chapter 144, Keeping One's Name a Secret. The other three members of the review panel were discussing heatedly. As the creators, Zhang Yuan and Ding Ro were at a loss for words. They had thought that the fox continuing to sing would ruin the overall atmosphere of the song. The fox sang, but it was as if she hadn't sung at all. For over 20 seconds, there was only an ah dot. But it was the fox's siren-like, ethereal chanting that elevated the entire song to a higher level. The atmosphere didn't diminish, it intensified. If we were to say that before the fox sang, this song Big Fish was on par with their own Big Fish. Then, after the fox sang, this song Big Fish far surpassed their Big Fish. It was a complete rout. The two of them never expected the fox to end with such a chant. It was truly the masterstroke of the songwriter. Moreover, this chant perfectly matches the fox's voice. This song was tailor-made for the fox. It's precisely this that highlights the songwriter's true skill. Compared to the fox's true identity, Zhang Yuan and Ding Ro were more curious about the identity of this anonymous creator. Although the song Big Fish isn't their best work. But it's not something just anyone could surpass. So, who is the anonymous creator? Ding Ro praised first. Fox, you sang really well. Gui smiled and shook his head, saying, You're too kind, senior. There's no flattery there. Your singing deserves this praise. Ding Ru smiled and asked, Fox, could you reveal who wrote this song? Gui shook his head again. That's definitely not possible. If he told them the song was written by Gui, they might figure out his identity and expose him. I'm sorry, but the songwriter asked me not to reveal his name, so... Gui didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Everyone nodded in understanding. After all, songwriters and composers don't want to reveal their names. There was no need to put the fox in a difficult position. The fox is just a singer, not the creator. They had no idea that the lyricist and composer was the fox herself. The show's rules state that as long as the question doesn't immediately reveal the identity of the masked singer, the singer must answer honestly. Therefore, Yi's response also counts as an honest answer. He doesn't want to reveal his own name. Is there a problem? No problem. Gui continued with a playful tone, although I can't directly tell everyone his name, I can tell you that he's a total hottie. Such self-praising remarks come naturally to Gui. Besides, he was just stating the facts. The members of the guessing panel and the audience all smiled and didn't take the remark to heart. The term handsome guy is way too broad. Perhaps it was just flattery from the fox to praise the anonymous person. That shouldn't be taken seriously. Zhang Yuan joked, I haven't written a second hit song either. Zhang Yuan, you're getting more and more shameless. Ding Ro rolled her eyes in disbelief. So you're saying Zhang Yuan is a handsome guy? In her opinion, Zhang Yuan wasn't ugly, but he certainly didn't qualify as handsome. Lu Haoren ran his hand through his hair and boasted, it's just that I can't write songs. Otherwise, the fox would have been talking about me. Lu Haoren did have the credentials to say that. As the song king, his looks were still quite impressive. Do any of the seniors have any more questions? If not, I'll be heading out first. Gui wanted to leave as soon as possible. After all, every second he spent on stage increased the risk of being exposed. Plus, he had even worn high heels for the role. Although they were high heels with very short heels. But they were still extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, he decided that once he returned, he would strictly prohibit Xu Mengning from wearing high heels. He already felt tortured just wearing them occasionally. If she had to wear them all day like Xu Mengning, it would be unbearable. His own girlfriend could only be pampered by him. You can't leave yet. We still have questions for you, Lin Baiqing asked softly with a smile. Are you a newcomer to the music industry? Gui asked. Yes. Generally, someone who has been in the industry for over a year isn't considered a newcomer. Gui had only been in the industry for a few months. He naturally still qualifies as a newcomer. Bai Si continued, that song Big Fish, was it written by someone from the same company as you? Gui nodded naturally. Yes, it was written by someone from the same company as me. Gui and Fox are indeed from the same company. Not only are they in the same company, but they also share a bed at night. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Baiqing and Bai Si exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Fox was definitely not an outsider in the music industry but a newcomer sent by a company to gain experience. The only difference between her and other newcomers was that the Fox was stronger. Such people are rare, but they do exist occasionally. The only question was which company's new ace he was. Actually, Gui from Tingxian Entertainment is also of this type. However, Gui wasn't cultivated by Tingxian Entertainment. Other entertainment companies secretly criticize Tingxian Entertainment, saying they got Gui, such a talented newcomer, purely by luck. Who would have thought that they themselves secretly cultivated such a talented newcomer? The 3 questions from the judging panel have been asked. Now they must reveal the Fox's name for the audience to choose. The 5 members of the guessing panel exchanged glances, all feeling a bit helpless. They truly couldn't guess the Fox's identity at the moment. In the end, they had no choice but to give up and abandon the opportunity to reveal the Fox's identity. They and the audience below the stage prepared to go back and investigate further. Some clues were already available. The Fox was backed by an entertainment company. Since there was an entertainment company involved, there must be a trail to follow. Perhaps they might actually uncover something. After finishing the first episode of the show, Gui secretly returned to Tingxian Entertainment. On his way back, he specifically bought a pair of shoes matching Xu Mengning's shoe size. As Gui pushed open the door to his office, he saw Xu Mengning staring blankly at his video on Create the Future. Hearing the door open, the lonely Xu Mengning turned around in surprise and reflexively picked up the item in front of her. Look, Gui, I bought you your favorite strawberry pudding. She had already known that Gui would be returning today. So she must have practiced this gesture countless times in her mind, making it surprisingly smooth. Gui had only been away from her for a day, yet she had been thinking of him day and night. She felt she couldn't live without Gui for the rest of her life. Thank you so much. Gui said with a touched smile. Let's not eat yet, let's change into some shoes first. Ha! High heels are so uncomfortable. You're not allowed to wear them anymore. But high heels look nice. You look good without them. Under Gui's firm insistence, Xu Mengning could only obey. P.S. This is entirely the author's own experience wearing high heels. When the author was a child, out of curiosity, they tried on their mother's high heels. Not only did their feet hurt, but they also fell and hit their nose, causing it to bleed. It hurt so much. The author couldn't stand it after just one try, let alone the women who wear high heels every day. I feel so sorry for them. Chapter 145. What does this have to do with Gui? Old Duan, old Xia. I'm back. Lu Haoren pushed open the door to the private hotpot room reserved exclusively for him, Duanji, and Xiaoyu. Duanji and Xiaoyu were carefully dipping beef tripe into the hotpot, afraid of overcooking it, and didn't even acknowledge Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren clearly had prepared himself mentally, knowing that the two wouldn't acknowledge him. So he brought his own bowl and chopsticks. After finishing the tender beef tripe, Duanji smiled contentedly and asked, Little Lu, what about that mysterious masked singer? Little Lu? Lu Haoren raised his eyebrows. I told you, that show was so interesting. There was also a very talented newcomer who could rival Gui. Her name is. Lu Haoren teased them. Could there really be a newcomer who could rival Gui? Duanji and Xiaoyu immediately perked up, eagerly looking at Lu Haoren. Unfortunately, Lu Haoren seemed to have lost interest in continuing the conversation and lowered his head to start eating. Oof. You called me Little Lu and made me lose my mind. Bro, you're not going to kill me by speaking in half sentences. Lugo, come on, say it. Duanji pulled Lu Haoren in a flattering manner. That's more like it. Lu Haoren gave a mysterious smile and said, her name is Fox, a tall, beautiful woman. Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Fox? Is that even a name? Duanji thought for a moment, it's probably a stage name. Xiaoyu asked Lu Haoren, what's her real name? Lu Haoren awkwardly scratched his head, I don't know either. Duanji immediately looked disgusted. Damn it, you called her for nothing. Little Lu, get out of here. These dishes were all bought by me and Xiaoyu. You don't deserve them. Don't go. Lu Haoren refused to leave. I didn't come here to eat. I just wanted to convince you all to work hard with me. Get out of here. Don't bother us. Go roll your own. Gui's song released this month isn't very good. We can take him down. No way. Not interested. This is our last chance for revenge, brothers. Do you want to keep getting crushed by Gui forever? We've vowed to be the top dogs for life. Damn it. Don't forget the bond between us. Upon hearing the words top dog, Duanji and Xiaoyu's hearts, as cold as fish cutting knives, finally felt a slight stir. No matter where they were, becoming the dominant partner was the ultimate goal for all three of them. Xiaoyu pulled out his phone, opened Penguin Music, and listened to Guyi's new song for the month. It seems like it's worth a try. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with determination. Duanji ran his fingers through his increasingly sparse hair and resolved, let's go for it. What's a few less hairs? If it comes to it, we can always wear wigs later. They had actually wanted to take down Guyi for a long time. They just hadn't had the chance. In April, several people were intimidated by Guyi's traditional Chinese-style album. In May, Guyi got into a feud with Lin Tian. They kept putting it off. As time went on, their own desire for it faded. They thought they'd just let it go. But Lu Haoren seemed to have been stimulated by something today. As soon as he returned, he was full of vigor. He even brought up their original ideals. This reignited the dormant passion in Duanji and Xiaoyu's hearts. Anyway, they've already prepared the song. Let's fight then. That night, their new song For Love, embodying their vision of men taking the lead, was released. At the same time, the promotional video for The Masked Singer was also released. With He Chi-ming, the headline-grabbing titlemaker, around, the promotional video's copy couldn't possibly be simple. Masked Singer Official. Who is he? Who is she? Can you guess? How captivating is the voice hidden behind the mask? Do you want to hear it? The voice of a tall, beautiful woman with a siren-like voice. What kind of beautiful face lies beneath the mask? Do you want to know? June 4th at 8 p.m, tune into Shuzhou Satellite TV. We will reveal the true identities of those behind the masks. Isn't this the music variety show directed by Gu Gaofei? The promotional style doesn't seem right. Right, I remember director Gu has always been the steady type. Look at the assistant director's name, it's He Chi-ming, that guy with the thick eyebrows and big eyes. I knew it. Director Gu wouldn't be so flashy. Setting aside other things, his director is a bit of a people pleaser, but his work is still decent. Can't wait for the beautiful host. Let me tell you, this show is amazing. I went to the bathroom twice while I was there. On the evening of June 4th, Guyi was watching TV with his family. Xu Mengning was chatting with Zhou Lan beside her. She had already made herself at home at Guyi's place, coming and going as she pleased. Zhou Lan even gave Xu Mengning a key to the house. Hui Jianguo was watching an anti-Japanese war film. Gu Sihan pulled Gu Jianguo's hand and pleaded, Daddy, let me watch Shuzhou Satellite TV. Hui Jianguo was still engrossed in the film. Watching the hand-to-hand combat with the Japanese soldiers was truly thrilling. Unfortunately, there was nothing Gu Jianguo could do about his daughter, so he handed the remote control to Gu Sihan. Gu Sihan happily tuned the TV to Shuzhou Satellite TV. She was particularly interested in these music variety shows. Tearing apart the Japanese soldiers turned into a masked singing god. For confidentiality reasons, Guyi didn't tell his family about his appearance on Masked Singer. So now, out of the 5 people in the house, only Guyi and Xu Mengning knew about it. Xu Mengning curiously glanced at Guyi, wanting to see his reaction. Guyi, however, acted as if nothing had happened and continued watching TV silently. The person on Masked Singer was a fox. What does that have to do with Guyi? Chapter 146, Wanting the Fox to Have a Day. The development of television in Blue Star was vastly different from Guyi's previous life. There aren't as many ads, and there aren't as many services that require users to subscribe. You can watch TV right away. Moreover, people on Blue Star can send and view real-time comments while watching TV. The panelists on this show are pretty good, but the contestants are a bit lackluster. How did someone like Li Ziyu, an idol singer with mediocre vocal skills, even make it here? They are a bit weak, aren't they? Only the robot Du is decent. Du's voice is too easy to recognize, it can't be hidden at all? The audience had already finished watching the performance by the robot and Doraemon. When they saw Doraemon reveal his face, they lost interest. Let's watch a little longer. Didn't director he say there's a tall, beautiful woman with a voice like a siren? I was already ready to leave, but after seeing your comment, I'll stay a little longer. Me too. I'm just a pervert. Darn it. Your tastes are just like mine. Here they come. The beauties are here. On the TV, the fox and the cat demon walked onto the stage together. Zhou Lan watched the TV, holding Xu Mengning's hand and smiling. Oh, these 2 girls are pretty, but they're no match for our Mengning. Guyi's expression also flickered slightly upon seeing himself on screen. To be honest, watching himself in drag on TV with his family was a bit awkward. Guyi still felt a bit awkward. But at least his family didn't know it was him yet. Guyi turned his head and stared at Xu Mengning, opening his mouth silently. From his lip movements, it was clear he was saying, keep it a secret. Xu Mengning ignored him, tilted her head in confusion, and said, Guyi, you're speaking so softly. Speak up. Guyi immediately placed his index finger on his lips and shushed her. Zhou Lan scolded Guyi, Guyi, speak up. Don't act like a little girl. She was helping her daughter-in-law build momentum. It was Zhou Lan's use of the term little girl that perfectly echoed the cross-dressing fox on stage. Hello everyone, I'm the fox. Cough cough cough. Gooey almost couldn't catch her breath.
Actually, there was nothing wrong with telling her own family. They knew they had signed a confidentiality agreement and wouldn't go spreading it around.
But this is so embarrassing. Gooey's song. Nice. Who would have thought it was so good? I wonder if Gooey will appear on this show. Probably not. After all, Gooey is busy trying to become a lyricist and songwriter, so he probably doesn't have time. No problem, even if Gooey didn't appear, his song did, so it's like he did. After listening to the fox and the cat demon sing Why Not? Gooey's fans praised them enthusiastically. That's great. They didn't ruin our Gooey's song. I approve of these two beauties. The female version of Why Not is great. Can we only choose one beauty to reveal her face? I want to see both of them. Wow, the judging panel chose the fox were on the same page. The fox also sang Big Fish on stage. The expressions of the audience watching on TV and their phones gradually changed. From disinterested to completely engrossed. From using one hand to holding the phone with both hands. From drowsy to wide awake. And as the fox began to sing like a sea siren, they were all left in awe. Some people didn't even notice that their instant noodle fork had fallen to the ground. The bullet comments also paused during the 20-second chant, an unusual silence. When the fox's chant ended, the comments exploded, flooding the screen. Wow, that's amazing. Where's the secretary? Find out the fox's identity immediately. I want all the information about the fox within 3 minutes. My ears are in heaven, girls. I feel like I've caught the fox and made her say ah to me forever. Hey, you better want the fox to ah, not something else. Hee hee, catch her and make her your wife and make her ah while you're at it. The more curious netizens became about the fox, the greater their hopes for the guessing panel. But the guessers don't even know the fox's identity? Who is the fox? That night, the news shot to the top of the trending topics. The Masked Singer is a hit. It went viral. It completely dominated the entire trending list. Who is the fox? The big fish and the sea monster making the fox say ah all day long. 5 top celebrities in the entertainment industry couldn't guess who it was. The masked singing sensation appears as a leggy beauty. How easy is it to guess who DU is? Overnight, the fox's identity became the internet's biggest mystery. Netizens from all walks of life keep analyzing. Yet they remain unable to confirm the fox's true identity. However, the only thing they are certain of is that the fox is a newcomer to the music industry. This was stated by the fox themselves. There are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the fox is a top-tier newcomer cultivated by an entertainment company. The second possibility is that the fox is a crossover newcomer who previously worked in another industry and has recently entered the entertainment industry. Some people have even gone to the trouble of compiling a list of tall, attractive women from various circles for netizens to speculate about. Entertainment companies have also seen an increase in paparazzi around their premises in recent days. The paparazzi are all hoping to snap a photo related to the fox. Perhaps they could sell them for a good price. However, no matter how hard netizens and paparazzi search, they can't find any clues related to the fox. She seems to be a sea demon from the depths of the ocean, suddenly appearing on the surface to sing, then suddenly diving back into the depths. After searching for so long, the netizens are starting to lose hope. Damn it, the production team is so unprofessional. I'm so frustrated, can someone tell me who the fox is? Director I want to call you out, but just tell us who the fox is already. The first day I want to see the fox's face. What should netizens do after failing to guess the fox's identity? They'll just have to cause trouble elsewhere. For example, as newcomers, how do you think the fox compares to Gooey? No way. How dare a newcomer compare themselves to our Gooey? Gooey is a newcomer, but he's not just any newcomer. The fox is only average at best. Wow, Gooey has so many die-hard fans? Which eye did you use to see that I'm a die-hard fan? Gooey has a traditional Chinese-style album, does the fox have one? Gooey writes his own lyrics and composes his own music, can the fox do that? Gooey looked completely bewildered at these Weibo comments. These netizens are way too much. Got nothing better to do? Comparing me to myself? Gooey decided to them to be good. So he immediately created a fake account and commented, "Hey, everyone, we're all family. Give me some face and stop arguing. Get lost. Who are you to give us face? Who the hell is family with them? Just registered a new account? You're not one of their hired trolls, are you? Bull, we wouldn't even hire such trashy online trolls. Oh, so you're admitting that you hired paid commenters? Get lost. If anyone hired them, it was you guys. He has been abnormally popular since he debuted. That's the real talent of our Gooey. Ha ha. It's all this stupid little account's fault. So annoying. Right, insult him." The intensity of the argument suddenly shifted toward the cheap version of Gooey. Gooey stared at the comments, unable to speak for a long time. He had only intended to use the secondary account to mediate.
But not only did the fight escalate, it also made him experience the feeling of being cyberbullied again after several months. And this cyberbullying was even worse because it came from his own beloved fans. However, this cyberbullying was nothing but sweet blows for Gui. Whether the netizens were defending Gui or the fox, weren't they all defending him? Relax. P.S. I'm so strong. I got first place today too. I've posted the chapter. There'll be another one later. Chapter 147, Gui is a demon. The Masked Singer has gone viral. The name of the assistant director, Xu Mengning, has also been officially revealed. The top executives of the 4 major entertainment companies gathered once again. Fu Yunlong, the general manager of Mo High Entertainment, said expressionlessly, "This Xu Mengning actually dares to be so active." Chao Zhe of Huawun Entertainment clasped his hands together, propping up his head, and feigned depth. "Should we restrict our singers from participating in The Masked Singer?" Song Hai yawned, wondering why these people had called him. It was just a minor matter, he didn't want to get involved. Song Hai cut to the chase, "If you want to deal with him, do it yourselves. I have no interest in getting involved with Xian Entertainment." After saying that, Song Hai hung up the video call. Joking aside, The Masked Singer is so popular right now. If you don't hurry up and get people involved and instead try to target others, that's just pure stupidity. Actually, the people from the other 3 major companies also understood this logic. But they just can't swallow their pride and want to say a few polite words. Song Hai isn't one to coddle them. After all, Xu Mengning and Xian Entertainment don't have much of a conflict. Xian Entertainment is still the biggest beneficiary. Let us not burn our bridges. Song Hai is actually hoping that the other 3 major companies will target Xu Mengning. That way, he could sneak more people from Xian Entertainment into the shows. Song Hai hung up the phone, and the other 3 also knew that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. As long as one top entertainment company refuses to cooperate, their plan will fail. Moreover, they knew that the Masked Singer program was something they couldn't control. Even if the 4 of them teamed up, there would still be people from smaller companies willing to risk offending them for the sake of exposure and join the show. Smaller companies don't have much built-in audience. But the Masked Singer show doesn't require singers to have a large following. Masked Singer is the traffic. Moreover, the biggest traffic source right now is the fox from Masked Singer. Speaking of the fox, Shui Yulan from Chui Quanxingha cautiously asked, "Can you give me a hint? Is this fox really a new talent your company is cultivating?" Fu Yunlong and Xiao Zhe shook their heads in unison. No. Shui Yulan naturally didn't believe this answer. They were competitors after all, and each had their own agenda. There was no way they would reveal their company's secrets just because of her question. She could only investigate on her own. "Gui, it's been a long time." Xin Feng gave Gui a tight hug. "Sorry for not greeting you properly, Xin Gu. You came without letting me know." Gui smiled and pointed to the sofa. "Xin Gu, sit down." Xin Feng sat down with a smile. Feng Lu poured tea for both of them. Xin Feng took a few sips of tea. "I'll get straight to the point. I want you to write a song for me. Do you have any time lately?" The two had a good relationship and were both straightforward people, so there was no need for formalities. "What kind of song are you thinking of? Do you have any specific ideas?" Gui asked. Xin Feng had prepared in advance. He smiled and said, "It should be about love, specifically the process of love transitioning from happiness to unhappiness." Gui nodded as he listened. He thought to himself that using love as the theme did fit Xin Feng's persona. Xin Feng thought for a moment and continued, "It's that the feeling of being a clown in love." "A clown in love?" Gui murmured softly, his mind racing as he searched through the songs in his mental library. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Gui, and he blurted out 2 words, "Weirdo." Xin Feng heard the 2 words and immediately exclaimed with delight, "Yes, that's exactly it, a weirdo in love. How about it? Can you write it?" "Of course I can." Gui smiled mysteriously. "Fengla, please get me some paper and a pen." "Sure." Fengla handed Gui his fountain pen and notebook. Xin Feng was taken aback. "Gui, you're just going to start writing?" Gui gently tapped the fountain pen and began writing on the white paper. "Yes, I've already thought it through." "What?" Xin Feng thought he had heard wrong. From the moment he told Gui the general direction of the song to now, it had only been a few seconds, and Gui had already figured it out? No way? So careless? Could a song really be written that quickly? Xin Feng couldn't believe it. He considered himself a genius. Writing a song takes at least a few hours, and even then, you can't guarantee the quality. Is Gui really that good? Even though Xin Feng knew that Guizhen had a strong talent for creation, he still had some doubts. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed intently on the blank sheet of paper under Gui's pen. Gui wrote the words "weirdo" in the center. Xin Feng nodded slightly. Gui's handwriting was quite elegant, flowing like a dragon in flight. It seemed like he had practiced extensively. "Your transformation is hard to stop." Gui began writing the lyrics. Xin Feng didn't dare to miss a single detail. The more Xin Feng watched, the more astonished he became. Because every line Gui wrote was perfectly suited to the music.
Through the lyrics alone, Qin Fong could feel the emotions in the song, which perfectly aligned with the theme of the clown and love that he had mentioned. After finishing the lyrics, Gui put down his pen and stretched his wrists. Qin Fong was about to praise Gui, but saw him pick up his pen again. Qin Fong's pupils contracted and he sucked in a sharp breath. Gui was actually composing the music? In such a short time, he had written both the lyrics and the melody? Damn it! Qin Fong was so jealous he turned purple. What kind of divine talent is this? Qin Fong was screaming inside. This isn't just a gift from heaven. It's like the heavens are chasing us to feed us, afraid we might not eat enough. There's no comparison, no comparison. Comparing people is enough to drive you mad. During the time Qin Fong was distracted, Gui had already finished writing the lyrics in music. Qin Fong stared blankly at the copy of Weirdo Gui had placed in his hands, and all his emotions eventually coalesced into a single sentence. Gui, you're really a monster. P.S. Weirdo, performed by Xueji Chen, lyrics by Xueji Chen, music by Xueji Chen. I said there's just one more chapter left. You don't trust me. Sniff sniff. Chapter 148, The Feeling of Temptation. A monster? Gui couldn't help but smile. It was fitting someone who had lived 2 lifetimes being called a demon wasn't inappropriate. Gui, if you see me appearing on some show with this weirdo, don't reveal my identity, okay? Qin Fong reminded Gui. Ha? Gui laughed. Are you going to be on Masked Singer? There is only one show where you can't reveal your identity, Masked Singer. Qin Fong nodded, yeah. Under normal circumstances, he should have signed a confidentiality agreement with Gui. But he trusted Gui wasn't the type to be so careless. So there was no need for that. Gui replied firmly, I will definitely keep it confidential for Brother Qin. Qin Fong looked at Gui and suddenly asked, Gui, why don't you try auditioning for that show too? I think Masked Singer sounds pretty interesting. Gui deliberately adopted a pensive expression and took a while before replying, if I get the chance, I'll definitely give it a try. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Qin Fong said. Qin Fong couldn't even begin to imagine that the Masked Singer Fox, who had recently gone viral online, was standing right in front of him. After exchanging a few more polite words, Qin Fong hurriedly left. He still needed to go back and practice singing for the second episode of Masked Singer. Gui watched Qin Fong's departing figure and smiled slightly. Another unsuspecting audience member. It's not you waiting for me. It's me who's waiting for you. Gui, if you make it to the second half of the show for the solo performance, will you need lighting or a big screen? Gui is currently on the phone with He Qiming. In the first episode, Gui had He Qiming and his team create some special effects to enhance the atmosphere of the Big Fish theme. Now that the second episode is about to start recording, He Qiming naturally wanted to ask Gui for his opinion. Gui thought about the song he wanted to sing in the second episode and smiled, I need something a bit more seductive. Seductive? He Qiming and Gu Gaofei exchanged glances. Based on the song Gui had mentioned, they instantly understood what he meant by seductive, and their faces immediately broke into a mischievous smile. 2 middle-aged men, they knew a thing or two. They had experienced that kind of seduction before, and with their directorial skills, recreating it was a breeze. They couldn't claim to be saving Gui's performance from disaster, but adding some extra flair was no problem. The recording site of the second episode of Masked Singer. A small room. A man dressed as a clown, wearing a clown mask, walked in. Diu immediately stood up, extended his hand, and smiled, saying, Hello, I'm a robot. A strange voice came from the clown mask, Hello, I'm the weirdo. The next day, the official recording begins. Let's welcome today's first 2 contestants, the robot and the weirdo. Both of their voices are very distinctive. I wonder if anyone can guess who they are. Since the robot's identity had already been revealed by the panel of judges in the previous episode. Therefore, many of Duyu's fans had come to the show today. Duyu, we love you. Duyu, reveal yourself. Weirdo? What an odd name. This clown mask has a mysterious yet elegant feel to it. Who's the weirdo? I wonder if it's easy to guess. As the audience discussed who the weirdo was, the robot and the weirdo's duet performance began. Gentlemen. Performed by Robot Oddball. Original singer Gui. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. As the song title appeared on the screen, the audience below began to whisper among themselves. Another song by Gui. This is hilarious. Even though Gui isn't on Masked Singer, his legend lives on in the show. I acknowledge to use vocal skills, but I wonder if the eccentric one can pull it off. On stage, a robot begins the song. It's been a while, what role are you playing? Dressing up carefully. The cufflinks on your white shirt are the ones you gave me. I've decided to be sad on my own. As he sang this part, Doraemon stepped back. He made a gesture with his right hand, as if inviting someone forward. Signaling that it was the oddball's turn. The oddball took a deep breath, and his deep, magnetic voice filled the air. I just want to touch your hair, just a simple test. The oddball had barely started speaking. The audience's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Gui! Is that Gui? He sings exactly like Gui. It's really him. No way. Isn't Gui trying to break into the realm of wordplay and melody? Ah. Could there be a surprise twist? P.S. I have something to do today. Chapter 149, The Real or Fake Gui? The robot Du on stage was staring intently at the eccentric performer singing with passion. His mouth beneath the mask was wide open like a goose egg. Is he really singing Gentleman with the original singer? Could it really be his junior? The eccentric performer held the microphone in one hand while singing, but the other hand kept waving, mimicking the protagonist's actions in the song. He sings so energetically because he easily gets lost in the music. He often imagines himself as the protagonist of the song. I want to give you a hug, like we used to, is that okay? Are you serious about taking a step back? Such a small gesture can cause so much pain. I can only play the gentleman to talk to you. Listening to this song, Gentleman, which is exactly the same as the original. Lu Haoran exclaimed in shock, Guizhen has arrived. Lu Haoran's tone was extremely confident. As Guizhen's longtime rival, Lu Haoran had basically listened to all of Gui's songs. To put it bluntly, he believed he was the person who understood Gui best, aside from Gui himself. Lin Baiqing frowned as she looked at the oddball. Judging from the way he sang this song, the eccentric guy did indeed resemble Gui. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Back when Gui appeared on Create the Future, Lin Baiqing had witnessed his live performances multiple times. Gui was also lively and energetic on stage, but never this frequent. It was as if he had ADHD. Lin Baiqing couldn't figure it out. Lin Jia, do you think this person is Gui? Bai Si suddenly asked. She believed that among everyone present, Lin Baiqing was the one who knew Gui best. After all, Lin Baiqing had previously served as a mentor on Create the Future. It's similar, yet different. Lin Baiqing said it as if she hadn't. Bai Si pretended not to hear. At that moment, the eccentric individual on stage suddenly grabbed the robot's hand and raised both hands into the air. This left the robot Du completely bewildered. What's going on here? The eccentric suddenly shouted to the audience below, everyone, come on. After saying that, the eccentric stared deeply at Du. Du felt a chill run down his spine from the weirdo's gaze? When the weirdo placed the microphone near his mouth, Du finally realized that the two of them were supposed to sing a duet. Following the rhythm of the music, Du reflexively picked up the microphone? The song echoed from the mouths of the two and the audience. Can I walk you home? It might start raining outside. Can I give you a hug, like friends? I couldn't help but hug you from behind. The boundaries are such that I can't say I miss you. Just pretend we're newly acquainted gentlemen and it was a joke. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Baiqing gently pressed her forehead and said, Gui doesn't have ADHD at all. The oddball moving on his own is one thing, but bringing the robot Du along like he is an old friend is another. That's not Gui's style at all. Bai Si propped her head up and pondered. The eccentric on stage does indeed exhibit symptoms of ADHD. If what Lin Jie said is true, and the person on stage isn't Gui, then who is he? Bai Si was completely baffled. Could it be that Gui is doing this on purpose? Zhang Yuan suddenly interrupted their conversation, he is deliberately acting like he has ADHD to mislead us. It's definitely possible. Gui is such a jerk. Lu Haoran's teeth-gritting voice reached everyone's ears. He felt deeply betrayed by Gui's underhanded tactics. Months ago, when he first tried singing a traditional Chinese-style song, Gui had already outsmarted him. Who could have imagined that a top-notch traditional Chinese-style song would appear on an idol audition show? Ding Ro smiled and said, I agree with Zhang Yuan. After all, Gui's name is clearly intentional. Backstage waiting room. Gui's partner for today was once again the cat demon. After the last episode, the cat demon was warned by the company. So compared to the previous episode, the cat demon was much more well-behaved this time. However, after staying quiet for a while, the cat demon couldn't help but speak up. Hey, Box, do you think the weirdo is Gui, the big shot? Gui stared straight at the screen where the weirdo was performing, giving a mysterious smile. Maybe. After all, he does sing just like him. Gui said this with a smile. But in his heart, he had already confirmed the weirdo's identity. In fact, he didn't even need the weirdo to speak. Just hearing the word weirdo was enough for Gui to know who he was. It's just Qin Feng. Qin Feng even used Gui's song title as his name. If Gui could still mistake him, that would be strange. Moreover, even if Qin Feng didn't use that name, Gui could still recognize him by his voice. After all, his voice and Du's voice are two of the most distinctive voices in the entire Chinese music industry. Qin Feng's voice is virtually identical to that of a certain predecessor of Gui from his previous life. When Gui sang Gentleman himself, he was imitating their voices. The reason everyone hasn't figured out Qin Feng's identity yet is simply because of preconceived notions. The original singer of this song is Gui. The oddball sings just like Gui. They naturally assume the eccentric singer is Gui. The cat demon held her face in her hands and sighed, right. I think so too. I didn't expect Gui, the big shot, to be so busy yet still have time to participate in Masked Singer. He's truly a role model for us. Gui blushed slightly and adjusted his mask. He wasn't really that busy. It was all a misunderstanding by the world. And the one on stage wasn't even him. The cat demon muttered to himself, "Oh no. It sounds like a song written by Master Gui. After the show, I must find him and buy a song from him. I'll pay whatever it takes." Cough cough. Gui coughs twice, thinking to himself, "I'll wait for you. You're the one who said you'd buy it no matter the price. When the time comes, I'll give you a 12% discount." Gui is definitely not greedy. He's definitely not obsessed with money. It was the cat demon who said he'd pay no matter how much it costs. If he asked for too little, wouldn't the cat demon be disappointed? Gui's specialty is taking care of regular customers. He definitely wouldn't let her down. Gui's two coughs woke the cat demon from her self-talk. The cat demon looked at Gui and suddenly said, "Box, the anonymous person who wrote the song for you must be a big shot too, right?" "Probably. I guess?" Gui's tone was a bit odd. It's one thing for Gui to compliment himself on his looks, but to have him call himself a big shot. He still felt a bit embarrassed. "After we finish recording the show, will you introduce me to them? Please." The cat demon tried to pull Gui's hand in a playful manner. Gui glared at her and dodged her silently. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, you know. But it's not the cat demon's fault. After all, he was currently dressed as a woman. The cat demon thought he was a girl, and it's normal for girls to hold hands. Gui's family had a fierce tiger that could detect the scent of perfume. Therefore, Gui had to risk exposing his true identity by keeping his hands behind his back, not giving the cat demon a chance to hold his hand. To divert the cat demon's suspicious gaze from his hands, Gui immediately promised, "Sure, I'll definitely introduce you to her someday." "That's so kind of you." The cat demon was very happy. After speaking, the cat demon looked curiously at Gui's hands behind his back. She couldn't help but feel that the fox was deliberately avoiding her. P.S. Today, I'm going to envy every couple showing off their love on WeChat moments. Envy. Jealousy. Oomph. Chapter 150, Willingly Becoming an Oddball. The more polite you are, the more scared I get. A gentleman has to let go. The robot and the oddball's performance ended. The audience cheered below. Eccentric. 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 Hurry up, I want to see Gui reveal his true face. If the weirdo isn't Gui, I'll live stream myself eating a ton of it, no water. Do you get off the stage? We were here to see you reveal your true identity, but now we're not interested anymore. Next episode we'll watch you reveal your true identity then. I just want to know if the weirdo is Gui. The appearance of the weirdo caused Duyu's fans on site to temporarily abandon their plans to watch him. The fans are all about chasing the new and abandoning the old. Duyu's lips beneath the mask twitched wildly. Just a few days ago, he had been the most sought-after contestant on the Masked Singer show. He never imagined he'd end up on the hot search list in this way. Today, he was actually kept on the show because he was too easy to guess. What's going on here? He wanted to sing solo too. Duyu looked at the members of the guessing panel with anticipation. He hoped the guessing panel would choose him to advance to the second round. But to everyone's surprise, the judging panel immediately chose the eccentric contestant to advance to the next round. Compared to the robot Duyu, who was an obvious choice, the eccentric, a controversial figure in the judging panel, was clearly more intriguing to the judges. Duyu walked off the stage in silence. The oddball remained on stage. Xin Feng, wearing a clown mask, cleared his throat with a sinister smile and spoke in a deliberately hoarse voice. The song today is called The Oddball. It's the same name as the weirdo's name. A song with the same name. This must be a custom-made song. You have creative talent, and you sing it just like Gui. I could tell you were Gui at first glance. The audience was discussing it heatedly. It seemed as though they had already confirmed that the weirdo was Gui. Lin Baiqing's doubts began to fade. At this point, the eccentric really does resemble Gui. On the big screen. The Oddball. Performed by The Oddball. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. Seeing the creation column filled with nothing but the name Gui, all four members of the judging panel, except for Lin Baiqing, couldn't help but narrow their eyes. This arrangement was all too familiar to them. They had all been dominated by this arrangement before. The memory was still vivid. It was just too spot on. Lu Haoren felt that the word weirdo on the big screen was no longer necessary. It should be changed to Weirdo. Performed by Gui. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. That's more like it. The entire venue is buzzing with voices. You dare say you're not Gui? Stop pretending, Gui. Come clean. Wow, Gui's new song sung by Gui. I'm so lucky to be here today. This is basically showing your hand. Listening to the audience around him, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He didn't follow the fox's example of hiding the names of the songwriters and composers. He wanted exactly this feeling.
Having everyone misunderstand his identity was the most fun part. Xin Feng held the microphone with his right hand and gently swayed his left hand up and down to the rhythm of the music. The pure white light shone on his pale clown mask, making him look even more bizarre. A sorrowful, introspective atmosphere permeated the entire venue as the music's prelude began. The oddball finally began singing the oddball. Your change is hard to stop. My desire to please isn't innate. With practice, joy and sorrow merge. Your reasons are scattered like stars. I try my best to be the mood setter. It's become a painless role. Xin Feng's distinctive magnetic voice is amplified to its fullest extent at this moment. He was also on stage, transformed into an eccentric character, using twisted limbs and bizarre elements to entertain the audience in love. Listen to the words of separation one more time. The more deadly, the less direct the response. In matters of the heart, being eccentric isn't awkward if there is proper build-up. So find a way to postpone it. Stay calm yet suddenly struggle. I'll gladly be the oddball, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. The oddball's dance on stage is highly unusual. In this love show that seeks attention, the oddball loses themselves in an effort to please the audience. He loves deeply yet cautiously the humble and can only hide this affection carefully within his bizarre performance. Using his humor and absurdity, he desperately performs the version of himself that the audience wants to see. Some of the audience members are no different, are they? In love, the deeper one loves, the more one fears losing the other. The more afraid one is of losing the other, the more humble one appears. The humble fear losing the one they deeply love and can only strive to please them. In the end, they are nothing more than a clown in the eyes of the other person. A clown who endures hardships and does as they are told for them. A clown who can be discarded at will once they no longer care. I choose to be a weirdo, so I'm not afraid of being mocked by you, Zhang Yuan muttered the lyrics. A simple sentence pours out the willingness to sacrifice everything in the song. Gui is truly skilled at using the simplest sentences to express the deepest emotions. Zhang Yuan clenched his fist and slammed it on the sofa armrest, exclaiming, well written. The audience felt very different from Zhang Yuan, the professional. Zhang Yuan saw the lyricist's dedication. The heartfelt lyrics and performance, however, allowed the audience to see another version of themselves. A version of themselves that could empathize deeply. Listening to the eccentric singer, they felt that they had once been an oddball too. Perhaps some of the audience members are still that oddball today. That oddball who willingly humbles themselves to please others. Sigh, I'm still such a weirdo. My friends keep telling me not to be so foolish, not to let others take advantage of me, but only I know that I'm actually doing this willingly. Gui really understands me. I love him so much. Who hasn't been a weirdo at some point? There aren't that many jerks out there, it's just that we didn't meet the right people during our most innocent years. Xin Feng, wearing a clown mask, moved more and more strangely. The musical interlude directly pushed the song's emotions to a climax. Xin Feng's voice grew firmer and his high emotions poured out with the song. How many more times will you say goodbye? The novelty has worn off and I'm running out of words. A weirdo in love, but with no cards to play. So we need to find a way to ease the tension. Until one day I can let go too. I'm not a weirdo, I'm just not holding a grudge. The background music suddenly stops. Xin Feng took a deep breath and all his emotions boiled down to one sentence. In love, even if you're a weirdo, just smile through the pain. P.S. Weirdo, performed by Xuejichin, composed by Xuejichin, lyrics by Xuejichin. Finally, I wish everyone a miserable Valentine's Day. Chapter 151, Why Not Just Change Your Gender? Xin Feng finished singing and the background music also came to an end. All the instruments returned to the rhythm of the intro, as if the emotions had returned to their original state. It seemed to say, even though I know everything will end in vain, I still choose to be your weirdo. The songwriter Ding Ro's evaluation was just one word. Colorful. Not only was the performance outstanding, the lyrics and composition were also outstanding. Lu Haoren smiled and said, it's easy to perform consistently. As the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. That's impressive. The performance was amazing. Listening to Gui sing is truly a pleasure. I never thought I'd see Gui in person on Masked Singer. Haha, my girlfriends are going to be so jealous. Xin Feng adjusted his emotions. He gets so into his singing that he easily gets emotionally invested, so after performing such heartfelt ballads, he always needs to take a moment to compose himself. Listening to the deafening cheers and applause from the audience, Xin Feng smiled contentedly. It seemed that the eccentric performances of the oddball had still won over the audience. And it was all thanks to the songs written by Gui. Impressive. Who would have thought that this was a song Gui wrote in just a few seconds? Xin Feng placed one hand behind his back and the other on his chest. He elegantly bowed to the audience. Hello everyone, I'm the oddball. Ding Ro said, who wants to ask the first question? Bai Si raised her hand to vote, Lin's sister. Ding Rong said, alright. Lin Mei is the most familiar with Gui. Lu Haoren didn't entirely agree with Ding Rong's statement, but he nodded anyway. After all, on the surface, Lin Baiqing was indeed someone familiar with Gui.
But no one knew how deeply he had studied Gui.
Then I'll humbly comply, Lin Baiqing said, looking at the eccentric figure on stage.
You and I, are we acquainted? Qin Fang replied without hesitation, yes.
He and Lin Baiqing had both been mentors at the Creative Academy, and before that, he had sung the theme song for a TV series starring Lin Baiqing.
The two had had quite a bit of interaction. They must be familiar with each other.
Lu Haoran clapped his hands.
He looked as though he had known all along. Isn't this definitive proof? Zhang Yuan then asked the eccentric, excuse me, Mr. Eccentric, was the inspiration for the song Eccentric based on you? As soon as Zhang Yuan finished asking the question,
the other 4 members of the guessing panel immediately gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up.
This question was simply too clever.
It not only avoided the show's rules and restrictions but also allowed them to directly confirm the eccentric's identity through his answer.
Weirdo was originally written by Gui.
If the weirdo were to admit that the inspiration for the song came from himself,
that would essentially be saying, I am Gui. Qin Fang had to admit that Zhang Yuan's question was quite tricky.
Qin Fang smiled and said, the inspiration for the song does indeed come from me. Unfortunately, the inspiration for this song did indeed come from the eccentric, not from Gui.
The audience below had already gone wild. Wow! Gui admitted it. Gui has revealed himself. Nice.
In the judging panel, Lu Haoran suddenly seemed to think of something and his smile froze on his face. He felt like his whole world had come crashing down.
If Gui were to appear on Masked Singer alongside his song, that would be huge.
He had just released a song targeting Gui a few days ago. Lu Haoran felt his plans were about to go down the drain again.
Damn it! Gui is way too cunning. Lu Haoran couldn't help but blurt out his true feelings.
The other 4 looked at Lu Haoran with strange expressions.
What's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly shout that Gui is cunning? Lu Haoran cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment. He couldn't possibly admit here that he was afraid Gui's weirdo would overtake him on the new song chart. That would be so embarrassing.
After all, he was the king of songs, he had to save face. Once the Masked Singer competition ended and Gui revealed his identity, the world would finally realize that only Lu the Singer King was right all along.
What a wake-up call. Everyone now thinks Gui was too easy to figure out. They don't think Gui is cunning at all. There's only one question left.
Bai Si thought that since they had already guessed the identity of the eccentric,
she doesn't feel like thinking anymore and just asks the same question she asked the fox last time. Weirdo, are you a newcomer to the music industry?
It was this very question that nearly caused Qin Fang to lose his composure.
Oh my god. Qin Fang was extremely frustrated. He was just a hair's breadth away from making everyone think he was Gui. Just a hair's breadth away. How could he have asked such a question out of the blue?
Someone who's been in the music industry for less than a year is still considered a newcomer. So he is just such a newcomer.
But Qin Fang is not.
He has been in the music industry for over a decade. Qin Fang knows that his voice is easily recognizable. That's why he thought of imitating Gui to mislead everyone and get by, at least for one more episode. Who knew that the truth would almost be exposed in the first episode? He even asked Gui to keep it a secret. Now that he has been exposed in the first episode, what is the point of keeping it a secret anymore? Qin Fang's journey on the show was about to end before it even began. He looked completely defeated, his voice weak and lifeless. No. I told you the weirdo wouldn't have made it without Gui. I'll eat a ton of poop if I'm wrong.
A viewer nodded slightly, looking like a master strategist.
His companion tapped him on the shoulder and said, listen carefully, the weirdo didn't say that.
Ha? Tun Xiang was confused. What? No.
The surprised voices of the surrounding audience echoed in unison.
Everyone knew that if the weirdo wasn't a newcomer to the music scene, then he definitely wasn't Gui. Damn it! The weirdo isn't Gui. I'm going to lose it. You bastard, I recorded your words and took videos. Don't back out. This is too crazy. He looks so much like Gui, but he's not Gui. Who the hell is he? The audience wasn't the only one stunned.
The members of the judging panel were also stunned.
Bai Si muttered to herself, I just asked a random question.
Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows, he's not Gui, so who is he?
Lu Haoran's expression twisted even more.
His worldview was about to collapse. He had always considered himself the person who knew Gui best, yet he had guessed wrong?
ADHD? Someone I know? Not a newcomer to the music scene?
Lin Baiqing pondered these conditions carefully. Suddenly, a smiling face appeared in her mind.
Qin Fang. Lin Baiqing realized, you're Qin Fang.
Qin Fang smiled helplessly.
It's so annoying when there's someone you know around. As soon as Lin Baiqing mentioned that name, the other members of the judging panel and the audience also caught on. The eccentric style was indeed reminiscent of Qin Fang. It was the first song, Gentleman, that misled their judgment.
In the end, Gui and Qin Fang's names appeared on the screen at the same time.
The audience began voting. Gui's name gradually faded away.
Only Qin Fang's name remained.
Over the loudspeaker, the program's voice announcement sounded. Congratulations everyone! You got it right.
Qin Feng also removed his mask at that moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Qin Feng. In the waiting room, the real Gu Yi adjusted his mask. He revealed a smug smile. Qin Gu, your journey is over. Now it's my turn.
Let me show you what true disguise really means. Qin Feng stepped off the stage.
Gu Yi strode forward and stepped onto the stage. Since impersonating others is too easy to be exposed, then why not just change your gender? P.S. Why do so many readers think I'm a woman? Ugh. I'm a man. Chapter 152, Ah Itchy. After the cat demon and fox finished their duet, the judging panel made their choices. The fox advances to the next round. Now the entire internet wants to know the fox's identity. If any of these guessing panel members dare not choose the fox to advance to the second half, they might end up being trending on social media the next day. The cat demon clapped her hands in delight. Another 800,000 to earn. Thank you, fox. If possible, the cat demon wanted to meet the fox in every episode. Just sing a duet and make 80,000. What a great deal. Go, fox. The cat demon made an encouraging gesture toward the fox. Gu Yi nodded. The cat demon stepped off the stage. Gu Yi elegantly adjusted the microphone and cleared his throat softly. Please get ready. The next song is called Itch. Unfortunately, the audience didn't hear a word Gu Yi said. All they could see was the fox's tall, beautiful woman. Pfft, what kind of mental preparation does a song need? Sis has such a cool voice. I love it. Oh my gosh, just hearing the fox's voice is making me fall in love. I'll state this up front, I'm not, but I really like the fox. Wah, I want to be friends with the fox. Gu Yi's lips curled into a smile beneath his mask. Can't take it anymore? Wait a moment, sister cough, brother I'll make you all swoon. Bai Si stared at the fox's graceful figure with sparkling eyes and shouted, Sister, I'm ready. Fox, start. Lin Baiqing looked at Bai Si, who was full of passion, in shock. Ah, this. Has Bai Si fallen for the fox again? Put. What a? The seductive music began to play softly, and the light started to glow with a hypnotic glow. Gu Yi closed her eyes and moved gently to the music. Her dance skills from her past life are on full display at this moment. Ah! Bai Si's lustful eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The fox sister can actually dance? She looks so seductive. She was utterly astonished. This newcomer, the fox, not only has great singing skills but can also dance. The other members of the judging panel felt the same way as Bai Si. They truly hadn't expected the fox to be able to dance. Though most singers can do a little dancing. But none of them could match Fox's level. Every movement, whether rising or falling, was as fragrant and captivating as a night-blooming flower. Enchanting and captivating. Such dance moves require years of training and natural talent. It's simply impossible to achieve without them. The audience below. The audience was spellbound. Beautiful, so beautiful. Ah, I love it. Xiang Gu, you're bleeding from your nose. Ha! Xiajich touched the area under his nose. Sure enough, there was a warm, sticky liquid and it smelled like rust. But it's no big deal. He could handle it. He couldn't bear to waste time looking for tissues. Missing a single second of the fox's dance would be a sin. Gu Yi picked up the microphone and stopped what he was doing. Enough, enough. If he keeps showing off like this, he feels the audience might not be able to handle it. Gu Yi's years of practice hadn't been in vain. He could already control his voice with ease. A voice filled with irresistible charm emanated from Gu Yi's throat. She is a gentle ray of evening sunlight. How I wish that someone could appreciate it. He has a blue cloud-like window. Waiting for someone to share it with. She is a continuous melody. How I wish there were someone who could sing it. He has a gaze filled with gentle light. Just waiting for someone to make it bloom. The voice carries a maturity that transcends age. Purity tinged with allure, elegance yet not lacking in seduction. Whoa, as one of the only two men in the judging panel, Lu Haoren couldn't help but gasp, that fox's voice is too tempting. Zhang Yuan agreed wholeheartedly, indeed, no man could resist that. Ding Ro sneered disdainfully, humph, men. Who says women can handle it? Bai Si's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward, staring at the fox. I absolutely love it. The two men in the judging panel had some reservations and remained relatively reserved. Bai Si, however, was much more relaxed. She was a woman after all, so she wasn't afraid of being called lustful. She was into women, so what? She felt she had already been enchanted by the fox. She won't marry anyone but a fox. The light and flowing melody harmoniously blends the arrow, xiao, guzheng, and pipa, creating a beautiful and enchanting sound. Gu Yi sang the chorus in time with the music. Come on, let us have fun after all, we have plenty of time. Come on, love, after all, there is plenty of foolishness. Come on, wander, there is plenty of direction. Come on, create, after all, there's plenty of scenery. The silver bell-like, enchanting voices drifted into the ears of the audience. It seemed as though a breathtakingly beautiful woman was whispering in their ears, tempting them to play with her. The audience suddenly felt they could understand the foolish emperors of ancient times. If all the concubines in ancient times were like this fox, who could resist? Suddenly, I feel that King Zhou was too restrained. Everyone condemns King Zhou, yet everyone wants to be King Zhou. My mental journey: despise King Zhou, understand King Zhou, wanna be King Zhou. Even as a woman, I can't handle it. Who wouldn't want a concubine like Dodgy? Fox? Dodgy? Isn't that the same thing? A fox is just a modern-day Dodgy. At that moment, the actor on stage suddenly sang a line with emotion. Ah, itches. Many audience members below the stage shuddered instantly. Hair stood on end. Quick acting heart medicine. I need quick acting heart medicine. It's over, it's over. After watching the fox's performance, I can't bring myself to be interested in any other women anymore. She's just too good. I drank too much water. The audience had been completely mesmerized by Gu Yi's performance. The members of the judging panel weren't much better off. Bai Si's face was flushed, and she couldn't take her eyes off the fox. Backstage control. Gu Gaofei laughed and said, Gu Yi is really something else. Our lighting was a bit off. He Qiming shook his head. We're just too tacky, we couldn't keep up with Gu Yi's style. Indeed, Gu Yi's performance of this song has a refined yet accessible quality, while ours is all vulgarity and no elegance. We should have a proper chat with Gu Yi next time before making any decisions, Gu Gaofei said. Watching the audience's reactions on the screen, Yi Qiming smiled and said, at least we know that the fox is Gu Yi. Otherwise, we'd probably be just like these audience members. Gu Gaofei nodded in agreement. Gu Yi in drag is just too powerful. P.S. Stitches, performed by Huan Ling, lyrics by Meng Nan, music by Meng Nan. Chapter 153, Is the Fox? Do the guys have a chance? Be bold and love the appearance of love. Twisting and turning, obsessed with the reckless dreams. The more anxious you get, the more you think about it, the more itchy it gets, the more you scratch it. The fox's performance ended. The audience felt as though they were experiencing the same emotions as the lyrics. The itch in their hearts grew stronger. They grew more eager to see the fox's true form. The fox's dance moves and singing had already made them so restless. If the fox were to reveal its true form, how breathtakingly beautiful it would be. I'm so nervous, it feels like ants are crawling inside me, it's so itchy. Quick, quick, show me the fox revealing its face. I can't breathe anymore. Only the fox can save me. The fox is so amazing, it can be as pure as in Big Fish and as seductive as in Itch. Wah wah wah, the fox is a succubus. Tacky, so tacky, but I love it. Gu Yi took the microphone off the stand and bowed with a normal female voice. I love you, fox. The audience's voices echoed simultaneously with Bai Si's. Bai Si had the microphone, and her voice clearly drowned out the audience's cheers. Gu Yi didn't expect the legendary diva to get so excited. Therefore, Gu Yi politely replied, thank you for your kindness, senior. Bai Si smiled mischievously and said, Fox, after the masked singer is over, shall we be friends? All love begins with friendship. On the judging panel, the other members sighed in exasperation. The fox hasn't even revealed his face yet. Bai Si couldn't resist? Gu Yi didn't know that Bai Si liked girls, he just found it a bit odd. Did you really need to ask someone if they wanted to be friends? At that moment, the audience erupted into loud shouts. Don't believe her, fox. She is a bad woman. Right, she is a who has cheated on several girls. We can't let the fox fall for her. A beautiful girl like her is already rare. Losing Bai Si is one thing, but if the fox gets her too, all the other guys will be heartbroken. Bai Si, get out of here. Don't harm our foxes. The audience had no microphones, yet their voices were louder than any microphone. It was truly thunderous. The audience's reaction was so intense that Bai Si couldn't help but show her angry face. They were tearing down the stage. The audience was tearing down her stage. If the fox knew she was TXL, it would definitely be on guard. Then her offensive would be difficult to launch. It was already difficult. Now it's even harder. Bai Si really wants to cry. She finally mustered the courage to feel something, only to be treated this way by the audience. Heartbroken. And it was indeed as Bai Si had thought. As a fox, Gu Yi couldn't help but grow wary. What should I do if I'm targeted by a senior artist while singing in drag? Waiting online. It's urgent. Also, Bai Si likes the fox, what does Gu Yi have to do with it? Once the Masked Singer recording is done, there will be no more foxes in the world. However, to consider the feelings of the cutest girl in the world. Gu Yi felt he couldn't be too mischievous. He can already imagine Xu Mengning's sparkling, questioning gaze after watching the show. Though he was tempted to watch, it was better to avoid it. Gu Yi smiled and said, Senior Bai, we can be friends, but I'm not TXL, okay? He was telling the truth. As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, Bai Si suddenly felt as though a sword had been thrust into her heart. Verbal violence. Verbal violence. The other four members of the judging panel nearly burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the audience below the stage was thrilled. Wow, the fox isn't TXL, so she must like guys. I have a chance. I have a chance too. But there weren't only male audience members below the stage, there were also female audience members who shared by C's thoughts. You have a lonely chance, but you don't even look at yourself. Do you think the fox would notice you? Exactly. Mind your own business. You're just jealous of us. The fox doesn't like girls, so you're upset, aren't you? Ha ha ha. The male audience member laughed loudly, clearly enjoying himself. Gui looked at the audience below the stage in silence. Who said he doesn't tea like girls? You're the ones who don't like girls. Your whole family doesn't tea like girls. He had 3 girls in his family whom he would need to like for the rest of his life. Oh no. Perhaps love is a more appropriate word. P.S. I have to accompany my mom to the hospital early tomorrow morning. This was rushed out to avoid missing the update, so it might be a bit short. Please forgive me. Chapter 154, The Modern Dodgy. By C asked, Fox, have you ever taken dance lessons? Gui replied, yes. He had studied it in his previous life, so he could be considered to have studied it. Fox, are you professionally trained? Did you start training from a young age, or something else? Lu Haoren asked. Professional training refers to those who graduated from major art academies. Starting training from a young age refers to trainees signed by major entertainment companies and trained from a young age, both male and female. The two types cannot be compared in terms of superiority. Each has its own strengths. However, overall, singers who graduate from major universities tend to have better communication skills, cultural knowledge, and overall refinement compared to trainees. After all, they have gone through a rigorous education system from elementary school, middle school, high school, and university. Their educational background may not be outstanding, but it is certainly not lacking. To put it simply, they can recite more poems than trainees. They certainly wouldn't be as illiterate as Xia Yenrui, who couldn't even distinguish between Xianyu and Yuji. From their speech alone, the judging panel felt that the fox seemed more like a professionally trained artist. However, the fox's exceptional singing and dancing skills clearly indicate years of practice. The crowd was unsure and asked the question. Gui nodded, professional training. He graduated from the Shanghai International Academy of Arts in this lifetime. Any questions? None. Upon hearing this, the members of the guessing panel perked up. This makes it much easier to guess. Unlike entertainment companies, which are tightly guarded, it's relatively easy to investigate the graduates of prestigious institutions each year. Plus, girls of Fox's height are already rare, making her even easier to find. If it weren't for the fact that the audience's phones were temporarily collected by the production team before entering the venue, they might have already taken out their phones to start searching. Although in such a short time, they probably wouldn't find much. But they can't resist their curiosity. The audience suddenly felt that every minute without their phones was torture. Ding Ro deliberately took a sip of the sponsored drink in front of her to moisten her throat, then asked Gui after promoting the product, Fox, are you famous at your school? Gui briefly recalled his time at Shanghai International Art Academy and the way his younger classmates addressed him as Senior Gui, before finally answering, yes. Not just big, but ridiculously big. Gui could say without any modesty that everyone at Shanghai International Art Academy knew him. The scope has narrowed again. Wow. It feels like Fox's identity is about to be exposed. This feeling of slowly uncovering the mystery is so satisfying. Fox, just wait for the next episode to reveal your true identity. Let your husband see your beautiful face. The audience below shouted at Gui across the stage. The audience also knew that the fox's identity couldn't be guessed in this episode. But the known clues were piling up. The fox won't be able to hide much longer. In the next episode, the fox is very likely to reveal their true identity. Just thinking about it gets the audience excited. Following this, the second episode of The Masked Singer was released as scheduled. On the day of the second episode's release, discussions about The Masked Singer once again dominated the trending topics on major social media platforms. The Fox's song Itch was praised as the contemporary dodgy. Known conditions about the Fox, a newcomer to the music industry, affiliated with an entertainment company, professionally trained in dance, and highly renowned at her academy. Xin Feng disguised as Gui performed Weirdo, and was exposed by the White Song Queen with a single question. Hilarious moments from The Masked Singer. The Lily Singer was completely flustered by the Fox's one-liner. I'll just say it straight, I watched The Masked Singer with one hand. Netizens, hurry up and investigate who is the Fox. I'm a student at Shuzhou Opera and Drama Academy. Our school has a tall, beautiful senior who graduated. Could the Fox be her? Above, please share a photo. +1. +10,001. This sparked a wave of enthusiasm online. It wasn't just art universities. All universities with tall, attractive female students, whether graduated or still enrolled, were scoured by netizens if they met the criteria. Some even created a table to predict the likelihood of their inclusion. Xu Mengning's name was also on the list. After all, Xu Mengning fully meets the criteria. As for her height, she can easily match Gui's height by wearing slightly higher heels. The fox's dress covered her feet, so netizens couldn't tell if she was wearing high heels. Of course, they wouldn't overlook the possibility of high heels. Netizens really are willing to err on the side of caution. Gui looked at Xu Mengning's name and photo and smiled. They've added you too. Xu Mengning's south face came close to Guami's, her eyes fierce as she said, are you implying I'm short? Gui quickly leaned in and gently kissed her on the cheek. Of course not. Xu Mengning blushed slightly and turned her head away, focusing her attention on the computer. Those were all comments from netizens. I love foxes so much. I want a fox to be my wife. The fox is clearly my wife. Hey, pull out your sword. I'll let you run 49 meters first. No problem, the fox is your wife. I'm Chow Chow. The more I look at Xu Mengning's face, the darker it gets. Back then, when she was called husband by a group of male fans, she could just let it go. Now she is actually being called wife by a group of same-sex fans. She was really suffering. It's all Gui's fault. A soft sigh escaped her lips. To assert her claim, Xu Mengning created a secondary account and replied to the netizens. Xiao Ning, stop arguing. The fox is already in my arms. Comments flooded in instantly. How many dishes did the OP have? You're so drunk. You can't hold your liquor, you should sit with the kids. The fox is clearly in my arms. When did it go into your arms? If there were just one peanut. After another soft hum, Xu Mengning suddenly turned around and hugged Gui. Everything she said was the truth. The fox was indeed in her arms. Gui gently patted Xu Mengning's back and smiled. Alright, don't be jealous. When I reveal my true face, these people won't know how miserable they feel. Gui's smile now carried a hint of malice. It seemed as though he had already imagined the despairing scenes of netizens whose dreams were shattered. Xu Mengning thought about it and found it quite amusing. The goddess she had admired for so long had suddenly turned into a man. Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. Who knows how many male netizens would shut themselves off from the world and never speak of love again. Some might even be severely affected, never recovering from the shock. Developing an unspeakable condition. P.S. This was rushed out at the last minute, so there may be some issues with the quality. Please forgive me. Good night, everyone. Chapter 155, The Greatest Obstacle for Gui? A Fox? After the second episode of The Masked Singer aired, Xin Fang's performance of Weirdo and the Fox's performance of Itch were both released on major music platforms. The charts on all platforms changed rapidly. Riding on the popularity of The Masked Singer, both songs quickly entered the new releases chart. Meanwhile, the Fox's performance of Big Fish from the previous episode had already surpassed both versions of Chasing the Light released by Gui and Xu Mengning. Lu Haoran's new song released this month to target Gui was also crushed by Fox. The current new song chart. First, Big Fish by Fox. Second, How to Deal with Deep Feelings by Lu Haoran. Third, fourth, Chasing the Light, Xu Mengning Gui. Fifth, Itches by Fox. Sixth place, Weirdo by Xin Fang. Under normal circumstances, songs like Itch, which aren't widely popular, wouldn't stand a chance against a pop hit like Weirdo. But Fox's performance is just too captivating, and the fans can't resist. The next day, Gui's Weirdo and Itch rode the popularity of Masked Singer to surpass the previous songs and enter the top 3. Gui also gained popularity again due to Xin Fang's performance on Masked Singer. This also boosted the popularity of Chasing the Light. Lu Haoran's song naturally dropped to 6th place on the new songs chart. Although he appeared on Masked Singer as a member of the guessing panel, he did not perform any of his own songs on the show, so his popularity couldn't compare to that of the contestants. On the surface, the charts had become a two-way battle between Gui and Fox. Even Lu Haoran, the singing king, couldn't secure a spot. Netizens also noticed at this time that Gui had lost his top spot. A self-proclaimed music expert on Weibo posted about the incident. The title of his post naturally made it to the trending topics. Fox may become the biggest obstacle in Gui's quest to become the word god and song god. Wang Qin Shangren. As the title suggests, Fox might become the biggest obstacle for Gui's bid for the title of Lyricist of the Year. From the new song charts, we can see that Fox's Big Fish is currently dominating the charts, with its popularity far surpassing other songs. As The Masked Singer continues to air, Fox's popularity will only continue to rise. If Gui doesn't take special action, his path to becoming the Lyricist and Songwriter of the Year may be cut short. In my opinion, even if Gui releases a few more songs, he won't be able to surpass the Fox. This month, he has no traditional Chinese-style album releases and no major holidays. Therefore, he only has one option left this month. That is, participate in The Masked Singer. And intentionally leave clues for everyone to guess his identity. Then, with his massive personal following, he can reveal his identity on Masked Singer. Only then will he have a chance to surpass the Fox. After all, the Fox is just too beautiful, woe is me. I'm cheering for Fox Sister. Fox Sister is invincible. You're great, but I prefer beauties. Blogger, you're being biased. Look, another person has been completely enchanted by the Fox. However, the blogger is indeed correct. Gui is in great danger this month. Much more dangerous than other months. The fox's influence is truly terrifying. Even when the singing king surrounded Gui, he didn't cause Gui to react like this. Looking forward to Gui and the masked singer making an appearance, hee hee. I remember the blogger used to be a fan of Gui. Now they're not blindly supporting him anymore. Beauty is fleeting, blogger. I have no idea where this fox came from. Lin Tian shouted into the phone, "Old Song, you must convince Gui to participate in that ridiculous masked singer competition. He can't lose." The computer in front of Lin Tian displayed the new song chart. He could clearly see that Gui's current ranking was being crushed by Fox. By all accounts, Gui's new song should have been enough to secure the top spot for June. But then this phenomenon-level variety show came out. And it made Fox, a newcomer who could rival Gui, an overnight sensation. This is ridiculous. Lin Tian doesn't want Gui to lose to the Fox. He couldn't even beat Gui, so what gives Fox the right? It wouldn't look good if word got out. Lin Tian can already imagine the sensationalist headlines from those marketing accounts. Lin Tian couldn't take down Gui, but the Fox did. Fox Gui Lin Tian? That would drive Lin Tian crazy. Doesn't Lin Tian care about his reputation? He has already decided that if Gui doesn't go up, he would personally appear on The Masked Singer. He doesn't care about anything else, he just wants face. Being defeated once by Gui, the junior he admires, is acceptable. At least he can gain the reputation of fostering the next generation. But if he's compared to other juniors again, Lin Tian couldn't stand it. Looking at the top-ranked big fish, Lin Tian's brows furrowed deeply. Even he would find it difficult to surpass this big fish. Anonymous? Could it be that woman who did this? Lin Tian's brows furrowed even deeper. On the other end of the phone, Song Hai laughed and scratched his head. Within the entire Tingxian Entertainment Company, aside from Gui himself and Xu Mengning, only Song Hai and Jiang Qian, Gui's nominal agent, knew that Gui was actually the fox. So he wasn't worried at all. The new song chart was seemingly a two-way battle, but in reality, one stood out alone. It was just a battle between Gui's own left and right hands. Song Hai gave a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, Gui can't lose this month." Lin Tian shouted loudly, "How could he possibly lose? With the fox's popularity this month, I could beat him even if I didn't go on that stupid show. Old Song, I'm starting to doubt your abilities. Do you believe me if I make Hedong deduct your bonus?" Lin Tian holds shares in the company and could indeed request the chairman to deduct Song Hai's salary. Upon hearing about the bonus, Song Hai backed down. He could be beaten, but his money was off limits. Lin Tian was also considered half owner of the company, so telling him about Fox's true identity wasn't a big deal. Actually, the Fox is just a pseudonym. Song Hai's voice came through the phone and into Lin Tian's ears. What? A voice filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief erupted from Lin Tian's mouth. Are you saying that Gui is dressed as a woman? That's right. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Tian looked at the new song chart in disbelief. So he had worried for nothing. Fox? What the hell are you talking about? The chart now looked like this to him. Gui, 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 still ing Gui. I told you so. Where did this terrifying newcomer come from? After all that, it's still Gui. Hey, you have to admit, this kid really knows how to play the game. He even dressed up as a woman. But this also indirectly shows how terrifying Gui's singing skills are. Even when he switches to a female voice, he can still pull it off perfectly. Even he was fooled. Now he can rest easy. Since he was relieved, Lin Tian hung up the phone immediately. Only Song Hai was left muttering to himself. What a little troublemaker, hanging up so fast. P.S. All the songs in this book, except for the main characters, are made up by me. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Chapter 156, The Fox Has a Boyfriend? Heartbroken. The recording of the third episode of The Masked Singer. The robot Duyu and the cat demon were assigned to the same team. One really wants to make it to the second round. The other just wants to sneak in and collect the appearance fee. Before the performance, the two encouraged each other. Robot Duyu, cat demon, you'll definitely make it into the next episode. Cat demon, yeah. Robot, you'll definitely make it to the second half. After singing together, they looked expectantly at the judging panel. We choose cat demon to advance to the second half. Robot Duyu deflated like a balloon. He was clearly the most obvious choice. Why didn't they choose him? Shua. The cat demon looked utterly stunned. We're doomed. 80,000 are about to slip away from her. As expected, in the second half, the cat demon started singing solo and was immediately narrowed down by the judging panel. The final question exposed the cat demon instantly. The cat demon is Lu Yunlan. Congratulations to everyone. You got it right. Lu Yunlan left the stage dejectedly. She muttered under her breath, 80,000. 80,000. The first episode featured 6 singers in total, divided into 3 groups. Gui was scheduled for the last group today. His teammate was a guy named Shura. The name sounds pretty cheesy. It's clear that he feels awkward being in the same room with Gui, who is dressed in women's clothing. He's both shy and over the top. However, during the group performance on stage, his skills were quite impressive. In the third episode, Gui's fox character naturally advanced to the second half. Gui just entered the second half. 99 photos appeared on the large screen on stage. The voice of the program staff rang out. Given how difficult it is to guess the fox's identity, the production team has provided everyone with a hint. The fox is among these 99 people. The venue erupted in chaos. No way? Who do they think they're looking down on? The production team thinks they're better than us. Haha, we're definitely going to figure out the fox's identity this episode. I can't take it anymore. I feel insulted. Is the production team even capable? How could there be a man in there? I think the production team is trying to mislead us. Don't believe them. Men can't possibly be that charming. The members of the guessing panel and the audience were thinking the same thing. They felt disrespected by the show's production team. Oomph. They had prepared meticulously for this episode. Success is the only option. Failure is not an option. Fox, did you bring an original song today? Ding Rong asked with a smile. No. Gui stood at the microphone, shook his head gently, his words seeming to carry a hint of indulgence. This song today is a cover. The judges exchanged glances. They had all prepared themselves for the fox to sing a new song. The fox actually said she wasn't going to sing today. A cover? Whose song is she going to sing? Gui smiled and said, the song today is called Chasing the Light. Although Gui had sung this song before, he was the original singer. But he sang the male version, and now he's singing the female version that's just a cover of Xu Mengning's female version, isn't it? I'm covering a song I wrote for my wife. Is there a problem? There's still no problem. The audience below immediately lost their composure. I've never heard this before. This is Gui's new song. Fox is singing Gui's song? What's going on? Could it be that the fox and Gui are from the same company? With Gui about to miss out on the Lyrics God and Song God titles this month, they're having the fox sing his songs on the show to boost the popularity of Gui's Chasing the Light. That's impossible. If that's the case, isn't Fox sacrificing herself? The world is never short of conspiracy theorists. Some people have even imagined a scenario where listening to Strings Entertainment forced the fox to boost Gui's popularity. Thinking about it this way, our beautiful, graceful, and alluring fox must be so wronged. Gui isn't that kind of person. This must be the work of the higher-ups at Tingxian Entertainment. The capitalists have hearts of stone. It's definitely connected to Song Hai, the general manager. That old man is just too wicked. Some viewers silently made up their minds. They vowed to confront Song Hai, the treacherous villain, when they returned. To cyberbully him mercilessly. Make him cry all the way home. At this point, the audience believed that the fox was affiliated with Tingxian Entertainment. But the judging panel had already concluded that the fox was from Tingxian Entertainment. If the fox isn't from Tingxian Entertainment, there's no way he could have sung Gui's new song at the crucial moment when Gui was competing for the title of Song God, thereby boosting his popularity. Helping a competitor gain attention is such a foolish thing to do. Even Zhou Chang, who had been struggling for months, wouldn't he dare to do it. That was indeed the case. Everyone's guesses were spot on. The fox is indeed affiliated with Tingxian Entertainment. However, the fox didn't sing this song to boost the popularity of Gui's new song. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth are all his. There was no need for that at all. This song was simply sung for a specific person. Someone who is always lamenting about having too many competitors and feeling anxious. So the fox is here to declare its claim on her behalf. On stage, soft lights shine on the fox mask of Gui. A tender and delicate voice echoes from his lips. If you are the fireworks on the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At that moment, your light illuminated me. If you are the distant starry sky, so dazzling it makes one want to cry. I am the eyes chasing after you, always gazing at the night sky in solitude. Some love is like a downpour, yet we still believe in rainbows. Gui finished singing the last line of the song. The guessing panel couldn't wait to ask Gui. IC asked, Fox, why did you choose to sing this song today? Why sing this song? Where should I begin? Gui looked pensive, holding the microphone as he paced the stage, speaking as if taking a stroll. Because a friend of mine told me, there are just too many boys who like you, and I'm jealous. So I borrowed this song to tell her not to be jealous, I only love her. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed alongside Gui's voice, filling the room. Everyone in the venue was instantly stunned. Because the information revealed by Fox's words was simply too much. So much so that everyone present couldn't process it all. The male audience members were completely overwhelmed. Are there too many boys who like the fox? Is he jealous? Then the fox sang this song? This is clearly a confession. I only love him? Damn it, who is that man? I'm going to kill him. My mindset is shattered. This isn't fair. Sai Chao Mao is overjoyed. In contrast, female viewers remained much more composed. Wow! Announcing their relationship on the show. I admire the fox. Fox sister, you're amazing. Wishing you happiness. 9,999. How bold. I really want to know what that boy is like. He must be amazing to be liked by the fox. It's the sweet taste of love. The members of the guessing panel couldn't help but admire Fox. A newcomer in the entertainment industry dared to announce their relationship on a show. All one can say is, what a bold move. Clearly, the depth and complexity of the Chinese language left them confused about whether she or he was being referred to in Gu Yi's words. Chapter 157, that's heavenly. Everyone was deeply shocked by the news of the fox's romance. They could easily imagine how many heartbroken people would emerge worldwide after this episode of Masked Singer aired. Look! There's already a heartbroken person on the guessing panel. Bai Si took a while to process it before she could calm down. The goddess she had just fallen for actually liked men. She was utterly heartbroken. She's never broken up this quickly before. It's so painful, I want to cry. In the end, Lin Baiqing comforted Bai Si, saying, come on, don't be sad. Bai Si, with tear-filled eyes, hugged Lin Baiqing tightly, burying her head in her arms and sniffling, you're still the best, Lin Jia. Feeling the head moving restlessly in her arms. Lin Baiqing was completely stunned. Did she just get groped? Lin Baiqing had no words to respond. She should have just ignored Bai Si. The little incident didn't distract everyone from their main task. Zhang Yuan asked the fox, Fox, do you know the original singer of this song? Are you familiar with them? Senior Zhang. Gu Yi paused suddenly, thought carefully for a moment, and said, that seems like two questions. Ding Ro couldn't help but smile. The fox truly lives up to its name. True to its name, this fox sure knows how to keep score. Most people would just answer directly. Who would bother to think about how many questions there actually are? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, of course it's two questions. Gu Yi nodded in satisfaction and smiled, I know them, and we're quite familiar with each other. Whether it's the original male version or the original female version. He knows them both very well. Moreover, he had slept in the same bed with both of them. Not only that, but he also has a blood relation with one of their fathers. Newcomer, signed to an entertainment company, professionally trained in dance, from a prestigious academy, and well known in the industry. In a relationship. Knows the person well. All the answers point to one person. Gu Yi's girlfriend. Xu Mengning. Lin Baiqing's surprised voice rang out at the scene. The audience's discussions erupted one after another. The fox is Xu Mengning? Then the anonymous person must be Gu Yi. I'm tapping my fingers. That makes sense. The only newcomers who would dare to publicly announce their relationship are Xu Mengning and Gu Yi. The fox likes Gu Yi? Then I'll give Gu Yi a pass for now and not kill him. Ha ha ha. Even a small production team dares to show off their skills. We figured it out. However, some viewers raised doubts. But Xu Mengning isn't that tall. Are you kidding? You're sitting in the front row, didn't you hear the sound of high heels on the floor? She's wearing high heels. Right. The only lingering doubt of one audience member was quickly dispelled by his friend. The fox is Xu Mengning. The audience's chorus rang out in unison. Xu Mengning, reveal your face. Reveal. Lu Haoran let out a deep sigh of relief. If the fox was Xu Mengning, he could finally relax. Xu Mengning belonged to the new batch of talent under Gu Yi. She wasn't some sudden newcomer. Right. That's exactly it. He could go back and slack off without a care. As for his previous bold declarations, he doesn't remember them. Forgotten. Never said it. Let us go back and call old Duan and old Xia to wash our feet together. The panel of judges reached a consensus. They submitted Xu Mengning's name. The audience began voting, and all 500 people in the venue cast their votes in favor. Gu Yi glanced back at the large screen displaying Xu Mengning's photo and name. Suddenly, a smug smile appeared on his face. To mislead the audience and play a prank on them, he had gone to great lengths. For example, the high heels he was wearing. These were specially custom-made. Once worn, the sound they made when walking was identical to that of real high heels. However, their actual height doesn't even come close to deserving the word high. They're just ordinary shoes that make the sound of high heels. Therefore, wearing them is merely to deceive the audience about his height. Clearly, he succeeded. Just as everyone was expecting the fox to reveal its true face. The big screen suddenly went black. Xu Mengning's name shattered. The voice of the Masked Singer staff echoed from all directions. Wrong answer. The fox has gone 3 episodes without revealing their identity and will face the final showdown in the Masked Singer finale, the battle for the title of singer. Gu Yi covered her chest and bowed gracefully to the audience below. See you on the final episode. After speaking, Gu Yi walked toward the backstage of the show. The guessing panel and the audience were left standing in the wind, completely bewildered. The fox isn't Xu Mengning? Who is she? Aha! This is terrible. Why isn't the fox Xu Mengning? Are you kidding me? Xu Mengning is perfectly qualified. The guessing panel was also baffled. They were so confident. But this is the result? If the fox isn't Xu Mengning, where did this newcomer who is so familiar with Gui come from? Goodness gracious. Who is the fox, anyway? This was the biggest question on everyone's mind at the recording of the third episode of The Masked Singer. After the recording ended, the third episode of The Masked Singer was officially released. Now, the identity of the fox became the biggest question on everyone's mind. Discussions about this topic began popping up one after another. It can't be anyone else but Xu Mengning, right? Do you think it could be Gui? How could it be Gui? Can't you tell the difference between men and women? It's not impossible. What if Gui is dressed as a woman? The key is that the fox wore high heels to be the same height as Gui. If Gui also wore high heels, wouldn't he be flying to the sky? Logically speaking, I think the fox must be from the Shanghai International Art Academy. Right. I think so too. Is there anyone from Jiangyi who can come out and say something? There were actually replies from someone from Shanghai International Art Academy under these topics. Hey, I'm from Jiangyi. I think the fox looks a bit like a senior who just graduated this year. Who? Who is she? Her name is Li Chanqian. She is the best friend of Su, the senior. Is she in a relationship? I'm not sure about that, but I heard she's been seeing Chen Shen, the senior. Before she graduated, I kept seeing Chen Shen coming to our school, apparently to find Li Chanqian. I just checked the list of 99 people provided by the production team. There is indeed a Li Chanqian on it. Ah, the truth is out. And so, after a round of embellished revelations from Guyi's beloved junior classmates, the fox became Li Chanqian. The person she liked became Chen Shen. And just like that, the name Li Chanqian, which most netizens had never heard of, appeared on the trending topics. Shocking. The fox is rumored to be Xu Mengning's close friend Li Chanqian. The person she likes is Chen Shen. Who is Li Chanqian? Is she pretty? She's pretty. So beautiful. Slurp. Who is Chen Shen? Is he trying to steal my goddess? Chen Shen is Gui's childhood friend, the one who debuted with him. Oh, I remember now, she is the cute girl who challenged Gui in the first episode of Create a Star. You're the cute one. Your whole family is cute. You're the cute one. Your whole family is cute. 2 consecutive comments, both refuting the netizen who called Chen Shen a cutie. One was posted by Chen Shen himself using a secondary account. The other was from Li Chanqian. P.S. The countdown to the fox's reveal is on. Chapter 158. As July approaches, the winds of change are stirring. Who likes Chen Shen? Do you believe me or not? I'll report you for spreading rumors. Li Chanqian sat on the sofa in the intentional studio and whispered. Chen Shen's head suddenly popped out from behind the sofa. Yuli, tell me the truth, are you the fox? After Chen Shen's efforts over the past few days, their relationship had improved significantly. Li Chanqian had also signed with Guyi's studio after graduating. Now everyone outside was saying that Guyi's studio was all about nepotism. Gui didn't care about such rumors. Mainly because he really liked the current atmosphere of the studio and didn't want unfamiliar people to disrupt it. Although on the surface, Gui and the other members of the studio are in a superior subordinate relationship. But in reality, they are no different from friends and family. Gui is quite tired of the backstabbing and intrigue in the entertainment industry. Therefore, he has no plans to hire unfamiliar people into the studio. If people want his music, they can buy it. Joining the studio is out of the question. At that moment, Li Chanqian was just about to trick Chen Shen into playing a prank. Yang Lei's head popped up from the other side. Right. Li Jia, is the fox you? Li Chanqian's desire to deceive him vanished instantly. She could deceive Chen Shen, but she couldn't deceive Yang Lei, the honest kid. Li Chanqian shook her head. No. I knew it. Chen Shen shook his head and said, I never said I was jealous. Li Chanqian couldn't help but roll her eyes again. Whenever she was with Chen Shen, he always seemed to want to provoke her. Like a child. Yang Lei scratched his head in confusion. The fox isn't Su Jie or Li Jia, so who is the fox? Just ask Gui, he must know. Didn't he say he is close with Gui? Chen Shen chuckled and added, speaking of which, when did Gui get a female acquaintance I don't even know? That makes sense. Gui and Chen Shen have been in the same class since they were kids, so anyone Gui knows, Chen Shen basically knows too. He really had no idea when Gui had met this female friend named Fox. It's really strange. It's like she appeared out of thin air. At that moment, Chen Shen saw Gui walking into the office alone from outside. Just by looking at his back and the way he walked, Chen Shen knew it was Gui. For some reason, Chen Shen suddenly recalled the way the fox walked off the stage during the third episode of the show. Sai no way? Chen Shen had a sudden realization, sucked in a sharp breath, and immediately pulled out his phone to search for all the footage of the fox's appearance on Masked Singer. The first and second episodes showed no issues. But the third episode. When the fox walked off stage, his walking posture had changed. It was the same as the one Chen Shen was very familiar with. It overlapped with the figure from his memories. Damn it! Chen Chen couldn't help but curse. The fox had actually changed his identity. Was it his own good brother who had changed? In the first 2 episodes, Gui had disguised himself perfectly. It wasn't until the end of the 3rd episode that Gui let his guard down and revealed his true colors. However, such a subtle slip-up could only be noticed by those who were extremely familiar with Gui. Oh my. Chen Chen really wanted to rush over and make a joke, saying something like, "Gui, you've never asked me for anything in your life." But he dared not. If he really went up and said that, Gui's iron fist would definitely come flying at him. "Chen Chen, what are you doing, getting so worked up?" Li Chanqian gently tapped Chen Chen on the shoulder. Chen Chen smiled and said, "I know who the fox is." "Who?" Li Chanqian and Yan Lei asked curiously at the same time. "I'm not telling you." Chen Chen decided to keep the secret for his good buddy. "Chen Chen, are you sure?" Li Chanqian glared at Chen Chen menacingly. "Haha, what can you do to me?" "Oomph, Yang Lei, help me control Chen Chen." "Isn't that a bit much, Li Jie? Don't you want to know who the fox really is?" Chen Chen looked at Yang Lei warily and said, "Yang Lei, we're on the same side." Yang Lei smiled sheepishly, scratched his head, then quietly approached Chen Chen. "Chen-ge, I'm sorry, I'm just a little curious." "Damn it! Yang Lei, you traitor! Stop tickling me. I want to say a word, ha ha ha." Chen Chen refused to budge, not uttering a single word. At that moment, he truly felt that Gui should have kowtowed to him. After the 3rd episode of Masked Singer, the fox never appeared again. Although the Masked Singer remained extremely popular. Netizens, however, felt like something was missing. It just didn't have the same flavor. Since the fox revealed that she was close friends with Gui, netizens have also concluded that the fox is Li Chanqian. No one is discussing whether the fox is Gui's biggest obstacle this month anymore. Because everyone knows that the anonymous author is most likely Gui. No wonder Gui remains unfazed even after being surpassed this month. After all that, Big Fish was also written by Gui. It's just a pity for Lu Guowang, who has been defeated by Gui once again. It's as if he's destined to clash with Gui. Every time he releases a song, he gets repeatedly trampled by Gui. Besides the fox, the next few episodes of Masked Singer will see the biggest buzz around the robot Du Yu. This man, who was recognized by the public in the 1st episode, hasn't even made it to the second half of the show once by the 8th episode. The 9th episode is the showdown between the singing gods. Due to Du Yu's extraordinary experiences, the show's producers made an exception and allowed Du Yu to join the 9th episode. He is also the only known masked singer to have participated in the 9th episode. Because of this experience, he was also voted by netizens as the easiest to make money masked singer. It's worth noting that Du Yu's appearance fee alone can reach as high as 800,000 yuan. In the previous 8 episodes, he earned a total of 6.4 million yuan simply by duetting with others. The Masked Singer also issued an announcement after the 8th episode aired. It stated that the final episode of Masked Singer would be broadcast live on Suzhou Satellite TV. The date was set for July 3rd. It just so happens to be a Saturday. Before July, the music industry, which had been suppressed for a long time, began to stir once again. Several music industry heavyweights have announced plans to release new songs in July. The lineup is even more formidable than the one that targeted Gui in April. Not only did the original team that targeted Gui in April make a move, but several more big names have joined the fray. Many independent artists and songwriters have also announced plans to release their songs in July. July marks the start of the summer vacation. This is the busiest time of the year, second only to the Spring Festival. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Gui is no exception. And he can't be an exception either. This month, he can't afford to back down even an inch. Otherwise, the path to becoming a master of melody and lyrics would be cut short. However, July is destined to bear the surname Gu. It can only belong to the past. Gui has this confidence. For Gui, the July that seems like a storm is brewing will ultimately be as vast and open as the sky. Chapter 159, Everyone, be careful. As time passed, the July that countless netizens had been eagerly awaiting finally arrived. On July 1st, all the singers seemed to have made a secret pact, releasing their new songs simultaneously. In an instant, the new song chart, which had been cleared due to the monthly update, was once again filled to the brim. Due to the sheer number of new songs released that month. Some netizens who only listen to music but have never followed any singers found themselves confused. They could only start listening to them one by one. Because so many artists released songs that month, there were inevitably some filler tracks mixed in. This gave them a sense of picking gold from the silt, a mix of pain and pleasure. Compared to these aimless music fans, those who have favorite singers have a much clearer purpose. They simply search for the names of their favorite artists. An hour later, someone posted a message in the middle of the night asking, "Guys, can someone tell me what the new song by Gui is called? I can't find it anywhere." The comments below quickly reached over 100. Same question. Same question plus one. You guys couldn't find it either? I thought maybe my phone was broken. Did Gui not release a new song? That's impossible. GUI has been releasing songs on time every month. Could it be a platform system glitch? Due to GUI's diligent image as the king of the music scene, even if fans suspect there is a platform glitch, they never doubted that GUI hadn't released a song. That night, a group of GUI's fans went to the music platform to report the issue to customer service. The customer service team then reported the issue to the technical department. This left the technical department's programmers, who were already stressed out, thinking there was a major bug. They worked overtime all night. Their hair got even thinner. After discovering that the platform's app had not encountered any major bugs, the platform issued a special announcement to clarify the situation. Upon learning of this, GUI also posted an update. He stated that he did not release any songs on July 1st and apologized to all major music platforms. His beloved fans had caused quite a bit of trouble for the platform. GUI's post went viral shortly after it was posted. GUI's fans and many netizens were discussing the matter. GUI didn't release a song on July 1st? Does he still want to be known as the lyric god and song god? That's not right. What's GUI up to? Wasn't the anonymous person last month actually GUI? Has GUI's path to becoming a lyricist and songwriter come to an end? Is he giving up? That doesn't make sense. GUI never said he was giving up on becoming a lyricist and songwriter. Have you considered that the final episode of Masked Singer airs on July 3rd? Fox will definitely sing again. If the anonymous artist is GUI, he might be planning to use the song Fox sings in the final episode to chart. That's possible, but it's 2 days too late. 2 days? Those Song King songs might already have millions of views by then. But with the buzz from Fox and Masked Singer, it's not impossible. Online discussions about this matter are ongoing. Since GUI posted that update, he hasn't spoken a word on social media. Calls started coming in one after another for GUI. Some were from Qin Feng, some from Shen Ziming, some from Yu Wenquan, and others from Zhang Shengrong and Wu Yuan. They were all concerned about what had happened to GUI. GUI himself has been staying in the vocal practice room and has not answered any calls. All messages were replied to by Xu Mengning. She stated that GUI has not given up on his path to becoming a lyricist and composer. She also conveyed GUI's exact words to them. Everyone, be careful. Be careful? Zhang Shengrong laughed. It seems like nothing has happened to him, yet he's still telling us to be careful. Wu Yuan sucked in a breath, his voice tinged with shock. Be careful? This kid isn't planning to release another national-style album like Ancient Melodies, is he? Wu Yuan truly had some psychological trauma from GUI's Chinese-style album. Zhang Shengrong shrugged helplessly. Who knows? P.S. I came back from the hospital this afternoon, took a nap, and accidentally fell asleep. I could only write this much in the limited time I had. Chapter 160, Forgive Me for My Life of Rebellion and Love for Freedom. July 3rd, evening. A crescent moon emitted a faint glow, lazily hanging in the sky. The same voice echoed across different regions of China. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th episode of The Masked Singer, The Battle of the Singing Gods. Host Jiang Shu, wearing a white mask, slowly rose from the bottom of the stage. The audience below cheered. The live chat in the Suzhou satellite TV studio was also scrolling. Finally, it started. Fox. 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 I haven't seen the Fox in 5 episodes in a row. Host, stop stalling and hurry up. Exactly. Viewers who hadn't seen the Fox on several consecutive episodes were already dying of thirst. Jiang Shu removed his mask and continued speaking in his distinctive broadcasting voice. I'm sure you've all been waiting impatiently. So I won't keep you waiting any longer. Next up, the 7 singers who made it through the previous episodes will compete in an intense battle for the title of Singing God. They are, the robot with a voice as angelic as a songbird. The visually stunning singer with an eerily versatile voice. The demon known as the Teenage Rebel. The walking CD Belle. The cross-genre soprano queen, Rose. The soulful artist suspected of being a diva. As the host announced each name, the stage screen displayed the contestants' masked photo in real time, accompanied by the audience's cheers. At this point, host Jiang Shu paused and spoke in an enthusiastic tone. Finally. The one we've all been waiting for, the seductive queen, the Fox. As the words fell, Jiang Shu turned and pointed, and the screen displayed Fox's seductive photo. At that moment, the audience's cheers nearly reached the heavens. My wife is so beautiful. I'm obsessed with the Fox. Those legs are amazing. Jiang Shu smiled and said, Next, I will announce the rules for the 9th episode of the Singing God competition. Next, 7 masked singers will take the stage randomly for individual performances. Once all 7 contestants have finished their performances, they will all stand on stage together. You can choose your favorite masked singer based on their performances on stage. Audience members at the venue can vote by clicking the voting device in front of you, while viewers watching the live stream can vote by clicking the voting link on the screen. 1 vote per person. Who will emerge as the masked singer? We'll find out soon. Let's see who draws the first spot to perform. As soon as Jiang Shu finished speaking, the screen displayed footage of the 7 contestants backstage. A small box was placed in front of each of the 7 contestants. Fox, please draw the lot, a staff member whispered to Gui. The higher-ups had already made their decision. Gui was to go first. Gui didn't think much of it and stepped forward first, feeling around inside the box. When he pulled it out, he looked at it. 7? Oh no, the fox drew the last one. Robot Du patted his chest beside him and sighed in relief. He smiled and said, lucky for you, Fox, you drew the last one. If you had performed first, the audience would have left after watching you. If the fox had performed first, the ratings would definitely drop during the performances of the others. After all, they were all in disguise at the moment, without the previous traffic to support them. If their viewership drops when it's their turn, that would be so embarrassing. Su Luo patted Du on the shoulder and said, what are you worried about? You're an open card. What's the big deal? Don't you trust your own traffic? Du was speechless. He felt Xiu Luo was provoking him, but he had no proof. Du sighed in frustration, reached into the box, rummaged around, and pulled something out. 1. The show's director was pretty sly. He only showed the footage of everyone drawing lots, but didn't show the specific numbers they drew. So the audience could only see the 7 people taking turns drawing, but didn't know who went first or last. Until they saw Du walk out from backstage. Only then did they realize that Du was the first. This man, who had been recognized in the first episode, finally got his chance to sing solo. On the left side of the stage sat some of the contestants from previous episodes who had been recognized as the masked singer. As soon as they saw Du, they couldn't help but complain. I'm so jealous. Du made another 800,000 yuan? I can't even earn that much, and he is still complaining. Well, what can we do? We're not as easy to guess as he is. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Jin Fong sighed. He watches every episode of Masked Singer. But Gui still hadn't appeared. It seems like Gui is really busy lately. But at least there was a fox who was very close to Gui. Apparently, she is the best friend of Gui's girlfriend. She's like a quarter of Gui. In the background, Gui was holding a round ball with the number 7 written on it, lost in thought. The more he touched it, the more uneasy he felt. This feels like someone planned it. During the draw, he noticed that the other balls had some flaws, rough spots, sharp edges, but this one was the smoothest. So he chose this one, the smoothest one, only to find out it was the final draw. Gui muttered to himself. Could this be the cunning plan of that thick-browed, big-eyed old man He Qiming? Ah, there I go again. He Qiming scratched his nose and said, see? I told you that if we let Gui draw first, he'd definitely pick the last one. Gu Gaofei gave He Qiming a thumbs up. That's brilliant. He Qiming chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. After all, who doesn't like smooth and round balls? After Du's solo performance, the remaining contestants took the stage one after another. Each performance was more impressive than the last. Rose's high notes were so scary. I felt like I was about to fly to the sky. Shura's song was so intense, it made my blood boil. They're all so talented. I never realized there were so many amazing singers before. That's because you only cared about whether the singers were famous or not their actual talent. This show is really interesting. You can discover so many talented singers. Next up is the fox. Thinking about the amazing performances of the previous singers, the audience couldn't help but worry for the fox. These people are all so terrifying. Will the fox be able to handle the finale? It's actually possible. I'm worried about my wife. With a loud bang, the stage lights suddenly went out and a faint glow illuminated the door connecting the backstage area to the stage. Everyone in the venue fell silent instantly, holding their breath as they stared intently at the backstage door, daring not to look away. A faint sound echoed, and the backstage door slowly began to open. Gui's figure came into view of the audience. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted, like the roar of a mountain and the crash of waves. Fox! Fox, I love you! The finale! The finale! Fox, the singing god! The moment the audience caught their first glimpse of the fox, all their previous concerns vanished. What was there to worry about? In the eyes of the fox's fans, the fox was already a singing god. However, Gui wasn't satisfied. He feels honored to be the idol of his fans. However, being merely the fans' singing god is not enough. If he was going to do it, he was going to do it right. Thus, he took confident strides onto the stage. Lin Baiqing exclaimed in surprise, Fox's aura feels different today. Ding Ro stroked her chin and whispered, it seems like he's lost some of his playfulness, a touch of mischief, and gained a bit more seriousness and respect? It's such an odd feeling. Today must be an original new song. Maybe it was written by Gui, Zhang Yuan speculated. Lu Haoran and Bai Si nodded in agreement. On stage, Gui's expression was unusually serious. To perfectly recreate this song, Gui had been practicing non-stop for days. Gui placed the microphone stand directly in front of him, then held the microphone and sang in a female voice. Today's song is called Sea of Sky. In Gui's previous life, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast was a Cantonese song performed by the rock band Beyond, with lyrics and music by Wang Kakue, and arranged by Beyond and Liang Bangyin. A classic among classics. Zhang Yuandao said, this song doesn't sound anything like Fox's previous style. Dingro nodded, just looking at the title, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Haoren smiled and said, Gui hasn't released any new songs yet, so he's probably counting on this song, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast, to top the monthly new song chart. I should give it a good listen. Lu Haoren's words didn't sound insincere. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sat up straight, his expression becoming focused. Many of the singers on the left side of the stage also straightened their expressions. They grew serious. Fox and Gui are acquainted. The song Gui wrote for the Fox to win the championship must be no ordinary song. After all, the song Gui won the championship with last time was Blue and White Porcelain, a song that has never dropped off the Hot Songs chart since its release. I wonder how today's song, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast, will fare. On stage, Gui took a deep breath. Today, I'll channel the gods. Gui approached the microphone, and the Cantonese lyrics flowed effortlessly from his lips. Today, I watch the snow fall in the cold night. With a heart grown cold, I drift toward the distant horizon. Chasing through wind and rain, unable to distinguish shadows in the mist. The sky is vast, and you and I are together. Will it change? Who hasn't changed? The male voice of Gui had just begun to sing. The live stream chat exploded. What? A male voice? Who is the fox? What's going on? The chat was flooded with near-frenetic messages, nearly overwhelming the servers of Shuzhou Satellite TV. The shocked voices of the audience below the stage echoed in unison. This. What the hell? The fox is a guy? No, dude, who the hell are you? I'm freaking out. The members of the judging panel exchanged glances at that moment. The look of shock on their faces was impossible to hide. Lu Haoren stood there dumbfounded, muttering, male? Inside the Shuzhou TV station building. A staff member exclaimed. Boss. The number of live viewers on our channel has suddenly skyrocketed. Shuzhou TV station director Ma Tang seemed to have guessed what was happening and said calmly, is the fox making an appearance? Her ratings always go up when she appears. After all, she's the most popular person on Masked Singer. Ma Tang had been the station director of Shuzhou TV station for many years. He had long since figured out the rules. Every time a popular contestant appears, the number of viewers fluctuates. This is perfectly normal. Ma Tang thought to himself as he walked over to the data display screen. I've told you all so many times, in this line of work, you have to stay calm. But before he could finish, Ma Tang stopped. The word stay simply wouldn't come out. Ma Tang forced himself to stay calm, counting the zeros one by one, 10, 100, 10,000, 100,000, million. Ma Tang's excited voice echoed throughout the entire room. 3 million. The audience has increased by a full 3 million. We've broken the record. We've broken the record. Simply by increasing the number of viewers, they had broken the historical record of Shuzhou television station. And this wasn't even the final result. Because the Fox's performance was still ongoing, and the number of online viewers was continuing to rise. Quick! Switch to the live feed. Ma Tang wanted to see for himself what kind of performance could cause the TV station to suddenly gain 3 million viewers. The camera cuts to the Masked Singer's live performance. Almost everyone was excited. There was a fair amount of background noise. But their noise seemed too faint. They were all drowned out by the singing. How many times have I faced cold stares and mockery? Never giving up on our ideals. A moment of confusion, a feeling of loss. Unnoticed, it has grown faint. The love in my heart who understands me. Listening to Gui's voice. The audience gradually let go of the question of whether the fox was male or female. They immersed themselves completely in the music. Although Gui sang in Cantonese, it did not hinder the audience from feeling the perseverance and faith embedded in the music. Moreover, the lyrics were displayed on the large screen. Forgive me for living a life of unrestrained freedom and love. I also fear that one day I might fall. If I abandon my ideals, anyone can do the same. Who would fear that one day it would be just you and me? In the previous life of Gui, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast was one of Beyond's most outstanding works in their musical career and also the peak of Cantonese songs in the entire Chinese-speaking world. The song's themes of inspiration, faith, and perseverance influenced an entire generation. Today, Gui has brought this song to Blue Star. He has also brought the message the song aims to convey. We believe the audience will feel what he aims to convey. The song contains many elements that resonate deeply with listeners. Freedom, bitterness, resilience, and moving forward fearlessly. Perhaps the audience's feelings will vary. But without exception, they will think of themselves. They too yearn for freedom and have experienced bitterness. They have experienced lows and highs. Everything they have today is the result of their unwavering perseverance. Driven by that unwavering determination to press forward. Perhaps some of them have already given up on their ideals. Upon hearing this song, their hearts couldn't help but stir. That long-dormant ideal seems to be sprouting once more. When the emotions ran deep, many audience members watched the lyrics on the big screen and sang along with Gui in their imperfect Cantonese. At that moment, not a single person mocked their imperfect Cantonese. There was only empathy. Still free and true to myself, forever singing my song. Travel thousands of miles. Forgive me for living a life of unrestrained love and freedom. I too fear the day I might fall. If I abandon my ideals, anyone can. I one T fear the day when only you and I remain. Betraying. Why would I fear? Having abandoned our ideals, anyone can do it. Why would I fear a day when only you and I remain? The audience's singing may not be perfect, but the overwhelming momentum is real. When this momentum merges with the singer's voice, it is utterly breathtaking. The panel of judges was left speechless, unable to utter a word, only able to shout in their hearts. Is this a concert or a variety show? They knew that even a concert by a legendary singer would be hard to match the scene, let alone on a variety show. Fox. Who are you? P.S. This chapter is 4,000 words, equivalent to 2 chapters. Don't bother counting. I'll post screenshots as evidence in the comments section later. Chapter 161, Waiting in the Wings. The other contestants who had already performed were sitting backstage, waiting for the fox to finish her performance. Though the atmosphere here wasn't as electrifying as the live venue, Xiao Luo was still affected, unable to resist singing along with Gui. Forgive me for this life of reckless freedom. Du had clearly lost himself, muttering, a concert isn't all that? The soul painter nodded inside. In my entire life, I've held dozens of concerts, but a situation like this with the fox is rare. Hearing this, the other singers were even more shocked. After all, the soul painter was rumored to be a legendary singer. Even scenes that rarely appeared in her concerts were being realized on a variety show. The fox was truly. That's terrifying. After being blown away by her stunning looks, someone asked, do you think the fox is male or female? He's always sung in a female voice before, but today he suddenly switched to a male voice. Rose shook her head helplessly and said, I can't tell. There's no trace of either gender in her voice. Shura suddenly stopped singing along and said admiringly, the fox is definitely a man. He's my idol. The moment the fox's male voice came out, he knew exactly who it was. Joking aside, he could recite every single lyric of Fox's songs by heart. How do you know the fox? Of course I do. I've played all his songs on repeat, ha ha ha. Shura laughed, then suddenly grew sad, but he doesn't know me. It's heartbreaking. Who is the fox? The others asked curiously in unison. Xiao Luo turned around and said it with great flair. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Xiao Luo, you're dead. The song ended. Gui leaned on the microphone, breathing heavily. He had poured his emotions into the song as he sang it. As a result, he was now feeling a surge of passion, appearing anything but calm. Below the stage, the audience held their breath, watching the fox with excitement. Some audience members had their hands raised to their chests, waiting for the fox to speak. Gui slowly raised his head, leaned closer to the microphone, and no longer tried to hide his voice. Reality may be cruel, and the path ahead may be rugged. But I hope that after listening to this song, you will gain a little courage not to give up. No matter how difficult the future may be, please believe that there will always be a bright future ahead. As he finished speaking, Gui bowed in gratitude. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the venue. Fox loves you. My destiny is in my own hands. Borrow your good fortune, Fox. Fox girl, no, male god. The audience at the scene had been swept away by the atmosphere. They no longer cared whether the fox was male or female. The live stream viewers still retained a shred of rationality. This song is amazing. The fox is a guy. I should ve known better than to go to the bathroom so many times. I'm so embarrassed. Don't panic upstairs. The fox hasn't revealed their face yet, there's still a chance. We're doomed. My favorite goddess isn't going to turn into a man, is she? I feel like dying. Many male viewers who had harbored improper feelings for the fox were left in a daze. They're looking at a man? Of course, perverts or excluded gender isn't a barrier for them. Wow, the fox is a guy? Even more exciting. Slurp slurp. Fox brother, I can be the bottom or the top, whatever you want. Damn it, a bunch of perverts, but at least I'm one too. Lu Haoran clasped his hands together and said to Gui, who was masked on stage, I give up, Fox, you're amazing. Actually, this could also be interpreted as Gui, you're amazing. He considered himself the person who knew Gui best and had guessed his true identity when he switched to a male voice. However, to maintain the fairness of the upcoming vote, he didn't mention Gui's name directly. At the same time, Xin Fang on the left side of the stage also recognized Gui. His eyes were wide open at that moment. He never expected that Gui didn't just come with a quarter of the group, but with all 4 members. This guy is way too cool. He's even dressed up as a woman. And he's doing it so well. Please welcome all the singers of this episode to the stage. The host's voice rang out. The other 6 contestants gradually took the stage. The 7 of them had just taken their positions. Their photos, names, and vote counts appeared on the large screen behind the stage. Currently, all contestants have 0 votes. Please pick up the voting devices in front of you and cast your vote for your favorite masked singer. Viewers watching the live stream can also click the voting link in the top right corner of the live stream to cast their votes. Who will be the masked singer of the people tonight? We'll find out soon. On-site audience voting is the fastest. The lingering melody of Fox's performance of Sea of Sky had yet to fade when the audience members all simultaneously clicked the button labeled 7. Due to a delay in the live voting, viewers can currently only see the votes cast by the audience at the venue. Fox currently in first place, 500 votes. Robot, 0. Soul Singer, 0. Rose, 0. Belle, 0. Peak of Beauty, 0. Azura, 0. All the audience members at the venue had actually chosen the Fox. On the left side of the stage, many singers were visibly unsettled. This can't be possible. Even though the Fox was the last one to perform, this is still too shocking. Did the others not get a single vote? The other 6 singers on stage heard the crowd's shouts and turned to look. Their hearts skipped a beat. They had watched the Fox's performance and knew their own performance didn't compare. But they never expected that they wouldn't even get a single vote themselves. Chapter 162, Fox Singing God? No, Gooey Singing God. Fox. Fox. I'm voting for the Fox. The title of Song God is well deserved. I'm voting for the Fox too. I'm not a DU fan, but I just can't bear to see him suffer so much. I'll give him a vote as a last resort. I've been a DU fan for 10 years, but I voted for the Fox. He. Holy crap, are all his fans like this? DU is crying himself to sleep in the bathroom? The live stream viewers were voting while also sending comments in the chat. Gradually, the number of votes cast in the live stream began to appear on the big screen. The other 6 singers, aside from the Fox, were no longer just eggs. However, their vote counts paled in comparison to Gooey's. They were no match for him. Because Gooey's vote count had already surpassed 1 million in a short period of time and was still rising steadily. The singers on stage couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. Could it be that this variety show, The Masked Singer, is really going to create a singing god? Although the name Masked Singer includes the word singer. But everyone knows it's just a gimmick. Even if someone wins the championship, they couldn't possibly become a true singing god. They might not even be a singing king. After all, many singing kings and singing queens were recognized in the first episode because they were too easy to identify. Those who remain are just better at disguising themselves. They don't qualify as the strongest in terms of talent. But everyone can see the Fox's true strength. I won't make any other claims. If the Fox's vote count continues to rise like this, the Fox's position as this year's Song King may already be secure. Debuting as the Song King? Such an absurd thing has never happened in the entire Chinese music industry. Over 10 million, Zhang Yuanshan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. The Fox's vote count has surpassed 10 million. If a singer can garner millions of supporters, they're not just a king of pop, they're practically the king of pop. You have to understand that these votes are from real audiences. Not the kind of inflated fan following you see on Weibo. And the Fox's vote count is still rising. Director. Our online audience has reached 70 million. We've surpassed the online audience record of the Fruit Channel. The staff's excited voices reached Ma Tang's ears. Ma Tang forced himself to stay calm, his voice trembling. Stay calm. Looking at the screen, where Gooey's vote count was already nearing 20 million. Ma Tang muttered to himself, is this what they call a top-tier star? The Suzhou satellite TV station that Ma Tang managed had also tried to bring in celebrities to boost ratings in the past. Those so-called top-tier stars could indeed bring in some ratings. But none of them could compare to Gooey. Damn it, we have to hold on to Gooey tightly. We should invite Gooey to make an appearance on Suzhou satellite TV from time to time. As for other so-called top-tier idol stars, Ma Tang no longer bothers with them. What the hell does top-tier even mean? This is what a top-tier star should be. If you can't bring in millions of viewers when you appear, what kind of top-tier star are you? We've broken 80 million, station director. What's the big deal? Calm down. Maybe we'll see this kind of thing more often in the future. Ha! In the end, Gooey's vote count froze in the stunned gazes of the crowd. Fox first, 36,302,610 votes. DU, 2,401,234. Soul Singer, 1,754,126. Belle, 1,675,484. Azura, 1,499,984. Rose, 1,457,123. Peak of Beauty, 144,5689. The crowd erupted in a commotion. Holy crap! 3 million votes. The Fox has an entire digit more than everyone else. Only DU surpassed 2 million votes, and that's only because his fans know he's DU. Singing God. Singing God. Singing God. Fox God of Song. Fox God of Song. The entire venue was chanting the Fox's name. The live stream chat was also dominated by the words Fox God of Song. Host Jiang Shu didn't say much more. There was no need for him to announce the result. Congratulations, Fox. Congratulations. The other 6 singers came forward one by one to shake hands with Gooey. The shock in Gooey's heart had only just begun to fade. He knew the song God's songs were powerful. But he never imagined it could be this powerful. As he politely shook hands with the others, his mind drifted away, as if he had returned to the era when his former self had become an overnight sensation. Congratulations, idol! Xiu Luo gripped Guyi's hand tightly, his face brimming with admiration. It was those words that snapped Guyi back to the present. Guyi smiled and nodded, saying, thanks. Upon receiving Guyi's response, the corners of Xiu Luo's mouth beneath his mask nearly split to his ears. The idol spoke to him again. Guyi stood in the center, with other singers standing beside him. The audience's eyes sparkled. Here it comes, the moment they've all been waiting for, the cross-section segment. The most handsome contestant removed his mask. Hello everyone, I'm Xu Mengning. Rose removes her mask. Hello everyone, I'm Yu Kurson. Xiu Luo removes his mask. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Yi. Belle, hello everyone, I'm Ai Qing. Soul Singer, hello everyone, I'm Fan Xianxue. Wow, Xianxue, it's you. Bai Si exclaimed in surprise. Fan Xianxue on stage smiled and nodded, it's me. The two recognized each other. Wow. It's my favorite Xue. Ku Xin is so beautiful. Rose is Ku Xin? I never expected Ku Xin to sing, and she sings so well. Isn't she an actress? Is Wang Yi, that guy, here too? Ai Qing, I love you too. As the contestants revealed their faces one by one, the audience's excitement grew. As for whether the robot Du Yu revealed his face, that doesn't matter, everyone knows he's Du Yu. After Du Yu revealed his face, the other 6 singers all left the stage, leaving it to Guyi, who was dressed as a fox. The moment everyone had been waiting for had arrived. The fox reveals his face. I was still clinging to the fantasy that the fox was a child, but now that hope has been shattered. Reveal your face, fox. Obey. Let me take a look. Both the live audience and those watching the livestream were shouting for the fox to reveal its true face. The face beneath the mask smiled gently. He placed his hand on the mask. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Guyi's face. Guyi gently removed the mask, revealing his face. Upon seeing Guyi's face, the audience was stunned. Who are you, beautiful lady? This isn't right. This isn't Li Chanshan, nor is it anyone else. I've never seen this face before. Guyi was still wearing a wig at that moment, and the audience couldn't recognize him at first glance. It's not a man? Wow. My 1 in a million chance has come true? Fox, I love you. I want to marry you and take you home. Wife. Of course, some people noticed something was off. Hey, stop calling him wifey. That's clearly Guyi. Ah. Damn it. It really is Guyi. I knew it felt familiar, but I couldn't place it. If it's Guyi, the guy isn't bad either. You guys are really perverted. On stage, Guyi reached up and removed his wig. He shook his hair lightly, and his hairstyle immediately returned to its usual style. Hello everyone, I'm Guyi. No sooner had he finished speaking. The male audience members were still in a daze. The female audience members' voices pierced the sky. It's actually Guyi. Aha. Guyi, I love you. Guyi, I want to have your baby. Flipping your hair is so cool. Mom, I love it so much. Foxes don't do same-sex relationships, foxes like girls, so I have hope again. Guyi. The singing god Guyi. In contrast, the live stream comments were different. Split open. It's split open. I'm ing cracking open. The words cracked appeared in perfect unison, filling the screen. What did I just do to Guyi? My favorite goddess is actually a man. I feel like dying. Don't die upstairs. Guyi said in his song not to give up. Alright. I won't give up on my love for the fox. Did you misunderstand something? Chapter 163, The Ratings Killer. See that? That's the influence of Yi Xin. Wang Yi crossed his arms and boasted. As if his idol was great, so was he. Wang Yi was already bad enough for bragging about Yi Xin in the group chat every day, but now he has even taken it offline. The other 5 contestants at that moment really wanted to kick Wang Yi out of the group chat just like they did online. Unfortunately, they couldn't. In real life, they had to maintain their image. They couldn't be as shameless as Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi wasn't wrong either. Guyi's influence is indeed a bit too terrifying. Even top-tier celebrities aren't any different. This is only possible when the audience is filled with die-hard fans of these celebrities. It's mainly because Guyi's song is just too powerful. It appeals to everyone, regardless of age or gender. What the? Lu Yunlan looked at Guyi in confusion. Is the fox actually Guyi? Lu Yunlan couldn't help but blush. She was so embarrassed she felt like she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. She recalled all the things she had said about Guyi in front of him, and now she felt embarrassed. She had thought the fox shared the same interests as her. Who knew that the fox itself was her hobby? At the same time, in a residential complex in Zhanghai, excited voices rang out. Guyi, my student. My student is here. Damn it. It's actually my student. Hey, did you see that? The singing god. Gui's beloved homeroom teacher, old Zhang, pointed at the TV and roared. He looked as proud as could be. The other teachers who had come to visit old Zhang at his house were speechless. Mr. Zhang rarely boasted about Gui being his student today. Who would have thought that watching a variety show would lead to seeing Gui? Damn it! Jealous. On the guessing panel, Lin Baiqing smiled and said, Gui, you're so cunning. You actually dressed up as a woman. She hadn't even considered the possibility that the fox could be Gui. Gui laughed and said, if everyone figured it out right away, that would be no fun. This way is much more entertaining. His original intention for joining the show was simply for fun. Gui then turned to the audience and asked, is that right? As soon as he finished speaking, Gui reached out and pointed the microphone at the audience. Yes. The audience responded in unison. The fans at the scene had already become Gui's die-hard fans. They immediately helped Gui build up the momentum. In contrast, the viewers in the live stream were filled with resentment. No. You're deceiving my feelings. My heart is broken and you think it's funny. Gui is such a dog. He's just playing with us. Why is the person I'm a fan of so old-fashioned? You should know that many of them actually fantasized about the fox being their wife. My wife suddenly turned into a man. That feeling. Explosive. Lu Haoren gave Gui a thumbs up. Gui, this title of song god is well deserved. He didn't know if the others were convinced, but he certainly was. The final episode of The Masked Singer came to an end. Gui also stepped off the stage. The venue and live stream echoed with songs Gui had once sung. The first season of Masked Singer was great, but the second season was a letdown. Looking forward to Masked Singer Season 2. The series has come to an end, let's celebrate. Gui has been deified. And so, amidst the joyful comments from the audience, The Masked Singer came to a complete end. Backstage, several singers were chatting. Ishin, add me on WeChat. Wang Yi rushed over to Yi as soon as he saw him. As soon as Gui saw Wang Yi's face, he remembered his name, which happened to match the name in the group chat. It's that guy. Gui smiled and said, of course. Wang Yi gave a nervous laugh and scratched his head. Ishin, do you remember me? He truly felt like an ordinary fan meeting their idol. Gui smiled and said, of course I remember you. Wang Yi was about to smile broadly. Gui added, but just to be clear, I don't like guys, okay? If you encounter a man or someone suspected of being, you must firmly reject them. Laughter immediately filled the air. It was clear that the other singers were paying attention to them. Wang Yi's face fell instantly. Gui seemed to have genuinely misunderstood him as. He really wasn't. At that moment, director Gu Gaofei and assistant director He Qiming walked over together. Gu Gaofei smiled and invited them, come on, everyone. I've already booked a hotel. Let's have a celebratory banquet. The ratings for this episode of Masked Singer had completely exceeded his expectations. Of course, a celebratory banquet was in order. All the singers who had no other plans agreed to attend. He Qiming walked over to Gui and whispered in his ear, you're a ratings killer. He had just learned the final live viewership numbers from Ma Tang. A whopping 83 million online viewers. Although the show's popularity had boosted the numbers. But there was no denying that Gui had played a significant role, perhaps even more so. Without Gui's cross-dressing performance, The Masked Singer could have still been popular, but it definitely wouldn't have reached this level. From Create the Next Generation to Masked Singer, Gui has consistently brought massive viewership every time he appears. The key is that Gui is still in his early 20s. If he were given another 10 years, the scene would be so overwhelming that He Qiming dares not even imagine it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. It might even be worth creating a dedicated show for Gui. Gu Gaofei also arrived at Gui's side at that moment. He had already concluded that Gui would be the most popular singer for the next decade, or even decades. We must take good care of Gui. When the time comes and we need to reach out to Gui, at least we'll have some connection. Gu Gaofei gripped Gui's hand earnestly and said, Gui, you must take good care of my show in the future. Director Gu, that's a given. Who knows, maybe I'll even need you to give me more opportunities back then, Gui replied with a smile. He wasn't alone, he had a studio under his name. Just ask. I'll give you as much as you need. Gu Gaofei agreed decisively. Remember your words, old Gu. He Qiming teased from the side, I'll be the one to vouch for Gui when the time comes. I'll remember that. Do you think I'd lie? Chapter 164, no way? After the show, it's already over? This time, the station director of Shuzhou Satellite TV, Ma Teng, couldn't make it to the celebration banquet. He was far away in Shuzhou. However, he still took the time to send a video message to thank everyone. The next day, it was the top trending topic on the entire internet. Fox? No, he's Gui. Gui in women's clothing looks pretty good, huh? According to insiders, on the night Gui revealed his true identity, the workload of psychologists nationwide surged. Gui kept us in the dark too much. To be fair, Gui in women's clothing isn't bad either. Psychologists' workloads aren't just skyrocketing, their mental health is also taking a hit. I used to love the fox too. Wah! How many teenagers' dreams has Gui destroyed? Wah, I feel like I'll never believe in love again. Have you heard? The blogger called Forgetful Monk has already become a monk. Is that true? I'll go check it out. Forgetful Monk's last Weibo post. Everyone, I feel like I can no longer see this world clearly. Is it Gui who is playing the fox, or is the fox playing Gui? Perhaps the world I see is not the real world. I have decided to shave my head, eat vegetarian food, and recite the Buddha's name. Farewell, all my fans. Attached below is a photo of Forgetful Monk himself shaving his head. No way. He really became a monk. It's over. He's gone mad. Master Wangqing is really going to let go of all worldly attachments. Blessings. The blogger has seen through the mundane world. We are just ordinary mortals. The song he sang, "The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast," was just as popular as his performance on The Masked Singer. Following the conclusion of the 9th episode of The Masked Singer, this live version of "The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast" was released on major music platforms. This month's new songs from the top male and female singers indeed reached millions of views within 3 days, as netizens had predicted. However, compared to "The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast," this million-click figure is truly insignificant. After all, there were 3 million viewers who voted for Gui that night. After the show ended, the audience flooded into various music platforms, generating an astonishing number of views. Not to mention the netizens who didn't have time to watch Masked Singer that night but later took the time to watch it and then came back to watch the show again. Gui topped the charts with "The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast." As for the rankings of others, they no longer matter. Compared to previous months, Gui stood out even more terrifyingly in this July battle of the gods. He managed to crush all the singing kings and queens with just one song. And this is different from when Gui crushed Lin Tian with the youth of China in May. That time, Gui relied on official support. This time, it was purely his own strength. I think there's no need to compare anymore. Just announce that Gui has successfully challenged the title of Word God and Song God. With the vast sky out, this month holds no threat for Gui. I think this year's Song King Award should also go to Gui. Exactly. The Song King title usually requires experience, but someone like Gui, a true master of song, shouldn't need such formalities. Rules are made to be broken. The Blue Star cultural entertainment industry holds a significant share of the market. Therefore, titles like Singer of the Year, Lyricist of the Year, and Composer of the Year, which represent an artist's status and achievements, are officially awarded by the authorities at the end of each year. Gui's achievements in singing have indeed met the criteria for becoming the Singer of the Year. The only thing missing is experience. Under normal circumstances, one must have been active in the industry for at least 1 year to qualify for the title of King of Singing. This ultimately depends on how the official authorities perceive it. After all, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Moreover, there are now multiple official entities quietly backing Gui behind the scenes. Ultimately, success or failure will likely be the result of a complex interplay of various forces. Following this, the phrase "forgive me for living a life of unrestricted freedom and love" became the new internet buzzword. Many students have adopted this phrase as their personal motto. Many recent high school graduates who didn't perform well on their college entrance exams have reignited their hopes. After listening to Gui's Sea of Sky, I've decided to retake the exams. I must get into my dream university. Gui gave me the courage to retake the exams. Let's go, brothers. For the future. This song may once again inspire a generation around the world. You little brat, show me your girl outfit. No matter how dazzling Gui was on stage, in front of Jolan, he could only be a dragon coiled up or a tiger lying low. Gui resisted fiercely, waving his hands, no. Jolan held the dress close to Gui and said gently, "Be a good boy, listen to your mother." Watching her son in a dress on TV didn't feel quite real to her. She just wanted to see the live version. No. On stage, Gui didn't feel anything, but the thought of wearing a dress in front of his own parents was unbearable. His sense of shame was too much to bear. Listen to me. Let mom see. Mom, I have something to do. I'm going back to the office. Gui fled the house as quickly as he could. You little brat, you can escape the first day of the month, but you can't escape the 15th. Jolan's voice echoed behind Gui. But Gui had already decided not to go home for now. Why go home? I'll be the top performer at the company. Motivate my colleagues. Gui returned to the company. Chen Chen was checking his schedule. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his head and saw Gui, immediately striking a flirtatious tone and said, "Hey, Miss Gu, weren't you supposed to go home today? Why are you back at the office?" Gui didn't bother to respond to Chen Chen. Instead, she asked Feng Lo, who was standing nearby, "Feng Lo, where's Chen Chen?" Feng Lo smiled and said, "Chen Chen is in the karaoke room." Feng Lo, aside from wanting to kick Song Hai in the shins every day, did his job quite well. He knew everyone's whereabouts in the company like the back of his hand. Gui nodded and headed toward the karaoke room. He was truly planning to become the company's top worker to avoid his mother, who was watching him closely. Hey Chanshan, Chen Chen said with a touch of jealousy, I've never called Li Chanshan such an intimate name. Put. Gui couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had only followed Xu Mengning in calling her that. He really didn't expect Chen Chen to be so sensitive. Come on, Chen Chen, you're even jealous of that? Gui said. Chen Chen immediately got flustered. Gui, don't slander me. I'll sue you for defamation, sue you for defamation. Gui grabbed Chen Chen's shoulders, his curiosity burning. So, how far have you two gone? Chen Chen avoided his gaze and said, just that step. Chen Chen said it as if he hadn't. Gui rolled his eyes in disgust. What do you mean that step? Chen Chen stammered out a word, ambiguous. Gui suddenly thought of a song and started singing. Anyway, all relationships are ambiguous these days, so you don't need to bother finding a suitable match. Chen Chen stared at Gui in shock. No way, you can write songs too? Chen Chen, looking like a sycophant, continued, Father. Sing this song for me right now. That his son could call him father made Gui very happy. But this song. If Chen Chen sang it, the romance would probably be ruined. This song isn't suitable for you. Gui shook his head. Chen Chen's expression changed instantly. Boring. Gui suddenly added, but I can rewrite a song for you. You're truly my godfather. Chen Chen's ability to change his expression was now perfect. As genuine as gold and silver. Gui prepared to play the role of a good guy, someone who would add fuel to the ambiguous relationship between Chen Chen and Li Chanshan. P.S. Thanks to Landao Xiaoyi for the expert certification, and to Nansheng Qian Mo Mengxi and Lu Rinjia for the updates. And to all the little partners for their various gifts. Today's backstage was filled with 24 pages of gift records from everyone. It was truly overwhelming and I couldn't keep up. Please don't spend money, there's too much already. There are also many friends who watched 3 ads in a row just for listening to Xian. This has moved listening to Xian so much that I don't even know what to say. Damn. Finally, the organization number. Chi Wu Ba Chi Yao Air Sanjiu Chi Homophone. Chapter 165, Concert? Godfather. Let me see. In Gui's office, Chen Chen exclaimed excitedly. Gui had just put down his pen and handed the white paper with the lyrics and melody to Chen Chen. Chen Chen's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it. Gui, I'm going to practice singing. Chen Chen didn't call out to his foster father anymore after saying that. He tried to run off. Gui quickly stopped Chen Chen. He suddenly felt that Chen Chen had the potential to be a great general. If this were in ancient times, he would definitely be a formidable warrior. Gui cleared his throat and said, this song isn't just for you to sing alone. Joking aside, this was a duet he had specially arranged for Chen Chen and Li Chanshan. If Chen Chen sang it alone, Gui's hard work would have been wasted. You know. Writing and copying songs is also tiring, you know. What? Chen Chen exclaimed in shock, Godfather. If you won't sing it for me, then who will you sing it for? Gui's face turned dark. Show off. Now he's the godfather again. The modern-day Lu Bu, huh? Gui suddenly wrapped his arms around Chen Chen's shoulders and smiled sweetly. This song is for you to sing with Li Chanshan. After saying that, Gui winked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen probably understood Gui's meaning. True friends for life. It wasn't in vain that he took the blame for Gui so many times. Gui pointed to the song list and said, you sing here, she sings here, and you two sing together here. Got it? Chen Chen nodded earnestly like a chick pecking at grain. Gui patted Chen Chen on the shoulder expectantly. Make the most of this opportunity. Uncle Chen was urging me to find you a girlfriend the other day. I don't have that kind of skill, so you'll have to rely on yourself. What? Chen Chen exclaimed in surprise. My dad asked you to find me a girlfriend? Yeah. Uncle Chen said he's worried you'll end up alone. My dad is so annoying. I'm this handsome, how could that happen? Gui. In the karaoke room. Chen Chen and Li Chanshan were huddled together, discussing something. Several music assistants from Tingxian Entertainment, who specialize in composing music, watched the two whispering to each other. Are those two up to something? I think so too. Come on, Li Chanshan is just a recent college graduate, and she actually has singing skills? That's ridiculous. Everyone around Gui is a freak. Gui is the freak leader. There are plenty of idol singers in the company who can't sing. Who would have thought that Gui's studio doesn't have a single one? 2 people suddenly appeared in the monitoring room today. They were Gui and Xu Mengning. Both of them were watching the surveillance feed of the practice room. Gui smiled and said, look, isn't my plan brilliant? Great. It's fantastic. Xu Mengning started to praise him again. She wasn't just bowing to Chen Chen and Li Chanshan. She was also practicing her lip-syncing with Wang Ping and Du Hui. No matter how unconventional the pairings were. As long as it's good, that's all that matters. Look here, Gui and Xu Mengning are leaning against each other, excitedly watching Chen Chen and Li Chanshan. The security captain in the monitoring room smiled and ruffled their heads. Xu Mengning ships Chen Chen and Li Chanshan. He ships Gui and Xu Mengning. Ha ha. Others are security guards in their 50s or 60s. He retired from the military at 25 and became a security team leader. He saved himself 30 years of detours. He can even meet celebrity couples in person. Being a security team leader is great. Gui didn't specify how long Chen Chan and Li Chanxian should record and release their songs. In his view, the more they practice singing together, the more time they have to get to know each other properly. He didn't believe they could keep up the flirtatious act any longer. Mid-July. Chen Chan and Li Chanxian were still practicing singing. This time, Gui was the one who found it strange. He had reason to suspect that the two were doing this on purpose. They'd been practicing this song for over 10 days. However, Gui didn't bother to interfere and let the two of them spend some more time together openly and honestly. Meanwhile, over the next 2 days, Xin Fang announced that he was about to embark on a tour. The first stop was Zhanghai. Gui, would you like to come and make a guest appearance at my show? Xin Fang asked Gui over the phone with a smile. Gui smiled and said, of course I can. He was also quite interested in concerts in this world. Why not give it a try? Speaking of which, he had never held a concert in either his past or present life. Going to Xin Fang's concert would be a learning experience. Xin Fang smiled and said, you better keep your word. In 3 days, I'll start my first tour in Zhanghai. Remember to bring your girlfriend along, I'll arrange a good seat for you. Got it. I'll be there to watch Qin Ji's performance. 3 days later. Zhanghai Sports Arena. Fans came to watch Qin Fang's concert and lined up in an orderly fashion to enter. Gui and Xu Mengning also made their way to the front through the backstage entrance. As Gui approached the stage, he spotted an old acquaintance. Gui called out, Xian Gu. Yu Wenchuan turned around, saw Gui, and exclaimed with surprise, Gui and Xu Mengning. I knew Qin Fang, that show-off, would invite you guys over. Yu Wenxian must not have offended the stylist recently. He didn't look uncool at all, he actually looked pretty handsome. Gui Gang sat down next to Yu Wenchuan, with Xu Mengning sitting beside him. Did your sister-in-law not come? Xu Mengning tilted her head and asked Yu Wenchuan. Yu Wenchuan knew that Xu Mengning was asking about Qin Fang's wife, Zhang Jessen. He smiled and said, they're backstage being all lovey-dovey. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I came over first. Xu Mengning smiled and said, then I'd better not disturb them. She had originally wanted to chat with Zhang Jessen. Yu Wenchuan said, she'll come over later anyway. At this point, Yu Wenchuan paused, then suddenly said, I'm not really in the mood to chat with you guys anymore. Qin Fang can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Zhang Jessen, and even I occasionally throw in a Mengning here and there. It's driving me crazy. I'd still rather chat with Chen Shen, my childhood friend from Gui. He doesn't have a girlfriend either, ha ha. Yu Wenchuan laughed out loud. Gui and Xu Mengning exchanged a smile. Perhaps in a while, Yu Wenchuan won't be so eager to chat with Chen Shen anymore. Some time passed. The gymnasium gradually grew noisy. The fans were almost filling up all the seats. Just then, Zhang Jessen arrived. Gui saw Zhang Jessen and knew the concert was about to begin. A few fans in the front rows noticed Zhang Jessen and shouted. Sis. When is Qin Gu going to show up, sister-in-law? Sis, I love you. Divorce Qin Gu. Exactly. Marry me. Zhang Jessen smiled and shook her head, stop being so naughty. Sit down nicely. Your Qin Gu is about to come out. Yay. Gu Yiding couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at the sound. He never expected Qin Ji's fans to have such a talent for treachery. Friends in front, friends in back, how are you all doing? Qin Fang's voice echoed all around. He himself stood on knee and rose from the center of the stage. The fans' cheers erupted. Gui turned around and saw a sea of people. Gui whispered, I wonder if there will be this many people when I hold my concert. Yu Wenchuan had sharp ears. Upon hearing this, he turned and smiled, saying, Gui, you'll definitely have more fans than your brother Qin and me combined. You should know. Qin Fang and I only sing one type of song, I only do rock, and he only does love ballads. But you're different, you're a jack of all trades. You're the perfect blend of idol and talent. If you ever hold a concert, the scene would be so amazing I can't even imagine it. Make sure to invite me to the venue so I can witness a real top-tier concert. Yu Wenchuan spoke sincerely, not at all like he was intentionally flattering Gui. In his eyes, Gui truly had the talent to back it up. Someone like Gui, who is good-looking, can sing, can write songs, and excels at everything, is extremely rare. Out of a billion people, there are only a handful like him. Chapter 166, Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. I'm still a long way off. Gui said with a smile, but I won't forget to invite you, Xian Gu, when the time comes. He currently has no plans to hold a concert. For now, he needs to focus on becoming a lyricist and composer first, then talk about concerts later. Qin Fang's concert went smoothly, and soon it was time for the fan request segment. A female fan was selected. The female fan held the microphone handed to her by a staff member and said in a crisp voice, Qin Gu, I want to hear you sing Gentleman from Masked Singer. Of course, Qin Fang began, but suddenly remembered something. Wait, I haven't secured the performance rights for this song. What? The female fan looked a bit disappointed. Qin Fang chuckled and said, I was just kidding. I haven't secured the copyright, but I can get it sorted out right now. The fans looked confused. How can you sort it out on the spot? Call Gui? But Gui should agree, right? Gu is really close with him. Gu is so mischievous, look what he's done to that poor girl. Fong walked to the edge of the stage and shouted, Mr. Gu, can I sing your song, gentlemen? As soon as Fong finished speaking, the director immediately shifted the camera to Gui's seat. Gui and the others suddenly appeared on the big screen. Gui waved at the camera. He then approached Fong, who handed him the microphone from the stage and said, sure. But if you sing badly, there'll be a fine. Alright. Gui is here too. We'll pay the fine, Gui. We'll agree for Gu. A fine is fine, but I wonder if Mr. Gu can come up on stage to give a lesson. A sly look flashed in Fong's eyes. What do you all think? As he finished speaking, Fong turned the microphone toward the 10,000 audience members on site. Alright. The fans' voices nearly shook the Shanghai sports arena to its foundations. Gui never expected that coming to a concert would force him to work. Gu, you old fox. Are you playing dirty with me? Gui gave a sinister smile and said, teaching is fine. But my appearance fee is pretty steep, right? I can't very well make the cute fans pay for it, can I? So, who's going to pay the appearance fee? Gui's last question was directed at the fans in the audience. The fans quickly gave their answer. Gu will pay. Gui smiled happily at Fong and said, Gu, you heard that too. I didn't ask you to pay my appearance fee. Fong knew Gui was joking. He obliged with a teeth-gritting response, if you want it, take it. I'll sell everything I own today. Ha ha ha. Gui should ask for a higher price. Gu has the money. Exactly. Let's make him go bankrupt so he'll keep releasing songs. The fans were going wild. They actually want Fong to go bankrupt. Money solves everything. Gui supported himself with one hand on the stage and jumped up effortlessly. Microphone, give me a microphone. Here is mine. Fong directly handed his microphone to Gui. He took another microphone from the staff. Music teacher, let's begin. On stage. Fong held the microphone, extending one hand, which trembled slightly. It's been a while, what role should I play? Gui followed suit. He made the gesture of a beggar from his past life. The cuffs of your white shirt were a gift from you. In the audience, the young woman who requested the song was watching the two of them with a blissful expression. Her two favorite singers were singing her favorite song at the same time. She was absolutely over the moon. It's so beautiful. Wow. The two of them are identical except for their appearance. Their voices and movements are exactly the same. Gui's voice transformation is amazing. So happy, it's like watching two concerts. The song came to an end. Gui looked down at the cheering audience and smiled slightly. Is this what a concert feels like? Although it wasn't his concert, it felt pretty good. He liked it. At that moment, a fan near the stage shouted, Gui, when are you going to have your own concert? Fong laughed and said, did you hear that? The fans are asking you, Gui. Gui fell into deep thought. He was genuinely thinking about the question seriously. The fans saw that Gui was truly thinking, and they all looked at him with expectant eyes. August or September is definitely out of the question. If everything goes smoothly, October won't work either. November is too busy, so there's no time either. Then it can only be December at the end of the year. Gui looked up and whispered, December, then. We'll see you in December. What? Fong exclaimed in surprise, really? Is that so hasty? He was just joking around. He never expected Gui to actually set the concert date so quickly. Gui said, can I lie to you? Fong asked in confusion, why wait until December? Gui suddenly felt like Fong was as curious as a child. 10,000 questions. Gui said impatiently, my name is Gui, don't you know? Is that intentional or what? The fans burst into laughter. That's hilarious. Playing a joke with your own name is pretty funny. Gui intentionally held a concert, and I intentionally went. Ha ha ha. Gui desperately wanted to leave work and finally said, Gu, the appearance fee is 1 million. Remember to settle with my agent after the concert. After saying that, Gui immediately jumped off the stage. Fong stared in disbelief for a moment before saying, wait, you really came? I can't afford that. Next time, can I go to your concert and sing a few extra songs instead? Below the stage, Gui shook his head seriously. 1 million, not a single cent less. On stage, Fong immediately frowned, looking like he was already bankrupt. This caused the fans to burst into laughter. At that moment, Gui finally put down the microphone and sat back in his seat. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. A guest appearance is just that, a guest appearance. There is no way Fong would actually have to pay. Gui enjoyed his performance, and Fong's fans were entertained. Fong's concert at the Shanghai Hall came to a perfect end. That night, the news that Gui will hold a concert in December spread like wildfire. Chapter 167, Release Extra Chapter. Gui makes a surprise appearance at Qin Fong's tour concert, and the two sing Gentlemen together. Gui officially announced at Qin Fong's concert that he will hold his own concert in December. Is that true? The person above is telling the truth. I was there in person, and Gui said it himself. Less than a year since debuting and already holding a concert? Aren't you afraid no one will come? You must not know who Gui really is. Gui's influence is so big that he'd be afraid no one would come? Are you a monkey sent here to make a fool of yourself? I bet hardly anyone will buy tickets. Right, you're absolutely correct. There are always a few people in the world who only believe what they want to believe. Gui's fans eventually stopped bothering to argue with these people. Let the trolls live in their own little world. They just hope no one competes with them for tickets when Gui sells them. Gui, my suggestion is to hold the concert at the Jianghai Sports Arena, where the tour was originally scheduled before Qin Fong. Songhai discussed this with Gui. As soon as Gui returned, he shared his idea of holding a concert with him. He believed that Gui should be cautious about his first concert. Many singers had been overly confident during their first concerts. They chose venues that could accommodate tens of thousands of people without hesitation. But in the end, they couldn't even sell the tickets, wasting the rental fees for the venue. Wasting money is one thing. It was also very embarrassing. Although Gui has a high online following, Songhai wasn't sure how many people would actually attend Gui's concert. He had never seen someone as young as Gui with such a large following before. So he wanted Gui to play it safe and choose the Jianghai Sports Arena, which can accommodate 10,000 spectators. To be honest, that's not exactly steady either. Having 10,000 live audience members is standard for established top-tier singers. Since Gui had never held a concert before, he followed Songhai's advice and chose the Jianghai Sports Arena as the venue for his first concert. The details regarding venue rental and ticket sales were handled by the company's professional department. That's the advantage of having a company. Besides singing, Gui only needs to share his thoughts. Everything else is handled by professionals. He can just relax. A few days later, Tingxian Entertainment announced Gui's first concert schedule and the pre-sale date for tickets on its official Weibo account. Tingxian Entertainment. We apologize for keeping you waiting. Our artist Gui will kick off his first ever concert on December 12th at the Jianghai Sports Arena. Concert theme, Ancient Melodies. Corresponding to the title of Gui's first album. Tickets for the concert will go on sale tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tickets can be purchased via the Tomato Ticket app. December 12th, we'll see you there. Great. I've already prepared my wallet. Let us go. A venue for 10,000 people? Will the tickets sell out? Exactly, don't end up not being able to buy tickets and make a fool of yourself. Girls, there's a troll upstairs, don't pay attention to him. I heard that trolls are really miserable in real life, so they come online to vent their frustration. Oh, how pitiful. We should show them some compassion and not scold them. Trolls? They seem like they're being pitted. The next day, fans of Gui from all over the country, and even abroad, were glued to their computers. 8 hours and 59 minutes. Wan Xiner held her breath, staring intently at the clock. She was Gui's die-hard fan for 10 years. Yesterday, she saw that tickets for Gui's first concert would go on sale today. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Even now, she's still full of energy. 8 minutes and 59.01 seconds. Time ticked by second by second. Wan Sinyu's right index finger began tapping furiously. The clicking sounds of the mouse echoed non-stop. 8 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 8 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Wan Xiner's eyes were fixed on the screen, silently repeating to herself, I must get it. 9 hours. Tickets for the Gui Ancient Melodies concert went on sale at exactly the scheduled time. P.S. This chapter is an extra update. The author is stuck on their new book and only updated one chapter, so here's an extra chapter from the old book. Chapter 168, Changing Venues. Loading. Wan Xinyu stared at the 3 characters on the computer screen, nearly losing her mind. Ah! What a crappy computer. It malfunctions at the worst possible moment. You're dead. Wan Xiner was so angry she punched the keyboard. Then, in pain, she clutched her hand and cried while staring at the computer. She silently repeated to herself, it has to work. A few seconds later. The screen finally loaded. Purchase failed, sold out. What? The Innerfield tickets sold out so quickly? Wan Xinyu didn't dare to think about it further and immediately checked other ticket categories. Innerfield sold out. Bleachers sold out. All gone? All tickets sold out in a second? I didn't get any. Wan Xiner covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, but people online said Gui's tickets weren't selling. Wan Xiner clicked into Weibo, intending to vent her frustration at those who had claimed that tickets for Gui's concert weren't selling. She saw that the person who had said that yesterday had posted an update. Ha, I managed to snag tickets for Gui's concert. And they're even in the front row. I'm so lucky. Wan Xinyu's eyes widened. The person who said yesterday that Gui's tickets weren't selling got inner circle tickets? No way. How could it be old Six impersonating someone else? I've been tricked. Aha.
Wan Shiner was on the verge of tears. She's still too young to outsmart these old-timers. What should she do?
She really wanted to go to Gui's concert. She had even asked her boss for time off months in advance.
Wan Sinyu could only silently post her heartfelt thoughts on Weibo.
I really want to go to Gui's concert. Why are there so few tickets? Can they add some standing tickets? Listen to the Strings Entertainment. Song Hai walked to the ticket office with a teacup in hand. How are the tickets for Gui's concert selling?
The employees sitting at the computer stammered, No.
No one bought any?
Song Hai stretched his neck in surprise. How is that possible?
The employee took a deep breath and shook his head. They're all gone. Sold out in a second. All gone. Sold out in a second. Song Hai exclaimed in surprise. That many people bought them? He knew that tickets for Gui's performance usually sold out quickly. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, in an instant.
The employee suddenly spoke again. Mr. Song, there are at least 10,000 netizens messaging us on the back end, asking if we can release more tickets. They said they'd even take standing tickets.
Song Hai slapped his forehead and cursed himself. We're done for. I've screwed up for Gui.
Song Hai suddenly felt he had been too cautious. He was stuck in a fixed mindset. Generally, new singers do need to be cautious when holding their first concert.
But have you ever seen a new singer who consistently tops the new song charts every month? Gui isn't just any ordinary person. Being cautious is just a lonely way to go.
Song Hai muttered to himself, I need to come up with a way to fix this.
Otherwise, he'd be a general manager who doesn't follow the rules.
And this suggestion was originally his idea.
If he didn't act, he'd be even more unqualified.
For a singer, the first concert in their career is definitely better with more people.
This would only benefit Gui. Song Hai took out his phone while thinking. Standing tickets definitely can't be increased.
Because that would infringe upon the rights of fans who have already purchased concert tickets.
Either sell them all at the beginning or don't sell them at all.
Adding standing tickets midway through, regardless of whether the fans are willing or not, would make the organizers look greedy.
Song Haishan took a deep breath and said, then we'll have to change the venue.
As for the Jianghai Sports Arena, which has already paid a deposit,
let's just write off the cost of renting it for a day. It's money down the drain. Song Hai immediately dialed Gui's phone number.
Such a major decision as changing the venue definitely needed to be discussed with Gui.
When Song Hai told Gui that the concert tickets had sold out in an instant, Gui was still a bit surprised.
Since he had no experience in this area, he hadn't even considered that they could sell out so quickly. However, Song Hai didn't let Gui be surprised for long before continuing.
Gui, why don't we switch to a larger venue?
Due to my analysis error, I had you choose the Jianghai Sports Arena. Therefore, the rental fees for the venue will not be your responsibility, regardless of the size.
The company will cover all costs. Just focus on singing. Since the fans are so enthusiastic. And since Gui didn't have to pay anything extra. Gui naturally had no objections. He is also pleased with the outcome. That evening,
to avoid disrupting the schedules of fans who had already purchased tickets,
Ting Xian Entertainment quickly changed the venue to the largest venue in Jianghai City, the Wave Sports Arena.
The venue can accommodate a total of 30,000 spectators.
After paying the venue deposit, they announced the news on their official account
and began selling an additional 20,000 tickets. As for fans who had already purchased tickets, they did not need to repurchase them. At this time, the top trending topic on Weibo was still the news that tickets for the concert had sold out in 1 second. Some wealthy fans have already started reselling Gui's concert tickets at inflated prices to other fans.
Guys, I'll pay 3,000 for an inner field ticket, even if it's the farthest seat. I'll pay 4,000. I won't sell it no matter how much you offer. This is Gui's first time, hee hee. Stop bidding. Stop bidding. You rich folks. Why did they choose such a small venue for Gui's concert? I have money but nowhere to spend it. Guys, Gui's concert venue is changed. It's moved to the Wave Sports Arena and they've added 20,000 more tickets. Hurry up and buy them. Really? Some people didn't believe it, but by that moment, no one was responding to him anymore. Everyone rushed to buy tickets. Better safe than sorry.
A few minutes later, the additional 20,000 tickets were sold out again. The fans still felt it wasn't enough.
That's it?
I only managed to get 1 ticket and my girlfriend wanted to go too.
Sell me your ticket. That way you can go with your girlfriend. No way. Hee hee, I'll tell my girlfriend I didn't get any tickets and go secretly. I took a screenshot. I'll send it to every friend who follows me. Don't do that, bro. I don't care, I didn't get a ticket, I'm jealous. P.S. I'm taking a day off to pick up my mother from the hospital today. Chapter 169, Absolutely Explosive. Gui's concert venue has been changed, with an additional 20,000 tickets added, and they sold out again in 3 minutes. Gui has made history, selling out 30,000 tickets in just a few minutes for his first concert? That's absolutely mind-blowing in the Chinese music scene. It's not just the Chinese music scene, it's absolutely mind-blowing in the entire history of music. I wonder if any of you managed to get tickets for Gui's concert. No. I got mine, ha ha ha. Hey, your name sounds familiar. Aren't you the one who said no one would buy tickets for Gui's concert? Damn it, I knew it. You old fool. Fans who managed to get tickets to Gui's concert were all thrilled and eagerly anticipating December. In contrast, Gui isn't very happy right now. It's already the end of July. Chen Chen and Li Chanxian are still practicing in the karaoke room. What song have they been practicing for nearly a month and still can't get right? Are they even professional singers? Gui is furious. Extremely angry. Inside the karaoke room, Chen Chen and Li Chanxian's heads are very close together. They were whispering to each other. Occasional laughter could be heard. Gui tiptoes silently behind them and listens in. Chen, shall we go here next month? I heard from Yang Lei that the scenery here is amazing. How does Yang Lei know? You're so naive. Yang Lei is from Suzhou. This place is part of Suzhou's territory, so of course he knows. That's right. Alright, I'll go with you. Gui-san nodded contentedly. The anger in his heart vanished instantly. At least it wasn't all for nothing. I'll go tell Chen Chen's father later. Then he could go to Chen Chen's house and have a few free meals. As for his own home, I'll just stay here. But I can't let these two keep going like this. Gui wanted to be a slacker but also wanted to rest. What should we do then? Naturally, we should make the tools sing. These two can't rest now. Gui leaned forward, instantly separating the two, then said in a sinister tone, What are you talking about? Let me hear it. Chen Chen was startled by Gui's sudden appearance. Gui, why didn't you make a sound when you came over? Gui, with his hands behind his back, imitated Song Hai's manner when he saw others, and said in a deep voice, Not working and slacking off here? Watch out, I'll deduct your wages. Chen Chen knew from Gui's expression that he had overheard his conversation with Li Chanxian. He immediately gave Gui a meaningful glance. Gui chuckled inwardly but remained expressionless, saying sternly, We must finish recording the song today. No rest until it's done. As for what happens after we finish recording the song. He paused for a moment before continuing, I'll give you all a month off. With that, Gui walked out of the practice room with his hands behind his back, looking every bit the boss. Gui felt that he had done another good deed. He had actually facilitated a romance. It was truly a beautiful thing. Li Chanxian blushed and whispered, It's over. Everyone will know. Chen Chen blushed and scratched his head. Suddenly, he noticed several people peering through the window. Perhaps everyone already knew. After meeting with Tool Guy Chen and Tool Girl Chen, Gui began searching for Tool Man Lei. Gui searched around but couldn't find him. He then walked toward Fenglu, who was standing at the studio door, gesturing wildly. Song Hai passed by the entrance of Gui's studio. Fenglu was currently gesturing wildly at Song Hai's backside. He was figuring out which angle would make Song Hai feel the most pain. Gui walked up behind Fenglu and said slowly, Fenglu, what are you looking at? Fenglu was startled. This is bad. He'd been caught slacking off by his boss. He immediately stopped what he was doing and blurted out, Boss, I'm just checking to see if any paparazzi have snuck into the company. Gui was speechless. He can't even lie properly. That's your job, so just do it. However, Gui didn't have much of an opinion about it. As long as Fenglu completes his primary duties, who cares what he does? Even if he really goes and kicks Song Hai in the butt, Gui would be happy to watch the show. After all, Gui also has a tiny bit of that idea. Cough cough. This is all just a joke. How could Gui possibly lay a finger on his dear song manager? He never physically harmed Song Hai. He always made Song Hai suffer psychologically. What Song Hai cares about most is money. Only by making Song Hai spend money that hurts him can one truly harm him. Fenglu still hadn't grasped the true meaning. Gui smiled and asked Fenglu, what about Yang Lei? Fenglu didn't hesitate and quickly revealed Yang Lei's schedule for the day. He even revealed Yang Lei's plans for the next few days. Yang Lei is currently in Suzhou? And he's scheduled to participate in a charity performance in a few days? Gui thought for a moment and immediately said, Perfect, have him release his new song in Suzhou. I'll send him the song later so he can practice it well. Alright. Yang Lei is still participating in a commercial performance today. In the vast venue. Yang Lei sat at the center of the stage, holding the microphone with both hands and singing Xiao Chou. As the song ended, the audience below praised him. Lei, you sing beautifully. That's great. You're so good, you guys are amazing. Yang Lei bowed and stepped off the stage. He picked up his phone and saw the message Fenglu had sent. Fenglu, Lei Ego wants you to sing a new song at the commercial performance in a few days. Yang Lei's eyes lit up. He immediately replied. Yang Lei, do you need me to come back? Feng Lu, no need. Gu will send you the completed song later. Just practice it well and sing it live. Gu said this song has a better atmosphere when performed in Suzhou. Yang Lei, okay. Yang Lei wasn't the type to ask a lot of questions. He had evolved into a qualified tool. Tool Guy Lei Golden Legend Edition. Yang Lei's inner thoughts. Who cares? Just follow Ge's lead. Gu is invincible. A few minutes later, Yang Lei received the manuscript sent by Gui. Titled Chengdu. Yang Lei glanced at the song title. He immediately understood Gui's intention. This song was indeed more suitable for singing in Suzhou. It was also more suitable for him, a native of Suzhou. A song that fits perfectly. Yang Lei nodded vigorously. Gu is truly Gu. Still performing consistently well. This song was clearly tailored just for him. Moving. When it comes to self-improvement for a tool, Yang Lei is the one to watch. The last day of July. Gui has undoubtedly secured the top spot on this month's new song chart. Netizens, however, were surprised to discover a blind spot at this moment. Not only is Gui set to retain the top spot on the new song chart for 7 consecutive months, he is also about to retain the top spot on the Hot Songs chart for 4 consecutive months. Additionally, Gui's songs Blue and White Porcelain and 10,000 Miles from January and February. Gui has actually secured the top spot on the Hot Songs chart for 6 months. In other words, only 7 months have passed this year. Half of the Hot Songs chart has been dominated by Gui. When Gui's peers realized this, they were all taken aback. Guys, Gui has been at the top of the Hot Songs chart for half a year. What? If Gui keeps this up, won't he sweep all the awards this year? This guy is literally dominating the Chinese music scene. Could Gui possibly win all the awards in a single year and complete the Grand Slam? It's actually possible. Gui is still a newcomer, so he'll definitely win the Best Newcomer award this year too. The conversation came to a halt in the group chat. But the appearance of that man broke the silence. Wangy, isn't it normal for Gui to sweep all the awards in a year? Gui, who had been secretly lurking and peeking at the screen, sent an emoji of hands pressed together in prayer. And added the caption, "Don't feed me, brothers and sisters." P.S. Chengdu, performed by Zhao Lei, lyrics and music by Zhao Lei, arranged by Zhao Lei Shizi. Chapter 170, Go with the Flow. The big shot is here. Gui, you're my god. The speed at which everyone changed their expressions was so fast that Wangy was left speechless. He was the one who came first. Gui was overwhelmed by the sudden attention. These singers act so aloof and unapproachable in public every day. But in private, they were all such goofballs. Gui, the big shot. Can you take a break for a month or two after becoming a legend? Exactly. Give the brothers a chance. Wah, I haven't seen the top 10 on the new song chart in half a year. Gui, do you need someone to keep you warm? Xu Mengning suddenly pops up. Xu Mengning, panda face.jpg. She looked confused. Very confused. Very confused. Haha, that's hilarious, the main wife was exposed. Xu Mengning, do you eat oil cakes? Caught in the act. The sour smell of love. I'm too scared to fall in love, I'm afraid my fan base will plummet. Gui sent a message at this moment, I will indeed be taking a month off in October. Zhou Junming, really? Then I'll start preparing a new song. You better keep your word. Gui, but the rest of my studio isn't taking a break. Zhou Junming. AI Chung. Yu Kurson. They were speechless. All for nothing. Someone commented, Gui, how old are you? Why are you still talking like a child and trying to be funny? Gui, I'm 21. I still have a while before I turn 22. Lu Yunlan, crack.jpg. Do you, crack.jpg? These veteran musicians in the music industry were deeply shaken. Many of them are more than 10 or 20 years older than Gui, and some are even several decades older. Compared to them, Gui's age is indeed no different from that of a child. But the older they are, the harder it is for them. Others are striving to become gods of lyrics at 21. They are still struggling in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. If only I had known, I never would have brought this person into the picture. This way, their young and old hearts wouldn't be so deeply hurt. Gui asked again, how old are the seniors? The group fell silent. They hate young people with no sense of boundaries. How rude. They're just too mean. Gui had already turned off his phone, but he couldn't resist opening it again and sending a message. Gui, I'm sorry for offending the seniors. Children speak without reservation. I hope the seniors won't mind. The moment they saw the message, the same sound rang out from entertainment companies across the country. Bang! Someone slammed their fist on the table. Gui really deserved it. On the other side, after finishing his act, Gui flashes a smug smile. He was well aware of the mindset of these seniors. Because he had been hurting them on the rankings every month. This was just giving them a heads up. Perhaps they won't have a single month of ease from now on. Therefore, he was prepared to hurt them every month. If you're going to do it like a true king of competition. Otherwise, how would you ever release all those great songs in your head? August 1st. The traditional Chinese-style song Swallows Return to the Nest, performed by Chen Shan and Li Chanxian, was released on that day. The two original singers have already gone to Xuzhou for a trip. Yang Lei was also in Xuzhou preparing for the next day's charity performance. The entire studio was left with only two artists, Gu Yi and Xu Mengning. The two also moonlighted as boss and boss lady. Gu Yi was leisurely lying by the window, admiring the scenery outside. After sending Chen Chen away, he finally had no one barging into his office. Feels good. Gu Yi lazily stretched his waist. Xu Mengning quietly walked in and stood beside Gu Yi, leaning against the window with him to admire the view. Xu Mengning smiled and said, Chanxian told me they're together now. Gu Yi nodded and said, I saw it. All thanks to me, the matchmaker. He turned to look at Xu Mengning and added, and you're the matchmaker. Xu Mengning nodded lightly but suddenly grew concerned. Do you think Chen Chen might dump Chanxian? After all, he's been through so many relationships. She clearly still remembered that Chen Chen was the inspiration for Gu Yi's song. Gu Yi looked up, keeping his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. After a long pause, he finally said, actually, this is Chen Chen's first time dating, right? Xu Mengning didn't seem surprised at all, as if she already knew. She smiled and asked, really? Then where did you get the inspiration for your song? In fact, she knew everything about Gu Yi. She also knew that Gu Yi had an ex-girlfriend. But she knew that Gu Yi didn't want to talk about the past, so she had always gone along with him. She liked the present and future Gu Yi. Why bother dwelling on Gu Yi's past? Besides, the Gu Yi of the past was also very passionate. She should even thank Gu Yi's ex-girlfriend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to meet such an outstanding boyfriend. There's only one like him in the whole world. You already know? Gu Yi pondered for a long time before speaking. He had never told Xu Mengning before. Was because he was worried she'd care. Xu Mengning looked into Gu Yi's eyes and nodded, but it's okay. I actually like you even more now. Who wouldn't like a boy who's so deeply in love? Gu Yi shook his head and smiled. He slowly leaned his head towards Xu Mengning and whispered softly in her ear, I love you. Xu Mengning looked at him with disdain and moved away. You're so cheesy. Gu Yi retorted, but you said you liked me first. This is just reciprocating. Still cheesy. Xu Mengning. Come closer, I promise I won't hit you. No. No? Then you'll be in for it if I catch you. It's summer now. Both of them were dressed fairly lightly. As they started to play around, physical contact was inevitable. Moreover, Gu Yi is a 20-year-old man in the prime of his youth. Cough. Don't move. Gu Yi suddenly moved away from Xu Mengning, shifting his gaze with a serious expression. I'll just look at the scenery. After saying that, Gu Yi leaned back against the window. Xu Mengning covered her mouth and smiled secretly, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. She quietly approached Gu Yi and whispered in his ear, Gu Yi brother, what's wrong with you? Do you need Xu's sister to help you? Cough cough cough. Gu Yi glanced at Xu Mengning. He thought to himself, if you really need my help now, you might not be able to handle it. Then Gu Yi turned and walked away. As he walked, he said, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll go take care of it first. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to hold back. You're all talk and no action. Xu Mengning crossed her arms and snorted, who told you to lie to me earlier? This is your punishment, hee hee. She was deliberately tempting Gu Yi. Why didn't Gu Yi tell the truth earlier? What does he think she is? She wouldn't let such a small thing get to her. Thinking of this, Xu Mengning's face suddenly turned red again. She tapped her own cheeks and muttered to herself, oh my, Xu Mengning, you're really bold. If Gu Yi hadn't held back just now. Xu Mengning hadn't even considered the consequences of such a situation. Well, if it comes to that, just go with the flow. P.S. Woe is me, I dare only drive slowly. Chapter 171, Two Lines Capture the Beauty. Chang Xinghua accidentally saw Gu Yi's new song recommendation on his phone. It read, Gu Yi's new release, a traditional Chinese-style single titled Swallows Return to the Nest, performed by Chen Chen and Li Chanxian. Thinking his father would enjoy it, he mentioned it offhandedly. Dad, Gu Yi has released a new song. It's another Chinese-style song. Do you want to give it a listen? Upon hearing that it was Gu Yi's new song and a Chinese-style song, Chang Xingxing immediately put down the newspaper he was reading. He immediately put down the newspaper he was holding and eagerly said one word, play. Watching his father's excited expression, Chang Xinghua was a bit speechless. Ever since Chang Xingxing returned from Create the Future, he had mentioned Gu Yi almost every day. Things like, Gu Yi is such a knowledgeable young man, look at Gu Yi, he's only 20, yet he knows so much more than you. You should learn from Gu Yi. There were countless such remarks. Some of these phrases had even become Chang Xingxing's catchphrases. Gu Yi was the other people's child in Chang Xinghua's eyes. Does Chang Xinghua really not try hard? With a father like Chung Xingxing, a national academician, how could he not try hard? But he still can't compare to Gui. He seriously doubts that Gui can remember things at a glance. Otherwise, how could he master so much knowledge at such a young age? Can you even compare? It's simply incomparable. So every time Chang Xingxing said those words, Chang Xinghua pretended not to hear and just nodded. Chang Xinghua tapped the screen of his phone. A melodious tune, accompanied by the sounds of a pipa and a pastoral flute, slowly filled the air. Chang Xinghua nodded to himself. He loved Gui's compositional style. Gui was passionate about using traditional Chinese instruments in his compositions. The moment you hear it, it feels like you've been transported back 1,000 years. It's worth noting that in Gui's previous life, the melody of this song was the result of several days of discussion between Su Song and several masters of traditional Chinese musical instruments. Its quality was far beyond that of ordinary Chinese-style songs. When paired with Chen Chen's bright vocals and Li Qianqian's gentle and melodious voice, it feels like a stroke of genius. After the rain, the sky breaks at dawn by the riverbank. How many new passengers are there on the old boat? Distant mountains reveal bamboo groves and fragrant grass. The morning breeze caresses the green banana leaves. The cold plum blossoms have fallen, signaling the end of winter. Swallows carrying spring return to their nests. The scenery along the way, the people I miss. Two hearts are far apart. Chang Xingxing is a literary giant. Though he knows nothing of composing or arranging music, he can still discern the depth of this melody. What moved him even more were the lyrics of this song. After hearing just 2 verses, he felt the classical literary ambience in the lyrics. Just 2 lines after the rain, the sky breaks at dawn by the riverbank. How many new passengers are on the old boat? Distant mountains reveal bamboo groves and fragrant grass. The morning breeze gently caresses the green banana leaves, effortlessly and gracefully depict the charming southern landscape. It gives one the feeling of being there in person. The longing for home expressed between the lines was what truly satisfied him. Compared to the hollow lyrics of most contemporary artists, he preferred Gui's style, where the lyrics carry a theme. You can immediately tell what the lyricist is trying to express. It has the elegance of ancient poetry. The windows of my childhood, the weathered walls. Have we changed direction? When we met in front of the hall, will we remain silent or pour out our hearts? The sound of songs echoes through the mountains and rivers, echoing the burning longing. Last year's letter home, just 2 lines. Reading them brings tears to my eyes. Bathing in the warm sunlight by the clouds and water. The long-lost hometown shrouded in mist. Hearing this, Chang Xingxing nodded with satisfaction. Sometimes he felt that Gui wasn't really writing lyrics. He was writing poetry in a modern style. The lyrics were as beautiful as poetry. As soon as Chang Xinghua saw Chang Xingxing's expression, he knew he was about to be scolded again. To avoid being scolded, he decided to take the initiative and change the subject. Dad, aren't you going to be a judge on the music show hosted by China's Central Television next month? Why not invite Gui to join you? With that, Chang Xingxing temporarily forgot the words he had been about to scold Chang Xinghua with. Instead, he began to ponder the possibility of his son's suggestion. He had actually considered this issue before. However, the program he had participated in was essentially a themed assignment. It required creators to compose songs based on classical ancient poetry, although there were no specific requirements for the poem itself. But with such masterpieces by ancient poets as precedents, the creators might have to put in a lot of effort. Creating something new based on ancient works is truly challenging. He knew that Gui was aiming for the title of word god and song god. Perhaps Gui already had plans for September, and he feared Gui wouldn't have enough energy. Chang Xinghua knew what his father was worried about. He smiled and said, Dad, you don't need to worry about Gui. Look, last month, he was releasing songs while also participating in Masked Singer. He's just a workaholic. He's either working or on his way to work. Which one is the traditional Chinese music program? Doesn't it clash with Gui's style? Maybe he'll use the show's popularity to easily win first place. He's the ultimate Chinese-style music idol in netizens' eyes. How could a traditional Chinese music show be without him? Chang Xingxing thought his son had a point. But he still had to add, look at Gui, he is either making progress or on the path to progress. Chang Xinghua was speechless. No way, Dad. You're even criticizing me? Chang Xinghua felt like crying. It was all his own fault for bringing up the topic of making things easier in the first place. Chang Xingxing first called the responsible person at China Central Television to discuss the matter. If he had invited Gui first and Gui agreed, but the TV station didn't have any available slots, that would be awkward. When the other party heard that Chang Xingxing wanted to invite Gui to come, they readily agreed. As long as Gui wants to come, there is always a spot for him. Their program was originally created to promote domestic ancient culture and enhance cultural confidence within the country. They wouldn't miss out on Gui, who is widely recognized as the pinnacle of Chinese-style music in the Chinese music industry. In fact, Gui's name had already appeared on the preliminary candidate list when the program was first in its planning stages. They just hadn't had the chance to invite him yet. Chang Xingxing then took the initiative to invite Gu Yili.
With Chang Xingxing stepping in, they could save themselves some effort.
Why not?
The responsible party also hinted to Chang Xingxing, if he comes, any controversies surrounding him must be resolved.
Piss, Swallows Return to the Nest, performed by Zhang Jie and Zhang Liang, lyrics by Su Song, music by Su Song. Swallows Return to the Nest, performed by Su Song, lyrics by Su Song, music by Su Song. This song has two versions. Which one do you prefer? I think both are pretty good. Chapter 172, Applying Pressure. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xingxing recalled the word controversy and felt a bit taken aback. Is there really controversy surrounding Gui? Gui hasn't always amazed the Chinese music scene with his talent? Chang Xingxing truly couldn't think of any controversies surrounding Gui. Perhaps it was something he wasn't familiar with in the music industry. It probably wasn't a big deal. Anyway, all he needs to know is that this is beneficial for Gui. Is there any controversy surrounding Gui? Of course there is. But it's only a minor controversy. The debate over whether Gui is qualified to be crowned Song King this year began long before he even started his journey toward becoming a lyric god and song god. In theory, given Gui's achievements in the music industry, being crowned Song King would be a sure thing. However, Gui has been in the industry for less than a year. There is no precedent for a singer who has been in the industry for less than a year being crowned Song King. In fact, most people support crowning Gui as the Song King this year. After all, the country has finally produced such a talented individual who loves national culture and embodies the best of everything. Why not showcase him as a flagship talent instead of letting him languish at home? If Gui were to collaborate with CCTV this time, then everything would be resolved. With such a great opportunity, Gui naturally wouldn't refuse. When Chang Xingxing contacted him, Gui agreed immediately after understanding the situation. The program is called Classical Music Endures, and its purpose is to promote Chinese culture. It seemed like a challenging assignment, a major test for lyricists and composers. But for Gui, it was really no challenge at all. He already had numerous outstanding musical works related to the theme in his mind. Among them, last night's book stands out the most. So, for Gui, this is like a standardized test with a predefined answer. He just needs to copy, cough cough. He calls this promoting Earth's classics. Shuzhou. Live broadcast of a large-scale public welfare performance. Someone asked Yang Lei in the backstage waiting room. Lei, it's almost your turn to go on stage. Are you nervous? Most of the people present were from Shuzhou. Yang Lei has a round, chubby face, and when he smiles, he looks innocent and charming. He is also an honest person. He had gained the affection of many people here. Yang Lei scratched his head and smiled, saying, I'm fine. I'm used to it now. These days, he often participates in commercial performances and has long since lost his former shyness. An elderly man who was about to perform the arrow asked Yang Lei, Little Lei, are you going to sing that song Xiao Qiu today? You sang Xiao Qiu so well that it felt like you sang me into the next 100 years. Uncle, stop flattering me, Yang Lei said shyly. You're putting a lot of pressure on me. The old man nodded cheerfully, then I won't put any pressure on you. Ah, you're still shy, young man. Yang Lei scratched his head and said, I won't sing that song today either. Not sing it? The old man asked in surprise, then is it that song like me? Yang Lei shook his head, it's a new song. The old man's eyes lit up with excitement, what's it called? Please welcome renowned folk singer Yang Lei to the stage to perform the song Chengdu for us. The host on stage had already answered the old man's question for Yang Lei. Old man, that's the name. Yang Lei smiled, turned around, and left the backstage with his guitar. As soon as Yang Lei appeared on stage, many netizens sent gifts. This was a charity-based live performance. All proceeds would be donated to charitable causes. Gui also arrived at the live stream at that moment. Chapter 173, The Little Tavern of Memories. On the large stage screen, the information about the song Yang Lei is performing for the charity event slowly appears. Chengdu. Performed by Yang Lei. Lyrics by Gui. Music by Gui. Isn't Lei going to sing Xiao Qiu today? Chengdu? I've never heard him sing it before. Is it a new song? Wow, he is singing Chengdu in Chengdu. Real place names are not used here. Chengdu is referred to as Chengdu City. Yang Lei is from Shuzhou Rongcheng. Gui must have written this song for Yang Lei. This is amazing. Lei has found himself a powerful ally. By the way, does Gui even know Chengdu? The person above, I think Gui's Lu Zhoumoon has already given you the answer. Gui, I know a little. The last message was posted by Gui using his own Weibo account. Originally, he had entered the live stream incognito. But after seeing the netizens' comments, he couldn't resist speaking up. A comment with a different color from the others flashed across the viewers' screens. Who was that just now? It's really Gui. Millions of fans. This is really Gui. Catch Gui. Lock him in a small room and make him write songs every day. A little bit? Gui, do you know a little bit about everything? I think he's like that. He can really turn anything into a song. On stage, Yang Lei sat on a stool, holding his guitar with both hands. His fingers slowly began to pluck the strings. The music teacher beside the stage also began to accompany him. The soothing, leisurely prelude sounded softly. Yang Lei tilted his head slightly forward, moving closer to the microphone. He sang softly, as if telling a story. What made me shed tears was not just last night's wine. What makes me reluctant to leave is not just your tenderness. The tender green willows of late autumn gently kiss my forehead. In that rainy little town, I have never forgotten you. Chengdu, the only thing I can't take with me is you. Walk with me through the streets of Chengdu, oh. In life, some ordinary, mundane things have become stories, songs, and the gentle melodies sung by Yang Lei. The song contains no unnecessary techniques or elaborate vocabulary, only the natural expression of genuine emotions. And it is this simple, genuine emotion that most easily touches the hearts of those present in Chengdu. It evokes their memories of this city, Chengdu. Every place here, every willow tree, and every event that has occurred are so. Backstage. The elderly gentleman who had been asking Yang Lei questions earlier was listening to the song, swaying his head gently to the melody. This is good, this is good. The old man sighed softly, his voice trembling with emotion. Compared to Xiao Zhou, this song evoked even deeper emotions in him. He had lived in Chengdu since he was a child and had a deep affection for every tree and blade of grass there. He deeply loved this city. As he listened, the old man grew more enthusiastic and happily picked up his arrow, following the rhythm of Yang Lei's music on stage and slowly playing along. This was another kind of feeling. You'll hold onto my sleeves, and I'll tuck my hands into my pockets. We'll walk to the end of Yulin Road, past the small tavern. As he sang these lines, Yang Lei let out a faint smile. Before receiving the lyrics to this song, he never imagined that Gui would even know about the small tavern in Rongcheng. That was the place he loved to sneak into as a child. Because someone was singing. For Yang Lei, who had a dream of music, it was irresistible. Although he had been kicked out many times before due to his age. But it was truly a place filled with memories. Yang Lei, his face filled with nostalgia, began to sing again. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, oh. Until all the lights go out and we don't linger. At that moment, comments flashed across the live stream. A 40-year resident of Chengdu, I admit that Gui truly understands Chengdu. The song's warm, down-to-earth vibe and sense of everyday life are absolutely perfect. Such a pleasant feeling. The song was nearing its end. Gui's fingers began to move rapidly. A few seconds later, Gui sent out 2 Weibo posts. This was originally a charity live performance. Gui donated so much money to support Yang Lei and also to contribute to the charitable cause. As for whether this money would go to waste, Gui wasn't worried. In Blue Star, the government's management of income from charitable causes is extremely stringent. Every single penny will be put to good use. That's why Gui didn't hesitate to give away gifts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. P.S. The author's keyboard was broken by the author, and typing on a phone is really inconvenient. Updates will be temporarily suspended for the next few days until the keyboard arrives. Chapter 174, Why Not Do It? Do it! A rocket costs 3,000 yuan, and Gui just gave away 200 of them? 60,000? Holy cow! Gui is actually a millionaire. This is a charity livestream. Gui is contributing to a good cause. I'll join too. Under Gui's lead. One after another, gifts appeared in the livestream. Yang Lei's charity performance came to an end. Gui also left the livestream. The music scene in August was rather dull, perhaps because Gui's song Sea of Sky from July had overshadowed everyone else in the industry. This led to few well-known singers emerging in August to compete with him for the top spot. As a result, this month's new song chart only features Gui's new song with high data. Other songs are lackluster. The buzz around them pales in comparison to Gui's 2 new songs, with a stark contrast in popularity. By now, no one wants to stand in the way of Gui's quest for the title of Lyric God. Many people are thinking, let Gui achieve the title of Lyricist of the Year and Songwriter of the Year. Anyway, we can't beat him. Once he becomes the Lyric God and Song God, he'll eventually calm down, right? With this mindset, Gui's new song rankings remained stable throughout August. This left Gui feeling rather bored. He had once been accustomed to days filled with intense competition. Now it was so mundane. And it's already the end of August. No major artist has announced a new song release for September yet. If no one steps forward to stop him, once September passes, he'll truly become a legend of lyrics and melodies. The kind who wins awards. Gui suddenly sat up from the sofa. This won't do. We need to motivate our peers. Gui took out his phone and opened the WeChat group chat. He looked closely and saw that his colleagues were still discussing which restaurant had the best food. This was way too lazy. Gui immediately sent a message. Gui, is there any big shot releasing a song in September? 2 seconds later. Lu Yunlan, nothing. Do you, nothing? You Curson, nothing. She raised her eyebrows slightly. This won't do. Gu really not posting?
If you don't post, I'll become a legend next month.
Give me some pressure, guys.
I still prefer how you were targeting me all last month.
The big shots who had been lurking in the group chat couldn't hold back any longer. Wu Yuan, are you being cheap, Gu? Zhang Shengrong, aren't you supposed to be preparing a new song? Why are you here chatting? Gu, I've already prepared it. I just want to find an opponent. Looking for a rival? Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw that.
This has only strengthened their resolve to tank the season in September. How confident must he be in his new song for September to go out of his way to pick a specific rival?
Do they really think they're that stupid?
Your arrogance is plain for all to see.
Who would be so foolish as to go and be a stepping stone this month? Zhang Shengrong, you're just bored. Why not just stick to being a lyricist and songwriter? Do you agree with the big shot? Xin Feng.
Versailles is truly deserving of death.
Lin Tian, you really deserve a beating.
You just wait.
Do you? Is Lin Tian going to take him down? Lu Yunlan, Gui, you're finished. Lin Tian the big shot is about to step in. Because Gui is just too much.
Many of his peers in the group chat also think Gui deserves a beating. So when Lin Tian spoke up, they started cheering him on.
Of course, there's one person to exclude. Wang Li, Yixin is invincible.
In front of his phone, Wang Yi crossed his arms and muttered with a sour expression, Lin Tian, the big shot, is just a defeated subordinate of Yixin. Lin Tian watched everyone wildly praise him, feeling so embarrassed he could have punched a hole in the wall.
Who said he was going to take down Yixin in September? September has the Mid-Autumn Festival. He had to be more cautious.
Besides, September was Du Yi's most important month.
He was even from the same company as the company he was planning to switch to. They're practically family. How could he sabotage his own people at such a critical time? Right?
After doing some mental preparation, Lin Tian sent a message with a smile.
Lin Tian, forget September. I won't stand in your way. Let's settle this in November. At Gui. November? Not September?
The others in the group were a bit confused at that moment.
But that doesn't matter. As long as Lin Tian takes on Gui, he's the real deal. Who told Gui to be so arrogant and deserving of a beating?
Those close to Gui started joking around.
Xin Feng, did you hear that, Gui? Do you? My take is to just admit defeat.
There were also those who took an unconventional approach.
Lu Yunlan, Gui, the big shot, I suggest you let me sing the November song. She had been wanting to ask Gui for help writing a song for a long time. Wang Li. Lu Yunlan, you're so sneaky. Gui couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing the messages in the group chat. November. This. Tian Gu. You sure know how to pick your timing. November, it's not even a matter of walking into a trap anymore. This is like running into an intercontinental missile. Gui, Tian Gu, are you sure? Maybe we should change the month? October would work too. Gui felt he should try to talk Lin Tian out of it.
Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled to himself.
Oh? Are you scared? Want to change the date? October has National Day. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Choosing October to send you to your doom? November. November it is. No changes. Lin Tian, November. Just say yes or no. Do you is also a fun-loving person?
He came out again to back up Lin Tian.
Do you? Just say whether you're in or out. Gu Yi's smile bloomed. If someone else is going to jump off a cliff and you can't stop them, what else can you do? Why not do it? Gu Yi, let's do it. P.S. The new keyboard is back. There will be another update later. Chapter 175, Shares. China Central Television.
Two men in their 50s or 60s sat facing each other at a coffee table. One of them, wearing glasses and with very thin hair, suddenly asked the person across from him.
Speaking of which, old Lu, it's almost September. Have the singers finished composing their songs? How many pieces have been submitted to you? Lu Hatong nodded, then shook his head helplessly. 5 have been submitted so far. I've already had all the submitted songs reviewed by the literary masters who will be participating in the program, and they're not very satisfied.
Even some of the pieces composed by the composition gods are only just passable. The literary masters may not understand composition, but they can tell from the momentum and flavor of the music whether it aligns with the works of previous masters. Li Run, the director of China Central Television, adjusted his glasses and said helplessly, "It is indeed a bit challenging, but I still believe in our country's composers.
There must be one who can create a stunning piece." At this point, Li Ren suddenly remembered something and added, "By the way, what about the work by Gui, who is hailed as the pinnacle of the national style?"
Lu Hatong carefully recalled and checked the statistics list on his phone to confirm.
He shook his head and said, "Gui's work hasn't been submitted yet. I wonder if it's finished."
Lu Hatong smiled and added, "Speaking of which, Gui's work is what all the literary giants are most looking forward to.
Every time I show them others' works, they ask about Gui's song. In the eyes of those true literary giants, Gui is a rare talent. Even Mr. Chang said that Gu Yi is the best of his generation.
After saying this, Lu Hatong shook his head helplessly.
Gu Yi is indeed highly accomplished in literature. Calling him the top talent of the younger generation is appropriate.
However, calling him the foremost figure of the contemporary era is still a bit of an overstatement. Li Ren smiled and said, Mr. Chang is simply eager to nurture talent, fearing that we might let such a gem go to waste. In truth, for someone like Gu Yi, both he and the talent behind him are unwilling to let such talent go to waste. Although Gu Yi appears very successful now. But he still lacks something. The current Gu Yi is merely a celebrity with some fame. This production of classical music endures forever is the first step they are taking to fill the gaps in Gu Yi's career. It gives him an official status. To elevate him beyond the realm of ordinary celebrities. They want Gu Yi to become an ambassador for national culture. To be a flagship. A signboard for national culture to the world. As for Gu Yi's title as King of Songs, it was merely a matter of convenience. Thinking of this, Li Ren glanced at the newspaper in front of him, which read, Gu Yi's The Youth of China went viral across the internet on May 4th. On May 4th Youth Day, 30,000 middle schools across the country included the Youth of China in their program schedules, and 20,000 schools included 10,000 boarders in their program schedules. As soon as these two songs were played, Li Ren immediately knew who they were looking for. He smiled and said, there should be no objection to Gu Yi becoming the song king, right? Lu Hatong nodded and laughed, of course. Gu Yi has already met the requirements, it's just that some entertainment companies have been obstructing him all along. You know how they are, they're always thinking about how to restrict their competitors. They have no idea how desperately the country needs someone like Gu Yi, who deeply loves its culture. Now, countries all over the world are engaging in cultural invasion. A young star like Gu Yi, who embodies the essence of national culture, is of utmost importance. Li Ren's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as he snorted, we still need to warn them. No one can touch Gu Yi now. He knew that merchants were driven by profit, but they must be made to understand that Gu Yi's fate was now tied to national interests. No matter how much they don't want to see Gu Yi achieve greater success, all their underhanded tactics must be stopped. Lu Hatong murmured softly, we will. Li Ren then asked, have you heard anything about listening to the Strings Entertainment signing an unequal contract with Gu Yi? Thinking about Gu Yi's importance, he was already a bit obsessed at this point. After all, unequal contracts are the most common tactic used by entertainment companies. Lu Hatong smiled and waved his hand. I don't think so. Gu Yi signed an S-Level 3-in-1 contract right after debuting. Listening to the Strings Entertainment practically treats Gu Yi like their own son. Li Ren nodded in satisfaction. If Gu Yi were to run into any issues, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his superiors. At that moment, far away in Jianghai City, He Jiangua, the chairman of Tingxian Entertainment, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked behind him in confusion. The windows were tightly shut. And it was summer, there was no way a breeze could feel cool. Strange. He Jiangui turned up the air conditioner a few degrees. Then he continued to ponder how much of a stake to give Gu Yi. Gu Yi was about to become a legendary lyricist and composer. A 21-year-old lyricist and composer. Even after decades as the head of an entertainment company, he had never seen anything like this before. After all, even Lin Tian and that rarely seen woman didn't achieve such success until they were 30. We must keep him here. He Jiangua sighed and said, if Gu Yi were my son. Mentioning his son, He Jiangua couldn't help but start cursing, damn it. My son is driving me crazy. Why does my son only know how to play video games? I'm jealous. Well, just give him the same shares as Lin Tian. In the end, He Jiangua stopped dwelling on it. In his eyes, Gu Yi would eventually reach Lin Tian's level. Who knows, he might even surpass him. After making up his mind, he immediately instructed his secretary to draft a contract. He planned to call Gu Yi over immediately to complete the share transfer. Whether Gu Yi would fail in September was not within his consideration. Even if Gu Yi fails in September, he will definitely succeed in the future. It's better to act quickly when it comes to retaining talent. It's too late to help someone in dire straits, but at least we can add some icing on the cake. He Jiangua's success today is all thanks to one word. Decisiveness. Chapter 176, Music Director. In the chairman's office. Gu Yi signed his name lightly on the share transfer agreement. He Jiangua granted Gu Yi a 5% stake in Tingxian Entertainment. Its value exceeded 10 billion. Additionally, like Lin Tian, Gu Yi now had the power to influence most of the company's major decisions. Gu Yi viewed He Jiangua with the perspective of his two lifetimes. He couldn't help but think that He Jiangua was a boss with a big picture in mind. As Gu Yi signed the contract, He Jiangua smiled and asked, Gu Yi, I have a small request. Would you be interested? Gu Yi looked up and smiled, go ahead. He Jiangua said, I want you to be our company's music director. This position was originally intended for Lin Tian over a decade ago. But Lin Tian refused. Lin Tian preferred to handle his own music. Music director? Gu Inian kept mentioning this position. Generally, a company only has one music director, who is primarily responsible for overseeing the company's record business. This includes the quality of albums, the selection of artists, and so on. Essentially, it involves overseeing the company's overall artistic direction and the individual styles of its artists. Gu Yini frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows in an instant. Perhaps this position was well suited for him. To be honest, he had so many great songs in his mind. He couldn't even sing them all by himself. Moreover, his studio doesn't have enough artists with diverse styles. Once he takes the position of music director, he'll be able to easily find artists of all styles. Although many singers from outside want to buy his songs. But why let the money go to outsiders? Thinking this, Gui nodded and said, "Alright. Great." He Jiangua slapped his thigh excitedly, "Can I start immediately?" "Alright." Listening to the Strings Entertainment Creation Department. Numerous songwriters and composers were discussing the matter in hushed tones. Zhang Ximing cautiously whispered to Huang Se beside him, "Hey, did you hear? Our former music director has been replaced, and the chairman personally sent a new music director. I thought our previous music director was pretty good. I wonder why he was suddenly replaced. Could the chairman have sent someone with connections? Otherwise, how could they replace him without any warning?" Huang Se adjusted his glasses and said with a grim expression, "Let's just hope the new music director knows something about music and doesn't drag us into a mess." Zhang Ximing smiled and said, "Actually, we're fine. We're just songwriters, we'll keep writing the same way. If the music director isn't qualified, the artists are the ones who'll suffer. The music director has the power to influence the artist's style." Huang Se glanced at the time and said, "Our new music director should be arriving soon." No sooner had he finished speaking than they heard shouts coming from the distance. Sitting in the back row, they couldn't see who was in front of them. They could only sense from the crowd's exclamations that it was someone quite famous. They stood up and squinted toward the door. They saw a group of creators had already surrounded the person who had arrived. The two exchanged glances, and both could see the shock in each other's eyes. After all, even the legendary lyricists and composers from the creative department, who rarely showed their faces at the company, wouldn't cause such a commotion. After all, lyricists and composers working in a large company had seen their fair share of the world. Who could it be? Curiosity getting the better of them, the two headed toward the entrance together. As they got closer, they finally heard what the people ahead were saying. "So, you're a songwriter? Can I get your autograph? Director, can you teach me how to write a song step by step? Add me on WeChat, director. You're so cool." The two of them twitched their lips slightly. Here we are, a new director has just started, and we've turned into a fan meet and greet. However, everyone present was just an ordinary lyricist or composer, with the highest ranking being a gold medal composer. It's no wonder they treat Gui, a songwriter on the verge of becoming a legend, like an idol. After all, Gui's journey seemed like a myth to them. So, Zhang Ximing and Huang Se also stepped forward and shouted, Director Gu, I have a question about composition, could I ask you for some advice?" Me too. This new music director doesn't know anything about music. He knows too much about music. They wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to seek advice. The former director smiled and said, "Everyone, please go back to your work first. We can chat later when we have time. I have other things to attend to right now." His purpose in coming here was simply to make a good impression. Songwriting and composition have their own unique styles, so his role isn't that significant. However, the singer's style could be completely controlled by him and tailored to their individual needs. Chapter 177, Listening to Strings Entertainment Version of Elementary School Classroom. Big news, girls. The big shots from the creative department sent a message: the new music director is Gui. Gui. Upon hearing this name, many singers present were shaken to the core. Gui is not only an idol in the hearts of many composers. He is also the idol of many new singers at listening to the Strings Entertainment. The most widely circulated phrase among them is, "If I could be half as famous as Gui in this lifetime, it would be worth it." At that moment, someone whispered with a smile, "Lucky I decided to come here with nothing to do. I didn't miss the chance to meet our new music director for the first time." The reason he said that? Because there weren't many people present. Besides those who had prior commitments or were not at the company, many others chose not to come due to their status. In simpler terms, they were acting like big shots. This is a common occurrence in the entertainment industry. This phenomenon can be observed even within a single company like Listening to Strings Entertainment, let alone the entire entertainment industry. Those present couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude after hearing what that person said. It was clear that those who were acting like divas had hit a brick wall. Now, within Listening to the Strings Entertainment, there are hardly any big names left. Entertainment companies are all in a state of competition. They wouldn't feel sorry for their competitors just because they're down on their luck. They're too happy to care. But on the surface, they still have to maintain a facade of composure. They try not to offend anyone if they can help it. Who knows if those prima donna artists have company executives backing them up?
Artists like them, without any backing, can only scrape by. Gui should be arriving soon. I need to make a good impression on him.
After saying that, the artist named Zhang Feng quickly sat up straight, his face expressionless, suddenly becoming serious. The other artists looked at him and sighed, there's no need to be so formal, Zhang Feng.
Someone agreed, yeah, I heard Gui isn't that strict. Zhang Feng turned around and said mysteriously, you know the saying, a new broom sweeps clean? This is a standard routine. Didn't you get scolded by a new teacher for being undisciplined when you were in school? Getting scolded by a teacher in school is one thing, but if you give Gui a bad impression now, do you think he'll give you a good deal? Do you still want to sing Gui's songs? Do you want to become famous?
Zhang Feng looked disappointed and continued, I don't care about you guys.
I'm going to make a good impression on Director Gu.
As soon as he said that, several other artists followed suit.
The other artists looked around. Everyone else was sitting so straight, how could they be slouching around when Gui came in to see them? They quickly sat up straight as well.
Everyone suddenly started competing with each other in their posture. The atmosphere in the meeting room felt like it had been transported back to an elementary school classroom.
Gui Jin flipped through the company artists' files along the way, listening to their representative works as he walked.
He carefully considered which style would suit them better.
These are all high-quality tools. The kind who would work tirelessly for fame. How wonderful! As he flipped through the files, Gui arrived at the conference room door. The meeting room was soundproof, so Gui couldn't hear anything from outside. He simply reached out and pushed the door open.
Strangely, aside from the slight sound of the door opening, the room was unusually quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Gui curiously walked inside. He immediately saw the singers sitting in the conference room.
They were all sitting there with their hands folded on the table, staring straight ahead without looking away, sitting up straight and behaving themselves. They looked like a group of elementary school students.
Gui's expression was rather peculiar at that moment.
He felt as though he had returned to his elementary school classroom. Only this time, he was no longer the elementary school student, he was the new homeroom teacher. And not just any teacher, but the strict one with a reputation for being fierce throughout the entire school. Looking at the serious expressions of the artists present,
Gui seriously doubted that if he were to shout stand up, they would all stand up and shout, good morning, teacher. Gui glanced at the small mirror beside the meeting room.
No matter how he looked at himself, he felt he appeared quite kind and approachable.
Gui really wanted to say, you're the worst class I've ever taught. But he managed to hold back. Gui walked up to the stage.
He cleared his throat slightly. The others in the audience immediately sat up straight and focused their attention on Gui. A new official has 3 fires to start, and they dared not be mischievous at this moment.
Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, and he felt a little smug inside. He had guessed correctly. Just wait and see. The new music director's first show of authority was about to begin. Everyone held their breath, preparing for the storm that was about to hit. P.S. There will be 2 more updates tonight. Chapter 178, The Singing Assessment of the Former Teacher. Gui placed one hand on his forehead and sighed deeply.
Zhang Feng and the others immediately grew alert, silently repeating to themselves, here it comes.
However, Gui behaved unusually gentle.
He smiled and said, no, everyone, there's no need to be so serious.
I'm not some kind of monster that eats people. The tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. I knew it. The former director must be easy to get along with.
It's all Zhang Feng's fault. He spread rumors that the former director was strict.
Exactly.
It's all Zhang Feng's fault.
Exactly. The former director is so handsome he wouldn't scold us.
Gu Yao listened happily to the people below. He also keenly noticed the name Zhang Feng. So it was this kid spreading rumors.
Gu Yao placed both hands on the lectern and asked with a smile, may I ask who Zhang Feng is?
Everyone immediately pointed toward Jiang Feng's location.
That's him.
He's Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng, who was being pointed at by everyone, felt his hair stand on end. His entire body went numb from head to toe.
Traitor! They're all traitors. Zhang Feng awkwardly stood up and said helplessly, Director, I'm Zhang Feng.
No, don't stand up. Just sit down and talk.
Gui waved his hands helplessly, people might think I'm the new homeroom teacher.
Everyone burst into laughter.
Someone even laughed and said, Director Gu, Zhang Feng said you'd definitely scold us like a new teacher. Zhang Feng immediately turned his head toward the source of the voice, looking utterly shocked.
No way. Betraying the teacher in front of everyone?
He suddenly felt like he was back in school, talking bad about the teacher and getting caught by a classmate.
Zhang Feng was speechless. He quickly stood up and waved his hands frantically. No, Mr. Jiang, that's not what I meant. Gui looked at Zhang Feng. A faint frown appeared on his forehead. It really was this kid spreading rumors.
However, this didn't affect Gui's mood.
He even found it quite amusing. Gui smiled and shook his head, saying, It's okay. Sit down. Zhang Feng wanted to say something else.
But Gui had already stopped looking at him. He could only sit down helplessly. He thought to himself that Director Gu must be angry.
He needed to find an opportunity to apologize properly. Gui scanned the crowd present. Then he cleared his throat and said, I have only one requirement for all of you. Do you know what it is? Everyone exchanged glances. Some shook their heads, while others dared to shout out. Go viral online. Listen carefully. No dating. The last words were spoken by Zhang Feng. He didn't know why he suddenly blurted out those words. Gui sighed and turned to him, saying, Zhang Feng, you're picking on me. As everyone knows, Gui had only been in the industry for a few days before he started dating. And he even announced it publicly. Zhang Feng's mouth dropped open and he wished he could slap himself. He had just seen everyone eagerly answering questions and he really thought he had gone back to his school days. That's why he blurted out such a random remark. Little did he know he ended up mentioning his beloved music director. Zhang Feng tried to explain. Gui suddenly used the silence spell. Zhang Feng, shut up. I won't let you speak. You're not allowed to say a word. Gui felt that this kid couldn't say anything good. Zhang Feng nodded pitifully. Everyone burst into laughter. Gui turned his head, glared at everyone, took a deep breath, and said, my demand is only one. Everyone gathered their energy and focused their attention. Gui's voice grew louder with each word. Singing. Singing. Damn it, singing. As soon as the words left his mouth, some people's faces lit up instantly, while others grew somber. Among them were those with excellent vocal skills who had never managed to rise to prominence, and others whose skills were lacking and who had been relying on sound engineers to get by. That's why such a scene unfolded. Some rejoiced, others grieved. He flipped through the list in his hand and smiled, saying, so, our first task today is for me to see just how good your singing skills really are. Immediately, some performers with subpar singing skills panicked. What? Now? I'm not ready yet. Can the director please postpone it to next time? Now. That means we have to sing a cappella. Of course, the performers who were confident in their singing skills had no such concerns. Come on, Director Gu, go ahead and tear me apart. I'm ready. I'm the girl known as the a cappella queen. Hee hee, it's time for the former director to see what I'm made of a walking CD. You're so bold. Daring to call yourself a walking CD in front of the former director? Zhang Feng couldn't speak and could only make abba sounds. Gui had already anticipated this scene. In today's entertainment industry, having a good-looking face is enough to become famous with the right company marketing. In such an environment, it's no surprise that the quality of artists varies greatly. However, this phenomenon is relatively rare at Tingxian Entertainment. Artists who are confident in their singing abilities still make up the majority. After all, as the top entertainment company, they still need to maintain some dignity. He tapped his forehead with his finger. He looked as though he had just remembered something he wanted to say. By the way, anyone whose singing skills meet my standards will have the opportunity to receive a song I wrote and composed myself for free. However, all copyrights to the song will belong to me, and you will only receive a 5% share of the profits. Chapter 179, come on, show me what you've got. In an instant, the entire conference room erupted like a bustling marketplace. Everyone erupted into excitement. If you have decent singing skills, you can get a song written and composed by the former director himself? That's a surefire hit. The former director's songs always go viral. If I could sing I'd be famous. And get a 5% cut? That's amazing. I'm doomed. I regret not practicing my singing more. Just kidding, don't even mention the former director giving them a 5% cut. Even if Gui takes their money, they'd be happy to give it to him. Who doesn't want to become an overnight sensation? After all, once you become an overnight sensation, there will be endless commercial performances. They'll eventually make all the money back. At this very moment, everyone felt that Gui was truly a great benefactor. He was their very own benefactor. Gui looked at the excited crowd and suddenly felt that he was still too kind. He wished he had been a bit more ruthless. In truth, he was well aware of the appeal his songs held for them. But he had the experience of his previous life. He still hoped that talented singers could earn some money to make a living. Gui cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent instantly. Then Gui smiled and said, is there anyone who wants to come up and show me your skills? The venue fell completely silent. It wasn't because everyone was shy. Originally, they didn't have much psychological pressure. But when Gui mentioned that those with good singing skills would have the chance to receive a song he had written, even those with real talent began to doubt themselves. Gui hadn't specified what his standards were. They all hoped others would go first. Only then would they feel confident. What's the matter? Shy. Gui joked, just now, wasn't there someone who claimed to be a walking CD? Come on up and give it a try. The girl named Li Taoyu immediately lowered her head. She dared not look Gui in the eye. She was the one who claimed to be the walking CD. Gui looked from left to right and saw no one willing to try. He was momentarily speechless. Those who didn't know might have thought he was really the homeroom teacher. No one dared to answer his question. Gui chuckled and nodded slightly. Well, he'd have to resort to the teacher's tactics. Roll call. Jiang Feng. You go first. Gu Yi's firm voice startled Jiang Feng.
Jiang Feng stammered, pointing to his own mouth, then shook his head.
He couldn't speak yet. Gu Yi gave a disdainful tisk and said, I now permit you to speak. Begin your performance.
Jiang Feng scratched his head, gave a sheepish smile, and truly prepared to showcase his singing skills.
Director Gu, I'll sing your song Moonlight. Gu Yi was taken aback and reminded him, you dare to sing that? That's one of the hardest songs in my playlist, 3 words, 15 twists. This song isn't something just anyone can replicate. Everyone listened to Gu Yi's words and looked shocked. Some of them had even heard Gu Yi sing Moonlight before. They knew Moonlight was difficult to sing, but they never imagined that 3 words could have 15 twists. How dare Jiang Feng try such a song? 3 words with 15 bends? I can't even sing 5 bends. Can Jiang Feng pull it off?
Jiang Feng has good vocal skills, but this.
It feels like Jiang Feng is getting a bit impatient.
Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Jiang Feng scratched his head again.
I know I can't sing as well as you, Director Gu, but I still have a little bit of talent.
When Jiang Feng said this, he looked straight into Gu Yi's eyes, not seeming like he was bragging. Gu Yi extended his left hand forward, making a gesture to invite him forward.
Come on, show us. Regardless of the outcome. Jiang Feng's courage was commendable. Gu Yi was quite impressed.
Jiang Feng took a deep breath and truly began the demonstration. He started directly from the hardest part.
Crossing the emotional barrier, who dares to venture? Gazing at the moon, my heart is filled with sorrow.
Eternal regret, tasting reincarnation. Close your eyes, who dares to be the most reckless? Those around him were all stunned.
Even Gu Yi nodded slightly.
In the line, who dares to cross the emotional barrier, 3 words with 15 inflections, Jiang Feng managed to sing at least 12 of them.
Quite precise.
Though there were some flaws, it was already better than 99% of people.
After finishing his performance, Jiang Feng looked at Gu Yi with anticipation.
Gu Yi smiled and said, not bad, but this part should be done like this.
After speaking, Gu Yi demonstrated it himself.
Past the emotional gate, Gu Yi sang while mimicking the intonation with his hands, who dares to enter?
Impressive. So powerful it's terrifying. Director Gu is too strong. Can a human even sing that? I'm impressed. Praise echoed from all sides.
Gu Yi's vocal prowess is truly explosive in the entire Chinese music industry. They couldn't help but be amazed.
After watching Gu Yi's personal demonstration, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately gained a deeper understanding.
In the past, he had always practiced by listening to the songs himself. Now that Gu Yi had personally guided him, he immediately grasped the subtleties.
Gu Yi pointed at Jiang Feng, do it like this, try again. Jiang Feng nodded vigorously. He sang it again.
It was indeed much better than the first time.
Gu Yi nodded approvingly, you've passed. Really? Jiang Feng exclaimed excitedly, really, Director Gu? I love you so much. He had been at Tingxian Entertainment for 5 years, and his career had been lackluster all along. Now he had passed Gu Yi's vocal skills assessment. This meant he had a chance to receive a song written personally by Gu Yi. It meant he had a chance to become an overnight sensation. How could he not be excited? Others envied Jiang Feng. Who would have thought that Jiang Feng, the one who initially offended Director Gu, would be the first to pass the audition?
If they had known, they would have gone to offend the director a little too, just to make themselves noticeable. However, this also indirectly shows that the former director now truly only cares about their singing skills.
Don't fall for me at 1T and well. Gu Yi pointed to the ceiling above his head and smiled, my wife is resting upstairs. Be careful she doesn't hear you and come down to cause trouble. Jiang Feng scratched his head again, former Director Gu, my love isn't that kind of love between a man and a woman. Enough. You can shut up now. Gu Yi waved his hands frantically, indicating he didn't want to hear anymore.
Who knows if Jiang Feng, with his unpredictable mind, will just make things worse.
Better to just let him shut up. With Jiang Feng leading the way, everyone immediately jumped in enthusiastically. Former director, I'll take care of it. The universe's most handsome director, I'm the walking CD. Me.
Outside the meeting room, in a break room, a voice was still echoing continuously.
What new music director? If they want me to go, I'll go. Do I have no pride? If you want me, you'll have to ask nicely. Chapter 180, and you can only cry.
Zheng Xia was fiddling with her makeup in front of the mirror while expressing her disdain for the new music director. With company executives backing her, she wasn't afraid of some new music director. Her agent, Pei Rong, cautiously said, Xia, I think you should go. After all, he is the new music director. We should at least give him some face. Zheng Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Pei Rong, no way.
I'm a top-tier singer now. I'm busy.
Back when Zheng Xia didn't have company executives backing her, she used to call Pei Rong's sister Pei all the time, sounding so sweet. Now that she had a powerful backer, she no longer bothered to acknowledge her. After all, Zheng Xia was someone she had personally brought up from the bottom.
It was at that moment that Pei Rong finally saw Zhang Xia for who she truly was. Pei Rong was very nostalgic. She knew that Zhang Xia's personality would eventually cause trouble. She was merely reminding Zhang Xia out of consideration for their past relationship. Since Zhang Xia wouldn't listen, there was nothing more to be done. Anyway, she had already made plans to find someone else. Just then, Zhang Xia's phone rang. She saw the sweet smile in the contact note and answered the call, then raised her voice and shouted, "Mr. Huang, what's up?" A voice came from the other end. "Did you go to the company today for the new music director's inauguration?" "No, I didn't go." Zhang Xia shook her head, a flash of disgust crossing her eyes. "Did the new music director complain to you?" Huang Qi was the company's deputy general manager and held significant power. "What? You didn't go? You must go there immediately. This is a great opportunity. Are you crazy?" Huang Qi's excited voice came through the phone. He had just received the news that the new music director was Gui. Moreover, Gui had also secured a stake in the company. This means that Gui is not only the music director but also half owner of the company. Acting like a big shot in front of the boss is way too risky. Zhang Xia was dumbfounded. She had no idea why she was being scolded. Huang Qi's angry voice rang out again. "Now! Immediately! Go to the conference room." Even Zhang Xia, who was usually so arrogant and domineering, could sense something was wrong. Needless to say, this music director's status was definitely higher than hers. His connections were also stronger than hers. She immediately stood up, her face filled with anxiety, and rushed toward the conference room. Pei Rong sighed helplessly and followed Zhang Xia's footsteps. With Zhang Xia's limited emotional intelligence, she might end up offending someone badly. The conference room. The singing assessment for the late teacher was proceeding as scheduled. Almost there. Go back and practice more. Come back when you're confident. Got it. Thanks, director. Ugh, this, terrible. How can you be so bad? Are you trying to go the idol route? You're not even as good looking as me. I'm not even planning to go the idol route. Go back and practice more. I'm sorry, director. I'll practice harder. Gui nodded slowly. Next, who's up? There was no movement below the stage. The conference room door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Two figures appeared at the doorway. Pei Rong tried to stop Zhang Xia, but her hand froze in midair. She was speechless. Just push the door open like that? Without knocking? Sorry, director, I'm late. Zhang Xia's voice was loud and sharp, giving Gui an odd feeling. Gui frowned and looked toward the door. The first thing he saw was Zhang Xia already stepping inside. Gui's brows furrowed even deeper. As soon as Zhang Xia saw Gui on stage, her eyes lit up and her voice grew even more shrill. "Director Gu, I'm really sorry." Zhang Feng's mouth went woo-woo the moment he saw Zhang Xia. The artist beside him whispered what he was thinking. Why is it this damn guy? Gui narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned Zhang Xia up and down. His chest rose and fell steadily, his breathing was calm, and his speech was normal. In other words, she didn't seem in a hurry when she walked over. Was it intentional or accidental? It must have been intentional. Since she intentionally gave herself a show of strength, there's no need to give her a friendly face either. Gui no longer paid attention to Zhang Xia, but turned to look at the crowd below and continued, "Who is next?" Seeing that Gui no longer had a smile on his face, everyone felt a bit uneasy. However, some still mustered the courage to stand up and demonstrate their singing skills. Zhang Xia's eyes widened. She looked at Gui with fear and anxiety. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation. Gui didn't even bother to acknowledge her. Just as she was about to speak, she was pulled out of the door by Pei Rong. Pei Rong said earnestly, "Silly girl, Gui is clearly angry. Don't say anything now. Just stand here and wait for him to calm down. He'll come find you when he's ready." She was skilled at reading people's expressions. She knew exactly how upset Gui was right now. Zhang Xia saw Pei Rong as if she had found a lifeline and nodded vigorously. One by one, the performers completed their evaluations. Gui asked finally, "Is there anyone left who hasn't been evaluated?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, no one else. Gui raised his wrist to check the time, then nodded. "Alright, that's all for today." Zhang Xia panicked. "Me? What about me?" "You? Zhang Xia?" Gui replied without hesitation, "If I recall correctly, you didn't have any scheduled performances or commercial gigs today, did you?" He had reviewed the profiles of all the company's artists. He remembered the person in front of him. Zhang Xia nodded. "Then why were you late? Did my staff fail to notify you properly?" Gui's tone was unfriendly. Based on Gui's years of experience in the entertainment industry, the woman in front of him, pretending to be so pitiful, was most likely just throwing a tantrum. However, she hadn't anticipated that the new music director today was none other than Gui himself. If it had been anyone else, she might not have even shown up today. Zhang Xia was at a loss. Tears welled up in her eyes. Pei Rong stepped forward, bowed, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. Zhang Xia has been unwell recently, so she arrived a bit late. I hope Mr. Gu can give her a chance. Gu Yi frowned again. He hated people who caused trouble and then dared not take responsibility, only knew how to cry, and then made others bear the consequences. Gu Yi suddenly sat down, propping his head up with one hand while flipping through Zhang Xia's file with the other. I'll give her a chance. Come on, sing. Sing her signature song. He wanted to see what Zhang Xia was relying on to act so arrogant. He had already heard that song before coming here. It was brimming with a tech-savvy vibe. Pei Rong nudged Zhang Xia, signaling her to obey. Zhang Xia's eyes were teary, and she felt anxious and uneasy. Earlier, she had watched Gu Yi evaluate the others, and she knew her singing wasn't up to par. Sing. Gu Yi barked. He was starting to lose patience. Everyone around them fell silent. This was the first time they had ever seen Gu Yi like this. Previously, some of them had poor singing skills, but Gu Yi had simply smiled and offered guidance. It seemed that Zhang Xia had really angered Director Gu. Zhang Xia sang her signature song in a choked voice, her words coming out in fits and starts. Gu Yi let out a long sigh. Everyone around immediately knew that Zhang Xia was finished. You were given a chance, but you couldn't even make the most of it. Gu Yi used honorifics here, but his tone was sarcastic. I thought you were some big shot. The company's sound engineer must have been unlucky to work with you. Your singing is worse than my younger sister who's still in middle school. Cry, cry, cry. What good does crying do? If you're bad, just practice more. You're clearly not good enough, yet you still think you're better than everyone else? Acting like a big shot? How big of a shot are you? Don't you know you should be a good person before doing anything else? Zhang Xia's eyes welled up with tears, and tears began to fall. She shouted angrily, what gives you the right to talk to me like that? You're just a little music director. You say my singing isn't good? What about you? You're not even an idol who debuted. At that moment, Gu Yi couldn't help but smile. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time someone had ever questioned his singing skills. Interesting. Pei Rong shook his head repeatedly and sighed. It's over, there's no saving her now. The other artists around them were even more shocked. They had all experienced his singing skills firsthand. How good was Gu Yi's singing? It was beyond belief. They thought Zhang Xia had lost his mind. Why? Gu Yi sat in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, his tone unusually calm. Because my songs are more popular than yours, I'm more famous than you, and everything about me is better than you. Because I can get the top spot on the entire internet every month. Because when others questioned whether I was a true idol singer, I proved myself with my own talent. At this point, Gu Yi paused and looked at Zhang Xia. He smiled. And you? All you can do is cry. P.S. There's another chapter at 6 o'clock. Chapter 181, the words that follow aren't written by Yu Fei. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest blade. And every word Gu Yi spoke was the truth. Zhang Xia collapsed on the spot. Gu Yi had already left the place. People of different levels, talking more is pointless. In Gu Yi's office, Xu Mengning said with a smile, I heard you made another girl cry. That's so scary. Gu Yi shook his head and laughed, it's just the truth. Xu Mengning suddenly cupped Gu Yi's face, smiling oddly. Gu Yi, show me how you're mean. She had never seen Gu Yi act mean before. She was just a little curious. Gu Yi shook his head and laughed helplessly, I can't be mean to you. I'm not in the right mood. I'm really curious. Xu Mengning refused to give up, pulling Gu Yi and pouting, no, try it, Gu Yi. Just once. Gu Yi sighed helplessly in his heart. What else could he do with his own girlfriend? He could only spoil her. Gu Yi suddenly frowned, glaring coldly at Xu Mengning, and spat out 2 words harshly, let go. Xu Mengning wasn't scared. Instead, after a moment of stunned silence, she gave a sinister laugh. He. She actually felt a tiny bit of joy. Oh no. Xu Mengning. You don't have some kind of weird fetish, do you? Xu Mengning felt a storm raging inside her, but on the surface, she nodded modestly. She feigned disappointment and said, is that all? Gu Yi gave Xu Mengning a curious look. If he hadn't misread it. When he had scolded Xu Mengning earlier, her eyes and expression had been a bit. Enjoying it? That's so weird. Sigh. Could his adorable girlfriend possibly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But, if it were true, it would be pretty exciting, though. Gu Yi hurriedly shook his head, banishing those impure thoughts from his mind. Business first. Focus on the task at hand. Gu Yi opened his computer folder and sent the lyrics, music, and demo of last night's book to the responsible person at China Central Television. After finishing his work, Gu Yi walked out of the office alone. Xu Mengning placed her hands on the desk, propping up her head, and watched Gu Yi's departing figure in deep thought. She murmured to herself, how on earth should I make my dear boyfriend angry? Or rather, how could she suddenly make Gu Yi scold her every day? On the other side, the broadcast time for Classical Eternity was drawing near. Station manager Li Ren and director Lu Tong were discussing the various arrangements for the broadcast. Lu Hatong's assistant then entered and informed Lu Hatong of some news. Director Lu, the revised script has been sent over. Oh? Lu Hatong's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Li Ren with a smile. Let's take a look. Li Ren nodded eagerly. Let's take a look. Lu Hatong nodded and signaled to his assistant to bring over the laptop. His assistant immediately placed the laptop on the table. He clicked on the folder sent by Gui. Inside were a sheet of sheet music and a demo recording of the song. Gui had also noted the source of the lyrics in the file. Xiao Zhongshan, last night the cold crickets kept chirping. Wow! This is a poem by Yu Fei, Li Ren exclaimed in surprise. Gui is really bold to choose a poem by Yu Fei. Yu Fei was a national hero. He holds special significance for the Chinese people. Selecting his poetry for song composition comes with immense pressure. If it's not done well, it might even be mocked online by everyone. Li Ren didn't look at the lyrics. The lyrics were originally written by Yu Fei himself, and he could recite them by heart, so there was no need to look at them. The main focus was on listening to Gui's melody. He directly opened the demo track Gui had sent him. It was the demo version Gui had prepared for them. He and Lu Ho were listening to the demo together. They nodded in agreement as they listened. Lu Hatong smiled and said, "This is great. It's already better than the previous works. Because this was just an incomplete version produced by Gui. So they couldn't yet feel the essence of the song. Until few understand, who will hear the broken strings." Yu Fei's lyrics had come to an end. Li Ren nodded slowly, preparing to listen again. But suddenly he realized the song demo hadn't finished playing. In dreams, I hack through thorns and wear the clanging armor of iron. As these lyrics came out, Li Ren and Lu Ha both flashed a look of shock in their eyes. This word. It wasn't written by Yu Fei. It doesn't belong to the original Xiao Zhongshan, last night the cold crickets kept chirping. Lu Hatong quickly opened the sheet music, which read the lyrics of last night's book. They scanned through the lines one by one. They immediately found the lyrics they had just heard. The subsequent lyrics echoed in their ears. I have ridden the long wind of last night and flowed eastward with the waves. Outside the city, horses stand still, shaking their heads and stamping their hooves, while a soaring bird surveys the cold rain. Only sighing that under the vast sky, the joyous celebration is about to begin. P.S. Last night's book, lyrics by Su Song and Yu Fei, music by Su Song, arranged by Yishan. Chapter 182, Old Six is here. Bang! Li Ren slammed his fist on the coffee table. His eyes were filled with shock and his voice trembled with excitement. This is a continuation of the Xiao Zhongshan by Yu Wumu? Li Ren's voice was filled with disbelief. Lu Hatong reached into his pocket to pull out a cigarette, hoping to calm himself down, but the cigarette slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. He was so excited he couldn't even hold the cigarette steady. It was truly shocking. A college graduate who had just graduated had managed to continue writing the poetry of Yu Wumu. And such a masterful continuation at that. Li Ren couldn't calm his emotions for a long time, muttering to himself, "We found the right person. We've found the right person. There's no doubt about his identity. Anyone who opposes him will have to deal with him." Lu Hatong took a sip of the now lukewarm tea, finally calming down slightly. He looked at Li Ren and said, "Old Li, I'll send this to those literary giants right now. They'll be speechless." "Send it. Send it now." Li Ren had just finished speaking when he suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait. Don't send it yet. Let's just send a portion of it first. Send the part about Yu Fei, and hide the part Gui wrote himself for now." At this point, Li Ren let out a faint smile. "I want to see their reaction when they first see such lyrics." Lu Hatong immediately understood Li Ren's intention. Those literary giants always appeared so composed and composed. The two of them had never seen them lose their composure before. This might be an opportunity. Lu Hatong and Li Ren exchanged a glance. A sly gleam flashed in their eyes, and they smiled simultaneously. Their plans were in sync. Then the two of them gathered around the computer and began working. "Cut everything here. We also need to cut out the samples sent by Gui Fa and only let them hear the beginning." Right, that's it. Finally, an incomplete file was sent to the computers of the literary giants who were about to participate in the program. Their feedback was very positive. They highly praised this unfinished piece, last night's book. CCTV's large-scale cultural music variety show is set to premiere in September. How impressive is the lineup of musicians on CCTV's music variety show? Classical music endures, taking you into the inner world of ancient people. CCTV has not heavily promoted its own program Classical Music Endures Forever. It merely posted a brief Weibo and Douyin update, briefly outlining the program's theme and the first episode's lineup. On the same day, news about Classical Music Endures trended on social media. The lineup for the first episode, Zheng Shengrong, Fan Qianxue, and Gui. Netizens were genuinely surprised. A singing legend? A singing queen? Plus the new rising star of the music scene, Gui? Only CCTV could pull this off. When CCTV gets involved, you know it's the real deal. As soon as I saw the theme of the show, I knew Gui had to be there. No kidding. Gui is the god of Chinese style music, right? It seems like the top spot on this month's new song chart is between these three. Just announce Gui is this month's number 1. When it comes to Chinese style music, he is unbeatable. Zhang Shengrong and Fan Qianshua's fans are annoyed by Gui's fans bragging about him. But they can't do anything about it. What they're saying is the truth. Gui is indeed unrivaled in the Chinese style music scene. Some of Gui's fans even came up with this saying. In the world of traditional Chinese music, there is only one stone, and Gui alone holds 12 of it, while everyone else owes him 2. This statement hasn't been acknowledged by other netizens. However, they have not refuted it extensively either. Gui's achievements in the guofeng genre are indeed quite impressive. What? Zhang Gu, you ambushed me. When Gui saw the program lineup, he vented his frustration. All of them are old-timers. They all said they wouldn't release songs in September, and now suddenly a song king and a song queen appear out of nowhere. Gui still remembered the scene in the industry group chat a few days earlier. At the time, everyone had been insisting that they wouldn't release any songs in September. Zhang Xingrong also told him not to be so cocky and to focus on becoming a master of lyrics and melodies. Who knew Zhang Shengrong was the toughest? He turned around and joined classical music forever. And suddenly, Fan Qianshua, this singing diva, appeared out of nowhere. This is classic old six behavior. Gui hates the sixth brother the most, and anyone who doesn't let him be the sixth brother. However, Gui is strong enough this month. He's not afraid of the old guard at all. This makes things a lot more interesting. At least there's a tiny bit of suspense. It's not like August, where he just casually took first place. That would be so boring. This month is his final month to strive for the title of Word God and Song God. Let this song decide the outcome. Gui glanced out the window at the flying birds and smiled smugly. Mr. Song, get your wallet ready. Song Hai, who had just reached Gui's door, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression immediately fell. He had just intended to come in and take some of Gui's tea leaves when he heard Gui calculating the contents of his wallet. How humiliating. The miserable experience at the Qianlong Hotel last time replayed in his mind. He had finally managed to forget the agonizing pain of spending so much money on a feast. Gui's words brought it all back to him. And Gui was even thinking of trying again. Gui heard the commotion and turned to notice Song Hai at the door. Gui was delighted and immediately pulled Song Hai inside, saying as he did so, "Mr. Song, feeling like some tea?" No problem, help yourself. Let's discuss what we'll have for dinner tonight." Song Hai held his teacup, brewing tea with a mix of sadness and anger, tears streaming down his face. He had a premonition. This time, he was really going to have to shell out a lot of money. Looking at Gui's smiling face, Song Hai's sorrow had already turned into a river flowing backward. What a cunning little bastard. Chapter 183, Ambassador of Chinese Culture. Each episode of Classical Beauty Endures is broadcast live on China Central Television Channel 1. To ensure no unexpected incidents occur during the live broadcast, the singers must arrive at the recording venue in advance for rehearsals. The recording location was in the imperial capital. Therefore, Yi and Zhang Shengrong happened to be traveling together. At the airport, the two met. Gui teased him first, saying, "Zhang Ge, I thought someone mentioned that they wouldn't release any songs this month." Zhang Shengrong took off his mask and laughed, "I never said that. You must have misunderstood. I was telling you to focus on creating hit songs and melodies, not that I wouldn't release any songs myself." He believed that his song this month wouldn't pose any obstacles for Gui. Gui didn't dwell on whether Zhang Shengrong had actually said that earlier. It was just a joke. He looked at the car behind Zhang Shengrong and asked, "Zhang Ge, do you have any entourage with you?" Zhang Shengrong shook his head, "No one else. Let's just go." Gui laughed, "Brother Zhang isn't bringing bodyguards? Not even an assistant?" Given Zhang Shengrong's status, even if he didn't request bodyguards himself, the company would have arranged them for him. Zhang Shengrong said cheerfully, "No bodyguards." The funds the company allocated for his bodyguards had all been cashed out by him. He does have an assistant. But he didn't bring him along. Mainly because if he brings the assistant, he'd have to reimburse them for flights, accommodation, and so on. That's expensive. Zhang Shengrong is the type who tries to save money wherever possible. Speaking of which, why didn't you bring anyone either? Zhang Shengrong noticed that Gui was also alone. Gui flexed his biceps and smiled, saying, "I'm not the kind of guy who falls over at the slightest touch." Zhang Shengrong put his mask back on and pointed at the airport, "Let's go then." Gui nodded and put on his mask as well. If the two of them entered the airport without masks, they would likely cause a stir again. Time was tight this time. There was no need for that. The recording site of classics endure forever. That's why Yi and Zhang Shengrong appeared here together. The two also saw another singer from this episode here. The diva Fan Qianshua. She seemed quite familiar with Zhang Shengrong. After exchanging polite greetings with Gui, she continued to find topics to chat with Zhang Shengrong. Every now and then, she would smile sweetly at Zhang Shengrong. Gui couldn't help but notice the sparkle in her eyes. It felt like a fan seeing their idol. Gui scratched his head. He secretly speculated to himself, could Fan Jia possibly like Zhang Gu? Sigh. Gui suddenly felt like he had uncovered a major scandal in the entertainment industry. At the same time, he felt a bit out of place standing there. He decided to walk around, but halfway through, he was stopped by an old man. Gui recognized the face from TV and smiled, extending his hand. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. The man before him was none other than the director of China's Central Television. Li Ren smiled, shook hands with Gui, and praised him. Gui, your lyrics are amazing. They truly leave this old man speechless. Director Li is too kind, Gui replied. Li Ren hurriedly waved his hands, looking serious and said, no, absolutely not. There are very few people who can continue writing the poetry of Yu Wumu, and I've only ever seen you do it. After praising Gui, Li Ren looked around, then leaned closer to Gui and whispered in his ear. During the rehearsal later, just sing the lyrics written by Yu Fei. Don't sing the part you continued for now. We'll sing it when the program airs in a couple of days. We'll give Professor Chang and the others a surprise. After speaking, Li Ren patted Gui on the shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Gui had been the sixth member for too long. He immediately understood Li Ren's plan. It's just a surprise, isn't it? He loved giving others surprises. Most people in the music industry knew this all too well. Though in their eyes, it might be more of a scare. The rehearsal proceeded smoothly. After Gui finished singing an incomplete version of last night's letter, Zhang Xingxing smiled at Tang Yongping and said, I told you Gui is a good kid, didn't I? Tang Yongping nodded. Whether it was outward appearance or inner qualities, Gui is a top-tier talent. Zhang Xingxing stroked his beard and said with a smile, Gui is fully deserving of the title of Cultural Ambassador for China. Don't hold back anymore. Tang Yongping sighed, besides him, who else could I give it to? It's not just you who's been nagging me about Gui every day. I'm sick of hearing it. Even Li Ren, the director of CCTV, has recently started nagging him. Li Ren also said that whoever opposes him will face his wrath. Even if Tang Yongping doesn't want to give it to Gui, he has to give it to him. Actually, he doesn't think Gui is unqualified. He just thinks Gui is still too young. He fears that Gui, being so young and suddenly showered with honors, might become arrogant. Ever since Gui's Youth China essay was published, his resolve had begun to waver. He had been putting it off all this time simply because he wanted to see for himself how Gui would turn out. Now he has seen him. He is as majestic as rumored, even more so. Once the program is recorded, he plans to hand over the title of ambassador for the promotion of Chinese culture to Gui. The youngest cultural ambassador in Blue Star history might soon be born. Chapter 184, add some background music. Inside the hotel arranged by the production team, Gui brought a guitar from the production team. At that moment, he was sitting on the balcony, holding the guitar and singing softly. Countless melodious notes blossomed around him. A gentle evening breeze caressed Gui's cheeks. Gui sang whatever came to mind. He was thoroughly enjoying this leisurely moment. Music was something he had loved all his life. As he sang, Gui stopped, picked up his water cup, and was about to take a sip. A shout came from the distance. Gui, sing louder. Gui looked up toward the source of the voice. It was the balcony of the room next door. Fan Xianxue was holding her hands to her mouth like a megaphone, shouting, louder. I can't hear you. Gui never expected the renowned singer to be so enthusiastic in private. Gui smiled. He wasn't singing softly, he had just stopped. Gui smiled and said, do you want to sing with me, Fan Jie? Sure. Fan Xianxue made a megaphone shape with her hands and continued, I want to sing your song Chasing the Light. After saying that, Fan Xianxue secretly glanced over at the balcony on the other side. That was Zhang Xingrong's room. The three of their hotel rooms were connected. Fan Xianxue was staying in the middle room. Hui Yimin keenly noticed Fan Xianxue's glance. He became even more certain of his thoughts. Fan Jia has feelings for Zhang Gu. With the mindset of wanting to get the latest scoop, Gui began to play the accompaniment for Chasing the Light. Although he only had a guitar. But it was enough. Gui and Fan Xianxue spoke together. If I were to say. After a moment, Gui silently closed his mouth. Because he saw someone else on the balcony next to Fan Xianxue. Zhang Xingrong heard the commotion and came out. Now, Gui left the stage to Fan Gu alone. Fan Xianxue sang with deep emotion. Gui played the guitar, gently swaying his body, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xingrong. He could already sense the emotions in Fan Xianxue's voice. Because Fan Xianxue is facing him at this moment. He could see tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Perhaps he had sensed the emotions in Fan Xianxue's singing. Zhang Xingrong took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes and lit one slowly. The cigarettes were cheap, 9 yuan per pack. But he had been carrying this pack with him for a long time. He rarely smoked, only lighting one when he felt particularly stressed. 10 years ago, Fan Xianxue had expressed her feelings for him. But he had rejected her. For the past 10 years, Fan Xianxue has never given up on pursuing him. Zhang Shengrong said he wasn't moved, but that was a lie. 10 years is enough to soften even the hardest heart. Zhang Shengrong was a frugal person. He always used his own things as long as they were still usable. He also supports hundreds of impoverished students without asking for anything in return. Meanwhile, Fan Xianxue always appears glamorous and stunning wherever she goes. Zhang Shengrong felt that his life was already filled with countless students who admired him, and he didn't deserve to have her as well. She should continue to shine brightly forever. She shouldn't have to live a frugal life with him. Suddenly, a song with a trembling voice interrupted Zhang Shengrong's thoughts. He looked up in shock. All he could see was Fan Xianxue's back, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Fan Xianxue frantically wiped away her tears. But the tears kept flowing uncontrollably. She had initially been just a fan of Zhang Shengrong. Her initial motivation for becoming a celebrity was to get closer to Zhang Shengrong. She worked hard to improve her singing and struggled in the entertainment industry, all to bridge the gap between herself and Zhang Shengrong. Even after becoming a singing sensation, she never forgot her original goal. At that moment, her first thought was that the distance between her and Zhang Shengrong had grown even closer. Thus, she remained silent. He saw the shadow of Xu Mengning in Fan Xianxue. Loving someone more talented than oneself is indeed very difficult. Sigh. Zhang Shengrong sighed deeply. His heart softened. Soft to the point of no return. How could someone who was willing to extend a helping hand to thousands of strangers be heartless? Zhang Shengrong muttered to himself, following me will be no easy task. Following him meant rolling up your sleeves, traveling to remote mountain villages inaccessible by vehicle, and getting your nice dress dirty. Fan Xianxue turned around in surprise, crying and laughing, I can endure hardship. She wiped away her tears with both hands and shouted, I want to be the principal and mother to those children. Many students who had been sponsored by Zhang Shengrong regarded him as their second father. She wanted to be their second mother. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Shengrong couldn't help but recall Wu Yuan's dejected expression as he walked along the mountain path. He smiled slightly and said, I hope you won't regret it. Fan Xianxue burst into tears with joy, I won't. Gu Yi, who had been fed a lot of dog food, shrugged helplessly. Suddenly, he picked up his guitar. Background music was added for the two. This is love. Just as Zhang Shengrong and Fan Xianxue were lost in each other's embrace, they suddenly froze. Earlier, when they were so deeply immersed in their emotions, they had completely forgotten about Gu Yi, the sixth member of the group. Gu Yi noticed the two staring at him and smiled awkwardly, stopping his performance. He cleared his throat, stood up with his guitar, and said, Continue, you two continue. I didn't see anything. I'm going back to sleep. Gu Yi's meaning was clear. He would pretend he hadn't seen anything today. Whether or not it gets spread around is up to the two main characters themselves. After saying that, Gu Yi quickly returned to his room and called Xu Mengning. He had just had his fill of watching others' happiness. Now he desperately needed to see his beloved girlfriend recover. P.S. I won't be writing the new book anymore. The author is focusing on the old one. 3 updates today. 2 more later. 4 updates tomorrow. Chapter 185, The Outstanding Figures of the World. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the evening. Classics Endure Forever aired on China's Central Television as scheduled. Fan Xianxue was the first to appear and had already finished her performance. Zhang Shengrong also began his performance. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Shengrong, the classical singer. I will sing Quiet Night Thoughts for you. Gu Yi, are you nervous? Fan Xianxue asked Gu Yi with a smile backstage. After all, Gu Yi was making his debut on a national TV channel. Not nervous, Gu Yi shrugged helplessly. Why do so many people keep asking him if he's nervous? It started with Create the Future. He really couldn't get nervous. The stage was like his own home, it couldn't possibly cause him any psychological pressure. At that moment, Li Ren suddenly arrived backstage. After greeting the two of them, he patted Gu Yi on the shoulder and said earnestly, Don't be nervous, just perform well. Gu Yi. He really wasn't nervous at all. Fan Xianxue smiled. It seems that Li Ren, the station director, really has high hopes for Gu Yi, this younger colleague. He even came specially to look after Gu Yi. For artists like them, this is a tremendous honor. On stage, Zhang Shengrong's performance had already concluded. Host Xiaoling smiled and said, Let's welcome the next classical singer. The large screen behind the stage slowly opened. Gu Yi walked out with a microphone in hand, smiling. A loud commotion erupted from the audience below the stage. Among them were many of Gu Yi's fans. Fans in the live stream had been waiting for a long time. Gu Yi! Gu Yi is finally here. Damn, he's so handsome. I envy Xu Mengning every day. Chinese traditional style Gu Yi is the king. I am Gu Yi, a traditional singer. I will sing Xiao Zhong Shan, last night the cold crickets kept chirping for you. Gu Yi's voice faded away. The information about the song also appeared in the bottom left corner of the live stream. Last night's book. Performed by Gu Yi. Lyrics, Yufei, Gui. Music by Gui. It's not Yufei's Full River Red, but this one. This can't be right. Isn't this Yufei's lyrics? How could Gui also be listed as a lyricist? I bet Gui must have altered Yufei's lyrics. What? He dares to change Yufei's lyrics? Is that even allowed? When Gui's name appeared in the lyricist section, netizens were stunned. They had never seen an artist dare to alter ancient poetry before. Gui was truly the first they had ever seen. If the changes were poorly done, this could be a lifelong stain on their reputation. Regardless of what the audience speculated, Gui has already begun his performance. Last night, the cold cicadas kept chirping, startling me from a 1,000-mile dream. It is already the third watch of the night. I rise and walk alone around the steps. All is quiet, the moon shines dimly outside the curtain. I have spent my life pursuing fame and fortune, but the pines and bamboos of my old mountain home have grown old, blocking my return. I wish to entrust my heart's affairs to the jade zither. Few understand me when the strings break, who will hear? This poem is very different from Man Jianhong. If Man Jianhong expresses Yufei's boundless heroic spirit, then Xiao Zhongshan is Yufei's anguished cry of frustration over his unrecognized ambitions. At this moment, he no longer seems like the great general who once declared, "I would feast on the flesh of the enemy to satisfy my hunger and laugh as I drank their blood." He is merely an ordinary person whose aspirations remain unfulfilled. Shang Xingxing smiled and said, "Today's performance is even more brilliant than the rehearsal." Tang Yongping nodded silently, saying nothing. Over the past 2 days, he had grown tired of hearing Shang Xingxing praise the performance. "The lyrics and melody blend perfectly," said Liao Ping, who was standing beside them, with a smile. Shang Xingxing chuckled, "Right? I told you Gui is talented." Liao Ping was not only a literary giant but also a part-time master of melody. Her words were filled with profound meaning. Tang Yongping knew that Gui was talented, but he just couldn't stand his old friend constantly nagging him every day. He really wanted to shut Shang Xingxing up. At that moment, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Isn't this the original poem by Yufei? How dare Gui do this? Speechless. Could Gui be about to collapse? Why are you in such a hurry? He hasn't finished singing yet. As soon as this comment appeared, Gui obliged and sang the next lyrics. "In my dreams, I brave obstacles in a gleaming iron armor. I have ridden the long wind of last night and flowed eastward with the waves." Outside the city, horses shake their heads and stamp their hooves. Peng Ju gazes down at the cold rain. All we can do is sigh at the unfinished celebration across the land. Tang Yongping doubted his own ears. He stiffly turned his head and asked, "Old Shang, this verse wasn't originally written by Yufei, was it?" Shang Xingxing's state of mind wasn't much better either. "No. Absolutely not. The lyrics. Where are the lyrics?" Tang Yongping suddenly began rummaging through the few sheets of A4 paper on the coffee table in front of him. Shang Xingxing and Liao Ping weren't just sitting there either. They joined in the search. In fact, as soon as the program began recording, station manager Li Run had already sent someone to deliver the lyrics of last night's book. However, none of the three had paid much attention to them. After all, in the demo they had heard earlier, Gui had only sung the lyrics by Yufei. There was no need to look at the lyrics again, as they were only those of Yufei. The three of them could have written the lyrics with their eyes closed. But the lyrics Gui was singing now weren't on the previous playlist. "In my dreams, I hack through thorns and wear iron armor." Tang Yongping finally found the lyrics, recited the extra lines, and understood their meaning. In his dream, Yufei is still riding a warhorse, clearing obstacles, and fighting enemies to reclaim his homeland. Tang Yongping immediately thought of the line, "Startled awake from a 1,000-mile dream," from Yufei's poem. This perfectly corresponds to it. Tang Yongping continued reading. "Having ridden the long wind of last night, I flow eastward with the waves." Regret. Tang Yongping deeply felt the sense of regret in the lyrics. The regret of Yufei, who could not go to battle. The days of riding into battle on horseback, covered in blood, now seemed like a dream, flowing eastward with the waves. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Liao Ping looked at the lyrics in her hands, shaking her head repeatedly, her heart still trembling with awe. At that moment, she had finished reading the lyrics of last night's book. When she listened to Gui's singing again, she finally understood how perfectly the lyrics and melody were integrated. The harmony between the lyrics and the melody was simply too perfect. They had completely merged into one. The emotions built gradually, conveying both feelings and meaning. Shang Xingxing's breathing was rapid. He took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "Gui still loves to surprise people." But this surprise was truly enormous. The 4 lines of continuation were so intense that he almost couldn't catch his breath. The 4 lines of continuation seamlessly blend with the original lyrics, even closely aligning with Yufei's circumstances and inner thoughts at the time. This profound cultural foundation has surpassed 99.999% of songwriters. Tang Yongping read the lyrics over and over again. Finally, he slammed his fist on the coffee table. Indeed, he is a true genius of his time. P.S. Last night's book, performed by Su Song, lyrics by Yufei and Su Song, composed by Su Song. There's another chapter coming up, and you don't trust me? Crying like babies. Chapter 186, a great honor. I've never seen this word before. Did Gui write this continuation himself? I'm a Chinese language and literature major. The cultural level of this continuation is very high. At least 3 or 4 stories tall. Those who just said Gui was messing around, step forward. Don't make me find you. Some sharp-eyed viewers also noticed another scene in a corner of the live stream. It was 3 literary giants who were so excited they seemed a bit flustered. I haven't read any books, but now I know that Gui's continuation is amazing. You up there, you're just following the crowd, aren't you? Bull. Don't you see the bottom left corner of the screen? The 3 old masters are so excited they don't know what to do. How could I not know? Damn it. How did I not notice that earlier? How amazing is this sequel? It shocked 3 old masters like this? The live stream viewers mostly know the identities of the 3 elderly gentlemen. Any one of them could be considered a literary giant. Seeing these 3 literary giants lose their composure like this, the netizens couldn't help but be shocked. The director wisely shifted the camera to the 3 gentlemen. The audience just happened to see Tang Yongping firmly utter the words, "The classic of changes is truly a masterpiece of our time." 6666. I fully agree with Mr. Tang's words. Oh my goodness. Gui is only in his 20s, and he's already receiving such praise. The only literary giant in the music industry, Gui. Gui's voice gradually faded into the background. Alas, the joyous celebration of a nearly completed endeavor is cut short. Alas, the joyous celebration of unfinished achievements under heaven. 2 consecutive sighs. These words deeply moved the audience, allowing them to feel the turmoil in Yufei's heart. Perhaps the northern campaign could no longer be carried out. The court has already surrendered and abandoned its dignity to negotiate peace. The victory he had won with the Yu army through blood and fire has ultimately come to naught. How many lives were lost in vain? But what could he do? After hearing this song, Tang Yongping gradually calmed down. He smiled and said, "What a song that captures Yufei's sense of loss, loneliness, and tenderness." Applause erupted from the audience. Host Xiaoling smiled and said, "Thank you to classical singer Gui for performing last night's letter. Please take your seat at the guest table." "Thank you, Sister Xiaoling." Gui nodded and walked toward the guest seats. The 3 literary giants were also seated there, smiling and clapping. Gui bowed slightly to each of them in turn, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chang, hello, Mr. Liao, hello, Mr. Tang." Zhang Xingxing stood up, took Gui by the arm, and led him to sit beside him. He greatly admired this young man, Gui. Tang Yongping smiled and asked Gui, "Why did you choose this poem for your musical composition?" Compared to Man Jianghong, Xiao Chongshan is relatively unknown. Gui held the microphone close to his mouth. Actually, I like both Man Jianghong and Zayas Hanshin very much. When people think of Yufei, the first impression is always that of a heroic figure. But even heroes have their moments of emotional low points. They also feel the frustration of few understanding friends who will listen when the strings break. They also feel the sorrow of seeing all their efforts go to waste. Tang Yongping nodded in agreement. Gui continued, "So I think that if this poem were expressed through music, the emotions would be very rich." Liao Ping smiled and said, "The emotions in this song build up layer by layer, which indeed aligns with what Gui mentioned. The emotions are very rich, and the musical composition is excellent." Gui smiled and nodded, "Thank you." The live stream's chat messages flashed by quickly. Gui is truly a man of culture. He speaks so differently from those other young stars. Have you ever seen a young star quote classical texts so casually? Mom, my idol is just too amazing. Bowing and greeting everyone one by one, how humble. Gui is really well mannered. He never acts like a big shot. Wait, isn't Gui the only one on stage? How could he act like a diva? Cough cough cough. The first episode of Classics Endure Forever came to an end. After the show, Tang Yongping didn't care that it was already late. He kept dragging Gui into conversation. Zhang Xingxing walked alongside Liao Ping. "Look, old Tang has already been captivated by Gui," he said, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling as he watched the 2 figures ahead. "Such a young person is a once-in-a-century talent." Liao Ping smiled and said, "He is indeed the perfect choice to represent the younger generation of cultural ambassadors." Up ahead, Tang Yongping also happened to bring up the topic. He asked with a smile, "Gui, would you be interested in becoming our ambassador for Chinese culture?" Ha? Gui thought he had heard wrong. Ambassador for Chinese culture. That was a very prestigious title. And the higher the status, the greater the responsibility. To be cautious, Gui wanted to ask about the responsibilities of this role. Tang Yongping smiled and said, "It's simple. First, you'll join the National Music Ensemble. Of course, you must pass the vocal skills assessment of the National Music Ensemble." Gui nodded slowly. This was straightforward. He was confident in his singing skills. "Then we will promote you to the world. And you," Tang Yongping paused, speaking with emphasis, "will become the golden of Chinese culture to the world. Every country on Blue Star actually has such figures. The focus is on cultural integration.
Cough, cough, promoting traditional culture. In such a situation, with its 5,000-year history, China naturally refuses to lag behind and even strives to be the best.
That is why it has taken so long. Hence the change in expression. Is the main purpose to promote traditional culture? Gui deeply loves traditional culture in his country.
However, he never expected that he would be the one to promote his own country's traditional culture.
Gui bowed slightly and smiled, saying, "It is an honor. P.S. Those who don't trust me, come out quickly. Oomph. From today onward, I, Xian, will become the longest-running author on the entire platform." Chapter 187. Many musicians should revisit their books. Gui saw in last night's book, continuing the poetry of Yu Fei. The musical prodigy Gui. Tang Yongping, the renowned music critic, stated that Gui is truly a genius of our time. No wonder he is my idol. Unbeatable. Legendary. Everyone, hurry and check it out. The official account is praising Gui again. I'm speechless. I'll go search for it.
Netizens rushed to search.
Little did they know that as soon as they opened the search interface, Weibo's recommendation box popped up. The title was a song titled Last Night's Book has caused many musicians to revisit their books. Netizens immediately clicked on it.
It was a 13-minute video posted by China's Central Television. The first line of the video was, "A song called Last Night's Book has prompted many musicians to revisit their work." The main content featured Tang Yongping, Zhang Xingxing, and Liao Ping praising Gui Hua. Besides the first line of the video, the most impactful statement for netizens was, "Gui defeated 99% of lyricists."
Upon hearing this, netizens were all stunned. Mainly because they felt that the three elderly gentlemen were being quite diplomatic in their remarks. If they were to speak more freely,
it might have been 99.99%.
Holy crap, that's terrifying. CCTV released a 13-minute video just to praise Gui, completely overturning my worldview. He's truly becoming a legend. My parents used to strongly oppose my idol worship, but now that they know I'm a fan of Gui, they don't oppose it anymore. They even use Gui as an example to teach me, saying I should learn from my idol Gui. Wait, is Gui's talent something we can just learn? Wah! He's naturally gifted, I'm just a born loser. Don't worry, upstairs. Everyone has their place in this world. Mice have their uses, and I believe in you. Damn it! Get lost. Netizens were completely thrown off balance by CCTV's sudden move. They had temporarily forgotten that this month was the final month for Gui's bid to become the word god and song god. Meanwhile, Gui's Last Night's Book had already surged to the top of the new song chart under the praise of Classics Forever and CCTV. And it's not just the new song chart. It also topped the Hot Songs chart. Gui is just a few days away from achieving the title of Lyricist and Songwriter of the Year. The time has come. Gui has made it.
At this moment, Gui's peers are already discussing what to wear at his Lyricist and Composer of the Year award ceremony.
The deification ceremony for the lyricist should be in October.
I have to dress nicely, or else I'll embarrass the lyricist.
Wangy, what does how well you dress have to do with Gui? You're the one talking too much. Shut up. Damn it, I never thought Gui would really succeed.
A 21-year-old lyricist and composer god.
It's absolutely mind-blowing on a global scale. Those foreign kids might be scared silly. You're not kidding.
Even we're scared silly, let alone them. Many countries on Blue Star have always been highly competitive in the cultural and entertainment industry.
When one of their own produces a hit song, they want the whole world to know about it.
So everyone knows that next month's God of Music award ceremony will definitely be broadcast globally.
There will undoubtedly be many foreign musicians coming to watch.
When they see that the new lyricist and composer of the hit song from China is a 21-year-old young man,
they will be utterly amazed. There's a lot of online discussion about Gui. Gui himself is busy preparing for the national team's vocal skills assessment. The audition is taking place in the capital city.
He came there the day after he finished the program.
"Hello, Mr. Tan.
I'm here to take the audition," Gui said with a smile, extending his hand to greet him. The person responsible for assessing Gui was Tan Ling, a veteran member of the national music team.
Tan Ling had well-maintained skin, even though he was already in his 40s.
He looked no different from someone in their 30s. However, her appearance was not her strongest asset. Her true brilliance lay in her vocal skills. Every member of the national team possesses the talent to be considered a top-tier singer in the music industry. In fact, when it comes to vocal skills, they are even more impressive.
There's a joke in the music industry that goes,
"Those with good singing skills are all taken by the state."
And it's true.
The national team gathers the best singers with the most distinctive ethnic characteristics from across the country. Even Gui is almost ready to be handed over to the state.
Tan Ling reached out to shake Gui's hand and smiled. "Gui, right?
I've heard your work. I really like your Big Fish and 10,000 Miles.
The recitation in Big Fish is beautiful. The operatic style of 10,000 Miles is also beautiful.
These are all her favorite aspects. Members of the national team always prefer music with a touch of ethnic flair.
Gui smiled and said, "It's an honor that you, a senior, like my music." Tanling recalled Gui's live performance of The Big Fish. She then smiled and said, "This assessment should not be too difficult for you. Shall we begin?" Gui nodded confidently, "All right." An exam that can be passed easily should be taken as soon as possible. The assessment is divided into two main categories, classical vocal range and operatic style. Tanling led Gui toward the exam room while speaking, "These shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Gui humbly replied, "I should be able to pass by the skin of my teeth." Tanling couldn't help but smile slightly. What does just barely pass mean? If you're just barely passing, why say you can barely pass everything? That's just like grade inflation from school days. Scoring 80 or 90 points on all exams might not be too difficult. But scoring exactly 60 points to barely pass requires some real skill. Tanling thought to herself. In the words of the young, this is called Versailles, isn't it? Young people these days are interesting. Upon reaching the examination room, Tanling gently knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Gui followed her inside. The first thing she saw upon entering was the many senior members sitting below. Of course, the national team assessment wouldn't just have Tanling alone. Gui smiled and greeted them, "Good morning, teachers." The other national team members smiled and nodded in response. They were still happy to have fresh blood joining their ranks. Tanling pointed to the microphone on stage and said, "Gui, you can begin your performance." Gui nodded and walked onto the stage. First came the belle canto. Essentially, it involves maintaining an inhaled position in the throat while exhaling air to vibrate the vocal cords, allowing the open resonant cavity to vibrate fully and evenly. This was exceptionally simple for Gui. He wasn't just a time traveler in this life, he had also received professional vocal training. Singing breath is the power behind vocal production and the foundation of singing. He must have studied it. The members of the national team nodded slightly. Someone laughed, "Gui's fundamentals are very solid." Another person smiled and said, "Now it's time for the high notes. I wonder how his improvised high notes will sound." Tanling reminded Gui, "It's time for the high notes. Sing your own song, but only a cappella." Gui nodded and looked at the microphone on the stand. Suddenly, he felt this wasn't the best way to perform. He smiled and asked Tanling, "Teachers, may I take off the microphone?" The teachers below exchanged glances and smiled. They were all musicians. They naturally understood what Gui meant. He felt the microphone was fixed in place and made it hard to perform freely. One of them spoke up with a smile, "No need to be so formal. Just go ahead and do your thing." Gui picked up the microphone and gave a mysterious smile. High notes? That was his second strongest skill after the piano. Gui took a deep breath. "Sing a song." He sang the first line of the lyrics. The song was called Ziji. Next came the high note. Gui slightly bent backward. Chest resonance. The high note began. At that very moment, the members of the national team in the audience were instantly stunned. Tanjing exclaimed in shock, "Starting with B5? P.S. To be honest, the author doesn't understand high notes, so all this information was researched. This is a work of fiction with artistic license, so please point out any inaccuracies." ZG, performed by Su Jun, lyrics and music by Su Jun. ZG, performed by Zhang Jia, lyrics by Zhang Jia, original lyrics by Su Jun, music by Su Jun. The version of ZG mentioned here is Zhang Jia's version. There are 3 more chapters today. Chapter 188, Why Are There Always Tears in My Eyes? In the classical vocal range, the highest note a soprano can sing is typically C4 to A5. B5 is 1 note higher than the highest note A5 of a soprano. Most boys' vocal ranges peak around B2. Therefore, it is common to start with B5. This did indeed startle some of the national team members. They can sing B5. But starting directly with B5 is really quite intimidating. Moreover, Gui is a male. That's way too extreme. And everyone noticed that Gui looked completely unfazed. It's clearly effortless for him to sing B5. It's like he's just playing around. It's still going up. His pitch is still rising. C6. My goodness, this child is amazing. At his age, I couldn't even hit B5. It's still going up. Is he going for B6? This can't be real. The key is that his low notes were so low before. His vocal range is too wide. This kid has to join our national team, we can't let him go to waste. Gui Yang noticed the stunned crowd. He didn't bother to push his voice any higher. There was no need. Passing the audition was enough. Gui gently straightened his back and stood up. He smiled and said, "I should have passed, right, teachers? If not, I can keep trying." If anyone else had said that, the mentors would have just thought he was bragging. But Gui seemed to mean it. Even though Gui had already sung up to B6 earlier, he still looks very relaxed. He doesn't even breathe heavily. Everyone was convinced that Gui could indeed rise even higher. They were increasingly amazed. Another promotion. Another promotion might just make him the world's best. That's terrifying. Tan Ling smiled and waved her hand, saying, enough, enough. We know you're good. No need to keep showing off. She had actually been scared as well. However, her emotional regulation skills were quite strong. She recovered quickly. If Gui were to advance further, he'd have to match her level. These young people nowadays are really too full of themselves, using such words to belittle the older generation. There are many national team members who haven't even reached the B6 stage yet. Gui actually said he could advance further. That's just pure sabotage. Last one, opera-style, Tan Ling muttered. Actually, she felt there was no need for further assessment. Many of Gui's songs included opera-style singing. She had basically heard them all. They were quite good. But the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Gui looked at the many artists on stage. He suddenly felt that there was a song that would be perfect for this place. Thus, a clean and emotional opera melody flowed from Gui's lips. Those who pass by below no longer see the old colors. Those on stage sing songs of heartbreak and farewell. The word love is hard to put into ink, he sings it with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls, who is the guest? Gui sang entirely a cappella. Yet it does not diminish the audience's enjoyment. Some people couldn't help but clap and say, congratulations. Welcome to the national team. They had already fully recognized Gui. Tan Ling smiled and said, Gui, the song you just sang is one you haven't released yet, right? She had never heard such a song in Gui's musical works before. Earlier, Gui had only sung a short excerpt in an operatic style. The song was incomplete. But she knew immediately that it was an opera piece. On stage and off stage, when the play begins and ends, who is the guest? Isn't that exactly what they're talking about? And in the strictest sense, they were indeed actors. They were still quite interested in Gui's song. So when Tan Ling mentioned it, everyone became interested. Everyone looked at Gui with anticipation. Gui nodded and said, yes, this song hasn't been released yet. I just thought of it when I saw all the seniors. Everyone quickly noticed the flaw in Gui's words. He only remembered this song just now? Does that mean Gui had already written this song long ago? And he forgot about it, right? What are you saying? Everyone felt that Gui's talent was about to overflow. Just hearing this one segment, they could tell it was a great song. How could Gui have forgotten it? Tan Ling, however, thought to herself, what a pretentious child. On the surface, Tan Ling smiled and said, can you tell us the background story or creative inspiration behind this song? A song about actors. This group of old actors was truly interested. It's the story of an actor facing invaders during a national crisis. Gui carefully recalled the story in his mind, but found it too long, so he summarized it using the lyrics from the song. It's, though lowly, I dare not forget my country's worries even if no one knows me. Though lowly, I dare not forget my duty to the nation. Even if no one knows me. Upon hearing these two lines, the elderly artists felt a deep emotion welling up inside them, and their bodies trembled slightly. These words were simply too devastating for people like them. In ancient times, actors held a very low social status, often referred to as the lower 9 ranks, truly the lowest strata of society. Even though actors on stage were the lowest class in society, when the nation was in peril, they could barely save themselves, yet they still refused to abandon their patriotic resolve. Even actors from the lowest strata of society, when they resolved to sacrifice themselves for their country, did not care whether anyone would remember them or whether their sacrifices were worthwhile. This selfless dedication to their country moved everyone deeply. It also resonated with them. They, too, were merely actors. Tan Jing took a deep breath and asked, Gui, I have a favor to ask. Could you write the full version of the song for us to see? Of course, Gui replied without hesitation, picking up a pen and beginning to write the lyrics. He knew that his earlier words might have stirred the emotions of his seniors. The national team is the national team. Besides their own abilities, they truly love their country with all their hearts. Gui's pen danced across the paper like a dragon, and with each verse he wrote, everyone watched intently. Until Gui finished writing the lyrics. Their eyes never strayed. Some were even moved to tears. Their identities made them feel as though they were there when they saw the lyrics of this song. Finally, Gui wrote the words Qi Ling above the song and raised his head. What met his eyes were a pair of tear-filled eyes. Gui was first stunned. Then he was moved. He couldn't help but utter a line. Why are there always tears in my eyes? Because I love this land so deeply. Chapter 189. Gui ended up trending first on social media because a netizen didn't want him to trend first. Good words. Tan Ling choked out. She didn't know if the lyrics she had just said were the same as the modern poetry Gui had recited earlier. Tan Ling looked around at her companions. She saw the eagerness in their eyes. They, like her, had fallen in love with this song. They even wanted to sing it themselves. Anyone who has spent their entire life in the arts might find themselves unable to move when they hear this song. Tan Ling made a decision in her heart and took action. Gui, do you have anyone in mind to sing this song? Gui shook his head. This song currently has no singer lined up.
It seems that, aside from himself, no one else at Ting Xian Entertainment is suitable for it. I suddenly remembered this song today because I saw all of you senior colleagues here. Tan Ling bowed slightly and said sincerely, Gui, we hope you will entrust this song to our National Opera House. We will do our utmost to perform it. Upon hearing this, many members of the national team looked at Gui with hopeful eyes. Gui looked up and was startled. He hurriedly reached out to help Tan Ling up. Senior, there's no need for that. You're making the younger generation feel inadequate. Gui quickly scanned the seniors around him, sensing the earnestness in their eyes. Gui then smiled and said, I am now a member of the National Opera House. There's no need for such formalities. I'll consider the performance rights to this song as my gift to the theater. If it weren't for the fact that he might be quite busy next month, he would have been more than happy to sing this song, The Red Dancer, with everyone else. Seeing that Gui had agreed, they were overjoyed. Tan Ling smiled and said, Thank you very much, but we can't take advantage of you. We'll just sing all the proceeds from the song will still be yours. The others nodded in agreement. They didn't want to take advantage of Gui either. It wouldn't be proper for a group of elders to take advantage of the younger generation. They had simply seen a good piece of work and were eager to enjoy it. They felt that Gui was already being generous by letting them sing the song for free. The profits naturally belonged to Gui. Compared to them, Gui is truly honored. A version of Qi Ling performed by the national team might even be stronger than his own version. Normally, it's extremely difficult to invite any member of the national team. The profits would definitely start at millions. Gui couldn't help but be moved by the sincerity of his seniors. He proposed a compromise. Well, what if we donate all the profits from this song to charity? He would write the lyrics and compose the music, while the national team would perform it. All proceeds would go to charitable causes. Gui's seniors were still undecided. They still felt that this arrangement would be unfair to Gui, who was young and should be focusing on accumulating wealth. If Gui knew what his seniors were thinking, he would surely say, I'm not interested in money. Unfortunately, he doesn't know. He can only see the faces of everyone else filled with conflict. Gui suddenly felt that the senior members of the national team were truly adorable. He smiled and said, It's fitting that the actor in the play is also fighting for the country and the people in his final moments. Why don't we make a contribution to the nation as well? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Their hearts wavered, and they were convinced by his words. Since Gui was willing to contribute to the nation's public welfare, then let's do it. Someone reminded Gui, if you use it all for public welfare, you won't get a single penny. Gui smiled and nodded, speaking slowly, I know. He truly didn't need the money. Gui then wrote down the melody of Qi Ling's song and handed both the lyrics and the melody to the members of the national team. Finally, Gui and all the members of the national team signed a public welfare agreement in the presence of a public welfare prosecutor. The agreement stipulated that all profits from Qi Ling would be used for public welfare. After confirming everything was in order, the public prosecutor bowed respectfully and said, Thank you all for your great contributions to public welfare. Public interest prosecutors are a unique profession on Blue Star. Because of their existence, the nation's public welfare initiatives remain pure and untarnished, with not a single penny wasted or diverted into private pockets. The national team members waved their hands and smiled happily. Don't thank us, thank Gui, instead it's his song. Indeed, we're just here to tag along and sing. This guy is pretty cool. The public welfare prosecutor looked at Gui with a deep gaze. Such a young person making such a significant contribution. He personally thanked Gui, saying, Thank you again, Mr. Gu. Gui blushed slightly and waved his hand. He was just a songwriter, he didn't deserve such a great honor. Afterward, everyone went out of their way to show hospitality, inviting Gui to stay in the imperial capital for a few days. After politely declining, Gui boarded a flight and returned to Shanghai. The National Opera House also announced Gui's joining the national team after his departure. National Opera House. Recently, a rising star has joined our ranks. Who is he? None other than our handsome young talent, Gui. He is not only the youngest member of our group but also the first singer in history to join the national team at the age of 21. Just like his current song rankings, he's number 1. Wow! Gui has joined the national team. I thought the previous record for the youngest member of the national team was 29, right? Gui just shaved 8 years off the record. There's no one before him now. I feel like he is also unmatched in the future. At the same time, all members of the national team also reposted this update on Weibo. The operations team at Ting Xian Entertainment wasn't sitting around either. They immediately sprang into action, congratulating their own superstar, Gui. They also actively promoted Gui. The topic of Gui joining the national team quickly trended on social media. From the sudden emergence of last night's book, to CCTV specifically recording a 13-minute video praising Gui. And now, Gui has officially joined the national team. During this period, the top trending topic on the hot search list kept changing. One name, however, has remained constant. That name is Gui.
Topics related to GUI have been dominating the top of the trending charts so frequently that netizens are starting to feel numb. Can the trending topics change to someone else? Why is it always GUI? I can't take it anymore. Every time GUI trends, my parents scold me. Can it just stop for a while? Who is going to buy a trending topic to take GUI off? I want to see something new. GUI really blinded my eyes. Netizens are seeing the same name on the trending topics for the first time and are sick of it. That's exactly why. GUI changed the topic again to get back to the top of the trending list. Top trending topic, can we get GUI off the top of the trending topics? I'm sick of seeing it. Seeing this trending topic title. Netizens fell silent. P.S. This is the power of a skilled writer. There's another chapter coming soon. Chapter 190, GUI, the master of words and music. Netizens didn't want GUI to be the top trending topic, but they ended up making him the top trending topic. This sentence sounds a bit awkward. But that's exactly what happened. This is all the netizens' own doing. Netizens have already become obsessed with it. However, the trending journey of GUI has only just begun. It is now the end of September. Last night's book has surged to the second spot on the new song chart, surpassing the third place by tens of millions. The lyrics and melody are unmatched. September 30th at 11 p.m. GUI had already wanted to go back to sleep, but he had no choice but to stay up with the excited studio crew, staring at the charts. There were many people present. Among them were Xu Mengning, Chen Shen, Yang Lei, Li Chanqian, Feng Lo, and Song Haiwei. Du Hui and Wang Ping, who had already finished work, hadn't left either. Even Jiang Feng and Li Taoyu, two people who weren't very familiar with GUI, had come. GUI sighed helplessly as he glanced around the room and said, "I'm really tired, everyone." "No. You're not tired." Chen Shen spoke up first. "At a time like this, everyone can be tired, but you, the main character, can't be tired." Everyone nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain. If the protagonist, GUI, were to fall asleep, it wouldn't be any fun. So GUI must stay awake. GUI hesitated, then stopped, then hesitated again. It's like the emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Everything's under control, what's there to look at? Why not just go to sleep? A real man never looks back at an explosion. Unfortunately, GUI, this so-called real man, was forced by his own teammates to watch the explosion together. It's just a word and a catchy tune. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. The moment GUI blurted out those words, everyone immediately let out a chorus of A. Even Yang Lei, the honest guy, couldn't help but say, "Sis, you better tell E to behave. He's asking for it." This is the ultimate honor that countless lyricists and composers dream of. GUI actually said, "There's no need to make such a fuss. He really, really deserves a beating." Xu Mengning bit her lip. She also felt that GUI's remarks were a bit deserving of a beating. But GUI, no matter how much he deserved it, was still her boyfriend. She smiled sweetly and wrapped her arm around GUI's arm. GUI was just telling the truth. Xu Mengning firmly refused everyone's requests and even fed them a mouthful of dog food in return. "I can't take it anymore." "Ah!" Chen Shen pulled at her hair and shouted in disgust. GUI gave him a sideways glance and said disdainfully, "If you can't handle it, just leave. No one's stopping you." Chen Shen crossed his arms across his chest and said, "Such a petty provocation is useless." He knew GUI all too well. He knew GUI was intentionally provoking him. GUI had no choice but to sit down with a thud and let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. At that moment, the only people staring at the rankings and preparing to celebrate were the small group from Ting Xian Entertainment. There were also GUI's family and friends, as well as his thousands of fans. In a fan group named GUI's Mothers, the group administrator, Tai Lan Lo, was actively livening up the chat. Tai Lan Lu, it's almost midnight. Everyone, get ready. As soon as it hits midnight, we'll post updates to congratulate Xiao Yi. Most of the fans in this group are older. They are true GUI Moms fans. They have always referred to GUI as Xiao Yi. When the group administrator Lan Jie calls out, the group members all respond enthusiastically. "No problem, Lan Jie. We're ready. Go go go. Let's cheer for Xiao Yi. He. Xiao Yi is about to become a lyric and melody genius. Whoa, I'm tearing up. It feels like my son is growing up." Seeing the enthusiastic group members, Zhou Lan put down her phone and smiled with a touch of satisfaction. She is the group administrator of the GUI's Mothers fan group, known as Tai Lan. A genuine GUI mom. No one is more suited for this role than her. Don't let Zhou Lan's disdainful expression when she sees GUI fool you. Behind closed doors, she's so proud. Zhou Lan nudged Gu Jianjun beside her and said, "You have to post on your social media to congratulate our son too, did you hear that?" Wei Jianjun waved his hand dismissively and assured Zhou Lan, "Leave it to me." Gu Sihan felt like her parents had lost their minds. They're all in their 40s. They're actually doing something only little girls would do. Aren't they ashamed? It's not her saying it. It's just her parents, those two old people. Can't they do it themselves? Oomph. Her own brother's popularity is something she has to protect herself. Time ticked away second by second. Gui dozed off in his chair. Everyone suddenly counted down in unison. 10, 9, 8, 7. Gui snapped out of his daze. He looked up and saw the time displayed in the bottom right corner of the computer. Only a few seconds remained until midnight. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the time had reset to 0. Midnight. The date had also changed to October 1st. Congratulations, Gui. Congratulations, Gu. What Gu? Call him Gu Chushin. Congratulations. A new lyricist and composer has been born. The boss is awesome. Fonglu was so happy he couldn't help but lift his feet off the ground. No mid-air kick, but there was a geo. Ouch. Who kicked me? Songhai was furious and looked around frantically for the culprit. Fonglu, however, acted as if nothing had happened and continued shouting, "The boss is awesome, awesome, awesome." He even dragged out the last syllable. Songhai gave Fonglu a suspicious look but then thought he didn't seem like the type. Maybe someone had accidentally bumped into him in the excitement. Songhai shrugged it off with a smile and continued to congratulate Gui. Gui was infected by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Finally, the fatigue has subsided. Thank you, thank you. Songhai deliberately muttered to himself at this moment, "Oh no, it's already 12 o'clock and I suddenly feel a bit hungry." This wasn't a hint anymore, it was a blatant statement. Gui's face darkened. He finally understood why Songhai, who usually went to bed early after work, had waited so long. So that was his real purpose. Gui chuckled, his heart as black as ever. He wasn't afraid of anyone. "Mr. Song, I remember you said I'm a master of lyrics and melodies, and you were going to treat us to dinner. Now that everyone's hungry, why don't you treat us to dinner?" Jiang Feng, who was already a chatterbox, immediately joined in. "Song manager, treat us." Great idea. Songhai was dumbfounded. How could he have forgotten about this? He was so focused on teasing Gui that he ended up putting himself in a bind. And he had clearly said he was treating Gui to dinner. When did the them get added? Songhai was crying inside. Sure enough, he couldn't outsmart Gui. Gui's heart is too dark. It's like there's a person growing out of his heart. P.S. Readers who don't trust me, come out and speak up. Ha ha ha. 4 updates. A full 8,000 words. Who else is there? 5 updates tomorrow. Ting Xian is going to challenge his own weakness. Chapter 191, Breaking the Record. October. Gui becomes a legend. Gui has topped the Hot Songs chart for 6 consecutive months and the New Songs chart for 9 consecutive months. Deified. A new lyricist and composer has emerged. The youngest lyricist and composer in Blue Star. From today onward, Gui is history. Gui, are you being polite? I'm not dead yet. History already? Cough cough, historical record. Perhaps no one will be able to break this record for the next few hundred years. What is your name? Gu Chu Shin. You should call him Gu Chu Shin, the lyric god. What else is there to say? This is a god. Weibo, Douyin, QQ groups, WeChat moments, and other social media platforms were flooded with news about Gui's achievement as the lyric god and melody god. A new god has arrived. Gui's phone was also flooded with calls at this time. Aunties, uncles, and all friends with any connection to Gui sent their blessings. He couldn't respond to them all, he simply couldn't. Songhai was in the same situation as Gui, receiving so many congratulatory messages that his hands were numb. Regardless, Gui had achieved godhood during his tenure. Although the connection wasn't strong, he must have played at least a tiny role, right? Even if there is no merit, there is still effort. So, Songhai's face was about to split from smiling so much. But every time he looks up, he sees Jiang Feng and Feng stuffing their faces. His expression darkens again. Especially Feng Lo, who looks like a starving ghost reincarnated. Those were all his hard-earned money. Songhai's heart was breaking. Every time Feng Lo and Jiang Feng opened their mouths, Songhai muttered to himself in a trance. 100, 500, 1000. Ding dong. Songhai's phone rang again. Someone had sent him another congratulatory message. He looked at his phone and suddenly broke into a smile. Songhai was both in pain and in joy. Gui Du was so engrossed he couldn't look away. Could eating too much have affected Song Manager's mental state? Gui leaned close to Xu Mengning's ear and whispered, "Is Song Manager's mental state off?" Xu Mengning glanced at Songhai. Songhai was smiling and replying to a message. She thought Songhai seemed perfectly normal. Xu Mengning smiled and gestured for Gui to come closer. Gui leaned in closer to Xu Mengning. Xu Mengning suddenly kissed Gui on the cheek. "Congratulations, my dear boyfriend." Earlier, when everyone was congratulating Gui, her voice was drowned out. Oomph. He's clearly her boyfriend. Why were the others louder than her? She finally got her revenge. Gui couldn't help but laugh. He touched his own cheek and smiled in a rather adolescent manner, saying, "You're now the wife of a god." As for whether Songhai is mentally stable or not, Gui had already forgotten. Those present were either going mad or eating. Basically, no one noticed Gu Yi and Xu Mengning's actions. Only Wang Ping and Du Hui kept glancing at the two of them. The two had witnessed Xu Mengning kiss Gu Yi with their own eyes. They exchanged a knowing glance. They both couldn't help but smile. When they turned back, they saw everyone else staring at them. And everyone's expressions were quite peculiar. Du Hui dropped the large bone he was holding in his hand. They've been misunderstood. We're doomed. Big Mouth Jiang Feng exclaimed, wow. So that's your relationship. Chen Chen gave him a thumbs up. The young guy really dares to speak his mind. Du Hui hurriedly waved his hands, no, no, no. Wang Ping just sneered. Still the same old line. It doesn't matter, anyway he doesn't have a wife. As long as Du Hui doesn't delete his embarrassing photos, he won't explain their relationship. Let's see who can last longer. Gu Yi reached out to stop Du Hui, who had countless words on the tip of his tongue, and said, no need to explain. We understand, we understand. Du Hui? Li Chanxian looked at Xu Mengning with surprise, then covered her mouth and said, Mengning, are they the two brothers you said were so sweet? Xu Mengning nodded firmly, yes. I even encouraged them to break free from societal constraints. It seems they've done just that. They didn't care about the stares of others. They were even exchanging glances in public. Li Chanxian cupped her face with both hands and said, they're really sweet. She and Xu Mengning were die-hard fans of their ship. Back in their school days. When Gu Yi and Chen Chen were both working in the broadcasting studio. Li Chanxian and Xu Mengning had actually had a falling out with Gu Yi and Chen Chen. However, the two main characters, Gu Yi and Chen Chen, were unaware of this. That's amazing. They broke free from societal constraints for love. Another girl present, Li Taoyu, also exclaimed with great emotion. Gu Yi and Chen Chen exchanged a glance. They could see the disdain in each other's eyes. The two shook their heads in unison and looked down on Du Hui and Wang Ping with disdain. They'd better stay far away from Du Hui and Wang Ping, those two men, from now on. Li Chanxian and Xu Mengning's eyes lit up once more. Although the two men in front of them were their boyfriends. But they were still worth shipping. This was the couple they had been shipping for years. These two brothers are indeed still so in sync. So perfect for shipping. If Gu Yi and Chen Chen knew what Xu Mengning and Li Chanxian were thinking, they'd probably already ship them together. The two brothers despise each other the most. Love is impossible. At most, it's just a father-son bond. P.S. Here's the first chapter. Chapter 192, Announcement. Change of name. Ambassador for Chinese culture. Oh my dear Jason, have you heard? Another person has been deified in Huagua, and he's both a lyricist and a composer. Not only that, but he's also a singer. The veteran American melody god, Saint Defu, sighed to his good friend, the lyricist god Jason, and I heard that this new lyricist and melody god is very young? A young lyricist and composer? And a singer? There was someone like that in China over a decade ago. His name was Lin Tian. This new lyricist and composer from Huagui is too much like Lin Tian. Jason furrowed his brows deeply. This reminded him of some unpleasant memories. Over a decade ago, he had been one of Lin Tian's defeated subordinates. Lin Tian had nearly wiped them out completely. In the end, it was only by combining the most powerful lyricist and composer from the United States that they managed to defeat Lin Tian. Now, China had produced another young singer who was also a lyricist and composer. I hope his abilities aren't as terrifying as Lin Tian's. Jason thought to himself, then asked Staff. My dear friend, do you know the exact time of the live stream where the new lyricist and composer from China will be crowned? Staff thought for a moment, nodded, then shook his head. I only know that it's October 15th at 8 p.m. in China. I don't know what time it is here. You'll have to check your phone to convert the time. The two countries have a significant time difference. Jason took out his phone to check and said, it looks like I'll have to get up early again. Let me see what this new lyricist and composer from China looks like. It wasn't just Jason and Sadeo in the United States. Music creators around the world were eagerly awaiting Gu Yi's deification ceremony. Every time a new lyricist and composer emerges on Blue Star, such a grand spectacle unfolds. However, it's still early. It's only early October. It's the National Day of China. Most Chinese people have taken a long holiday. Gu Yi, however, has not taken any time off. He even dragged a group of people along to work overtime with him. There are many people. Every member of Tingxian Entertainment who had passed his vocal audition was there. National Day is a time to celebrate the nation, so he naturally had to join in the festivities. Gu Yi put down his conductor's baton, opened his mouth, and began teaching personally. My country and I are inseparable. Like that, sing it with more grandeur, please? Everyone nodded in agreement. Let's try again. Gu Yi waved the baton. Everyone sang in unison. My dearest motherland. From time to time, people passed by and heard the singing, unable to resist sighing in admiration. Look at how enlightened they are. Oh, I wish I could join in too, but my singing isn't up to par. I'm so jealous. Lin Tian stood at the door, feeling utterly dejected as he watched Gui wave his conductor's baton. He knew it. He, Lin Tian, knew it. Damn it, he knew it. October has National Day, and Gui, this holiday killer, wouldn't he miss it for the world. Fortunately, he had the foresight not to confront Gui head-on in October. Look at the song title, My Country and Me. Releasing this song during National Day would be terrifying. Even if a god came, they'd have to bow down. Gui even dared to challenge him to a showdown in October. Isn't that just asking for trouble, trying to humiliate himself again? What a scheming mind. What a cunning little bastard. Lin Tian exclaimed. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Exactly. Gui is truly cunning. Song Hai appeared behind Lin Tian, holding a teapot. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Song Hai nearly shed tears. He had finally found someone who understood him. No wonder he was his old partner, Lin Tian. Whoa whoa. At the same time, the national team was also working overtime practicing The Red Dancer. They even created a stage play based on the background story of Gui. They paired it with the music of Qi Ling. This is no longer just a song, it's art. October 6th. A song titled My Country and I was released on major music platforms. Gui did not purchase a recommendation for this song. However, the major music platforms wisely featured the song on their homepages. There's no reason. It's simply a matter of patriotism. As soon as the song was released, it topped the charts without any controversy. The song is simple, and everyone who hears it can hum along after just one listen. But the emotions it conveys are boundless. Li Ren was already moved to tears just by seeing the title of the song. He pointed at the computer and shrugged his shoulders at Tang Yongping, saying, "See? This is our cultural ambassador." Tang Yongping smiled and clicked play. My Country and Me. Performed by various artists. My Country and I. Not for a single moment. No matter where I go. A song of praise flows from my heart. I sing of every mountain. I sing of every river. Rising smoke, a small village. A rutted path on the road. The lyrics are written in the first person. Any Chinese person who hears it feels a strong sense of connection. Tang Yongping deeply felt the emotions conveyed in the song. That sincere longing for and heartfelt praise of the great motherland. Another top-notch patriotic song. Released during the National Day holiday. My dearest motherland. You are the sea that never dries up. Forever giving me clear waves and calm waters. The song in my heart. After listening quietly to the song, Tang Yongping smiled and said, "Let's announce today that Gui has been appointed as the cultural ambassador for China." Li Ren nodded and smiled. That was exactly my intention. The two had originally planned to announce this news after Gui's deification ceremony. However, after hearing this song, they felt there was no better time than now. And so it was. They not only helped Gui promote My Country and I, but also revealed Gui's true identity. The new ambassador for Chinese culture. Gui. P.S. My Country and I, performed by Huang Xinghua, lyrics by Zhang Li, music by Qin Yongchang. Chapter 193, Jason's Questions. My Country and Me, October's best song, no contest. Our cultural ambassador has been confirmed. It's Gui. Gui is the youngest cultural ambassador in the world. Across the entire Blue Star. The youngest songwriting genius is Gui. The youngest lyricist is Gui. The youngest national team member is still Gui. The youngest cultural ambassador remains Gui. At the age of 21, he has already achieved countless honors. When Gui's achievements were shared abroad, it wasn't just Chinese people who were shocked. Netizens around the world were also stunned. On the largest social media platform abroad, Birdbook, news about Gui, this Chinese musician, dominated the trending topics. Oh my god, the new word god and hit song God of China is only 21 years old. China's cultural ambassador has been confirmed, and it's a 21-year-old kid. Unbelievable, a 21-year-old kid as a cultural ambassador. This is ridiculous. Has China run out of talent that they have to choose a greenhorn kid as a cultural ambassador? Come and see, China has actually made a 21-year-old kid into a lyricist and composer extraordinaire. Oh my god, has the music industry in China fallen this low? God help us, China as cultural ambassador is now the worst ambassador in the world. We can finally give China a taste of its own medicine. His name is Gui? I've never heard of this Chinese person's work. ESA complete unknown. He must have gotten his position through connections, right? Gui's songs are not well known abroad. Due to significant cultural differences between countries. Many people abroad simply cannot understand the lyrics like the raw clay is sketched with blue and white, the brushstrokes growing bold then fade and, in dreams, I hack through thorns and wear iron armor that rings with steel. Even some foreigners with a deep understanding of Chinese culture can understand the lyrics. It's still hard to grasp the emotions behind the lyrics. People often say that what is national is universal. In reality, what is national is national. The world finds it hard to grasp the essence of ethnic lyrics. Only the melody is universal. But the time it took for Gui to rise from obscurity to become a master of lyrics and melody was simply too short. Not even a year. Many of his songs haven't even gained traction overseas yet. Many foreigners naturally haven't heard much of Gui's music. Had it not been for the Chinese government revealing Gui's new identity, many of them wouldn't even know that Gui exists. Therefore, many foreigners look down on Gui, this young new deity from China. Unlike ordinary foreign citizens, musicians from various countries are different. To be on the safe side, they all searched for Gui's songs to listen to. Saida Fu read the title of the song in front of him in broken Chinese. Golden flower, blue and white porcelain. He knew the meaning of the name. A beautiful type of porcelain from China. Sadeo smiled and said, "Look, they say this is the hottest work by the new lyricist and composer sensation in China." Jason nodded seriously. He clicked on the song. He saw the credits for the lyrics, music, and performance. Both were Gui. Jason nodded, just as the rumors had said the lyrics and music were by the same person. He glanced at the lyrics. A plain canvas outlines blue flowers, the brushstrokes growing bold then fading. Jason was instantly baffled. He had studied Chinese for several years, so he recognized every character in the sentence before him. But when they were put together, he didn't recognize them. Jason began to doubt the proficiency of his Chinese teacher for the first time. Oh my God! My dear Chinese teacher has deceived me. He said my Chinese was good enough to communicate with any Chinese person in daily life, but now I can't even understand a single line of lyrics? Jason couldn't help but curse angrily, that damn Chinese teacher. Don't let me ever see you again, or I'll kick your butt with my boots. I swear I will. Sadeo heard Jason's angry outburst and approached curiously. Their Chinese teacher was the same person. He had always thought his Chinese teacher taught pretty well. The lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain caught his eye. Sadeo fell silent for a moment. Then he joined Jason in cursing their Chinese teacher. Deception. This is outright deception. They can't even understand a single line of lyrics now. This is just the first line. That fraudulent Chinese teacher. He cheated them out of their tuition fees. The two Chinese teachers of these foreign pop song gods have had to endure more than they deserve. Their Chinese proficiency is indeed sufficient for everyday casual communication. However, the lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain were never written in plain language. They contain the cultural heritage of thousands of years of Chinese civilization. 10 minutes later, the two had vented their frustration. Since their own skills weren't up to par, they could only rely on technology. They directly copied the lyrics into a translation software. While the translation software couldn't capture the unique rhythm and flavor inherent in Chinese characters, it could still convey the general meaning of the lyrics. Jason opened the song's comments section. All he could see were a string of Chinese comments. And a few rare English comments. A few foreigners were asking Chinese people in the comments section what the lyrics of the song meant. Jason and Stuff went through the Chinese comments on the song one by one. Like, what a unique flavor. What a scholarly and graceful aura. The three characters RUO each have their own meaning. They couldn't understand. Jason and Stuff couldn't understand a thing. The two of them couldn't help but grab their Chinese teacher and bombard them with questions. After venting, Jason slammed his fist on the keyboard, his hands clutching his head in frustration. FK, it's clearly the same character. Why does it have three different meanings? Chinese is way too hard. Damn Chinese teacher. Chapter 194, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Jason posted an update on Birdbook. Jason. Can someone tell me what the difference is between the three in the line? The banana leaves outside the curtain are stirred by the sudden rain, the door knocker is tarnished by copper, and as I passed by that Jiangnan town, I stirred you? I'm about to lose my mind. Also, my dear Chinese teacher Mr. Wang, you better not let me see you again. You taught me fake Chinese. You're a fraud. If I ever see you again, I'll kick your butt with my beautiful leather shoes. What's wrong with Jason? Why is he suddenly asking about Chinese? Does Jason want to write a Chinese song? Oh my God. He's really amazing. No wonder he's the lyricist god, Jason. I'll remember that Mr. Wang is a fraud. Foreign netizens saw this post and were confused. They were still praising Jason. Chinese netizens were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. Ha ha ha. Jason was pranked by someone who changed his lyrics and now he's all flustered. The Chinese teacher is getting caught in the crossfire for no reason. I'm dying of laughter. Your Chinese teacher probably can't even write lyrics like this. Chinese teacher, I don't even understand it myself, how can I teach you? It didn't take long. A trending topic appeared online in China. A simple song about blue and white porcelain drives American lyricist Jason crazy. The profound and vast Chinese culture gave Jason a harsh lesson. Some enthusiastic Chinese netizens rushed to the platform to help Jason with his questions. Little did they know, this only brought out even more phrases Jason didn't understand. Jason was heartbroken. What he hates most about listening to music is not being able to grasp the subtle nuances of the lyrics. Jason silently resolved in his heart. Learn Chinese. He had to know the meaning of this song. This time, he must find a good Chinese teacher. No more teachers like Mr. Wang, who are just scammers. At that moment, the melody of Blue and White Porcelain also gave Saida a lesson. Many of the instrument sounds were completely unfamiliar to him. Yet the timbre was so moving. Sadeo listened and spoke in broken Chinese. The notes sound like a pen, this is the pipa, the notes sound like a valley, and the notes are like gods and demons? Most of the instruments in the piece were traditional Chinese instruments. It was incredibly beautiful. Sadeo also heard the sounds of a guitar and a bass. A fusion of East and West? A blend of tradition and modernity? Sadeo felt his horizons were too narrow. While the young musical geniuses in China were already blending Eastern and Western styles, he didn't even know what the Chinese instruments in the song were. This song exudes a modern feel in its simplicity, yet it is both novel and filled with mystery. Its melody fades out at the climax, and the entire piece comes to an abrupt end. Ending the song on a palace note was truly unforgettable. This left Sadeo speechless. This new composer extraordinaire from China is no mere pretender. He truly has the real deal. Stoffu couldn't help but think of Mr. Lin. He turned to Jason and said, "Jason, my old buddy, this Mr. Gu might have even more talent than Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin couldn't have written such a great song at this age." Jason nodded slowly. He was still pondering the lyrics. The more he thought about it, the more doubts arose in his mind. Damn Mr. Wang. October 15th. Imperial Capital, the Grand Hall of Brocade. The audience below was already packed. Among them, the lowest ranked were all top-tier singers. Many singing kings and queens had also arrived. There were even a few lyricists and composers of legendary caliber. They had all come to witness the ceremony. Today was the day of Gu Yi's deification ceremony. It's being broadcast live worldwide. Wow, what a grand scale. So many big shots have come. Gu Yi deserves it. No kidding, Gu Yi is the promotional ambassador. Can't wait for Gu Yi to show up. Domestic netizens had already gathered in the livestream early on. Some night owl netizens from abroad also didn't miss out on the opportunity to watch the commotion. However, they mostly looked down on Gu Yi. Oomph. God, let me see through this so-called music god from China. At just 21, he definitely can't write songs. So many people in Asia like those weak, delicate young guys, I don't get what's so appealing about them. Overseas Chinese immediately rebutted. You're the ones who like him. Your whole family likes him. Just wait until Gu Yi shines and blinds your eyes. Today's host is Lin Tian. This was his first time participating in someone else's deification ceremony as a host. If it weren't for his good relationship with Gu Yi. I also have high hopes for Gu Yi, but he wouldn't come. So arrogant. I wonder who the host is today. Probably some big shot. The deification ceremony is an old tradition. It's usually hosted by senior figures who have already become legends in the industry. Holy crap. Lin Tian. It's Lin Tian, the big shot. As soon as Lin Tian stepped onto the stage, the Jin's Grand Hall erupted into chaos. They never expected Lin Tian to be hosting the deification ceremony for Gu Yi. He's one of the biggest names in the world. Foreign viewers in the livestream were also stunned when they first saw Lin Tian. Oh my gosh, it's Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin Tian, my favorite Chinese musician. This is the first time I've seen him host China's deification ceremony. Who exactly is this Mr. Gu? Now I think Mr. Gu is someone with real talent. Lin Tian's arrogant personality and talent from his younger days have won over foreign netizens. In their eyes, Lin Tian would never reward someone without talent. Foreign netizens are already anticipating the appearance of Gu Yi. I believe Mr. Lin won't make a mistake. Are you kidding? Gu Yi is the man who defeated Lin Tian. What? You mean Mr. Gu defeated Mr. Lin? Of course. He even beat him badly. I don't believe it. You Chinese are always lying. The Chinese person who was questioned didn't say much. He simply showed a screenshot. A screenshot of the May New Songs chart. First, The Youth of China by Gu Yi with 340 million views. Second, Snowflake by Lin Tian with 105 million views. Which foreigner is confused? There's a difference of over 200 million views. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Lin couldn't possibly lose so badly. Foreign netizens are in disbelief. You used the 4 evil techniques of Asia. You photoshopped it. Chapter 195. The world will only ever remember the first place. Foreign netizens. Because they didn't believe it, they were easily defeated by Lin Tian. They were so angry they broke down, crying and screaming. Wah 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 wah. How pitiful. Lin Tian stood on stage, introducing one by one the songs that Gu Yi had topped the new song chart and the hot song chart with. Every time he mentioned a song, a brief instrumental intro would play. After finishing last night's letter, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Now, please welcome our main guest of the day, Gu Yi." Gu Yi walked out dressed in formal attire. The vocal teacher played Gu Yi's first song, Blue and White Porcelain, which was his breakthrough hit. Gui bowed slightly to the audience before walking up to Lin Tian. Senior Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled and waved his hand. He still preferred Gui to call him Brother Tian in private. It was too formal now. Cheers erupted from the audience below. Gui glanced around. There were many people. Some he recognized, others he didn't. And now, no matter how high their status, they were all quietly watching their own deification ceremony. The glory he had never attained in his previous life. He has obtained it in this life, and perhaps he can even ascend to greater heights. Foreign netizens finally got to see Gui. Their first reaction was, he's so handsome. Handsome beyond belief. Oh my goodness, why is this Chinese person so handsome? He can easily rival our country's Little Li. He has a unique Eastern charm. I fell in love with this Chinese man at first sight. Appreciation for beauty is universal across the globe. Though people from different countries may have slightly different tastes. But when it comes to extreme handsomeness, Gui can also gain recognition from global netizens. Foreign netizens have finally heard the background music of Blue and White Porcelain. They don't understand the lyrics. But they still find it beautiful. The lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain appeared on the large screen behind the stage. The banana leaves outside the curtain are drenched by sudden rain, and the door knocker is covered in copper green. As I passed through that Jiangnan town, I met you. This line of lyrics also appeared. Foreign netizens immediately got excited. I've seen these lyrics before. Jason posted them on Birdbook. Is this the lyrics that drove Jason crazy? It was written by Mr. Gu. Another genius has emerged from China. I'm so sad. Hateful China, how could another genius emerge? Jealous, jealous, jealous. At that moment, Gui and Lin Tian stood side by side, representing the old and new generations of geniuses. It truly made foreign netizens jealous to the point of red eyes. Their envy was about to boil over. On the stage, Lin Tian placed two heavy trophies into Gui's hands. One of the trophies was surrounded by golden patterns resembling sheet music, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the sheet music for Blue and White Porcelain. The other trophy had a line of lyrics written in ink. Outside the city, horses neigh and stamp their hooves. Ping Ju gazes down at the cold rain, sighing that under the heavens, the joy of a nearly completed celebration is shared by all. These were the melody of the first song and the lyrics of the last song from Gui's bid for the titles of Lyricist of the Year and Composer of the Year. They hold special significance for Gui, the newly crowned Lyricist and Composer of the Year. They symbolize Gui's glory. Gui placed both trophies in the same hand, then picked up the microphone, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you." The stage erupted in deafening applause. Amidst the applause, there were also voices of congratulations from the crowd. Xu Mengning raised her small hand high and gave Gui a thumbs up. Chen Chen muttered under his breath, "Gui, you're really something." Three others shouted in unison, "Gui is the best." Now no one dared to oppose the title god of Yi anymore. Gui had truly become a god. Those who had some connection with Gui, such as Meng Wenxin, Wu Yuan, Zhang Yuan, and Ding Ro, all smiled and nodded in agreement. Wu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "The young are truly formidable." In truth, those who felt the deepest emotions were not these people. It was Gui's mentors on creation journey. Qin Feng, Zhang Shengron, Yu Wenxuan, Lin Baiqing, and Li Manyu, the mother-in-law of Gui. Just 10 months ago, Gui was still one of their students. In just 10 short months, Gui had already surpassed them and even risen to a higher position, entering this grand hall. Besides them, there was a group of people who were more introverted. That is, the other 8 contestants from the Tianqing group. Shen Ziming already felt that life had lost its meaning. Just give up. What's the point? This feeling is like having a classmate from first grade suddenly graduate with a PhD, while you're still in 6th grade. The sense of disparity is just too overwhelming. This is killing me. There are 9 members in the group, and aside from Gui, only Chen Chen has any fame. The problem is that Chen Chen is connected. He's clinging to Gui's coattails. Even though the group hasn't officially disbanded yet, it's already a shell of its former self. No one remembers that Gui was a member of Tianqing anymore. Netizens only remember Gui as the champion of Create the Line, the champion of Masked Singer, and the lyricist and composer god. As for Tianqing? What is that? The world will always only remember the first place. Gui, can you perform one of your musical works live for us? Lin Tian gave Gui a subtle glance. Generally, the inauguration ceremony for lyric and melody masters doesn't include this part. After all, most lyric and melody geniuses can't actually sing compared to professional singers. Only someone like Gui, who is both a songwriter and a singer, would write and perform their own songs. However, it is extremely difficult for a singer-songwriter to become a lyricist or composer. After all, human energy is limited. Over the years, there have been only a handful of people in Huagua who have achieved god-like status as singer-songwriters. The reason for adding a singing segment was to give Gui more exposure opportunities. Because the official staff know that there are many foreign netizens watching the livestream. They come from all over the world. At this moment, don't forget Gui's identity as a cultural ambassador for Huaxia culture. When is a better time for cultural exchange than now? As long as Guyi's live performance is not lackluster, he will definitely be loved by many foreign netizens. Emotionally charged songs are the second language of humanity, a universal language that transcends borders. P.S. Nothing else to say, just praise me. Chapter 196, Fox's Limited Time Return. I would like to sing a song. Do any of the esteemed guests here have time to listen? Guyi placed the trophy on the table in front of him and smiled at the audience below. Sure. We got plenty of time. You can hold a live concert right here. To be honest, I've never seen Guyi's live performance before. I'm looking forward to it. The audience was filled with professional musicians. There's still time to listen to a good song. Guyi nodded and smiled, saying, well, we'll just have to trouble the music teacher then. Could the music teacher change the accompaniment to Big Fish for me? The music teacher obliged and played the accompaniment for Big Fish. In terms of resonance, this song is one of the best songs Guyi has ever sung. Foreign netizens might not understand the lyrics, but they can still sense the emotions conveyed through the singing. This is also why Guyi chose this song. It looks like this Chinese person is going to sing. The intro has a beautiful feel to it. I'm getting excited. Guyi spoke softly. The waves silently engulfed the night sky, flowing over the corners of the sky's horizon. Foreign netizens were speechless. Why does Guyi's singing voice sound so different from his speaking voice? Not only is it different, it's like a completely different gender. Oh my god, why does it sound like this? A guy with a girl's voice? This Chinese person's voice is so clear. Chinese netizens watching the live stream abroad burst into laughter upon seeing the foreign netizens' comments. These foreigners really have no idea. Guyi's voice is incredibly versatile. Foreigners, just wait until you hear Gu Haiyao, you'll be scared out of your wits. The singing fox is making a limited time comeback. Guyi gripped the microphone tightly, extended one hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and raised his voice steadily. Watch you fly away, watch you leave me. You were born to belong to the sky. Wow, I'm completely captivated by this man. The accompaniment is very low, and the notes are very high. It's such a magical feeling. He seems to be telling a story through his singing. Jason is also in the live stream. He has already been captivated by Guyi's voice. What a beautiful voice. This song was chosen by Guyi on the spot. There were no lyrics available for Jason to read in the live stream. This is like a level 10 Chinese listening comprehension exam for Jason. He couldn't understand a single word. Even so, Jason still felt the emotions the song was trying to convey. That's the magic of music. It can transcend language barriers. The tone used here is considered a tone outlaw on a global scale. A tone that doesn't make any sense at all. Singing all the way to the end. Guyi first moved the microphone away and slowly exhaled. Netizens saw Guyi's gesture. They immediately became excited. Here it comes. The sea monster is coming. The stunning tale of the big fish is coming. High energy alert. High energy warning. Foreign netizens, however, were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. This Chinese guy sings so beautifully. Is the song over? Can someone in the live stream tell me the name of this song? I really like it. It's not over yet. Don't worry, I'll tell you later. Jason posted a comment asking, Mr. Gu, do put down the microphone, but it's not over yet? Without waiting for the domestic viewers in the live stream to respond. Guyi's actions spoke volumes. Everyone only saw Guyi slowly raise the microphone. The scene fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, straining their ears, fixated on Guyi. They all knew that the most part of the song was about to begin. The haunting melody echoed once more. The foreign live stream chat exploded with comments. Oh my god, is that really a human voice? I don't know why, but it just makes me cry. AI. Mr. Gu must be a super AI created by China. He was made to sing better than anyone else. Humans can't possibly produce such a sound. I'm not sure if he is even human. Mr. Gu is a sea demon sent by God to Earth. After this performance, Guyi's live performance of Big Fish went viral overseas. Trending on social media. God sent a demon to Huagua. China really has demons. Their classic of mountains and seas must be true. Scientists in Huagua have developed the most advanced intelligent singing robot. Many foreign netizens searched for Guyi's other music works after hearing Big Fish. After listening, they immediately concluded that Guyi was the super intelligent singing robot. Because Guyi's songs aren't just one voice. It's truly a versatile magical voice. It can sound like a man or a woman, sweet or salty. Thus, the AI diva became Guyi's nickname abroad. Jason looked at Sadeo with a serious expression and said, My dear old friend, I've decided to go to China to take a look. I must find Mr. Gu. I want to know the stories behind his works. Sadeo was even more serious than Jason. He had just discovered something even more shocking. He found a video of Guyi's girlfriend, Xu Mengning, performing Moonlight Sonata at school. What a beautiful and classical piano piece it was. It could easily rival the great pianists of a century ago. Mr. Gu is like a god. Sadeo couldn't help but exclaim, then added, Jason, let's go together. Chapter 197, Album? November Chopin?
Even though Guyi's deification ceremony had already passed several days ago, listening to the Strings Entertainment platform, people were still passionately discussing the matter.
Our director is truly amazing. A 21-year-old lyricist and composer genius. Were you there at the venue?
That song Big Fish really hit me right in the heart, it was so beautiful.
Exactly, it was truly amazing. The director has gone international, they're calling her the AI diva. Inside the piano room, Guyi was playing the piano piece over and over again. He was preparing for the new song in November.
Two figures were peering through the window. Lin Tian pressed his ear against the window but still couldn't hear a single sound. Lin Tian's brows furrowed involuntarily. Next month, he would have to face Guyi in a showdown again. He had come here to gather intelligence on his opponent. Who would have thought that he couldn't even hear a single sound? This was a complete waste of time. What kind of crappy soundproof glass is this? Songhai looked at Guyi through the window and said leisurely, look at how hard he's working. No wonder he's become a master. Lin Tian glanced at the busy Guyi. Then he looked at himself, who was idle. Finally, he shifted his gaze to Songhai. He seriously suspected that Songhai was hinting at him. His song was already written, okay? Songhai cleared his throat awkwardly and said, I wasn't talking about you. Lin Tian. There's no silver here? A moment later, Guyi stopped his nimble hands and stepped out of the piano room.
Lin Tian immediately called out, Guyi. Guyi turned around in surprise and said, Brother Tian, why didn't you say you were coming?
The two embraced tightly before walking and chatting together. They were so in sync that they completely forgot about Songhai. Songhai was confused and pointed at himself.
Just like that? What about him? Why isn't anyone calling him?
Songhai raised his hand in contempt as he watched their backs. In the hallway, Lin Tian asked casually,
Guyi, have you prepared the song for our showdown next month? Guyi shook his head and smiled, not quite yet. There are just too many songs. There are a lot of songs? Lin Tian's heart suddenly tightened. What situation requires more songs? Of course, it's an album. Could Guyi be planning to release another album? His last album was only released a few months ago.
The key point is that Guyi has never stopped releasing songs in between.
Is he really as effortless at writing songs as eating and drinking? Lin Tian started to feel anxious. If it's an album, that is terrifying.
Actually, Guyi originally only intended to release the song Nocturne. But he was afraid that listeners might not understand what playing Chopin's Nocturne for You meant in the lyrics.
So he decided to combine Chopin's 21 Nocturnes with Nocturne.
To create Chopin in November, a world of his own.
That's why he's been playing the piano so much lately. Guyi glanced at Lin Tian beside him. He felt he should try to persuade Tian Gu.
November really shouldn't go head to head with himself.
Nocturne was Guyi's peak masterpiece in Mandarin pop music from his previous life. There's a saying that goes,
when Nocturne plays, it's time to take the stage and accept the award. This song truly swept all the awards. And Chopin's 21 Nocturnes are the pinnacle of classical piano pieces. The pinnacle of pop music, the pinnacle of classical music.
It's truly overwhelming. To save face for Tian Gu, Guyi spoke very diplomatically. Tian Gu, I'm not very confident. Why don't you let me off this time, and we can compete again next time?
Lin Tian, who had been about to back down, immediately became displeased upon hearing Guyi's words.
How could he not understand the underlying meaning of Guyi's words? What do you mean he let Guyi off the hook? It was actually Guyi who let him off the hook.
Lin Tian felt belittled.
Could he possibly endure such humiliation?
Lin Tian laughed coldly and said, there's no way I'd let you off the hook. You little brat, just wait until next month when I'll teach you a lesson.
Lin Tian waved his fist and walked away with a look of disdain. Guyi watched Lin Tian's departing figure and sighed helplessly. He had tried to before.
If Lin Tian ends up isolating himself next month, it won't be his fault.
Lin Tian walked out of Guyi's studio.
The moment he stepped out the door, he exhaled deeply. He felt a strong sense of crisis. His subconscious told him he might lose again this month. As he walked toward his home, he muttered to himself, album.
Why did Guyi release his album this month? He couldn't afford to be so relaxed anymore.
He needed to make some adjustments and go back to refine the songs he planned to release next month. After all, the quality of Guyi's previous album, Ancient Melodies, was still fresh in everyone's minds.
Every song in that album was of hit single quality.
Lin Tian felt the same kind of nervousness he had when he was young.
Back then, he wasn't famous yet and was still a junior.
Now he's an old veteran, yet he still feels this long-lost emotion.
That's kind of interesting. Listen to the Strings Entertainment posted 2 updates in a row. The first one reads, our company's singer-songwriter and lyricist, Lin Tian, will release his new song Heaven's Command on November 1st. Fans are encouraged to stay tuned. The second post reads, Our artist Gui, a lyricist, composer, and top-tier superstar, will release his new album November's Chopin on November 1st. Fans are encouraged to stay tuned. The two updates were posted less than 10 seconds apart. Netizens hadn't even finished reading the first update before noticing the second one. Wow, Lin Tian released a new song. Lin Tian's Heaven's Command? That sounds so intense. That guy is back. Two artists who are both lyricists and composers. Listen String Entertainment really hit the jackpot. Wait, check out Listen String Entertainment's latest update. Gui is also releasing a new song. What? What? An album? What is Gui doing? This is so bold. He just participated in the Asking for the Divine Seal ceremony and now he's releasing an album. Both on November 1st. These two are back at it again. Fans are going wild. Netizens love watching this kind of head-to-head showdown between talented singers. Anyway, whether they win or lose, it doesn't affect their enjoyment of good music. The music industry has been dominated by Gui for the past few months. They had nothing good to watch. Now, finally, someone has emerged to challenge Gui. And this person is a legendary figure in the Chinese music industry. As for the new legend, that's naturally Gui. Although Lin Tian lost to Gui in May this year. But netizens all know that Gui had an unfair advantage at the time. Now, in November, there are no traditional holidays. Gui must now face Lin Tian head-on. Netizens can't help but feel excited just thinking about it. Chapter 198, What is a Pervert? That day, Jason and Stuff boarded a flight to Jianghai City in China. Not far from their seats, two young women were whispering to each other. Lin Jejia said excitedly, "Finally, we can go back to China." Lin Miao nodded excitedly, "Yeah, this month we're going home, and next month we can go to Gui's concert." He. Lin Jejia agreed enthusiastically, "Exactly. I've been looking forward to this for ages." "It's all thanks to your adorable little sister," Lin Miao said with her hands on her hips, looking proud. "I was the one who snagged the 2 concert tickets. Hurry up and praise me." Lin Jejia sighed inwardly. Her sister had already repeated this story 100 times. It was all her fault for spoiling her sister so much. Next time, she would definitely be a strict older sister. This time, she'd let her sister have her way one more time. Lin Jia gently ruffled Lin Miao's hair and said, "Miao, you're so amazing. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to see Gui's concert." "Oh, sister, you're so annoying. You always mess up my hair," Lin Miao said, enjoying the attention while acting spoiled. As she spoke, Lin Miao suddenly noticed something. She leaned back slightly in fear. Lin Jejia noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong, Miao?" Lin Miao pointed cautiously toward the side and whispered, "Sister, there's a pervert." Lin Jejia looked in the direction Lin Miao was pointing. There were 2 middle-aged men with scruffy beards staring intently at the two of them. Lin Jejia slammed her fist on the table and shouted boldly, "What do you two perverts want?" The sudden loud thud startled Jason and Stuff out of their wits. They had merely overheard the Lin sisters discussing Gui's concert and had been momentarily drawn in by the conversation. Jason turned to ask Stuff, "What's going on?" Stuff shook his head vigorously. He had no idea what the Chinese phrase meant. At such moments, the two would mutter in unison, "FKU, Mr. Wang." Although the two didn't understand Lin Jejia's meaning. But they knew that staring at someone else's behavior was impolite, and they could tell from the other person's expression that they were already angry. The two were about to apologize. At that moment, a Chinese man noticed the commotion and immediately walked over to ask, "What's going on, ladies?" Seeing that he was a fellow countryman, Lin Jejia calmed her expression, while Lin Miao pointed at the 2 foreigners who had just stood up, Saidafu and Jason, and said, "Those 2 foreign perverts have been staring at us the whole time." Upon hearing this, the Chinese man's expression darkened. How dare they bully his fellow countrymen? He turned and glared at them with a fierce expression. His gaze locked with that of Saidafu and Jason. The Chinese man's expression quickly shifted from anger to confusion. Finally, he erupted with the sternness of a teacher. He snorted, about to lecture Sadeo and Jason. But Jason's angry shouts rang out first. "Damn you, Mr. Wang. It's you! You fraud! I want you to pay back my tuition." This left the Chinese man, Wang Shuihua, completely speechless. He hadn't even started to confront them yet. How had his 2 students started cursing at him? Saidafu walked up to the Lin sisters, bowed slightly, and said in English, "Ladies, I apologize for our earlier rude behavior." He then added a poorly spoken Chinese phrase, "I'm sorry." Lin Jejia snorted, accepting Saidafu's apology. Saidafu continued apologetically, "My friend saw the person who once deceived him, and he's a bit emotional right now. I'll bring him over to apologize to you later." After speaking, Sadeo's expression changed, and he angrily pointed at Wang Shuihua. "Mr. Wang, you damn stupid groundhog. You taught Jason and me fake Chinese." Wang Shuihua retorted angrily, "How could that be? You just said I'm sorry perfectly. Then tell me why I can't understand a single line of a Chinese song." The Lin sisters exchanged confused glances. How did these 2 groups start arguing? Now it was the Lin sisters' turn to try to mediate. After some persuasion, Wang Shuiwa, Saida Fu, and Jason finally stopped arguing. Lin Jiajia became the impartial judge. She looked at Jason and Saida Fu first. You say that Mr. Wang deceived you and taught you fake Chinese, right? Jason and Saida Fu nodded in unison. Lin Jiajia then turned to Wang Shuiwa. Mr. Wang, you think you didn't deceive them, and you taught them proper Chinese, right? Wang Shuiwa nodded arrogantly. He had taught them nothing but genuine Chinese. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jason was extremely excited. He couldn't read the lyrics, so he immediately pulled out his phone and showed Lin Jiajia the lyrics to Blue and White Porcelain. This one. I can't understand it at all. Mr. Wang must have taught us fake Chinese. If we really learned Chinese, how could we not even understand the lyrics? The Lin sisters and Wang Shuihao all leaned in curiously to take a look. When they saw the lyrics, all three burst into laughter. This was Guyi's song Blue and White Porcelain. No wonder Jason and Stufu, who had studied Chinese, couldn't understand it. Wang Shuihua immediately clasped his hands together and laughed. It's my fault, it's my fault. I'm too difficult. I'm taking the blame for the deep cultural heritage of Chinese culture. I'm sorry, ha 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 ha. Although Mr. Wang was apologizing. But the pride and satisfaction on his face were impossible to hide. Saida Fu and Jason looked at the three Chinese people in confusion. Is there something wrong with the lyrics? Wang Shuihua and Lin Niamia were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Only Lin Jiajia was left to explain to the two foreign friends. After explaining for a while, the plane was almost at the gate. Jason and Sadeo nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. Chinese culture is truly vast and profound. It turned out that the Chinese they had learned was only enough for daily use. However, the lyrics written by Guyi incorporated classical Chinese. You can't blame Mr. Wang, it's just that Guyi's lyrics are simply too good. Lin Jiajia said with a smile. Her idol had amazed foreigners with her own country's culture. She was so proud. She truly is our cultural ambassador. That's awesome. The misunderstanding was cleared up, and the plane had arrived at its destination. A few people got off the plane together. Jason suddenly remembered something and immediately apologized to the Lin sisters for what had happened earlier. He then casually asked, by the way, I heard that Guyi has a concert. Where can I buy tickets for Guyi's concert? Lin Nyamya shook her head and said, Guyi's concert tickets are already sold out. You can't buy them on official websites anymore. You'll have to find scalpers, but they charge a lot. Jason and Stafu exchanged glances and said in unison, no problem. We have money. Alright, I'll give you the contact information for a scalper. You can go find him yourselves. 3 cheers. Chapter 199, Nocturne and Nocturne, the God of Music. November 1st. Lin Tian finally saw Guyi's new album, November's Chopin. Looking at the number of songs listed below the album, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This album contains 22 songs. A full 22 songs. Is this even something a human being could write? Lin Tian trembled as he clicked into the album. The first track, Nocturne. Second track, Chopin's Nocturne in B-flat minor. Third track, Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major. Fourth track, Chopin's Nocturne in B major. Fifth track. Except for the first song, the remaining 21 are all in the same format. Nocturne? Lin Tian recalled the term. Nocturnes were a unique musical genre from long, long ago. Most of them were lyrical pieces primarily composed for piano. In recent years, some have attempted to compose nocturnes, but compared to the works of their predecessors, they are merely amateurish efforts. I never expected Guyi to dare to compose such a classical piano piece. I wonder if Guyi is just showing off or if he truly has the skill. Lin Tian smiled silently and began playing Nocturne. He heard the sound of a guitar. Clearly, this Nocturne was not a classical piano piece but a pop song. However, the simple piano sounds and melody did indeed have a retro feel. Lin Tian's first thought arose. Once again, a fusion of retro and pop. Guyi was indeed very skilled at this style of composition. The melody of the piece is not complex, but the atmosphere it conveys is very beautiful. Gradually, Guyi's vocals began to play. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants drawn to rotting flesh. I stand expressionless, gazing at the lonely landscape. Losing you, love and hate become clear. Without you, what else is there to care about? When pigeons no longer symbolize peace. I am finally reminded. The birds being fed in the square are vultures. I use beautiful rhymes to describe love stripped bare. As the rap began, the words were unclear. The piano accompaniment also began to emerge gradually. Just by reading the lyrics, Lin Tian could already visualize the scene. Combined with the melancholic melody, it left Lin Tian deeply moved. The lyrics and melody complemented each other perfectly. It could be called flawless. Lin Tian shook his head in confusion and continued listening. If only the beginning were flawless, that would be fine. But if the entire song were like this, Lin Tian would be completely at a loss for words. Even at the peak of his career, he couldn't have written something like this. Dark clouds begin to gather, and the night sky is no longer clear. In the park, the echoes of a funeral drift through the sky. White roses for you wither in the pitch-black surroundings. Crows perched on branches, eerily silent. Listen quietly, my black coat. Listening to the music, Tian slowly sat down in the chair. With his hands clenched into fists, he rested his chin on them and immersed himself in the music. It seemed as though he had become the protagonist of the song. As the singer continued his performance, the rap gradually came to an end. The song entered the chorus. Gui began his unique low singing. Playing Chopin's Nocturne for you. To commemorate my lost love. A voice as gentle as the night breeze. The sound of a broken heart is beautiful. My hands touch the keys gently. The thoughts I give you are carefully chosen. The place where you are buried is called the underworld. I play Chopin's Nocturne for you. The beautiful melody combined with the melancholic atmosphere made Lin Tian even more depressed. Lin Tian also heard the words Chopin's Nocturne at that moment. He reached out to turn off the playback. The other hand instinctively wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Just now, while listening to the song, he had a moment where he truly believed he had lost the person he loved most. Lost? This nocturne is the pinnacle of pop music. Lin Tian muttered to himself, this year's awards are probably all going to Gui. This time, he didn't feel the same sense of resentment as before. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. If 100 points were the perfect score, his Heaven's Command and Gui's Nocturne were both works scoring above 95. However, his Heaven's Command could only reach 98 points. Gui's Night Song, however, was a perfect score. Though the gap is only 2 points, the chasm between them is insurmountable. Perhaps he could never reach such heights even if he dedicated his entire life to it. Lin Tian opened the second piece, Chopin's Nocturne in B-flat minor, with a nervous heart. Before listening to the nocturne, he believed that Gui's Chopin's Nocturne might be a casual piece and not of the highest quality. However, after listening to the nocturne, he changed his mind. If this Chopin's Nocturne was Gui's game music, he would never have included it in this album. The piano sounds, as pleasant as pearls falling to the ground, echoed in Lin Tian's ears. An atmosphere of profound sadness began to permeate the air. Lin Tian remained silent. He listened quietly until the end, then clicked on the next track. One song after another. Lin Tian's heart began to stir with restlessness. The pinnacle. This was another pinnacle of classical piano music. 21 peak pieces in a row. What the hell are you trying to do, Gui? Are you trying to turn the global music scene upside down? Lin Tian's entire body began to tremble. He was so excited he couldn't control himself. To witness such a classical masterpiece being born in the 21st century. What an honor! What an honor! My son-in-law. Li Manyu listened to the piano piece from Gui's new album and was speechless. If there were a star of music in the heavens, Gui must be the star of music incarnate. He was born to rule the entire music industry. Gui had already become a legend in both lyrics and composition, a pillar of the pop music scene. At this very moment, he had ventured into classical music and achieved divine status in one fell swoop. Li Manyu didn't say much. She simply shared Gui's performance of Chopin's Nocturne No. 21 with the Global Piano Masters chat group. Most people in the group were lurking and rarely spoke. However, whenever someone shared a piano piece, they would listen carefully and offer their critiques. This time was no exception. All 21 nocturnes. Each piece was roughly 5 minutes long. It takes them a lot of time to listen to them all. 2 hours later, a post finally appeared in the group. MOD fan, at Li Manyu, Ms. Li, has your piano technique and composition reached such a level? You are truly a divine being. From today onward, the title of the world's greatest pianist belongs to you. Only you deserve it. MOD fan is the world's top-ranked piano master. Even through the screen, the people in the group couldn't sense his shock. In reality, he had been shouting "Oh my God" for 2 hours straight. The others in the group also chimed in at this moment. They all agreed that these 21 nocturnes were the best classical piano pieces of the century. Li Manyu saw that everyone was misunderstanding, so she immediately explained. She clarified that the 21 nocturnes were neither written nor performed by her. They were actually written and performed by her son-in-law, Gui. MOD fan, what? Not you? Your son-in-law? Oh my goodness, may I ask, Ms. Li, how old is your son-in-law? Li Manyu, 21. Piano masters from all over the world in the group were utterly shocked. They even began to doubt their own senses. MOD fan, goodness. What am I seeing? 21 years old. Is he a prodigy? A musical genius has emerged in China, Sima. No wonder it was our former colonial power, Sima. MOD fan, Ms. Li, does this young music god have a piano performance? Chapter 200, the first one. Li Manyu fully understood the feelings of the piano masters. She actually felt the same way as the piano masters. She also wanted to see Gui's piano performance. She just wasn't in such a hurry. She would simply have her daughter go instead when she felt like it. She can easily persuade her daughter to come home. Then she'll have Gui play a piano piece for her. How could Gui refuse his future mother-in-law? Lee Man-yu replied to Mo Daifan, I'm not sure about the piano recital, but he has a concert next month. A concert? He is a singer? Oh my goodness. Lee Man-yu smiled and sent another message, he's not only a singer but also our country's newly crowned lyricist and composer of the year. What? So he was the one who was crowned the music god last month. The god of music. Seeing the comments from the piano masters, Lee Man-yu couldn't hold back her smile anymore. No wonder he's her son-in-law. As his mother-in-law, she was beaming with pride. That night, Mo Daifan posted an update on his Facebook. He stated in his post that Guyi's Chopin's Nocturnes is the best classical piano piece of the 21st century, with no exceptions. From today onward, he will no longer be the world's top piano master. The world's top piano master should be Mr. Gu from China. Furthermore, he expressed in his post that he is willing to pay a high price for a front row ticket to Guyi's concert in hopes that Guyi's fans will sell him one. In fact, it's not just him, piano masters from all over the world are seeking to purchase tickets to Guyi's concert. If the tickets had been sold before the concert, Gui could have arranged seats for all the masters. However, all tickets have already been sold out, and there is only enough space for people to pass through. Adding more seats would infringe upon the rights of the fans. Gui is quite stubborn on this point. He would rather hold a piano recital for the masters in the future than squeeze in. Gui has always believed that as a musician, fans are the foundation, and the foundation determines the superstructure. Therefore, when piano masters from around the world contacted Gui through Lee Man-yu to express their intention to come to China, Gui stated that he was powerless to help, but he did mention that he could organize a special piano recital for the global piano masters after the concert. Who knew these piano masters were in such a hurry? They insisted on attending Guyi's first concert in person. At this moment, foreign netizens saw Mo Daifan's post and were all stunned. What? Master Mo Daifan actually said he's not as good as a Chinese person and is offering a high price for tickets to that Chinese person's concert? Oh my god, my worldview is shattered. The piano world has been turned upside down. I have to go listen to it. I absolutely have to go listen to it. What kind of classical piano piece could make Master Mo Daifan say such a thing? As time went on, the story quickly climbed to the top of global trending searches. A groundbreaking classical piano piece from a Chinese album, November's Chopin Nocturne, the pinnacle of pop music. Guyi's Chopin Nocturnes, the pinnacle of classical music. Global piano masters are offering high prices to purchase tickets for Guyi's concert, but they are impossible to obtain. Oh my god. Guyi is unbeatable. I'm so proud. This is my idol. Piano masters are actually willing to pay top dollar for tickets to Guyi's concert? Guyi is my favorite idol, like a brother or a close friend. How could I sell his concert tickets? I'll have to raise the price. Wow, the person above is the ad money master. And so, the price of Guyi's concert tickets continue to skyrocket worldwide. Who knows how much the piano masters from various countries had to pay to buy Guyi's concert tickets from his brothers like family and beloved friends. Anyway, Gui heard that the fans who sold tickets to the piano masters are now living in luxury. After that, Lin Tian proactively posted an update. Lin Tian. Guyi's lyricism and composition skills are both superior to mine. I am willing to call him the first person in the Chinese music industry. This month belongs to him, and the future belongs to him as well. What? This. Although Guyi's songs are currently dominating the charts, you don't have to be so harsh, Tian Gu. The first in the Chinese music scene. Damn it, foreigners call Gui the first in classical piano, and Lin Tian calls him the first in the Chinese music scene. He's taken it all. If others say it, I just laugh it off, but Lin Tian is widely recognized as the top artist in the Chinese music scene. What is he doing? I'm speechless. Now I understand why so many people abroad are willing to pay top dollar for Guyi's concert tickets. He is worth it. Weibo's real-time trending topic is number 1. Lin Tian Gui is the top artist in the Chinese music industry. Mo Daifan, Mr. Gu is the top classical musician. After this Weibo post went viral. Apart from some uninformed netizens questioning it, no professional musician has raised any objections. They know. This is the truth. The truth cannot be denied. No one could have imagined that Gui, a teenager who had been in the industry for less than a year, would simultaneously become the top artist in both the Chinese music scene and classical music. Chapter 201, The Eve of the Concert. Discussions about Gui continue to circulate outside. Gui himself couldn't care less. He was more concerned about another matter. Take this. When the time comes, slip it to me secretly. Don't let her find out, got it? Gui handed Chen Chen with great solemnity and instructed him sternly. Chen Chen nodded solemnly, something he rarely did. You can count on me. Chen Chen might not be reliable for small matters, but he had never failed in important tasks. And this was his childhood friend's life-changing event. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Gui then turned to look at Yang Lei and Zhang Feng, motioning them to come closer with a subtle gesture. Yang Lei and Zhang Feng cautiously moved closer. Gui asked steadily, when the time comes, you two will cover for Qin Chen. To prevent any sound from escaping, Yang Lei and Zhang Feng both made an okay sign. Gui turned to Li Chanxian and Li Taoyu on the other side and said, you two must keep this a secret from her. Li Chanxian and Li Taoyu nodded with a smile. Once everything was in place, Gui smiled slightly and left the area. Everything was in place. 2 hours later. Another place. Xu Mengning said seriously, when the time comes, as soon as I say it, we'll all sing happy birthday together. Just like Gui sang before. Earlier, someone at the studio had a birthday, and Gui had sung a birthday song. And on the day of Gui's concert, December 12th, was actually his birthday. Qin Chen, Yang Lei, Zhang Feng, Li Taoyu, and Li Chanxian all nodded in agreement. No problem. Xu Mengning asked again, have the fans organized everything? Li Chanxian nodded gently and smiled, we've already prepared everything. We'll sing together then. We even recorded a special version for the fans to listen to. Xu Mengning finally nodded with a smile, thank you so much. We'll give Gui a surprise at his concert. The 5 elite double agents agreed enthusiastically. They were all overjoyed inside. Gui and Xu Mengning were both keeping it a secret from each other, wanting to surprise the other. They were shipping the couple so hard they were almost bleeding from their noses. It was just too good to resist. After preparing everything, Xu Mengning was so happy she skipped away. It's a sure thing. Watching Xu Mengning leave, the 5 of them immediately started chatting excitedly. Oh my gosh, Mengning and Gai are so cute. We have to work together to support them, haha. We absolutely can't let them find out about each other's plans. Don't worry, we've got this in the bag. December 12th. The concert by E will begin at 7 p.m. It's just past noon. The area outside the Wave Sports Arena is already packed with people. Fans have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Gui's birthday concert is such a great idea. His first birthday and first concert since debuting will both be spent with his fans. Hey, did you guys get the message from the group admin? The group admin is inviting us to join her in sending birthday wishes to Gui. Got it. The group admin also said he kept it a secret from Gui. We'll sing the birthday song together and give Gui a surprise. I'm already looking forward to it. I want to see Gui crying, ha. The fans were lining up while whispering excitedly. As if they were afraid Gui couldn't hear them. But Gui really couldn't hear them. He was already inside the Wave Sports Arena. Mei Qi, the chief stylist from Tingxian Entertainment, had been fiddling with Gui's hair, base, and head for quite some time. While styling Gui, he shook his head inside, no, it's still not right. Gui couldn't help but laugh, Mei Qi, have I become so ugly that you can't even touch me? Mei Qi spun the scissors around and shook his head, sighing, no. You're so handsome that I can't touch you. I feel like no matter what I do, it won't be as good as you just going out with no makeup. Right. That's exactly what we need. Mei Qi seemed to have made up his mind. He immediately took out his makeup removal tools and wiped off the light makeup on Gui's face. After finishing, Mei Qi's eyes lit up and he laughed, this is the best. Gui joked, Mei Qi, your salary is way too easy to earn. I've never met anyone as handsome as you before. Mei Qi shook his head and laughed. If everyone in the world were as handsome as you, I'd be out of a job. But luckily, I've only met you in my entire life. Mei Qi felt that Gui was the favorite of the goddess Nuwa. Gui must be a human being meticulously crafted by Nuwa. And they were just random clumps of clay she had carelessly tossed aside. Gui's side proceeded smoothly. Fans were also entering the Wave Sports Arena in an orderly manner under the staff's arrangements. 2 people were running at the front. Suyu, carrying a small crossbody bag, held Yang Lixuan's hand and smiled broadly, Lixuan, hurry up. We're at the front, we need to keep going. Yang Lixuan looked around with a touch of emotion, nodding gently and smiling, I'm holding your hand. You can walk as fast as you want, I'll follow you. You said so yourself. Suyu sped up, pulling Yang Lixuan toward the front rows. Behind them, a tall, elegant woman dressed in high-end custom-made clothing walked leisurely with long strides. Lu Shui glanced back at the crowd pouring into the stadium and couldn't help but sigh, that little trainee from the talent show can now command such a crowd so easily. How wonderful. As more and more people entered, the once empty sports hall gradually filled up. Wan Xinyu also took her seat. Fortunately, Gui had changed the venue earlier, allowing her to secure a ticket as well. Wan Xinyu looked around and suddenly noticed a woman in her 30s holding a bouquet of roses sitting next to her. He approached her casually and asked, Sister, are you planning to give these roses to Gui? Ningguan looked at the cute little girl in front of her, shook her head slowly, and smiled, yes, but no. Wan Xinyu pouted, oh, sister, you're such a riddle maker. Just tell me, please. Ningguan's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia and affection. My husband couldn't make it to the venue, so he asked me to bring a bouquet of roses in his place. Wan Xinyu sighed regretfully, oh, that's so sad. Your husband must be so busy with work. Ningguan smiled without denying it, yes, he's very busy. So busy that he could only let her come to the concert alone. Busy to the point where he leaves her alone in the dark every night. Busy to the point where he couldn't spare even a moment to visit her in his dreams. Even just 1 second would have been enough. But Ningguan doesn't blame him. P.S. Click on the author's homepage to join the author's book club Whisper. Make sure to get the latest version of Tomato. Chapter 202, Concert. What's the harm in giving up the world for you? Wow, there's a middle-aged guy over there. Gui even has middle-aged fans, haha. There are foreigners too. Wow, so many foreigners. They seem to be together. Those faces look familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere before. Ah, I remember now. That's MOD fan. All piano masters. I wonder how much the piano masters spent on tickets. Wan Xinyu looked around curiously like a child. She shared the interesting things she saw with Ningguan while watching. Ningguan smiled and nodded. Wan Xiner reminded her of herself when she was young. Back then, she was full of energy too. The fans took their seats one by one. Time passed slowly. The sky gradually grew dark. The deep red, vibrant sunset faded into the horizon. The world was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a few dim lights illuminated the area around the venue. The 30,000 fans in attendance all turned their eager gazes toward the stage. The time was almost here. At that moment, one side of the stage remained pitch black. With a loud boom, the large screen behind the stage lit up instantly. The countdown began. The fans watched the screen and shouted in unison. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Lin Jejia and Lin Miaomiao, the two sisters, waved their cheering sticks excitedly as they counted down with everyone else. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All the lights in the venue suddenly went out. Gui's voice suddenly rang out. Are you all ready? The fans cheered in unison, ready. Gui smiled from the darkness. Since everyone was ready, it was time to start the show. Gui gently snapped his fingers. The lights suddenly came on. The keyboardist at the edge of the stage was lost in the music, playing the piano with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. As soon as the fans spotted Gui appear at the center of the stage, their cheers echoed throughout the venue. Gui. Aha. I've never heard this music intro before. A new song. I love Gui so much. The first song of the concert is a new one. 3,000 spectators waved their sky blue lightsticks in unison. Gui couldn't help but flash a genuine smile. He was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Listening to the music, Gui smiled and said, "The first song is for all of you." After speaking, Gui placed one hand over his chest and held the microphone in the other. A delicate and melodious voice echoed from his lips. Along this journey, we stop and go, following the traces of a young man's drifting journey. Just before stepping out of the station, I found myself hesitating. I couldn't help but laugh at my own homesickness. Yet it was inevitable. And the sky over Nagano remained as warm as ever. The wind stirred up memories of the past. The fans waved their cheering sticks in unison. Ah, ah, ah. That's beautiful. Gui wrote this song just for us. I'm so moved. What makes a quality idol? This is it. I once couldn't tear myself away from the vastness of the world and drowned in its illusions. Unable to distinguish truth from fiction, I didn't struggle, I didn't fear ridicule. I once turned my youth into her. I once plucked the summer from my fingertips. Wherever my heart leads, I'll follow it with ease. Walking against the light, letting the wind and rain beat down. See you again. In the cool morning light. You smile so sweetly. At this point, Gui paused briefly. He handed the stage over to the accompaniment, allowing the audience to appreciate the beauty of the instrument's tones. Jason took a deep breath. Mr. Gu's live performance is amazing. Though I don't understand what he's singing, I'm deeply moved. Sadeo nodded slowly with a look of enjoyment. His voice is truly mesmerizing. Gui suddenly picked up the microphone. Please imagine Lin Junjia's version here. Therefore, he used his high notes to harmonize with the instruments. The on-stage energy was instantly infectious. Unique, absolutely unique. Lin Tian shook his head and laughed, unable to resist clapping. The seemingly unobjectionable shout infused the song with soul. This was only the first song. It already possessed such powerful expressive power. If the rest of the songs are as good as this, wow! I can't even imagine what it will be like. I still marvel at the vastness of the world, and am captivated by the sweet words of childhood. No longer distinguishing truth from falsehood, no longer struggling, no longer caring about jokes. I have finally returned my youth to her, along with the summer that bloomed at the tips of my fingers. What stirs my heart, I let the wind carry away. In the name of love, would you still be willing? From high notes to low notes. The transition was incredibly smooth. After finishing the song, Gui spread his arms wide in sheer enjoyment. In the front row closest to the stage, a fan cupped their hands around their mouth like a megaphone and shouted loudly, "Gui, I'm willing." After one fan shouted out. More fans' voices echoed in succession. Gui said this song was dedicated to the fans, and the lyrics asked, "In the name of love, are you still willing?" Wasn't that exactly what he was asking them? One fan after another shouted out. The heartfelt responses flowed like a stream of notes, slowly gathering into a river and flowing into Gui's ears. Gui! We're willing! A corner of the audience. MOD fan stared in shock at the scene around him. Though he couldn't understand what Gui's fans were saying, but he could feel the deep emotions contained within their shouts. Mr. Gu's influence in Hwagwe is truly terrifying. This is the power of music. Gui's concert had only just begun. He already felt that the tens of thousands of Hwasha coins he had spent were well worth it. It's worth it. Thank you everyone. Gui smiled and said, the next song, everyone should know how to sing. As soon as he finished speaking, the music began to play. The fans immediately realized why Gui had said everyone would know this song. Because the song was called Confession Balloon. It was one of Gui's earliest songs. Along the Seine, on the left bank of the river. I hold a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. I'm not afraid to mess everything up. With you, I have the whole world. Singing to this point, Gui raised his left hand and shouted loudly, everyone, let us sing together. Alright. The fans all stood up. MOD fan and the others were confused. But they were swept up by the atmosphere and stood up along with the other fans. Since it's a romantic hand-shaking song, of course, you have to wave your hands. The fans waved their light sticks in the air and sang along with Gui. Dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. Sweetness comes so easily. Dear, I fell in love with you, love diary. Fragrant memories. A whole bottle of dreams, all filled with you. All mixed together. Dear, don't be stubborn, your eyes are saying I do. A chorus of 30,000 people left Jason and Staver speechless. What does it mean to be at the top? This is what being a top-tier star means. With just a single whisper, 10,000 people follow. They sang Confession Balloon together. Gui smiled and said, everyone, please sit down. I'll sing the next song myself. I'm afraid you can't sing it. The audience immediately burst into laughter. Ha! Who does Gui think he is? We can sing just as well. Let me see what song it is. There's no song we can't sing. A few minutes later, the entire venue fell silent. Only Gui's voice remained. Crossing the emotional barrier, who dares to venture? Gazing at the moon, my heart is filled with sorrow. The fans admitted they couldn't sing this song. But, so what with confidence? They're proud. They're here to listen to Gui sing, not to sing for Gui. Gui sang one song after another. The fans at the venue remained in a high-spirited state. After finishing another song, Gui lifted his foot and walked toward the central stage in the middle of the venue. A piano slowly rose from the central stage. Gui sat down elegantly. It was 10 years. Listening to Gui sing 10 years. He couldn't help but look around. As if searching for someone. Unfortunately, the venue was too large, and he couldn't see the person he wanted to see. He heard that she and her family were all there. He wasn't there to disturb their happy family. He was just wanted to catch a glimpse of her from afar. Perhaps he would never see her again. He has to head to the airport at midnight tonight and leave the country at 1 a.m. He still had his career. And regrets. He sighed, as if letting go, and sang along with Gui. 10 years ago, I didn't know you, and you didn't belong to me. Ningwan gazed deeply at the rose in her hand and whispered in a voice only she could hear, 10 years ago, we had just met. You were so shy back then. After finishing the song 10 years, Gui felt a pang of emotion, wondering how many more decades he could share with his fans. Thinking of this, Gui smiled and shook his head. This wasn't something he should be thinking about yet. He had only just lived through 2 decades. Now he should call up the person who would spend the next few decades of his life with him. Gui stood up with the microphone in hand and joked, how do you think I sang? Was it nice? Great. Sing another one. The fans laughed and cheered him on. Xu Mengning gripped the microphone nervously. Here it comes, her plan was about to unfold. How about I go first and invite someone who sings as well as I do to come up and sing with me? Gui asked the fans with a smile. The fans felt moved and excitedly shouted, yes. They could feel it, this was the moment the older sister had mentioned. Gui walked to the edge of the stage and slowly knelt down. He looked straight into Xu Mengning's eyes and smiled, dear Miss Xu, would you like to sing a duet with me? The fans' eyes lit up upon hearing Gui's words. How joyful. Ah. So sweet. I need a heart pill. CP fans are over the moon. AWSL. The staff handed Xu Mengning a microphone. Xu Mengning stood up with a sweet smile and said, of course. But we have a gift we'd like to give you. Gui was a bit taken aback. A gift? Us? Something's off. 9 out of 10 things are off. Xu Mengning had just finished speaking. A huge birthday cake-shaped balloon, glowing brightly, rose from the distant audience seats. It bore only 6 words. Happy birthday, Gui. If Gui had X-ray vision, he would have seen several people standing beneath the balloon. They were Yang Lei, Zheng Feng, Li Chanqian, and Li Taoyu, along with Gui's parents and younger sister. At that moment, they were holding microphones in their hands. The music teachers around the stage, who had already stopped playing, suddenly began to play again. A simple melody began to play. Everyone joined in singing along with Xu Mengning and the others. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. A full 30,000 people sang the birthday song in unison. This caused Yi's emotions to fluctuate greatly. He yawned to hide the tears in his eyes. But he couldn't hide them at all. Gui lowered his head without a word. A single tear trickled down his cheek from the corner of his eye. That was just too heartbreaking. Even the most resilient person couldn't help but be moved by such a scene. The birthday song ended. Xu Mengning and the fans shouted in unison, "Happy birthday, Gui!" Gui lowered his head and secretly wiped away his tears, then raised his head with a faint smile. He placed the microphone near his mouth and said with a smile, "You guys are so annoying. This is my concert, after all. Who's singing for whom, anyway? Don't do this again next time. Did you hear that?" Gui emphasized his words to hide his emotions, speaking with a deliberate heavy tone. Usually, it was he who sang to move others. Today, however, it was the fans singing that moved him. The fans, however, didn't think much of it. "We didn't hear you. Louder. Gui, did you even eat today?" "I don't care, I'm just going to sing. I came to Gui's concert on purpose just to sing for him." Xu Mengning walked to the edge of the stage, looked up, and smiled, saying, Hey, Gui, aren't you going to pull me up? Are you going to make this lady perform some martial arts to climb up? Gui looked down at Xu Mengning with a sincere smile and said, "Thank you." He had already guessed that everything today had been arranged by Xu Mengning without his knowledge. Gui looked up and surveyed the crowd at the Wave Sports Arena. He added, "Thank you all as well. To have such wonderful fans, friends, and family was truly a blessing in his 3 lifetimes." Gui placed the microphone on the ground and extended his hand toward the audience. Xu Mengning held Gui's strong hand and, with a little help, jumped onto the stage. Gui picked up the microphone from the ground and said, "Now, please enjoy the song A Little Sweet." As he finished speaking, the intro to A Little Sweet began to play. Gui began to sing. "Pick an apple, wait for you to pass by the door, and hand it to you to quench your thirst." Xu Mengning held the microphone and looked at Gui with deep emotion. "Like summer cola, like winter cocoa, you're the right person at the right time." The two held hands, singing as they walked back to the original stage. After the song ended, Gui seemed to get carried away and suddenly ran to the edge of the stage to shake hands with the fans in the front row. A fan wearing a mask exchanged a glance with Gui and quietly shook his hand. A small box appeared in Gui's palm. The surrounding fans chatted happily, completely oblivious to the scene. "I touched Gui's hand. I'm not washing my hands today. Ha ha ha. Quick, let me touch your hand, hee hee. Ah, you're so perverted. You're even more perverted." Gui came over to Xu Mengning with one hand holding the microphone and the other holding a small box. Xu Mengning noticed that Gui's left hand was bulging and was puzzled. Gui smiled and said, "Miss Xu, a fan just gave me a gift. Do you want to take a look?" "Ha? What kind of gift?" Xu Mengning was curious. All the fans were also curious. Just as their curiosity peaked, they saw Gui kneel down on one knee. Cheers erupted, deafening the crowd. The fans had already guessed what Gui was about to do. Xu Mengning couldn't believe it, covering her mouth with her hands as tears welled up in her eyes. She had also guessed what Gui intended to do. Gui placed his left hand in front of him and opened his palm. A delicate little box appeared in his palm. Gui opened the box, revealing a dazzling diamond ring before everyone's eyes. If one looked closely, one could see that the ring was engraved with GX. This was a custom-made piece that Gui had specially commissioned. The director cleverly shifted the camera angle to focus on the two of them. Even fans at the edge of the venue could clearly see what Gui was doing. A proposal at a concert? Gui is so romantic. Xu Mengning must have saved the world in her past life. Gui loves her so much. They're so perfect together. I love them so much. They're my favorite couple. Gui looked up and saw Xu Mengning with tears welling up in her eyes. "Miss Xu, will you marry me?" The familiar voice echoed in Xu Mengning's ears. A tear rolled down Xu Mengning's cheek and she nodded reflexively in agreement. Yes. She had imagined this scene countless times in her dreams. It felt completely natural and effortless. Xu Mengning extended her hand and he gently slipped the ring onto her finger. The fans' cheers echoed through the sky. "Wow! So sweet. Xu Mengning is crying from emotion. I saw tears. They're just too good for each other, so touching. May they have 100 years of happiness together. Blessings." Du Hui and Wang Ping embraced each other again in excitement. Oh. This time, no one looked down on them. Because everyone else felt the same way. Wow, now I'm part of Su's sister's family. Gu Sihan sat on the chair, happily swinging her legs. Zhou Lan and Li Manyu exchanged glances and laughed. Now we have to call each other in-laws. Li Manyu smiled and called out, mother-in-law. Su Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction. Having such an outstanding young man who loves his daughter so much as his son-in-law, he was overjoyed. How could he possibly have any complaints? Wei Jianguo chuckled twice. No wonder he's my son, he's just like me back in the day. But Zhou Lan looked at him with disdain and said, you old man, you're not even worthy of comparing yourself to my son. Oomph. Wei Jianguo didn't argue, just smiled and said, the pupil surpasses the master. He was proud. Chen Shen, wearing a mask and standing at the edge of the stage, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The plan had gone off without a hitch. There were no major mishaps. On stage, Gui held Xu Mengning's hand and walked toward the center of the stage. Gui smiled and said, please listen to the final song of the day, exclusive flavor, performed by me and my beloved. Thinking of your adorable face. Pouting and acting spoiled when angry. That day I discovered your kindness. I fell in love with your smile. The song is beautiful. But the fans suddenly lost their enthusiasm. Is this the last song? Time flies. 2.5 hours went by in the blink of an eye. I haven't had enough yet. Let's look forward to next time. I wonder if I'll even be able to get tickets next time? Fans are still worried about securing tickets for the next show. Gu Yi and Xu Mengning's performance had already come to an end. Xu Mengning let go of Gu Yi's hand and took a step back, handing the stage over to Gu Yi. Today was Gu Yi's concert. The concert is about to end. Gu Yi must have a lot to say. Gu Yi held the microphone and paced back and forth on the stage. He had actually prepared a lot to say. But when the moment finally arrives, he suddenly finds himself at a loss for words. All the words he had gathered in his heart boiled down to just one word, thank you. Gui looked up at the sky, saw the bright moonlight, a few sparkling stars, and the birthday balloons floating in the air. He suddenly smiled, and his gentle voice rang out. Thank you all for liking my music. Thank you for traveling so far to attend my concert. And thank you for the birthday gifts you prepared for me. I love them. I love you all. But all good things must come to an end. We'll see you next time. At that moment, Gui and Xu Mengning bowed deeply. As Gui's words faded away, the central stage platform slowly descended. The figures of Gui and Xu Mengning on the platform gradually disappeared. The fans shouted desperately, unwilling to let them go. Don't! I haven't had enough yet. Gui! Some fans were already crying. They all shouted Gui's name in unison. They only hoped that Gui would turn back and stay a little longer. Backstage, Gui and Xu Mengning had already changed out of their performance costumes. But they heard a staff member approach and say, Gui, the fans don't want to leave. Gui naturally knew that the fans didn't want to leave. Because he could hear their shouts even backstage. Gui smiled affectionately. He picked up the microphone and turned around to walk back. He waved his hand and smiled, saying, Miss Su, wait for me for a moment. Xu Mengning smiled as she watched Gui's departing figure. This was the person she loved. Always so warm and heartwarming. Mr. Song, Gui is back on stage, the staff reported to Songhai. The time we rented the venue has expired, and we might have to pay a fine. Songhai shrugged indifferently and said, let him be. I'll cover the late fee for the venue. Got it. Suddenly, the opening notes of a song echoed through the Wave Sports Arena. The fans immediately became excited, their faces flushing red. This music was all too familiar to them. The sky really wants to rain. I wish I could live next door to you. Standing dumbly outside your house. Looking up, counting the dark clouds. If a piano appeared in the scene, I'd sing for you. Even if buckets of water were poured down on me. As the song Why Not begins to play. Gui also walked out from backstage. The fans immediately got excited and started singing along with Gui. Summer is almost over. Please buy less ice cream. You know exactly how I feel. So he switched sides, singing as he walked to the center of the stage. He sang up to this point. He extended the microphone. He handed the stage over to the fans. I sing this song for you. There's no particular style. It simply represents. I want to bring you joy. To thaw the frozen rivers for you. To be a moth flying into the flame for you. There is nothing that isn't worth it. For you, I toss and turn. What's so wrong with giving up the world for you? In the coolness of late summer and early autumn, with a touch of warmth. This is also Gui's heartfelt intention. It is also the fans' feelings for Gui. Singing this song for you all. What's wrong with that? End of the book. Chapter 203, The End Dare to Speak. As Gui said, no feast lasts forever. The book Why Not? The cold-hearted school beauty as sweet as can be comes to an end here. Perhaps many readers will feel reluctant to let it go. In truth, Ting Xian also feels a deep sense of reluctance. Don't laugh at me, but after typing the end on the computer, I shed a tear. But Ting Xian feels that the story ending here is just right. Gui's career has reached its peak and his love has found its happy ending. When could be a better time to end it than now? Because the book's data is still pretty good. My good friends actually urged me to keep writing. But continuing would just be repeating the same thing over and over. People would just say I'm padding it out. So this is where I end. We began with what's the harm and we end with what's the harm. The story of Gui has now come to an end. Let's look forward to the next book together. Xian just took a look. This book was created on June 13, 2022. From its creation to its completion, it took a total of 9 months and 5 days. There was a significant hiatus during that period. I truly apologize to everyone. Even though I am such a waste and have failed to meet everyone's expectations, you have continued to support me unwaveringly. Ting Xian expresses his deepest gratitude. This book has received a total of 34,000 segment comments, 843 chapter comments, and 2,195 book reviews. I dare to guarantee that I have read every single one of them. Among them are those urging me to update faster, praising me, criticizing me, offering suggestions, and so on. Among them, the comment that left the deepest impression on listening to Leisure, he no longer remembers exactly how it was phrased. All I remember is the general idea. What's wrong with that? This book brought him a moment of joy during his toughest days. There is no greater compliment for an author than this. The author is deeply honored. Thank you so much. Because Ting Xian himself might be a bit of a goofball. So he often competes with fellow readers in the comments section to be the first to comment. At the end of this book, I would like to apologize to everyone. I'm sorry. I'll dare to do it again next time. Actually, after reading so many book reviews, I've even remembered many of the readers' usernames and avatars. Sometimes when I see everyone's comments, I can't help but smile. When it comes to pranks, you all are the experts. Listening to others, what do you know about storytelling? I'm just a writer. In the days to come, there might occasionally be a few side stories related to Gui. The author will post them in the book circle. If you finished reading this book and find yourself bored one day, feel free to drop by the book circle. You might just come across a little story that brings a smile to your face. There are many readers in the book club asking me about my new book. Actually, I've given it some thought and already have a few ideas. The genre of the new book might remain the same. It will still be an entertainment-focused work. It is scheduled to be released on March 24th. The main point I'm currently struggling with is whether to go with a single female lead or a no female lead setup. When writing this book, I actually became aware of my own shortcomings. He believes he is not particularly skilled at depicting romantic scenes. So sometimes it comes off as awkward. Ting Xian is really torn. So, for the new book, whether it's a single female lead or no female lead, this choice is left up to you. You can share your thoughts in the comments section. Ting Xian will compile everyone's opinions later. I will follow the majority's opinion. Of course. No harem talk. Ting Xian is a pure love warrior. Finally. Thank you all for your unwavering support over the past 9 months. Ting Xian, I bow in gratitude. First, I'm going straight to the top in the book. Extra Chapter 1, he has won every award. 10 years later. A music variety show called Best Singer is currently airing. Host Jiang Shu looked unusually excited today. He reads the script in his hand with a mix of mystery and excitement. Today, we have a special guest on our show. He will bring a unique privilege of veto power. In other words, as long as he speaks, he can decide the fate of all the contestants on stage. The audience erupted into chaos. 500 judges and audience members from different eras were completely baffled. A veto power? What's the point of the show then? What the heck? Did the production team lose their minds? Has director that old man with the thick eyebrows, lost his mind? I give up, this is nonsense. It's over. A good show is ruined. At that moment, not only were the 500 judges and audience members in a state of chaos, many of the contestants also had their grievances. What is going on? Anyone can just come in and veto someone with one vote? What do they think we are? Did they pay their way into the group? This is absolutely disgusting. Damn it, I'll see who it is, such a big shot. I'm ready to withdraw from the competition. What's this all about? Many singers felt insulted. At the expert advisory panel in front of the stage, Zhang Yuan, the lyric god, Wu Yuan, the melody god, and Chen Chen, the singing king, exchanged puzzled glances. In their impression, director he wasn't someone who acted without thinking. How could he possibly grant such an absurd veto power? After all, the 3 expert advisors only had the right to evaluate, not to score. The 3 of them finally understood why an additional seat had been added to the backstage steps. It was all for this veto power. Jiang Shu looked at the audience's reactions and nodded satisfactorily. That's exactly the feeling he wanted. Director He Qining always knew what made for good TV. Jiang Shu was confident that as soon as he revealed the name of the mystery guest, the audience would immediately put on a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Thinking of this, Jiang Shu looked down at his script, suppressed his excitement, and spoke calmly. It's easy to list the awards this guest has won. He has received all the awards. Upon hearing the words all awards, the audience in the backstage area clearly froze for a moment. All awards? In the music industry, there is only one person who has won every award. A name that rings out loud and clear. The audience exclaimed in disbelief and excitement. All the awards? It's him. But hasn't he been out of the public eye for years? Oh my god. My favorite singer is coming back? Aha. Shen couldn't help but smile upon hearing the host Zhang Shu's words. He knew who it was. Who else could it be but his childhood friend? His childhood friend always enjoys pulling these underhanded tricks to surprise people from behind. Zhang Yuan and Wu Yuan exchanged a glance and both understood. If it were him, he certainly deserves to be in their position. He's a legend in the global music industry. Let's welcome Blue Star. The youngest composer, the youngest lyricist, the youngest piano virtuoso, the only singer in the world, and the only artist to have won every major award in the music industry. Gui. Take the stage. Zhang Shu's passionate voice echoed throughout the venue. All the participating singers immediately calmed down upon hearing that name. It's Gui. Aha. My idol. He was already a music legend before I even debuted. He hasn't appeared on a variety show in years, and he is actually here today. I'm not withdrawing from the competition. I'm not withdrawing. My idol truly has the power to veto. No one understands music better than Gui. The 500 judges in the audience went completely wild. Gui. It's really Gui. Finally, you've arrived. I'm so glad I didn't give up. Gui, I love you. Dear Gui, I fell in love with you from that day on. It's been so sweet and easy. They instantly transformed from strict judges into passionate fans. As for the veto power issue, they long since forgotten about it? What? You say that as unfair? Gui is the embodiment of fairness in the music industry. What? Not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, call the police. After 10 years, Gui's style is still as clean and simple as ever. A simple pair of casual pants and a simple t-shirt are his signature look. Gui steps onto the stage. The fans finally saw Gui. Cheers erupted from the crowd, which had been building since the program began. Gui. They shouted his name loudly. 10 years later, Gui still looks as young as he did at 20. At 30, his looks are still so striking. Another day envying Xu Mengning. He is still so handsome, he is killing my teenage heart. This is my youth. Gui isn't just the youth of the aughts generation, he is also the youth of the tens generation. He is also a memory for us 80s kids. Even though Gui is 20 years younger than me, I still love his music. I love Gui so much. Gui placed the microphone in front of him and smiled. Do you all still remember me? We remember. The singing god. The fans' voices nearly shook the heavens. Gui smiled and nodded. Then, here's best singer for everyone. The sky blue light shone down, and Gui's gentle voice once again echoed across Blue Star. Our best encounter is this April. P.S. Best singer, performed by Su Song, lyrics by Su Song, music by Su Song. Stay tuned for the next installment, Side Story 2, The Wedding in My Dream. Additionally, another book by the same author, After the Breakup, I Hear Voices Everywhere, and the whole internet feels sorry for me, has already reached over 1 million words and is complete. Those interested can check it out as well. Extra Chapter 2, Dream Wedding. That day, Gui released another new song. As usual, it was Midnight. Love a Little More. Performed by Gui x Xu Mengning. At the same time, several members of Gui's studio released songs consecutively. Yang Lishuan's new song Blessings to You. Chen Chan's new song Love's Wedding. Li Chanxian's new song. Netizens were all baffled. What are you guys doing? Gui, are you trying to ruin the Chinese music industry? Ha Ji, you bastard. Wait, that's not right. The lyrics for the other songs from Gui's studio were all written by the artists themselves. Gui only handled the arrangements. What's going on? Didn't Gui handle everything before? Something's off, definitely off. Aha. Guys, I get it now. All the other songs seem to be blessing Gui. What the hell? This isn't right, is it? Netizens have gradually become aware of the underlying issue. Everyone's songs are blessing Gui. That's way too off. Plus, Gui's own song is a duet love song. Netizens all have their own speculations about this. But some are still unsure. Because they haven't seen any official announcement from Gui. Over the years, Gui has always liked to give advance notice of what he's doing. He rarely pulls a surprise move. But after waiting and waiting, they never received the official announcement from Gui. Instead, they were greeted by a livestream on Douyin that started at midnight. And the name displayed in the livestream was Xu Mengning. When netizens clicked in, they saw Xu Mengning sitting at her vanity table. Though it was the middle of the night, the room was brightly lit.
Inside the room, makeup artist Mei Qi was gently applying makeup to Xu Mengning, who was wearing a phoenix crown and a wedding robe. So the viewers in the live stream could see everything clearly. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Wow! They're getting ready at this hour? This can't be right. Could it really be what I'm thinking? This is huge. This is huge. The biggest news in the entertainment industry is about to break. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. My idol is really getting married? Wah! Who knows if it's really a wedding? It could just be for some event, that's why they're getting up so early to get ready. Before Gui posted on Weibo, I didn't believe a single word. Me too. Some viewers in the live stream remained skeptical. But the next second, the makeup artist Mei Qi in the live stream smiled and said, "Oh my goodness, finally this day has come. I've been waiting for you two to get married for so long, and I've been dying to do your wedding makeup. Finally, I've waited for this day. You look so beautiful." Xu Mengning smiled and nodded, "I'm sorry to keep you waiting." When the moment finally arrived, she finally realized just how much she had been looking forward to this day. That joy that welled up from within her was impossible to hide. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wow! What did the makeup artist say? Xu Mengning said she's really getting married. "Mom, I've been waiting for this day for so long. I've been a fan of Gui for years. I've watched him debut, rise to the top of the music industry, and become a legend. Now I finally get to see Gui get married. I'm crying so hard. Guys, hurry up and watch. Gui is also live streaming. I can't believe it. I have to ask him. Why did he keep it a secret from us?" Exactly. When the live stream viewers arrived at Gui's live stream, they found that Gui had already completed the ancestral worship ceremony and informed his ancestors about his marriage. He was dressed in a red scholar's robe. Meanwhile, Gu Sihan, standing beside Gui, was still chatting away. "Brother, you look so handsome today. When we go to the bride later, your sister-in-law will definitely be mesmerized." Several years had passed, and Gu Sihan had already completed her junior high and high school education. From a naive child, she had grown into a beautiful young woman. She was still as mischievous as ever. Not a bit ladylike. However, Gui felt that as long as she was happy, that was enough. At that moment, Chen Chen, standing beside Gui, couldn't help but laugh sincerely. "I admit you're more handsome than me today. I'm always cooler than you." Gui casually waved his hand. Chen Chen didn't argue. Today was Gui's wedding day. Gui was the eldest, so he didn't argue with him. What a perfect match. My goodness, I'm running back and forth between two live streams. The two of them were so well matched. I've never seen such a perfectly suited wedding in my life. That's true. Gui is always more handsome than Chen Chen. Wow, I watched both of their live streams and then checked out the new song Gui's studio released. Finally, I get it. It turns out the entire studio is celebrating Gui. It's not just the entire Gui studio congratulating them. I feel like the entire entertainment industry is congratulating them. Go check the trending topics yourselves. What's going on? I'll go check it out. In an instant, a group of viewers clicked on the trending topics. The first trending topic that caught their eyes was the news of Gui and Xu Mengning's wedding livestream. The next one was a string of well wishes from various musicians. From Qin Feng, Yu Wenxuan, Zheng Shengron, to Zhang Yuan, Ding Ro, and In Kai, and Lin Tian, among others. Everyone Gui encountered along the way, whether rivals or friends, sent him their most sincere blessings. As time passed, everything proceeded according to plan. Under the watchful eyes of audiences worldwide, a grand wedding blending Chinese and Western traditions began. The procession started with the wedding sedan chair, followed by the gate-blocking ceremony, the search for the bride's shoes, the tea ceremony, the departure from the bride's home, and the ascent into. When the wedding procession arrived at the former Yi family's doorstep, the crisp sound of firecrackers greeted the bride's arrival. Gui stepped out of the car first and opened the door for the bride. He took Xu Mengning's hand and stepped out of the car, stepping over the fire basin, stepping over the saddle, and presenting tea. As the guests took their seats, the moment the real wedding began, the song Love a Little, sung by the two of them, began to play. "Sue, the wind blows the window, rustling the leaves. Dreams wander, heading to distant places. The moon in the sky reveals half its crescent. Seeing a person on the ground, still unable to sleep. Gu, clouds block the light, making the night longer. The wind gently blows through your hair. The night closes its eyes and says nothing. I know you're listening, what should I say?" The song seemed like a testament to their love throughout their journey. The two met because of music. They came to know each other through music. And then they fell in love. Everything has its roots. Their love story is no mystery. In fact, one could say that everyone in the venue and the entire live stream audience knows. It is precisely this knowledge. That's what makes their emotions run deeper when they hear this song and see the two finally walk down the aisle. Sweetness filled everyone's hearts. And just as Xu Mengning's father, Xu Ziyuan, led Xu Mengning to the altar and handed her over to Gui,
This sweetness seemed to reach its peak. Just like the two of them singing. I want to say I'll love you just a little bit more. Always by your side. Believe that you love me a little bit too. But you've never noticed. I want to say I'll love you a little more. Always right by your side. Believe that I will love you forever and ever. Know that you will definitely discover it. The song sounds like a love promise between two people. It is a promise. It is also the future. I believe that in the years to come, my love for you will only grow by billions more. P.S. Love a Little More, performed by Wang Liham and Zhang Zi, lyrics by Li Bin, music by Mo Yinlin. Hey, my dears, the story of Gu Yi and Xu Mengning comes to an end here. We've kept you waiting for so long, and the reason it took so long to write the sequel is that I really didn't know how to write it well. Actually, the author isn't very satisfied with this extra chapter either, but since everyone was urging me to write it, I could only put it out first. If you feel it's not very good, please forgive me. He. The author has started another entertainment novel titled Celebrities, Please Behave. I only tune instruments, not hearts. Those interested can check out the author's main page. It's also for entertainment, though despite the title, it's still a single female lead or no female lead story. Cough, there's no way around it. After all, to get traffic on Tomato, you have to come up with a catchy title. Finally. Thank you all for your patience and support. Listen to the idle talk and thank you.